Chapter 1. Do you eat kiwi? Pass by, don't miss out. The only fresh orange preserves in the entire world. 100 berries for a bag, 200 berries for a bottle, 500 berries for a jar. Only 3 days left, only 3 days left. Massive clearance sale, losing money in a bloodbath sale. The four emperors also love preserves. Big loves little snacks. Highly recommended by Whitebeard and Red-Haired as a perfect accompaniment to drinks. 100 berries. You can't go wrong. You can't be fooled. On the tranquil island of the East Sea, a cacophony of peculiar shouts echoed through the air. In this somewhat isolated and underdeveloped place, such calls always drew considerable attention, causing the shabby little truck to attract many customers and its wares to be sold out swiftly. The proprietor was a youth of 17 or 18, with a head of raven black hair that framed a pair of spirited eyes. Before him stood a local boy he had hired for assistance, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Brother Rhett, today is another bountiful harvest. The boy known as Rhett casually flicked through a stack of banknotes, smiling as he handed a handful to the boy. Thank you for your hard work, Chabwa. Please extend my regards to your family. By the way, take this jar of preserves home with you. Watching the young boy leave with a beaming face, Rhett let out a slight sigh of relief. It had been 6 months since he arrived in this world, and he had gradually acclimatized to both his surroundings and his new body. 6 months prior, he had awakened on a beach, learning the name of the village from a local guard named Aegean, Cocoa West Village, famed for its abundant oranges, also referred to as Orange Village. Under Aegean's guidance, the then 17-year-old Rhett found the object of Aegean's affections, a retired soldier known locally as the rebellious female marine, Belmere, within 20 minutes and successfully persuaded her to let him stay at her home temporarily. Belmere was a woman of bold exterior, yet possessed a softer side within. Having never married in her first 28 years of life, she had 2 adopted daughters, the 12-year-old Nokigo and the 9-year-old Nami. Though they shared no blood ties, the three formed an unbreakable bond through their shared experiences. At 17, Rhett could not possibly become Belmere's third adopted son, but instead became her disciple. Belmere, at 28, was not particularly skilled in combat. She was merely a diligent ordinary marine, lacking the elite techniques of a naval warrior, and had never heard of any invincible prowess. What she could teach Rhett were the most basic physical techniques and swordsmanship. She was proficient in marksmanship, yet due to a scarcity of ammunition and her meager finances, she could not afford to buy bullets for Rhett to practice with. Fortunately, despite the lack of strong mentorship, Rhett's talent was commendable. Within just 4 months, he surpassed Belmere, who had 10 years of marine experience, becoming the strongest man in Cocoa West Village and the surrounding 10 miles. In return, Rhett contributed to this small family, tirelessly helping Belmere improve her orange jam recipe and ingeniously utilizing the leftover oranges to create candied orange peels, which he sold in the nearby towns, thus supplementing the household income. A near-adult man capable of earning money significantly elevated the family's living standards, allowing Belmere to abandon the excuse of dieting to save food, while Nokigo and Nami no longer had to wear patched-up old clothes. Here, this is a gift for you. Upon concluding his sales and returning home, Rhett retrieved 2 thick books from his backpack, an atlas of the East Sea and an introductory navigation chart. He had purchased them from the largest nearby town, and together, the 2 books amounted to nearly 500 pages, richly illustrated. While the details were far from perfect, they represented the most exquisite navigational materials accessible to Nami, who had previously relied on stealing books to satisfy her thirst for knowledge. Wow. Thank you, Brother Rhett. Influenced perhaps by her bold and free-spirited adoptive mother, Nami had never been particularly guarded about interactions with boys. She tightly embraced the books and, filled with excitement, planted a fervent kiss on Rhett's cheek. Rhett chuckled as he ruffled her hair. Belmere, seated nearby while cleaning her firearm, shrugged her shoulders. Having raised 2 daughters for 7 or 8 years, she had spent countless days immersed in their squabbles and had never witnessed such closeness between Nokigo and Nami towards Rhett. 2 mere books and 2 outfits. Together, they hardly amounted to a few thousand berries, yet they had seemingly stolen away her daughters, who had grown up relying on her for every orange. Brother Rhett, do you think my drawing is beautiful? Recently equipped with navigational skills, Nami rushed to show Rhett her freshly completed chart. After a long day, Rhett lay on the grass outside, basking in the sun, while diligent Nokigo picked oranges in the orchard nearby. Watch your step. Rhett quickly caught Nami, who stumbled as she ran, and settled her onto his lap, leaning slightly forward to appreciate the work of the 10-year-old girl. However, he soon heard a commotion nearby. You low-level humans. From today onward, this villagino, this island belongs to us, the Arlong pirate crew. Ha ha. Under our fishman's rule, tremble in submission. In an instant, Rhett felt the atmosphere darken. The warm sunshine that had enveloped him just a moment ago turned cold and foreboding. His back was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How could the fishermen pirates arrive at this moment? He had not yet saved enough money. He had not found the opportunity to take his family away from this impending hell that would endure for 8 long years. Brother Rhett, look, I picked some super big oranges. No Kigo approached carefully, carrying a basket. In a flurry of chaotic thoughts, Rhett instinctively glanced at her, unable to look away. In the basket filled with a dozen oranges, he spotted a peculiar fruit. The oranges cultivated by Belmir's family were generally large, yet this one seemed even larger. Its exterior markedly differed from the rest. Rather than resembling an orange, it bore a closer resemblance to a large pear, its coloration a blend of red and green, with hints of a light brown hue. What astonished Rhett further was the layer of short fuzz covering its surface. Heavens! A gigantic kiwi had sprouted from the orange tree. No Kigo noticed Rhett's gaze, glancing down at the basket, nearly dropping it in shock. What is this? How could the orange I just picked turn into this? Rhett cautiously extracted the peculiar kiwi from a basket of oranges, his expression grave as he traced the bizarre circular patterns on its surface. These circles seemed to possess an enchanting power, drawing his gaze irresistibly toward them. Rhett inhaled deeply. This must be a devil fruit. What kind of fruit is this? He was at a loss. To eat or to refrain. Yet, did he truly have any alternatives at this moment? Chapter 2. The Flavor of the Devil Fruit. Plop. Rhett barely took a bite before nearly gagging on his own tongue. This was certainly not a kiwi. A cacophony of flavors durian, guava, rotten fish, and stinky tofu exploded in his mouth instantaneously. Though these 4 foods were repugnant in aroma, they each held a unique deliciousness in taste. Yet this fruit was far more nauseating than its scent. Standing nearby, Noki merely caught a whiff before clamping his nose and dashing toward a nearby pool. Rhett sank down onto the ground, casting the bitten kiwi aside and exhaling a long sigh. The air was immediately thick with an indescribable, overwhelming stench. He could almost visualize a dense cloud of vapor slowly rising, shimmering like a dream under the sunlight. Within this reverie, Rhett's mind momentarily drifted. He beheld a desolate landscape, barren and strewn with sand and stones, save for a tiny sapling standing in the center. Rhett's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He knelt before the sapling, reaching out to caress its frail form, vulnerable to the slightest breeze. At the moment his fingers made contact, the sapling trembled ever so slightly. He watched in awe as the sapling, initially no more than 5 or 6 centimeters tall, grew to half a foot in mere seconds. The slender trunk swelled to the thickness of a finger, sprouting several delicate branches that quivered gently in the wind. Rhett continued to observe the sapling, awaiting a voice from the heavens, as many novels so often depicted. Yet, after several seconds, he heard no system-embodied little sister or grandfather emerging to engage him in conversation. He began to comprehend. This was indeed just an ordinary devil fruit, devoid of any features like in-game purchases, lottery draws, fragment collections, soul possessions, world traversals, character upgrades, or artifact forging. The white dreamscape gradually faded, and Rhett's consciousness returned to reality. What on earth is this? What purpose does it serve? Can it withstand the invasion of the fishermen pirates? 100,000 for each adult, 50,000 for each child. As long as you hand over the money, we will not cause any trouble. I little 8 keep my word. Nyo. Ajien, the sole guard of Cocoa West Village, watched in horror as his anticipated nightmare unfolded into reality. An octopus man with star-shaped hair, a horn-like elongated mouth, and 6 supple arms led over 20 subordinates as they pillaged from house to house. I am one of the 3 strongest subordinates of the Arlong pirate crew, the 6-sword style little 8. Would anyone care to experience my swordsmanship? The octopus man brandished 6 sharp blades, glistening menacingly in the sunlight. As a passionate man, Jin was not entirely without resistance. But before he could even approach little 8, he was knocked to the ground by one of the henchmen, struggling to rise. The fisherman pirate laughed heartily, cruelly trampling Jian's face. This is merely a small warning. If anyone dares to act again, we won't hesitate to recreate the bloody scene from Zyro Village just a few days ago. Zyro Village lay to the west of Cocoa West Village, closely linked with it, and was among the first to suffer an invasion. To resist the onslaught, they paid a grievous toll in lives, yet to no avail. Furthermore, Zyro Village had sent a distress signal to the Navy, but the fleet dispatched never even caught sight of Arlong before being annihilated by the fishermen pirates. Hundreds of sailors perished, instantly elevating these fishmen to the status of the most notorious pirate crew in the East Sea, with their leader Arlong's bounty swiftly rising to 20 million berries, undeniably the strongest pirate in the East Sea. If we are subjected to such plunder every month, how will we survive? For now, we must endure. Thankfully, they kept their word and did not resort to murder. Whispers of despair echoed among the villagers behind the pirates. Pinned to the ground, Jin had no choice but to surrender his share of the protection fee, gritting his teeth as he thought. I hope they don't discover Belmir's house. Let's just grab the money and leave. Neo, Little 8 uttered a disconcerting catchphrase before turning to ask, "Brothers, how much did we collect in total?" Clearly, none of his companions had a knack for finances. The fisherman pirates glanced at the money bag, offering a vague estimate. About 25 million. Little 8 nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This is a decent revenue. Brother Arlong will surely be pleased. Let's head back. As Jian prepared to breathe a sigh of relief upon witnessing the departing pirates, another fisherman pointed toward a small path. 8 brother, there's smoke rising. There's a household outside the village. Little 8, using 4 hands to shield his eyes, glanced at the not-so-distant house and dispatched 2 subordinates. Neo, you 2, go quickly and return swiftly. We are pressed for time. Don't worry, 8 brother. Just 5 minutes. The 2 pirates laughed heartily, eagerly racing toward the orchard brimming with oranges. Moments later, the 2 subordinates returned with equal swiftness. Little 8 exuberantly waved all 6 of his arms. Little ones, prepare to return and report to Captain Arlong for our rewards. Neo, however, the pirate who first spotted Belmir's estate suddenly interjected. 8 brother, it seems those 2 brothers got soundly thrashed. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 pirates crawled over, using their hands and feet, and seized Little 8's legs with their bruised and tear-streaked faces. Brother 8, you must stand up for us. There is a monster wielding sorcery over there. Witnessing his comrades on the verge of despair ignited a fiery rage within even the gentle-hearted Little 8. He drew his 6 swift blades and sounded the horn to the heavens, proclaiming, "Any humans who dare to resist us shall perish. Come with me, my comrades." New. Red. Why is it so noisy outside? The ever-vigilant Belmir, who had been cooking in the kitchen, was startled by the commotion outside. Instinctively, she grabbed her hunting rifle and rushed out. However, instead of witnessing the brief skirmish between Red and the 2 fishmen, she saw Little 8 leading a formidable charge with his entourage of octopuses. Her eyes widened in alarm. "No Kigo. Nami. Quickly, return indoors. It's dangerous outside. Bring me another jug of water." "No Kigo." Red shouted at the somewhat dazed young girl before bending down to carefully plant several seeds into the soil. No Kigo snapped back to reality, her slender legs flitting about as she retrieved the watering can she usually used for her flowers. Belmir, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Have you all lost your minds? Why think of watering flowers at a time like this? Wait, what is that over there?" Red took the watering can from No Kigo and swiftly doused the freshly planted seeds. Once he completed this task, he stood up and addressed Belmir's inquiry. "I thought the orange trees were rather monotonous, so I decided to plant something different." Belmir pointed incredulously at the plants that had already grown to an impressive height, her expression one of disbelief. "But it's only been half an hour. How can it grow so fast? What is this?" With her startled exclamation, the seeds Red had just watered burst forth from the soil. Red gently pulled No Kigo back. "Belmir, you must have heard of devil fruits, haven't you?" Belmir, still in disbelief, replied, "Isn't that something from stories?" Previously just a low-ranking Marine in the East Blue, she had heard of such things, but had never encountered them. Now, she could only watch in awe as the seedlings erupted from the ground, rapidly transforming into towering plants within mere minutes, her mouth agape in astonishment. Due to her naturally solitary disposition, Belmir's home was situated on the outskirts of the village. To reach this place from the main road required traversing a somewhat narrow path lined with dense shrubs. While passable, the route was considerably more cumbersome. "What did you say?" Octopus Xiaoba, while leading the team forward with determined strides, expressed his skepticism. "You were defeated by a few peculiar trees." The 2 pirates, supported by their companions, managed to lift their gazes and pointed at the plants before them, trembling as they exclaimed, "It's those strange trees. They seem to have grown larger. And there are more of them." Their comrade, upon closer inspection, could not suppress his laughter. "Ha! They are merely ordinary saplings. I could snap one in half with a single bite. What are those? Giant mushrooms? You all are quite cowardly. Hide, Noki, Nami, remember what I just said." Leite noticed Xiaoba and struggled to steady his composure, instructing the 2 girls to leave promptly. He then inquired, "Has Arlong not arrived? For such a trivial village, there is no need to trouble Captain Arlong." Xiaoba's mouth, reminiscent of a trumpet, opened and closed with a sharp sound. So, you defeated my two subordinates? Leyte did not respond to his question, feeling slightly more at ease. This truly was the best possible outcome. Having just consumed a devil fruit, he had yet to fully master his abilities. Should Arlong and his army arrive, he would still be unable to defend himself. However, if it were only the weakest of the three major forces, Xiaoba, he could certainly hold his ground. As he observed the plants nearing maturity, he sought to buy time. Xiaoba, I've heard that rather than killing and robbing, you prefer to make takoyaki for your guests. Have you considered leaving this pirate crew? After all, as a character whose reputation had been significantly rehabilitated in the original narrative, Leyte felt it necessary to consider the original author's sentiments. Before Xiaoba could respond, his subordinates erupted into chaos. Foolish humans. Your sweet talk will not deceive us. Not a single one of you humans is good. Our greatest goal as fishmen is to eradicate all of you and then dominate the entire world. It was evident that despite Xiaoba being one of the three major forces within the pirate crew, he did not command much respect. Or rather, the hierarchy among the crew members, aside from Arlong, was rather flat, allowing for casual exchanges. In light of such a situation, Leyte saw no alternative. Observing the lack of any signs of repentance from his adversaries, he ceased his idle chatter, extending his right hand and smiling as he snapped his fingers. Snap. The plants obstructing the narrow path suddenly sprang to life in an instant. For towering mushrooms, each half a meter tall, suddenly aimed directly at the fishmen. Splatter. From an unknown part of the mushrooms, a thick, viscous liquid erupted forth. Upon encountering those fishmen, one's feet would immediately become ensnared to the ground. Simultaneously, the four pea shoots, each standing at half the height of a man, activated their jet mode. Bang, 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 bang. The peas, as resilient as steel, were propelled forth in a frenzied assault toward the fishmen. Chapter 3. The plants versus the fishmen. Having just consumed the devil fruit moments ago, Red had only a rudimentary grasp of his newfound powers. From his current performance, it appeared that he possessed the ability to catalyze and manipulate plant growth, akin to the verdant fruit wielded by Benz, a disciple of Zephyr in the film. However, he was acutely aware that his powers extended far beyond that. As he dug into the earth with his hands, he could distinctly sense an array of intricate details about the soil, its temperature, hardness, moisture content, density, pH levels, mineral composition, organic matter, fertility, and suitability for cultivation, far more precise than any professional analytical equipment. Though he remained uncertain of the practical implications of this information, a refreshing sensation surged within him. Upon awakening from his white reverie, he discovered he had received 10 seeds in total, 4 peas and 4 mushrooms, all of which he had planted. Never mind the fact that mushrooms do not sprout from seeds in conventional science. This world was not bound by such stringent rules. The remaining 2 seeds were sunflowers, which he had yet to plant due to uncertainty regarding their utility. Puff, 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 bang, bang, bang. The mushroom's decelerating control combined with the peas' ferocious assault created a formidable arsenal for dispatching the minions. In a mere stretch of a few dozen meters, the fishmen pirates paid a grievous price. Save for Octopus S.H. Hachi, over 20 of his subordinates lay battered and bruised on the ground, incapacitated and struggling to regain their combat readiness. Are you a devil fruit user? What is this? The six-sword style still offered some advantages, allowing for the formation of a sizable defensive barrier. As S.H. Hachi desperately swung his blades to fend off the pea projectiles, he vociferously questioned Rhett. After all, as a member of the illustrious Sun Pirates, despite his somewhat dim-witted appearance, he had experienced many grand spectacles alongside figures like Tiger, Jinbi, and Arlong. He quickly realized that his opponent was no ordinary child. Why should I tell you? Rhett shrugged. In the absence of a guaranteed victory, he would not engage in idle chatter. With a mere shift of thought, he directed the mushrooms and peas to converge upon the only remaining combat-capable S.H. Hachi. Viscous liquids and hard spheres cascaded down like a torrential storm. No matter how many arms he grew, he could not withstand such an onslaught. Six-sword style. Sheath-footed extraordinary sword. Six-sword waltz. After numerous attempts, despair enveloped S.H. Hachi. He had unleashed all his formidable techniques, but remained ensnared by the dreadful goo beneath him. Damn it! If only I could reach those saplings, my 6 swift blades would effortlessly reduce them to splinters. But my greatest predicament now is that I cannot move. No matter how sharp the blade, it could not penetrate the vile mass of slime. The inability to move left him at the mercy of the relentless barrage of peas, as unyielding as iron, raining down upon him. Despite his desperate attempts to wield his knife in defense, the situation remained unaltered. Crack, crack, crack. Simultaneously, the 6 blades in Xiao Ba's hands emitted a series of sharp sounds as he watched in horror as his most trusted weapons began to fracture, ultimately reduced to mere shards by the onslaught of peas. Merely insignificant peas. Bang, 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 bang. With the protection of his knives gone, the pea projectile struck Xiao Ba's body mercilessly, akin to a machine gun. Though an octopus by nature, the unrelenting assault would pulverize him, even if he were made of the softest tofu. Belmer observed as the once fierce Xiao Ba rolled his eyes and collapsed feebly, followed by the more than 20 fishman pirates he had brought with him, thorns entwined. Feeling the surge of power within him, Rhett stomped forcefully upon the ground. Suddenly, the earth trembled, causing Nami to lose her footing and tumble to the ground alongside Nojiko. Belmer quickly steadied her 2 daughters, then watched as dozens of tendrils emerged from the soil, gradually binding the sprawled fishman pirates. Rhett shook his head slightly. The speed of these vines was inadequate. They could not yet serve as weapons on the battlefield. Furthermore, their resilience was insufficient to restrain the inherently powerful fishmen for long. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke to Belmer. Go fetch me 2 knives. Let me put an end to them. Rather than moving, Belmer gazed at him with astonishment. You intend to kill them? Rhett raised an eyebrow. At this juncture, have you softened your heart? They are the most ruthless fishman pirate crew. If you spare them, once they recover, it will be you who pays the price. Belmer, a survivor of battles and warfare herself, felt her momentary compassion swiftly eclipsed by the stark reality. Nojiko, Nami, return to the house. Do not look outside, and do not come out. Raising her long-barreled shotgun, she hesitated no longer. Once the 2 girls retreated to safety, she pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Belmer, an adept marksman, faced with helpless targets, found each shot obliterating a fishman pirate's skull. Blood splattered freely, staining the grass of the orange grove a vivid crimson. A pungent scent of blood permeated the air, leaving the other villagers, who had rushed to the scene, utterly dumbfounded by the unfolding chaos. Belmel, you have truly brought calamity upon yourself. Someone could not help but exclaim, once a voice of dissent emerged. The crowd became increasingly agitated. Indeed, who do you think you are? Today, you have slain these individuals, and their leader will undoubtedly rally his forces to massacre our entire village. Did not the neighboring village face annihilation simply because one of their own wounded a fisherman? Arlong is a notorious villain worth 20 million. Your actions will endanger us all. The vessels at the dock had been completely destroyed, even if they wished to flee. Escape was no longer an option. Rhett could not blame these villagers, for that pirate crew was indeed ruthless and formidable, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans to confront. Let us seek refuge in Kesha village to the east for the time being, he suggested to the villagers. After I confront Arlong in a desperate battle, you may then decide your next course of action. The terror of death compelled the villagers of Kokuyashi to retreat en masse, leaving only the Belmel family and the guard. Aiken, Belmel, we should leave together. You wouldn't want your children to lose their mother at such a tender age, Aiken implored earnestly. Yet Belmel's resolve was unwavering. Kesha village cannot guarantee our safety. The entire island is encircled by pirates, with no vessels to escape. It is better to face them here in a decisive confrontation. As she spoke, she awaited the cooling of her firearm, reloading it to obliterate another fisherman pirate's head. I will not leave either. Aiken suddenly mustered his courage, standing tall as he drew his sidearm and similarly shattered the skull of a pirate. Belmel, if we manage to repel Arlong, will you marry me? I have always held affection for you. Shocked, Belmel nearly dropped her weapon, the weight of her hunting rifle crashing onto her foot. Rhett, who was testing his own abilities, noted this scene without comment, merely shaking his head with a wry smile. That foolish guard, does he not realize such words are a certain harbinger of doom? Belmel, Aiken, let us keep 1 or 2 as prisoners. Rhett interjected as Belmel was on the verge of dispatching the last of the 20 pirates. I have heard that Arlong treats his subordinates relatively well. Perhaps we can use a captive to distract him. Belmel acquiesced, leaving the last octopus pirate alive, merely shooting him in the abdomen, resulting in a gruesome mess. Suddenly, Rhett felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, an experience unlike any he had encountered before. The army of fishmen is embarking on a campaign. Without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand toward Belmel, urging, you all must take refuge inside the house. Do not venture out. My marksmanship will suffice against them. Belmel yearned to showcase her indomitable spirit, yet before she could utter a word, Rhett snatched the hunting rifle from her grasp and pushed her into the house. With her fiery temperament and lack of composure, Belmel would undoubtedly fall prey to Arlong in an instant. A rumble echoed beneath their feet, growing increasingly intense. Rhett, no longer daring to delay, buried the last 2 seeds he possessed into the soil. In merely a matter of breaths, 2 sunflowers, each towering to half his height, emerged. He tested them, but the sunflowers merely swayed gently, exhibiting no further reaction. No sound indicated that he could exchange the sunlight they gathered for more potent flora. Yet, as sunlight bathed them, the surface of the sunflowers appeared to glimmer ever so slightly, with no other discernible changes. Rhett shook his head in resignation. Was the sole purpose of these sunflowers to function as solar-powered light bulbs? Why is Xiaoba so slow? Where is everyone in this village? Arlong. I can scent the blood. Amidst the clamor, an exceptionally burly fishman with a jagged nose strode forward. Faced with Arlong's formidable presence, Rhett could not suppress the swallow that lodged in his throat. Although Arlong bore a bounty of merely 20 million, it was well understood that this was due to his collusion with the local navy, leaving the naval headquarters oblivious to his transgressions. If one were to account for his true strength, malevolent deeds, and his animosity towards all of humanity, his bounty should at least quadruple. Upon surveying the corpses strewn about, Arlong's eyes widened in shock, his already fearsome countenance twisted into a more grotesque snarl. So it is you, who has slain over 20 of my comrades. Prepare yourself. I shall make you regret ever being born into this world. Chapter 4. The most ferocious pirate of the East Sea, Brother Arlong. Be cautious of his. The octopus, Xiaoba, who had just regained a semblance of consciousness, attempted to warn his leader, only to have a thick vine ensnare his trumpet-like mouth, rendering him capable of only muffled sounds. Arlong lifted his chin defiantly, his sharp nose glinting ominously in the sunlight. Release him. Rhett, with an impassive demeanor, retorted, Release him? Will you simply depart obediently then? A surge of fury ignited in Arlong's eyes. You have successfully provoked my wrath. Prepare to witness the magnificence of our kind. Far superior to the insignificant humans. In the midst of his bluster, Rhett unleashed his thorny entanglement. Thick vines erupted from the ground, binding Arlong's legs tightly and creeping upwards. Not only Arlong but also his subordinates found themselves ensnared within the thicket. Haha, is this truly your prowess? Arlong bellowed, laughing heartily. With no visible effort, he shattered the vines and strode forth with an air of arrogance. His 2 formidable subordinates, Chio and Krolobi, also managed to break free. While the other fishmen struggled in vain, Rhett felt no surprise. The strength of fishmen was inherently tenfold that of humans, and Arlong, being among the elite, was naturally unaffected by the abilities he had just acquired. He took a step back and immediately launched another wave of assault. After a brief respite, Mushroom and Pea unleashed their full might once more. Compared to half an hour prior, the now enhanced Mushroom and Pea had grown even more robust. Their emitted slime covering a wider area, while the Peas were launched with greater speed and density, elevating their overall power to a new pinnacle. Although Mushroom's slime momentarily hindered Arlong's advance, Pea proved incapable of inflicting any substantial harm. The seemingly torrential barrage of fire was, for the tough-skinned Sawshark Arlong, merely an itch. He stood unperturbed, allowing the relentless onslaught of Peas to rain upon him for a full minute, before lightly patting his chest and scoffing with a derisive laugh. Is this truly all you are capable of, child? Chio. Obliterate those laughable mushrooms. The fishman named Chio, known for his exceptional kissing abilities, evident from his name, swelled his cheeks and forcefully expelled a jet of seawater towards a mushroom a dozen meters away, with a soft splashing sound. A water arrow shot forth, bursting the mushroom in 2. Rhett's eyelids flickered as he witnessed 3 more water arrows swiftly follow suit, obliterating the remaining 3 mushrooms in the blink of an eye. Chio wiped his mouth and remarked, Boss, is this satisfactory? I'm out of water. Enough. You can all sit back and watch the spectacle. A long, sinister laugh escaped Aaron's lips as he forcefully extricated his feet from the viscous substance. Advancing step by step towards Late, the 4P shooters continued to unleash a relentless barrage of bullets, yet they scarcely impeded Aaron's progress. Even when the projectiles occasionally struck crucial areas such as his eyes, they merely elicited a casual rub from him. Ha ha ha. If you lack any other tricks, I might just end your life. Aaron's grin grew increasingly menacing. Although he could have swiftly dispatched Late, his arrogance and disdain compelled him to slow his approach. Relishing the thrill of tormenting his adversary, intent on instilling greater fear and despair, Despite facing an overwhelming threat and feeling his legs tremble, Late harbored no thoughts of retreat. He understood that fleeing before the formidable Aaron would only lead to certain death. Confronted by Aaron's relentless advance, accompanied by his two subordinates, Late was forced to alter his strategy. He commanded the remaining 4P shooters to redirect their fire towards Gio and Kelluobi, whose defenses paled in comparison to Aaron's formidable strength. Their overall prowess was equivalent to that of the octopus Xiaoba. The frenzied shooting of the Ps, coupled with the continuously emerging vines from the ground, could at least serve to hinder their movements. Aaron scoffed, "You wish to challenge me in a one-on-one duel?" He couldn't be bothered to destroy the nearby 4P shooters and two sunflowers, instead opting to approach Octopus Xiaoba directly, tearing away the vines that ensnared him and tossing them aside for his subordinates. Though Aaron was a pirate steeped in racial prejudice, he nonetheless held a certain regard for his own kin. After liberating Xiaoba, he turned to Late, his robust hands resting on his hips, chin raised defiantly. "Allow me to indulge your pitiful request before your demise. Come at me. I stand here, granting you 10 minutes to make your move. Should I take even a single step, I shall call you father." Without hesitation, Late retreated swiftly, seizing the hunting rifle left by Belmel and firing directly at Aaron's head. Bam! With a puff of smoke, Aaron did not even blink as the steel bullet struck his face, falling helplessly to the ground. Not a single dent marred his visage. "You may wield a knife, a gun, or any weapon of your choice, but I suggest you procure a cannon instead. Perhaps then I might deign to yawn." Aaron laughed triumphantly, exhibiting no concern for his own power. His actions were nothing more than a cruel game, intended to make this foolish human, who dared to challenge him, experience the depths of despair. Bam! Another puff of smoke emerged as Late's second shot aimed for the vital area between Aaron's legs. Yet his opponent remained unfazed, a mocking laugh escaping his lips. "Ha! Do you think this is a child's brawl? My body is flawless, devoid of any vulnerabilities." Bang! With the third shot, Red attempted to strike Aaron's temple from the side, but to no avail. As he touched the searing barrel of the gun, a chill coursed down Red's spine. The mushrooms failed, the peas were useless, the vines proved ineffective, and the musket was of no consequence. He seemed bereft of options. Thorns entwined. Gritting his teeth, he activated his ability once more. Two vines ascended slowly, wrapping around Aaron's body, from his legs to his waist, and finally to his neck. Rhett meticulously controlled the vines before suddenly squeezing his hands. The vines that had ensnared Aaron's neck abruptly constricted. He intended to strangle Aaron, but with a swift motion, Aaron effortlessly tore the vines from his neck. Controlling plants? How amusing. Aaron continued to wear a disdainful smile. "You should be aiding farmers in cultivating their crops." Rhett's heart sank to the depths. His offensive power was woefully inadequate. He closed his eyes, biting down so hard on his lower lip that he drew blood. The faint metallic taste lingered on his tongue, and his mouth was filled with a bitter aftertaste. The fishman Aaron, this adversary, was terrifying. "Have you given up? Don't close your eyes." Aaron's voice echoed nearby. "I will make you witness your own dismemberment." In the dark recesses of his mind, 2 points of light suddenly flickered. Gradually, these points grew brighter, occupying most of the space. Rhett opened his eyes once more. Thorns entwined. His left hand clenched tightly, and the vines once again frantically ensnared Aaron, who was preparing to lift his foot. Aaron shook his head with a hearty laugh. "Foolish human, even at death's door, you still struggle in vain." He waved his arm, attempting to break free from the vines, yet this time he could not escape immediately. A mere parlor trick. This requires only a slight exertion. Before he could finish his thought, Rhett roared from a distance. "Sunlight! Inferno!" In that moment, his eyes reflected a brilliant light. Behind Aaron, 2 sunflowers instantaneously radiated brightness akin to the sun. Sensing something amiss, Aaron turned his head, but 2 scorching beams surged toward his body with a deafening rush. With a gasp, he lowered his gaze, only to find 2 gaping holes the size of basins appearing at his waist and hips. The wound still emitted faint wisps of acrid white smoke, while the stench of fresh blood gushed forth in a frenzied spray. He could vividly discern his own intestines writhing within the gaping cavity. Arlong trembled as he took a step forward, his grotesque visage etched with disbelief. How could this be possible? The most despicable of ants. How could they inflict harm upon the noblest of fishmen? He let out a roar. His arms flung wide as if he could rend the nearby Red in twain at any moment. Yet, he merely swayed and then collapsed. Thud. A resounding crash echoed. As moments ago the once mighty pirate, the fiercest marauder of the East Blue, the fishman Arlong with a bounty of 20 million berries, fell straight to the ground. He was vanquished by his own pride and arrogance. Chapter 5. Unexpected guest, this book is about to be renamed, likely to Dragon Slayer of the pirate world. Please pay attention, dear readers. Aaron, boss. Aaron's grievous injury left his subordinates utterly astonished. Geo and Kruby, distracted by the chaos, were relentlessly struck by P. Suffering grievously due to their inferior defenses compared to Aaron. They contemplated retreating, but the vines beneath their feet, after being tugged repeatedly, grew increasingly resilient and quick to recover. Kruby was compelled to unleash his ultimate technique, Fishman Karate, to sever the vines ensnaring them. As Kruby and Geo defended against P's ferocious onslaught, they endeavored to liberate their comrades from their bindings. Perhaps the bizarre manner in which Rhett had vanquished Aaron rendered these fishermen pirates incapable of contemplating vengeance. Their minds were consumed by a singular thought: flee. That seemingly unremarkable human had incapacitated the notorious tyrant Aaron, who had terrorized 20 villages in the East Sea, without even laying a finger on him. If they, with defenses far inferior to Aaron's, attempted to breach the rudimentary barrier formed by the 4 Ps, they would scarcely stand a chance. Run. A voice pierced the air, prompting 50 or 60 fishmen to pivot in unison, bolting in the direction they had come. As they attempted their escape, a chilling laughter echoed behind them, thorn through the heart. Before Rhett's words could dissipate, the underbrush on either side of the narrow path suddenly sprang to life. Vicious vines surged forth in a frenzy, transforming the once benign flora into fearsome weapons. Dozens of fishmen, including Geo, were pierced through their bodies by the sharp thorns, having hesitated for but a moment. Blood splattered everywhere. The less than 100 meters of woodland path had morphed into a veritable hell for the fishmen. Even the most resolute Kruby nearly lost his composure upon witnessing this gruesome spectacle. Retreat! 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 He hoisted Aaron onto his back, summoning every ounce of strength to flee this nightmare at breakneck speed. Just an hour prior, the fisherman pirate crew had boasted over 200 members now. In the obscurity of Cocoa West Village, they had lost more than half of their elite combatants. Aaron was gravely injured, Geo lay lifeless, and Kruby bore significant wounds. With the majority of their fighting force either perished or severely injured, the once invincible fisherman pirate crew faced annihilation in this trivial village. We won, we won. Belmere was the first to burst forth from the house, her face a canvas of incredulity and shock. With a soft thud, Rhett sank to the ground, overwhelmed with trepidation, panting as he became acutely aware that his back was drenched in cold sweat. In just a matter of minutes, he experienced a tumultuous journey from despair to a remarkable resurgence, a roller coaster of emotions that left him slightly unsteady and flustered, which was hardly a cause for embarrassment. The peas and sunflowers seemed to wither away as if they had exhausted their very essence, gradually falling to the ground and slowly decaying, ultimately transforming into mere earth. Alas, he lamented that he could not have vanquished Arlong on the spot. Aji also rushed out, but he locked Noki and Nami inside the house. After all, outside lay over 100 corpses of fishmen, sprawled gruesomely across the ground. Bellamel, with a look of disdain, kicked him. If you are dissatisfied, why not go and eradicate their remnants yourself? This kick held no restraint. The towering Aji was sent tumbling to the ground, yet he bore no resentment. Bellamel, with Arlong gone, might you consider marrying me? Bellamel's expression shifted dramatically as she prepared to retaliate with another kick, but hesitated in midair. Rhett shook his head and chuckled. You might truly want to contemplate it, Bellamel. While Aji may not possess much utility, he is a decent fellow. At the very least capable of warming your bed. Bellamel's cheeks flushed with rare color, and as she ready to retort, a lewd voice echoed from above. Ah! How terrifying, though it was merely 4 words, they were uttered with an unnaturally languid pace, adding an ethereal quality to the blood-soaked orange grove post-battle. Rhett's heart raced, prompting him to rise and head towards the house, while the development of the devil fruit was indeed paramount. One must not overlook other forms of training. This was a lesson imparted by a certain instructor when he first joined the Navy, despite the instructor's evident disdain for him. Disappointment washed over Rhett, for he could not compel the individual to share their knowledge. After all, they were merely strangers crossing paths. Admiral Kizaru, Colonel Rat of the 16th Division, reports to you. With an urgent cry, a pale, rat-faced Navy officer accompanied by a throng of soldiers approached them. Rhett was well aware of Colonel Rat's notorious deeds. In the narrative, he conspired with Arlong, aiding him in concealing his malevolence, allowing Arlong to wreak havoc in the East Sea for 8 years without exposure, which also plunged Nami into profound sorrow and despair. He was truly a villain of the highest order. Rat immediately noticed the multitude of corpses, his complexion paling further, while the inexperienced soldiers, unaccustomed to battle, could not suppress their nausea. However, as a commanding officer, he was compelled to don a facade of cheer, with Admiral Kizaru personally intervening. The most nefarious fisherman pirate crew in the East Sea will be utterly obliterated, and the citizens of the East Sea shall once again embrace a promising existence. Kizaru waved his hand dismissively. Arlong has not perished, he has merely fled, gravely injured. And I did not engage. These pirates were dealt with by this young man. How is this possible? The mouse gazed at Rhett, who appeared impeccably clean, devoid of any bloodstains, and felt as though his eyes might leap from their sockets. Yet, being a seasoned veteran, he refrained from voicing his suspicions directly. Instead, smiling and nodding at Rhett, inquiring, "What do they call you, young brother? Which division do you belong to? Your remarkable record of single-handedly defeating 100 foes is truly commendable." Rhett harbored no affection for him and merely grunted in response, offering no words. However, the yellow ape unexpectedly interjected, suggesting, "Rhett, why not consider joining the local Navy branch for some foundational training?" This took Rhett by surprise. He certainly did not doubt the ease with which the Admiral could facilitate such a minor affair. Instead, he pondered the implications of enlisting in the Navy. With the powers granted by the devil fruit, Rhett was determined not to regress to a life of merely trading oranges. He sought a more elevated platform and yearned to discover the heights he could truly reach. Before he could express his thoughts, the mouse could not contain his enthusiasm. Clapping his hands together, having such a capable young man join us would undoubtedly bolster the strength of the 16th Division. Admiral Yellow Ape, rest assured. I will ensure that this training is meticulously organized. This cunning colonel surely viewed Rhett as a potential asset needing to undergo foundational training within the Yellow Ape circle. Chapter 6. Is Lousy's superior a mouse? In the year 1512 of the Ocean Era, 14 years after the onset of the Great Pirate Era, on March 1st, the yet uncrowned 18-year-old Board Rhett embarked on his naval career. Admiral Kizaru was his esteemed recommender, and the letter of recommendation detailed his valiant deeds in single-handedly liberating 20 villages under the tyrannical rule of the Fishman pirate crew. In the East Blue, where the average bounty for pirates merely reached 3 million berries, Rhett's remarkable feat of utterly defeating Arlong, the foremost pirate with a bounty of 20 million, secured him a place within the relatively weaker East Blue Navy. Rhett had previously advised Kizaru to pursue the remnants of the Fishman pirates with relentless fervor. However, the gravely injured Arlong had already submerged into the depths of the sea with his remaining crew. As a user of a devil fruit, Kizaru could only lament the situation from afar. The formidable admiral did not linger long in the East Blue, returning that very day to the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Yet this did not impede Rhett from enlisting as scheduled. Merely 3 days after Arlong's defeat, Rhett received his summons from the Navy. Now holding the rank of Lieutenant Colonel in the 16th Division, let us extend a warm round of applause for the newly joined Lieutenant Colonel Board Rhett. He has single-handedly vanquished the Fishman pirates terrorizing the East Blue, slaying over 100 pirates, and has been recommended by Admiral Kizaru. He is indeed a beacon of hope for the Navy in the times to come. 2 days later, aboard a merchant vessel from Cocoa West Village, Rhett formally arrived at the 16th Division. The base commander, Colonel Mouse, welcomed him with an effusive public address. This unscrupulous individual, with his shifty eyes and repugnant demeanor, was undoubtedly off-putting, and Rhett had no intentions of forging camaraderie with him, in a world rife with suspicion and skepticism. As Mouse extolled Rhett's virtues before thousands of sailors, the ranks murmured with disparaging gossip. Did you hear? It was Admiral Kizaru himself who recommended him. If he truly possesses such prowess, he should be on a mission in the Grand Line. How could he possibly be assigned to the weakest East Blue? Look at him. Still what behind the ears? How could he have defeated Arlong? Surely, Admiral Kizaru must have inflated his accomplishments. Indeed, they knew Arlong's strength all too well. His bounty was undoubtedly far greater than a mere 20 million berries, perhaps growing accustomed to the powers of the devil fruit. Rhett sensed a gradual enhancement of his physical abilities. When he concentrated his energy, he could even faintly discern sounds from afar. In response to the skepticism from below, he remained unperturbed and turned to Mouse. Colonel, as a member of the 16th Division, I hope to demonstrate my capabilities before everyone, thus fostering a deeper understanding among us. This was not an unreasonable request, and Mouse had no means to refuse. Rhett raised his right hand high, drawing the attention of everyone present towards himself. He cautioned them to be mindful, advising against any sudden movements or resistance, lest anyone suffer injury. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and he suddenly crouched down, striking the ground forcefully with his right hand. Thorns entwine. His voice resonated, causing the entire base to tremble. Before the naval soldiers could express their astonishment, thick vines began to coil around them from below, lifting them into the air. Even the bravest among the Marines could not suppress their gasps of shock. While some of the more timid souls were so frightened they lost control in midair. The sole exception to this chaos was the mouse, who spoke from the elevated platform. His feet rested on solid concrete, impervious to the vine's reach. Nevertheless, his complexion paled slightly. He had initially assumed that Rhett was merely a connection introduced by Kizaru, and that his feats against pirates were simply accolades bestowed upon him. However, Rhett's formidable display had irrevocably altered his perception. Once Rhett gently lowered the thousands of Marines back to the ground, the mouse's tone shifted to one of warmth and camaraderie. You have all witnessed the immense power possessed by Lieutenant Commander Rhett. It is fair to say that there are few rivals in the entire East Blue. For him, the rank of mere branch lieutenant is but a triviality. Let us once more extend a hearty round of applause to welcome Lieutenant Commander Rhett into our ranks. Rhett smiled and nodded at the soldiers below. Compared to the initial reception, this applause was undeniably more fervent. After the welcome ceremony concluded, the mouse graciously escorted Rhett to the conference room, introducing him to the mid-level officers of the branch. Under Colonel Mouse, the 16th branch comprised 2 lieutenant colonels, excluding Rhett, 10 majors, totaling 13 officers. From Rhett's current perspective, none among them seemed particularly promising. This was not entirely their fault. As the saying goes, a bear begets a bear, and with a superior like the mouse, one could hardly expect great strength from his subordinates. The capabilities of Lieutenant Commander Rhett had just been on full display. Henceforth, he would serve as the combat leader of the 16th branch, tasked with pursuing pirates who bore bounties exceeding 3 million berries, while the other 2 lieutenant colonels would focus on maintaining order in their respective maritime jurisdictions. The mouse was not intentionally imposing challenges, but rather made these arrangements based on Rhett's recent arrival, ensuring that existing divisions of labor remained undisturbed. Our branch has approximately 3,000 personnel and 3 medium-sized warships, of which only one can traverse the doldrums, and that vessel is reserved for use during headquarters convocations. Of the remaining 2 vessels, I shall take one, and you shall take the other. Additionally, I will equip you with 3 smaller warships to form a guerrilla fleet, along with the selection of 3 majors and 500 Marines. You may apply for the necessary funding and supplies as you see fit, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate your requests. Your only obligation is to participate in our regular meetings and provide me with a monthly report on your progress. The rest of your time is yours to manage as you wish. What do you think of this arrangement? I must admit, if we disregard other considerations, the proposal from Rat is indeed quite commendable, offering both resources and considerable freedom. Although the 2 other lieutenant colonels may feel a twinge of imbalance, they find themselves powerless. For Rat's recommendation comes from the formidable Admiral Kizaru, whom they dare not offend. Having just joined the Navy, I am profoundly grateful for the significant responsibility entrusted to me by the Colonel. Rat's words are not unfamiliar to me, and I shall endeavor with all my might to live up to the Colonel's expectations. With the towering presence of Kizaru behind me and the abilities of the Devil Fruit before me, Rat certainly does not dare to play any tricks. He does not feign brotherhood with Rat while covertly instructing others to undermine him. Following the conclusion of the internal meeting, Rat was granted command of the 4 recently serviced warships, and the 3 majors along with the 500 Marines were placed under his command. The only point of caution is that Rat has been assigned a personal aide, responsible for his daily needs. This fellow, named Mice, is likely to report Rat's every move back to Rat, yet Rat has no intention of dismissing him. Private Mice, can you read? Rat inquired, presenting a stack of bounties and the latest intelligence to the young man, who appeared to be of similar age. Mice stood rigidly, chest out and head held high, saluting him respectfully. To answer the lieutenant colonel, yes, I can read. Rat nodded. Please assist me in identifying which pirate crews have been active around the base recently. Mice rapidly sifted through the intelligence documents, and after what felt like an eternity, he cautiously raised his head, reporting to the lieutenant colonel. There are 2 pirate crews with relatively reliable information: the Black Cat Pirates, with a bounty of 10 million berries, and the Richuba Pirates, with a bounty of 13 million berries. They were last sighted near West Rob Village just a day ago. Rat stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Black Cat Pirates? West Rob Village. Those names seem somewhat familiar. And what exactly is this Richuba? Chapter 7. Cultivating Fruits. Good morning, Colonel Rhett. As the most illustrious naval officer in the 16th Division, and indeed the entire East Sea, Rhett garnered immense respect from the vast ranks of Marines. However, during the brief walk from his quarters to the dining hall, a distance of only a few hundred steps. He was met with the resounding salutations and greetings of over 100 soldiers, necessitating frequent nods of acknowledgement in return. Observing these youthful and spirited soldiers, Rhett's mood lifted slightly. While they may not possess grand ideals or ambitions, they nonetheless harbor a modicum of righteous sentiment within their hearts. Were their commanding officer to be someone like himself, perhaps they could evolve into beacons of justice in the eyes of the common folk. Yet, Rhett remained acutely aware of the grim reality. In this world, the Navy, which had enjoyed prolonged peace, had become significantly corrupted. At least among the myriad junior officers depicted in the original narrative, the majority were either incompetent mediocrities, colluding with pirates, or local tyrants. Occasionally, one might find a rare individual with genuine ideals, but they often had to bow to their superiors, becoming mere lackeys due to ideological discord. Despite invitations from fellow officers to dine in the exclusive lounge, Rhett chose to eat in the main hall. His intention was not to immediately mingle with the lower-ranking soldiers, but rather to observe whether there were one or two potential allies among them. Regrettably, his discerning gaze did not yield any promising candidates. At the end of breakfast, he found no hidden sword masters or naval kings among the details of their meal. Following breakfast came the routine training. Although Mouse was not an exemplary superior, the fundamental training was essential as part of naval duty. After merely a few minutes of observation, Rhett shook his head in disappointment. The quality of training in this division was even inferior to the basic martial arts and swordsmanship taught to him by Bermeyer. He was learning nothing of value here. Colonel Rhett, the item you requested yesterday has been completed and has just been delivered by the logistics department. Mice approached Rhett, slightly breathless, cradling a slender iron box. Thank you for your efforts, Mice. After expressing his gratitude to the attendant, Rhett opened his custom-made item. The iron box was only as wide as a belt, a mere 3 centimeters thick, yet nearly 15 centimeters long, divided into several compartments of varying sizes. Its exterior was finely polished to prevent any accidental cuts from its sharp edges. Prominently etched on the box were the initials of his name, B. Quite commendable craftsmanship. Rhett nodded, carefully pouring 10 seeds into the box before picking up a small pinch of soil from the ground to gently cover the seeds. Myers scratched the back of his head, perplexed, and inquired, Colonel, are you intending to cultivate flowers? I fear they may not sprout. Rhett chuckled softly, offering no explanation, and casually flicked a seed into the air. Mere seconds after the seed touched the ground, a towering pea shooter, nearly 2 meters tall, manifested before them. This time, Rhett required no digging, no covering of soil, nor watering. He effortlessly commanded this extraordinary plant. A seed machine gun, he exclaimed, his voice not loud. Yet the imposing pea shooter transformed, becoming a frenzied, bullet-spewing firearm. Rat-a-tat-tat. Under his control, the pea shooter unleashed its firepower upon the ground, creating a crater as deep as a basin after a barrage of shots. Is this the Colonel's ability? Myers, rendered speechless by shock, found himself rooted to the spot, his eyes wide in disbelief. Indeed, this is my most fundamental ability. Rhett snapped his fingers, and the pea shooter withered at a visibly accelerated pace, leaving behind another green seed on the ground. After defeating Arlong, he had gradually come to comprehend this ability of his. The initial 10 seeds could likely be reused, and the plant's capabilities evidently enhanced slowly with his own strength. He attempted to control other flora in nature, but aside from the vines, which he could manipulate at will, other species proved challenging to wield offensively for the time being. Given this predicament, Rhett was reluctant to lead a fleet against a pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 10 million, for the most crucial factor was his raw power was still insufficient. Recalling his memories, the core members of the Black Cat Pirates boasted remarkable speed and formidable destructive power. With his current abilities, he would undoubtedly suffer significant disadvantages in both speed and physical prowess, and peas and mushrooms were hardly resilient adversaries. Rhett had not lost his sanity. He possessed a clear understanding of his own strength. His prior victory over Arlong had merely been due to advantageous positioning and Arlong's overconfidence, allowing him to launch a successful ambush. Subsequent events revealed that even with the Fishman pirates suffering heavy casualties, he lacked the strength to pursue the remnants. If it were a defensive battle, his abilities might yield decent results. However, in an offensive maritime conflict, the efficacy of plants would undoubtedly diminish. Engaging in close combat with those notorious pirates was even less suited to his summoning type druid skills. Ultimately, his physicality remained too frail. Rhett shook his head in frustration, returning the seed to the iron box, then bent down to gather a bit of soil, preparing to conceal this final seed once more. A peculiar sensation coursed between his fingers, startling Rhett slightly. This sensation, it felt as though the soil was an integral part of his being, effortlessly under his dominion. He bent down once more, reminiscing about the sensation he had just experienced, and extended his hand towards the ground. To his astonishment, an extraordinary event unfolded. His right hand gradually vanished into the earth, as if merging with the very essence of the land. As Lead exerted his control, causing the terrain before him to rise into a gentle mound, he was compelled to acknowledge a profound realization. The devil fruit he had consumed was neither the so-called moku moku fruit nor any other variant. Rather, his fruit seemed to govern two distinct elements, one being wood and the other, earth. Was this a fruit befitting a civil engineer? Just as Aaron had previously suggested, he ought to assist the farmers in cultivating their crops, one ability to level the land, and another to hasten the growth of produce, dominating the world through agricultural prowess. Thorns entwined. Thorns pierced the heart. Wood's doppelgang. Wood's barrier. Wood's prison. Vine whip. Flying leaf blade. Parasitic seeds. Seed machine gun. Seed explosives. Landslide. Sharp stone assault. Sandstorm. Falling rocks. Rock blockade. Earth flow river. Earth flow wall. Rockfall. Earth prison. Earth substitute. Earth dragon spear. Digging technique. Geomantic art. Sudden stake. Rose thorn whip blade. Malevolent tree. What is this? Scatter. 1,000 cherry blossoms. Frantic bloom. Luminous peacock. Dance of elegance. Pa. Tree realm descends. Failure. Wood dragon technique. Failure. Earth mountain technique. So slow sandstorm. So weak. Desert's treasure blade. Lacking power. Earth's vortex. Insufficient stamina. Truly 1,000 hands. Transcendental Buddha. Upon realizing that he indeed possessed the ability to manipulate both plants and soil, Lead embarked on a fervent journey of experimentation in this vacant expanse. The outcomes of his endeavors evoked a blend of joy and disappointment. The joy stemmed from the fact that he could replicate most of the techniques from his memories, or at least mimic them to a degree. The disappointment, however, arose from the realization that perhaps due to his inadequate foundation, the potency of these techniques fell far short of the original player's prowess. As Kazuru had articulated, while the fruit's abilities undoubtedly required focused development, the fundamental aspect lay in the honing and training of one's body. Otherwise, all efforts would be but castles in the air, illusions of grandeur. In addition, he further ascertained that the fruits he consumed were not of the natural variety, as he was unable to transform his body into that of a plant or soil. Rather, he could only alter himself through the elements that already existed in nature. While Rhett was engrossed in experimenting with his newfound techniques, he remained oblivious to the trembling figure of his aide, Mace, not far away. Although most of Rhett's skills were mere aids, akin to paper tigers, they sufficed to be deemed miraculous by an ordinary individual. Let the mice be damned. This is the leg I wish to cling to. Yet, Mace's face bore little fear. Instead, it was tinged with a hint of excitement. I shall wager my entire life on Colonel Rhett. He is destined to become the king of the Navy. Had Rhett been privy to Mace's inner thoughts, he would have scoffed derisively. The king of the Navy? If this so-called king is still under the thumb of the world government, the 5 elders, and the celestial dragons, then he would rather embrace the life of a pirate. Chapter 8. The Great Pirate Blackbeard, March 5th, somewhere in the East Sea. Boom. The sound of deafening cannon fire echoed across the boundless ocean. 4 warships, comprising 1 large and 3 smaller vessels, unleashed a ferocious barrage upon 2 pirate ships. Report, Commander. The enemy vessel is severely damaged and on the verge of sinking. Shall we cease fire and prepare for boarding? A messenger urgently inquired of the fleet's commander, who languidly reclined on a long bench, perusing a newspaper delivered by the newsbird. Before he could respond, a sharp sound pierced the sky. Whoosh. Panic erupted among the sailors stationed in the lookout. The pirates are retaliating. They are firing upon us. As the cannonballs drew nearer, the untrained sailors were nearly paralyzed with fear. Even the helmsman abandoned his duties, cowering in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Stand firm. A voice, imbued with authority and determination, thundered above them. I shall make him understand what it means to suffer. Bound tightly upon the deck, Hardin felt an internal agony as if thorns within him had suddenly doubled. The searing pain mingled with an unbearable itch, leading him to mistakenly believe he had ascended to paradise. While my search for Hardin's treasure aboard a small warship, Rhett led the remaining 3 vessels in a different direction. The naval ships boasted superior performance compared to the Going Merry from the original tale, and within half a day, they reached their destination. Not far off, a 3-tiered ship resembling a carp floated upon the waves, surrounded by various passenger boats of differing sizes. On the second tier, the ship's name, Bartai, was emblazoned in vibrant letters. Report, Commander. We have located the chef pirate crew. The enemy is within range. Shall we open fire? The sailors, emboldened by a recent victory, felt a surge of confidence. Despite knowing the adversaries had navigated the Grand Line for a year, they were undeterred. For the mightiest hero in the East Sea was aboard their ship. Yet, this hero shook his head. Fire? Their bounties have been revoked, and with the government's assistance, they are reformed. Why should we fire upon them? The sailors surrounding him looked bewildered. Then why are we here? Rhett shrugged, casting aside the blanket that had sheltered him from the wind, and leaped to the bow of the ship. Why? Since we have arrived at a restaurant. It is, of course, to dine. Author's note: it is generally not customary to update a new book daily, but due to certain circumstances, the signing process was delayed for 4 days, and the contract was only sent out this afternoon. Beginning tomorrow, I shall endeavor to ensure 2 updates per day, with additional updates on weekends as appropriate. If you have any recommendations, I would greatly appreciate your support. Thank you. Chapter 9. Redfoot Zep Boss Zep. We've spotted 3 warships. We are completely surrounded by the Navy. There is no escape. Boss, prepare for battle. The chefs of Bartai shall never yield. As the 3 warships flanked the fish-shaped Bartai, panic engulfed the floating restaurant. A robust elder, wearing a towering chef's hat, emerged from the kitchen. His crew, though slightly calmed, could not shake the anxiety. Boss Zep, shall we engage them in battle? The man known as Boss Zep stroked his long, braided beard thoughtfully. Calm yourselves. We are no longer pirates. No conflict shall ensue without my command. He adjusted his posture and added, You may certainly refuse, but I believe a wise individual would grasp my outstretched hand. Though he had initially proposed merely serving as an instructor, Zep comprehended the underlying implication. His breath grew heavier. You wish for us to become part of the 16th Division? Or rather, to serve under you? Lieutenant Rhett nodded, his expression unchanged. Your understanding is not mistaken. Would you like me to elucidate the benefits? Zep grasped the glass on the table, the wine within swaying like ocean waves. Though I am no longer pursued, I am still a notorious pirate of the East Blue. Are you certain this is feasible? Rhett chuckled lightly. That is my concern, not yours. You need only tell me your choice. I cannot refuse, Lieutenant Rhett. Zep released the glass, a hint of relief washing over his face. To have defeated the vicious fishman pirates, you are indeed the mightiest in the East Blue. Gaining your protection would surely be a boon for Bartai. Henceforth, Bartai and I are yours. Excellent, Zep. I now assign you your first task. Rhett snapped his fingers eagerly. Starting tomorrow, you shall instruct me in martial arts. Since Kizaru cannot be my master, I shall first learn the art of the shadowless kick from you. Although Zep was no longer at his peak, he remained a mentor of considerable skill. With even a mere failed product's qualifications, one could reach an extraordinary level after a few years of training. How could I, bold Rhett, the chosen one, possibly be outdone by the lecherous Kapasanji? Chapter 10. The Daily Life at Bartai. Fresh cuts. Shoulder meat, back meat, breast meat, leg meat, tenderloin, pork belly, freshly sliced ribs. In the vicinity of the East Sea, near the doldrums, the air above the floating restaurant Bartai is occasionally pierced by a cacophony of sounds. Patty. Business at our restaurant has been thriving since its inception. Indeed, Karn, and remarkably, we have had very few troublesome patrons. Do you think it's due to that individual's presence? During their moments of respite, the chefs at Bartai often gather to engage in casual conversation. It is May of the year 1512 in the era of the sea, and nearly 2 months have elapsed since Zep chose to serve under the command of Rhett. Bartai has since relocated from its initial position near the doldrums to a site close to the Naval Branch 16 base. Rhett informed the mouse of his decision, who expressed no objections. Rather, he deemed the addition of a former notorious pirate as a boon, significantly enhancing the strength of his branch and ensuring his own safety. Not to mention, Rhett had also gifted him a pirate worth 6 million berries, Blackbeard, at the floating restaurant Bartai. Patrons can leisurely sip fine wines and savor exquisite dishes while marveling at the astonishing sights suspended in midair. A thick vine extends from the ship, reaching high into the sky for dozens of meters. At the end of this vine, a platform woven with an array of flora emerges, resembling a training ground that seems to float in the air. Though not extensive, measuring approximately 20 meters in both directions, this is likely the limit of Rhett's current capabilities. On this training ground, a figure can often be seen moving with remarkable speed, captivating onlookers much like a hero from mythology. Roasted lamb. With a resounding thud, Rhett leaps high into the air, shattering a large chunk of earth he had previously condensed, before gracefully descending. Zep, standing nearby, nods in approval. Well executed. Shall we conclude today's training, Lord Rhett? Brother Rhett is incredible. A short distance away, Nojiko enthusiastically claps her hands. Rushing over with excitement to offer a towel, let me help you wipe off your sweat. Rhett chuckles and playfully pinches her nose, allowing the 13-year-old girl to dab at his face. Having firmly established his footing at the base, he promptly sent for the Belmere family. However, Belmere was reluctant to reside long-term at the naval base, while the two young girls were eager to glimpse the world beyond. According to the reports from Nami and Nojiko, Belmere was not reluctant to part with her modest orange orchard, but rather, she was loath to bid farewell to her newly acquired boyfriend. Upon learning of the situation, Rhett, ever the accommodating figure, decided to temporarily whisk away the two girls, allowing the single Belmere, who had spent 29 years without a partner, to savor a rare moment of intimacy. The 13-year-old Nojiko and 11-year-old Nami were enrolled in the local school on the island where the base was located. Yet they still enjoyed ample free time to engage in their own pursuits. Nami, who had long harbored dreams of charting the world's seas, found herself sailing aboard the Navy's warships almost daily. In just a fortnight, she had transformed the waters surrounding the base into a rudimentary nautical map, though her strokes remained juvenile and the details rather crude. Even seasoned sailors had to concede that she was indeed a prodigy in this regard. Conversely, Nojiko, lacking any interest in seafaring, became Rhett's devoted shadow, trailing him even as he commanded the ship against pirates. Upon Rhett's return from his missions, Nojiko took on the role of a diligent caretaker, incessantly urging him to change clothes, bathe, eat, and rest. After wiping the sweat from Rhett's brow, Nojiko looked up at him with anticipation, asking, "I just learned to make a new dessert. Would you like to try it?" With a smile, Rhett replied, "Please indulge me." Thanks to her experiences at Baratai, Nojiko's culinary skills had seen remarkable improvement. While her dishes could not yet be deemed exquisite, they had far surpassed Rhett's own modest cooking, which he had once considered satisfactory. "Clear the area. Colonel Rhett is about to perform a divine feat," shouted the duty officer, Mice, as he directed the soldiers to disperse the onlookers at Baratai. Moments later, a faint sound began to resonate. In the blink of an eye, the floating training ground had vanished, and three figures, two adults and one child, glided through the air upon tendrils of vines. "Miss Nojiko, try my freshly baked North Sea cake." Upon their return to the ship, they were greeted by the sight of a small boy with curly hair racing toward them with remarkable speed. Observing the 10-year-old Sanji, whose eyes sparkled with affection, Rhett found himself somewhat bemused, reflecting on the innate nature of certain personalities. However, Nojiko remained unmoved by Sanji's ardor and doused his enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. "It's infuriating. I've told you countless times that I am not interested in boys who can merely cook." Sanji's demeanor shifted dramatically from vibrant to despondent. As he sat at the ship's bow, despondently drawing circles with his meticulously crafted cake. "Do not be so dismissive, Nojiko. Sanji simply seeks your approval," Rhett remarked, savoring the dessert as he spoke to the young girl. Yet, the young girl seemed entirely oblivious to the matter at hand. "He is too immature. We have no common ground." The hues adorning Sanji appeared increasingly muted. "Lord Rate, to speak candidly, I find myself devoid of further guidance to offer you." After Rate had savored the dessert crafted by Nachi, Zep finally spoke. This was the unvarnished truth from Zep. The Redfoot, whose peak worth barely reached several tens of millions of berries, possessed limited prowess. Although he had once thrived in the Grand Line for a year, he ultimately succumbed to disaster, meeting a tragic end with his crew. From Rate's perspective, even should he triumph over Zep, his strength would likely pale in comparison to that of the fisherman Arlong, who possessed racial advantages. Rate nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your guidance over these past 2 months, Teacher Zep." Given their previously established mentor-student relationship, this was indeed Rate's inaugural address of Zep as a teacher. Zep hastily waved his hand. "I cannot accept such a title. Your foundation is somewhat lacking, yet your capacity for learning is remarkably impressive. The skills I have honed over a lifetime, you have mastered in just over a month. What remains is merely the continued refinement." Rate was acutely aware of the distinction between learning and mastering, especially when it came to integrating Zep's leg techniques into his own combat style, which necessitated ample real combat experience. "Zep, do you know how one might cultivate hockey?" After considerable contemplation, Rate finally posed the question. Zep was not taken aback, as Raid had previously mentioned an unexpected encounter with Kizuru, suggesting the possibility of acquiring intel. Hesitantly, Zep replied, "Indeed, many individuals in the Grand Line possess haki, particularly those notorious pirates known as the Four Emperors, each wielding formidable three-colored haki. However, I lack such an ability. To my knowledge, every individual's body harbors haki, but certain conditions must be met to awaken it. Regrettably, I am unaware of those conditions." A tinge of disappointment washed over Raid, yet he resigned himself to the situation. "Aside from the leg techniques, I wish to learn swordsmanship or martial arts. Do you have any commendable candidates to recommend?" Zep pondered for a moment before shaking his head once more. "I have encountered numerous exceptional swordsmen in the Grand Line, but I can no longer ascertain their whereabouts." Raid had no choice but to relent. Having served in the Navy for 2 months, he had yet to hear of any renowned swordsman in these waters. Was he destined to seek instruction in swordsmanship at that legendary novice village? Perhaps he could even be a brother-in-arms with the green-haired fellow? While Raid was lost in thought, Zep was reprimanding another disciple. "Sanji, you little rascal. Have you been training diligently of late?" Despite studying the same material, Lord Rhett has surpassed expectations in merely 2 months, while you, having learned alongside me for nearly a year, have yet to even cross the threshold. Do you not feel a twinge of shame? Not in the slightest, you old fool. The criticized one, with curled brows, rolled his eyes dismissively. "My aspiration is to discover the finest culinary treasures, the all-blue ingredients, and to become the mightiest chef in the world. With such grand ambitions, why should I compare myself to your trivial pursuits?" Chapter 11 The First Step to Realizing Dreams. On June 1st, 1512 of the Hyuan calendar, the resonating sound of drums reverberated throughout the base of the 16th Navy Division. The commanding officer, Colonel Mouse, was roused from his rest by the cacophony of the drums, standing before the office window, gazing down upon the training grounds in the distance. Having served at this base for numerous years, it had transformed into his own backyard through relentless effort. Yet, over the past 3 months, he had begun to sense a gradual loss of control over the base. He was acutely aware that the cause lay with the newly appointed Lieutenant Colonel Rhett, but felt a sense of helplessness. Rhett's advantages were formidable, their strengths hardly aligned. In a world where power reigned supreme, even though Mouse held a higher rank, he felt like a mere inconsequential figure in the presence of Rhett. This era was indeed dismal, yet there was a silver lining. As long as one possessed true strength, no one dared to trample upon them. Although the East Sea had long been regarded as the most tranquil and secure region, one might wonder if this perception held any truth. How could that be? Owen interjected with a scoff. "The East Sea is the birthplace of the Pirate King, Roger. While perhaps the pirates here may not rival those from other regions in strength, they are certainly the most numerous, swarming like flies that cannot be easily dispersed. Moreover, the navy tasked with patrolling these waters is the weakest in the world. Fishman Arlong, Black Cat, Cleek, Rojuba, Buggy, these pirate crews may be insignificant in the Grand Line, yet they reign unchecked in the East Sea." Rhett was slightly taken aback, not by Owen's response, but by the sudden shift in his demeanor and style. However, he quickly came to terms with it. He had observed this quality in Owen during yesterday's arena, a blend of confidence and impulsiveness, evident in his open display of dissatisfaction after Rhett had called off the match. In contrast, another young man remained somewhat taciturn. Gerard furrowed his brow, faint lines of concern etching across his forehead. Owen is correct. The tranquility of the East Sea is but a fade, much like the Fishman pirate crew. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the lieutenant colonel, who knows how much further they could have inflicted harm upon the innocent. Owen suddenly interjected, "Lieutenant Colonel Gerard and I hail from a village that was once under Fishman rule." Rhett raised an eyebrow, promptly inquiring, "Where is your hometown? Are your families safe?" Gerard maintained his composure, replying, "We are both from Merseyside, thanks to the lieutenant colonel. That band of pirates had not yet had the chance to wreak havoc in my hometown before they were forced to retreat. Before this, I too had harbored hopes that the Navy would rescue my hometown. However, the fleet of 800 dispatched by Colonel Mouse was utterly annihilated within the span of an hour, and the valiant Colonel Pardo met a heroic demise. We could only watch helplessly as our homeland fell into the clutches of pirates. Yet, Rhett sighed and steered the conversation towards a more optimistic note. To have survived in this era of rampant piracy is, in itself, a stroke of fortune. Gerard, and you too, Owen, possess considerable potential. If harnessed correctly, you can undoubtedly etch your own legacy in this age. However, in such perilous times, an individual may appear feeble and isolated. Therefore, we all require companions, do we not? His words were as much a reminder to himself, for he had no desire to become a solitary wanderer like Hawkeye. Even the formidable figures of Kaido, red-haired Shanks, Whitebeard, and Big Mom, the four emperors, must gather a multitude of exceptional allies or subordinates to assert their dominance over the world. Likewise, even the mightiest of admirals cannot single-handedly vanquish the cosmos. This world prioritizes individual strength. With sufficient power, one can achieve monumental feats. A single person may indeed stir the winds of change and wreak havoc upon the world. Yet to truly dominate it, or to utterly overturn the existing order, one must not rely solely on oneself. That would be utterly insufficient. To realize one's dreams, it is imperative to take that first step. Chapter 12. The target is the Black Cat. On June 8th, the newly formed elite guerrilla unit of the Navy's 16th Division embarked on their inaugural mission. Undoubtedly, you are all elite members of the Navy, and I anticipate your glorious return. At the farewell ceremony at the port, Colonel Mouse delivered yet another impassioned speech. Lieutenant Colonel Rhett, this fleet is entrusted to you. I look forward to being pleasantly surprised once more. Having boarded the warship, Rhett smiled and nodded at his superior before waving his right hand. Set sail. As he watched the four warships depart with great vigor, Colonel Mouse gradually withdrew his smile. In a voice barely audible, he muttered, "This insufferable brat will eventually learn the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. Despite all my encouragement, he doesn't even know to show me some respect." His aide rushed over, breathless. "Colonel, you have a phone call." The four warships, one large and three small, sailed through the East China Sea, buoyed by bright sunshine and a gentle sea breeze. This region could almost be described as perpetually spring-like, rarely encountering unimaginably severe weather. This voyage marked Rhett's first initiative to target a pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million, and notably, the adversary was not within the jurisdiction of the 16th Division. Having concluded discussions with Colonel Blin Blin of the 77th Division, they were to provide the specific location of the target. Emerging from the communications room, Lieutenant Colonel Dennis bore a slight frown. "Are you truly confident? Our opponent is the Black Cat pirate crew." Rhett cast a bemused glance at his colleague. The Black Cat pirate crew, are they truly formidable? He had intended merely to mock his teammates' timidity, only to be met with a serious nod from Dennis. Indeed, their captain is known as the Cunning Clo, a formidable and treacherous individual with a bounty of 13 million berries. Moreover, he commands a remarkable sorcerer under his banner, also with a bounty of 8 million berries. In truth, following your victory over Arlong, they are the strongest pirate crew in the entire East Sea. Clo, the hypnotist, and Zhang. Rhett shook his head. "I offer you one more chance. Are you certain they will pose a significant challenge?" Dennis sighed. "Lieutenant Colonel Rhett, I recognize your immense strength, but there are always greater mountains beyond the mountains." He was about to impart a word of wisdom as an elder, cautioning against overconfidence when a lookout's voice rang out from above. Black Cat pirate crew sighted. The Black Cat pirate crew, among the earliest antagonists in the original tale, had faded from Rhett's memory over time, leaving only Clo and Zhang etched in his mind. However, this does not imply that he will become tactically complacent. According to the report, the fleet of the 77th Division has converged with us from the east, and Colonel Blin Blin wishes to speak with you. A messenger emerged, holding a military communication device, slightly smaller than the standard model, accompanied by a black anti-eavesdropping device. "Colonel Blin Blin, this is Rhett. I appreciate your presence here," Rhett stated courteously. The communication device is capable of mimicking the speaker's physical characteristics. At that moment, the device before Rhett sported 3 tufts of hair atop its head, with a large fringe between its eyes, rendering it quite comical. "Colonel Rhett, you can assist me in vanquishing the formidable enemies within these waters." The gratitude should be directed towards me. The device's mouth moved as it spoke. "What strategies do you propose for this objective?" Rhett chuckled. "If the Colonel could cooperate with me, this military achievement shall undoubtedly be secured. I am not one to covet accolades." Blin Blin's voice, however, was resolute. "I am solely committed to upholding absolute justice." Rhett shrugged, uncertain of the sincerity behind the statement, and declared, "Colonel, fire." "Captain Clo, the Navy has encircled us. There are 10 warships in total. Is the 77th Division prepared to engage us in a decisive battle today?" The lookout heightened his vigilance. "Gunners, prepare. You, don't jump into the sea." The pirate ship, flying the Black Cat flag, had just spotted the distant Navy warships, plunging the crew into a state of panic, with some even opting to leap overboard in a bid for escape. Yet Captain Clo remained remarkably calm. He adjusted his glasses with a flick of his wrist and admonished, "What are you panicking for? Are you not aware of the caliber of Blimblin-esque gunners? His long-established authority over the pirate crew swiftly silenced them. With some even laughing in agreement, Captain Clo is right. Those Navy men are merely worthless. This fool Blimblin, who only shouts about justice. Those 10 warships belong to our Black Cat pirate crew. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the pirates felt their anxieties alleviated, the resounding cannon fire jolted them back into alarm. During his few months with the Navy, Red had specifically arranged for the gunners to engage in additional practice, significantly enhancing their proficiency and accuracy. Although not all cannonballs could strike the enemy vessels directly, nearly all landed in the surrounding waters of the pirate ship, generating powerful waves. Captain, the ship has been struck by cannon fire. Captain, water is flooding the hold. Captain, the stern has been severed. Captain, help me. Amidst the tremendous tumult, numerous pirates standing on the deck could no longer maintain their balance, plunging into the sea like dumplings. Though they were seasoned seafarers, their abrupt descent into the ocean rendered them no different from ordinary folk, with no chance of survival save for exhaustion leading to inevitable demise. Curse those wretched Navy. Clo unconsciously clenched his fists, forgetting that his hands bore his customary weapon, the half-meter-long 10-blade cat claws, almost slicing through his palm. Helmsman, quickly steer the ship. Accelerate northward. Observing the pirate ship already enveloped in smoke, Rhett displayed little delight. Rather, he signaled to the messenger to proclaim his commands. Maintain distance. Adjust the angle. Continue the bombardment. Before him, Noki and Nami gazed with gleaming eyes at the rain of cannonballs. Nami even tugged at Rhett's sleeve, playfully pouting, "Brother Rhett, can I fire a cannon too? I really want to play with that big, thick thing." Rhett chuckled, ruffling her golden hair, the air seemingly infused with a sweet fragrance. "Be good, you're still too young. When you grow up, I promise you can play to your heart's content. By the way, are you certain there is an uninhabited island to the north of this sea?" Nami pouted. "Do you not trust me? Just 3 days ago, I patrolled this area with Uncle Torres. How could I possibly misdraw the nautical chart?" Rhett turned to inquire. "Major Torres, are you certain?" Torres, with his striking golden hair and charming demeanor, bore freckles on either side of his nose. And he smiled shyly in response to Rhett's query. "Colonel, my sense of direction has always been somewhat poor. I'm not entirely certain of the exact location of this small island." Rhett rolled his eyes. "I entrust you with a mission to scout the terrain. And you cannot even accomplish that? You are not a direction-only challenge, Zaro." Fortunately, the lookout came to the rescue. "Report. A small island has been spotted directly to the north. The Black Cat pirates are preparing to land." Rhett released the soft and adorable Nami, rising from his chair. He grasped the military transponder snail and notified Bryn on the other side. "Colonel, how many men have you stationed on the island?" A confident voice emanated from the transponder snail. "I have ambushed 300 elite Marines there. These pirates are undoubtedly walking into a trap." Rhett shrugged, but merely replied, "Let us hope so." Despite the Black Cat pirates sustaining considerable losses during the cannonade, Rhett remained unconvinced that Bryn's ambush could resolve everything. After all, this was a world that revered individual heroism. In these enchanted seas, those capable of facing 100 foes alone could only be considered the most rudimentary of experts. For instance, Let, 3 months ago, was capable of single-handedly defeating 3,000 Marines from the 16th Division after all. The troops led by Colonel Mouse were rather lacking in combat prowess. After 3 months of rigorous training, to what heights might he have ascended? He even called out with a hint of anticipation, "Clo, give it your all. Please don't perish." Chapter 13. Who is flying in the sky? Boom. The thunderous cannonballs intermittently struck the rear of the pirate ship, sending planks soaring and plunging over 20 pirates into the sea. As he helplessly witnessed the demise of his crew, Captain Clo found it impossible to maintain his composure. To him, these ordinary pirates were not comrades. They were merely insignificant tools. What truly incensed Clo was the realization that his cunning intellect had been forced into a corner by the inept Navy, compelling him to abandon ship and flee to land. Bang! The tumultuous waves, stirred by the bombardment, rendered a smooth landing for the pirate ship impossible, shoving it directly onto the shore. In this tumultuous process, another 10 pirates lost their balance and fell into the sea. Clo merely cast a cold glance at them before leaping to the shore. "If they cannot overcome such trivial waves, they are unworthy of being my crew." The first mate, Zango, dared not utter a word regarding the captain's actions, silently leading the remaining core crew to follow closely. However, after just a few steps, they were met with a cacophony of footsteps. "The Black Cat pirates. You are surrounded." Chloe ripped off his black coat and adjusted his glasses with his palm. There are still 3 minutes before I unleash my wrath. Hello, Colonel Blinblin. As the two command ships sailed side by side, the youthful Rhett took the initiative to greet the other. The wide expanse of several dozen meters posed no challenge for him. With but a thought, vines would carry him to his desired destination. Blinblin appeared quite amiable, far more upright than the scheming, shifty-eyed rat. Colonel Rhett, you are even younger than I anticipated. Truly the hope of the East Sea. Your accomplishments these past few months have been unparalleled in the region, and even your name has spread throughout headquarters. Rhett chuckled. You flatter me, Colonel. This was not mere flattery. Although the rat always signed off on the reports first, the headquarters officers were not fools. The sudden emergence of the previously lackluster 16th Division, which had never produced remarkable results in many years, could hardly be attributed to the rat alone. In just 3 months, they had eradicated nearly 20 pirate crews, accumulating a bounty of over 80 million, undoubtedly a rising star for the historically weak East Sea Navy. Upon reviewing his credentials, personally recommended by Admiral Kizaru, his name resonated throughout the East Sea. In contrast to the pirates who were forced to land and suffered substantial damage to their vessel, the 10 Navy warships descended with far greater stability. Yet, it was precisely this slowed pace that led to Blinblin's emotions teetering on the brink of chaos as he landed firmly. The Black Cat pirates. Blinblin's eyes nearly bulged with rage upon witnessing the beach strewn with corpses. Those were his most familiar subordinates, a total of 300 elite sailors. And at the heart of this calamity, the captain of the Black Cat pirate crew, Chloe, sat quietly amidst the corpses, meticulously wiping the blood from his claws, a hint of satisfaction gracing his face. Among the multitude of lifeless bodies, many still twitched, clearly not yet fully departed from life. Nevertheless, Blinblin's heart turned icy. He had never felt such fury as he did today. He yearned to flay this devilish adversary alive. Colonel Blinblin, we have been at odds for 3 years. Yet you have never captured me. Do you desire my head? A smirk crept across Chloe's lips, his voice dripping with malice. Very well. I shall grant you a gift today. No sooner had his words fallen than he transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight. Alert. Concentrate fire. As Chloe had mentioned, Blinblin had been entangled with him for 3 years. Although he had never tasted victory, he was somewhat aware of Chloe's capabilities. Upon witnessing the enemy's disappearance, he immediately commanded the attack. 10 warships, with over 500 sailors, unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the remaining members of the Black Cat pirate crew, nearly annihilating the more than 100 survivors, with only a few key figures managing to cling to life. Even with such speed, it is impossible to evade this firepower. But before Blinblin could finish his thought, darkness enveloped him, and a chilling sensation gripped his neck. Chloe's figure reappeared beside him, his razor-sharp claws tightly clenching Blinblin's throat. All weapons down. I have no patience for idle chatter. Chloe's expression was chillingly severe, clearly beloved among his subordinates. Upon witnessing their leader in peril, all soldiers of the 77th Division immediately discarded their firearms. At the signal from Let, the sailors of the 16th Division followed suit, dropping their weapons without hesitation. Very good, very good. Chloe nodded, yet in the next moment, he vanished once more. As Blinblin gasped for breath, he instinctively touched his neck, only to feel an oppressive chill once again. His neck found itself in intimate contact with the claws once more, but this time, it felt distinctly different. A viscous, foul-smelling liquid trickled down from Chloe's claws, oozing onto his neck. What have you done? Blinblin's pupils dilated in terror as he glanced behind him, nearly suffocating at the sight. Just moments ago, his subordinates had been vibrant with life, and now, they lay lifeless once more. This is merely the beginning. Chloe's voice echoed behind him. You have brought too many people this time. Even if I slay 50 at a time, it will take a considerable duration to finish. Whoosh. As his words lingered in the air, he vanished yet again. Once liberated, Blinblin fell heavily to the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably, each cell within him quaking with fear. He believed he was to perish here, along with the 1,000 subordinates he had brought with him. The sound of a thunderous crash echoed behind him. Yet he lacked the courage to glance back and discern the commotion. Then he heard the furious bellow of Chloe. What is that? A youthful voice responded. Can you not see? It is the very earth beneath your feet. Blinblin shuddered and hastily turned his head. This time, rather than witnessing the fate of his fallen subordinates, he beheld a towering wall, standing resolutely between Chloe and his soldiers. Atop this earthen fortress stood Rhett, who fought alongside Blinblin with an air of ease. Wall of earth. Who are you? Chloe's gaze turned icily cold. I have not heard of anyone from the 77th Division such as you. He seemed intent on confronting Rhett. But in the next heartbeat, Chloe transformed into a shadow, darting straight towards the trembling Blinblin. Rhett scoffed, Earthflow wall. As terror contorted Blinblin's expression, a protective barrier of sand materialized around him, enveloping him completely. This won't hold me back. Chloe charged forward, clawing at the barrier with ferocity. Though he managed to displace some of the sand, it swiftly refilled the gaps, rendering his efforts futile. After several attempts, Chloe exhaled heavily, turning to shout behind him, Zango, Sam, Bucci, kill him. Confident in his prowess, Chloe recognized that he faced a formidable opponent he could not vanquish alone. Zango possessed hypnotic illusions capable of numbing his adversary's senses. While the brothers Sam and Bucci excelled in deception, perhaps able to elicit sympathy from their foe. If the enemy lowered their guard, even for a fleeting moment, Chloe could turn the tide of battle. However, upon turning around, he was met with a more astonishing sight. 6 robust vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring his 3 main subordinates. Following them were dozens of slender vines that pierced through Zango and the others with brutal efficiency. As crimson blood splattered through the air, Chloe could scarcely believe his eyes. Zango, with a bounty of 8 million, and the Sam and Bucci duo, whom he had deemed indispensable, had been effortlessly slain by a few vines without even a struggle. In an instant, the notorious Black Cat pirate crew, which roamed the East Sea, was reduced to a solitary member. I will not spare you. A chilling glint flashed across Chloe's glasses as he emitted a frantic roar. You shall pay tenfold. Silent step, spoon. This was his most formidable technique, enabling him to approach his adversary with the stealth of a cat, employing rapid movements and razor-sharp claws to execute a lethal ambush. The essence of this maneuver lay, of course, in its astounding velocity. It was so swift that even Chloe himself could not ascertain where his strikes would land. Indeed, it was remarkably fast. Rhett couldn't help but gasp, for he could merely catch a fleeting glimpse of Chloe's shadowy figure, unable to pinpoint his exact location. Yet, why rely on sight to discern his position? Infinite thorns. He stood atop the city wall, unleashing his power. The ground trembled beneath him, and suddenly, an expanse of vines erupted between him and Rhett. All plants are my eyes and nose. Rhett clenched his fists tightly in the air, tree binding eternal burial. Chloe, in the midst of his rapid advance, evaded the initial tendrils, yet ultimately fell prey to the relentless botanical labyrinth. Countless vines ensnared his limbs, sealing his mouth and nose. His vision plunged into darkness. Overwhelmed by the bitter scent of bark, those accursed vines constricted ever tighter, as if intent on suffocating him. His heart raced. He slowly descended, as earth surged into his body through every crevice. He could no longer breathe. There was no air. This was an abyss of darkness. Rhett released his fists. The vines suddenly parted with a swift motion. With a sharp crack, countless morsels of flesh fluttered through the air. A large cluster of vibrant red thorn flowers accompanied them. Chloe, the captain of the Black Cat pirates, with a bounty of 13 million, had not yet reached his zenith in life before he met his gruesome demise on this small isle. Chapter 14. The turbulent East Sea. The Navy's 77th Division, commanded by Colonel Blinblin, dispatched 6 warships and a force of 200 personnel, successfully eliminating over 200 pirates at the cost of more than 100 of their own, with over 60 grievously wounded and 200 sustaining lighter injuries. The 16th Division, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Riet, deployed 4 vessels and a crew of 400, vanquishing more than 20 adversaries, including the notorious captain of the Black Cat pirates, Chloe, along with his first mate Zango and crew member Sam. Despite the coalition's ultimate victory, Blinblin found no joy in the outcome. He remained ensnared in the haunting shadows of the brutal conflict, his legs trembling involuntarily even while seated. The ferocity of the battle had exceeded all comprehension. Once he regained a semblance of composure, his first inquiry was directed towards his ally, Lieutenant Colonel Riet. Is this the power of the devil fruit? Riet nodded slightly. Blinblin sighed and resolutely declared, I have made my decision. I shall pursue the devil fruit for the entirety of my life. Riet silently chuckled to himself, thinking, you are neither Luffy nor Kobe. The mantle of inspiration does not rest upon you. What value is there in shouting so fiercely here? Clearly, Blinblin had no desire to linger. He exchanged a brief greeting with Riet before commanding his subordinates to transport the bodies and the injured onto their ships, gradually departing the scene. Meanwhile, Riet had more responsibilities to attend to, including confirming their victory, scavenging the spoils of the Black Cat pirates, and dealing with the remains of Chloe and his crew. rendering him unable to leave just yet. "Hey, what are you doing?" Owen, tasked with ensuring the complete annihilation of the pirates, swung his sword to sever heads while inquiring around him. Several soldiers, clearly overwhelmed by the grotesque sight of corpses strewn about, could not help but crouch by the roadside, retching uncontrollably. "Weaklings." Owen shook his head and approached another pile of bodies. However, the agony of being impaled by dozens of thorns was a torment that few could endure. He mused, as he compared the bounty poster in his hand and accurately severed Zango's head, tossing it casually to a soldier behind him. "Found it. This is Chloe's head." On the other side, Gerald discovered Chloe's prized head amidst the carnage, valued at 13 million, and after documenting the scene with photographs, they poured copious amounts of flammable oil over the remains of Chloe and his crew, allowing the flames to soar into the sky. Thus, the grim task of the recovery team was finally deemed complete. The Navy's responsibilities were indeed tedious, whether retrieving heads or capturing images. All actions were aimed at substantiating to their superiors and headquarters that they had indeed endured a fierce battle, despite the 16th Division suffering not a single casualty. Colonel Rate. With today's exploits of Kuro and Zango, you have eradicated pirates with a total bounty exceeding 100 million berries within a mere 3-month span. Such a military achievement is likely unparalleled in the annals of naval history. Upon returning to the command ship, Dennis sincerely commended him. Just 10 minutes prior, he had earnestly attempted to impart wisdom to the young man before him, emphasizing the notion that there are always those greater than oneself. Now, reflecting on his earlier admonitions, he felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself. "Not necessarily," Rate replied with a smile and a shake of his head. "There are far too many experts within the Navy. My modest accomplishments hardly merit distinction." He certainly did not hold Dennis's well-meaning interference against him. After disposing of the pirates' remains and plundering the ship's treasures, the 4 warships turned about, retracing their path back home. Only now, having remained aboard the ship, did Nojiko and Nami breathe a sigh of relief, flocking around Rate, chattering incessantly. Perhaps it was in her nature, but Nami exhibited an extraordinary fascination with the treasures they had collected. Despite being barely 11, she seemed eager to roll about in the hoard of riches. In contrast, Nojiko was far more considerate. She had already prepared a cup of red tea for Rate and presented a plate of freshly baked cookies. She even procured a freshly printed newspaper from a news gull that fortuitously flew over this maritime expanse. The journey home would take an entire day and night. And on this naval vessel, where entertainment was scarce, perusing the latest newspaper provided a delightful means to pass the time. Rate leisurely munched on cookies and sipped his tea while flipping through the pages of the newspaper. However, as he reached the front page, he was taken aback by the headline, "Shock. The new warlord of the sea is none other than him." Beneath the bold and emphatic title was a visage of unabashed laughter, adorned with a flamboyant pink feather coat and striking red sunglasses. Don Quixote da Flamingo, along with his notorious Don Quixote family, was infamous for his misdeeds, having personally obliterated no fewer than 8 cities, far beyond the scale of a mere village like Coco Village. In recent months, this audacious descendant of the Celestial Dragons had even hijacked ships that transported tribute to the Celestial Dragons from various nations, using them as leverage. The world government, hindered by his status, was powerless to launch a military response and was compelled to acquiesce to his demands, permitting him to join the warlords of the sea, the only one audacious enough to negotiate with the government through such extreme measures. In less than a day, he had upended his homeland, Dressrosa, becoming its sovereign. Doflamingo, without a doubt, was a formidable adversary, Rate mused. He turned to the inner pages of the newspaper and encountered a familiar report. The 4th Sea Train line of Water 7 is nearing completion. Fisherman Tom may face exoneration. Tom the Fishman, renowned as the greatest shipwright in the world for constructing the pirate ship of the legendary Joel D. Roger, found no respect for his esteemed title. Instead, he endured scorn and was exiled to live in the vicinity of a garbage dump. Furthermore, the world government, unable to subdue the pirate King Roger or capture key crew members like his first mate Rayleigh, resorted to capturing a mere shipwright to execute. However, at that time, Tom was engrossed in researching the technology for the sea train, and with the support of a portion of the populace, the world government was compelled to postpone his execution. Now, 14 years have elapsed, and the sea train has finally reached completion, while Tom is perhaps nearing the end of his life. His fate has long been sealed. As Rate pondered the fervent shipwright's plight, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within him. He sensed a peculiar wave racing towards him. Could this be the fabled observation hockey? Goodness, the feeling of elation has arrived too soon, hasn't it? Yet, Before he could revel in the sudden aura of protagonist destiny enveloping him, he stumbled. The medium-sized warship suddenly tilted to one side. "Major, the ship's hull is leaking." A sailor shouted loudly. "Take me to sea." Raid immediately grasped the sailor and hurried to the lower deck. Indeed, seawater was gushing into the ship's hold through a massive crack in the hull. There were no reefs in this area. How could such a substantial fissure occur? Major Torres, who accompanied him, wore a face of despair. This kind of breach cannot be repaired by ordinary means. While seawater is the nemesis of devil fruit users, Rate was not without recourse. With a mere thought, countless vines sprouted rapidly from the wooden planks, sealing the vast chasm in an instant. This was merely a temporary measure. Yet an even graver concern loomed. This was undoubtedly a man-made incident. Could it be the fishmen who navigate freely through the tumultuous currents? A shiver ran down Raid's spine, and he could not help but frown. He had not forgotten that Arlong's subordinates had not all been eradicated. 3 months later, were they preparing to exact their vengeance upon me? A sudden chill washed over him. After 3 months traversing the East Sea, Raid felt a long-forgotten tension. This was the vast ocean, the domain of the fishmen. For a devil fruit user like himself, it was the worst battlefield imaginable. Should the fishmen manage to sink all 4 ships, the 400 Navy personnel, including Raid, would be at their mercy. They shall not succeed. In a moment of desperation, Raid roared, channeling an unprecedented level of focus. He aimed to grasp that fleeting sensation once more, even if it were but a fleeting moment. As long as he could sense the enemy's position, he could resolve the battle. Perhaps due to his overwhelming intensity, the world before Rhett began to shift ever so slightly. He could faintly pierce through the thick hull of the ship, glimpsing the shimmering shadows beneath the waves. He saw them, clenching his fists tightly. He called forth the thorns of the serpent. From the battleship's deck, hundreds of thorny vines sprouted into existence, and, true to their namesake, these tendrils struck forth like lightning, ensnaring those shadows. Entangle, tighten, pierce. Despite facing fierce resistance, under Rhett's full force, he still beheld vast patches of crimson spreading through the water. Rise. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of vines slowly dragged the enemies they had ensnared and pierced out of the sea, casting them onto the deck. As Rhett returned to the deck, a pronounced wave of dizziness washed over him. Both the forced activation of his observation hockey and the instantaneous execution of such an extensive ranged attack had drained a significant amount of his stamina and energy, leaving him feeling unsteady on his feet. Scattered across the deck lay 2 or 3 dozen mermen, nearly all on the brink of unconsciousness, some already devoid of awareness. Among these mermen, Red indeed recognized a somewhat familiar face. His skin was slightly bluish, his expression grave and unsmiling. With 2 towering horns atop his head and a crimson sun tattooed on his chest, the insignia of the former Sun Pirates. Rhett stepped upon the gaping wound in his abdomen, blood gushing forth violently. "Kruby, did Arlong not accompany you to your demise?" The battered Kruby, his consciousness wavering, could only instinctively retort in response to Rhett's taunt. "Do not let your arrogance blind you. Once Brother Arlong recovers, he will ensure you meet a fate worse than death." Rhett could not suppress a chuckle. "I merely fired 2 cannonballs at him, and yet he has yet to recover? Is the merman's formidable constitution merely a boast? Truly disappointing." Without further ado, he summoned 5 or 6 thorns from various angles, directly impaling the merman until he lay lifeless on the deck. Then, with a thud, he collapsed onto the floor, the exhaustion from his exertion crashing over him like a tidal wave. Rhett, Noki and Nami were instantly at a loss. The underage Nami nearly on the verge of tears. Rhett took several deep breaths, gradually stabilizing his heartbeat before offering them a faint smile. "Be good, help me up. I need to rest for a moment." 3 months had proven insufficient to forge his body into a machine of steel. At this moment, he was still too weak. Chapter 15. Colonel Smog. The vessel, sailing with full force and in favorable winds, could undoubtedly be described as swift. Even the most adept swimmers among the fishmen would find it challenging to keep pace. Yet, they fell victim to an attack. And the first to suffer damage to its hull was none other than the medium-sized command ship aboard which Rhett was traveling. Perhaps this was, after all, a premeditated ambush? Rhett pondered this while resting in bed. Nojiko, seated by his bedside, could distinctly sense the increasing heaviness of Rhett's breaths. Unable to contain her concern, she inquired, "Rhett, do you feel unwell?" "Not at all," Rhett replied, striving to infuse strength into his voice. "I merely overexerted myself. A few moments of rest will suffice. By the way, Nojiko, could you fetch me something to eat? I'm absolutely famished." Obediently, Nojiko acknowledged and turned towards the kitchen, leaving the house with only the soundly sleeping Nami. Rhett cast a glance at the little girl, smiling and shaking his head, though his smile quickly faded. He had already contemplated the most alarming implications of the attack, but found himself devoid of evidence. He could not confront the rat. Yet this incident served as a stark reminder. The justice of the Navy was far from simple. Colonel Rhett, you have not disappointed me. Yet another splendid victory. Colonel Rat praised Rhett upon his return to base the following day. I have reported to headquarters and specifically requested a commendation for you. If all goes as expected. Considering your accumulated achievements over the past 3 months, your rank will soon match mine. Haha. His smile was utterly sincere, revealing no hint of malice. Once a person forms a preconceived notion, their perception of reality alters dramatically. Since Rhett had resolved that the rat was scheming against him, no display of enthusiasm could sway his resolve. However, in response to the rat's commendation, he quickly donned a smile. Thank you, Colonel. I trust one shall soon be addressing you as Brigadier Rat. Ha ha. All thanks to my brother. The rat's laughter this time resonated with genuine warmth. Due to the damage sustained by the medium warship's hull, which required repairs, and the apprehension of a potential retaliation from the fishmen, Rhett temporarily suspended plans for long-range sorties. He instructed his subordinates to capture some small fish and shrimp in the surrounding waters, allowing others to earn their accolades, for should they fall to pirates. It would only further highlight Colonel Rhett's bravery. Seizing this opportunity, Rhett granted himself a brief respite, taking Nojiko and Nami back to Cocoa Village. In just over 3 months, the bond between Belmere and Akin had blossomed into a profound connection, and they decided to formally announce their engagement on this day. A celebration to which Rhett and the 2 little girls were, of course, obliged to attend. The ever-daring and free-spirited Belmere, in this moment, exhibited an unexpected shyness, particularly in the presence of her 2 foster daughters, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. However, with the intellect of Noki Gao and Nami, did she truly require any explanation? Belmere, as a token of gratitude, well, what would you desire? Indeed, Rhett had arrived empty-handed. Yet, Belmere was unconcerned. You have already aided me tremendously, Rhett. With a chuckle, Rhett stamped his foot and gestured towards the hillside to the north of Cocoa West Village. This hill, I bestow it upon you. In the span of a mere utterance, the once unremarkable slope adorned with shrubs transformed. The steep path became gentle and level, the rampant weeds vanished, and most astonishingly, the entire hillside sprouted orange trees, each standing as tall as a person, laden with golden oranges that seemed ready to tumble from their branches. Just as ancient tycoons would claim a fish pond, today I, bold Rhett, claim this hill for you. With such remarkable prowess displayed, Rhett soon became renowned as an agricultural expert throughout Cocoa West Village. He cleared wasteland, improved soil quality, planted saplings, performed artificial pollination, harvested fruits, and excavated fish ponds. Utilizing his ability to manipulate plants, he even assisted several impoverished families in constructing new homes, an endeavor that was but a fleeting thought for him. The only task that posed a challenge was locating underground water sources. This required him to gradually extend his focus through the layers of soil beneath his feet until he discerned the water vein. Fortuitously, this endeavor also led him to discover the preliminary method for mastering observation hockey. While he had acquired observation hockey, clues for mastering armament hockey and conqueror's hockey remained elusive. Possibly linked to the specific nature of his devil fruit powers, his abilities demanded a higher level of control and perception of strength, suggesting that he might be more akin to a mage. Perhaps due to Arlong's unhealed injuries, the fish were headless. Or perhaps the losses endured by the fishmen were too great for any counteroffensive. In any case, when Rhett returned to the base after a 10-day respite, he heard no news of naval warships being attacked. Instead, he was greeted with good tidings. Colonel Mouse, in an exuberant tone, informed him, due to our effective efforts in eradicating bandits over the past 4 months, our 16th Division shall soon receive commendation from headquarters, and in 3 days, they will announce your promotion order, so prepare accordingly. Rhett nodded in acknowledgement. Mouse added a caution, by the way. I've heard that the individuals sent from above possess quite a temper. We should all be on guard. Rhett couldn't help but chuckle. If I can endure your lecherous, rodent-like demeanor, surely I can tolerate others. June 25th. The 16th Division of the Navy welcomed the working group from the Navy headquarters as scheduled. The Mouse arrived at the port almost at dawn to extend a warm welcome, demonstrating his earnestness by organizing a large assembly of island residents to line the route in greeting, even preparing dozens of pristine children to hold flowers and welcome. As the fleet docked, the Mouse was the first to rush forward, saluting promptly with the words, I am Colonel Mouse, commander of the 16th Division. Welcome, sir. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. The first to disembark from the ship was a young man in his 20s, with silver short hair and a chiseled face. A thick cigar dangling from his lips, emitting wisps of smoke. His open jacket revealed a muscular chest and well-defined abs, presenting an image reminiscent of a hardened enforcer. He glanced at the cautious mouse and casually waved his hand. I am Colonel Smoker from headquarters. The mouse, possessing exceptional composure, maintained his demeanor despite the apparent disregard shown towards him. With a smile, he responded, Colonel Smoker, having traveled such a long distance, I can only imagine the hardships you endured. I have prepared some local delicacies for you. Though humble, I hope you will indulge in them. Smoker waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. I have matters to attend to. Quickly gather all officers above the rank of ensign. Having been rebuffed twice, it was evident that Smoker held the mouse in disdain, yet the mouse remained unfazed, nodding repeatedly. All personnel have been gathered. Please proceed, Colonel. In a matter of just over 3 months, the 16th Division had successfully eradicated over 20 pirate crews, with a total bounty exceeding 100 million berries. To commend their achievements, the Navy headquarters decided that Colonel Mouse would be promoted to Brigadier General and Lieutenant Colonel Rhett would ascend to the rank of Colonel. As Smoker's steady voice echoed in the conference room, the mouse's face radiated with the joy of his promotion. He carefully stored the promotion orders and entrusted them to his aide, then extended another invitation to Smoker. Colonel Smoker, I sincerely thank you for your arduous journey. Shall we enjoy a drink at the base? What are your thoughts? By rank, the newly promoted mouse was now Smoker's superior, however, being a colonel from headquarters. Smoker's stature was not something the mouse could equate with. Smoker declined his invitation for the 3rd time, instead posing a question. I have little interest in drinking. But if you wish to express your gratitude, I do have a request. I wonder if you can fulfill it? Though the question was somewhat impertinent. The mouse nodded eagerly. Please, Colonel, speak freely. I shall do my utmost to accommodate. Smoker pressed the cigar into the ashtray, revealing a smile imbued with profound significance. Given the remarkable achievements of the 16th Division in the East Sea, I presume your prowess as the base commander is formidable, aside from indulging in smoking. I possess but one other passion. Might we engage in a friendly spar, mouse? Brigadier? He elongated the term brigadier, clearly laced with sarcasm. Under the gaze of nearly 100 onlookers, beads of sweat cascaded down Mouse's forehead. The colonel is an elite of our division. I lack the capability to spar with you. He chuckled nervously while hastily pushing Lieutenant Rhett forward. Ah, yes, Colonel Rhett. No, I mean Colonel Rhett. You are not only a rare devil fruit user, but also the strongest representative of our 16th Division. How about you substitute for our division in a spar with Colonel Smoker? Rhett was not swayed. Instead, he performed a Tai Chi maneuver. While I would relish the opportunity to engage with the elite of our division, I fear my abilities may be insufficient, tarnishing our division's reputation. Brigadier Mouse is truly our strongest representative. Perhaps you should spar with Colonel Smoker instead. Suddenly, Mouse's legs grew weak, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. Chapter 16. What of the natural type? Due to the discomfort experienced by the Mouse Brigadier, the chosen substitute for the 16th Division's battle is none other than the recently promoted Rhett. I hear you possess the power of a devil fruit? You must exercise caution, Smoker declared, unleashing his own abilities. 4. I am one as well. Accompanied by billowing white smoke, his arms transformed into mist. The onlooking Navy personnel outside the training ground gasped in astonishment. What is this? Is Colonel Smoker also a devil fruit user? The elite of the headquarters truly stands apart. His initial display is overwhelmingly impressive. Smoker, known as the White Hunter, wields the smoke fruit, granting him the ability to transmute any part of his body into smoke, making him one of the earliest natural-type devil fruit users in the original narrative. Natural-type fruits are heralded as the strongest in the early stages, for their wielders can freely elementalize, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective against them unless one employs seawater, sea prism stone, or the technique of hockey. Presently, Red has merely awakened the observation hockey capable of enhancing his senses. While he has yet to grasp the fundamentals of armament hockey to bolster his offense and defense, leaving him theoretically at a significant disadvantage. 4. Once Smoker transforms into smoke, Red cannot strike him at all. There exists an unwritten belief within the Navy that all soldiers from the divisions merely subsist, while only those from the headquarters are deemed elite. It is widely accepted that a colonel from a division, upon transferring to the headquarters, would at best be a lieutenant, equating to a reduction of 3 ranks. Of course, this pertains solely to a comparison of strength, as ranks themselves remain unchanged. Smoker. An elite of the headquarters, has served for a decade and is the possessor of the mightiest natural-type devil fruit. Rhett, the weakest of the East Blue Navy, has been enlisted for less than 4 months, having acquired his devil fruit merely 4 months prior. The outcome of this confrontation is glaringly evident, is it not? White impact. Smoker shouted, his iron fists hurtling towards Rhett, the white smoke billowing from his wrists acting as an accelerator, endowing his assault with formidable force. Rhett's sole advantage lies in his greater familiarity with his opponent, though some time has passed as one of the most common background Navy characters in the original work. He is acutely aware of Smoker's capabilities. As Smoker activated his powers, Rhett promptly unleashed his own technique. Thorny Ascension. A vine erupted from beneath his feet, instantly extending over 20 meters, causing Smoker's fists to strike only air. Do not presume that ascending to the skies will grant you escape. White vine. Smoker took a deep drag from his cigar, transforming into a wisp of smoke, spiraling upwards like a white vine reaching for the heavens. Of course, Rhett wasn't foolish enough to engage him in a contest of flight. His sole intention was to create distance from the outset. Thorn vines. Numerous sharp tendrils erupted from beneath his feet, striking upwards like venomous serpents aiming at the ascending Smoker. Futile. Futile. Utterly futile. Smoker laughed heartily as he continued his ascent, dozens of vines piercing through his smoky form without even causing him to hesitate for a moment. Rhett understood that such physical assaults could not harm his opponent. He was merely creating a diversion. Utilizing the momentum generated by the vine attacks, he commanded the tendrils to grow further, evading Smoker's pursuit, while a dozen delicate flower buds silently emerged at the base of the vines. You cannot escape. Smoke blast. A tremendous cloud of smoke erupted behind Smoker, significantly increasing his speed. At that moment, Rhett leaped from the very top of the vines, causing Smoker to miss him once again. He plummeted from a height of over 50 meters. What a daring lad. Smoker bit down hard on his cigar, adjusting his trajectory to chase after Rhett once more. Ensnaring flower. Paralysis powder. Descending rapidly with his back to the ground, Rhett extended his left hand towards Smoker, a cunning grin adorning his face. A sense of foreboding filled Smoker as he caught a whiff of a faint odor. Poison gas? A despicable tactic. Yet, he was unafraid. True to his reputation as an iron-willed soldier, Smoker hesitated not at all. Rather, he accelerated fiercely, diving towards Rhett below. He aimed to conclude the battle before the toxin took effect, but he was a step too late. Rhett crashed to the ground from 50 meters above. Many onlooking Marines clutched their eyes, unable to bear the thought of witnessing their commander become a mere pulp. However, they did not hear the anticipated thud. Instead, a collective gasp echoed. Huh. The closest to the scene, Smoker had the clearest view of all. Yet, he could not comprehend what he witnessed. Rhett had plummeted before his eyes, but after the moment passed, Smoker found himself staring into an empty void. Not a shred of a mangled corpse, nor even a single strand of Rhett's hair. He saw nothing. All he heard was a voice. Earth flow wall. Suddenly, a barrier of compacted soil rose before him. With no time to halt, Smoker collided forcefully into it. Boom. If it were merely ordinary sand, Smoker, transformed into smoke, could effortlessly glide through. However, the sand within this barrier was remarkably dense, leaving no crevice for him to exploit. What on earth? Smoker, slightly disoriented from the impact, felt a surge of anger rise within him. Yet, before he could fully express his ire, a colossal shadow ascended from the ground towards the heavens. The black sand coffin. The voice seemed to echo from the depths of hell, and soon, Smoker could no longer see the sky or the sun. He was ensnared within an immense clump of sand, akin to a coffin. As long as you haven't developed yourself to the nanoscale, even smoke cannot escape this technique. Rhett slowly emerged from the ground. This was his most potent control skill, utilizing highly condensed sand to form an enclosed space. Coupled with the fact that Smoker had inhaled a considerable amount of paralysis powder, his chances of escaping were almost non-existent. As Rhett's strength continued to grow, so did the power of his technique. Theoretically, should he become strong enough, this space could even contain someone of Kazari's caliber, a natural-type devil fruit user. What difference would it make if you were smoke or light? The dark, black sand coffin was visibly shrinking at an alarming rate, enveloping Smoker in darkness, heat, and suffocation. Trapped within, he must have been suffering greatly. Naturally, Smoker would not resign himself to defeat. He persistently attempted to assault the sand barrier, but the grains absorbed his attacks without a trace. Seemingly impenetrable, yet possessing a fluid, yielding nature, this was the true strength of the black sand coffin. However, Rhett also faced a dilemma. While this technique could exert control, it lacked significant offensive power. It would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate a natural devil fruit user, unless suffocation was the goal. But as both were virtuous members of the Navy, their encounter was merely a sparring match. There was no need for loss of life. Thus, when he sensed Smoker's breathing becoming labored within the sand coffin, he chose to release the technique. With a resounding thud, Smoker, drained of energy, could no longer maintain his elemental transformation and collapsed onto the ground. He forcefully expelled the cigar he had been holding, gasping for the fresh air of the outside world. His limbs were still slightly numb, indicating his inability to continue fighting. Once his breathing stabilized, he lifted his gaze to Rhett, who had put him in this predicament. "I concede, Captain Rhett," he said as he slowly rose from the ground. "You should not be buried in this weakest of seas." Chapter 17. This branch has already adopted the surname Lay, simultaneously manipulating flora and land. Your abilities are indeed rare. Even after finishing lunch, Smoker continued to savor the battle that had just transpired. The contest lasted a mere 10 minutes. Yet for at least 8 of those minutes, Smoker found himself ensnared within the black sand coffin, entirely in a passive position. What vexed him the most was that throughout the entire ordeal, his attacks had yet to graze even the hem of Rhett's garment. As a fervent warrior, he yearned for the visceral thrill of physical confrontation. Yet, for Rhett, a mere smoke entity, what right did he have to make such demands? If one were to consider it seriously, this was merely my first official task since being promoted to colonel of this branch. In that regard, we share a certain fate. Given your prowess, you might soon be reassigned to the main headquarters, and then we would truly be colleagues. Having indulged in a hearty meal, Smoker treated himself to 4 cigars, stuffing them all into his mouth and comfortably exhaling clouds of smoke. Rhett, who harbored a slight aversion to cleanliness, couldn't help but furrow his brow, instinctively steering clear of the downwind position. Perhaps, one day in the future, you too will find yourself in this weakest of seas, the East Blue. Smoker dismissively shook his head. How could that be possible? Why would I abandon a promising future as a colonel at headquarters to come to this desolate East Blue branch? Rhett shrugged. It's rather appealing. Smoker gazed at him in bewilderment. What did you just say? Oh, nothing, Rhett replied, opting to change the subject. A few days ago, I read in the news that yet another notorious pirate has joined the 7 warlords of the sea. Have you heard anything about it at headquarters? Let us not even discuss that. Smoker exhaled a thick plume of smoke. The esteemed world government and the illustrious Navy headquarters being threatened by a pirate is an unprecedented disgrace. Rhett inquired curiously. Wasn't this substantial treasure escorted by the Navy? How could it have been so easily seized by Don Quixote? Smoker shook his head, the ash from his cigar cascading down. A vice admiral for rear admirals, and 5 large warships. Such strength is sufficient to annihilate a mid-sized nation. Yet, this formidable escort was completely vanquished by the Don Quixote family, and they only deployed 3 individuals. You can imagine how powerful this organization must be. Rhett sighed. In any case, the 2 of us combined would surely be unable to defeat a vice admiral and 4 rear admirals. Smoker seemed unfazed by the discontent he revealed, instead adopting a mournful expression. This is undoubtedly a sign of the Navy and the government's self-indulgence. How can such a vile fiend breach the iron wall of justice? At the tender age of 18, Rhett patted the shoulder of the 28-year-old Smoker and said, "Brother, how can you be so naive?" Smoker had only spent a single night at the base of the 16th Division before embarking on his journey the following day, tasked with conveying orders from the headquarters to other divisions. Although Rhett and Smoker did not immediately bond as best friends, a nascent camaraderie was forged through the crucible of their combat. With the mindset of one who has lived 2 lives, Rhett could easily refer to a newly acquainted stranger as a brother, yet truly opening his heart to another was an insurmountable challenge. However, for a spirited young naval officer like Smoker, he was more than willing to nurture their friendship. After bidding farewell to Smoker, Rhett began to contemplate his next course of action. He could certainly reach out to Kizaru to arrange a transfer to the headquarters, where he could engage in battles along the Grand Line to gain experience and explore new territories. Yet, he was disinclined to pursue that path. As a traveler who had not yet reached a significant age, his pragmatic nature rendered the Grand Line less appealing. Unlike the East Blue, it was a realm fraught with uncertainty and peril, where he could find himself facing unprecedented annihilation at any moment. Within half an hour, he returned to his office bearing several documents. Fisher Tiger and the Empress Boa Hancock had only recently joined within the past year, while Crocodile had been a government pawn for nearly a decade. However, the title of Warlord of the Sea was only officially established following the appointment of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. As Rhett scrutinized the internal documents laid before him, he pondered their implications. Yet, given the information at his disposal, he could not extract any useful intelligence. Nevertheless, he understood that the Navy and world government's intensive adjustments regarding the warlords of the sea were driven by significant considerations. In truth, he did not need to analyze further. For just a few days later, he received another confidential document from the Navy headquarters. It detailed the former pirate king Gold, Roger's crew member, known as Red-Haired Shanks, who at the age of 29 had ascended to prominence in the latter half of the Grand Line. The era dominated by the three great powers, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido of the Beasts, had reached its conclusion. The four emperors of the New World were officially established. Red-Haired Shanks, the newly emerged superpower that instilled fear in the world government, now added yet another formidable force to the fray. Note: the specific dates of the establishment of the warlords of the sea and the four emperors are not explicitly mentioned in the original work and are merely conjectures by the author. Chapter 18. The indomitable warlord's majesty. A month had elapsed, and on August 8th, upon a small island in the East Sea, a colossal pirate ship lay anchored at the shore. Hundreds of pirates were taking respite on the island, having just plundered a merchant convoy, with valuable goods carelessly strewn across the sandy beach. Beneath the gentle embrace of the afternoon sun, each pirate indulged in copious amounts of fine wine, their spirits delightfully inebriated. Their captain, named Raujaba, bore a bounty of 12 million berry, having risen to prominence as the mightiest pirate in the East Sea following the downfall of the notorious Arlong at 20 million and Kuro at 13 million. Despite Raujaba's burly physique, adorned with a thick, bushy beard that bespoke of a brutish demeanor, a sensitive heart lay concealed beneath his rugged exterior. Unlike those marauding brigands who relied solely on brute force, many of Raujaba's exploits were meticulously analyzed and strategically executed, displaying the finesse of a military tactician, earning him the title of the foremost strategist in the East Sea among his peers. Raujaba eschewed the use of cups or bowls, opting instead to embrace a wine barrel, tilting his head back as he guzzled its contents. In mere moments, he had decimated an entire barrel of exquisite wine. With a hearty belch, he cast aside the empty vessel and proclaimed with boisterous laughter, "Lads, this haul has been splendid. Once we secure another bounty, we shall bid farewell to this mundane East Sea and venture forth into the Grand Line to carve our names in glory." The already tipsy pirates erupted in raucous agreement, chanting, "Long live the New World! Long live Captain Raujaba!" Their fervent adulation filled Raujaba with delight as he swayed slightly, rising to his feet and striding toward the edge of the beach. "Captain," one of his trusted aides approached, only to be brusquely shoved aside. "I'm merely relieving myself." "What do you want?" Suddenly, ripples broke the serene surface of the sea, yet Raujaba wore a look of contentment. He shook himself vigorously, adjusting his trousers. However, as he reached for his belt, his trousers unexpectedly fell to the ground, a flicker of alarm flashing across his slightly intoxicated visage. For naval warships were racing swiftly from the horizon towards the island. Raujaba nearly roared in panic, "Look out! Look out! Quickly, hand me the telescope." His bellowing cry captured the attention of the other pirates, instigating chaos across the island. Naval warships? How can this be? Our informant from the 153rd Division clearly stated that they would be celebrating the colonel's mother's birthday today and would not set sail. Raujaba's battle strategy was supposed to be flawless. Rachuba seized the telescope from his subordinate, his eyes widening as he scrutinized the scene for an extended period. Suddenly, he deflated. It was not the worthless crew of Division 153, but rather the elite fleet of Division 16. His subordinates fell into a stunned silence, only to erupt moments later. "Captain, could it be Colonel Bordret? The same colonel who annihilated 32 pirate crews within 4 months, undefeated from beginning to end. The strongest Navy officer in the East Sea. Rumor has it that he possesses the powers of a devil fruit, wielding unimaginable strength. It is said that in one-on-one confrontations, he nearly decimated elite colonels from the naval headquarters. A figure whose prowess far surpasses that of an ordinary colonel. It is rumored that he defeated the once mighty fisherman Arlong without lifting a finger, leaving him half dead. He has yet to show his face publicly. He is the undefeated war god of the East Sea, Bordret." Rachuba sank onto the ground, allowing the waves to wash over his boots. "I should have anticipated this. Arlong and Kuro were vanquished by him, the Black Cat pirates utterly obliterated. Thereafter his sights would surely turn to me, the third highest bounty in the East Sea. How naive I was. I thought that as long as we avoided the waters of Division 16, we would be safe. But I never imagined that this man would traverse the waters of Division 77 and Division 153 to capture us directly." He sighed heavily. "Is my head truly worth that much? Why is it so quiet on this journey?" At the bow of the ship, Nami, who had just celebrated her 10th birthday, spread her arms wide, embracing the sea breeze. She was free of worries. Even when Rhett warned her of the impending peril of war, she insisted on joining the expedition, considering there was no one at the base to accompany her. And this mission was thoroughly prepared with no complications. Rhett did not refuse her and Nojiko's presence. After all, having these two lively girls around made for a rather pleasant company. Being the elder sister, Nojiko carefully held onto her sister's arm to prevent her from being swept overboard by the waves, while responding to Nami's inquiry. With Rhett's current reputation, how could those foolish little thieves dare to make a sound? Sitting in a reclined position, deep in thought, Rhett subtly curled the corners of his mouth. Nojiko was correct. In the present East Sea, the legend of Board Rhett had spread far and wide. The Arlong pirates, the Black Cat pirates, and the countless bloody corpses of more than 30 pirate crews had forged him into the undefeated war god. He had become the righteous executioner that all scoundrels fled from in terror. However, great renown also carries its drawbacks. Almost all pirate crews steer clear of the waters overseen by the 16th Division, resulting in an unprecedented improvement in the security of Coco West Village. Even many mountain bandits from the islands have seen the error of their ways, returning to the valleys to cultivate the land. Alas, this left Rhett and his 16th Division with little to occupy their time. Consequently, he began to frequently initiate cross-border capture operations. Within a mere month, the waters closest to the 77th Division had been almost entirely cleared, leaving only a few small fry for Colonel Bryn. Now, Rhett's claw of justice had surpassed the 77th Division, reaching directly into the domain of the 153rd Division. As the colonel of the 153rd Division was preoccupied with celebrating his mother's birthday, the entire base was engaged in performances, leaving Rhett to proceed without notification, leading his team directly into the fray. "Boss, something seems off with these pirates," Mice exclaimed from the lookout, unable to contain himself any longer. Rhett opened his eyes. "What is it? Are they fleeing?" Mice's voice resonated again. "No, they show no intent to escape, and they are raising a massive white flag." Gerard, slightly anxious, cautioned, "Colonel, La Rabacha is a strategist. This could very well be his scheme. We must not let our guard down." Owen scoffed dismissively. "You're overthinking it, brother. Even if he possesses some cunning, he would be crushed under absolute power." Rhett nodded thoughtfully. "Inform everyone that upon docking, I will disembark alone, while the rest remain vigilant. Should this strategist have set any traps, at least my subordinates will have some time to react." "Are you La Rabacha?" Rhett did not land directly, but instead hovered gracefully in midair, stepping on the vines that sprouted from the ship. Given that his opponent claimed to be a master of strategy, he had to be wary of potential tricks, such as powerful explosives concealed beneath the ground. "I am La Rabacha." The pirate removed his hat and retorted, "Are you Colonel Board Rhett of the 16th Division? What do you think?" Rhett refrained from answering directly and leaped down, his observation hockey confirming that there was nothing hidden in the sand beneath him. La Rabacha nodded and continued, "Colonel Rhett, though I am a pirate, I adhere to my principles. I only target merchant vessels and rarely prey on civilians. I have not taken many lives." Rhett shook his head. "I cannot accept such justifications." La Rabacha nodded again and dramatically tore open his black coat, revealing his muscular torso. Rhett could not help but smile. "Since you know my name and still dare to challenge me, you are indeed a brave man. I shall grant you a complete corpse." Before his words had fully settled, there came a resounding thud as Lakiaba fell to his knees. "Colonel Rhett, please take my head. I shall not resist. However, my subordinates bear no bounty on their heads. If you spare them, they will surely turn over a new leaf." Initially, Rhett remained cautious, wary of a sudden counterattack from his opponent. Yet Lakiaba kept his hands raised high throughout, clad only in trousers, leaving no room for concealed weapons. The pirates he had previously subdued either fought stubbornly or attempted to flee. Never before had Rhett encountered someone who knelt in surrender without hesitation. After a moment's contemplation, he arrived at a decision. "I offer you a chance for redemption. However, from this day forth, your lives shall be under my control, and the Lakiaba pirate crew shall no longer exist in this world." Ultimately, torn between absolute justice and his own convictions, he chose the latter. Chapter 19. I refuse to be a pauper. After enduring a few setbacks, this book has finally secured a successful contract, a commendable achievement. I extend my gratitude to the esteemed reader Tony for his generous donation of 2,000, and I hope more readers will emulate his spirit, contributing to the long-term development of this work without any interruptions. Sand City. With a low exclamation from Rhett, A city suddenly materialized upon the beach. This city was not grand or magnificent. It was rather modest in stature, yet it nearly enveloped the entire shore. Each pirate of the Lakiaba crew found themselves engulfed in an endless sea of yellow sand, as if they were on the verge of being swallowed by quicksand. Thorns entwined. With another low utterance, Lakiaba was struck with terror as he realized that each of his subordinates was ensnared tightly by two robust and resilient vines. Should these vines constrict even slightly, over 500 corpses would immediately litter the beach. Lakiaba was drenched in cold sweat, for he was known for his cunning and had comprehended Rhett's intent. Just as the legends foretold, this naval colonel required no effort to obliterate their entire pirate crew. Without a moment's hesitation, his towering frame of over 2 meters bowed submissively to the sand. "Colonel, from this day forth, my life belongs to you." "Rise," Rhett replied, "and you may choose a new name." Rhett nodded, retracting the flowing sand and vines, for maintaining such a power for an extended period would undoubtedly exhaust him. "With your intellect, you should discern the nature of my abilities," he remarked. "Indeed," Lakiaba responded respectfully, not even bothering to brush off the grains of sand clinging to his attire. The colonel possessed the power to manipulate both plants and soil. Demonic flowers? Parasitic seeds. With a low command, Rhett summoned forth another vine before them. Beyond the eradication of pirates, leveling wastelands and reforesting became his paramount endeavors. It was through this diligent labor, day after day, that his physical stamina and endurance gradually improved, allowing him to master the powers of the devil fruit with increasing finesse, and wield the observation hockey with growing adeptness. After cultivation, these previously barren lands rapidly transformed into fertile fields. Rhett hired a substantial number of local farmers, regularly dispatching his naval soldiers to oversee operations, and only on rare occasions did he personally tend to these enterprises. Given that the climate of the pirate world was exceptionally conducive to agriculture, it was virtually effortless to harvest 3 to 4 times a year. These hundreds of thousands of acres would annually yield a bountiful supply of food reserves for Rhett, and as the first harvest season approached, his wealth was set to experience an extraordinary surge, calculating based on a net profit of 10,000 berries per acre, with the value of a berry being roughly equivalent to that of the yen. 10,000 berries amounting to approximately 600 renminbi for 500,000 acres of land. One harvest could yield 5 billion berries. Considering that the profits from cultivating vegetables, fruits, and cash crops far exceed those from ordinary grains, this figure could easily double. In other words, even if Lord Rate does nothing, he could effortlessly acquire over 40 billion berries in pure profit annually. As factories for various foodstuffs, furniture, and building materials gradually commence production, along with the increasing control over transportation channels, Rate's industry and wealth will only expand rapidly and exponentially. An income of several hundred billion a year is merely a trifling sum. With such revenue, who would toil away as a pirate king or a navy king? Can you imagine? The previous generation's pirate king, Gold, Roger, appeared to be basking in glory, yet when he fell ill, he found himself unable to afford treatment. In order to alleviate his suffering, he had no choice but to surrender to the government, thereby enjoying a few days of public health care in prison. The esteemed Marine Admiral Sengoku, in a state of destitution, could only scramble with his old subordinate, Vice Admiral Garp, over a packet of pancakes and chips. And Sengoku's sole pet, that unfortunate goat, could only sustain itself by feasting on scraps of paper. I, Bold Rate, shall never be a miser. Chapter 20, A Force to be Reckoned with. As Colonel Rhett concluded his inspection of his estate and returned once more to the 16th Division's base, his aide, Mace, hesitantly reported, "Brigadier Mouse has something to say to you." Without lifting his gaze from the confidential naval documents he was perusing, Rhett inquired, "He wants me to come over?" The voice of Mouse echoed at the door. "Ha, Colonel Rhett, may I join you for a moment?" Rhett set aside the documents and nodded with a smile. "Of course. You are the highest authority at this base. You may sit anywhere." "Brigadier, is there something I can assist you with?" Mouse waved his hands dismissively, his smile as disingenuous as ever. "Oh, no. I merely wish to discuss a matter with you." Rhett gestured for Mace to step out. "What is it?" "You have indeed dealt a significant blow to the Lakiaba pirate group, but it was a cross-border operation, and the commander of the 153rd Division was quite displeased. He called me, expressing his intent to lodge a complaint against your overstepping of authority. Fortunately, we have some rapport, so I managed to placate him," Mouse said, rubbing his hands together, feigning the demeanor of a concerned superior. "Thank you, Brigadier. I appreciate your continued support," Rhett replied sincerely. A knowing smile passed between them. Although their relationship had once epitomized an ideal superior-subordinate dynamic, the emergence of Rhett's formidable capabilities had instilled a palpable sense of threat in Mouse, leading to a swift deterioration of their rapport, a development not unexpected. Taking a sip of water, Mouse proceeded cautiously. During your mission, headquarters dispatched a document. They are planning to hold an elite officer training program in Marin Fando, set to commence in about a month, lasting nearly a year. This elite class, as the name suggests, aims to cultivate future elite generals, potentially even preparing candidates for high-ranking positions such as admirals. Within the entire 16th Division, you are the only one with such potential. Given the urgency from headquarters, I took the liberty of recommending you. I hope you won't resent me for not consulting you beforehand. Rhett fell silent for a moment, his expression inscrutable as he regarded Mouse. A sheen of cold sweat trickled down Mouse's forehead as he hastily clarified. There may be a misunderstanding between us, but, dear Rhett, trust me, I harbor no ulterior motives. I would never dare. Rhett waved his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. I must thank you, Brigadier Mouse, for presenting me with such a valuable opportunity for learning. Mouse was taken aback, yet the perspiration on his brow continued to flow unabated. Rhett rose with a smile, unhesitatingly patting the shoulder of his companion. I will manage my own affairs. During this year, I trust you, Brigadier, to handle matters pertaining to the 16th Division. Once their meeting concluded, Rhett promptly summoned his trusted confidants, including Colonels Dennis and Klein. The Mouse has assigned me to participate in some elite program at headquarters, and I fear it may take a year before I return. He succinctly informed them of the situation. The eldest, Klein, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, the headquarters does organize such elite programs every few years. They are reportedly guided directly by vice admirals or even admirals. However, it is rare for the East Sea Division to receive such opportunities, as our naval forces here are rather inadequate. Dennis interjected more bluntly. Given the Mouse's capabilities and audacity, I do not believe he would dare deceive you in this matter. Rhett nodded in agreement. That is not the most critical aspect. During my absence, you two colonels must unite and collaborate to maintain control of the base. The frequency of raids on pirates need not be excessive, but it is imperative to manage the base's military strength effectively. Furthermore, my hometown, Cocoa West Village, especially my family members, you must ensure their safety. Owen and Gerald, whom he had personally promoted, exchanged glances. Rest assured, Colonel, we will remain stationed in Cocoa West Village long-term to guarantee the safety of your family. Captain Click, this marks our 30th warship. No one in the East Sea can compare to us. At the largest shipyard in the East Sea, Shipyard Island, a throng of pirates reveled in drink while observing a brand-new warship gracefully launching into the water. Their leader busied himself testing his newly crafted golden armor. Eddie, have the gas bombs been installed? They are crucial for my survival in critical moments. The individual named Eddie, serving as the fleet strategist, hurried over upon hearing his captain's words. Admiral, do you doubt my capabilities? Moreover, I have upgraded your secret weapon. It is now even more powerful. Not even the 7 warlords could withstand it. Click and his most trusted advisor burst into laughter. Suddenly, they heard a soft voice. Are you Click? They swiftly turned to see a young man clad in a navy cape, smiling as he approached the shore of the new ship, accompanied by a tall, bearded man, carefully inspecting their 30th warship. Noticing that there were only 2 of them, Eddie scoffed. Kid, this is the strongest overlord of the East Sea, Admiral Click. Do not presume that donning a naval uniform grants you the stature of a personage. If you wish to avoid shedding tears, it would be prudent to depart post-haste. Otherwise, the collective might of our 500 strong could easily drown you with but a mere spit from each of us. The young naval officer paid no heed to the warning, instead inquiring of the burly man beside him, Riodondo, what is your assessment of these vessels? The individual referred to as Riodondo scrutinized the ships for several moments before affirmatively nodding, though the craftsmanship here does not rival the revered shipbuilding haven of the 7 seas. It is still commendable. If utilized within our fleet, I am confident they would serve us well, my lord. The young naval colonel nodded in agreement and then turned to smile at Click. Admiral Click, is it? I am Colonel Lett of the 16th Naval Division. These 30 vessels are quite impressive. We shall take them all. Do you have any objections? With a resounding thud, Click revealed his resplendent golden armor, accompanied by the formidable golden shields adorning his hands. A mere colonel, accompanied by but a single aide, dares to tread upon my territory with such audacity? A sinister grin spread across his face. Then let your head assist me in claiming the foremost position on the bounty list of the Eastern Sea. No sooner had he spoken than 2 machine guns abruptly emerged from the folds of Click's cloak. The deafening roar of gunfire reverberated throughout the harbor, drowning out the voice of his aide. "Man, Admiral, I just remembered. We cannot afford to provoke the 16th Division's let." Chapter 21. The Dominator of the East Sea. Click, damn it. Red exclaimed as a barrier made of quicksand stood between him and Redondo, effectively blocking the onslaught of Click's machine gun. As the barrage of bullets ceased, he reached into the iron box at his waist and retrieved several green seeds, casually tossing them to the ground. "Pea shooter and sunflower, you shall be my choice." Under the watchful gaze of thousands, for pea plants emerged from the earth of the port. Compared to the initial stages of Rhett's mastery over his abilities, these peas and sunflowers had evidently thrived. After 4 months of rigorous training and practical application, the height of the plants had surpassed 3 meters, their stems robust and resilient. Notably, the 4 pea plants had evolved from a single cannon to 2, their long tendrils swaying gracefully in the sea breeze, captivating the onlookers as if they were legendary creatures. Rhett turned his Navy sun hat backward, extending his right hand forward with fervor, as if awakening his latent powers. "Let them witness what true bullets are." Seed machine gun. The 4 pea plants trembled in unison, their 8 cannon mouths simultaneously aimed at Click. As smoke continued to billow from Click's machine gun, the peas unleashed a frenzy of concentrated fire. Boom, 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 boom. As the initial items bestowed upon Rhett, these 4 pea seeds possessed the unique trait of being irreplaceable. Yet they would enhance their attributes and even evolve as Rhett's overall strength increased. "Let us see how long he can endure this," Rhett chuckled, clapping his hands and relaxing on a sofa formed by the tendrils. Redondo, somewhat apprehensive, joined him, cautiously advising, "Sir, I have inquired about Click. He is known for equipping himself with an arsenal of weapons and is a despicable man who favors ambushes." Rhett nodded, acknowledging the information he already possessed. Yet he appreciated the timely reminder from his subordinate. "Indeed, you've reminded me. We still need to establish an intelligence network. You understand the importance of intelligence, don't you?" "Of course, intelligence is the foundation of all decision-making." Perhaps invigorated by the mention of his expertise, Redondo's face flushed with excitement. "But it still requires substantial financial backing, my lord." Rhett snapped his fingers. "Money is not an issue for me. I'll allocate an additional 1 billion. Is that sufficient for your initial preparations?" "That is more than enough." Redondo trembled with excitement, as a pirate with a bounty of 12 million. He had never encountered such wealth. While the two engaged in their discourse on intelligence establishment, Click was on the brink of madness. "Who is that young man? He has managed to thwart me with just 4 peas. This wretched plant, with merely the deployment of my most formidable weapon, the invincible battle gun, can be obliterated into fragments in an instant. Yet, the relentless barrage of the densely packed pea shots has already left Click incapacitated, unable to approach the quartet of peas." With a resounding thud, Click, wearing a bewildered expression, witnessed the golden shield he had positioned before him crash heavily to the ground. This shield, renowned for its indestructibility and forged from an amalgamation of metals, disintegrated slowly into a multitude of shards. Click staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground in disbelief. "How can this be?" "Barrow, quickly, shield me." "Yes, Captain." Barrow, enveloped in a myriad of shields, leapt forth. Yet compared to the captain adorned in golden armor, the combat leader's defenses were evidently meager, his shields merely iron. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous echoes erupted as the so-called iron wall Barrow could not withstand even half the duration of Click, being relentlessly pierced by the continuous onslaught of pea machine gun fire, leaving him battered and bloodied. "You are finished." Click suddenly laughed. "You have unleashed his potential." The sight of blood transforms Barrow into an invincible force. Reit raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Invincible? He had no recollection of any iron wall Barrow. This merely indicated that the adversary was but a trivial fish. Then, he beheld flames suddenly ignite upon Barrow, transforming him as if possessed, rising anew. The crew of Click's pirate band erupted in cheers. "Go, Flame Barrow." Yet Reit merely snapped his fingers. Falling stone. Boom. A rock, appearing from nowhere, struck precisely upon the head of the fervently burning Barrow. Having grown overly reliant on the power of his shields, Barrow's physical fortitude paled in comparison to Click's. A mere impact from several tons of stone caused his skull to cave in. A mingling of red and white fluids oozed forth as the once invincible Flame Barrow failed to advance a single step, brutally felled by the shameless ranged mage. "Barrow!" Click bellowed in fury. "You shall not die in vain. Crew, advance! Avenge Barrow!" The throng of over 1,000 pirates surged forward, clamoring for Captain Barrow. Slay this naval scum. Only advisor Eddie Man trembled in fear, yearning to alert his captain, yet his voice was utterly drowned out by the cacophony of shouts. I am so afraid. Reit remained seated upon the vines, unchanged in posture, as he unleashed his most familiar technique. Thorns entwine. Thorns pierce. Whoosh. 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 Thud. 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 This set of combination techniques is undoubtedly the ideal method for clearing out the minor foes. Coupled with the full-field barrage mode of the pea shooter, Clock's pirate crew fell like a stack of dominoes. The shipwrights hiding nearby swore they clearly witnessed vine after vine effortlessly piercing the chest of those pirates. Even the seemingly inconspicuous peas directly penetrated the bodies of the sea marauders. Am I dreaming? Damn it. Clock's heart quaked. As the pea shooter no longer targeted him alone, he finally regained the freedom to act. The vines that could ensnare ordinary pirates posed no significant challenge to him. After hacking through the thorns a dozen times with a sharp blade, he finally escaped the brambles. He then surveyed his surroundings and bellowed, Akin, where the hell are you? Who is Akin? Rhett glanced around with curiosity, and with his observation hockey, he indeed spotted a figure distinct from the other pirates in the crowd. It was a man exuding an aura of death, standing no taller than 5 feet 5 inches, with a gaunt frame, deep-set eyes, and pronounced nasolabial folds that drew attention. Resembling a consumptive specter. Among the pirates, such a figure would hardly be perceived as formidable. Even Rhett nearly overlooked him. The pirate known as Akin wielded a rare iron crutch, its ends adorned with 2 bulging iron balls. Even upon seeing him, Rhett could not recall any memories, after all. The serialization of the original work had spanned such a lengthy duration that it was impossible for him to remember every minor character's name and traits. Admiral, I can't break free from these things. Akin shouted in response to Clock while desperately swinging his iron crutch to fend off the thorns lunging at his chest. In Rhett's current perspective, such skills were hardly worthy of his attention. With just a few more thorns, Akin would undoubtedly become a lifeless corpse in the next moment. However, Ladondo suddenly interjected, Lord Rhett, may we spare this Akin? Rhett tilted his head slightly. Do you know him? Ladondo quickly shook his head. I've merely heard of his name. He is Clock's combat captain and the strongest fighter of the entire pirate crew. Of course, in your eyes, his strength is trivial, but in this East Blue, he is quite formidable. Rhett, known for his accommodating leadership, could not ignore his subordinate's suggestion. In the next moment, Akin, who had been struggling against the thorns, found himself ensnared by over a dozen vines, bound tightly and tossed before Ladondo. He is yours. Rhett cast a glance at the still writhing Akin. As a mere side character, he held little interest for him. At that moment, Cleek seized the opportunity to extract a bomb-like object from the shattered golden shield. Navy. A renewed confidence and arrogance ignited in Cleek's eyes as he tore off the bomb's protective cover, sneering at Rhett. This is my top secret weapon, a super poison gas bomb. For every one of my subordinates you have slain, I shall ensure you accompany them to the grave. Oh, then do try, Rhett retorted, lifting his chin in disdain and calling out, coffin of black sand. As the poison gas bomb flew from Cleek's grasp, it was immediately repelled by a wall of black sand. The earth surged upwards, coalescing into a black coffin that ensnared Cleek and his poisonous device within its confines. Admiral. Akin let out a desperate scream. Yet, Rhett suddenly recalled the significance of Akin. In the original tale, Akin spared Sanji's life out of gratitude for a meal, which incited Cleek's fury, ultimately leading to his grievous injury from Cleek's poison gas bomb. He was indeed a minor character, yet a rather tragic antagonist in the early stages. Akin, Rhett commanded as he loosened the vines slightly. I can spare Cleek this once, but it comes at a cost. Akin, pale and ashen, raised his gaze, a flicker of determination illuminating his lifeless eyes. I will pay any price, as long as you let the Admiral go. I assure you, he will never again appear within your sight. Rhett sighed, such loyalty. The price you must pay is to serve me as a beast of burden for life. Without a moment's hesitation, Akin urged, I accept. Quickly, release the Admiral. Rhett whistled, and the coffin woven from black sand instantly dissolved, allowing the nearly asphyxiated Cleek to plummet to the ground with a thud. Cleek, Akin will take your place here. His loyalty and bravery have moved me. Thus I choose to spare you. Leave your fleet and treasures behind, and depart. Rising from his vine-clad seat, Rhett turned to join Ladondo in claiming the fleet and riches that rightfully belonged to Cleek. Suddenly, he heard a fierce gust of wind behind him. The poison gas bomb was indeed Cleek's life-saving trump card, yet it was not his most formidable weapon. That lay concealed within his 2 golden epaulets, when united. They could transform into a 1-ton golden war spear. This weapon possessed not only a razor-sharp blade, but also a perilous attribute. It would unleash explosions corresponding to the intensity of Kleek's force. Kleek's stealthy assault from behind was executed with utmost silence, his feet barely making a sound. His lips were tightly sealed. Unlike some fools who would shout the name of their ultimate move to enhance its impact, he even held his breath for a moment, achieving a lethal effect. With a piercing sound, the sharp blade viciously plunged into Rhett's back, and a glimmer of ecstasy flashed across Kleek's face. However, the expression on Akin's face, witnessing this moment, was rather complex. Boom. The strike infused with Kleek's entire strength triggered a tremendous explosion, obliterating Rhett into fragments. Some debris was swept onto Kleek's face by the raging wind. Yet he expressed no dissatisfaction. Instead, he erupted into maniacal laughter. No matter how many tricks you possess, you will still fall beneath my invincible golden battle gun. Ha ha. But his smile lasted less than a second before transforming into sheer horror and dread. What struck Kleek's face was not blood and flesh, but fragments of bark and wood. It was merely the simplest form of wooden clones. Possessing the abilities to manipulate plants and earth, Rhett, even without the observation hockey, could sense Kleek's movements through the ground beneath him. Thus, he confidently turned his back to Kleek, fully anticipating his choice. You see, Akin, it's not that I denied him a chance. Rather, he walked into his own demise. Rhett shrugged at Akin and glanced at the two sunflowers beginning to reflect light. Snapping his fingers with force, solar blaze. What are you going to do now? Kleek was utterly thrown off balance. Flipping his enormous cloak to reveal a dense array of what resembled a mountain of swords within, Rhett opened his mouth, intending to explain. However, Kleek would never hear his explanation. The speed of light traveling through the air far surpasses that of sound. In an instant, two searing golden beams pierced through Kleek's chest. Clad in his golden armor, the once impenetrable golden armor disintegrated into powdered remnants under the onslaught of the solar blaze. The notorious pirate with a bounty of 12 million berries, Admiral Kleek, met his demise. Chapter 22, Strengthening Resolve Admiral. As Kleek's body fell heavily upon the shore, Akin let out a piercing wail. Rhett observed in silence as tears streamed down Akin's face, and then, rather impolitely, interrupted his outpouring of emotion. What will you do now? Will you foolishly seek vengeance against me, or will you honor our agreement and serve me? Having extricated himself from the vines, Akin crawled to Kleek's side. After repeated confirmations, he finally lowered his hands. The East Sea tyrant lay quietly on Akin's knee, his chest and abdomen completely perforated by a searing blaze. His internal organs reduced to charred remnants, leaving no possibility of survival. You have killed the Admiral. How can you trust me to follow you? Akin raised his arm and casually wiped the tears from his face, his eyes blankly fixed on Rhett. Are you not concerned? I am indeed concerned. Yet I admire your loyalty and capability. Under the command of a tyrant as arrogant and brutal as Kleek, your talents would only be gradually buried. You are a person of loyalty and bravery, and you should not meet your end in a pirate crew devoid of prospects. Rhett's sincerity was evident, yet it was accompanied by a hint of confidence. Come with me and witness the vastness of this world. You shall experience unprecedented freedom and peace of mind. Having concluded his brief persuasive speech, he prepared for both outcomes. Akin did not immediately succumb to emotion and bow deeply. Instead, he paused in silence for a few seconds before hoarsely replying, If you believe in me, grant me 7 days. After that, I will come to find you at the base of the 16th Division. If you do not trust me, then kill me here. Rhett regarded him intently and nodded. Let's go, Redondo. Colonel, the inventory has been completed. On the way back to the base, a voice emanated from the telephone bug on the table. Under the sunlight, Rhett, feeling somewhat drowsy, roused himself with effort. Speak plainly. Mice. Yes, Colonel. Among the 30 enemy ships we captured, there are a total of 15 million berries and 24 chests of various treasures, with a total value exceeding 40 million. All right, distribute 5 million among all the brothers as a reward for this mission. Rhett interrupted Mice's report, stifling a yawn towards the sky. I am quite tired. Unless there are other matters, do not disturb me further. Understood, Colonel. Rhett had lost count of how many times he had entered this realm of white dreams. For months ago, in Cocoa West Village, he first encountered that lowly sapling, which had now nearly grown to match Rhett's height of 6 feet 1 inch. The trunk, once no thicker than a chopstick, had now become as stout as an arm. An increasing number of branches began to extend outward, creating a lush canopy that cast a distinct shadow. Perhaps sensing the arrival of Rate, the leaves danced joyfully, producing a rustling sound. Rate finally came to a realization. It was not merely this sapling that was undergoing transformation. This realm of dreams, or rather this peculiar world, was gradually expanding with the passage of time. His strength was growing ever more formidable, allowing him to perceive an ever-widening array of sights. Initially, just a small seedling amidst gravel, for months had elapsed, and the sapling had flourished into a grand tree. The gravel had transformed into fertile soil, and the barren ground was now adorned with a lush carpet of greenery. Ray pondered if, upon reaching the pinnacle of his abilities, this place might evolve into an independent and tangible paradise. Seizing 30 warships from the clique pirate crew without a single expenditure of his own resources granted Rate's newly formed armed group a substantial enhancement of power overnight. Furthermore, his effortless annihilation of over 1,000 pirates showcased his unfathomable prowess, leading his subordinates, including Lei Dong Duo, to abandon all fantasies and wholeheartedly pledge their loyalty to their boss. Instead of returning directly to the base, Rate lingered in the nearby waters for several more days. With over 1,000 remnants of the clique pirate crew still roaming about, he felt compelled to act. Even though this area did not fall under the jurisdiction of the 16th Division as the hero responsible for vanquishing clique, he could not allow these individuals to endanger innocent civilians. Thus, he divided his subordinates into several fleets, commandeering the recently seized pirate ships to swiftly eradicate clique's remaining forces. While the Navy may prioritize pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million or even 100 million for the ordinary towns and villages, the presence of just 1 or 2 pirates could lead to devastating calamities. Consequently, Rate spared no effort in annihilating over 500 pirates affiliated with clique, bringing about the complete downfall of the East Sea's most formidable super pirate crew. As the date for the main training session approached, Rate refrained from further excursions to hunt pirates, having already eradicated all crews with bounties over 5 million berries in the vicinity. What audacity would lesser pirates possess to linger beneath his watchful gaze? Rate had initially intended to inquire about the crew of the legendary pirate Buggy, but perhaps due to insufficient channels of information, he was unable to locate this famed figure. With no formidable adversaries to challenge him, Rate contentedly remained at the base, dedicating his time to a thorough exploration of the powers bestowed upon him by the fruit within his body. The naval headquarters is undoubtedly a gathering of elites, brimming with users of the devil fruit, in a context where physical prowess has limited advancement. Distinguishing oneself among such distinguished individuals largely hinges on one's adeptness at harnessing the powers of the devil fruit. Initially, his skills revolved around the use of peas, mushrooms, and sunflowers, each possessing unique capabilities. The concentrated barrage of the peas, the delaying control of the mushrooms, and the charged attacks of the sunflowers, when strategically employed in suitable terrain, can indeed create formidable defenses. However, their inherent fragility becomes apparent when faced with opponents who possess long-range attacks or superior speed, leaving him somewhat restrained, and moreover, this strategy lacks a certain sophistication. Manipulating vines, thorns, and other flora constitutes his most frequently employed ability, demonstrating remarkable effectiveness in both offense and defense, while also boasting a formidable capacity for wide-ranging assaults. Furthermore, the array of auxiliary skills derived from the monstrous flowers offers a wealth of possibilities for cultivation. The sole limitation lies in the necessity for a conducive environment, as he cannot deploy such skills in areas devoid of plant life. The second significant skill he later developed revolves around controlling sand and soil. Although this mastery came somewhat later, it has proven to be no less potent than his botanical abilities. Walls and barriers constructed from sand are more resilient than those made from plants, and the stones summoned at will can catch opponents off guard. The coffin formed from black sand has become a signature move, enabling him to triumph over Smoker and Crocodile. Nonetheless, this series of skills is constrained by the requirement for ample sand or soil in the battleground, as their efficacy diminishes without it. His pursuit of new skills can be directed toward 2 main avenues: enhancing offensive capabilities or bolstering defensive measures. In the original narrative, the development of devil fruit powers often has little to do with scientific principles. Instead, it is heavily reliant on the user's imagination. The more expansive one's creativity, the more innovative the techniques that can be derived from the devil fruit. Raised under the banner of the red flag and nurtured by the spring breeze, Rate does not belong to the realm of unfettered imagination. However, he can at least adapt the fantastical elements he has encountered in various works to his own abilities, such as Journey to the West, Dragon Ball, Naruto, One Piece, Yu Yu Hakusho, Pokemon, and Hunter x Hunter. And of course, King of Bandits. When he successfully amalgamates these influences into his own persona, there will be no adversary in this world who can rival him. Chapter 23. Heading to school with a backpack failure. After several days of relentless research, Rate reluctantly paused his development of the devil fruit. His body could not withstand the strain of excessive power usage, leading to a noticeable state of weakness. Hence, he deemed it necessary to take a proper respite. After all, he had no aspirations of becoming the pirate king and did not feel compelled to force himself to innovate new techniques within a mere few days. Considering his imminent journey to the Navy headquarters, where he might find greater inspiration in Marineford, his urgency regarding the development of the devil fruit diminished significantly. He decided to grant himself a 2-day holiday, returning Noki and Nami to Cocoa West Village. Please take good care of this transponder snail, providing it with food and fresh water regularly. He entrusted Noki with a snail-like transponder snail and 3 seeds, emphasizing that one of the seeds should always be carried on her person. No matter the situation, she must inform him at the earliest opportunity, even if merely hearing troubling rumors from outside. "Rate, I will miss you," Nami exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes as she clung to his arm, her expression a delightful blend of innocence and beauty. Rate chuckled, gently tousling her short golden hair. "If you wish to set sail, seek out Owen, Gerald, or Redondo. But do not wander off alone. Both Belmere and Noki will worry. Promise me we'll stay in touch." Nami obediently nodded, though she reluctantly mumbled a few words of parting. Rate playfully pinched her soft, rosy cheek. "Be good, listen well, and grow up swiftly. Lord Rate. Our fleet has now reached 52 ships, with nearly 300 small speedboats, and a total personnel count exceeding 12,600, nearly 7,000 of whom possess combat capabilities, while the rest are engaged in exploration, logistics, and intelligence. On the west side of Cocoa West Village, the armed group under Redondo had chosen this site as their base, coincidentally the location of Arlong Park in the original story. Rate held a particular admiration for Redondo's choice of location, as it allowed them to protect Belmere's family from the closest proximity. Even during his return of Noki and Nami, Rate distinctly noticed several unfamiliar faces in Cocoa West Village. No, it was because Belmere had acquired a large estate, and among the hired staff, there were evidently Redondo subordinates. They had already begun to safeguard Rate's family from the closest range. According to the directives of the higher-ups, our initial focus lies within the freight sector. The primary shipping channels in the domain of the 16th branch have largely fallen under our control, with over half of maritime freight now contingent upon our consent. Lei Dong Duo is accompanying his superior to review his recent achievements. Besides bulk freight, we have established a dedicated express delivery company responsible for the transportation of everyday items for ordinary citizens. However, if I may express a personal concern, I fear this venture may lead to significant losses. Leite chuckled and shook his head. The express delivery industry undoubtedly requires investment during its nascent stages. But do not hesitate to commit. Maintain strict control over the channels and clientele. We cannot afford to relinquish this market. In this relatively isolated region, where the flow of goods and information is sluggish, as long as we govern the maritime transportation channels and cultivate habitual patronage among consumers, how could we possibly incur losses? After Leite concluded his instructions, he returned once more to the base of the 16th branch. On the periphery of the base, he observed a frail figure sitting alone. Upon seeing Leite approach, the man, shrouded in an aura of desolation, promptly rose to his feet. "Ajin?" Leite was not surprised to see him. "May I hear your answer?" The diminutive man, known as the Ghost Man, knelt on one knee at his feet. "Lord Leite, I have honored our agreement and come to serve you." Leite smiled faintly, extending a vine to gently lift Ajin. "Your loyalty shall undoubtedly be reciprocated with equal trust, I swear." Recently pledged to Leite, Ajin was not retained by him, but instead assigned a crucial task, to protect the family of Belmere. Compared to the covert operatives dispatched by Lei Dong Duo, Ajin effectively served as the doorman and bodyguard of the Belmere family. Moreover, Ajin, capable of matching blows with the recently departed Sanji, undoubtedly possessed greater prowess than the average operative. For Ajin, this was an immense display of trust. A man who revered loyalty and righteousness was deeply moved by his new leader in an instant. Yet only Leite was aware that his belief in this stranger was not merely based on vague recollections. The 3 seeds he entrusted to Noki Gao possessed the same function as the parasitic seed within Lei Dong Duo. Should Ajin dare to harm Noki Gao or his companions, even from a great distance, Leite could swiftly command these seeds to transform into the sharpest thorns, piercing Ajin completely. Unconditional trust in a stranger is undeniably foolish and potentially fatal. On September 3rd, marking the half anniversary of Leite's formal induction into the 16th branch, he departed from the base on this very day. Colonel Leite, to bring honor to our 16th branch at headquarters. Let those in our headquarters be aware that our branch shall never be considered inferior to theirs. Colonel, when you achieve your academic pursuits, do not forget the brethren of our 16th branch. Having witnessed the scene where nearly half of the base's Marines gathered to bid farewell to Rhett, the shadowy figure of Brigadier Mouse must have shattered yet another tooth in dismay. This impudent individual, relying on brute strength to oppress his superiors, deserves nothing less than to be devoured by a colossal sea king in the Grand Line. May he be cursed to be struck down by a foolish instructor from the elite camp. May he face the wrath of the great celestial dragons he so maliciously insulted, only to be punished by a general who would incinerate him with magma, freeze him with ice, obliterate him with laser beams. The 16th branch is located at the intersection of the East Sea, near the Calm Belt and the Red Soil continent, leaning slightly towards the northwest, while the Navy headquarters in Marineford is situated on the opposite side of the planet. Consequently, Red had no choice but to take the fastest small speedboat from the branch, spending 10 days traversing the vast expanse of the East Sea to reach the designated meeting point with the headquarters. Along the way, he effortlessly vanquished 3 ill-fated pirate crews, thereby contributing to the peace of the East Sea. Are you Colonel Bold Red of the 16th branch? On the island of Assembly, a young female officer saluted Red. I am Lieutenant Tina from headquarters. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Please board our warship to traverse the Calm Belt. In her early 20s, her tall and alluring figure was accentuated by a snug uniform, with pink, shoulder-length hair cascading loosely, reflecting a soft halo in the sunlight. Tina was undeniably a strikingly beautiful woman, and even Red had to concede that her beauty was exceptionally rare in this world. However, the only thing that caused him to furrow his brow slightly was the burning cigarette dangling from her lips. Now I understand why Smoker is reluctant to leave the headquarters. Rhett returned her salute with a smile and remarked, if I had the company of such a beautiful lady, I too would be unwilling to depart. Tina appeared slightly taken aback. Colonel, you know that chain smoker? After all, she and he were new recruits from the same batch. Rhett chuckled. It was he who announced my promotion order, and we even had a scuffle. I suppose one could say we became acquainted through conflict. Tina shook her head with a wry smile. That chain smoker is quite the character. I often find myself exasperated in his company. Discussing another man with a woman is often not the wisest choice. Yet Rhett did not mind leveraging Smoker's name to engage Tina in conversation for this captivating naval beauty. 6 or 7 years as senior was not quite his type. Nevertheless, during this not-so-lengthy journey, enjoying pleasant conversation with a striking woman was indeed a delightful experience. Smoker always seems to stir up trouble, and Tina is powerless to dissuade him. I previously spoke with him over the phone, and he is also among the candidates for the elite camp. Indeed, the headquarters holds a favorable view of him. For individuals possessing the fruit abilities of the nature system are exceedingly rare. However, his personality is rather difficult to endear. Colonel Tina, do you have a fondness for smokers? How could Tina possibly have any affection for him? Colonel Rhett, you are merely in your teens, so please refrain from assuming the guise of a relationship expert. Haha. I merely think it contrasts with your cool and alluring exterior. Your personality is quite charming, indeed. It is rather disheartening for Tina to be called alluring by a younger sibling 6 years her junior. By the way, Tina, could you possibly quit smoking? Who knows? I might consider pursuing you. Beep beep beep. Is that Coco's phone bug? Hello, Nokikao, Nami? What's the matter? Has Along appeared? Brother Rhett. Without us by your side to oversee you, are you diligently training? Brother Rhett, let us initiate a video call. I wish to glimpse the visage of the naval headquarters. Nami, listen to me. I am currently traversing the doldrums, and the signal here is poor. Hello, hello, what did you say? I cannot hear you clearly. Chapter 24. A goat Tina exhaled a delicate smoke ring and gracefully leaped from the warship. Colonel Rhett, this is the Navy headquarters, Marineford. Following closely behind her, Rhett gazed upward at the towering edifice, nearly 100 meters high, which stood majestically at the center. The fleet admiral and the 3 admirals, along with the naval hero. Garp, I have not seen you at headquarters, so you must hail from the East Blue branch, hence your lack of decorum. Do you require instruction on the etiquette befitting a naval elite? Rhett braced himself against the ground, feeling as though his ribs might fracture under the force of the blow he had just received. As he struggled to rise, he finally discerned the features of his assailant. The man was a tall and robust middle-aged figure, distinguished by the blue epaulets denoting his rank as vice admiral. Yet the most striking aspect was the dog pattern hat perched upon his head. Upon seeing the dog hat, a buzzing sensation filled Rhett's mind. but he quickly regained his composure. The figure before him was not the legendary Iron Fist Garp, who once pursued the pirate King Roger across the seas, but rather a middle-aged Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral Dalmesia. You have struck rather hard, Haven T.U.? Very good positioned himself protectively in front of Rhett. The Vice Admiral grunted dismissively, Lieutenant Colonel Berrygood, while Fleet Admiral Sengoku speaks above. You are down here, tending to sheep, disregarding military discipline. Shouldn't such insolence warrant correction? Enough, Dalmesia, barked another robust elder, standing beside Sengoku. Young Lieutenant Colonel. State your number and name. With the support of Smoker and Berrygood, Red unsteadily rose to his feet. East Blue Branch 16, Bold Good. Even if he had not previously known the elder, through introductions from Smoker, Tina, and Berrygood, he was well aware that the towering figure, even more imposing than Sengoku, was none other than the former Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr, who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with Sengoku and Garp during the era before the Great Pirate Era. Zephyr appeared somewhat astonished. Is it true that someone from the weakest East Blue Branch has been summoned? The dog-hatted Vice Admiral spoke with great respect in his presence. Master Zephyr, he is the only naval officer from the East Blue to be summoned. The one who eradicated over 100 million pirates in just 4 months after joining the Navy. Is he the devil fruit user recommended for enlistment by Borsalino? At this, Zephyr nodded thoughtfully. Although he had stepped back from frontline duty, he remained well informed about the Navy's inner workings. Today's youth are so engrossed in the powers of the fruits that they neglect the importance of personal training. It is truly disheartening. The general in the dog-headed hat chuckled in agreement. Indeed, after just one punch from me, you're almost unable to stand. Such a frail physique has no place in this world rife with formidable adversaries. Rhett could not help but shake his head. Why? Did he detect the scent of blood in the air? Are you shaking your head? Zephyr's voice was icy. Do you believe my words to be unfounded? Quite the contrary. Rhett inhaled deeply, but I am certainly not as weak as the General of Demaching has suggested. The gaze of nearly 100 individuals in the vicinity converged upon him. While gently stroking the head of a young goat, he articulated with deliberate clarity, since this is an elite training camp, it must encompass real combat scenarios. I aspire to earn the opportunity to engage in a one-on-one duel with the General of Demaching. Zephyr removed his sunglasses, a flicker of surprise glinting in his eyes. The general in the dog-headed hat clenched his teeth in frustration. Only Sengoku's voice broke the tension. It is commendable for a young man to possess courage. Yet one must remain cognizant of the reality. You are merely a colonel from a branch office. Are you certain you wish to challenge a vice admiral from the headquarters? Rhett cast a glance in his direction. It's merely a sparring session. I seek only to prove myself, and I assure you, I will be mindful of my limits. Admiral Sengoku. A stir rippled through the training ground. To face a vice admiral and still maintain restraint? Do not be overly audacious, young man. The general in the dog-headed hat, now seething with rage, retorted, I shall grant you an opportunity. I will not employ the powers of my devil fruit transformation. If you can land a hit on me, you will be deemed the victor. Rhett spat on the ground. Having reached this juncture, why not? Invite a greater deluge of blood? You would do well to unleash your full strength from the outset, General of Demaching, for if not, I fear you may find yourself with no chance at all. Chapter 25, The Dual System Master of Civil Engineering, Carp. Where are you off to, Carp? The meeting is about to commence. Apologies, Ahi, but I've heard that Zephyr intends to reprimand a certain East Blue lad participating in the elite camp. I must attend to my fellow townsmen. Ah, you merely wish to witness the spectacle, don't you? Haha. Such dialogues echoed throughout various corners of the Navy headquarters. In this world, there exists no wall that does not whisper secrets, and even within the seemingly formidable confines of the Navy headquarters, this holds true. A vice admiral from HQ is set to discipline the weakest East Blue colonel? If we adhere to the initial assessments, the disparity in strength between the two is at least 5 levels. This is an insurmountable chasm. As Carp and a throng of spectators hastened to the training ground, the confrontation had just begun. Mouse Admiral, Minard. If Dalmaka's strikes become too severe, you must intervene immediately. Sengoku instructed his 2 subordinates in a hushed tone while seated alongside Zephyr on the periphery. The Mouse and Minard acknowledged him and promptly positioned themselves on either side of the training area, ready to safeguard the young and fragile life of the East Blue colonel at a moment's notice. No one held high hopes for the young colonel, not merely due to the rank disparity with the vice admiral, but rather because the display of strength they had just witnessed was indeed worlds apart. As a vice admiral of the headquarters, Dalmok had undoubtedly mastered the Navy's 6 styles and the fundamental use of hockey, augmented by his own Zoan-type devil fruit abilities. endowing him with physical prowess that far surpassed that of the average Navy personnel. Conversely, Rhett, who had only recently consumed a devil fruit 6 months prior, lagged significantly behind the over 40 vice admiral in physical capabilities, hockey application, and mastery of his fruit. A fact starkly illustrated by his inability to withstand even a single punch from Dalmok. Shave. Dalmok unleashed the speed-enhancing technique of the Navy's 6 styles, transforming into a mere afterimage, invisible even to many junior officers. However, Rhett, utilizing his observation hockey, discerned his opponent's presence and reacted instantly, burrowing technique. Before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he sank directly into the earth. Ah, what an intriguing ability! Karp chuckled as he settled down across from Sengoku and Zephyr, nonchalantly producing a package of donuts from his coat, tearing it open with a rustle, and indulging in a hearty feast. The usually serious Zephyr, of course, displayed no reaction, though he did furrow his brow at Karp's unrefined manner of eating. Yet Sengoku could not help but cast a glance at the donuts in Karp's hand, swallowing hard. Had it not been for his concern over public image, he would have undoubtedly reached into Karp's embrace. Shrinking turtle, is this your strategy? Dalmok, unable to submerge into the earth like Rhett, could only vent his frustration through furious shouts. However, he did not hear Rhett's response. Instead, he was confronted by dozens of robust green vines lunging towards him. Thorns abounded. Big Mac remained unperturbed, with a swift motion of his right foot. He unleashed an invisible force that sliced horizontally through the air. This was the Storm Leg, an attack derived from the Navy's 6th style, employing ultra-fast kicks to generate vacuum waves. With a single kick, Big Mac severed 4 or 5 vines at the waist. Yet, Rhett's vines were not so easily subdued. As early as 6 months prior, he had acquired the ability to control over 2,000 vines. Just as Big Mac's feet touched the ground, several other vines ensnared him decisively. Huh, plants? Zephyr, seated upright in his chair, raised an eyebrow. His disciple, the fruit user Bins, standing behind him, quickly waved his hand. Not me, master. This must be Rhett's ability. Meanwhile, Zephyr's beautiful disciple, Ein, a user of the retreat fruit, nudged her partner, Bins. You should study this closely. It might inspire your own abilities. Such tricks. How could they possibly bind me? Indeed, Big Mac, a formidable rear admiral with the powers of the dog fruit, displayed immense strength. Even when ensnared by a dozen vines, he fought fiercely to break free. He then utilized a series of rapid footfalls to hastily escape the thorn-laden area. Yet, he remained vulnerable to the opponent lurking underground. Moonwalk, though reckless. Big Mac understood that the training ground was fraught with peril. He activated the flying technique from the Navy's 6th style, elevating himself high into the air. Just as he ascended, hundreds of vines occupied the space he had just vacated, causing even Big Mac to break into a slight sweat. While those vines appeared soft and fragile, being ensnared by hundreds simultaneously would demand considerable strength, regardless of one's physical prowess. Storm Leg, deluge. As the vines surged upward in pursuit, Big Mac ceased to hold back, unleashing a barrage of wide, slicing kicks that rained down upon the vines like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by thunderous roars, the entire training ground trembled violently under Big Mac's relentless assault, clouds of dust billowing upward, causing lower-ranked Navy personnel to instinctively retreat a few steps. Yet, veterans like Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr had already noted the unusual circumstances on the battlefield. In the swirling dust, other powders could be discerned. This was. Smoker's expression darkened. He certainly had not forgotten. This was the paralyzing powder created by Rhett's monstrous flowers. The familiar tactic returned. Achoo. As a lieutenant general, Barley Town undoubtedly serves as a pillar of the Navy, seasoned by countless battles. He swiftly realized he had inhaled some peculiar powder, even letting out a mighty sneeze due to the acute sense of smell possessed by canines. However, this sneeze did little to disperse the powder. Instead, it only allowed more of it to flood into his mouth. How careless. As a bitter taste spread through his mouth, Barley Town soon discovered a growing numbness in his limbs. He found himself unable to control his feet and hands at will. He could not even maintain his moonwalk, floating in the air. Damn it. With his moonwalk failing him, Barley Town's immense body crashed to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Before he could rise again, he witnessed the very sands he had sent flying with his continuous gust transform into ravenous demons, converging upon him in unison. He watched helplessly as the sun above was completely obscured by the black sands. The black sand coffin. Smoker ground his teeth and uttered those words with venom. Far from the black sand coffin, Rhett emerged silently from the ground. Not a speck of sand clung to him as he cautiously observed the distant mass of sand gather. His hands slightly drew inward, and the once massive black sand coffin began to contract at a visible pace. Bang, 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 puffed, 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 puffed. With relentless assaults, gale kicks, finger guns, iron blocks, and frenzied grabs, Barley Town continued to attack. Various dull thuds emanated from within the sand coffin. At times, sand was violently dispersed by the fierce strikes, only to be quickly replenished by yet more sand. Under Rhett's influence, the outer walls of the coffin thickened, while the sounds within grew fainter, eventually fading into complete silence. Approximately 5 minutes passed, and Rhett turned to the three admirals seated at the periphery. I suppose I have one? Sengoku and Zephyr wore grave expressions, while only Garp remained carefree, indulging in his donuts. The adorable and gluttonous little goat lowered its head, incessantly searching for scraps at Garp's feet. Upon seeing Rhett emerge from the earth, it immediately bounded over, wagging its tail in delight, regardless of whether through the observation hockey or the feedback gleaned from the sands. Rhett was certain that the rear admiral, who had so confidently boasted 5 minutes prior, had lost all sense of combat awareness. The increasingly stifling atmosphere and thin air were enough to render that spotted dog unconscious. Thus, he gently waved his hand, and the black sand coffin crumbled, revealing a colossal figure that thudded heavily to the ground. Aside from that muffled sound, the entire training ground fell into an eerie silence, as if it were a realm of hell. Even Smoker, who once engaged in close combat with Rate, could not help but swallow hard. Merely a colonel from the feeble East Blue has truly defeated an elite vice admiral of the Navy headquarters? Chapter 26, Talent and Effort. The former admiral, now the chief instructor of the Navy with an impressive force of 800,000, Zephyr, who once stood alongside the legendary figures of the Marine Corps, Garp and Sengoku, currently bore a rather grim expression. Unlike those who relied on the powers of devil fruits, Zephyr valued the honing of one's own abilities above all else. Nearly 10 minutes prior, he had chastised a young recruit for being overly dependent on his devil fruit abilities, asserting the true strength lay in self-mastery. Yet, within a mere span of 10 minutes, that same youth had delivered a resounding slap to his face through the most brutal of outcomes. Even Zephyr, steadfast in his convictions, found himself momentarily shaken upon witnessing Major General Barley Town convulsing and collapsing, frothing at the mouth. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. If, perhaps, he had consumed a devil fruit in his youth, would his own powers have been augmented? Would his beloved wife and nearly 3-year-old son have been spared from a tragic fate? However, Zephyr, being a figure of admiral rank, was not one to easily abandon the beliefs he had held for over 40 years. He slowly shook his head, dispelling that notion, only to find the insufferable young man standing before him. Instructor Zephyr, it is not that I place greater importance on the abilities granted by devil fruits. Rather, I have no means of further enhancing my physical prowess here in the East Blue. Despite my diligent efforts to study, I have seen little progress, which is why I sought guidance and advancement at the headquarters. If I have offended you in any way, I sincerely hope for your understanding. Sengoku nodded in acknowledgement toward Zephyr, while Garp finished his donut with a satisfied demeanor. In a world where the strong prevailed and power reigned supreme, a young man who had decisively triumphed over a major general yet maintained clarity of mind was not someone the elder veterans could justifiably blame. You are not in the wrong, young man, Zephyr finally spoke. If you truly wish to train under me, you must prepare yourself for a year of rigorous trials that will lead you deep into the depths of hell. The ocean is vast, and even within the weakest East Blue, there lurks an abundance of untapped potential among the youth. As they departed the training grounds, Fleet Admiral Sengoku sighed, reflecting on the matter before abruptly shifting topics. By the way, Garp, do you still have any contact with Dragon? Garp, having finished his snacks, rolled his eyes. Even if I did, I wouldn't divulge my own son's whereabouts to you. Besides, even if you knew his location, how many admirals and warships do you plan to send out? Sengoku paused, releasing a long, unbidden sigh. Just as Garp had pointed out, even if he were to discover Dragon's location, who within the Navy could guarantee capturing the leader of the Revolutionary Army, intent on overthrowing the current government? Today, let us commence our discourse on the essence of absolute justice by examining the responsibilities of the Navy. A civilian rear admiral, with an air of sanctity, ascended the podium to impart ideological education to an audience of over 80 elite officers. This endeavor is undoubtedly of paramount significance. Otherwise, how could the world government ensure that this formidable armed force remains obedient to its commands for a staggering 8 centuries? Were Rhett to overhear such rhetoric, he would likely scoff in disdain, for he has been privy to far more sophisticated insights. However, at this moment, the Rear Admiral is spared Rhett's scorn. As Rhett is outside undergoing an intensive 3-on-1 training regimen, is it true that you possess no knowledge of the Navy's 6 styles? The enchanting young woman, Ein, expressed her astonishment. Rhett shrugged nonchalantly. Among the numerous branches in our East Sea, those who have mastered the 6 styles could likely be counted on one hand, and regrettably, I am not among them. Had I been capable of mastering them, I would not have found myself buried underground from the very start. His words rang with sincerity. In his view, confronting the enemy face to face, relying on sheer physical strength to topple them, possesses a far greater impact than resorting to distant tactics to surreptitiously dismantle a foe. Yet, he harbored no illusions about engaging the formidable Demeshang directly. Fully aware that pitting his frail physique against a seasoned rear admiral would be akin to a lamb entering the den of a tiger. Moreover, Demeshang's devil fruit ability significantly enhances his physical prowess, placing their physical conditions on entirely disparate levels. In the original narrative, Demeshang could effortlessly pierce the weary rubberman Luffy with a mere fingertip during the climactic battle at Marineford. In contrast, Rhett's body lacks any protective measures or the ability to absorb impact. Should he attempt to withstand a blow, it would undoubtedly result in a catastrophic fate. Although he had indeed triumphed over Demeshang in a one-on-one confrontation, this does not imply that his strength has ascended to the realm of a rear admiral. Should Demeshang become aware of Rhett's abilities and adopt a guerrilla warfare strategy, denying Rhett the opportunity to ensnare him with his vines and demonic flowers, the outcome of their duel would likely remain inconclusive. Yet, from another perspective, the ability to vanquish a rear admiral through remote tactics alone suggests that if Rhett were to enhance his close combat capabilities, Demeshang would stand no chance. Colonel Rhett. Although we are accustomed to referring to it as the Navy's 6 styles, it can be distilled into a mere exercise regimen. Each technique focuses the practitioner's abilities upon specific parts of the body. Saru, Jeppu, and Moonwalk all concentrate on the feet, while Shurgon utilizes the hands, and Tekken follows suit. The only notable exception is paper drawing, which does not concentrate force but rather relinquishes it entirely. However, the underlying principle remains fundamentally unchanged. Despite appearing somewhat comical with his donkey-like visage and clad in a ninja outfit, Benzi delivered his lecture with commendable gravitas. Both of them were newly recruited soldiers brought forth by Zephyr 2 years prior. Their admiration for Zephyr led them to instinctively choose to follow him closely. Ein and Benz were only slightly older than Rhett, and thus communication among the 3 young men posed no challenges. Rhett could certainly glean the fundamental knowledge he most needed from them. Although Zephyr sat not far away, he refrained from offering any guidance. Perhaps this proud old man still harbored some resentment from having been humiliated by Rhett previously. A towering figure, exceeding 5 meters in height, with arms disproportionately long, silently entered the training ground. Xiozhua, you have arrived. With Zephyr's keen observation, he sensed the man's presence without needing to turn around. Compared to the youthful Ein and Benz, Xiozhua was truly Zephyr's right-hand man. Master, is this the one who defeated Rear Admiral Demeshang? Xiozhua inquired after a few glances, a dismissive smile creeping across his face. I find his physical skills utterly lacking. Even Benz could easily overpower him. Yet Zephyr did not share in the laughter. Instead, he shook his head. Xiozhua, you consistently underestimate your opponents. This young man only joined the Navy 6 months ago, and it was then that he began honing his physical skills. Xiozhua's mouth fell agape, disbelief etched across his features. How can this be? A novice who was trained for merely half a year has managed to defeat a rear admiral? Zephyr rose from his chair, asserting, his foundation may indeed be weak, but his talent is remarkable, and he places great emphasis on agility in battle. If you were to engage him in a one-on-one fight, you would surely be the one to lose. Although reluctant, Xiozhua dared not refute his master's assessment. Zephyr's expression remained stoic, yet the gaze behind his sunglasses shifted subtly. However, Xiozhua, you must understand that neither I nor Admiral Karp are naturally gifted individuals. We possess no formidable devil fruits, yet in this world, few dare to claim superiority over us. Xiozhua nodded earnestly. Both you and Admiral Karp are exceptionally diligent. I have always believed that hard work surpasses innate talent. Indeed, Zephyr was not a prodigious youth. He joined the Navy's Reserve Academy at the age of 14, yet only became a petty officer at 28, indicating that he was not particularly distinguished in his formative years. However, in the subsequent years, Zephyr's prowess experienced meteoric growth. From the age of 28, He mastered the 6 styles and achieved proficiency in armament hockey within a mere 6 years. Rising from the lowest rank of petty officer to the pinnacle of combat strength, admiral, he accomplished a remarkable 13 rank advancements in just a decade. Throughout those 10 years, he undoubtedly endured a hellish existence beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Thus, he harbored profound discontent towards his former disciple, the yellow ape, Borsellino, who excessively relied on the powers of his devil fruit, neglecting physical training. However, he need not worry. Raid is certainly not akin to Borsellino. He possesses aspirations that soar to great heights. In pursuit of these ambitions, he will undoubtedly seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. As a side note, although in the One Piece narrative, Borsellino often appears lethargic and Zephyr criticizes him for his over-reliance on the devil fruit, I personally believe that Borsellino has not been remiss in his personal training. On Sabaody Archipelago, he engaged in a brief skirmish with the vice-captain of the Pirate King, Rayleigh, and the two were nearly evenly matched, clearly showcasing his formidable prowess in both martial arts and swordsmanship. At the very least, he is considerably stronger than Zephyr, who, despite his relentless training, ultimately succumbed to Luffy's 2 punches due to his flawed techniques. Of course, this is said in jest. As it pertains to the fate of the film, Chapter 27, is he the genius of the 6 styles? With a sharp thrust, a small hole, 5 or 6 centimeters deep, appeared in the stone wall. In an instant, the figure that had just been before the wall retreated to 10 meters away. With a swift motion, an invisible wave emanated from the figure's feet, carving a shallow mark upon the stone below. With the moonwalk technique, the figure ascended gracefully, step by step, as if climbing a staircase, soaring over 30 meters into the air. A peculiar sound resonated beneath, followed by several robust vines shooting up from the ground. The paper drawing technique aimed directly at the vital point, yet the vines missed their target entirely. The figure suspended in midair narrowly evaded the attack with remarkable agility. A gunshot echoed, the bullet slicing through the air with a sharp report. In the blink of an eye, a dull thud resounded in the atmosphere. "Teacher, I concede. This lad is indeed a genius," Huzuo admitted after observing from the periphery for quite some time. Yet he was not alone in his astonishment. Even Zephyr could not help but marvel. The 6 styles of the Navy, while not a definitive qualification for him to become an admiral candidate or even a successor to the fleet admiral, seemed rather premature for an 18-year-old. After all, be it the former warring states, Zephyr, Garp, or the present Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizuru, each had endured countless life and death struggles, vanquishing numerous formidable pirates to rise to the pinnacle of the Navy. Meanwhile, the highest bounty on Rhett's head was merely a paltry sum of under 20 million berries. A mere trifle in the East Blue. Rhett repelled Binz's vines with a swift gale kick and then ceased his moonwalk, gracefully descending. A genius? Such a notion was unfounded. His ability to master the fundamental techniques of the 6 styles within a mere month was solely attributed to his unwavering dedication to training during that time. Despite the perilous nature of the pirate world, it offered a singular advantage. Even an ordinary individual, if equipped with the right training methods and relentless perseverance, would see their strength continuously augment, seemingly without limit. Within the training base of the headquarters, devoid of television, the internet, or the temptations of a lavish lifestyle, and even lacking captivating novels, what choices did Rhett have but to diligently learn and strive for improvement? Though the headquarters boasted several young and alluring female soldiers, Rhett resolutely chose to ignore them, recalling the innocent and delightful Noki Gao and Nami back home. He is a person with grand aspirations. How could he forsake this vast ocean for the sake of merely 2 female soldiers? Having spent a full month in the elite camp, aside from the occasional phone calls with family or individuals like Lai Dongduo from the 16th branch base, Rhett had devoted all his energy to the rigorous training of the 6 styles. He was acutely aware that, in comparison to figures like Smoker and Virgo, his foundational skills were undoubtedly the weakest, and only through relentless training could he gradually bridge this gap. During the moments when Binz and Ein took their breaks, Rhett, left to his own devices for training, chose to create his own conditions. He constructed sturdy defensive fortifications using vines and sand, and then unleashed a fervent barrage upon these structures. Whoosh! The continuous barrage of finger guns pierced the wooden cage like a torrential downpour. With visible shockwaves slicing through the sand wall not far from his feet, the training ground, not particularly small, remained enveloped in a slowly rising cloud of dust. "Rhett, you've been practicing here for a full 6 hours. Perhaps it's time to take a break?" Ein's voice resonated from a distance. Yet, Rhett persisted without pause. Ein watched the constantly moving figure with a sense of admiration. Rhett, teacher Zifa mentioned there is a group activity scheduled for the afternoon that you must attend. Suddenly, a powerful surge erupted from the swirling dust, raging wind, storm slash. Rhett channeled all his remaining strength into his legs, leaping into the air before delivering a fierce kick that summoned a tempest. Boom. The sand wall, which had barely withstood the morning's onslaught, finally crumbled to dust amidst the storm. Rhett, you truly ought to participate more in group activities. Otherwise, by the time the elite camp concludes, you may not know a single soul due to their similar ages. Ein felt no reservations in speaking candidly before Rhett. Rhett smiled and shrugged. Utilizing his abilities to restore the chaotic training ground to a level surface, I appreciate your concern, Ein. However, what I need most at this moment is not to forge friendships with my elite peers, but rather to enhance my strength as much as possible. In this era, strength is the only reliable asset. Ein blinked, struggling to comprehend his reasoning. But Rhett, you can easily overpower a major general. Why do you still push yourself so hard? Is defeating a major general sufficient? Far from it. Rhett gently shook his head. By the way, Ein, what activities do we have planned for the afternoon? Are we to experience the supreme three-color hockey, or battle against those inept individuals from CP? Or perhaps is the warlord hosting some grand tournament? He has put forth every conceivable type he could imagine, yet Ein still smiled and refuted his proposal. Not quite, Rhett. This afternoon, we shall visit Judicial Island to witness a judicial trial, thereby experiencing the essence of naval justice. Despite having signed the contract last week, I find myself without any recommended spots this week, facing quite a challenging situation. I sincerely hope esteemed readers will offer their support and share their votes. Chapter 28, The Hideous Justice, October 15th, afternoon. Judicial Island. You have likely never set foot in this place, have you? As more than 80 elite members disembarked. On enthusiastically provided an exposition for Rhett, Judicial Island is fundamentally comprised of three components. Firstly, there lies the grand entrance, guarded by thousands, including 2 towering sentinels. Through a narrow passageway, one arrives at the main island, which houses numerous courts dedicated to adjudicating ordinary criminal cases. At the far end of the island stands the Court of Judgment, tasked with the prosecution of the most heinous offenders. Separated from the Court of Judgment by a vast chasm of cascading waterfalls, one finds the ultimate edifice of justice, the Judicial Tower. Primarily serving as the office for government officials, including the intelligence agency directly under the world government, CP9. Upon mentioning this last point, Ein instinctively lowered his voice, clearly aware that to the outside world, CP9 is shrouded in utmost secrecy. The majestic grand entrance, the imposing guards, the solemn Court of Judgment, the colossal, frigid steel door, and the towering Judicial Tower. This epitomizes the highest court of the world government, a symbol of law and justice in the entire pirate realm. However, even the original author has humorously commented, for the past 800 years, not a single suspect delivered here for trial has emerged alive. Rather than a court dedicated to discerning right from wrong and executing law with fairness and justice, it serves merely as a fade for the world government. It is but a hollow shell of pretentiousness. Admiral Zifa, we are truly honored by your presence here. Within the Court of Judgment, the tall presiding judge, Baskerville, who possessed 3 heads, bowed to Zifa. The left head commenced the introduction, I am BAS. The right head followed suit, I am Cabal. The middle head then shrieked, and I am your highness. Laughter erupted within the courtroom, yet Rhett found no humor in the exchange. He vaguely recalled that this presiding judge was likely not a creature of 3 heads, but rather 3 individuals donning identical attire. As for their combat prowess, combined, they would scarcely amount to the level of a branch colonel. Zifa nodded slightly towards the comical 3-headed figure. Your Honor, I am merely here to accompany my students as an observer. Please proceed with the proceedings without any special considerations. Baskerville cleared his throat, settled into his seat, and raised his gavel, striking it forcefully. Court is now in session. With the sound of heavy footsteps, the entire Court of Judgment seemed to tremble. Everyone heard an exceedingly coarse voice declare, behave yourself and cease your cunning tricks, or I shall have your charming disciple thrown in here with you. In the center of the courtroom, a colossal figure gradually came into view. It was a middle-aged fishman towering over 3 meters in height, his corpulent form adorned with a bushy white beard framing a gaping maw. Each of his robust arms bore a tattoo of a blazing sun. Beside him stood a young man in his 30s, with tousled lavender hair, an unusually prominent nose contrasted with his skin tone, perhaps due to most of his face being obscured by a leather mask. Commander Spandam, what happened to your face? Sunburn? Someone jested. Rhett immediately connected the dots. The masked man was none other than Spandam, the current head of the intelligence agency CP5. This despicable scion, intent on acquiring confidential information, would distort truth, obfuscate right and wrong, and even resort to forging evidence, truly a vile creature devoid of scruples. He was among the few antagonists in the original narrative who had no chance of redemption. The fishman he had captured was evidently Tom, the master shipwright who had once crafted vessels for the Pirate King, GOLD, Roger, and was revered as the world's foremost shipbuilder. Tom's body was marred with scars, clearly bearing the wounds from his capture. He was shackled and dragging heavy leg irons as he slowly approached the defendant's stand. With a resounding thud, the three-headed judge brought down the gavel. Fishman Tom, according to Judge Jerry's report, you have already made a confession in Water 7. Do you admit to the crime of providing warships to the pirate Joel D. Roger? Tom held his head high, unflinching and devoid of fear, responding in a booming voice. I take immense pride and honor in having contributed to the legendary Roger's rise as the Pirate King through the creation of the Oro Jackson. Such audacity, Spandam exclaimed, kicking Tom's leg, only to find his foot stinging from the resilient fishman's sturdy physique. With another sharp bang of the gavel, Baskerville, his expression solemn, proclaimed, according to the laws of the world government, we hereby sentence Fishman Tom as follows, from this day forth. He is to be incarcerated in the world government's maximum security prison, impelled down, level 3, for life, with no hope of freedom. Tom maintained his proud posture, his gaze unwavering. Undeterred by the verdict, even merely providing ships for pirates is an unforgivable crime. Zephyr reiterated on his way back to headquarters. This was his steadfast belief, one that most naval officers had understood since their youth. Among them, figures such as Smoker, Barrygood, Tina, and Ein revealed expressions of agreement. Yet, Rhett scoffed in disdain. By such reasoning, every merchant who had sold clothing or food to Roger, as well as every restaurant owner, ought to face execution. Roger had been dead for over a decade, and yet they continued to bully an old shipwright residing in a garbage dump? Of course, Rhett understood that this was not merely an act of bullying, but concealed a significant secret pertaining to world peace. Nevertheless, he remained contemptuous of the actions of the world government and CP5. Their conduct was utterly unbecoming. With his ever-strengthening observation hockey, Rhett sensed that amidst the group of over 80 individuals, there were others, like himself, who harbored dissatisfaction towards this tedious farce. He turned his head to look, only to meet a pair of icy eyes piercing through the distance. The gaze belonged to a young man, approximately 24 or 25 years of age, with sharply angled eyes slightly uplifted, thin lips tightly pressed together, and a small X-shaped scar adorning his chin. Smoker, do you recognize that fellow? Rhett inquired quietly, nudging Smoker beside him. Before Smoker could respond, Ein, who had been attentively observing, interjected with the answer, that is X. Drake, a colonel from headquarters. His father, Borellis, was once an officer but was later sentenced by the Navy and turned pirate. He was killed by the Don Quixote family a few years ago. Drake, however, has been under the Navy's protection and has become one of us. Ein paused briefly before adding, he is a rare user of the dinosaur fruit, specifically the Tyrannosaurus form, possessing formidable strength. If one disregards his family background, he is indeed one of the young commanders being groomed as a key figure in headquarters. Rhett felt a sudden realization wash over him. X. Drake, the Tyrannosaurus? The individual who would, 8 years hence, become one of the 11 supernovas alongside Luffy? A formidable figure who once revered the Navy but later defected? He smiled faintly and began to walk slowly towards Drake. Perhaps they could cultivate a shared ideal? Chapter 29. The sparring partner, isn't it an ugly form of justice? At the rear of the warship, the 18-year-old bold Rhett spoke to the 25-year-old Diaz Drake. Drake merely shrugged, conveying his indifference, showing no intention to delve deeper into the topic. Rhett, of course, would not dare to openly criticize the current world government or the Navy in the presence of a ship filled with elite reserve naval officers, lest he face the wrath of the justice-driven teacher Zifa. Instead, he merely introduced himself to this young man, who bore a tragic past and perhaps an extraordinary future. I am Bold Rhett, colonel of the 16th Division of the East Sea. May I have the pleasure of knowing you, my friend? Drake had a slender face, his overall demeanor projecting a certain grimness. In response to Rhett's overture, he remained expressionless. Colonel Rhett, I believe no one in the headquarters is unaware of your illustrious name. Rhett chuckled lightly. Colonel Drake, I've heard that your devil fruit is the dinosaur fruit of the Zoan type, specifically the Tyrannosaurus form. You must be quite formidable in terms of self-defense, I imagine? Drake refrained from boasting, instead expressing humility. No, the Zoan-type devil fruit is the weakest. My defensive capabilities are merely slightly superior, perhaps due to a preconceived notion. Rhett sensed an underlying depth to this individual, making him seem somewhat distant. Yet, this only fueled his curiosity. For Rhett certainly did not harbor the belief of dedicating his life to the Navy or the world government. I have recently begun training in the Navy's 6 styles. If you have time, perhaps we could spar together. Rhett dismissed all pleasantries. We should be among the strongest candidates in this elite camp. I doubt we can truly showcase our abilities against the others. Drake glanced at him, maintaining his cold demeanor as he turned to leave, offering only a curt, "Sorry, I'm not interested." Rhett stood there, bewildered. This scenario seemed to have gone awry. He did not expect a thunderous response of adoration, but having humbly sought his collaboration. Why did Drake act so nonchalant? Was this a distortion of humanity or a decline of morals? I see. Colonel Rhett, you are searching for a sparring partner? Just as Rhett was reflecting on the reasons for his failed attempt to engage Drake, a deep voice interrupted him. Startled, he turned, feeling a hint of wariness. He had been vigilant of his surroundings during his conversation with Drake, yet how had another person noticed him so swiftly? He did not discover the speaker on the deck. For that individual stood within the cabin of the 3-tiered warship. Larson extended his finger towards the sky and, with an air of mystery, inquired, "The floating island?" Rhett lifted his gaze to the clouds above, offering a compliant smile as he remarked, "Isn't that something only found in fairy tales?" "Oh, no. Larson's smile broadened. "Floating islands do indeed exist. If you have ever ventured into the most renowned black markets across the seas, you would know that the specialties from these floating islands are quite popular, such as the 2 wind shells affixed to my sniper rifle." Rhett pondered for a moment. Wind shells, they can enhance the speed and power of the bullets? Bingo. Larson snapped his fingers. Both speed and range are increased tenfold. Of course, the recoil is also 10 times that of a conventional sniper rifle. But just imagine, I can silently eliminate a target from 10 kilometers away. Rhett felt a stir of excitement within. Despite the excessive emphasis on physical prowess in this world, possessing such a formidable firearm could indeed wield an impressive power. If one were to equip it with sea stone bullets, entwined with some armed hockey, as long as the hockey was sufficiently potent, even an admiral or one of the 4 emperors could be subdued. With this thought, he instinctively patted Larson on the shoulder. "You have a bright future ahead, my friend. Starting tomorrow, let us train together." Chapter 30. What do naval elites study? The moonwalk. With a rush of wind, 2 figures swiftly intersected in midair, accompanied by the muffled sounds of fists and feet colliding. "Ein, how long have they been at it?" Benz inquired, approaching while mimicking peculiar ninja training movements. Ein glanced at his watch. Approximately 20 minutes. Benz was taken aback. Is Larson really that formidable? Rhett defeated Vice Admiral Dalmedy in just 2 moves. Yet he has managed to engage in a fierce battle with Rhett for 20 minutes. This is extraordinary. Ein tucked his hair behind his ear, revealing his rounded earlobe. Currently, Rhett is focusing on enhancing his physical techniques, thus he has refrained from utilizing the powers of his devil fruit. Whoosh! In midair, the 2 figures collided suddenly. Both shouted in unison, "Finger gun!" Following their intense clash, a faint cracking sound reached Ein and Benz's ears. Crack. "No more, no more. My finger is fractured," Andre Larson exclaimed repeatedly. "I trained for 8 years from the age of 14 to 22. And yet I am outmatched by your mere month of training. This is utterly unfair." His right index finger was slightly curled, blood dripping from it, evidently the result of his recent defeat in the finger gun confrontation. Rhett, however, was not in an entirely comfortable position either. His naval uniform bore several puncture wounds, revealing the muscles beneath that were gradually bulging. Yet, he continued to smile joyfully. At this moment, Larson proved to be an ideal sparring partner for Rhett. As a sniper, Larson possessed a solid foundation in physical techniques, though his physical limitations kept him from being exceptional. At this stage, he was perfectly suited for Rhett, who had just mastered the 6 forms. For instance, Rhett could withstand Larson's finger gun or gale foot with sheer force, without the fear of excessive harm. If it were Drake, who could transform into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, the threat to Rhett's life would be palpable. Conversely, for Larson, Rhett was a rare training partner. Rhett could construct defensive fortifications of varying strengths using plants or sand, facilitating Larson's practice of marksmanship, and could also use vines to disrupt his shots, thereby enhancing his focus. Rhett acutely realized that this sniper indeed possessed considerable skill. The earlier claim of eliminating an enemy from 10 kilometers away was not mere boast. With the aid of a high-precision scope and jet shells, Larsen's maximum firing speed could reach 10,000 meters per second, with a maximum range extending to an astonishing 20 kilometers. In other words, he could strike an enemy 20 kilometers away within 2 seconds. Certainly, at this level, attempting to confront the 4 emperors and admirals would be utterly futile. These formidable individuals not only possess resilient and robust physiques, but the majority also wield formidable haki. A mere 2 seconds would suffice for them to soar through the skies or evade bullets with remarkable prowess, deflecting them back or even shattering them with their bare hands. However, as previously mentioned, once Larsen masters haki, his bullets may indeed transform into a devastating weapon. As elite reserves, you will soon ascend to the ranks of officers, inevitably facing large-scale combat, which is why today we shall delve into tactical command. The curriculum of the elite camp is far from monotonous, aside from fundamental physical training, political ideology, and patriotic education. It also encompasses the study of military theory. This particular lesson is conducted by Zephyr himself, who, in order to enhance the effectiveness of his teaching, elaborates on his youthful exploits alongside renowned figures like Sengoku and Garp, as they pursued legendary pirates such as Nox, Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion. The young audience listens with rapt attention, yearning to have been born 30 years earlier to join Zephyr and his comrades in vanquishing the lawless and malevolent pirates who wreak havoc upon the world. Yet, within the depths of Rhett's mind, a quiet scoff escapes him. With millions of naval personnel worldwide, and the headquarters and New World branches teeming with elite forces, an immense budget is allocated annually. But how many notorious pirates have they truly apprehended? Aside from the seemingly unserious Garp, who has indeed clashed with a few villains, and the fleet Admiral Sengoku, along with the Admiral Zephyr and the 3 Logia fruit users, one cannot recall any significant captures of notable pirates. Otherwise, why do the likes of Roger, Whitebeard, the Golden Lion, the Gold Emperor, Kaido, Big Mom, Shanks, and the 7 warlords, all portrayed as nefarious by the government, continue to thrive and live freely? In this context, the armament haki serves as an invisible armor, yet there exists a belief that it might darken one's skin. Some argue that armament haki can manifest in various forms: hardening, darkening, enveloping, remaining unchanged, or even other colors, purple, red, or accompanied by effects such as lightning or sparks. Considering that Zephyr's moniker explicitly denotes the color black, this text adopts the latter perspective, positing that armament haki initially appears black, yet can exhibit other colors based on individual traits, eventually evolving into a colorless state upon mastery. Chapter 31. Every individual harbors ambitions. In the year 1512 of the Hyuan calendar, on December 31st, at the beach on the outskirts of Frostmoon Village, also known as Zimaziji Village, a towering edifice was nearing completion. As the sun sank below the horizon, weary villagers supported one another as they returned to their homes. With their husbands safely back, the anxious wives, who had waited all day, let out a collective sigh of relief. "Darling, did you escape unscathed today?" The men shook their heads. Before they could utter a word, a heart-wrenching wail pierced the air. "My son. Why was it my son who was slain?" An invisible shroud of sorrow enveloped the entire village. Listening to the anguished cries, women and children could not help but shed tears of terror. Were these fishermen truly intent on establishing a permanent presence on our island? In less than a month, they had already taken the lives of 6 men from our village. When would this nightmare end? They had seized all our boats, leaving us with no means of escape. What of the Navy? Why has no one alerted them? What use is it to notify the Navy? The Navy of the East Sea is no match for the fisherman pirate crew. Is there no way for Mr. Gung Shirlang? Isn't his swordsmanship quite formidable? He has already entered the lair of the dragon. At the entrance of the dragon's paradise, 2 figures stood, one tall and one short. "Zaro, I ask you one last time." A middle-aged man spoke, his slender frame clad in loose traditional garments, a long sword dangling loosely at his waist, and a pair of rimless glasses perched on his nose, his eyes slightly squinted, exuding a benign demeanor. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a boy with a head of green hair. "Master Gung Shirlang, my mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion." Gung Shirlang sighed, patting his sword. "Very well, then let us proceed." Zoro drew his 3 swords, casually placing the Wado Ikamanji in his mouth as they entered the gates of the dragon's paradise, perhaps due to a shortage of manpower and the urgency of the construction. The newly built dragon's paradise was far from its former grandeur, presenting a somewhat shabby appearance. Arlong sat on a wide chaise, discussing matters with his subordinates. Boss Arlong, at the current pace, we should be fully constructed in 3 days. Excellent. Starting tomorrow, lead a team to the surrounding villages to collect payments. Boss Arlong, Xiao Wu and the others did not recruit any newcomers on Fishman Island today. No matter, once we restore our reputation, they will naturally come seeking us. Big brother, humans are approaching. What? Bring me my greatsword. As the 2-meter-long serrated blade was gripped in his hand, Arlong's mood lightened considerably. Perhaps he himself was unaware that upon hearing someone challenge him, his initial reaction was no longer one of disdain or contempt, but rather a cautious decision to arm himself and prepare for battle. Indeed, it turned out that among his 3 formidable allies, Kruby and Ju had perished at the hands of Rate, while the injured octopus Hachi had retreated to Fishman Island. Even though his wounds had healed, he was reluctant to take risks again, leaving Arlong to confront any formidable adversaries personally. Are you Arlong? The voice of Kung Shiro remained calm and unhurried. In contrast, the impulsive Zoro was far less composed. You scoundrel, get out of our village at once. Having experienced a significant setback, Arlong was slightly more cautious than before. He scrutinized his opponent. You are King Shiro of the dojo, are you not? I have heard of your name. You previously refused to pay taxes to my brother, and I shall permit you to apologize now. King Shiro merely narrowed his eyes. I hope you will return all the taxes paid by the villagers and immediately vacate this village. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to draw my sword. Ha ha ha. Arlong could no longer contain his laughter. Brothers, did I mishear? This pitiful skinny monkey dares to command us to leave. A chorus of laughter erupted from the 70 or 80 fishmen in the paradise. In the throes of adolescence, Zoro detested being mocked, veins bulging on his forehead. Say that again. I am destined to become the greatest swordsman in the world. His declaration, rather than silencing the laughter, only heightened it as the fishmen rolled on the ground in mirth. The greatest? A swordsman? Ha 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 ha. Is it the youth who is too arrogant? Or has Arlong lost his touch after being injured? Arlong laughed heartily before menacingly declaring, I shall grant you one more chance, King Shiro. Hand over half of your dojo's assets, and I may show you some final mercy. I do not require your final mercy. Kung Shiro stepped forward, shielding Zoro behind him, his expression turning grave. With his left hand gripping the sheath and his right resting on the hilt, the previously narrowed eyes of Kung Shiro suddenly opened a narrow slit. In an instant, King Shiro transformed into a fleeting shadow. A shooting star flashed across the Dragon Park. Eyes slashed with one sword style. Zoro's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet he could only witness the aftermath. His master appeared a short distance behind Arlong, still maintaining the stance of left hand gripping the sheath, right hand pressing the blade. Arlong slowly turned his body, yet the sword in his hand shattered into 2 halves. You possess some skill, he exclaimed, discarding the now useless weapon and clenching his fists tightly. Perhaps the force of this action was excessive, as a sudden, crimson jet of blood erupted from his chest. How could this be possible? Aaron gazed in astonishment at his chest, his legs faltering beneath him, causing him to drop to one knee on the ground. How could this fragile strike wound me, a man of iron and steel? Despite having injured his opponent, Gung Sailang showed no trace of joy on his countenance. He even took a moment to explain to Aaron, the injuries you sustained earlier were far too severe. Had it not been for that, my strike would not have yielded such an effect. His words, rather than providing solace, darkened Aaron's expression considerably. That was the most despicable and shameless of humans. He erupted in a furious roar. That cowardly little brat. He lacks the courage to face me directly and resorts to these vile tactics. One day, I shall grind him to dust. Gung Sailang returned to Zoro's side, positioning himself to shield his disciple. Zoro, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Master, your Aido technique is truly formidable. We can defeat him. Gung Sailang nodded slightly. Zoro, remain vigilant of your surroundings. Soon, I will engage in a fierce battle with him, and it will undoubtedly affect you. When the time comes, retreat temporarily and await my return at the dojo. Zoro's smile gradually faded. At the tender age of 12, he was still somewhat naive and impassioned, yet in matters of combat, he was no fool. He noticed the tremor in Gung Sailang's hands gripping the sword hilt. He observed the crimson blood seeping from the master's right hand. Stubbornly biting his lip, he shook his head vigorously. I have already stated, I will not flee. You have taught me that a true swordsman never turns his back on the enemy. What a foolish child. Gung Sailang sighed in resignation. Regrettably, although he was not an ordinary individual, he certainly did not embody the archetype of a reclusive hero. That earlier strike, though simple, had drained the essence of his lifelong training, merely leaving a shallow wound upon his opponent. Defeating Aaron was beyond his capacity. Now do you comprehend the fear? Too late. Aaron rose again, exhilaration coursing through him after shedding blood. I shall grant you no opportunities. My dominion begins here. Once I slay you, I will set my sights on the nearby Goya kingdom. I refuse to be satisfied with merely ruling a few villages and collecting protection fees. I will eradicate all who dare to resist. I will annihilate the world government. I shall bring sunlight back to Fishman Island. Those masked celestial dragons will kneel and lick my feet. We fishmen are destined to dominate the entire world. Gung Sailang drew his sword with determination. Knowing that the element of surprise in Iato only held sway during the initial strike, thereafter, it would devolve into a brutal close-quarters clash. This was a fight to the death. In the face of a desperate battle, courage is essential. However, the once valiant Yashir, who has lived in seclusion for many years, has long lost his former fervor. He understands that his demise is inevitable, unless someone comes to his rescue. Suddenly, an applause resonates above the skies of the Dragon Paradise. What a remarkable speech. You possess such grand aspirations. I must say, I regard you with newfound respect, Erong. Erong turned his gaze outward, only to behold a young naval officer wearing a mocking grin. His pupils constricted sharply, and his eyes instantly became bloodshot. I will kill you. Chapter 32. The Dragon Slayer of the Eastern Sea Moonstep. In the face of Along's furious roar, Rhett remained utterly unfazed. With a rhythmic stride, he ascended gracefully into the air, ensuring that the distance between himself and his adversary remained secure. He then observed the merman, who stood up anxiously, and a faint smirk curled upon his lips. Thorny grade insertion technique. Sizzle. Thud. Along heard a series of peculiar sounds, and in an instant, his paradise was transformed into a crimson tableau. In the span of a single breath, 70 to 80 of the mermen, who had once followed him in extorting protection fees, were pierced through their bodies by the thorny vines that erupted from the earth. Some mermen did not perish immediately, emitting desperate wails, while others reached out to Along with bloodied hands. Brother Along, save me. Marine, how dare you slay my kin? Along's eyes bulged with rage, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Aside from a few brothers who had helped him recruit soldiers back home, his entire faction had been annihilated. The architect of this calamity stood before him. How could he remain composed? Yet, he managed to regain his composure. Not only that, but he also suppressed his crimson eyes and issued a taunt towards Rhett. Is this all you can do? Hiding at a distance, attacking with these vile plants? Are you so fearful of my close combat prowess? Rhett chuckled lightly. Do you know why thorns have not sprouted beneath your feet? Along glared fiercely. Why? Suddenly, Rhett's figure vanished from midair, leaving only a faint voice echoing down. Pointed spear. Thud. In that fleeting moment, Along experienced a disorienting sensation, as if the pain coursed through his body before he even registered the sound. Just as he attempted to retaliate, Rhett had already appeared safely over 30 meters away. Is this your steel-like resilience? It seems rather lackluster. Rhett flicked the blood from his index finger onto the ground, his face adorned with a nonchalant smile. Oh, by the way, I apologize. I hadn't finished my earlier statement. He shrugged lightly. The reason I didn't eliminate you immediately was merely to allow you to accompany me in honing my martial skills. Along's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. He reached into his mouth and removed a sharp tooth, and in an instant, new teeth grew back in his jaw. After his serrated blade was severed by Gung Siren, he chose to wield his own iron jaws as weapons. Human. Marine. He unleashed a frenzied roar. I shall dedicate your wretched life to the memory of my fallen kin. Prepare to meet your end. Despite the prior battle with Gung Shiro having aggravated old wounds, the provocation ignited Arlong's most formidable fighting spirit. With a ferocious onslaught of triple frenzy bites, empowered by a raging aura, Arlong experienced a fleeting surge in both speed and strength, compelling Rhett to retreat repeatedly. The cacophony of clashing teeth resonated as he unleashed his relentless assault, with 3 sets of iron jaws snapping in unison. Any contact with him would inevitably result in the tearing of flesh. In the face of this relentless tide of aggression, Rhett adeptly combined his observation hockey with the technique of paper drawing from the 6 styles. Each evasion appeared perilously close to failure, yet he maintained an unyielding composure. Aren't you seeking to hone your martial arts? Merely dodging is hardly a form of training. Arlong taunted amidst his relentless barrage. Rhett, however, was impervious to such provocations, for he harbored his own intentions. He could have summoned vast quantities of paralysis powder or toxic dust to diminish Arlong's capabilities. subsequently employing the traditional techniques of black sand coffin or thorned heart to deliver a fatal blow. Yet he refrained from such tactics, as he wished to allow Arlong to serve as a means for his own martial development. After a swift return from the Marine headquarters at Marineford on the fastest small assault vessel to the East Blue, and later contacting Redondo to enlist the help of intelligence operatives in Frost Moon Village, nearly half a month had elapsed despite his unwavering progress. Throughout the journey, Rate remained devoted to his training, persistently attempting to transition from the iron block technique into the application of armament hockey. Though the endeavor proved far more challenging than he had envisioned. Upon yet another failed bite, a spark of inspiration struck Arlong, prompting him to thrust his elongated snout forward, aiming directly at Rate's chest. This time, Rate opted not to employ the technique of paper drawing, but instead inhaled deeply. Iron block. The razor-sharp, serrated snout collided with an impenetrable barrier of steel. Arlong was overwhelmed by an unprecedented wave of discomfort coursing through his snout, nearly brought to tears by the sensation. Yet before any tears could escape, a petite hand seized his proud nose. Rate, standing at a modest height of 1.86 meters, appeared diminutive beside the towering Arlong, who exceeded 2.6 meters. Arlong managed to utter but a syllable before being ruthlessly hurled to the ground by that small hand. The impact with the ground created a crater 3 meters in diameter and half a meter deep. Even Arlong found himself momentarily disoriented, the world spinning as he processed the blow. That was quite the move. You even tore my clothes. Rhett gently patted the area over his chest, where a conspicuous tear marred his shirt. Get up, Arlong. Stop lying on the ground pretending to be dead. This has only just begun. And I am yet to revel in my sport. You must exert every ounce of strength you possess. Otherwise, this practice session holds no value for me. Arlong struggled to emerge from the pit, his nose crooked and bleeding profusely, while his tattered beach shorts revealed his bruised thighs, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Pa, damn it. He spat out blood and wiped his mouth. I've distanced myself so far. Why do you still pursue me? Rhett shook his head dismissively. A mere pirate worth 20 million berries, yet you spout so much nonsense? If I spare you, shall I await your turn to slay my family? Do you really believe that by showing submission, I would grant you clemency? How could you face your fallen fisherman brothers in such a case? It would be best for you to join them in the afterlife. A flicker of fear crossed Arlong's eyes. My brother Jinbei is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He is a legally recognized pirate by your world government. According to your agreements, you cannot slay the brothers of the warlords. Rhett could not suppress a smirk. Forgive me, but my tenure in the Navy has been too brief. I have never encountered any warlord of the sea. It is best for you to perish. He clenched his fists, preparing to conclude this rather unremarkable confrontation. Wait. Let me call Jinbei. You cannot kill me. Arlong's demeanor shifted, becoming pitiable, on the verge of tears. Rhett, somewhat exasperated, remarked, if you were a beautiful fishwoman, perhaps I might consider sparing you. But your appearance leaves much to be desired. Before his words could fully settle, Arlong dashed madly towards the sea. Ha ha ha. You are a devil fruit user. The ocean is your nemesis. The dragon paradise was constructed along the coastline, and their battlefield was merely a few dozen meters from the shore. With a few bounds, Arlong leaped into the ocean, laughing maniacally in midair. Foolish human. You shall forever live in fear. You best not close your eyes to sleep, for I shall ensure you never find rest. Ha ha ha. Before his body could touch the ocean's surface, he was pierced by dozens of thorns that erupted rapidly from the sand. After a year of refinement, those thorns were no longer something Arlong could easily withstand. What a pity, Rhett remarked, clapping his hands and shaking his head in dissatisfaction. I had intended to test whether I could crush your skull with my fist, yet here you are, attempting to flee. The thorns embedded in Arlong's chest were not still. They began to stir slowly. Amidst the tumultuous upheaval, viscous blood and shattered entrails descended slowly from the heavens. The tranquil surface of the sea was disturbed, creating ripples of crimson that mirrored a visage of despair, terror, and unspeakable grotesqueness. Once, the tyrant of the East Sea, who aspired to dominate the vast ocean and subjugate all of humanity, yet in reality ruled over a mere 20 villages, surviving daily through extortion, the infamous merman Arlong, with a bounty of 20 million berries, met his demise. Chapter 33. The Dojo of Gungsiro. I am Gungsiro, the proprietor of a dojo in this village. This is my disciple Zoro. We, the entire Frost Moon Village, are profoundly grateful for your timely intervention in our hour of need. When Along's body was mangled beyond recognition by thorns, Gungsiro bowed deeply to Rhett. After the bow, Zoro could hardly conceal his excitement and curiosity. bombarding Rhett with questions. Which navy do you belong to? Why are you so powerful? Can you wield a sword? Your speed is astounding. Are those plants ninjutsu or magic? Ah, master, why did you hit my head? Gung Siro, with an apologetic demeanor, nodded towards Rhett. Please forgive my disciple's boisterousness. He has idolized the strong since childhood. At just 18, Rhett could hardly fault a 12-year-old. He chuckled and shook his head, remarking, a very brave child, full of potential. Gung Siro stroked Zoro's mossy hair, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. You are correct, Your Highness. His potential is immeasurable, but the skills I can impart are rather insufficient for his ambition to become the world's greatest swordsman. Meanwhile, Rhett had utilized his abilities to bury the corpses of the fishmen in the sand, thereby enriching the soil of Frost Moon Village. Upon completion, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Though he hadn't engaged directly in combat, he felt a subtle fatigue weighing on his spirit. Perhaps, digging and transporting bodies was more arduous than killing itself. Witnessing the entire process, Gung Siro and his disciple held Rhett in even greater esteem. Gung Siro naturally extended an invitation. Our dojo is nearby. If it pleases you, might you take a moment to rest? It would also allow us to relay the news of the pirates' defeat to the villagers. The task of delivering the message was naturally entrusted to Zoro, but, observing the sight of the green-haired boy sprinting away, Rhett felt a twinge of concern regarding his ability to find the village. Once Zoro had vanished from view, Rhett suddenly inquired, Mr. Gung Siro, you are not a local, are you? Gung Siro hesitated momentarily, squinting as he responded, Indeed, I am not a native villager. But I have resided here for over a decade, and the locals have been quite amiable towards me. Is there a problem? None at all, just a casual question. Rhett shrugged. I have heard of your dojo in the 16th Division and had considered visiting to learn swordsmanship, but for various reasons, I ultimately abandoned the idea. Gung Siro chuckled. That would be quite an honor. Rhett glanced at him. Mr. Gung Siro, your true strength should not be so feeble, should it? A mere long could not possibly push you to such desperation. Have you seen through me? Gung Sailang smiled warmly and said, Well, in truth, I am the battle captain of the pirate king Roger, known as the Invincible Copper Sword, and recognized as the world's greatest swordsman 2 decades ago. Do you believe this answer? Observing his squinting eyes, Rhett found it somewhat difficult to nod, ultimately shaking his head instead. This pitfall can only be filled by the original author. Frost Moon Village, akin in scale to Cocoa West Village, comprises merely over 100 households and around 500 inhabitants. Upon learning of the downfall of the Arlong pirates, the entire village erupted in a festive atmosphere. Colonel Red of the 16th Branch took matters into his own hands. In just a second, he dispatched 80 fishmen. The once mighty Arlong was reduced to mere fragments. He surpasses the inept navy of our branch by leaps and bounds. It is said he has annihilated over 50 pirate crews in just 6 months, amassing a total bounty exceeding 200 million. The 16th Branch has recently become a veritable paradise for the common folk. Not only pirates, but even mountain bandits have been eradicated. After Zoro completed his mission, he commenced his search for the path back to the dojo. Meanwhile, Rhett was already seated on the tatami mat of the dojo. He accepted the clear tea handed to him by Gung Sailang and placed it beside the teaware at his feet. I have heard this custom is unique to Wano. Am I correct in my assumption? Gung Sailang merely squinted slightly, offering a non-committal smile. In my youth, I indeed traveled to many places, but later settled down here after starting a family. Rhett did not pry into his background, nor did he inquire about his family, for he was already well aware of the circumstances. Gung Sailang's wife had passed away long ago, and their only daughter, Kuina, had met an untimely death not long ago. A girl who had diligently trained since childhood, capable of defeating all the men in the village by the age of 10, had perished from a fall of merely 2 to 3 meters. Could it truly be so? Rhett was reluctant to accept this outcome. Yet he knew he could not extract the truth from Gung Sailang's lips, so he deftly shifted the conversation. Mr. Gung Sailang, what insights do you have regarding the situation in the East Sea? Gung Sailang maintained his affable demeanor. The East Sea has long been regarded as the most peaceful maritime region under the world government. Now, with a capable and just navy like Colonel Rhett stationed here, it appears that things will only improve from this point forward. Though you flatter me, I do not take joy in it, Rhett replied, blowing softly on the tea in his cup. Merely my presence, or that of the 16th Branch, is insufficient to ensure peace throughout the East Sea. You are a worldly individual, and you likely have an understanding of the state of the navies across various regions. 8 centuries of dominion have caused the world government to forget the looming crises. Both the era of piracy ignited by Roger and the Revolutionary Army, lurking in the shadows under Dragon, pose tangible threats to the entire world. With an observant eye, Rhett sensed a slight quickening of breath from the man across from him at the mention of Drago. Yet, Gung Shiro swiftly regained his composure. The Colonel's insights are indeed refreshing. I concur that this world is far from the tranquil facade it presents. However, with my limited capabilities, it seems insufficient to effect any significant change. Rhett gently held a sip of steaming tea in his mouth, allowing a moment of reflection before swallowing. In response to Gung Shiro's inquiry, he had long been prepared. One individual may save a city or topple a nation, yet no single person can maintain a vast ocean. I require assistance. Justice demands allies. Mr. Gung Shiro, I am unaware of your past, but I hope you can offer your aid to justice in your own way. Under the banner of justice, Gung Shiro found it difficult to outright refuse, especially since Rhett had recently saved an entire village. He steeled himself to respond. If it is for the peace of these waters, I would certainly be willing to lend the Colonel my support, though I am uncertain how you envision my assistance. Rhett's gaze, calm as the depths of an ancient well, shimmered with unwavering resolve. You likely prefer not to engage in violent confrontations, so I will not ask you to join me in eradicating pirates. Instead, I hope you can assume the role of swordsmanship instructor for the 16th Naval Division, coming to the base 3 times a month to teach combat techniques to our naval personnel, thereby enhancing their fighting capabilities. Gung Shiro pondered briefly before nodding. If the Colonel believes my swordsmanship is adequate, I would gladly accept such an invitation. A faint smile graced Rhett's lips. As a token of gratitude, I can offer your dojo special opportunities. Should you identify any disciples with a sense of justice and exceptional skills, you may recommend them for the 16th Division. Based on their abilities, I could facilitate their ascension to the ranks of ensign or officer. As I mentioned, justice needs allies, and the more companions it has, the better. He was well aware that the seemingly unassuming Gung Shiro had connections with the revolutionaries established by Drago years prior, and this dojo master might very well be covertly providing intelligence and supplies to them. However, Rhett remained indifferent. In this increasingly chaotic era of rampant piracy, each individual stood behind a diverse array of factions, with myriad interests continually vying for dominance. No one was truly a simple, independent entity. A quintessential example would be the protagonist from the original tale, the grandson of a naval hero, the son of a revolutionary leader, the brother of the pirate king's offspring, the sibling of a noble from the Goa kingdom, the heir to the will of the 4 emperors, and the dream partner of the 7 warlords. Who would dare to challenge him? For that would mean opposing the entire world. Chapter 34. The Benevolent Master. The methods of Lord Bold are as thunderous as they are effective. Personally arriving, Leidondo gazed at the neatly arranged Fishman fertilizer beach, unable to suppress his admiration for Rhett's efficiency. Having settled the matters at hand, Rhett rose and instructed him, gather a few individuals to assist the dojo in returning the plundered treasures to the villagers of Frost Moon Village. Mr. Gung Shiro, let us conclude our discussions for today. I hope that one day a champion of justice will emerge from your dojo. Mr. Gung Shiro promptly stood and accompanied him out of the parlor. I too hope that these disciples can strive for the peace of our homeland waters under the Colonel's guidance. Rhett nodded in acknowledgement and gestured towards Leidondo. Mr. Gung Shiro, should you require anything, feel free to approach me directly. However, I will be at Marine Vondo for the time being, so please coordinate with him. Under our enterprise, we can offer you favorable terms on provisions such as grain, vegetables, timber, stone, iron, ore, ships, and swords. Gung Shiro attempted to explain, I am but an ordinary swordsman. How could I possibly need such resources? Rhett waved his hand, interrupting his explanation. In these eastern seas, every tree, every flower, and every blade of grass may serve as my eyes and ears. I shall not pry into your past or secrets, but no one shall take me for a fool. Suddenly, the low-lying grass behind him transformed into towering shrubs, reaching heights of over 10 meters, dancing in the evening breeze like demons. Rhett then snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the formidable shrubs reverted to mere low grass, rustling softly in the wind. Sweat had already formed on Gung Shiro's forehead, and his astonishment was palpable. Rhett chuckled lightly, waved farewell, and strode away. The master's unparalleled prowess has such wondrous applications. Even Leidondo, who followed closely behind, wore an expression of disbelief. Yet Rhett scoffed. Do you truly believe that one could single-handedly control the flora of the entire East Sea? Is such a feat conceivable? In the 4 months since the master's departure from the East Sea, the group's various enterprises experienced a rapid expansion, with the number of personnel increasing from just over 10,000 to over 30,000. The fleet size surpassed 100 warships, with commercial vessels, cargo ships, and speedboats totaling over 1,000. Centered around the waters of the 16th Division, we have effectively controlled the shipping routes within a 1,000-kilometer radius. On the return journey to Cocoa West Village, Ledondo succinctly reported to the boss regarding the recent key tasks, most of which he had already detailed in regular communications. As Rhett's ventures expanded like a snowball, Ledondo's initial uncertainties had finally settled. He was acutely aware that, with his mere strength of over 10 million, it would be nearly impossible to survive in the perilous expanse of the Grand Line, rather than perish amidst the unknown dangers. He preferred to navigate his days safely under the auspices of this young yet formidable Navy officer, renowned as the strategist of the East Sea. A master of cunning invariably opts for adaptability, eschewing the reckless fervor of those impetuous souls who charge towards their dreams, only to be brutally confronted by the harsh realities of life. Now, Ray Dong Duo, despite having changed his name, found profound satisfaction in his current status. He was the confidant of the mightiest man in the East Sea, commanding the most formidable armed force in the region, with over 30,000 individuals relying on his sagacity for their livelihoods, whether it be various branches of the Navy, the myriad nations and cities of the East Sea, or the immensely wealthy merchants and influential officials traversing the political landscape. All were compelled to temper their demeanor in his presence. He was acutely aware of the source of his position, thus he had firmly established his role. He was not the right hand of Bold Red, but rather a trusted subordinate of that man. With the establishment and refinement of channels, we achieved a balance of income and expenditure starting from November, and gradually began to realize profits. If we maintain our current scale, the entire group is projected to garner a net profit of at least 20 billion berries by next year. However, considering that our operations are still in a phase of rapid growth, this figure is likely to be even greater by the end of next year. Understanding that all proprietors are perpetually preoccupied with profit, Ray Dog Duo thoughtfully reported on the anticipated earnings. 20 billion berries, equivalent to 20 billion yen, translates to a mere 1,200 million in renminbi. Ray nodded. I do not require excessive wealth, but it is imperative that my subordinates are well compensated. If not for his age, Ray Dong Duo would have eagerly knelt to kiss Bold Red's shoes, exclaiming thrice, a benevolent leader, Bold. Yet he ultimately restrained his impulse to fawn excessively and calmly took a seat opposite Red. Yes, my lord. I have a rather immature suggestion that I hope you will consider. Red adjusted to a more comfortable position and gestured slightly. Ray Dong Duo pondered for a moment. In my past as a pirate, I was naturally a wanderer, living wherever fate led me. However, under your illustrious guidance, my former comrades and I have reformed and embraced a normal life. Nevertheless, as your enterprises continue to expand and the workforce of the entire group rapidly increases, it is evident that the Cocoa West Village base can no longer accommodate all these individuals. Red immediately grasped the situation. We indeed need to establish a brand new base and set up several branches to facilitate our business operations more efficiently. Lei Dongduo slightly bent forward, addressing his superior. My lord, I mean precisely this. Now we command an army of over 30,000. Nearly 20,000 of whom are elite combatants, a force that is indeed formidable within the entire Eastern Sea. With proper planning, we could easily establish an independent kingdom. At this, Lei Te suddenly burst into laughter, while Lei Dongduo felt a twinge of unease. His superior remarked, You are quite astute, Lei Dongduo. But such intelligence may not always be a virtue. Nevertheless, Lei Dongduo maintained a composed demeanor, even managing a smile. My lord, I express these thoughts because I wish for you to recognize my abilities and my loyalty. He still bore within him that peculiar seed, his life resting firmly in Lei Te's hands, thus the latter felt no apprehension of betrayal. Lei Te gently tapped the armrest of his chair. Your suggestion is commendable. Therefore, I need you to swiftly seek out a sparsely populated island nearby, one that is sufficiently large, or perhaps a cluster of islands could suffice. Rising to his feet, Lei Dongduo approached the wall, pointing to the maritime map affixed to the ship's side, less than 50 kilometers south of Cocoa West Village. There exists a cluster of islands known as the Dezet Islands, the former site of Shilua Village, which was once ravaged by a loan. Aside from a few patches of arable land and habitation, the majority of the area is engulfed by wasteland and desert. Lei Te chuckled, rubbing his chin. Are you suggesting I entirely change my profession and become an accomplished civil engineer, while also moonlighting as a land and climate improvement expert? As the calendar turned to the year 1513, on the second day of the new year, Cocoa West Village welcomed their hero. Hello, Lei Te. Lei Te has returned. It's Colonel Lei Te. Show some respect. What of it? When he first arrived in the village, I helped him push a cart. Indeed, I repaired his roof. That was in the past. Now he is a colonel, commanding thousands of naval forces, wielding considerable influence over these waters. Have you all seen the armed base at the west end of the village? That is all his domain. So, if you wish to avoid trouble, do take heed. With Lei Ti's keen observation haki, he easily detected the glances and whispers that were not particularly concealed. Even the slightest slanders against him were met with a mere smile. For they were an inevitable aspect of human nature. Engaging in earnest explanations to such individuals would serve no purpose. He felt no need to concern himself with those inconsequential figures, for the ones he truly cared about were already rushing towards him. Brother Lete. Brother Lete. Noki and Nami clung to his arms, unwilling to let go. As living conditions have evidently improved, Rhett's arms seemed to have succumbed to varying degrees of softness and elasticity. He could not help but murmur the phrase form is emptiness, inwardly scolding his own impure thoughts. Even though they have arrived in the year 1513. The two young girls are scarcely a year older. However, Noki is merely 14, while Nami is just 11. What on earth are you contemplating? Chapter 35. The tree planting prodigy. On January 3rd, returning to the East Sea was not a leisurely visit. Rhett's schedule was far from relaxed. After spending just one night in Cacao West Village, he proceeded to the desert islands mentioned by Leidondo. The main island is elongated, stretching nearly 160 kilometers from north to south and 320 kilometers from east to west, with an approximate total area close to 40,000 square kilometers. For reference, Hainan Island covers 35,000 square kilometers, aside from a small oasis in the northern harbor where we are about to land. The rest of the island is predominantly covered by desert, although it cannot be said that not a single blade of grass grows. The conditions are hardly conducive to human habitation. Leidondo described it as follows. The main island is devoid of vegetation, and consequently, wildlife is scarce. The fauna predominantly consists of drought-resistant species such as ostriches, camels, antelopes, snakes, wild horses, leopards, sand hares, turkeys, vultures, and lizards. However, my subordinates previously took the initiative to conduct explorations, and they discovered a wealth of minerals, including iron and copper, alongside a small gold mine. Unfortunately, the gold source lies quite deep, making extraction challenging. As Rhett perused the rudimentary topographic map in his hands, he chuckled and shook his head. It seems you intend for me to play the role of an excavator once again? My subordinates would not dare. Leidondo, having discerned his employer's temperament, remained composed and continued. The survey map in your hands was primarily crafted by Miss Name. The high-priced cartographer I hired could only assist her. Her talent is truly remarkable. Sitting under the sunshade, sipping juice, Name promptly puffed out her small chest, eagerly awaiting compliments. Red affectionately tousled her orange hair. I know. My dear Name is indeed the most gifted navigator. The mischievous Name obediently lowered her head, allowing his hand to ruffle her hair. Meanwhile, Nokigo could not help but pout. Yet, at 14 years of age, she felt it unseemly to compete for attention with her younger sister, who was 2.5 years her junior. Then she heard the older boy, 5 years her senior, gently ask, while caressing Name's cheek, Nokigo, Name enjoys charting the seas. What about you? Have you found something you love? Nokigo cast her gaze downward. I do not have anything I excel at. Rhett released Name's face and smiled. I am now considered an important figure in the East Sea, and it is time I had a few capable individuals to assist me. While Maze has been performing adequately, he tends to be somewhat careless. Nokigo, upon my return from headquarters, would you be willing to serve as my secretary? Nokigo's face brightened suddenly. If I do not perform well, you must not dismiss me. Once the master had resolved his familial matters, Leidondo finally cleared his throat and re-emerged from the shadows. My lord, he began, beyond the main island, there are several dozen smaller isles scattered around, each varying in size. They possess some timber, mineral deposits, and other resources. Among them, approximately 4 or 5 are suitable for the construction of military ports. Strategically speaking, these smaller islands could serve as fortifications, allowing us to station troops and thus create a defensive barrier for the main island. To be candid, Leidondo's accomplishments astonished Rhett. After all, their relationship was not particularly solid, especially considering that Leidondo's life still lay in Rhett's hands, which could be quite humiliating for anyone. Yet, the results presented by Leidondo were impressive and far surpassed Rhett's expectations. What surprised him even more was that this subordinate was proactively seeking breakthroughs and changes in accordance with the group's developmental status and Rhett's capabilities. It was time to contemplate extracting the parasitic seed from within him, Rhett mused. With the aid of several colossal vines, Rhett lifted the group high into the air. nearly 100 meters above the ground. Whether it was no Kiho, Nami, Lidong Duo, or Akin, they were all somewhat accustomed to his abilities. Though the two young girls let out joyful cheers, spreading their arms wide to embrace the fierce winds that howled around them, causing their hair to dance wildly. Fortunately, Red had previously advised them to swap their skirts for trousers, otherwise, a tragic scene would have unfolded upon this island. Aside from the scattered patches of greenery beneath their feet, the landscape stretched out to reveal an endless expanse of desolation, occasionally punctuated by a few grayish shrubs. A solitary, dust-colored rabbit peeked around, displaying no signs of vitality amidst the withered desert. Is this what a desert looks like? It seems rather desolate. Nokiho and Nami both clutched one of Rhett's arms, asking in unison, though they were in no danger of falling from the vines. The innate fears of the young girls compelled them to hold on tightly to Rhett. Rhett observed the scene with utmost seriousness for a prolonged moment before finally shaking his head. Lidong Duo, you wish for me to flatten every inch of this 40,000 square kilometer island. Improve the soil and plant vegetation? Are you trying to work me to death so that you may inherit my empire? This statement, if uttered in a typical superior-subordinate dynamic, would be quite piercing. Yet, Lidong Duo exhibited no signs of distress. Instead, he smiled and spread his arms wide. My lord, do not misjudge your loyal subject. If I recall correctly, you once mentioned that such tasks would greatly assist in developing your devil fruit abilities and enhancing your mastery over hockey. This vast island should serve as an excellent training ground for you. After all, we need not transform the entire island into a paradise. Rhett chuckled softly. Let us commence from this point. He gently brushed aside the hands of Nami and Nojiko, and then leapt from a height of 100 meters. With a series of rhythmic thuds, the rigorous training he had undergone for 4 months in the Navy 6 styles had drastically enhanced his physical prowess. Utilizing the moonwalk technique, Rhett managed to dissipate most of the downward momentum, landing gracefully on the ground. In an instant, he darted towards the periphery of the oasis. Above him, a thick and colossal vine, akin to a great serpent, slithered through the air, following his movement with deliberate slowness. Moments later, Rhett came to a halt at the juncture where the oasis met the desert. He bent down, inserting his right hand into the grains of sand. The primary function of Kinbunchika haki is to amplify one's senses, enabling the detection of the life force of surrounding creatures and changes in the environment. This ability served as a perfect complement to Rhett's earth manipulation fruit. Information regarding the nearby soil surged into his mind like electronic data. The quality of the soil was passable, devoid of particularly hard gravel, yet there was a water source deep underground. For Rhett, who had once leveled 500,000 acres of barren land, this posed no significant challenge. He stood upright, inhaled deeply, and then exhaled forcefully, proclaiming a transformative change. The sea turns to mulberry fields. Boom. Nami, Nojiko, Retonder, Akin, and others, standing 100 meters above, widened their eyes in astonishment. Beneath their feet, transformations of unimaginable magnitude were unfolding. The parched yellow sands began to flow at a visible pace, with dunes and mountains collapsing in the tremors. A clear spring erupted from the ground, meandering and twisting, carving out a broad river channel through the sands. No scientific principle could elucidate this unnatural phenomenon, as the components of the soil underwent miraculous transformation amidst the resounding tremors. The once barren ground gradually donned a delicate hue of green. Lush grasses, vibrant flowers, low shrubs, and towering trees collectively formed a verdant tapestry that unfurled exuberantly outward. This verdancy seemed boundless, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Chapter 36, The Young Elite with a Subtle Tremor. Rhett felt the world around him turn utterly mundane. His body seemed drained of vitality, and an overwhelming sense of weakness enveloped him. He could only sit on the grass, gasping for breath. Perhaps it was only the astonished exclamations and praises from Norki and Nami that could offer him a modicum of satisfaction. Well, the two young girls nestled against his arms, their cherubic faces alight with admiration. Brother Rhett, you are amazing, despite the exhaustion weighing heavily upon him. Rhett mustered a smile and playfully pinched their rosy cheeks. Of course I am. You will come to realize that in time. Why must we walk so slowly? Akin, with a face ashen as a clouded sky, murmured to Lidong. Lidong rolled his eyes in response. Just focus on being a bodyguard. Does asking so many questions earn you a salary? After a brief pause, he hastened to Rhett's side, astonishment etched upon his face. Such is the terrifying might of the master in a single strike. This time, it was Rhett who rolled his eyes. What kind of vocabulary is that? Can you not speak plainly? Lidong offered a sheepish grin, quickly reverting to a more familiar tone. I, Lidong, am no sycophant. But anyone who witnesses the miraculous transformations wrought by the master would surely share my astonishment. Rhett nodded appreciatively. This flattery was far more agreeable. With my current strength, this is my limit. Even standing now feels as if it could cost me my life. Given Rhett's cautious nature, he ought not to have expended himself so completely. Should Akin, Lei Dong, or any of their subordinates suddenly betray him, escaping unscathed would be a formidable challenge. Yet, he had taken a risk on this desolate island, accompanied by two delicate, unarmed girls. Lei Dong immediately bent slightly. If it pleases the master, I shall carry you back to the port. However, Rhett declined the offer, maintaining a calm demeanor. There is no need for such trouble. I will rest here for a moment. You may also observe what deficiencies exist in the world I have created. He initially sought to discern the loyalty of his two subordinates, yet neither Lei Dong nor Akin exhibited any signs of suspicion. Lei Dong even took a few steps back, maintaining a respectful distance. Perhaps the people of this world were not as duplicitous as he had imagined? As Rhett slowly released the 4 pea seeds he held in his hand, this thought crossed his mind. Though physically drained and unable to summon the powers of the devil fruit, the initial 10 seeds of flora remained at his disposal. My lord, I was mistaken. The voice of Lei Dong Duo drifted from a distance. He shook his head repeatedly, expressing his disappointment. I thought I had found a place for you to hone your abilities over the long term, but judging by the prowess you just displayed, this island, it seems it can only allow you to utilize your powers 2 or 3 dozen times, which hardly serves the purpose of training. Akin listened thoughtfully, realizing he had never witnessed such a unique form of flattery. Lei chuckled as well. No. Exerting oneself to such an extent is indeed beneficial for developing the devil fruit and enhancing the limits of observation hockey. If given the chance, please seek out more uninhabited islands near the East Blue for me. As long as I can continue to push my limits, I would not mind acting as a gardener. At least one advantage of this world is that, although there are indeed geniuses who possess immense strength without any training, those who diligently practice will inevitably see their power increase. The heavens seldom fail to reward hard work. Naturally, Lei, whose strength urgently needed enhancement, would not be complacent. For his observation hockey had an ominous premonition. A significant crisis was about to alter his life. Brother Lei, won't you stay at home for another night? I promise to be very good, Nami pleaded, clutching Lei's hand in an attempt to keep him there. However, Noki was much more understanding. After neatly packing the clothes she had washed earlier, she handed them to the aide, Mice, and then flashed a sweet smile at Lei. Brother Lei, you go to Marineford and work hard. I will study diligently to become a competent secretary. Lei patted the cheeks of the two girls and leapt onto his small speedboat docked at the harbor, causing a subtle ripple in the air. Just as depicted in many tales, every training session, after battling to the point of exhaustion, would see his abilities ascend to a new level upon his recovery. Even though the specially summoned speedboat took half a month to return from Cocoa West Village to Marineford, when Lei reappeared at the Naval Headquarters training camp, he was met with news of moderate significance. You may not know this, Lei, the enchanting girl with the reverse fruit, eagerly informed him, the immensely powerful Tyrannosaurus Rex Drake has become the first to awaken armament hockey. Although Lei was somewhat surprised, it was not unexpected. Drake, possessing an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, already had remarkable talent and potential, and 7 years later, he had become one of the supernovas worth 220 million berries. Learning armament hockey at the age of 26 was hardly an astonishing feat. Bins added. He single-handedly annihilated a pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 150 million berries in the recent combat competition, earning high praise from the upper echelons of the headquarters. His reputation has overshadowed even yours. Rhett chuckled nonchalantly. I've merely vanquished a fishman worth 20 million berries. How could that possibly compare to a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Zephyr's most esteemed disciple, Shuzo, added with a hint of envy that fellow Drake has risen to the rank of brigadier general based on such achievements. Remarkable, isn't it? And he is but 25 years old. After dismissing Zephyr's direct disciples, Rhett was left in the company of his own subordinate, the marksman Andre Larson. Their perspective truly leaves much to be desired. Rhett, Larson remarked, observing Shuzo and the others as they departed, unable to suppress a smirk. Raising an eyebrow, Rhett replied, Drake is indeed formidable, wouldn't you agree? Larson shrugged, of course. They are disciples of the former Admiral Zephyr. Their talents are undoubtedly exceptional. The resources they possess, whether for enhancing their strength or for networking, are beyond our imagination. Yet it is disheartening that their vision remains confined to such a narrow scope. Rhett's brow arched higher. It has been a month since we last met, and you have certainly made an impression on me. Larson feigned modesty, pouring a glass of red wine for both himself and Rhett. No, you never truly knew me, to begin with. Rhett accepted the glass, a smile gracing his lips. You are correct. Our acquaintance has spanned merely a few days. I wholeheartedly agree with your assessment of Shizuo and the others. Their narrow outlook will undoubtedly hinder their advancement. Now, let us discuss other matters. Larson gently swirled his goblet, the crimson liquid cascading within. I have taken notice of another individual. Contrary to the cold and reclusive Drake, this fellow appears quite approachable, even somewhat humorous. However, he is undoubtedly a perilous character. Who is it? Rhett inquired, self-deprecatingly adding, to be honest. I have yet to familiarize myself with most of the individuals in this elite camp. This was due to Zephyr's limited opportunities for collective instruction, as Rhett often engaged in solitary training, leaving little time to meet the elite from the headquarters and various branches. Larson took a sip of wine. You likely have no impression of him. He possesses no distinctive features that would make him memorable in a crowd. However, if you pay attention, you will often find him with a piece of bread or chocolate adorning his face. Rhett's hand paused slightly. Larson continued. He may appear to be a simple-minded fellow, yet his vigilance surpasses that of anyone else. From my observations, he has likely mastered the use of armament hockey, though he has never publicly displayed it. Ryder nodded, already aware of the situation in his heart. Nevertheless, he raised his glass and, with genuine curiosity, inquired, "What is the name of this astute individual?" Larson clinked his glass with his Brigadier General Virgo. His performance in combat trials ranks just below Drake, yet due to his exceptional command abilities and a notably cleaner background, he has garnered greater esteem from the headquarters compared to Drake. It has already been confirmed that he will be promoted to Major General after the elite camp and assigned to the G5 branch in the New World. Ryder chuckled softly. So, 2 individuals have already received promotions? It seems I've missed quite a bit over the past month. A smirk, half mockery and half amusement, appeared on Larson's face. Come on, Ryder, among brothers, there's no need for pretense. You are the legendary figure who has triumphed over the headquarters admirals. A mere brigadier general and a major general are insignificant in your presence. Chapter 37, Purifying Your Sinful Soul? February 2nd. While the world does not recognize February 2nd as the day of the dragon's ascension, Len nevertheless chose to adorn himself with a refreshing hairstyle before indulging in a comforting soak in the officer's bath at headquarters. As a user of a devil fruit, the bathwater, although markedly different from seawater, still induced a profound sense of weakness in his body, rendering such a luxurious experience a rarity for Le. Wait a moment. A thought suddenly struck him. Why did the Empress Hancock appear to be perfectly fine during her baths? A flicker of curiosity ignited within Le. Could it be that the discomfort associated with bathwater, and even seawater, could be mitigated through rigorous training? He scooped a handful of the crystal-clear hot spring water from the pool, his reflection revealing a contemplative visage. It settled then. I shall bathe twice daily henceforth. Bathing is indeed a form of training. Excuse me, are you Colonel Boulder Le from the East Sea South 16th branch? Just as Le finished drying his hair, a soldier from headquarters knocked on his door. Judging by the style of the uniform and the insignia, this was merely a third-class private tasked with delivering messages. Indeed, he nodded in affirmation. The private saluted. Colonel Le, please proceed to the 8th conference room after lunch, where you will undergo a promotion evaluation. Given Le's remarkable achievements in the East Sea, coupled with his effortless defeat of a vice admiral at headquarters, a promotion was hardly unexpected. His prowess was undeniable. The 8th conference room? Understood. Thank you for delivering the message. Le nodded once more, casually inquiring, if it's not too much trouble. Could you enlighten me on the nature of this procedure? The messenger hesitated briefly but eventually replied, as per protocol. The evaluation for the rank of Brigadier General is presided over by a Vice Admiral, with at least 2 Vice Admirals and 3 Rear Admirals participating. The specific personnel and details are determined on a temporary basis. Le nodded for the 3rd time. Thank you. Knock, knock, knock. As Le rapped on the door of the 8th conference room, he had not envisioned who might be seated within. However, upon entering the room, he nearly twisted his ankle in surprise. Seated at the head of the deliberation table was none other than his instructor from the elite camp, Zephyr. A cigar dangled from Zephyr's lips, quivering slightly as he spoke. No need to be anxious, Le. This is merely a formality. Beside Zephyr sat an elderly woman with graying hair and a stooped figure. Among the upper echelons of headquarters, the most renowned elder was none other than Karp, with Sengoku being a contemporary vice admiral and the chief of staff, Tsuru. As for the other 3 major generals and the record-keeping personnel seated in the back, Lieutenant Colonel Rhett found himself unfamiliar with any of them. nevertheless adhering to protocol. He elegantly rendered a salute upon entering and then took his seat across from the 5 individuals. One major general, sporting a distinctive mustache, cleared his throat and introduced himself. Lieutenant Colonel Red, I am Major General Sicily from headquarters. These 2 are Major Generals Katakongpo and Kataru. Today, we shall conduct the final assessment of your promotion, and we hope you will answer our questions candidly. Indeed, these were names Rhett had never encountered before. He silently scoffed at this revelation. In the so-called elite Navy headquarters, even ordinary vice admirals seemed as expendable as cannon fodder, let alone the obscure major and brigadier generals. In Rhett's recollection, within the Navy, which purportedly maintained order upon the seas, aside from the 3 admirals and Garp, most individuals were either ineffectual, incapable of capturing even a mere tens of million-strong pirate, or engaged in reckless abandon, resorting to the extermination order to apprehend a handful of historians. Of course, even the 3 admirals and Garp bore their own blemishes. Akainu participated in the annihilation of O'Hara, attacking civilians without a moment's hesitation. The collaborating Akiji extended leniency towards the demon child Nico Robin, feigning ignorance when encountering pirates, even encouraging them to unite and strive for greatness, while Kizaru, who appeared proactive in eliminating pirates, was similarly suspected of being an undercover revolutionary. As for the heroic Garp, not only did he adopt the son of the Pirate King, but he also allowed his biological son to become a revolutionary, exhibiting a complete lack of responsibility even in the execution of his duties. Once, a handcuffed branch colonel managed to fell him with a single blow and escape. With such a navy, one cannot help but wonder how the world government has maintained its dominion for the past 800 years. Of course, such thoughts could never be voiced openly. In fact, when Major General Sicily and the others posed their inquiries, Rhett's responses were consistently proper and measured. How did you acquire your devil fruit? It was discovered by my sister Nojiko while she was picking oranges, and I inadvertently took a bite, nearly retching at the time. What specific abilities does your fruit confer? I believe my recent confrontation with Vice Admiral Dazai should have illustrated that quite clearly. I can manipulate plants and earth for both defense and offense, and can also apply these capabilities in various ways, such as leveling land, reforesting, and sourcing water. From these perspectives, the fruit proves to be quite convenient. You hail from the East Blue. What are your thoughts on this sea? The East Blue has always been regarded as a symbol of peace, and I believe it will continue to be so. Within the elite camp, you mastered the Navy's 6 styles in merely a month, earning the title of a rare genius. Furthermore, you adeptly wield the observation hockey, considering your youth. Such talent is indeed remarkable. At this juncture, what do you perceive as your inadequacies? My proficiency in the 6 styles is merely in its infancy. To attain mastery, I require extensive training and practical experience. Additionally, I have yet to learn the armament hockey and remain uncertain if I can even awaken the Conqueror's hockey. Should I encounter a formidable user of a natural-type devil fruit, I may find myself utterly defenseless. Though, of course, one like Smoker hardly poses a challenge. Your earliest recommender was Admiral Kizaru Borsellino. What is your relationship with him? At that time, the Arlong pirates invaded our village, having just consumed a devil fruit. I barely managed to repel them. Admiral Kizaru happened to pass by and witnessed the entire scene. Perhaps he admired my tenacity in battle, for he subsequently suggested that I join the Navy. Beyond that, we have not crossed paths again. Although some inquiries seemed somewhat pointed, overall, Rhett did not feel that anyone was putting him in a difficult position. After all, his prowess was well known. Not only did Zifa hold him in high regard, but even Sengoku and Garp openly expressed their admiration for this young man. How could the mere promotion to Rear Admiral be a source of hardship for him? Major General Sicily and others soon concluded their questioning, signing their names on the review documents before passing them to the 2 senior leaders. Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Tsuru, placed the documents on the table, resting her chin on her interlaced hands, and smiled gently, seeing the youth come alive again. We are reminded of the swift passage of time. Once hailed as the most beautiful woman in the Navy, time had stolen her beauty, leaving her lips somewhat thin and weathered. Yet, under the gaze of this venerable lady, Rhett felt an immense pressure. He was unaware of Tsuru's extraordinary capabilities, but he understood well that someone capable of serving as chief of staff must possess a meticulous mind and keen observational skills. In these respects, she was likely more formidable than Sengoku, Garp, Zifa, and the 3 admirals combined. My devil fruit is the wash-wash fruit, Tsuru stated nonchalantly, which grants the ability to cleanse any object, even purging the wicked thoughts hidden within one's heart. Thus, I often oversee ideological education for newly promoted officers. Do you understand? Red involuntarily trembled at the thought. The ability to purify the soul? Chapter 38. The Heart of Justice. The notion of cleansing the soul through the power of the wash fruit initially astonished Red, instilling within him a tinge of trepidation. Clearly, Major Ahi was no ordinary individual. One of the current 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, had once been relentlessly pursued by this female major during his nascent endeavors. Could it be that he feared Ahi would purify his malevolent spirit, transforming him into a virtuous being? Rhett was acutely aware that he was far from being an unwavering servant of the world government and the Navy, having lived 2 lives. He harbored his own motives. If Ahi were to cleanse these thoughts, would he not risk becoming a mere puppet of the Navy, stripped of his ideals? However, he soon regained his composure and, with a smile, shook his head. Admirable Chief, you jest. If you truly possess such a power, you need only to wield it against those infamous pirates, and this vast ocean would surely become tranquil. Upon hearing his response, not only did Ahi smile, but several rear admirals joined in laughter as well. Indeed, if I could develop the devil fruit to such an extent, perhaps the Navy would no longer be necessary. Ahi rubbed her brow, letting out a wistful sigh as she signed her name on the document and slid it across to Zephyr. As the highest-ranking individual present, Zephyr naturally assumed the responsibility of concluding the matter. As your instructor, I have but one question, Red. Zephyr, who had remained largely silent during the prior discussions, removed his sunglasses and spoke in a grave tone. I have reviewed your record and achievements. In your less than a year of service in the Navy, you have obliterated nearly 60 pirate crews, with a total bounty exceeding 250 million berries. Over 30,000 pirates have perished by your hand, with almost none left alive, correct? Rhett nodded slowly. Indeed, aside from a few pirates I inadvertently allowed to escape due to my lack of power at the outset. My stance towards pirates has always been one of better to err on the side of caution than to let them go. He was well aware that Zephyr bore another formidable moniker, the non-killer. Within the Navy's headquarters, it was said that Zephyr had never taken a pirate's life before the age of 42. While Rhett was uncertain how one could eradicate pirates without resorting to killing, certainly, one could not imprison every minion for rehabilitation. Such was the prevailing narrative. Even after the tragic loss of his wife and son to pirates, which instilled in him a profound hatred for them, Zephyr, at least in Rhett's perception, was not the type to indiscriminately unleash violence without reason. During this period, Zephyr's convictions had yet to be entirely shattered. He still clung to his former pursuit of justice and the ideals of the Navy. I understand your convictions, instructor, but I must candidly state that I neither comprehend nor accept them. Rhett did not shy away. He gazed directly into Zephyr's eyes and spoke slowly. In this era, seeking a pirate with untainted hands, free from bloodshed, is far more challenging than finding a virtuous soul in the pleasure districts. Rather than hoping for these pirates to reform, it would be better for them to be reborn in their next lives. His perspective resonated with the prevailing sentiment of the time. For the crimes committed by pirates were self-evident. The ember of his cigar flared momentarily, and Zephyr exhaled a plume of smoke, stating, I will not demand that you adhere to a creed of nonviolence, Red. But I do hope you remain steadfast in your sense of justice and not allow excessive bloodshed to cloud your vision. Rhett's lips curled into a silent smile. Teacher Zephyr. I will remember. Zephyr released another smoke ring before bowing his head to sign his name on the document. Rhett's gaze was never one of cunning or deceit. It remained clear and resolute, for his convictions were unwavering. He understood from the outset that the true source of this world's instability did not lie with the pirates. His adversary, certainly, was not merely the pirates. Bang! A sharp gunshot suddenly echoed through the vast streets of Marineford. A nearly imperceptible silver streak shot straight towards Rhett, who had just emerged from the headquarters. Be careful, Rhett. The nearby guards had yet to utter the 5th word when the sound of a bullet slicing through the air reached their ears. Whoosh! Mischievous. At a speed exceeding dozens of times that of sound, the bullet left Rhett with no absolute assurance of evading it perfectly, even with his observation hockey and paper drawing skills. Thus, he chose to maintain his composed demeanor. With confidence, he extended his right hand, forming a victorious V with his index and middle fingers. He was well aware of the identity of his assailant. This was a familiar training method between him and Larson. Even without employing the technique of iron blocks, his current physical prowess was sufficient to withstand ordinary bullets. Certainly, the bullets fired by Larson using the jet shells from Sky Island were far superior in speed and power compared to conventional firearms. Yet they would not inflict fatal harm upon Rhett, which granted him the confidence to extend his fingers, poised to catch the high-velocity projectile. However, as the next second unfolded, his fingers grasped nothing but air. Bang! The silver bullet struck squarely against his chest, and a genuine sensation of pain radiated throughout his body. Yet that was all. "Larson, you've grown stronger. That really hurt," Rhett remarked, glancing down at his chest, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Despite possessing an exceptionally formidable momentum, it merely lingered upon the surface of his skin before helplessly plummeting to the ground. "I must admit, I am truly impressed." Larson's voice resonated from a distant tower, and soon he appeared before Rhett with a graceful step reminiscent of the moon's trajectory. "This indeed was the culmination of my maximum power. And yet it failed to pierce even your garments?" Perhaps due to the mastery of observation hockey, Rhett astutely observed that Larson's entire shoulder was somewhat stiff, evidently numbed by the terrifying recoil of the sniper rifle. Typically optimistic, Larson displayed a rare hint of disappointment. For it was evident that Rhett had not even employed the technique of iron blocks, yet had withstood his full-force strike. Rhett chuckled as he patted Larson's numbed shoulder, offering a word of consolation. "Although the power may be lacking, the speed is indeed formidable. Should the day come when you can entwine your hockey around a bullet, even an admiral would find it impossible to disregard such a potent assault." Larson's mood, though briefly dampened, quickly rebounded, and he perceptively raised a question. "My esteemed colleague, your words seem somewhat amiss. As a member of the Navy, why should I target admirals? Shouldn't our focus be on the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords instead?" Rhett scratched his nose, chuckling awkwardly. "I was merely speaking whimsically. Ha ha ha." Chapter 39. Can a Commodore confront the 7 warlords? Colonel Rate, as of now, you are a Commodore. On this day, February 10th, Shuzwa presented an official promotion document to Rate. The burly Shuzwa could not hide his envy. To ascend to the position of Commodore at the tender age of 19, even the so-called monsters, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, would surely bow in admiration. Indeed, Akainu and Kizaru entered the recruit camp at the ages of 23 and 26 respectively, while Akiji, the youngest, also only became part of the Navy at 19. In terms of age, how could they surpass Rate in attaining the rank of Commodore? Rate noted the implications. Commodore of the headquarters? Is there some sort of misunderstanding? While the rank may be the same, everyone is well aware that a Commodore from the East Blue Branch is merely subservient to a headquarters Commodore. According to the regulations for rank promotions, a branch colonel could never be directly elevated to the rank of headquarters Commodore. Shuzwa clarified. This was a document submitted jointly by Teacher Zephyr and Admiral Crane, ultimately sanctioned by Admiral Kizaru. Such matters would not be subjected to error. Rate pondered. Given Zephyr's disposition, he likely would not attend to such minutiae. And Kizaru is notoriously lackadaisical, but with Crane, the rear admiral, involved, it should indeed be accurate. "You don't seem particularly pleased?" Shuzwa observed his expression. Being promoted from the branch to the headquarters as a Commodore implies that the high-ranking officers at headquarters are likely considering transferring you to Marineford. Compared to those petty criminals in the East Blue, the Grand Line and the New World are where we truly belong. Rate chuckled softly and shook his head. "I merely feel that the weight of responsibility upon my shoulders has become significantly greater, which tempers my joy." Shuzwa did not press further, but instead slapped his forehead. "By the way, you will soon be undertaking a mission, and I wanted to give you a heads up. In about 10 days, the world government will convene a large-scale military conference, with the principal officers from various seas in the New World in attendance. Additionally, for the first time, all 7 warlords will be summoned to participate. Your task will be to accompany a rear admiral from headquarters to escort one of the warlords to the conference. Of course, this mission poses no significant challenge, as it will primarily be overseen by the rear admiral. It is merely an opportunity for young officers to gain some experience." Rate frowned slightly, clearly displeased with the notion of merely playing a subordinate role. If given the choice, he would prefer to accompany Garb or Zephyr to eliminate a warlord. Of course, given Zephyr and Garb's prowess, they likely would not require his assistance to vanquish a warlord, although he had triumphed over Commodore Doghead in an official match. In a genuine life-or-death battle at the pinnacle of combat, he would probably not measure up. Which warlord am I to escort? If given the choice, he would undoubtedly wish to meet the sole female among the 7 warlords, the renowned beauty of the world, the Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock. Perhaps it could lead to an enchanting romantic journey. Shuzwa scratched his bushy beard, pondering. "It seems to be Moonlight Moria, I believe. I've heard he is quite the eccentric." Rit could not help but smirk. It would be one thing if Hancock were not available. But why would they send him to fetch that fool, Moria? Damn it, It would be better to just eliminate him. Despite his internal complaints, 5 days later, Ret, now clad in the uniform of a brigadier general, boarded the departing warship as scheduled. Accompanying him on this mission were Larson and another lieutenant, the curly-haired Berrygood. Brigadier General Ret, it's a pleasure to meet you, Larson grinned, extending his right hand, only to have it brusquely swatted away by Ret. He was already in a foul mood for not being selected to visit Amazon Lily and behold the Empress's unparalleled beauty. He did not need any further misfortune, Ret quipped. And all three shared a hearty laugh. I am Major General Weasel, and I welcome you three to join me on this mission. I hope we can enjoy a pleasant journey together, said a man sporting a mohawk hairstyle who appeared before them. Major General Weasel's demeanor was amiable, his visage exuding a blend of determination and authority. Even the challenging mohawk suited him well. He nodded at each of the young men with a smile, adding, By the way, I too am a disciple of Master Zifa, making me somewhat of a senior brother to you. Should you have any queries regarding your personal cultivation, feel free to voice them. Perhaps our discussions will inspire one another. Berrygood seemed quite familiar with him and responded without hesitation, Then I shall rely on you. Major General Weasel. Marineford is nearly at the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line, serving as the gateway to the Holy Land, Mariewa. Geographically, it is not far from Moria's Devil's Triangle, separated merely by the Sabaody Archipelago. Traveling aboard a Navy warship, it would take at most 5 or 6 days to reach. 2 days later, the warship docked at the port of the Sabaody Archipelago. Major General Weasel decided to grant the entire crew a day of leave, allowing the sailors, who had been under constant stress, to relax on this vibrant island. Such a popular decision was met with jubilant cheers from the entire ship. This location, being a necessary passage into the latter half of the Grand Line, attracted a multitude of merchants, pirates, bounty hunters, and, of course, an abundance of slave traders. Due to the eclectic mix of characters, a somewhat distorted yet thriving commercial atmosphere had formed here, where one could procure rare treasures from across the globe, even drawing the attention of the celestial dragons. Larson, evidently quite familiar with the island, invited Rhett and Berrygood as he hoisted his sniper rifle, saying, I am heading to maintain my weapon and procure some accessories from the black market. Would you care to join me? Rhett shook his head, replying, I prefer to explore on my own. Do take care. However, Berrygood, intrigued, decided to accompany Larson on his excursion, muttering as he departed, Is it possible to acquire a supreme blade here? The most notable feature of the Sabaody Archipelago is undoubtedly the towering giant mangroves, their roots creating a mesmerizing spectacle of soap bubbles dancing in the air. This island is home to a total of 79 majestic trees, each engraved with a number representing a specific area. These areas include naval and governmental offices, bars, a street of inns, commercial thoroughfares, parks, amusement zones, shipyards, and auction houses, alongside illicit venues for human trafficking and vice. Dressed in a naval uniform, Rhett was unlikely to gain access to the nefarious establishments, so he meandered leisurely, taking in the sights. He harbored a desire to seek out the legendary first mate of the pirate king Roger, Rayleigh the Dark King, but he had no knowledge of where this old man might be hiding. And even if he found him, what conversation could possibly occur between a dignified rear admiral and a notorious criminal? Would it be appropriate for the first mate of the pirate king to instruct a rear admiral in the art of hockey? What would become of the esteemed reputations of legendary instructors like Zephyr and Garp? Rhett never believed Rayleigh's teaching prowess surpassed that of Zephyr and Garp, so he felt little enthusiasm for a meeting with such a legendary figure. Suddenly, he executed a moonwalk. His feet paused, and he began to ascend amidst the multitude of bubbles. The iridescent bubbles distorted light and shadow, bursting dramatically at the peak of the mangrove. Observing the ceaselessly rising and bursting bubbles, Rhett could not help but recite a line of poetry. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows, like dew. Not far away, a clamor suddenly erupted. Catch her. Don't let her escape. Quickly contact the Navy. The disturbance shattered Rhett's contemplative mood, and he turned to investigate the source of the noise, instantly finding it intolerable. He beheld a throng of burly men brandishing various weapons, pursuing a slender young girl. Although Rhett, possessing observation hockey, could not discern the girl's beauty or lack thereof, this did not diminish his fervent sense of justice. Moreover, he noticed the girl sporting a flowing ponytail. The long-suppressed ponytail obsession within Rhett surged forth. He could not idly witness an innocent girl being hunted before his eyes. With a swift motion, he unleashed a technique, a flash of white lightning streaking across the skies of the Sabaody Archipelago. The sound of thunder crackled in the air. The bubbles of the bubble tea burst almost simultaneously. Chapter 40 The demise of the demon child. Crackling sounds echoed as bubbles burst in the air. Yet the brawny men pursuing the young girl remained oblivious to the peculiar spectacle above them. Flowers bloomed beneath their feet. The girl with black hair tied in a ponytail clasped her hands together over her chest and softly uttered a command, causing hundreds of delicate, white arms resembling jade to sprout from the ground, forcefully pulling the men down to the earth. Curse that little wench. Once I catch you, you'll witness the true meaning of paradise. The enraged pirates erupted with curses. Fire! Fire! This woman is not so easily vanquished. As gunfire rained down like a tempest, Nico Robin found herself engulfed in an abyss of despair. At not yet 21 years of age, despite possessing the powers of a devil fruit and a hefty bounty, she was never a warrior of iron and steel, invulnerable and bloodthirsty. She was merely an ordinary girl with a passion for history and culture, forced to endure a decade-long life on the run. The world government and navy sought to silence her. Pirates aimed to exploit her for a world-altering secret weapon. Bounty hunters sought to capture her for the reward, and even her former kin had betrayed her for various reasons. She fled from the West Blue into the Grand Line, betrayal and treachery weaving through her life like a relentless tapestry. Her very existence had led to the annihilation of multiple pirate crews by the Navy and the destruction of several naval bases by larger pirate factions. In the Navy's bounty list, she had single-handedly destroyed 6 warships at the tender age of 8. Labeled as the Demon Child, she was assigned a staggering bounty of 79 million berries at just 8 years old, her threat level far surpassing that of the fledgling Emperor, Big Mom, who had a bounty of 50 million at the age of 5. Was this the end? Faced with the torrential gunfire, Nico Robin felt despair yet was not overwhelmed by fear. A faint smile graced her lips. I have long ceased to wish for life. She even opened her arms wide, ready to embrace the final moment of her existence. Thud, thud, thud. A series of peculiar yet dense sounds reached her ears. She beheld a white shadow descending from the heavens. Behind the shadow was a billowing white cloak, emblazoned with 2 robust characters, Justice. The Navy? Robin involuntarily shut her eyes. Was this not worse than the pirates? It is the Navy. We've hit the Navy. So what if we kill them? This is lawless territory. Quickly, capture Nico Robin. Amidst the haze of gunpowder, the pirates only glimpsed the white naval officer's cloak. Yet they charged forth without a trace of fear. The smoke dissipated swiftly, revealing a striking white cloak and the cold, angular visage of a figure emerging from the haze. The pirates halted their advance in disbelief. He has not perished? How can this be? That was hundreds of bullets. I shall issue but one warning, Rhett spoke, casually gliding his hands over his body. This man is now my quarry. Should anyone dare to contest me, they shall not be spared my ruthless wrath. Under the watchful eyes of dozens of pirates, his hands slowly unfurled, and a cascade of bullets clattered to the ground. Monster! Someone shouted, turning to flee. Panic spread like a contagion, and the pirates scrambled to escape. I apologize, but I have changed my mind. None of you shall escape. Observing the retreating figures, Rhett shook his head with finality. Thorny growth, great impalement technique. Hundreds of thorns erupted from the roots of the towering red trees, piercing through the bodies of all the pirates in an instant. This was indeed a forest of flora, a veritable domain for Rhett. Nether swamp. Without hesitation, Rhett willed a torrent of sand and earth to engulf the pirates' corpses, swirling and flowing, drawing them beneath the ground, annihilating the evidence. They have fled. Why pursue their demise? A calm voice emerged from behind Rhett, yet he could perceive the slight tremor of apprehension in the speaker, thanks to his observation hockey. He turned to face his captive, the sole survivor of O'Hara, the child of the devil, a criminal with a bounty of 79 million. Nico Robin. Am I mistaken? At just 21 years of age, Nico Robin was at the tender stage of blossoming youth. Yet 13 years of hardship had forced her to confront the harsh realities of life far too soon. Her eyes, clear and beautiful, bore no trace of youthful innocence or exuberance. Instead, they reflected a calmness, steadiness, maturity, decisiveness, and even a hint of cruelty that belied her years. Upon seeing Rhett's countenance, a flicker of astonishment crossed Robin's face. Having encountered the Navy numerous times, she recognized the insignia of a rear admiral on the young man before her. And her astonishment stemmed from the realization that this rear admiral was astonishingly youthful, perhaps even 2 years her junior. The cold demeanor on Rhett's face gradually faded as he regarded Robin and addressed her previous inquiry. Will you stand up for the pirates pursuing you? Robin took a slight step back, biting her lip. You possess a devil fruit ability? Rhett tilted his head slightly. Indeed, I too am a devil fruit user. As we both possess extraordinary abilities, do you prefer to sit down for a cup of tea and discuss plans for the future? Or shall we engage in a fervent and exhilarating hand-to-hand combat? Robin gathered her hair, tucking a stray lock behind her ear, and extended her hands. Come. I am weary of this endless flight. Perhaps this prison in Impel Down is my destined abode. Reit chuckled softly, snapping his fingers. You seem to have misunderstood my intentions. Black sand coffin. With a subtle sound, the ground beneath them trembled, and to Robin's astonished gaze, a vast expanse of black sand rose, swiftly forming an enormous cell. The cell was sufficiently spacious, and with the aid of his observation hockey, Reit was assured that no one outside could hear their voices. Now, we can converse. Robin's expression shifted from shock to one of faint disdain. A rear admiral of the Navy also bears resemblance to those pirates. Do you wish to exploit me to uncover the secrets of world history? Having long betrayed countless pirate crews and clandestine organizations, Robin felt numb to such propositions. Her scorn soon transforming into a subtle smile. If you harbor such ambition, I may serve you. Reit shook his head but did not immediately respond. Instead, he casually crafted 2 chairs from vines, gesturing for her to sit, then comfortably took his place. I indeed wish to harness your abilities. Yet I possess no interest in the truth of history. Recognizing her inability to escape, Robin lowered her guard and joined him. Then I must be of no use to you. As you can see, I lack any talent for combat. Reit silently chuckled. To send a beauty like you into battle? That would surely be a waste. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Robin's breath quickened. Though I am not your match, I will never yield so easily. Reit waved his hand with a smile. I have heard that you have encountered a wealth of information within various underground organizations and pirate crews. I have just established a relatively large syndicate in the East Blue and require someone to organize intelligence and secrets for me. You may refer to this position as Secretary or Chief of Staff. If you work for me, I will ensure your safety, even against adversaries such as the Navy or the world government. And even, he elongated his voice, emphasizing the final 3 words, Celestial Dragons. Chapter 41. Robin's Thigh Celestial Dragon? Nico Robin could not help but blink her beautiful eyes, her long lashes cascading like feathers, seemingly capable of stirring a gentle breeze. Rhett need not worry about her divulging secrets if I were to reveal that my ultimate goal is to reshape a brand new world. Would you be frightened to the point of fainting? Robin swallowed hard, nodding with difficulty. This is quite an unexpected answer. May I inquire as to why? Given your formidable strength, achieving the rank of Rear Admiral at such a young age, it seems you will soon become an even more powerful figure. Why pursue such an unrealistic and arduous objective? Perhaps it is because, deep within the heart of every individual in my homeland lies a yearning for revolution. Born under the red flag and nurtured by the spring breeze, we are inherently revolutionaries, Rhett enigmatically elucidated, then shifted back to the matter at hand. If you agree to my proposal, initially, you must remain behind the scenes, your activities limited to the East Blue. Furthermore, to ensure my peace of mind, you must take a seed marked with my essence. You want me to ingest your seed? Robin's expression shifted abruptly. Having navigated the dark underworld for many years, she was certainly not an innocent young girl. The rich implications of his words provoked her imagination. Her face flickered with uncertainty before she finally whispered, Can I use my hands? What exactly are you thinking? Rhett responded with a hint of exasperation as he retrieved a small green seed from the vines. It is merely a matter of having you consume a seed. As Robin swallowed the seed imbued with his essence, Rhett dismantled the confines formed by the black sand. Although they had discussed many clandestine matters, he still needed to ensure he held the most reliable assurance in his grasp. He was not a person enveloped in an aura of trust. The schemes he plotted could not be known to unreliable individuals. Hence he had to guarantee that Robin would not betray him. Observing the sand particles swiftly merging with the earth, Robin remarked, The ability to control sand. If I were not certain of your affiliation with the Navy in your youth, I would truly believe you to be one of the warlords of the sea. Rhett shrugged, shaking off the remaining grains of sand clinging to his garments. Are you referring to Crocodile, the user of the sand fruit? The so-called weakest of the warlords? I am not boasting. If he dared to confront me, I could eliminate him in merely 3 minutes. Robin covered her mouth in astonishment. I had no idea that a rear admiral could defeat a warlord of the sea, despite having just humiliatingly ingested a seed that bound her freedom. She quickly regained her composure, even daring to question her master. Rhett did not boast about his glorious achievement of defeating a rear admiral with 3 punches in front of Robin to prove that his prowess far exceeded the rank of a brigadier. He merely smiled and turned his gaze towards another commercial street. Let us go and procure some items. You cannot appear on a naval vessel in such attire. Are you certain you wish to dress this way? Robin, clad only in a pair of denim shorts, nervously closed her long, slender legs in a clothing store. Her legs were not the emaciated kind, but rather rounded, proportionate, and supple. They were tightly closed, revealing not a sliver of space, and her fair skin radiated a delicate, moist glow. Even the female shop assistant could not help but stare, let alone the male customers accompanying their female companions, who found themselves unable to move and were consequently subjected to a few sharp nudges from their partners. This archaeologist, who had just celebrated her 21st birthday on February 6th, stood at an impressive height of 188 meters, akin to a supermodel, and boasted enviable measurements of 96-60-86 that most supermodels would covet. With a little embellishment, she could captivate the gaze of any ordinary man. As Rhett swallowed nervously, he explained, a breathtaking beauty, no matter how well disguised, finds it arduous to conceal her allure. Thus, I believe it is wiser to divert others' attention to your exquisite figure, allowing them to temporarily overlook your visage, thereby diminishing the likelihood of them discovering you as a wanted criminal. Robin could not help but squeeze her legs together. Is this how you typically compliment women? Rhett shrugged. Forgive me, I am surrounded by male sailors, and within my base, aside from the older women who cook and do laundry, there is not a single young female. Therefore, when you and I return to the East Sea, you must be cautious of your safety. It would be best to stay close to me, otherwise. I genuinely fear those brutish sailors, overflowing with hormones, may make you uncomfortable. Robin chuckled softly, a fleeting glimmer passing through her crimson and black irises. She felt an inkling that her new leader might not be so insufferable after all. At the very least, those coarse men had never complimented her femininity with such creativity without being overtly crude, constantly living in fear and uncertainty. Robin could scarcely recall the last time she had received such praise. Well, esteemed Brigadier Rhett, what does this mean? Upon returning to the warship, Larson, who had arrived early, approached Rhett and Robin with a mischievous grin and whistled. Do not tell me you have found your true love after merely strolling about for an afternoon. Do not block the way, Larson. Rhett swiftly delivered a sharp slap to his face, then, with a smile, extended his right hand to Robin, assisting her onto the deck. He then introduced her to Larson and Bellegood, saying, You may refer to her as Miss Sandy. As fate would have it, we fell in love at first sight in the Shambody archipelago, and she is now my girlfriend. As Larson beheld Robin's nearly bursting attire and her long, curvaceous legs, his eyes nearly popped out, and drool almost pooled on the deck. Brother, you are truly my brother. I shall abandon all notions of intimidation. Considering the days I have spent training by your side, could you possibly share this skill with me? Rhett promptly delivered a punch to his face. Scram. As Rhett passed by Admiral Mongoose, he distinctly felt the softness of Robin's arm that he was holding. This was not a deliberate act of kindness from Robin, but rather a means of masking her inner tension and unease through the physical contact. Rhett quickly realized Mongoose was one of the 5 admirals who had participated in the devastating massacre of Robin's homeland, O'Hara, 13 years prior. He gently patted the back of Robin's hand and smiled at Mongoose, saying, Admiral, I wish to have her stay aboard the warship for a few days before we return to Marineford together. May I have your permission? The adage that a woman transforms significantly by the age of 18 holds true in any realm. And the contrast between the 8-year-old Robin and the 21-year-old Robin was indeed striking. Coupled with her oversized sunglasses, much of her beauty was concealed. Even Mongoose, a high-ranking admiral, would never suspect that this tall, alluring woman was a world-class criminal with a bounty of 79 million berries. Mongoose's gaze briefly swept over Robin, and with a smile, he nodded towards Rhett. Of course, but, young man, do exercise some restraint. Ha ha ha. Chapter 42. What reason do you need to kill? Next week, we shall finally witness a trial run. Thus this chapter comprises over 3,000 words. As a brigadier general, Rhett is undoubtedly entitled to possess a private cabin aboard this warship. Following Rhett, Robin entered the relatively spacious cabin and was relieved to see that the young naval officer had swiftly resolved her greatest concern within mere seconds. Rhett had constructed another soft bed of vines. He then glanced at Robin and, with a playful smile, inquired, Which bed would you prefer? Or, would you like to share mine? For reasons unknown, Robin felt her heart skip a beat. For a man, the age of 19 is evidently a time of boundless vigor, with breathtaking beauty so close at hand. Rhett nevertheless maintained a calm demeanor, a resilience that left even Robin somewhat astonished. It must be noted that Robin's life was firmly in Rhett's grasp. Had he truly felt inclined to indulge in the allure of the demon child from the West Sea, he possessed a myriad of methods to subdue her given their disparity in strength. A man who remains steadfast in the face of beauty is as perilous as one who can overcome an addiction to nicotine. What, one might wonder, could such a man not accomplish? To speak candidly, ever since he had subdued Robin, Rhett's spirits had markedly improved. The following morning, engulfed by the subtle fragrance wafting through the room, the typically disciplined Rhett found himself lingering in bed for an additional 10 minutes. Alas, while he could maintain a serene mindset through sheer willpower, his youthful body at 19 inevitably reacted in a wholly natural manner early in the day. Fortunately, he would not need to restrain himself for long. Their destination was not far. Otherwise, he would regret not having purchased more intimate garments while in the Chambord archipelago. What a thick fog! After breakfast, Rhett, having been shooed out of the room by Robin, who was preparing to bathe, decided to step onto the deck for some fresh air and morning exercise. However, he discovered that the entire sky was shrouded in a dismal mist. Vice Admiral Momonosuke's expression remained as composed as ever. "We have entered the Devil's Triangle. Moria's subordinates will soon be here to assist us." Rhett cast a glance at the dense fog, refraining from inquiring about Moria, and instead posed another question. "Admiral, I have been striving to awaken my haki, but always feel just a fraction short. Is there any secret to mastering it?" Momonosuke's gaze fell upon him. "On that day when you sparred with Admiral Barley, I was present, although it was only for a brief few minutes. I gathered that your combat style is not primarily focused on close-quarters engagement. Am I correct in my assessment?" Rhett nodded slightly. "Indeed, you are. It is well known that armament haki serves to enhance physical defense, thereby augmenting offensive capabilities. From this perspective, such haki is more focused on the fortification of the body." The expression of the weasel was grave, yet your devil fruit ability allows for preemptive defense and remote assaults on foes. In practical combat, it seems unlikely that one would have the opportunity for a genuine close-quarters tussle with pirates, does it not? Rhett's demeanor was equally serious. "Instructor Zephyr has conveyed this to me as well. I have intentionally intensified my physical training, enduring bullet strikes almost daily, yet the results have not been particularly satisfactory." As soon as he finished speaking, Larson's complaints erupted. "Not satisfactory? Come on, are you trying to drive me insane?" This fellow, who is usually so cheerful, leapt down from the lookout tower. "Weasel Admiral, you surely do not know that I attempted a close-range ambush on him with a sniper rifle firing at 10,000 meters per second. Yet I could not even pierce his clothing." The stern weasel revealed a hint of a smile, patting Rhett on the shoulder. "Young man, there is no need for impatience. Your potential has not gone unnoticed by the entire headquarters. Even the notoriously stringent instructor Zephyr has privately remarked that as long as you maintain your current pace, you are at least a candidate for the rank of Admiral." Rhett shrugged. "A candidate for Admiral? I had never considered such a thing." Barrygood descended the stairs from the cabin, looking somewhat perplexed at the sky. "Huh? The fog here is growing thicker." Weasel nodded in acknowledgement, explaining, "There is no need for alarm. This area is traditionally known as the Devil's Triangle, perpetually shrouded in dense mist, making it quite normal to see no sunlight." Yet Rhett, embodying the spirit of inquiry and the pursuit of truth, pressed further. "Isn't Moria an adept of the shadow fruit? Why is there such dense fog surrounding him? What could be the cause? If the fog is indeed a manifestation of his ability, then Moria must be at least 1,000,000,000 times more formidable than Smoker, that smoke user." The sound of rushing water abruptly ceased, leaving only the sound of water flowing through pipes in the bathroom. Wrapped in nothing but a towel, Nico Robin was drying her hair, exhaling a contented sigh. Despite being on a naval warship, she felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Even with a rear admiral, who had once destroyed her homeland, nearby, she was not overly anxious or fearful. She was aware that the master she had chosen to align with, though merely a newly promoted brigadier, possessed the strength to vanquish an admiral, and it seemed he harbored ulterior motives. The whirring of a hairdryer filled the room, and the scent of shampoo wafted through the air. Then, she heard a loud sound, a chew, with a sudden tremor in her hands. Robin accidentally let the hairdryer slip from her grasp, crashing onto the floor. "Who is there?" Her previously relaxed nerves instantly tensed as she scanned her surroundings, yet found nothing tangible. Nevertheless, a lascivious voice echoed ominously in her ear. "What a breathtaking beauty it shall be you, my bride." Clasping her hands protectively across her chest, Robin was not merely concealing her modesty, but rather poised to unleash her abilities at any moment. Despite the invisible foe, she maintained her composure. You are the transparent man under Moria. In the past few days, she had gleaned some basic information about the Moria pirate crew from Rate, but he had not mentioned the name of this invisible man. The voice returned, dripping with arrogance. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I am Absalom, the most trusted subordinate of Lord Moria. Robin strained her focus, attempting to pinpoint his location. Yet to no avail. This is the Navy headquarters warship. Do you dare to act recklessly here? Absalom's voice was laced with smugness. Ha! Lord Moria is recognized by the world government as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the mightiest pirate of all. Even Sengoku must respectfully invite him to meetings. Do you think I would fear to toy with a mere Navy woman? The last words sent a wave of heat splashing against Robin's cheeks. Her pupils dilated sharply, her body bristling with terror. A profound sense of danger coursed through her veins. Absalom's transparent fruit ability allowed him to render himself and anything he touched, including people, completely invisible, even evading observation hockey. Should he forcibly abduct Robin, it was likely that Rate, with his not-so-elite hockey, would remain oblivious. You may summon those Navy officers and see if they can rescue you. Ha ha ha. Absalom's lewd laughter reverberated through the cabin, escalating in its audacity. I came a moment too late to fully appreciate the beauty beneath your towel. Now, let me indulge in life's pleasures, my bride. His laughter abruptly ceased. Before Robin's eyes, a sharp thorny vine sprouted from the cabin's floor, crimson blood slowly trickling from its tip. Thud, 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 thud. As a commander under the warlord, how could a mere vine possibly subdue him? For thorns shot out from various angles, and the once fragrant cabin was suddenly suffused with a heavy scent of blood. Robin slowly sat down on the bed, cold sweat involuntarily trickling down her temples. The silhouette of the man seeped through the wall, his countenance etched with a chilling ruthlessness. Perhaps there lingered a faint trace of indignation. You must be exceedingly impatient with life to dare intrude upon my chamber and spy on my woman as she bathes. Red's voice was laced with unmistakable ire. He could almost sense a wild savanna sprouting upon his head. I did not see anything. Absalom, whose body had been pierced, weakly yet angrily retorted, unfazed. Ret draped his coat over Robin's shoulders and commanded 5 tendrils to begin their slow, sinuous dance. The cabin erupted with heart-wrenching, anguished screams. To be pierced by thorny, barbed vines is akin to a torture akin to the tiger bench or pepper spray. However, when these thorns and barbs began to spin like a drill, the experience would surely defy description. The air seemed to shimmer with a sense of surrealism as a man, robust with golden tresses yet bearing distinct feline traits, materialized within the cabin. Having lost too much blood, Absalom could no longer sustain the powers of his transparent fruit and was easily subdued by Red's tendrils. He weakly lifted his gaze. I am the trusted subordinate of the warlord, Moonlight Moria, who once contended with the 4 emperors, Kaido. Even in the presence of Roger, he commanded respect. Should you slay his subordinate, he will certainly see to it that the Navy headquarters claims your head. Do not believe me? Go ahead, test it. Red's lips curled into a sinister smile. Test it. Indeed, let us test it. The 5 tendrils suddenly thickened, and in an instant, Absalom's body was torn asunder by the overwhelming centrifugal force. Robin gazed upon the young man standing amidst the carnage, murmuring, Do I need a reason to kill you? Chapter 43. Landing on Devil's Island. Brigadier General Ret. What transpired? The hatch was forcefully flung open, and the unmistakable voice of Belagud echoed through the chamber. Boss. Boss. Was that your scream? Larson crashed through the door, tumbling clumsily to the ground along with it. The sight within the cabin momentarily astonished them. Robin, freshly emerged from the bath, was draped only in a robe. Her exquisite form sprawled languidly upon the bed, a single droplet of crystalline water gliding down her alabaster thigh. Under ordinary circumstances, Larson might have quipped about their evident taste for the dramatic, yet the scattered debris and bloodstains rendered him utterly speechless. Is that a corpse? Squirrel furrowed his brow as he ventured inside, his gaze sweeping over the dismembered remains, yet he struggled to make sense of the scene. Meanwhile, Ret orchestrated the vines to envelop the fragmented bodies, gathering sand to conceal the blood, meticulously clearing the area as he responded to Squirrel's inquiry. This pervert utilized his invisibility to infiltrate my quarters and spy on Sandy while she bathed. His countenance was brimming with uncontainable rage, nearly causing him to utter Robin's true name. As a man, slaying him would merely be the simplest form of retribution. Invisibility? Squirrel immediately seized upon the pivotal term, his brow tightening further. He ushered Belagud, Larson, and the others out of the cabin before cautiously expressing, Moria has 3 senior subordinates, and the most formidable among them is a transparent man. Rhett's emotion steadied as he commanded the vines and sand to dispose of the last traces of blood into the sea. Then dusted off his clothing, feigning nonchalance. Oh, I hadn't heard of that. If true, then the highest combat power among the 7 warlords is truly lacking, isn't it? Squirrel's mustache quivered slightly. According to the agreement between the world government and the 7 warlords, the Navy is strictly prohibited from engaging the subordinates of the 7 warlords. Should you truly slay Moria's subordinate, it would incite his profound dissatisfaction, potentially leading him to tear up the treaty and return as a notorious pirate. Rhett regarded him with a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. Vice Admiral Squirrel, I have a question that has lingered in my mind for some time. I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to voice it. Squirrel met his gaze, remaining silent. Rhett continued, you inform me that this Devil's Triangle lies only 4 to 5 days from Marineford. Yet how is it that a notorious pirate like Moria can roam freely so close to the Navy's headquarters? Do not tell me it is because he is a warlord of the sea, thus enjoying the privilege of immunity from bounties. What were those formidable officers seated in the headquarters, capable of summoning storms and wreaking havoc, doing before he became a warlord? From the perspective of the original work's power dynamics, Rhett firmly believes that any of the 3 admirals possessing the power of the nature-type devil fruit, namely dog, chicken, and monkey, could effortlessly annihilate Moria. Particularly, Kizaru, the wielder of the light fruit, stands as Moria's natural nemesis. Under his radiant illumination, Moria would likely find himself resigned to capture. The weasel remained silent for a moment before shaking his head, remarking, you are still too young. There are many facets of reality that you cannot yet perceive, nor can you grasp the underlying logic. Rear Admiral, if this world were as simple as you envision, perhaps peace would have long been attained. Rhett shrugged, unable to comprehend why, despite possessing unparalleled combat prowess and a vast military force, the Navy has allowed the world to descend into its current state. The 7 warlords? The 4 emperors? With Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the 3 admirals, along with Garp and Zephyr aboard a small vessel, they could sail forth without a need for tactics or strategy, likely restoring peace within a month. The mightiest pirate crew, the Whitebeard pirates, would surely be unable to withstand the dual onslaught of ice and fire coupled with laser bombardment. Could the strongest creature, Kaido of the Beasts, withstand Garp's iron fist? Could the formidable Big Mom, with her ironclad physique, contend with Zephyr in a fair fight? Ultimately, this world remains a comparison of supreme power. Figures like Moria, who neglect training and whose subordinates are feeble, many too timid to face the light, have no basis for fantasizing about challenging the 4 emperors of the New World. A brief silence enveloped the cabin. Robin, seated at the bedside, slightly shifted her body to avoid detection by the weasel. Yet, the weasel was wholly preoccupied. Lowering his voice, if you wish to avoid a direct confrontation with a warlord right now, heed my advice. Rhett gazed intently at the commander and nodded. Although Moria is often regarded as the weakest of the 7 warlords, he is still a significant pirate with a bounty of 320 million, wielding an enigmatic devil fruit ability, and possessing the advantage of home turf. Given Rhett's current strength, he would indeed struggle to confront Moria head-on. Facing Moria, who can transform into shadows at will, Rhett, without having activated his haki, would find it exceedingly difficult to land a substantive attack. Even his most adept technique, the Black Sand Coffin, would likely prove ineffective against such a cunning adversary. He had only just reunited with Robin and was unwilling to meet an untimely demise at sea. Thus, he committed to memory the weasel's caution, we have encountered no invisible man, nor have we killed him. None of us saw anything, despite the absence of a guide. The weasel's warship eventually reached Moria's ominous stronghold, shrouded in dark clouds and dense fog, known as the Devil Island, the terrifying 3-masted ship of Ghost Island. This is a medium-sized island, yet its true identity is that of a colossal pirate ship. Having remained anchored here for years, it has gradually transformed into an extraordinary isle, cloaked in soil and vegetation. At the harbor of the island stands a magnificent entrance, fashioned like a gargantuan mouth, with thick lips and sturdy teeth, as if it yearns to devour all passing vessels. Amidst the dense fog, one can faintly discern some of the island's structures, a robust city wall encircling the isle, dilapidated ruins, lush forests, solitary trees withering on the brink of death, immense and intricate gears, and towering steeples of churches reaching into the clouds. As the warships pass by, several stout iron chains can be seen piercing through the mist, evidently used to stabilize the masts. However, due to the thick fog and the towering height of the masts, Even with Rate's keen observation, the precise location of the mast remains elusive. This ship appears to have originated from the West Sea. It's from the West Sea, Robin whispered into Rate's ear. He wrapped his arm around her, and although she was taken aback, she made no attempt to resist. It seems I have indeed provoked an opponent I should not have. With a fragrant whisper and warmth enveloping him, Rate spoke softly to her. The initial unease that lingered within Robin suddenly dissipated, allowing her to jest. You won't regret this, will you? Despite the formidable adversary ahead, Rate found amusement, stating, throughout history, it has been said that beauty brings disaster, loving a beauty over a kingdom. From King Yu of Shou to King Zhou of Shang. From Lu Bu to Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, from Wu Sangui to Xuanji, all have succumbed to this folly. Now, another shall join their ranks. He chuckled at Robin's bemused expression, one of confusion as if to say, Who are you, and what are you talking about? Promise me. If I were to fall to this warlord, you shall not marry for at least a decade. Robin was about to inquire whether this was a custom of the East Sea when she felt the deck beneath her sway violently. Unable to steady herself, she fell completely into Rate's embrace. Though he held her tightly, the expression on his face shifted to one of seriousness. We have landed. Chapter 44 The weakest 7 warlords. I am the most loyal servant of Lord Moria, Hilton, and I extend a warm welcome to all aboard the terrifying 3-masted ship. At the port, a bat-like creature with a human face greeted the likes of the Weasel and his companions. As Hilton flitted above the warship, he curiously inquired, Shouldn't Lord Absalom have come to receive you in advance? Where is he? The Weasel scoffed, I have seen no guide. Perhaps Moria is too arrogant. He sends merely a bat to welcome us in response to the Navy headquarters invitation? With a haughty demeanor reminiscent of a vice admiral, Hilton, merely tasked with the reception, was hardly in a position to speak. However, the Weasel dared not boldly demand Moria's presence. Instead, he complied with Hilton's instructions and, along with Rhett and a few trusted subordinates, boarded the carriage, in a bid to conceal his capabilities from the Navy. The 2 horses pulling the carriage were quite ordinary creatures, lacking human heads or any monstrous amalgamations. Under Hilton's guidance, they galloped toward the castle. Likewise, through the windows, Rhett and his companions saw nothing extraordinary. The whole island appeared remarkably tranquil, with the occasional hurried scurry of mice carrying objects. The carriage finally halted before the castle's grand entrance, where Hilton respectfully opened the door and announced, Lord Moria awaits you inside the castle. Please follow me. The castle exuded an eerie ambience. Despite an abundance of candles, the darkness remained unyielding. The corridors and staircases were adorned with numerous oil paintings. And through the power of observation hockey and the recollections in his mind, Rhett deduced that these paintings could very well spring to life at any moment. Should the incident of Absalom's demise become known, the paintings on the walls, the armor in the corners, the trees in the courtyard, and even the carpet beneath their feet would transform into formidable adversaries. While it was unlikely they could inflict any harm upon Rhett, the prospect of being overwhelmed by hundreds of zombies was undeniably a repulsive and chilling thought. Welcome to my castle, esteemed members of the Navy headquarters. Hee hee hee. Accompanied by a distinctive laughter, a colossal figure emerged into the light. The Weasel's subordinates could not help but swallow hard, their fears barely contained. Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, towering nearly 7 meters, his grotesque visage featured a devilish appearance, hairstyled in a vertical, onion-like fashion, sharp ears and teeth, a thick neck exceeding 1 meter, and a body marked by numerous stitches, rendering him both fearsome and terrifying. Clad in a bat-themed suit and oversized Gothic trousers, he resembled a legendary vampire, albeit a portly version. The flying squirrel descended the stairs, his demeanor solemn as he introduced himself. I am the Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. Here is previously arranged to escort you to Marineford for the military conference. Hey, why is it not Carp or Zephyr who has come to fetch me? Moria shook his head, seemingly unaware of the audacity he displayed. I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government, not appointed by the fleet admiral. My agreement to attend the conference is merely a courtesy to Sengoku, if he thinks he can command me. I can lead an army to obliterate Marineford at any moment. Rake couldn't help but roll his eyes, while Larson wore a peculiar smile. Come on. Are you really out of breath from being called fat? With your few hundred underlings posing as zombies, do you dare challenge Marineford? Among Moria's companions, only Barigud clenched his fist in anger, seemingly eager to charge out, but was fortunately restrained by Larson. Having lived for 43 years and endured the significant setback of being annihilated by the Yonko Kaido, Moria had long since lost the fiery spirit of his youth. His grumbling was merely a fleeting indulgence, and after finishing his rant, he sought a way to ease the tension. Since Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel has come to my castle, let us sit for a bit and enjoy some hot tea. Hilton, have the three peculiar individuals come over. I have matters to discuss with them. Yes, Lord Moria. Hilton promptly took to the air. Moments later, the first to appear before the group was a peculiar shadow. The shadow emerged directly from the wall, followed by a burst of cheerful laughter. Lord Moria, you called for me? The figure was a charming girl of about 15 or 16, adorned with a dazzling golden crown. Her hair styled in pink twin tails, and beneath her long eyelashes, her eyes sparkled brightly. Beneath her fluffy little dress, she wore a fitted t-shirt that revealed her slender white waist, and beneath the frilly short skirt were her legs wrapped in black and white striped thigh-high stockings, paired with slightly pigeon-toed little boots, exuding a delightful princess charm. The only point that caused Rate to furrow his brow was the girl's rather unflattering straight bangs. Upon her arrival, Moria's expression softened slightly. Perona, what have you been busy with these past few days? The girl, known as Perona, twirled in the air before responding with a smile. Hogback just made me a doll, and I am training it. Moria chuckled. As long as you are happy. Rate was somewhat taken aback. The relationship between the two was not merely that of master and subordinate, but rather resembled a bond of affection between elder and younger. After a few more minutes, as Rate finished his cup of red tea, Moria's third subordinate finally made his entrance. Hiss, hiss. Another strange laugh echoed as Hogback walked in. His physique is reminiscent of a shrunken version of Moria, yet his attire is decidedly more peculiar. Within the eerie confines of this ancient castle, Hogback dons a bodysuit fashioned from fishnet, revealing the rolls of flesh on his chest and abdomen without the slightest attempt at concealment. A red scarf is tied around his neck, while a purple fur coat drapes over his shoulders, and he sports blue leather trousers. There is a saying that rings true. A genius in science and art may very well be a simpleton in the realm of life. Once hailed as a brilliant surgeon, Hogback enjoyed a lofty reputation in the global medical community. Even Chopper, who has merely studied medicine for a few years, is aware of his name and holds him in high regard. Yet, devoid of any medical ethics, he betrayed his profession for the sake of wealth and love. The zombie army under Moria's command was created using his exceptional surgical skills, combined with the powers of the Shadow Fruit. Although he is merely an ordinary man, he serves as Moria's greatest accomplice. Rhett quietly stepped on the stone tiles beneath him, causing some sand to shift. Moria's voice echoed throughout the hall. Hogback, Perona. The Navy headquarters has issued a summons. I will be heading to Marineford shortly. I leave the matters here in your hands. Oh, and remember to find Absalom. Do not let him cause any trouble. Moria did not invite the Weasel and others to dine or stay at his castle, and they soon returned to the Navy's ship. After watching the warship slowly depart from the grand three-masted vessel, Hogback and Perona exchanged goodnights and returned to their respective domains. Hiss, hiss. These could be examined thoroughly with Sindori regarding human physiology. He chuckled lewdly as he made his way to his dwelling. Unbeknownst to him, a mass of black sand surged up ominously behind him. The sound of shifting sand filled the air. Oh, Hogback, despite being a world-class physician, possessed no combat capabilities. Faced with the violent sandstorm, he had no means of resistance and was swiftly engulfed. He could not even muster a cry for help. Countless grains of sand invaded his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, even entering his body through unspeakable means. An indescribable agony radiated from every cavity, permeating his nerves with excruciating pain. He wished to shed tears, but before they could form, they were entirely absorbed by the frenzied sand. This is the black sand coffin. The ability of this technique transcended mere suffocation through spatial compression. Even at a distance of hundreds of meters, the sand coffin twisted and turned under Rhett's mental command. Hogback's limbs, organs, and every part of his being were slowly destroyed in this relentless whirl. The immense mechanism emitted a dull roar as the naval warship gradually emerged from the gaping maw of its entrance. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the black sand coffin erupted. Purple hair, black threads, and blue fragments rained down from the sky. Following this was a sudden deluge of crimson rain. It was here, under the moonlight, that Hogback, the brilliant surgeon and one of Moria's three peculiar subordinates, met his demise. He would not find himself alone in the afterlife, for his companion, Absalom, awaited him in the depths of hell. Chapter 45. The Melancholy of the Seven Warlords, February 25th, Marineford. As Moria stepped onto the port of the Navy headquarters, he received a report from Hilton. Hogback was missing? He had not been seen for 3 consecutive days? The snail phone was also unreachable? Moria, unable to contain his distress. Let out a piercing scream in front of the crowd, and Absalom? He is missing too. Right behind him, Rhett maintained a stoic expression, while Robin, clad in her striking attire, subtly curled the corners of her mouth. They all distinctly heard the voice from the snail phone, Lord Moria, just moments ago. The Squirrel brothers unearthed some blood-stained scraps of cloth in the sand before Hogback's laboratory, but we found nothing else. Those scraps were intentionally left by Rhett, with his abilities. He could easily have buried them deeper in the soil. Moria's body trembled uncontrollably, and his voice grew sharper and more piercing. Sand? He suddenly turned his head and asked the weasel, "Will Crocodile attend this meeting?" The weasel furrowed his brow but still confirmed with headquarters. Crocodile's ship has just passed through the Sabeti archipelago and will arrive at Marineford tomorrow. Just 1 day later than me. Bloodshot veins slowly crept into Moria's eyes as he viciously ground his sharp fangs. Damn Sand Crocodile. If you dare come to Marineford, I shall make this your grave. Are you not concerned that someone might inform Moria of your abilities? Robin inquired after returning to the private chamber prepared for Rhett at the Navy headquarters. Rhett shrugged nonchalantly. Let him come and kill me. If he dares to act in Marineford, although I may not be his match, I am not merely a lamb for slaughter. After all, even if I cannot win, I possess the earth-digging technique as a life-saving skill. As long as I can hold out until Zifa, Carp, or any admiral arrives, Moria will have no recourse. Robin frowned slightly, clearly in disagreement. He is one of the warlords of the sea, though I am unaware of his abilities, as the oldest among the 7 warlords. Moria has not only achieved fame for a long time, but has also contended with the Emperor Kaido. All right. Moria is merely the weakest of the 7 warlords. You must understand, it is not that he contended with the 4 emperors. Rather, he was utterly crushed by them, his forces obliterated. Rhett interrupted her concerns from his seat on the sofa, and as he casually embraced her, Robin effortlessly settled onto his lap. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and smiled, asking, "Speaking of which, what exactly is the reason I have taken up arms against a warlord of the sea and even gone so far as to eliminate 2 of his trusted subordinates?" Robin's cheeks flushed slightly. The origin of all this lies in Absalom's intrusion upon her while she bathed. If Rhett had been wary of the formidable reputation of the 7 warlords, he could have easily forsaken her. Yet, this young man, fully aware that his adversary was a trusted confidant of Moria and recognizing his own inadequacy against such a foe, unhesitatingly chose to eliminate the threat and protect Robin. If she felt no flicker of gratitude in her heart, it would be utterly implausible. Throughout her 13 years of evasion, there may have been those who once defended her, but none had done so with such resolve. Acquainted with the capriciousness of human emotions and the harshness of the world, 21-year-old Nico Robin could at least discern that. In that moment of choice, 19-year-old bold Rhett had indeed placed his own life at risk. Suddenly, her body softened, and a great weight seemed to lift from her shoulders in that instant. Rhett, perceptive to this subtle shift, gently encircled her slender waist with one arm while his other hand clasped Robin's cool fingers. "I have arranged for a ship," he said. "Rest for a moment, and then you shall set sail for the East Blue. My subordinates will ensure your safety. It is the most secure place for you." Robin suddenly struggled, but a strong hand held her in place. Rhett's expression remained unchanged. "This is the Navy headquarters. I am not so easily dispatched." As he watched the warship slowly depart the harbor, Rhett exhaled a sigh of relief. Although Robin was undeniably a beauty, she was, after all, the infamous daughter of a devil with a bounty of 79 million, recognized by many within the Navy headquarters, including high-ranking officers such as Akainu, Akiji, and the Weasel. Though time had passed, no one could guarantee that these formidable naval officers would fail to recognize her. Transporting her to the East Blue was undoubtedly the most prudent decision for both Robin and Rhett. Now, it was time to contemplate the threat posed by Moria. Should he provoke him further, inciting a complete eruption within Marineford? With a smile, Rhett shook his head, preparing to depart. However, a loud call halted his steps. Colonel Rhett, accompanied by hurried footsteps, a familiar face emerged before him. In this base, nearly everyone was aware of his rank as a brigadier general. Even if they did not recognize his visage, they could discern his title from the insignia on his shoulders. Thus, it was likely that those who called him colonel were acquaintances from before. Colonel Bryn. Rhett greeted this old friend with a smile. Bryn was the commander of the 77th Division, situated close to Rhett's own 16th Division. In recent months, they had frequently collaborated to eradicate pirates. Rhett held a measure of respect for this Navy colonel, whose abilities might be modest, but whose sense of justice and integrity were commendable. "Ah, you have been promoted to brigadier general. Bryn exclaimed, immediately noticing the insignia on Rhett's uniform. Rhett smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing of great consequence. By the way, what brings you to the headquarters? Limblin, regaining his composure, explained, this military conference is said to be of significant importance. Thus the call for participants is quite extensive. Nearly all the base leaders from various branches are expected to arrive at Marineford in the next couple of days. Just as Rhett was about to inquire further, his phone bug buzzed, prompting him to nod at Blinblin. You should rest for the night. We can converse more tomorrow. An hour later, Rhett found himself in a residence within the headquarters living quarters. The one who opened the door was Squirrel, who had recently completed a mission alongside him. Come in, have a drink to soothe your throat. Squirrel beamed as he ushered Rhett into the living room and poured a glass of amber liquid. Rhett accepted the glass, inhaled deeply, and chuckled. I nearly forgot. I'm not particularly knowledgeable about wines. Squirrel clapped his thigh with a smile. This is a fine wine gifted to me by Admiral Kizaru. I usually save it for special occasions. Rhett raised an eyebrow slightly. Why mention Kizaru? Was it because he was his enlistment recommender? Squirrel continued. We recently went to retrieve Moria, but he lost 2 of his trusted subordinates. I can only imagine how troubled the Shichibukai must be. Rhett swirled the amber liquid in his glass, contemplating. In this matter, I owe you a favor. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. If Squirrel were to alleviate his own burden by revealing to Moria the truth behind Rhett's elimination of Absalom, or even watch as Moria battled Rhett, it would be difficult for anyone to hold Squirrel accountable after Rhett's demise on Ghost Island, despite his backing from Kizaru and Zifa. Yet, Squirrel chose not to disclose the truth, instead helping Rhett conceal it. Such a favor, of course, carried its own risks. Squirrel waved his hand dismissively. Having served as a vice admiral for over a decade, I consider myself fair-minded, and my reputation within the headquarters is respectable. While I wouldn't claim to be above worldly desires, I know well that the position of admiral is likely out of my reach. Financially, I have enough. What weighs on my mind, however, are the troubles caused by my younger relatives. Rhett set down his glass, intrigued by this unusual introduction. As I mentioned, if your younger relatives are in the East Blue, whether in politics or business, I will do my utmost to assist. Squirrel nodded in agreement. Though our acquaintance is still fresh, we have shared this experience together, so I will be candid with you. I have a cousin named Mouse, who is also working in the East Blue. The mere mention of this name caused a slight smile to play on Rhett's lips. The flying squirrel merely smiled before continuing. This individual lacks significant talent and harbors no lofty ambitions. Attaining the rank of brigadier general is the pinnacle of his aspirations. Recently, he called to inform me of a minor misunderstanding with a colleague, which led to a few words of reprimand from me, after which he fell silent. He fails to consider that without those colleagues diligently pursuing the capture of pirates, his limited abilities would never have allowed him to ascend to the rank of brigadier general. With hundreds of branches in the Navy, the chance to work together in a single base is indeed a matter of fate. Wouldn't you agree? Rhett nodded with a smile. I have always enjoyed making friends, even if friendships do not blossom, as long as everyone conducts themselves with integrity and fulfills their responsibilities. We can coexist peacefully. Given his current status and capabilities, he no longer needs to stoop to squabble with a mere mouse. Should he desire to take action, even from the distant shores of Marineford, a single thought would suffice to ensure the mouse's demise in the woods that very night. Perhaps the inexperienced mouse is unaware, but the flying squirrel, situated within the naval headquarters, is fully cognizant of the power he wields. Yet, as long as the mouse behaves properly and keeps its tail tucked, Rhett would certainly have no desire to soil his hands, even though he need not use them at all. With a crisp sound, 2 wine glasses gently clinked together. Chapter 46. The Naval Genius Contemplates Suicide on March 1st. A military conference presided over by the Navy headquarters was officially convened in Marineford. Government officials, high-ranking officers, intelligence agency representatives, the 7 warlords of the sea, and delegates from various allied nations gathered, resulting in an overwhelming attendance that excluded the majority of rear admirals from participation. A mere brigadier general like Rhett naturally lacked the qualifications to attend. Nonetheless, he gleaned substantial information from the proceedings. The most sensational news was the altercation between Moria and Crocodile, which erupted into a physical confrontation within the conference room. One wielded the power to manipulate shadows, while the other was a Logia-type user of the Sand fruit. Despite their brief clash, it created significant upheaval, had Zifa and Akiji not intervened promptly. Their devastating techniques could have claimed the lives of several attendees. As a result of the presence of these 2 warlords, The first day of the conference concluded on an unsatisfactory note. Concerned for the safety of his subordinates, Moria returned to his territory. A decision that greatly displeased Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who felt powerless to alter the course of events. Ironically, the very system that allowed powerful pirates to eliminate lesser ones, the warlords of the sea, was proposed by Sengoku himself, in a remote training ground. The air was periodically shattered by the sounds of violent explosions. "Ret, you are once again inflicting harm upon yourself," Ian exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration as he urgently pulled Zifa aside. "Teacher Zifa, you must intervene. At this rate, his body will not withstand it." Zifa, donning sunglasses, casually lit a cigar. Willing to endure such grueling training is, in fact, beneficial for him. At present, Ret was engaged in a fierce battle against evolved pea shoots. A year prior, the newly cultivated pea shoots could effortlessly penetrate the skin of fishmen, and now their firing power had escalated to unprecedented levels. Ret merely crossed his arms before his eyes and vital areas, exposing his entire body to the onslaught. He eschewed techniques such as shave or paper drawing to evade, and did not employ iron blocks for defense. He relied solely on his flesh and blood to withstand a barrage akin to a submachine gun's relentless fire. His chest was already bruised and reddened from the relentless impact of the iron-like piece, with contusions and abrasions covering his skin. Blood stained his shoulders, while his legs and feet swelled from the continuous bombardment. This primitive and reckless form of training may have seemed foolish, yet in this world, it was hardly the most outrageous endeavor. Consider the so-called second-generation pirate king, who, at the tender age of 6, was cast into the wilderness by his grandfather to grapple with ferocious beasts, yet survived unscathed. However, it was becoming intolerable. After yet another round of intense firing, Ret collapsed onto the ground, blood streaming from his body, and sighed in disappointment. These are merely superficial injuries. Given his current physical condition, a bottle of iodine, a few bandages, and some adhesive plasters would suffice to address them. What disappoints him is that since February, this training regimen has persisted for nearly 3 months. Aside from toughening his skin and muscles, it has not accomplished his ultimate goal. He still cannot master the armament hockey. This cannot continue. Ret forced himself to stand, gritting his teeth as he muttered to himself. It is already early May, and more than half of the elite camp's course has elapsed, leaving him with little time. According to his original plan, he aimed to learn the 6 forms of the Navy within a month, then grasp the armament hockey within 6 months, and use the remaining months to solidify and enhance his skills. By the conclusion of the elite camp, he aspired to reach the pinnacle level of a vice admiral, if not a candidate for admiral. Was this goal too difficult? He did not think so. Even without comparing himself to Luffy, who possesses limitless advantages, he recalled that the second generation of the Pirate King, upon setting sail, effortlessly rescued a worthless individual, Kobe, who, after joining the Navy, ascended from a mere recruit to a colonel in just 2 years, a 12-level promotion in 2 years, and even mastered hockey, effortlessly catching up with sonic torpedoes in the sea. Such rapid progress would make even the king of power-ups, Monkey D. Luffy, envious. Yet, it has been over 7 months since the class began, and he has not even awakened the armament hockey once. This cannot stand. He gazed at the 2 sunflowers, which had absorbed energy in the sunlight for 2 hours, and, with deliberate enunciation, he issued a low growl. Sun, light, blazing flame. Although the pea shooter's attack was intense, its strength was too feeble. Only the most powerful strikes could unlock the potential within himself. Though somewhat risky, it was worth a try. This is how it is portrayed in the cartoons. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 scorching beams of light, each half a meter in diameter, emitted a piercing friction sound as they surged forward. Armament hockey, hardening, constraining. Ret unleashed the most fervent roar within his heart. But at the moment the beams appeared before him, his body remained unchanged. There was no armament hockey, relying solely on his flesh and blood. Ret found himself lacking even a 100 assurance to withstand his own most destructive finisher. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the expansive training ground was engulfed in smoke. What an impulsive fool. Zifa's voice resonated nearby. The 65-year-old former admiral shielded his disciple from this heavy blow with his own body. Ret felt a sense of relief from surviving, to the point that his legs trembled uncontrollably as he attempted to move. Instructor Zifa, I fear I owe you a life. Thank you. He gazed at Zephyr's arms, scorched by the searing sunlight, feeling a twinge of guilt. The energy amassed over 2 hours was not to be underestimated. Even someone as adept at armament hockey as Zephyr had sustained minor injuries from this overwhelming force. What does this signify? The essence of martial arts lies in gradual accumulation. And one must not aim too high too quickly. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zephyr encouraged with a smile, "Let us conclude our training for today. While diligent practice is commendable, moderation is key. Return to rest, unwind, and reflect on your gains and losses. Should any uncertainties arise, feel free to consult me again." Rhett, still a bit shaken, understood that today's special training would likely yield no further results. He nodded, tidied up the training grounds, and then departed. Unbeknownst to him, Zephyr coughed up another mouthful of blood before breaking into a violent fit of coughs. Cough, 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 cough. Aine, filled with concern, rushed to support her mentor. "Teacher, you are gravely injured." Zephyr shook his head with a sigh. "I am merely aging." His voice, heavy and ragged, resembled a worn-out bellows, as if each breath required the utmost exertion from his lungs. The once formidable black arm could no longer withstand the ravages of time. Time inexorably led his body toward decline. Though his spirit remained vigorous, the functionality of his organs had long since departed from their prime. Aine's tears welled up. "It's all my fault. Despite consuming the retreat fruit, I cannot restore your body to its youthful state." Zephyr gently patted her shoulder. "Why do you weep, foolish child? Do not allow the new interns to see their senior sister in such a fragile state. I am merely 65 years old. I am not yet at the point where I require your support." The elite camp consisted of colonels and lieutenant colonels with years of military service, engaging in sparring and competition as their primary focus. There was no need for Zephyr to teach daily. What truly weighed on his mind were the new recruits undergoing training simultaneously. Each year, thousands of recruits enlisted, grouped into several teams led by Zephyr, Garp, Suru, and other veterans, along with the division generals and brigadier generals. Compared to the carefree Garp, Zephyr possessed a stronger sense of responsibility, channeling his grief over losing his wife and children into nurturing his students. His teaching prowess far surpassed Garp's by leaps and bounds indeed. The current 3 admirals and several vice admirals were all his prot-gs, teacher Zephyr, instructor Zephyr. Observing the youthful and innocent faces, Zephyr revealed a faint smile. "Once I finish guiding this group of students, I suppose it will be time for my complete retirement," he mused, envisioning a tranquil little house in his hometown, where he could cultivate a modest vegetable garden and tend to a few potted flowers, savoring the final moments of his life. Chapter 47, The Rescue of the Old Instructor Belmare. "How has everything been at home lately?" After a long day of training, Rhett dialed the phone at home. Belmer's voice carried a hint of discontent. "It's been fine, but that useless RGN of mine has caused quite the trouble. I merely asked him to repair the roof, and he ended up falling down, leaving me to care for him instead." Rhett chuckled softly. "I told you long ago that tasks like these could easily be handled by Torres or Gerard. If the Navy is unable to assist, there are always Redondo's subordinates. Would they dare to refuse your request?" "Well, they usually take good care of us," Belmare replied somewhat sheepishly. "I thought it was just a minor issue I could manage on my own. There's no need to trouble everyone." Before she could finish her sentence, IGN's voice came through the line. "Sorry, Rhett. It's just a minor injury, and I'll recover quickly. You needn't worry. However, it seems that Noki, Gao, and Nami have been a bit down lately. I asked them to come to the phone, but they were reluctant." Rhett felt a twinge of curiosity. "I'll have Robin talk to them in a couple of days. They're just young girls, and it's about time they entered their rebellious phase. Their thoughts are a mystery to me." Belmare interjected, taking the phone back. There's no need to trouble Miss Robin. If they don't meet, things might remain a bit better. If they do meet, it could lead to several days of unhappiness again." Listening to the veiled exchanges between the 2 young girls and their guardian, Rhett couldn't help but feel a twitch in his cheek. "Belmare, even if Noki Gao is the elder sister, she's only 14, right? Were you this mature at 14? "Sir, Miss Robin has recently suggested that we construct a hospital, library, school, park, church, orphanage, and even research institute, stadium, cinema, and rescue station at the base. In my humble opinion, these facilities are not our most urgent needs at present, and they would require substantial investment." Redondo hesitated as he reported back to the unseen boss. However, Rhett nonchalantly poured himself a glass of wine. "Enough of this lamenting over finances. I'll allocate another billion. If that's not enough, I'll add another billion. Just execute her plans. I want to see these projects at the base once I conclude my business here." The bearded communicator nodded vigorously. "As you command, sir. By the way, sir, regarding the design of the palace, which style do you prefer? Also, should Miss Robin's residence be arranged independently?" Just as Rhett took a sip of wine, he sputtered it out. "Are you suggesting I'm too comfortable at the moment? Do you wish for the celestial dragons to tour my resplendent palace, to sightsee, or even to be guests?" He wiped the crimson liquid from his lips, expressing his irritation as he reprimanded Redondo. I have consistently reminded you that this is merely a phase of accumulating strength. Under no circumstances should you become a target for others. Build high walls, store ample provisions, and delay your rise to power. Never forget these 9 words. Yes, my lord. Redondo, aware of his misstep, hung his head low. My lord, you have yet to inform me whether Miss Robin's accommodation is arranged separately, or why is this call disconnected? Robin, how have you been in the East Sea? After concluding his pressing matters, Rate finally dialed the last number. Robin's voice was calm. Ever since I turned 8, I never imagined I could sleep soundly and dream peacefully again. In recent months, I've even gained quite a bit of weight. Rate couldn't help but chuckle. I don't mind that at all. The eyes of the telephone bug also crinkled slightly with amusement. By the way, there's a young chef at the Baratai restaurant who seems to cling to me every day. He is quite a handsome boy, yet upon seeing me, he appears utterly paralyzed. Rate shook his head. He is indeed a pitiable child, deprived of a mother since childhood, subjected to discrimination from his father and brothers, even imprisoned within his own home. By the age of 8, he was cast out by his heartless father. Robin sighed and shifted the topic. As you know, I was born in O'Hara, and I have been immersed in the study of history and archaeology since childhood. Therefore, if possible, I wish to accompany those exploratory fleets and wander about the East Sea. Rate did not dissuade her, rather, he expressed his concern with a gentle directive. Let it can accompany you. As long as you remain in the vicinity of the 16th branch, no one shall threaten your safety. Wood dragon, carnivorous flower, man-eating tree, sandstorm, stone giant, finger gun, chain, finger gun, one young finger, finger gun, 6-pulse sword, shave, misstep, shave, wave step, paper drawing, godly transformation, moon step, cloud climbing, paper drawing, heaven and earth, great shift, gale foot, whirlwind leg, gale foot, soul cutting kick, gale foot, divine dragon tail. In the mountains, oblivious to the passage of time. Days flew by in relentless training, since even suicide had failed to awaken the hockey within him. Rate ceased to push that endeavor and redirected his focus towards developing the devil fruit powers and enhancing the 6 styles. It is widely acknowledged that in the world of pirates, in addition to diligent training, imagination is also a vital component of personal strength. In this world, blades can entwine with flames, ice, and lightning. Legs can generate fire through friction. Light can transform into swords. Threads can connect to clouds high above. A mere wave of the hand can summon meteors. A snap of the fingers can extract another's heart. A single injection can facilitate a gender transition. And a small pill can bestow intelligence, enabling one to discern the weaknesses of others. This world truly validates a saying: the bolder the individual, the greater the yield of the land. Thus, Rhett procured a notebook and meticulously recorded all the similar techniques he could recall, continuously refining, merging, and enhancing them, gradually enriching his own repertoire of skills. He sought not innovation, but merely the discernment of those techniques swirling in his mind, sufficient to create astonishing feats that would leave Zephyr in awe. Each iteration in the enhancement of his skills also represented his deepening understanding and mastery of the devil fruit, as well as his relentless pursuit of self-improvement and personal strength. Rhett, I owe you an apology, Zephyr stated after Rhett posed several inquiries once more. Rhett, perplexed, inquired, why? Did you conceal some secret manual from me? Zephyr smiled broadly, yet sincerely clarified, on your first day in the elite camp, I criticized you for overly relying on the powers of the devil fruit, neglecting the cultivation of your physical prowess. Now, I must confess, I misjudged you. You merely lacked a good mentor. Once you encounter a capable instructor, your talent in combat will be fully realized. Standing to the side, I smirked. Teacher, are you complimenting yourself? Ha, I am indeed the best. Ahem, ahem. Zephyr chuckled lightly, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing that startled Ein into supporting him, while Binz hurriedly fetched hot water. Instructor, your cough seems severe. Have you seen a doctor? Once the coughing subsided slightly, Rhett furrowed his brow and remarked, I am aware that Magnet Drum Island is home to many esteemed physicians. Should the need arise, I can summon a few experts. Zephyr waved his hand dismissively, removing his breathing aid. Just an old ailment. It won't be the end of me. How could the Marine headquarters at Marineford fail to treat something as trivial as a cough? Despite his bravado, Ein's eyes were filled with concern. Teacher, you ought to rest for a while. Let other vice admirals handle the expedition with the trainees. Zephyr shot her a stern glance and reproached, silence. Do you truly believe I cannot manage such a minor task? Ein, being a mere girl, fell silent under her teacher's reprimand. However, Rhett interjected with a smile. Instructor, where are you headed this time? May I accompany you? Recently, I have been feeling rather dizzy and disoriented from my training. It seems the perfect moment to step outside and clear my mind. Perhaps through the experience of actual combat, I might awaken my armament hockey. Zephyr is a commendable individual, a rarity within the Navy, embodying excellence and righteousness. Of course, REIT is aware of the tragic and heroic fate that befell this veteran. However, he cannot ascertain whether the incident that cost Zephyr an arm and severely diminished his strength occurred during this expedition. He is also uncertain of how he could confront an enemy that even Zephyr struggles to handle. Yet, he cannot remain passive. Certain matters must be pursued to uncover their truths. Chapter 48. The target of the Black Arm. I still fail to comprehend why you suddenly chose to participate in the practical training of the Marine Corps. Particularly when a mere pirate crew valued at 30 million berries seems inconsequential to your growth and strength. On May 13th, aboard this naval warship brimming with recruits, Larson continued to murmur. He was not expressing discontent. Rather, he was not one to relish the monotony of relentless training at the base. To him, the opportunity to step out for some fresh air was a coveted reprieve. Accompanying him were two distinguished colonels from the elite battalion. One was Barry Good, who had escorted Moria alongside them, and the other was T. Penn. Though Penn bore a striking resemblance to a skeleton, his appearance, albeit somewhat fearsome, belied a heart brimming with justice. He could hardly bear to see his comrades injured. Upon witnessing an injury, he would instantly tear his coat to assist in bandaging, resulting in his naval uniform often being in tatters. At this moment, Colonel Penn gazed upon the vibrant new recruits, his face revealing a peculiar yet genuine smile of delight. Very good. Would you care to engage in a sparring match with me today? Rhett asked amiably, giving the colonel, who sported a fondness for explosive hairstyles, a friendly pat on the back. Very good shrugged. I have long since experienced your prowess. My doubt a fruit cannot even graze you. Such practice would yield no meaningful results. His devil fruit ability allowed him to disintegrate his body into countless small spheres, rendering him immune to the vast majority of attacks. However, for Rhett, his black sand coffin could ensnare even smoke, let alone objects the size of ping-pong balls. Teacher Zifa, there lies a small island to the southeast. Should we dock for a respite? An inquired of Zifa, and upon receiving his approval, she promptly relayed the command to the other soldiers. Zifa, adorned with sunglasses, approached Rhett and the others. Very good. You excessively rely on your devil fruit abilities during combat. That last strike, could it not have been blocked with a piece of iron? He initially chastised the frizzy-haired colonel. Faced with the instructor's rebuke, Barry Good hastily concealed his smile, yet instinctively retorted. Harnessing the power of the devil fruit is also a facet of personal strength. Zifa's sharp gaze bore down on him. If you could fully utilize the potential of your devil fruit, I would have no objections, but take a good look at yourself. Your ability has devolved into merely a means of evasion. Has it contributed even a modicum to your offensive capabilities? Barry Good promptly withdrew his head, silenced by the reprimand. While it is often said that there are no inherently superior or inferior devil fruits in this world, only users who can or cannot harness their powers, a stark reality remains. The difficulty of mastering the sphere fruit is undoubtedly far greater than that of natural-type fruits. To develop such a seemingly ineffectual fruit necessitates a considerably higher investment of effort. With Rhett's imaginative prowess, he could hardly fathom how to unlock earth-shattering abilities from this fruit. Larson and Penn stood by in hushed reverence, while Zephyr appeared unperturbed by their demeanor. Due to a recent asthma flare-up, the seasoned veteran was unable to smoke, instead opting to gnaw on a wooden stick to quell his oral cravings. Casting a glance at Rhett, he spoke with a tone of aged wisdom. You were the one who expressed a desire to set sail with me, yet when confronted by the pirate crew, you refrained from intervening. Are you perhaps assessing whether these new recruits possess potential, intending to draw them to the East Blue Branch? Rhett chuckled softly. Instructor Zephyr, you overthink. How could I possibly compete with headquarters for talent? I genuinely sought only to clear my mind on this trip with you. Zephyr, undeterred, continued. This is the last batch of recruits I will mentor before my complete retirement. Since you seem so invested in nurturing young talent, why not assume my position and become an instructor at headquarters, shaping generations of new strength for the Navy? Rhett couldn't help but laugh. Not everyone possesses the capacity to devote their entire energy and patience to those inexperienced youths as you do. I am certainly unfit for such a role. Zephyr shook his head with a hint of regret. Would you reconsider? In this era, young individuals who diligently hone their foundational skills like you are quite rare. Before he could finish his thought, Rhett interrupted. Someone is approaching. Zephyr paused, quickly regaining his composure. They are moving swiftly. Bins, stay alert. The 65-year-old former admiral wielded formidable mastery over armament hockey, yet his prowess in observation hockey seemed somewhat lacking, causing him to sense the enemy's approach a fraction of a second slower than the keenly perceptive Rhett. From the east, a speedboat approaches. It appears to carry only 2 individuals. The lookout's report followed promptly. Larson was the first to chuckle. Just 2? Are they perhaps the stragglers from earlier, seeking vengeance for their comrades? However, he quickly noted that Rhett's expression was far from relaxed. As Rhett commanded, Larson, take a shot at that fellow. Uncertain of the intent, but compelled by Rhett's authority, Larson dutifully readied his sniper rifle, aimed, and firmly pulled the trigger. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly resonated across the surface of the sea, akin to a bullet propelled by an advanced jet, eluding the naked eye of the average observer. Even Rate could merely sense a fleeting silver trajectory. Whoosh! All that could be heard was a brief sound of air being pierced. And the bullet had already struck its target 5 kilometers away, which was advancing at full speed. It hit. Larson excitedly slapped his thigh. But his exhilaration lasted not even half a second before transforming into shock and disbelief. How could this be possible? Zephyr and Rate, of course, witnessed this scene as well. The tall pirate, adorned with 2 slender white whiskers, had withstood Larson's formidable blow with his forehead, merely rubbing his brow in response. Even though Larson had not unleashed his utmost power, the bullet could still travel 5,000 meters in a second. Edward, Weevil, do you dare approach me again? Zephyr leaped to the bow of the ship, his voice resonating with authority rather than anger. A few years ago, you wept at my feet, vowing to reform and become a new man. Is this your answer to me? Rate, while observing the swiftly approaching speedboat, sent forth 2 sunflower seeds from his possession on such a grand vessel. There is always a designated patch of land for cultivating vegetables and fruits to avoid monotonous meals during long journeys. The 2 sunflower plants quickly broke through the soil, eagerly absorbing the scattered sunlight. This was Rate's most potent technique. If even this move failed to subdue their adversary, their predicament today would be dire. Their opponent was none other than the future Edward Weevil, the second Whitebeard, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, with a bounty of 480 million. Reputed to possess the strength of the young 4 emperors, Whitebeard. It was he who, during the original ambush, led to the annihilation of Zephyr's training ship and severed the right arm of Black Arm Zephyr, irrevocably altering Zephyr's destiny. Zephyr ripped off his navy coat, clenching his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking audibly. He did not wait for his opponent to close the distance, but instead propelled himself forward with a moonwalk. Little brat, you shall surely regret this. He understood that Weevil, this defeated foe, had come prepared, and he could not allow him to approach the training ship laden with new recruits. Pressure, Storm Fist. As Zephyr advanced through the air, he unleashed a punch. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through the air. A visible storm surged in a straight line towards the speedboat occupied by Weevil. Chapter 49, The Sword Saint, Zephyr Boom. As Zephyr unleashed a punch that stirred the ocean into monstrous waves, Rhett could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The might of an admiral's strike was indeed terrifying. The newly enlisted soldiers, weaker and less seasoned than he, gaped in awe, some even collapsing to their knees on the deck, bowing to Zephyr as if he were a celestial being descending from the heavens. A few years prior, you were not my match, even as time ages me. You shall remain my subordinate in defeat. Zephyr, continuously unleashing fierce punches, declared his inevitable victory with unwavering confidence. Under his overwhelming pressure, even Edward Weevil, who was said to possess the strength of the 4 emperors in his youth, could barely withstand. Mom, Mom, he cried, brandishing his colossal crescent blade to fend off the shock waves of Zephyr's punches, panic evident in his voice. I seem unable to defeat him. Not far behind him, a short and corpulent elderly woman clung desperately to the mast, striving to avoid being swept away by the ferocious winds. This was Weevil's mother, Miss Bakeen, who once served as a nurse in the Whitebeard pirates. Amidst the howling winds, she intermittently encouraged her son. Do not be afraid. The old man must have weakened. Strike him with your might. Weevil, resolute, stomped his feet, propelling his massive form into the air, and swung his blade down towards Zephyr. With Zephyr's strength and the advantage of momentum, he was surprisingly pushed back by Weevil's strike. What tremendous force! Zephyr, momentarily unsettled, spat and laughed heartily. Strength alone is insufficient. His hands instantly transformed, becoming dark and luminous, the armament hockey enveloping his arms as if it were a tangible substance. Pressure, shattering tornado. This was a comprehensive upgrade of his previous technique. As a fierce Rotating mini-tornado materialized between Zephyr's dark fists, surging towards Weevil with ferocity. Wow! Weevil roared in response, wielding his massive sword with no embellishment, channeling all his strength into a single upward slash. A colossal crescent blade of energy surged skyward, colliding with Zephyr's tornado. Boom! With a thunderous sound. The blade of energy was effortlessly torn apart by the tornado's wild rotation. Experience triumphs over youth. After more than 40 years of navigating the seas, Zephyr still held the upper hand. Although his tornado diminished in size, it still inflicted real harm upon Weevil, knocking him back onto the speedboat. The residual force of the tornado raged on, creating a massive whirlpool on the surface of the sea beneath Zephyr, causing Weevil and Bakine's speedboat to lose its course. Spiraling helplessly within the vortex, Weevil, sitting heavily on the deck, expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, causing a crimson splash upon the sea surface. His body was marred by countless wounds, blood gushing forth, rendering him a pitiful sight. Rhett believed that relying solely on his physical defenses, he could never withstand Zephyr's full-force strike, yet Weevil rose to his feet as if unscathed. The long, slender white whiskers adorning his face, extending nearly a meter, bristled with fury, resembling a crescent moon. "You old fool. I'll fight you to the end." No sooner had he uttered these words than he swung his massive crescent blade towards Zephyr hovering in the air. "Taste my ultimate move. Crescent. Moon charge." A tremendous crescent-shaped blade of energy shot forth from his weapon. From Rhett and his companion's vantage point, this crescent was imbued with intense energy fluctuations, distorting the air surrounding the sea. Even Zephyr's expression shifted to one of caution. The enemy was too close for him to evade. In an instant, Zephyr made the most prudent choice, enveloping his entire body in his advanced haki, bracing himself to meet the oncoming force with his finely honed physique. Boom! A cataclysmic sound resonated, the impact's terrifying power discernible even from 2 or 3 kilometers away to Rhett. The sea erupted in tumultuous waves, causing numerous fish to leap into the air. The violent tremors from the collision rocked the large warship beneath Rhett's feet, leaving the inexperienced recruits engrossed in the fierce duel. Unsteady, some even toppling from the vessel. As he watched the young soldiers perilously close to drowning in the depths, Penn nearly shed tears. When suddenly he heard a low exclamation, "Thorn and twine." Dozens of vines extended from the deck, hull, mast, and crossbars, each capable of ensnaring 3 to 5 of the Navy's recruits, gradually pulling them back to safety. While Rhett directed the vines in their rescue efforts, the smoke in the distance began to dissipate. "After my 40th year, few have managed to injure me." Though Zephyr had activated his haki for defense, Weevil's full-force strike still left a distinct wound upon his right arm. Yet, a mere wound was insufficient to diminish Zephyr's combat capability. As he flicked the blood from his arm, he remarked, "Your talent is remarkable. In just a few short years, you've made such immense progress." Akin to the newly emerged Whitebeard, even the merciless Zephyr, known as the Unkillable, believed in granting the chance for repentance, and he contemplated offering Weevil another opportunity. But suddenly, he was seized by a violent coughing fit. Cough, 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 cough. Exhausted from battle, or perhaps due to inhaling too much smoke and seawater, Zephyr's cough was unprecedentedly fierce. He hunched over, blood escaping his lips in a relentless spurt. This was dire. His asthma had flared up again. Ein stamped his foot in urgency. "Benz, quickly steer the ship towards our teacher." "I am already on it, Ein." Benz's voice echoed from behind as the entire warship surged towards the tumultuous battlefield. The distance of 2 to 3 kilometers was swiftly diminished at full speed. The vessel rapidly approached the tumultuous waters. Cough, cough, cough. The ferocity of Zephyr's asthma rendered him breathless. Despite his formidable prowess, he found himself powerless against the agony of his ailment, unable to stand tall and continue the fight against Weevil. "My dear son, eliminate these nuisances first. Let the old fool continue to cough," laughed Bakine, urging Weevil on. Weevil, undoubtedly the most devoted child in the realm of pirates, swung his massive blade with all his might, aiming directly at the approaching warship. With a single, sweeping strike, the Super Rui Divine Sword, the 4-meter-long crescent blade suddenly glimmered with a blinding white light, transforming into a bolt of lightning that hurtled towards the unsuspecting warship. Chapter 50. Black Arm Zifa. Disaster. Help. The over 500 new recruits aboard the warship were all ashen-faced, drenched in cold sweat, with the more timid ones having soiled themselves in fear. Damn it. With great effort, Zifa barely managed to open his eyes, nearly grinding his teeth to dust in frustration. His relentless asthma triggered an overwhelming headache, as if his mind were being pierced by countless needles, rendering concentration impossible. Yet, he still remembered that not far away, the warship was filled with the newly enlisted sailors of the Navy. They were the hope of the next generation of the Navy. Zephyr. He spat out a single word through clenched teeth, summoning every ounce of strength he possessed to execute his instant movement technique. Teacher Zephyr. Instructor. When Zephyr appeared between the warship and the blade aura emitted by Weibel, Ian and Binns were instantly moved to tears. The pressure cough. Zephyr did not even finish uttering the name of his technique before he could no longer suppress the impulse surging in his chest, and with a spluttering sound, he expelled a large column of black blood. A universally acknowledged truth in the world of anime is that if one fails to complete the incantation while casting a spell, both its power and success rate diminish drastically. Teacher Zephyr. Ian and Binns were already in tears, while the enormous blade aura howled through the air, flashing before Zephyr. They could do nothing to save their revered instructor. They could only watch as Zephyr stood before them, a flesh and blood barrier. Sunlight flame. Wood barrier. Without any hesitation, Lieutenant Colonel Rhett unleashed all the techniques he had accumulated over the past several minutes. Simultaneously, he activated a technique he had painstakingly mastered over the past 6 months in the elite camp, black armament. 2 golden bolts of lightning instantly struck the white slash that came rushing towards them from either side of Zephyr. Thousands of vines erupted from the ship, forming a dense defensive circle before Zephyr, and on the surface of Zephyr's body, a layer of dark green soil quietly enveloped him. Lieutenant Colonel Rhett, what are you doing? In confusion, a frantic Ian grasped his arm, but Rhett had no time to explain. This was an extension and improvement of the black sand coffin, condensing the massive prison originally made of black sand into a highly refined form, thus acquiring an immensely enhanced defensive capability through a high-density layer of sand. Although Rhett had yet to master the armament hockey, he could still bolster both his and his comrades' offensive and defensive capabilities through the power of the devil fruit. Hiss. Due to insufficient charge, the energy of the sunlight flame only managed to momentarily halt Weibel's slash for a fraction of a second before dissipating completely into the air. Crack. Crash. A defensive circle composed of thousands of vines was momentarily delayed before being violently torn apart by the ferocious strike. Boom. Weibel's most powerful slash finally landed upon Zephyr. Though positioned several dozen meters away, Rake could still sense the surrounding air accelerating in its flow, the howling gale nearly blinding him. He could feel it. The defensive layer he had meticulously cultivated around Zephyr was being gradually breached, stripped away by an even mightier blow. The dark, sandy particles flew outward incessantly. Weibel's strike drew ever closer to Zephyr's flesh. The so-called black arm, Zephyr, was at his frail and weakened state. With a single cut, he could sever an arm. With just one blow, he could achieve everlasting fame. Weibel and Bakken seemed to envision Zephyr's bloodied corpse, alongside their ever-increasing bounty. For pirates of their ilk, a higher bounty was always preferable. Block it for me. Raid's arm remained outstretched, fist clenched tightly, nails digging deeply into his palms, his arms trembling slightly from the exertion. Since joining the Navy, he had never felt such immense pressure. Before Weibel's strike, he experienced the same despair he felt against the fishman Arlong. Yet he would never concede easily. Block it for me. Ray let out a desperate yet defiant roar. He was not just saving Zephyr. He aimed to rescue Zephyr, to save over 500 naval recruits aboard the ship, and to save himself. His voice grew hoarse, blood gradually seeping from his palm. Meanwhile, the originally dark, sandy armor enveloping Zephyr transformed into a pitch-black hue in that fleeting moment. Armament hockey, Belagood exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. Penn, along with Ian and Binns, had tears glistening in their eyes. Larson, however, sat on the deck, his face devoid of its usual levity. This is armament hockey. After months of arduous exploration, just when he was on the brink of despair, Rate finally grasped the second form of hockey. Coiling. Hardening. The high-density, high-strength sand layer, now fortified by the enhancement of armament hockey, gained even greater defensive prowess. Sand, sand, sand. Weibel's white flash finally came to a halt. Even the waves atop the sea momentarily calmed. Zephyr swiftly retrieved his breathing apparatus, using the medication to suppress his asthma. Huff. The 65-year-old veteran exhaled deeply, gradually straightening his back. He cast a glance at the black sand still enveloping him and let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Who would have imagined that the renowned Black Arm, famed for his mastery of armament hockey, would be saved by a mere novice who had just begun to grasp this very skill? Teacher Zephyr, overwhelmed with joy, unhastily called out in surprise to her revered mentor, yet Zephyr only left her with a graceful silhouette. Protect those recruits. though he did not specify whom he meant. Everyone understood to whom his trust was directed. Weevil. Stifling a cough, Zifa unleashed his formidable strength once more. Utilizing his impeccable moonwalk and shave techniques, he soared towards Bajin and her son Weevil like a cannonball. Mom, what should I do? The simple-minded Weevil could not contain his panic. He had just unleashed his most potent strike while Zifa was vulnerable, believing that even if he could not inflict serious harm, he would at least deal significant damage. Yet, his full-force slash failed to even graze a single hair on Zifa's body. Cursed golden flashes, chaotic vines and thorns, and that seemingly inconspicuous layer of black sand had thwarted his most devastating attack, one capable of annihilating an entire town. Bajin had yet to offer guidance to her son when her stooped body trembled violently. A sharp gunshot rang out. Ping. The woman, reputed to be Whitebeard's beloved, now bore a gaping wound the size of a fist on her forehead. From hundreds of meters away, Colonel Andre Larson spat, the barrel of his sniper rifle emitting a wisp of smoke. Report to Brigadier General Red. Colonel Andre Larson has neutralized half of the enemy forces with a single shot. Mom, why aren't you talking? Weevil, receiving no response, was thrown into disarray. Instinctively, he raised his massive sword, swinging it towards the rapidly descending Zifa. A smile crept across Zifa's lips, the sunlight reflecting off his sunglasses. Now you shall understand why I am called the Black Arm. His arm suddenly swelled, the black sand glistening like polished glass. Explode. Shatter. Before the final word could escape his lips, Zifa had already vanished from midair. Weevil's crescent blade struck nothing but air, the immense blade's energy cleaving into the sea, bisecting a colossal sea creature that happened to swim through the waters at that moment. Strike. To Weevil's ears, it was as if thunder had erupted, and a shadow loomed before him. He barely had time to lift his heavy sword for defense when a black iron fist came crashing down. With a soft thud, over 500 recruits witnessed a massive head soar into the azure sky. The ludicrous features, the elongated crescent-shaped white beard, the incessantly flowing mucus, and those unblinking eyes. The beloved woman of the white-bearded man, Miss Bakeen, and his true son, Edward Weevil, met their demise simultaneously within the span of 3 seconds. Chapter 51. The General's invitation. With a resounding thud, Zephyr descended onto the deck, having completed his first ever kill. He gazed at his blood-stained right hand, a complex expression etched upon his face. In his youth, he had been a marine brimming with righteousness and fervor. Yet he had never taken the life of a pirate, earning him the moniker the Merciful. Over 23 years ago, when pirates mercilessly slaughtered his newlywed wife and his son, who was not yet 3, he developed a profound loathing for their kind. Nonetheless, he adhered to his principles. Every pirate he captured was surrendered without exception, leaving his hands untainted. But just moments ago, he had crossed that fateful threshold. He had shattered a creed he had upheld for 47 years, yet felt no remorse. Teacher, instructor, a chorus of concern resonated from Ayn, Binns, and over 500 soldiers. Suddenly, Zephyr smiled. His heart would no longer be stirred by the act of slaying an enemy. Compared to the scum of the seas, the youthful and vibrant faces before him were the treasures he sought to protect. Forgive me for worrying you, Zephyr chuckled, extending his right arm as Ayn wrapped a bandage around his wound. His gaze swept across the young faces, finally resting on Rhett. So, do you remember the sensation from earlier? Rhett nodded slightly, extending a finger that now appeared as dark as ink. His haki was not a fickle energy like that of certain martial heroes. Once awakened, it became an integral part of him, gradually strengthening with practice. Haha. It seems your wish has been granted. Zephyr laughed again, patting Rhett on the shoulder. Come, let us converse in private. As Zephyr and Rhett walked into the room with their arms around each other, the expression he had just worn fell away. Take a moment to rest, instructor. Rhett supported him as he slowly sat down, and with the final few steps, Zephyr leaned heavily upon himself. Time is relentless. Zephyr retrieved a breathing apparatus from his pocket and took a few puffs before exhaling deeply. I truly envy Garp and Sengoku. They are but a couple of years my junior, yet they remain in such robust health. Rhett believed that this statement surely emanated from Zephyr's innermost being. Zephyr must have been the most diligent and industrious among the 3 legendary Navy figures, as he delayed marriage until the age of 38 to enhance his strength, only to become single again 3 years later. The majority of his life was devoted to training and work. Harsh reality imparted a valuable lesson to Rhett. To maintain good health and longevity, one ought to seek a partner. Honestly, Rhett, I am not jesting. Have you truly considered succeeding me in my position? After regaining some composure, Zephyr broached the subject once more. Yet, Rhett shook his head. Instructor, I am ultimately a selfish individual. I harbor no interest in nurturing new recruits for the Navy. Zephyr removed his sunglasses, revealing a hint of fatigue in his eyes. I am not adept at observing others, but I sense there is more to you than meets the eye. Rhett chuckled softly, bowing his head. Instructor, everyone has their own story. For me, I do not aspire to be a Grand Admiral or a Marshal, nor do I wish to become a second Zephyr or Garp. I even prefer to remain in the East Blue, safeguarding my family and subordinates. You may say I lack ambition, but this is my genuine sentiment. Zephyr regarded him for a long moment before finally sighing. Everyone has their own aspirations. I shall not impose upon you. However, I will report your performance today to headquarters faithfully. Rhett shrugged. I merely blocked a strike for you. The person you killed was your own doing. Zephyr playfully punched him. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I would have been long gone. On May 18th, after 5 days of sailing, the training ship, laden with new recruits, safely docked at the port of Marineford. Given Zephyr's esteemed reputation, numerous students and disciples awaited his arrival at the port, including an unexpected individual. Amidst the bustling crowd at the pier, a Navy sailor, wearing an eye patch, was seated on the ground, resting his head in his hands, fast asleep. Kazan, is this how you greet your instructor? Zephyr leaped off the ship and, without hesitation, delivered a punch. Although the blow lacked hockey, the momentum from his leap added considerable force. Thud. The impact of his iron fist shattered the sailor's head. Wow, instructor. A new recruit could not help but scream. Some even attempted to caution Zephyr that the individual before them was not a pirate. Yet, all the soldiers at the dock displayed no signs of surprise. Instead, they collectively erupted in laughter. Ah, Zephyr-sensei, your punches remain as formidable as ever. With the sound of ice blocks scraping, the naval officer, whose head had just been shattered, stood up as if nothing had happened, his head and neck devoid of any wounds. Admiral Kazan. The officers from the headquarters, including Barrygood, Larson, and Pin, recognized the towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, and respectfully saluted before positioning themselves behind Zephyr. Nicknamed Akiji, Kazan was the youngest among the 3 admirals, wielding the power of the ice fruit, capable of instantly freezing vast stretches of land and sea. According to the information in Rate's possession, he was virtually the only devil fruit user unafraid of the sea. For he was, in essence, ice. Rate scrutinized Kazan, who, in turn, directed his gaze upon him. Ah, a fresh face. Akiji remarked with a smile. I know you. You are the little rascal who caused quite a stir on your first day at the elite camp. Zephyr suddenly chuckled. Rate, you may not know, but this green chicken has an atrocious memory. That he remembers your exploits is a testament to your honor. Rate shook his head with a smile and, adhering to protocol, saluted Akiji while introducing himself. Admiral Kazan, I am Bold Rate from the 16th branch of the East Blue. I look forward to your guidance. Akiji waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. Since you've permitted me to take you under my wing, I shall not hold back. I am currently in need of an aide. Would you be willing to assume this role? The surrounding Navy personnel regarded Rate with astonished and envious eyes. The position of aide to a high-ranking admiral was undoubtedly a coveted dream for the majority of sailors. Even in this fantastical world, positions close to high-ranking officials, leaders, or powerful figures were highly sought after. Even Zephyr, now semi-retired, had an aide with the rank of Commodore. Of course, rank was not the most crucial aspect. Once Rate became Akiji's aide, he would inevitably gain access to the true core and secrets of the vast Navy and, through his position, acquire political resources beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. After serving Akiji for a few years, barring any missteps, he could very well be appointed as the commander of a base in one of the branches along the Grand Line, vastly different from those in the East Blue. The branches along the Grand Line commanded much larger sea territories and boasted significantly stronger forces, with commanders typically holding ranks of at least Rear Admiral or even Vice Admiral. Though Akiji was known for his laid-back demeanor, he understood that, within the naval headquarters, it was unlikely anyone could refuse his invitation. Moreover, amongst the 3 admirals, he might just be the most approachable superior compared to the hot-headed Akainu and the lethargic Kazuru, who barely seemed to take work seriously. Bold Rate was a name he had been hearing for over half a year. The once formidable smoker, having crossed paths with Rate, serves directly under Akiji. This enigmatic ability user, capable of manipulating plants and sand, immediately demonstrated his prowess by besting Vice Admiral Dazai. At the tender age of 18, he awakened his observation hockey, and within a month mastered the 6 powers, marking him as a prodigious combat talent. Just days ago, Zephyr's report to headquarters highlighted that this previously unheralded youth had also awakened armament Haki. In the elite ranks of Marine headquarters, while not every individual possesses Haki, a meticulous count reveals that there are no fewer than 8,000, if not 10,000, proficient in it. Among the officers, those of the rank of Rear Admiral and above are at least well-versed in one type of Haki. However, to awaken 2 types of Haki at the mere age of 19 is an achievement unmatched even by the current 3 admirals. Without a doubt, this young man is a promising talent. Yet, Akiji did not receive the response he sought. The young brigadier he had high hopes for lowered his head and said, "I apologize, Admiral Kazan, but I must decline your invitation." Disappointment etched itself across Akiji's face. "Oh, and why is that?" Rate replied with a smile. "Aside from training in combat, I possess little interest in other matters. Should someone like me serve as your aide, I fear your operations would descend into utter chaos." Akiji paused, then chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. "It seems someone has indeed informed you that I am quite the laid-back individual. Having me as your superior would indeed be a challenge." Chapter 52, the legendary finale, the Navy High Command meeting. Admiral Rhett, unable to afford a moment's respite, swiftly joined Zifa and Akiji for the high-level conference at Navy headquarters. Presiding over the meeting was none other than the Navy's Supreme Commander, Admiral Sengoku. The gathering was attended by the 3 admirals, Akiji, Akainu, and Kazu, along with Vice Admirals Garp and Tsuru, and seasoned Rear Admirals Fire Mountain, Weasel, and John Giando. Nearly all of the core naval officers were present. As Zifa took his seat, he was met with a wave of mockery from Garp. "Ha, Zifa? I hear you nearly fell to a pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million berries? How utterly useless." Zifa, not one to take such jests lightly, retorted sharply, "That was because I was out of sorts. Do not mock me. If you were caught off guard while sleeping or attending to nature's call, would you emerge unscathed?" Garp scoffed. "Even if I were asleep and attending to my business, I would never be caught off guard." Sengoku shook his head in exasperation, while the only woman present, Tsuru, chuckled at the exchange. This was not indicative of discord among the high-ranking officers. In truth, these irreverent souls were bound by camaraderie and mutual respect. With Zifa's safe return, Garp's jest was harmless enough. "All right," Sengoku said, rapping the table. "Brigadier General Rhett, please take a seat." Rhett offered a respectful nod to the distinguished officers and settled at the far end of the elongated table. Sengoku then called to his little goat, which bleated in response and scampered over eagerly. Rhett, with a smile, conjured a handful of grass, and the goat eagerly wagged its tail and began to feast. Garp erupted into laughter once more, even spitting out a mouthful of pancake he had just bitten into. "Sengoku, has your goat consumed the dog fruit? When did it learn to wag its tail?" Akainu, with a stoic expression, cleared his throat to quell the laughter. "Vice Admiral Garp, this is a meeting. Perhaps you should focus on your tea and pancakes." Kizaru, with a sardonic grin, turned his gaze toward Rhett. "Brigadier General Rhett, I trust you remember who I am?" Rhett replied with a smile. "Admiral Kizaru, I assumed that with your nature, you would have long forgotten a mere nameless individual like myself whom you have only encountered once." The yellow monkey smirked, his expression growing more lecherous. "If it were any other time, I would undoubtedly forget your name swiftly. However, that day you nearly triumphed over Admiral de Meishang, making your name unforgettable throughout the Navy. Then someone informed me that you were recommended by me to join the Navy. And I finally recalled that indeed, such a thing occurred." His words seemed sincere, for when he had recommended Rhett to the Navy in the East Sea, he had assumed that their paths would rarely cross again. Little did he know that merely half a year later, he would once again hear Rhett's name. The yellow monkey might have wished to reminisce with Rhett and foster a connection with this promising star of his, but Sengoku interjected, "Zifa, please tell us more about the audacious individual who dared to attack you." Zifa removed his sunglasses and spoke slowly. "Edward Weevil, who claims to be the biological son of Whitebeard. A few years ago, I apprehended him and granted him a chance for redemption. However, years later, he has remarkably enhanced his strength and has come seeking vengeance against me. While his identity was still uncertain, one fact was clear: that woman was with him. A nurse who once served on Whitebeard's ship, known as Miss Backen. You may recall her. They indeed have ties to Whitebeard." Ahe nodded. "I do remember such a nurse." Carp, munching on a pancake, shook his head. "I don't recall any nurse unless she fought me." If this Weevil is truly Whitebeard's biological son, considering Whitebeard's profound regard for family, he must be exceedingly enraged now. It is highly probable he will launch assaults against various branches of the Navy, even Marineford. Sengoku furrowed his brow. Immediately alert all branches in the New World to heighten their vigilance and refrain from initiating any aggressive actions. The yellow monkey chuckled. Oh. Whitebeard's wrath is indeed terrifying. Akainu clenched his fist and spoke in a low tone. Admiral Sengoku, please permit me to temporarily proceed to the G5 branch in the New World to monitor the movements of the Whitebeard pirates. After a moment's contemplation, Sengoku nodded slightly in agreement. We will discuss this matter further later. I will dispatch several senior officers, including yourself, to the New World to prevent Whitebeard from taking reckless actions. Now, we must address Zifa's retirement. All eyes suddenly turned to Zifa. The old general shrugged. My body is no longer suited for continued service. This time, despite my evident superiority in strength during the ambush, my asthma rendered me extraordinarily passive, and I nearly faced death at the hands of my opponent. Carp continued to crunch on his pancake. That's how it should be. As one ages, it is essential to rest. Spend your days with me sipping tea and unwinding. That is the true path to wellness. In the midst of the conversation, Zhangguo puffed his cheeks and exclaimed, Silence. Carp, you are not retired yet. Concerned as a fellow woman of their generation, Crane inquired, Zifa, what do you plan to do after retirement? Will you return to your hometown? A rare look of confusion crossed Zifa's face. I have not decided yet. Hometown. It feels like a distant and unfamiliar term to me. At 65 years old, he had long lost his parents and elders, and tragically, his beloved wife and son had perished 23 years prior. In this world, he had no true home left. Listening intently, Rhett coughed lightly. Instructor Zifa, if you have yet to make a decision, I sincerely invite you to East Blue for some relaxation. It is the most peaceful sea, with scenery and climate perfect for recuperation. Moreover, if you find yourself restless, you could take on the role of chief instructor at our 16th branch, guiding the young sailors of East Blue. Perhaps a second legendary hero may arise from your teachings. On a personal note, I have many matters regarding my training that I would like to consult you about. Carp clapped his hands with delight. You, my boy, have thought this through. Zifa, you should go to East Blue. The 16th branch is quite close to my home, and I could send my grandchildren to you. Please take care of them for me. However, Zifa retorted with a disdainful spray of saliva, your grandchildren are surely as impolite as you. Why should I take care of them? As the two old men bantered, Kazoru furrowed his brow and asked, Brigadier Red, given your current strength, you are capable of holding a position at headquarters or any branch in the Grand Line. But from your words, it seems you prefer to remain in the East Blue branch? Rhett nodded. Admiral, for me at this moment, protecting my family is paramount. If possible, I hope to completely pacify East Blue and leave a prosperous and peaceful sea for them. Akainu huffed in discontent. You are a soldier. Executing orders is your primary duty. Yet, Akiji responded with understanding. As long as one fulfills the duty of justice, it matters not whether it is in East Blue or the Grand Line. Akainu countered his perspective. The greater one's ability, the heavier the responsibility. If he possesses the capability to enter the New World, remaining in East Blue is merely a waste of talent. Compared to the insignificant creatures of East Blue, the New World is where our attention should be directed. After a brief silence, Rhett finally spoke up. I have a rather immature suggestion, and I am uncertain whether I should voice it. Our battles against the pirate factions ultimately come down to a contest of top-tier strength. No matter how many lower-tier soldiers we amass, they are but ants. With the power of the three admirals, even one-on-one, they could rival a Yonko, could they not? The muscles in Akainu's cheeks twitched involuntarily. Nonsense. Meanwhile, Rate's facial muscles relaxed as he proposed. In that case, let us dispatch a special task force, led by Admiral Sengoku, assembling the three admirals, Vice Admiral Garp, and other top-tier forces. We should penetrate the New World waters and strike before Whitebeard makes his move, eliminating him decisively. If time allows, we can also deal with the other three emperors of the sea. Wouldn't that bring peace to the world? Sengoku and Garp would hold back Whitebeard, while the three admirals unleash their formidable powers of ice, fire, and light to bombard each captain mercilessly, with other vice admirals slaughtering the ordinary foot soldiers. After clearing the battlefield, they would concentrate all their firepower to annihilate Whitebeard. What a flawless strategy. Naive, ignorant, foolish, arrogant. Yet, Rate's brilliant strategy was met with such scorn. Sengoku rubbed his temples, weary, and shook his head. It is evident that you still require more experience at the grassroots level. Thus, we shall proceed with your idea. Once the elite camp's training concludes, you will return to the East Blue and serve as the base commander of the 16th Division. As Rate exited the conference room, a faint smile finally graced his lips. Having grown accustomed to his character, Zephyr did not even need to observe closely to deduce Rate's thoughts. That statement you made earlier was a deliberate rejection of the headquarters summons, wasn't it? However, Rate shook his head. No, instructor, that was my sincere belief. I have never understood why, with the Navy's top-tier forces, we do not attempt to swiftly eradicate the emperors of the sea. Zephyr sighed. You are still too young, Rate. The eradication of pirates has never been the Navy's sole responsibility. Rate feigned shock. What could possibly be more important than purging pirates? Zephyr placed a hand on his shoulder. Do you know why Marineford was established in this location? Rate certainly did. Because it is close to the Holy Land, Mariehua. Zephyr's expression suddenly grew peculiar, filled with a mix of helplessness and a simmering anger. Indeed, because the primary duty of the Fleet Admiral and the Marine Admirals is not merely the eradication of pirates, but rather the protection of the Holy Land and the Celestial Dragons. Chapter 53. The most extraordinary genius of 800 years. Time has progressed to a month later. July 20th. With a delicate sigh and a soft exclamation, two figures intertwined before separating. Is it truly possible to resist? A hint of astonishment flickered in Ein's gaze as she scrutinized her opponent. The black sand slowly receded from Rhett's body as he exhaled. Only with a sufficiently powerful hockey can one be immune to your retrogressive abilities. Yet, in a contest of nearly equal strength, your powers are indeed formidable. Ein smirked. Are you suggesting that our strengths are not even comparable? Rhett chuckled, spreading his hands. I have said nothing at all. Ever since awakening his hockey, he had embarked on a rigorous regimen of training. In addition to enduring Larson's gunfire as usual, he sought out Barrygood, Pin, and Smoker for practice. The peculiar Barrygood could split into countless spheres, launching a relentless barrage of spherical assaults. Although Pin lacked supernatural abilities, his swordsmanship was exceptionally sharp, honing Rhett's defensive capabilities. As for the smoke-manipulating Smoker, he engaged Rhett in a daily game reminiscent of eagle catching chickens. Eventually, Rhett even dared to challenge his senior sister, Ein. While Ein's overall strength paled in comparison to Rhett's, at best, she could barely match Smoker. Her retrogressive fruit granted her a remarkable ability. At Ein's current level, she could make any opponent she touched regress in age by 4 years. Rhett had previously experienced this. Returning to the age of 15, he retained his memories, experiences, and the powers of the devil fruit, yet his overall strength was significantly diminished, rendering him incapable of defeating even a mere major from the headquarters. Moreover, should Ein continuously activate her ability, his age would regress further, potentially returning him to the days of wearing diapers. Age may regress, but it would not fundamentally alter one's physical condition. Otherwise, such a power could enable Zephyr to reclaim his prime, eternally youthful, or allow the elder Navy leaders like Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru to live on indefinitely. However, how could such an invincible premise possibly endure? Every seemingly formidable opponent and every seemingly invulnerable ability must possess its weaknesses. The essence lies in whether one can leverage strengths while evading weaknesses. During this month, Rhett not only reinforced his mastery of hockey, but also further honed his application of the black armament. Now, the black sand he could summon condensed at a quicker rate. With greater density, yet it was considerably thinner, resulting in a more resilient defense and more painful attacks. Ein, would you care to join Benz in the East Blue? Rhett inquired, brushing sand off his clothes. In the course of the past month, aside from persisting in his training to enhance his prowess, he also reached a consensus with Zephyr. The 65-year-old former admiral, after his retirement, accepted the invitation of a disciple to temporarily reside in the East Sea. RET had promptly informed the 16th Division, commissioning the construction of a spacious residence for Zephyr, ensuring that this venerable gentleman, whose life had been fraught with trials and tribulations, could enjoy a comfortable and serene retirement. As for Zephyr's subordinates, RET sought to gather them as allies. Even if he could not recruit them, he aimed to cultivate friendships. However, the formidable Syoza had made it unequivocally clear that he would decline, as he had just been promoted to brigadier general and was eager to make his mark in the Grand Line. Consequently, RET turned his attention to the enigmatic young lady, Ein, endowed with peculiar abilities. In contrast to the ambitious and fame-seeking Syoza, Ein and Benz appeared rather ordinary in their aspirations. Upon hearing RET's invitation, Ein did not hesitate for a moment before resolutely nodding. Benz and I have followed our teacher since childhood. He is like a father to us, and aside from him, we have nowhere else to go. By the way, do not misconstrue my intentions as seeking to ally with you. REIT couldn't help but chuckle at her remark. Little sister, I assure you, I have no ulterior motives. As previously mentioned, for various reasons, RET had amassed a circle of well-connected friends around him, including not only Ein and Binz, but also Larson, Barrygood, Smoker, Tina, and T-Pen. The elite camp had entered its final 3 months, with the genuine curriculum dwindling, affording these future elites ample time to hone their skills. REIT seized this opportunity, frequently inviting Larson and others to venture into the first half of the Grand Line to hunt down pirates. In this era, nearly all pirate ships were constructed of wood, rendering REIT's abilities exceedingly effective. The number of pirates he captured grew exponentially, with bounties swiftly surpassing 100 million from an initial range of 70 to 80 million. Their reputation gradually spread across the waters. Time passed once more, and on September 1st, in a certain maritime area of the Grand Line's first half, 3 naval officers found themselves confronted by a band of pirates. 3 mere Navy officers. Think you can capture us? You youngsters must have lost your senses. The highest rank among you is merely a brigadier general. We've already dispatched plenty of such naval officers in the North Sea. The pirates erupted in laughter upon seeing RET, Larson, and Smoker ascend the ship's rail. Do you know who our captain is? One one-eyed pirate sinisterly pointed to a young man atop the ship. He is the hottest candidate among this year's supernovas. Venomous Snake. Snake. The young man known as Snake possesses a pair of slanted eyes and appears impeccably clean, with his long hair meticulously groomed, presenting no semblance of a pirate. Even when his ship is under the watchful gaze of the Navy's warships, he remains unperturbed, leisurely holding a watering can as he calmly tends to the flowers in the garden. It is evident that Larson, the most loquacious among us, has produced a bounty poster, for he is the very target of our pursuit. With a staggering bounty of 180 million, Snake rose to prominence a year prior due to 2 significant events, earning recognition as the mightiest newcomer in recent years. He led the Serpent pirate crew in obliterating the Navy's strongest branch in the North Sea and, before thousands of witnesses, brutally executed the branch's commanding officer, a rear admiral. Such audacious acts constitute a severe provocation to the Navy and the world government alike. Sengoku dispatched 2 vice admirals to hunt them down, yet the cunning Snake, utilizing his intimate knowledge of the North Sea, outwitted the Navy's vice admirals, thereby solidifying his reputation as the foremost pirate in the region. However, their exploits do not end there. Before their departure from the North Sea, a massive battle erupted, a true confrontation, far removed from the petty skirmishes typical of pirates. The arrogance of the Serpent pirate crew incited the wrath of Germa 66, the most formidable military power in the North Sea, a vast empire that once ruled the entire region and would not tolerate such insolence on its territory. Germa 66 dispatched a force of up to 3,000 troops to eradicate them. Yet this pirate crew of fewer than 1,000 managed to escape the encirclement successfully. Moreover, the infamous Snake even grievously injured the 4th heir of Germa 66 during a direct confrontation, leaving the heir on the brink of death as he was returned to base, his body shrouded in darkness. With such a glorious record, the Serpent pirate crew undoubtedly thrives in their notoriety. It is little wonder that Snake regards a mere brigadier with disdain. RET did not utter any platitudes about surrendering or refraining from violence. He merely stretched his hands and inclined his head towards Smoker. Let us engage. Smoker, with 2 robust cigars clenched in his mouth, inhaled deeply upon hearing RSQ, causing him to swell with vigor. White Dragon ascending. After spending over half a year with REIT, Smoker may not have made progress in other areas, but he certainly gleaned much regarding the development and application of his devil fruit abilities. A thick plume of white smoke instantaneously enveloped the entire ship, and as the pirates rubbed their eyes, they were astonished to behold a colossal white dragon, exceeding 100 meters in length, soaring menacingly above their heads. However, against the backdrop of the azure sky, the white dragon appeared somewhat too gentle, lacking the requisite intimidation factor. Rhett slowly raised his right hand and pronounced each syllable with deliberate clarity. Black-armed. The seemingly tranquil Snake, who had feigned watering the flowers, suddenly trembled, causing the soil in the garden to erupt into the air. As the earth and stones soared, they gradually transformed in hue. By the time they settled upon the white dragon, the once pristine white mist instantaneously turned pitch black. Black, the black dragon. Snake's facade of calmness could no longer be maintained. The jug brimming with clear water crashed down upon his foot with a resounding thud. His face was already etched with terror and despair. He did not gaze upon the menacing black dragon in the sky, but instead pointed at Rhett, who leisurely lounged on the vines watching the spectacle, and with his last ounce of strength, he cried out, You are the most formidable genius brigadier general the Navy has seen in 800 years. Black Dragon. Bored Rhett. Rhett merely smiled, offering no reply. The response came in the form of an earth-shattering roar. The fearsome black dragon swooped down from the heavens, and with a single bite, severed Snake's upper body. A voice erupted in furious exclamation. Why is it I who toils so hard? Yet you are the one who gains fame. Chapter 54. The Shipwright of Water 7. Alas, I have written too much. It ought to have been divided into 2 chapters. Across the North Sea. The naval branch was obliterated as the notorious Snake pirates, a supernova of the infamous Germa 66, faced total annihilation. A 19-year-old naval hero, the most formidable genius of the Navy in 800 years, the most cherished disciple of Zephyr. He possesses greater potential than the 3 admirals. Hailing from the East Blue. The Black Dragon, Bordy Rhett. Smoker, why haven't I seen you in any of these reported photographs? On the return journey to Marineford, Smoker was subjected to playful teasing from his female classmates. Just 2 days prior, they had vanquished the Snake pirates, and today's newspapers were already published. With a mix of helplessness and irritation, Smoker responded, This lad is the Navy's upper echelon-'s carefully cultivated new generation of elite. All these photos were specifically captured by onboard journalists for him. Rhett chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. Speak not such blatant truths. Our Navy also requires promotion. Besides, didn't Instructor Zephyr mention that you would soon be promoted to Brigadier General? In recent months, the elite team led by Rhett, comprising Smoker, Tina, Larson, Barrygood, Penn, Ein, and Binns, totaling 8 members, has been relentlessly pursuing notorious pirates, achieving remarkable successes each time, returning with bountiful spoils. In a mere 3 months, the total bounty of the pirates they have eliminated or captured reached an astonishing 5.8 billion berry, given their age. Such outstanding accomplishments could not go unnoticed by the upper echelons of the Navy. The least senior members, Ein and Binns, have already been promoted to lieutenant colonel, while Tina, Larson, and Barrygood have received notifications of their advancement to colonel. Naturally, Smoker, as a primary force, would not lag far behind. Perhaps influenced by Rhett, Smoker seems slightly more mature compared to the impulsive and unruly figure he once was in the original narrative, who fluctuated in rank as a colonel and even spent 8 years assigned to the East Blue. Yet, his inherent disdain for evil will likely remain unchanged. Sitting at the bow of the ship, Smoker lit a cigar. This should be our last voyage from the elite camp, should it not? Rhett nodded in agreement, teasingly inquiring, What? Are you reluctant as we approach the end? Tina chimed in with a smile. Indeed, he resembles a proud smoker. Who would be reluctant? Smoker exhaled a cloud of smoke in annoyance. But are you truly returning to the East Blue? Rhett shrugged. You've asked several times already, my brother. Smoker, still reluctant, replied, Yet, the weakest sea area of the East Blue has already been nearly swept clean by you. You are wasting your strength. Rhett, with an expression of righteous determination, declared, No, vanquishing pirates is merely a fundamental task. In the East Blue, numerous families suffer in poverty. Many children endure the harshness of hunger and cold. Countless elderly individuals lack support, and a plethora of nefarious elements continue their wicked deeds. The burden upon my shoulders is far from light. The cigar that Smoker had clamped between his teeth fell with a soft thud to the ground. He stared blankly at Rhett, and finally burst into laughter. Who do you think you are? These matters are simply not our concern as the Navy. From the lookout tower, Larson's voice resonated. We have arrived at Water 7. Is anyone interested in disembarking for a stroll? In the realm of pirates, the most vital mode of transportation is undoubtedly the ship. Due to the uneven development of technology, aside from a few ironclad warships owned by the Navy headquarters, most pirates opt for wooden sailing vessels. In such a context, the shipbuilding industry thrives, which is only to be expected. Water 7, home to a plethora of skilled shipwrights, stands as a distinguished representative of this world's shipbuilding sector. The island is aptly named Water 7, one of the significant reasons being its intricate network of waterways, where the inhabitants have long accustomed themselves to traveling by water rather than land. This bustling metropolis not only boasts a shipbuilding industry that leads the world, but also thrives in commerce, finance, tourism, dining, and entertainment. Almost every sector is remarkably developed. As Rhett gazed at a pawnshop on the street, He couldn't help but ponder the possibility of establishing a financial institution under his own control at his base. Brigadier Red, let us see if there are any weapons to our liking. Barragood and Pin decided to visit the weapon shop together. We are off to buy clothes. Smoker. Bins, will you join us? Tina and I unhesitatingly chose 2 laborers to accompany them on their shopping excursion, while the warship docked for supplies and repairs. The elite squad's main personnel temporarily dispersed, leaving only Larson by Rhett's side. Rhett regarded him. The craftsmanship here is quite renowned. Aren't you inclined to seek out some treasures? Larson patted his ever-present sniper rifle and chuckled, shaking his head. I just replaced some parts. It's not yet time for an upgrade. Why? Do you wish to divert me? Don't tell me you have matters of your own here? What about the charming lady you sent back to the East Blue? Rhett rolled his eyes. Larson, do you recall the trial we observed at Judicial Island last year? Larson nodded slightly. The shipwright who built for Roger? Oh. He is indeed the craftsman of Water 7. Rhett cast a glance at the map in his hand, gliding towards an inconspicuous corner. We shall go to Ghost Ship Island. Although both Rhett and Larson had become adept in the naval 6 styles, a mere distance of several kilometers could be traversed in mere minutes, hardly warming them up for the journey. Yet, adhering to local customs, they each selected a passenger fish from the rental shop, indulging in the experience of being tourists. The owner of the rental shop, recognizing their naval codes, even offered them a generous discount of 20%. While it was true that Rhett occasionally resorted to self-inflicted extremes during training, this did not hinder his enjoyment of life while traveling. Once the fish navigated into the waterway, he did not rush to their destination but instead took the opportunity to purchase an assortment of delectable foods, clothing, cosmetics, and even a few hefty tomes from the stalls along the way. Larson, observing the now overflowing empty seat behind Rhett, could not help but shake his head. All right. I see why you chose to ride alone. I recall you seldom indulged in shopping. Rhett shrugged nonchalantly. What do you know? These are gifts for home. Larson suddenly realized, after this mission, they would be graduating from the elite camp. He licked his lips, hesitating before speaking. Rhett, I'm considering applying for a transfer from Impel Down. Would you be willing to take me on? Rhett chuckled dismissively. You are already a colonel. If you wish to gain experience at the grassroots level, NEC will suffice for you to stand on your own. Why would you want to linger around me? Larson replied with a playful grin. It is the aura of dominance you exude that draws me in. Are you satisfied with that answer? Rhett laughed heartily, tossing a skewer of succulent local specialty meat towards him. How about this? Since you wish to accompany me, apply to serve as a base commander at any branch around Division 16. What do you say? Larson accepted the skewer and chuckled in return. Understood. Having known Rhett for nearly a year, he was the individual closest to him in the elite camp and the one who understood this naval prodigy. The strongest in 8 centuries, the most. Having served for many years in the notorious Impel Down, Larson had encountered countless influential figures, even in confinement. Those infamous leaders exuded an extraordinary aura. He sensed a similar quality in Rhett. Boulder Rhett was undeniably not an ordinary character. Wait for us here. Rhett patted the fish's head, casually feeding it the leftover meat from his own meal. The perceptive fish squinted its eyes in joy, happily chewing. Meanwhile, Larson's fish let out a jealous roar, unwilling to allow its passenger to disembark. Larson had no choice but to borrow a skewer of meat from Rhett to appease his own mount's feelings. 2 figures leaped onto the desolate shores of Gunkanjima, their gaze met by a panorama of abandoned vessels. As an island primarily dedicated to shipbuilding, it was no surprise that numerous derelict ships lay scattered about. Once vital components were stripped away, these forsaken relics were ruthlessly discarded, eventually giving rise to a miniature archipelago over the years. Occasionally, one might spot a few scavengers sifting through the remnants, yet the island remained overwhelmingly barren and forlorn. Following the map provided by the local authorities, Rhett found himself laboriously traversing to a secluded corner. The door bore the uneven inscription, Tom Shipbuilding Company. Knocking gently, Larson observed as Rhett rapped on the door before forcefully pushing it open. Inside, an old and dilapidated warehouse revealed a gaunt figure silently seated within. Dust cascaded from the ceiling, and Rhett squinted. Iceberg, Esbagu. The figure abruptly turned, its gaze fixating on the uniforms adorning the 2 intruders, Navy. Iceberg's demeanor grew palpably tense, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. Mr. Tom has already been executed by you. Are you here to capture me now? As Tom's foremost disciple, he was merely a skilled shipwright, devoid of any talent for combat. The moment he beheld the 2 naval officers before him, he had resigned himself to his fate. Then, he heard the young naval brigadier's calm voice. Shipwright Tom is not dead. Iceberg's pupils dilated in shock. A tempest of emotion surged within him. At 30, he was no longer the gullible child of his youth, and thus, he merely faltered momentarily. Whoosh! A gust of wind brushed by. He caught sight of a fleeting shadow, followed by a soft whisper that caressed his ear. I have no interest in ancient weaponry. What I seek is the unrivaled craftsmanship of the world's greatest shipwright. If you wish to see Tom again, you must come with me. Iceberg trembled. The term ancient weaponry struck him like a bolt from the blue. He could not help but blink in astonishment. The two naval officers remained steadfast, as if they had never moved. Struggling to suppress his shock and anxiety, he spoke with a grave tone. Are you certain Mr. Tom is still alive? Can you assure me I will see him? Rhett nodded slightly. He is merely imprisoned and impelled down. As long as you diligently assist me, I guarantee you will see him soon. Larson unceremoniously added, I serve and impel down. Meeting with criminals on the 3rd level is but a trivial matter for me. Rhett cast a fleeting glance at him, uncertain whether his words were genuine. Suddenly, tears streamed down Iceberg's face. Instinctively, he glanced at the wall beside him, then slowly turned around. Navy, I will follow you, but do not deceive me. Rhett inquired, are you afraid of death? Iceberg wiped the corners of his eyes and replied, what is there to fear in death? Rhett chuckled softly, if you fear not even death, then what else is there to worry about? Iceberg fell silent for a few seconds, then shook his head. Today, you have given me hope, but if that hope shatters, it would plunge me into a despair far greater than death itself. As the door closed, the last ray of sunlight illuminated the wall, where several nameplates gleamed. Tom, Iceberg, Cutty Flam. Chapter 55. A nation thrives on technology and practical endeavors. Mr. Iceberg. Where are you going? It's the Navy. They intend to take Mr. Iceberg away. As Rhett and Larson escorted Iceberg through the shipyard, a crowd gathered around them. It was no surprise that discontent brewed among the onlookers. A year prior, the world government's espionage organization, CP5, had abducted Fisher Tiger from this very place, and now, a year later, the Navy headquarters sought to take the last remaining disciple of Tom, Iceberg. Mr. Iceberg, you promised to teach me your skills. A boy, around 16 or 17, leaped forward, blocking Rhett's path. A hint of regret flickered across Iceberg's face as he placed a comforting hand on the boy's shoulder. Mary, I am truly sorry that I cannot continue mentoring you. I have my reasons for leaving. Suddenly, the boy named Barry lunged at Rhett. Dozens of ropes shooting from his sleeves, aiming to ensnare him. Chafe. Having mastered the Navy's 6 styles, Rhett was not to be hindered by such trifles. He merely stomped his foot and vanished from Barry's attack range. Allow me to demonstrate true binding, thorn entanglement. Before he could even turn around, Barry found himself ensnared entirely by a thick, sturdy vine that coiled tightly around him. Iceberg grabbed Larson's arm. Rhett had already soared into the air, making it impossible for him to reach. Commander, show mercy. He is merely a child. Larson flung him off. Attacking a Navy brigadier, such a charge warrants immediate execution. Though his words bore truth, Rhett was never one to engage in wanton slaughter. The vine merely served as a minor lesson for Barry, quickly retracting. Rhett hovered high above, surveying the scene below. Iceberg, is this your disciple? Not at all. Yes. Both Iceberg and Barry responded simultaneously, yet their answers diverged. A look of helplessness crossed Iceberg's features. You foolish boy. At this moment, do not involve me. Barry stubbornly shook his head. Mr. Iceberg, you are my only family, just as Mr. Tom was to you. Iceberg paused, taken aback, before letting out a sigh. Rhett then recalled that this boy, who wielded ropes, indeed had a role in the original tale. With a snap of his fingers, he addressed Barry. Your name is Barry, correct? Would you care to join us? Iceberg displayed a rare sign of impatience. Commander, he has only learned a few days of shipbuilding. He has no connection to this matter. Rhett spread his hands wide. Let me put it this way. I am inviting you to the East Blue to assist me in shipbuilding, and you shall agree to serve me. On that condition, you have the right to bring along familiar companions or disciples. In the crowd, 2 burly men immediately raised their hands, exclaiming, Mr. Iceberg, take me with you. I too wish to venture to the East Sea. This was how Rhett introduced the exceptional boatman he had selected in Water 7 to Smoker and the others upon returning to the warship. The stoic Iceberg, the youthful and impetuous Barry, the manly figure with a feminine name, Pepley Lulu, and the muscular Darius Stone comprised the 4 boatmen Rhett had brought back. Smoker glanced at them, shaking his head slightly with a sigh. You truly intend to establish roots in the East Sea, having even chosen your crew? Rhett chuckled. Since they need to bring some tools along, we shall not take the warship. Please convey my regards to Instructor Zephyr upon your return. What exactly do you intend to do, Brigadier General Rhett? Iceberg could no longer contain his curiosity after the warship departed. Rhett surveyed the others. I possess a branch base in the East Sea, along with several enterprises, of which shipbuilding is a part. Given that you are a disciple of Tom, your skills are undoubtedly remarkable, and you were involved in the construction of the sea train. It is as simple as that. The sea train? Iceberg was taken aback. Rhett smiled slightly. This world is rife with foolish and short-sighted individuals. Despite possessing such advanced technology, they fail to promote its use. Since the world government and various nations cannot recognize the merits of the sea train, let me, bored Rhett, utilize it myself. Even in a pirate world dominated by brute force, the significance of science and technology cannot be overlooked. Otherwise, the world government would not have established a scientific research unit centered around Chief Scientist Vegapunk, responsible for numerous high-tech innovations, including warship modifications, the application of sea prism stone, artificial devil fruits, and human modifications. As a time traveler, Rhett keenly understands that science and technology are, and will always be, the primary productive forces. After a brief overnight stay in Water 7, which alleviated some of Iceberg's concerns, Rhett set sail towards the sea aboard their own vessel the following morning. There are generally two routes from Water 7 to the north, one leading to the Sabaody Archipelago, which passes through the vast and treacherous Devil's Triangle. The other heading directly to Judiciary Island. The latter route is shorter and devoid of any dangers. Yet it is evident that neither pirates nor merchant ships would opt for this path. However, Rhett had no such apprehensions, considering the currents available between Judiciary Island and Marineford, which would further save time. He naturally chose this route. Perhaps influenced by their previous conversation, Iceberg's mood had significantly calmed as he gazed at the seven-water city. Now fading into the distance and disappearing from view, he let out a long sigh. Reflecting on it, we have traversed this route only once aboard the maritime train. And since then, we have not returned. This path is reserved for officials. As mere shipwrights, they lack both the necessity and the privilege to visit Justice Island. Pray tell, can you calculate how long it would take to connect the primary islands of the East China Sea with maritime railways, considering the scale of the sea? What resources would be required? If it takes 14 years to construct a single line, I cannot afford to wait that long. Reclining languidly in a chair woven from vines, Rhett sat back while Larson instinctively ascended the lookout tower. Confidently, Iceberg responded. The reason the first maritime train took 14 years was primarily due to the extensive time spent on vehicle development. Moreover, at that time, Mr. Tom was still under duress, and both the world government and the Navy, along with various islands and cities, harbored strong resistance towards us, which hindered construction efforts. However, now that we possess successful experience and with the full support of Brigadier Rhett, as long as we have sufficient manpower and materials at hand, within 3 years, at the very least within your jurisdiction, we can lay the groundwork for a network of maritime trains. Rhett nodded in agreement from a certain perspective. The prosperity and stability of the East China Sea will indeed owe much to your maritime train. From high above, Larson's voice echoed down, boss. There are some reefs about 10 kilometers to the northeast, where a derelict ship has run aground. Rhett lifted his gaze, since it is a stranded vessel. There is no need for our assistance. Why are you making such a fuss? This area has been thoroughly cleared by us, even with my eyes closed. I could navigate it successfully. Wait? He suddenly sat upright in his chair, an increasingly adept use of observation hockey alerting him to a peculiar sensation. He furrowed his brow and commanded, Iceberg, instruct them to bring the ship closer. Iceberg assessed the situation. The vicinity of those reefs appears precarious. There may still be dangers lurking beneath the surface. Rhett stood resolutely. You may come to regret that, Iceberg. Moonstep, dragon ascends. Under Iceberg's bewildered and astonished gaze, Rhett's figure vanished from the deck, leaving only a fleeting shadow soaring into the sky. That old iron ship lay at least 10 kilometers away from their small sailboat. He's flying away. The youngest among them, Barry, plopped down onto the ground. Lulu and Darius shared equally astonished expressions. Is this what true strength looks like? Just as their astonishment began to fade, they beheld a dark spot rising slowly from the derelict ship across the way, gradually growing larger. Wait. It seems he is carrying something. Are those vines? That must be his ability. On this vessel, could there still be treasures? While the others were engrossed in discussions about riches, Rhett had already landed with a thud upon the deck. Several tendrils slowly descended, lowering a grotesquely disfigured body. Some parts even conjoined with iron sheets and nails. Young Barry, still in his tender years, recoiled in terror, retreating behind Lulu and Darius. Meanwhile, Larson gracefully leapt down, boss. Is this Still human? Red offered no reply, instead raising his gaze towards the iceberg of a man. The contours of Iceberg's face tightened, yet his throat convulsed violently. Tears had long since welled in his eyes, and it seemed as though something lodged within his throat obstructed his voice. With a resounding thud, he collapsed at Red's feet, trembling hands reaching out to touch the metallic figure. Flam. Chapter 56: The Summons of the Headquarters upon this modest sailing vessel. A poignant tableau of fraternal affection unfolds, stirring the heart to tears. Red, naturally moved, refrains from disrupting this splendid performance, even though he is well aware of certain plot developments. A year prior, Cardi Flam was hurled onto a derelict ship while attempting to halt the maritime train. The outcome of his heroic endeavor left him severely injured, with the majority of his organs failing to function normally. Driven by indomitable will and an insatiable thirst for life, he painstakingly repurposed materials from the abandoned vessel to reconstruct his body, managing to survive until this moment. According to the original timeline, by the time he completes his transformation and encounters the iceberg once more, at least 4 years will have elapsed. As such, only a small portion of his bodily reconstruction has been realized. Swathes of skin and tissue remain in a state of decay, presenting a ghastly sight, with numerous maggots writhing about. The mere sight of these wounds reveals the harrowing torment he has endured during this period, evoking a visceral reaction even from the impulsive and straightforward Barry, who instinctively recoils. The iceberg, accompanied by his companions, promptly attends to Flam's wounds and subsequently enhances his bodily condition based on the extent of his modifications. Over the past year, the iceberg has been immersed in shipbuilding, honing his skills to a level that surpasses that of his junior, coupled with superior quality materials and harmonious teamwork. By the time they reach Judicial Island in a few days, Flam will have managed to sit up, albeit with great difficulty. It was here, at the end of last year, that your teacher faced judgment, condemned to eternal confinement within the 3rd level of Impel Down. Rhett gestured towards the imposing courthouse. The iceberg and Flam exchanged somber glances at the grand edifice, rendered momentarily speechless. Rhett spoke again. While I have promised you a reunion, it is not yet time. The iceberg nodded slowly, his gaze unwavering. I understand. Larson had completed the necessary formalities, and soldiers opened the gates of justice, permitting their small vessel to ride the currents toward Maryford. The ship's speed surged, and the iceberg began the final repairs on Flam's body. Perhaps due to his improving condition, Flam's demeanor became more loquacious. No, he was more than merely talkative. He had always been eccentric. Today, I am once again a Superman. Brigadier General Rhett. I hear you have a keen interest in the maritime trade and intend to vigorously promote it in the East China Sea. What a discerning man you are. Brigadier General. Why are you called the Black Dragon? Your skin is quite fair, and your ability is to manipulate plants, so perhaps you should be called the Green Dragon instead? Rhett. My dear brother, what style of undergarments do the girls of the East China Sea prefer? Do you think the ones I am wearing now look good? Black Dragon ascends. Wow. I understand now, Brigadier General Black Dragon. Quickly, rein in your powers. If there were only a stoic iceberg on this journey back, it might have been somewhat dreary. However, ever since he found his apprentice brother, the little boat has become much livelier. Larson had tentatively inquired, but Rate refrained from disclosing the entire truth. After all, even though they had been acquaintances for a year, Rate could not place his complete trust in him, especially considering that the most astonishing betrayal in the narrative of the pirate world had occurred with the iceberg. With such a cautionary tale as a backdrop, Rate was understandably wary. He merely informed Larson that this pair of brothers in craftsmanship was at the forefront of shipbuilding and train technology, and that his base in the East Sea greatly needed talents like them. Yet, Rate was acutely aware that the iceberg and Frankie, after his name change, held the designs of the ancient superweapon Pluto. The key to securing their unwavering loyalty lay with their mentor. Of course, given Rate's current capabilities, he was not naive enough to believe that an ancient warship could wreak havoc upon the world. His desire for Pluto was not pressing. However, the expertise of the iceberg and Frankie and maritime trains could expedite the flow of resources in his territorial waters, thereby enhancing the economy, flourishing cities, and increasing popularity. Regardless of the world or era, financial and human resources are indispensable for expanding influence. Frankie, why did you modify your power source to Coca-Cola? Wouldn't alcohol or fuel be more potent? The iceberg inquired with keen interest. Frankie rolled his eyes in response. Because you can purchase Coca-Cola in most shops in any town, and it is easy to store. Then why do you prefer not to wear clothes now? Clothing is merely for warmth, but I am a cyborg. Listening to the banter between the two brothers, Rate couldn't help but smile. Although they were shipwrights, their knowledge in the field of manufacturing extended far beyond shipbuilding. The construction of the maritime train took 14 years, and they had been involved throughout the process. With Tom's affection and care for them, he would undoubtedly have shared his knowledge, which implied that they possessed the technology to manufacture steam devices. If steam technology were applied to shipbuilding, it would utterly revolutionize this pirate era, which is overwhelmingly dominated by wooden sailing vessels and heavily reliant on natural conditions, especially wind. Furthermore, Frankie exhibited considerable talent in weapon development. With the proper utilization of this pair of brothers, Rate could adopt a commanding stance over other factions in both economic and military realms. You have eliminated yet another rising supernova, Rate. That was a cunning quarry that even two vice admirals could not capture. Upon returning to Marineford, Rate was unexpectedly granted an audience with the Chief of Staff, Admiral Saru. In the presence of this meticulous elder, who possessed the ability to cleanse malevolent thoughts, Rhett felt a tinge of caution. This was merely our duty. The abilities I share with Smog effectively restrain him. Crane lifted a document from the table. The current elite training camp is nearing its conclusion, and your performance has not gone unnoticed. In terms of strength, you wield a remarkably powerful devil fruit, having mastered the 6 forms within a month, and subsequently awakened both observation hockey and armament hockey. Even Zephyr, that notoriously discerning individual, has repeatedly commended you. From a practical standpoint, your achievements surpass those of the entire elite camp, even outshining the previously favored Drake and Virgo. Rhett did not feign modesty. He merely nodded slightly, sensing the intention behind the elder's words. Indeed, Crane continued, Marshal Sengoku holds great expectations for your future. Your strength, potential, and character mark you as an exceptional candidate among the younger generation of the Navy. At just 19 years of age, you are already a Commodore. One can only imagine that for the next 3 to 4 decades, you will serve as a benchmark for the Navy, perhaps even a legend. However, you must grasp a fundamental truth. Only through formidable challenges can one truly awaken their inner potential. If not for the prolonged battles against legendary pirates such as Rox, Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki, Garp would not have become the naval hero he is today. Do you understand my point? Rhett smiled and nodded. The implication of the Chief of Staff is that the East Blue is too weak. Crane wore an expression of frustration. Indeed, the East Blue is too weak. Living in such an environment for an extended period, even with exceptional talent, will inevitably slow your progress. Therefore, we all hope you might reconsider. After contemplating for a moment, Rhett ultimately shook his head. Chief of Staff, I appreciate your goodwill and Marshal Sengoku's attention. Perhaps my tenure in the Navy has been too brief. Compared to the peace of the world, the safety of my family and friends is my foremost concern. Crane sighed and waved her hand dismissively. Rhett bowed respectfully before preparing to leave, just as his right hand brushed against the doorknob. A voice rang out behind him. In 5 days, headquarters will announce your promotion. Rhett paused momentarily. If Sengoku were to disregard his personal wishes and compel him to remain at headquarters, he would indeed be powerless to resist. Yet Crane added, rest assured, we respect your wishes. We merely wish for you to bear a little more responsibility. Chapter 57. The Commander of the Navy's Anti-Piracy Operations, September 15th. In a solemn and dignified assembly, the esteemed Chief Instructor Zephyr delivered his concluding remarks. You are the last group of students I shall lead. Over the past year, you have exhibited remarkable potential and boundless possibilities. I hope that in the days to come, regardless of your circumstances, you will honor the principle of justice that stands behind you. As Zephyr concluded his speech, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, stirring a deep emotional response within the veteran who had served in the Navy for 50 years. Amidst the resounding ovation, Admiral Sengoku ascended the platform with measured grace. Although this admiral was known to be affable and even somewhat humorous in private, akin to Carp, his demeanor remained imposing in such a formal setting. His opening words were astute and impactful. Your instructor, Zephyr, is not only my former classmate but also my comrade in arms. We joined the Navy together, battling against notorious pirates like Rox, Roger, and Whitebeard. Today, he officially retires, bidding farewell to a remarkable 50-year naval career. Let us once again extend our warmest applause to this legendary veteran. Once more, the applause washed over Zephyr, moistening his eyes as he lifted his chin slightly to stave off tears. Following this, Sengoku began his own address. This year's elite training camp has been exceedingly successful. Regrettably, due to numerous obligations, I was unable to engage with you more directly. However, Through the reports I have reviewed, I have perceived the immense potential within each of you. I hope that in the near future, you will all become the backbone of the Navy and contribute significantly to global peace. Another round of fervent applause ensued. Sengoku then received a document from his secretary. The Navy headquarters will now honor and promote the most outstanding cadets from this elite training camp. I encourage everyone to use them as benchmarks for your own growth in both work and life. Colonel T. Penn, promoted to Brigadier General. Assigned to the G-10 Division. Colonel Smoker, promoted to Brigadier General. Assigned to the G-8 Division. Colonel X. Drake, promoted to Brigadier General. Assigned to the Science Corps. As Sengoku announced each name, he paused momentarily, allowing the named cadet to swiftly ascend the platform amidst applause. Receiving their promotion orders from Zephyr and saluting earnestly to their fellow comrades. Brigadier General Virgo, promoted to Major General, assigned to the G-5 Division as Deputy Base Commander. At this time, Virgo sported a rather comical watermelon hairstyle and bore remnants of uneaten chocolate on his face. He seemed to be struggling to contain his pride, resulting in a slight distortion of his smile, which he attempted to mask with his salute. The issuing of the promotion order to him by Zephyr was overshadowed by a profound sense of melancholy, rendering him oblivious to the questions posed. While Sengoku's attention remained fixed on the documents in his hands, Brigadier General Bold Rhett was promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral, assuming the position of Base Commander of the 16th Division in the East Sea. Below, the young sailors were momentarily taken aback. In the eyes of many, the East Sea, or rather the divisions across the four seas, were merely novice villages. The Grand Line was the true stage for heroes to showcase their talents. A sailor, even one who could command the seas, could never ascend to the status of a paragon or a hero within the Navy. The gazes of his colleagues towards Rhett were filled with a spectrum of emotions: surprise, disbelief, regret, and even a hint of schadenfreude. Yet, Rhett's heart remained untroubled. In fact, he felt a sense of satisfaction as he stepped forward from the crowd and jogged up to the platform. Sengoku observed him, his expression equally complex. In accordance with the principle of utilizing talent effectively, the headquarters has established the position of commander of the East Sea Guerrilla Forces, which will be concurrently held by you, Bold Rhett. You are hereby granted the authority to freely eliminate all pirates and lawbreakers within the East Sea. The various divisions are obligated to provide you with support. Should any division fail to cooperate adequately, you may report directly to the General Staff. I hope you do not disappoint the expectations of the headquarters and myself, and bring about a thorough peace to the East Sea. Rhett was genuinely taken aback. The Navy, after all, is a strictly disciplined institution. Even an ordinary vice admiral would seldom undertake operations across seas without prior approval and communication. The freedom to engage in cross-sea combat, mobilize support from various regions, coupled with the direct power to reprimand divisions. Frankly speaking, this authority seemed excessively vast, leaving Rhett both touched and somewhat embarrassed. Sengoku was evidently aware of the corruption at the grassroots level, and rather than relying on the ineptitude of seasoned veterans, he chose to empower the youth, reasoning that in the weakest East Sea, even if issues arose, they could be swiftly rectified. Perhaps he could harness the unblemished sense of justice still present in the hearts of young individuals to rectify the complacency within the divisions of the East Sea. The graduation ceremony had concluded, and the elite camp companions, who had spent nearly a year together, exchanged farewells amidst a bittersweet atmosphere. Some, having forged close relationships, might indulge in a final revelry before parting, perhaps drinking heartily and then succumbing to inebriation for 3 days. Others, recently promoted officers, were eager to pack their belongings and embark on their new postings. Rhett and his small team gathered for a modest celebration, serving as a testament to their friendship over the past year. He raised his glass with a smile. Smoker and Ian, your stations are not too far from mine. Do come visit me for a drink when you have the time. Smoker exhaled a plume of smoke. Indeed, not far, just separated by a windless zone. Ian scoffed. What of the windless zone? If you still value our friendship, you could swim across. Smoker rolled his eyes, exclaiming, Come on, you expect a devil fruit user to swim? Forget it. I want to engage with women, huh? Don't pinch me, Tina. 2 days later, Rhett ascended the warship bound for the East Blue, with Zephyr, Binns, Ein, Larson, Iceberg, and Frankie accompanying him. He had no cause for concern regarding the potential monotony of the journey. You have certainly gathered some intriguing companions, Zephyr remarked with a smile, glancing at Frankie, who was tinkering away at his modifications. Rhett chuckled in response. Instructor, have you ever traveled on the sea train? Zephyr shook his head slightly. Though I have heard tales of it being a wondrous invention, I have seldom strayed from Marineford in recent years, and thus have not had the opportunity to witness it firsthand. Rhett then turned his gaze to Iceberg and Frankie. Do you recall the fish craftsman who constructed the sea train? Tom? Of course, I even took you to observe Tom's trial ceremony. What about it? These two individuals are Tom's disciples. I see. Instructor, there is a matter upon which I would like to seek your counsel. If possible, could you assist me in presenting this request to headquarters? After Rhett recounted the tragic fate of Tom and his apprentices, omitting the ancient weapons, Zephyr fell silent for a moment before finally responding, I have a slight acquaintance with Magellan, the warden of Down. Let us see if he will indulge me. Ein, Binns, could one of you fetch a din-din mushy for me? As Ein was lounging on the deck soaking up the sun, Binns, who was nurturing plants, responded and retrieved a din-din mushy adorned with the letter Z. Zephyr dialed a number, and it was promptly answered. Hello, this is the deputy warden of Down. Ah, no, soon-to-be Warden Hannibal. May I inquire who is calling? Clearing his throat, Zephyr replied, I am a retired veteran named Zephyr. Could you please connect me to Magellan? A dismissive tone emanated from the din-din mushy. A mere retired soldier dares to speak so boldly. The expression of the din-din mushy shifted several times before it suddenly calmed, adopting a composed voice. This is Magellan. I was just in a bit of a predicament, which is why that fool was handling the call. I hear you have recently retired, Mr. Zephyr? Zephyr placed the din-din mushy on the table. Indeed, age is unforgiving. I am accompanying my students into the doldrums, preparing to enjoy a peaceful retirement in the East Blue. The East Blue? That is indeed a suitable place for retirement. Magellan's voice carried a hint of amusement. If you haven't ventured too far, why not make a stop at Down? I shall present you with a few bottles of fine wine, all of your favorite brand. Zephyr smiled faintly, remarking on how rare it was for you to remember such a trivial preference of mine. In approximately 2 days, I shall traverse your territory. By the way, there is a matter I hope you might assist with. You have never been one to voice requests, Mr. Zephyr. At the end of last year, a merman was imprisoned in the 3rd layer of Down. Zephyr had barely begun his sentence when suddenly, a colossal wave surged from the sea, causing the entire warship to lurch violently, sending several less sturdy shipwrights tumbling. The ship's most adept observer of hockey, REIT, had already risen to his feet. A sea king, over 100 meters in length, erupted from beneath the surface with a tremendous crash. The tumultuous spray crashed against the vessel, and even the sturdiest of warships seemed on the brink of capsizing into the abyss. What a massive fish! Frankie exclaimed with a peculiar cry. The normally pale visage of the iceberg grew even more ashen, large beads of cold sweat trickling from his temples. Is this the sea king of the doldrums? Hold on tight. REIT displayed no signs of panic whatsoever. Zephyr remained seated, merely cradling the transponder snail in his hands to prevent the fragile creature from plunging into the depths. Black Dragon ascends. With REIT's low command, the soil and sand of the small garden coalesced mid-air into a magnificent black dragon. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the dragon roared and swiftly severed the Sea King's neck. The ferocious creature had no time to struggle before its massive carcass plummeted into the sea with a resounding thud. Splash! Once more, the ocean erupted in a cascade of waves, resembling a torrential downpour above the warship. REIT resumed his position in the lounge chair, only to hear the transponder snail in Zephyr's grasp emit a sound. He is a criminal designated by the world government, and his exoneration is certainly unattainable. However, over the past year, the CP agents have extracted nothing from him and have not summoned him for interrogation in quite some time. If you can ensure he remains under surveillance, I can arrange for his bail. Zephyr cast a glance at REIT. I am grateful for your assistance, Magellan. REIT nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Instructor Zephyr. Yet, Zephyr shook his head, his gaze shifting to the scarred Frankie, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. How ironic it is that I cannot rectify the world government's erroneous judgment through lawful means and must resort to private connections to grant leniency at Down. This is certainly not the path of justice I seek. REIT sighed in silence. The term justice bears an insurmountable weight for anyone. Chapter 58. The Return to the East China Sea, September 22nd. Doldrums. Advanced City Prison. Mr. Zephyr, welcome to my Advanced City Prison. I am Director Hannibal. A figure resembling a ghoul, yet speaking in a rather vacant manner, emerged with his rotund belly protruding. I inadvertently revealed my ambition again. Director Magellan is currently occupied in the restroom. I sincerely hope he never returns, for then the position would be mine, accompanied by a resounding fist strike. Hannibal let out a pained cry. From behind him stepped a burly man clad in black. "Mr. Zephyr, my apologies for having to endure this fool." The highest authority of Advanced City Prison, Director Magellan, greeted Zephyr while drying his hands. With a smile, Zephyr remarked, "It's quite rare to see such camaraderie between you two." However, Rate merely shrugged. In the original narrative, Magellan, possessing the venom fruit, could easily overpower Luffy and even annihilate Blackbeard's crew with ease. In stark contrast, his subordinate Hannibal could only bully Buggy and Mr. 3, with their abilities being worlds apart. Hannibal, the vice director, was but a weakling capable of tormenting only the weak, while the formidable chief guard, Shiryu, though nearly matching Magellan's strength, often acted on his own accord, defying orders and ruthlessly slaughtering inmates, forcing Magellan to clean up his mess time and again. Alongside them was the largely ornamental vice warden Domino, the sadistic guard Suddy-chan who took pleasure in torturing prisoners, and a myriad of guards devoid of intelligence who could not distinguish friend from foe in battle. It remains a mystery how Magellan endured these years. After being kicked out by Magellan, the three settled in the reception room. As the host, Magellan naturally turned his gaze towards Rate. "Although Advanced City and the Navy headquarters are distinct entities, I have heard that you, Major Rate, have been the standout in this elite camp. Not only has Mr. Zephyr praised you, but Admiral Akiji has also invited you to serve as an aide, and even Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru hold you in high esteem. However, why did you choose the East China Sea?" Taking a sip of tea, Rate explained with a smile, "The Navy headquarters is brimming with talent. But that does not necessarily mean it is the right fit for me. Everyone has a place where they belong. And I am sure Director Magellan would agree with my perspective." Magellan, who naturally thrived in enclosed spaces, could not help but nod in agreement. "Indeed, I am suited to remain in Advanced City. I would likely falter if assigned to any base." Gulyalu. After just a few exchanges among the three, a deep rumble emanated from Magellan's abdomen, causing him to rise in evident discomfort, beads of dark sweat dotting his forehead. "I apologize, but I must make another trip. The prisoner you requested has been brought forth. Once I return." His words were abruptly interrupted by a more pronounced sound from his belly, prompting Magellan to refrain from further speech and hastily dash into the restroom nearby. Listening to the cacophony of sounds emanating from the lavatory, Rate chuckled as he sipped his tea. This director of Impel Down certainly has a unique charm. Zephyr joined in the laughter, remarking, "His devil fruit ability has had a significant backlash on his own body, forcing him to spend most of his time in the restroom. This is one reason I harbor some aversion towards devil fruits. In a life and death battle, would he really be able to combat formidable foes while suffering from such ailments?" Rate nodded in acknowledgement, not intending to delve into a discussion on the pros and cons of devil fruits with the veteran instructor, especially as footsteps began to echo from outside. Tap, tap, tap. Following a knock, several guards entered the reception room, accompanied by the fishman Tom. "Is Director Magellan not here?" The foremost figure was an elegantly poised young woman, her golden hair adorned with a military cap that obscured her right eye. Although she wore a fitted brown professional uniform, it accentuated her curvaceous form, threatening to burst at the seams. The white shirt peeking from beneath her collar exuded a silent allure, and beneath her skirt, a glimpse of her smooth, rounded thighs was visible, complemented by striking red knee-high boots that enhanced her stature. Zephyr appeared to recognize her, casually gesturing towards the restroom. "Is his old affliction worsening, Domino?" The woman, known as Domino, was the deputy warden of Impel Down. In response to Zephyr's casual inquiry, she stood with her feet together, answering earnestly, "Indeed, Mr. Zephyr. The director spends considerable time in the restroom daily. Despite my numerous admonitions, it has proven ineffectual." Zephyr laughed heartily. "What about Shiryu?" Domino hesitated slightly before responding. "Warden Shiryu has been placed under confinement by the director and is temporarily unable to emerge." While Zephyr and Domino conversed, Rate approached Tom. Compared to the trial a year prior, Tom appeared significantly more disheveled, his body marred by numerous scars. For a fishman with exceptional physical resilience, common injuries seldom threatened their lives, yet Rate, adept at sensing, could discern that Tom's condition was far from healthy. He had undoubtedly endured unimaginable torture over the past year. This time, has the Navy taken over the interrogation? Tom lifted his eyelids, his expression a canvas of numbness. "You might as well kill me. Even if the warring states came to inquire, I wouldn't know anything about ancient weapons." His words were left unfinished as he noticed a remarkably youthful naval officer extending a finger to press against his battered abdomen. Then, he heard a barely audible whisper, "Do not speak. Iceberg and Zephyr sent me to rescue you." Rhett only uttered this phrase before handing him a pair of windproof sunglasses. This was the very gift Tom had given to Frank for his 12th birthday, and Frank had worn them for 14 years. How could Tom ever forget? Suddenly, tears cascaded down Tom's face. In many respects, Magellan and Zephyr share similar virtues. Both are imbued with a sense of justice, integrity, and unwavering loyalty, while also holding steadfast to their principles, harboring a slight discontent with the actions of the world government and the Navy. Moreover, both have their own health struggles. Due to Magellan's prolonged confinement in the restroom, Domino and Hannibal took it upon themselves to handle Tom's bail, facilitating the release of Zephyr and Rhett. When Iceberg, Frank, and Tom were finally reunited, the atmosphere aboard the warship erupted into a chorus of joyous weeping. A scene so moving that even the stoic Zephyr could not resist wiping away a tear. As the sobs gradually subsided, a resounding thud echoed. Tom had knelt upon the deck. Bowing his head before Rhett, he declared, "You have not only rescued me from impelled down, but have also saved Frank. The Fishman tribe holds promises in the highest regard. From this day forth, you shall be my lifelong benefactor." Rhett waved his hand dismissively. "I did not do much. Saving Frank was merely a matter of convenience. Even had I chosen to ignore him, his vitality would likely have seen him through. As for rescuing you, it was more a favor owed to Instructor Zephyr than any merit of mine. At times, the strategy of retreating can yield greater outcomes." Tom's gaze toward him grew more respectful, and he lowered himself completely to the deck in a deep bow before finally rising. "I have heard that you intend to promote the sea train in the East Blue. If you would permit it, I would like to lend my assistance." Rhett smiled as he helped him to his feet. "The sea train must indeed be promoted, but your foremost priority now is to restore your health. I am also eager to see if the world's greatest shipwright, capable of constructing the Pirate King's vessel, can craft a dedicated warship for me." Tom patted his abdomen with enthusiasm. "At your service." On October 5th, after 2 weeks of sailing, the warship finally arrived at its destination, the Navy's 16th branch. Having received prior notice, nearly all the sailors were present at the dock. As the warship gradually docked at the shore, the entire harbor resonated with stirring fanfares. The scene at that moment was remarkably grand, with firecrackers exploding, gongs and drums resounding, red banners fluttering, and a sea of people gathered. All that was missing was a banner proclaiming, "Let the might of our 16th Division be known." A warm welcome to Major General Rhett from the Naval Headquarters elite camp upon his return, eager to showcase his prowess before his long-absent subordinates. Rhett lightly tapped his feet and leapt from the deck. The Black Dragon ascended to the heavens. Thousands of sailors gazed in astonishment as a colossal black dragon, over 50 meters in length, suddenly appeared in the sky. The Black Dragon soared and spiraled, emitting a resonant dragon's roar, and the young man they were prepared to welcome stood quietly atop the dragon's head. He needed no words to reaffirm his formidable strength before the entire base. Everyone was nearly suffocated under his imposing presence. MMP. Brigadier Mouse, standing at the harbor, felt his legs weaken, nearly losing control. Internally cursing himself, he raised his hand to wipe away the sweat, secretly relieved for his prudent actions over the past months. Thud. The Black Dragon continued to soar through the skies while Rhett gracefully descended. He gazed at Mouse, who stood at the front of the line, and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Mouse forced himself to take a breath, yet his legs trembled incessantly. Nevertheless, he hurriedly stepped forward and executed a perfectly formal salute. "Major General Rhett, welcome back from your studies. During my previous attendance at the headquarters military conference, I had intended to speak with you, but I refrained after hearing from General Weasel that the elite camp's curriculum was quite rigorous, accompanied by formidable missions. Though we are located in the East China Sea, we continually hear of your glorious achievements in the Grand Line. A few days ago, the headquarters conveyed an order to all branches in the East China Sea, formally appointing Major General Rhett as the Commander-in-Chief of the entire East China Sea. I am confident that under your wise command, this region will flourish in peace and prosperity." Rhett chuckled lightly and inquired, "Brigadier Mouse, you have worked hard this past year. I hear you have received a transfer order? To which branch?" A bead of sweat trickled down Mouse's forehead. "Report, Major General. It is the 88th branch of the North Sea. If the opportunity arises, you are most welcome to visit. I shall be sure to extend my utmost hospitality." Rhett nodded. "As you can see, I have now mastered the skill of flight. Should you require it, I can carry you over the Red Earth continent on the Black Dragon, directly to your new base." "Not at all, not at all." Mouse quickly waved his hands. "I appreciate your concern, Major General, but this minor matter truly does not warrant your trouble. I have already organized the relevant accounts, awaiting your inspection and handover. The mouse harbored a profound trepidation and dread towards Leiter, wishing fervently to abscond at the earliest opportunity. However, he remained in the 16th Division solely to facilitate the handover to his successor, despite the fact that most affairs of this division had long been commandeered by Leiter a year prior. The resources and personnel at the mouse's disposal were woefully limited. Consequently, Leiter graciously waved his hand, declaring that an inspection was unnecessary. Instead, they would share a meal together, which would serve both as a welcoming banquet for him and a farewell feast for the mouse. He added that if any difficulties arose in the North Sea, the mouse should not hesitate to reach out, regardless of pride. Looking at Leiter's earnest expression almost brought tears to the mouse's eyes. Had it not been for the somewhat awkward circumstances they had just endured, he might have genuinely believed Leiter's words. Yet now, the mouse could hardly contain his eagerness to flee from the base he had occupied for so many years. Seek your assistance? Would that not be an affront to his dignity? After all, his relative was a senior admiral in the naval headquarters. How could he possibly require the aid of a mere brigadier general? Once he arrived in the North Sea, he would tear Leiter's number from the directory. Chapter 59. The Dawn of World Domination Instructor. This residence has been constructed rather hastily. Should any aspect feel uncomfortable, feel free to demolish and rebuild at your discretion, remarked Rhett, standing amidst the newly erected 5-story villa. His confidence stemmed from his possession of civil engineering and agricultural prowess, allowing him to effortlessly erect any structure in mere seconds, though the interior decoration and furnishing would require a bit more time. Zifa shook his head repeatedly, querying, "We are but a handful of individuals. Why necessitate such an expansive abode?" Rhett gestured toward himself. "Come now, instructor, now that we have built a villa. Is it not fitting for me, the newly appointed base commander, to reside here?" Ein, with a playful smirk, teased, "Seeing you as a training fanatic in Mariford, I never expected you to exhibit a penchant for comfort upon returning to your domain." Rhett shot her an exasperated glance, warning, "You best secure your door tonight. Otherwise, I shall ensure your sleep is restless." Ein, undeterred, countered, "Given your provocative challenge, I shall leave my door ajar tonight. I dare you to enter, should you possess the audacity." As familiarity bred comfort over time, Rhett and Ein engaged in such banter without reservation. Yet, Rhett's thoughts wandered to the shipwright group he had painstakingly acquired. He turned to Tom, saying, "Mr. Tom and Frankie, it seems your bodies require some time for recuperation. For now, you shall reside here. As for Iceberg, after a brief respite, I will assign you some personnel to commence preparations for the maritime train." Tom and Iceberg nodded in agreement, but Frankie interjected with a boisterous exclamation, "Oh, my body feels absolutely splendid this week. I require no rest. I am ready to work immediately." Having not engaged in his profession for nearly a year, his hands itched for activity, prompting him to perform an eccentric self-choreographed dance before the group, which, though bizarre and somewhat grotesque, elicited laughter from many. Tom pondered momentarily, then proposed, "During this time, I shall draft a design blueprint for a specialized battleship. Should you have any specific requirements, my Lord Rhett, do not hesitate to convey them. I shall exert my utmost effort. I indeed have certain unique requests. However, let us discuss them once you have recuperated," Rhett replied with a smile, before adding, "In addition to this vessel, I have selected a location to invest $10 billion, establishing a large shipbuilding company. In the near future, it may evolve into the largest shipyard in the East Sea, and perhaps even the world, simultaneously overseeing the promotion and management of the maritime train. My intention is for Mr. Tom to serve as the chief technical advisor. I hope you will not decline." After settling in ZFA and others, Lieutenant General Rhett promptly convened a high-level meeting of the 16th Division, with his subordinate Larson also in attendance. Once again, they welcomed Lieutenant General Rhett back from his studies. The highest-ranking officers, Dennis and Colonel Clare, initiated the applause, which was soon echoed by Torres, Owen, Gerard, and others, creating a thunderous ovation. Rhett raised his hand slightly to quell the cheers. After a full year, he was finally back at this familiar base, and the feeling was indescribably wonderful. If I were to tell you that Marshal Warring States once urged me to remain at headquarters, and that Admiral Green Pheasant invited me to serve as his aide-de-camp, would you think I was boasting? Laughter rippled through the meeting room. Dennis remarked with a chuckle, "To be honest, I believe that with Lieutenant General Rhett's capabilities, serving as Admiral Green Pheasant's aide might be somewhat beneath him." The others nodded in agreement. Rhett glanced at him. "Please, find a different way to flatter. Thank you." Dennis awkwardly scratched his nose, while the others laughed even harder. Rhett was never one to be overly serious or rigid, and due to his youth, He maintained a harmonious relationship with his colleagues, save for a few lazy sycophants. Now, as I return to the East Sea, I bring with me three identities. The first is my rank. I am the only Major General in the entire East Sea and, moreover, a Major General at headquarters. The second is my role as the base commander of the 16th Division, fully responsible for all affairs of this base, including your very lives. The third is as the Commander-in-Chief of the East Sea Guerrilla Forces, under the authority granted by headquarters. My troops can freely traverse the waters of each division and take preemptive action against any lawbreakers, as well as directly impeach any non-cooperative divisions to headquarters. Rhett spoke deliberately, ensuring that his subordinates comprehended the significance of these three identities. Lieutenant Torres' face glowed with excitement. His freckles accentuated. Lieutenant General Rhett, this title of Commander-in-Chief virtually signifies that you will become the naval commander of the entire East Sea. Rhett offered him an affirming smile. Grateful for his assistance in enhancing the understanding of his colleagues, Marshal Warring States has entrusted the safety of the entire East Sea to me, which is equivalent to entrusting it to the 16th Division. This responsibility is no light burden. To avoid disappointing headquarters, our current combat capabilities evidently fall short of this goal. Thus, our immediate priority is to recruit soldiers. Colonel Dennis, you will be responsible for this matter. Within 2 months, I expect to see at least 6,000 new recruits join the 16th Division. Upon successful completion of this task, I will recommend your promotion to Colonel to headquarters. At the age of 35, Dennis had occupied his current position for 6 years, yet due to the presence of obstacles, he had been unable to attain promotion. Now, having received assurances, he was invigorated and readily agreed to the new directives. With plans for expansion underway, it was evident that the current base could not accommodate the influx of new recruits. Thus, we would construct an additional facility on the island where Cocoa West Village is located. Admittedly, there was a hint of personal interest in this decision. Rhett smiled and proceeded to name another subordinate. The existing base will continue to serve as a branch. Colonel Clare, I entrust this matter to you. To expedite progress, I will assist you with the construction. In 2 months, I expect to see 6,000 new recruits training and living in the new base. Upon completion of this task, you and Dennis will both be promoted. Although Claire, nearing 40, was more composed than Dennis, his yearning for advancement was unmistakable, to the extent that he tore his sleeve while saluting Rhett. Rhett nodded in acknowledgement and continued. The third matter at hand, since the Marshal of the Warring States has entrusted me with the role of commander for the eradication of banditry, we must take decisive action. Lieutenant Torres, you are to select the most combat-capable personnel from the existing ranks, with a maximum of 500, to form a guerrilla fleet. I will personally lead this team in cross-regional anti-bandit operations. Following our initial mission, should the caliber of these soldiers meet my approval, you will be promoted to the rank of Major. Ensure the task is completed. Torres stood at attention and saluted. Rhett took a sip of water and gestured to a subordinate seated nearby. The fourth matter. Allow me to introduce the new base commander of the 153rd Unit, Colonel Andre Larson. He is a dear friend I made during my time in the elite camp. From this day forth, the 153rd Unit will be our staunchest ally, and you will frequently encounter one another. Larson waved to everyone with a smile. To be candid, although Major Rhett is 2 years my junior, he is indeed my superior. From now on, the 153rd Unit will serve as the second branch of the 16th Unit. While Rhett described their relationship as one of equals, Larson openly acknowledged his role as Rhett's subordinate, expressing his loyalty in a public forum, which once again showcased the commanding presence of the leader to the Marines of the 16th Unit. As all personnel of the 16th Unit began to mobilize, Rhett made his appearance at the port of Desert Island. As his most trusted confidant, Redondo led a group of subordinates to respectfully welcome him, eagerly presenting the achievements of the past year. My Lord Rate, this area has been transformed into an agricultural zone, featuring not only staple crops like rice and wheat, but also a variety of cash crops. Adjacent to it lies the breeding zone, industrial zone, and manufacturing zone. Further afield are the commercial and residential areas. On the peripheral islands, we have established a weapons manufacturing zone and a shipyard. He did not need to elaborate on every detail, as these matters had been communicated during their weekly updates. As the supreme leader, Rate also lacked the time to verify each aspect individually. Naturally, another individual would assist him in this regard. Nicole Robin greeted him with a radiant smile. Mr. Redondo has indeed devoted himself to fulfilling every task you assigned, even those that posed considerable challenges. Therefore, should you not reward this loyal subordinate? Rate opened his arms, embracing the warmth and fragrance that enveloped him. Ever since he had slain Absalom, the relationship between him and Robin had evolved beyond mere subordination. After embracing Robin, Ray turned his attention back to Redondo. The rewards I can offer you are rather limited, yet I hope you will continue to support me in this manner. As he spoke, Redondo suddenly felt a sharp prick in his chest, akin to being stung by a needle. In astonishment, he looked down to see a vibrant green seed slowly emerging from his chest. Ray had extracted the seed that had taken root within Redondo. However, this did not signify a loss of oversight and control over his subordinate. His mastery of observation hockey had sharpened tenfold compared to a year ago. Should Redondo or any subordinate dare to betray him, even a blade of grass or a grain of sand could become a weapon to eliminate the traitor. Retrieving the parasitic seed was merely a means of winning hearts, to become the undisputed sovereign of these waters. He could not rely solely on the threat of death to compel loyalty. Such allegiance would undoubtedly be diminished. Only absolute strength and expansive prospects for development could reliably attract and unite talent. Volume 1, complete. Chapter 60, The Fierce Battle in the Water. Leader Rhett. I am once again convinced that my choice was indeed the right one, Larson said with heartfelt sincerity after touring the nascent regions of Desert Island. However, Rhett shook his head and replied, "This is merely the beginning, Larson. In 10 years, no, 5 years, you will truly comprehend the vision of the utopia that resides in my heart. Change is inevitable. Time transforms all." Just as he had done 10 months prior, Rhett stood at the juncture of oasis and desert, crouching low with his hands deeply embedded in the soft, yielding sand. As an adept sniper, Larson's senses, while perhaps not as acute as Rhett's, who possessed the power of observation hockey, were nonetheless remarkably keen. At the sound of Rhett's resonant call, he felt the very island tremble beneath his feet. The towering dunes, reaching heights of 100 meters, swiftly flattened, giving way to stretches of fertile land that birthed vast fields of golden wheat. The once gray desert sprouted verdant life at an astonishing pace, as crystalline rivers meandered joyfully towards the distant horizon, and lush groves rapidly took form. Compared to 10 months ago, Rhett had undergone significant refinement, and his unleashed power this time was greatly enhanced. Over 40,000 square kilometers of desert island had nearly 1/10 of its expanse transformed by his extraordinary technique. In less than 10 minutes, this desolate wasteland, devoid of life, was metamorphosed into a verdant oasis abundant with flourishing flora and vibrant waters. What a monumental force of transformation! Even having heard tales from Redondo and others numerous times, witnessing such power firsthand left Robin in profound astonishment. Larson too stood agape, exclaiming, "Surely, even the mythical creator deity could not surpass this." Exerting himself to the point of exhaustion, Rhett suddenly pondered a thought. A creator deity? Why not? "Redondo, how much did this palace cost?" he inquired casually upon concluding his inspection of the newly constructed palace. Despite having repeatedly advised against expending excessive energy and resources at this nascent stage of their endeavors, the grandeur of the palace far exceeded his expectations. A broad moat encircled the sprawling walls, while the majestic palace radiated a solemn glow amidst the evening twilight. It was hard to fathom that Redondo had managed to complete such an architectural marvel in merely 10 months. Of course, in a world where one could construct a pirate ship in 3 days, such rapid progress did not seem altogether implausible. Redondo promptly replied. The stone and timber were primarily sourced from the island itself. In truth, the expenses were minimal. Only some furnishings and decorations were procured from outside the island. "Do you believe this style is inappropriate, my lord?" "The style is acceptable, yet it feels somewhat excessive." Ryder shook his head slightly. "Do not mistake my current status as merely a naval officer. Even if one day I truly become a king, such extravagant architecture would be an utter waste." Redondo chuckled. "I beg to differ. Once a gentleman establishes a family, he will invariably require attendants. When he has children, roles such as caretakers, educators, playmates, and guards will necessitate personnel. In 20 or 30 years, as these offspring mature and form their own families, this palace may very well become a tad congested." Ryder couldn't help but laugh. "You certainly think ahead, even prearranging accommodations for my descendants." Redondo lowered his gaze modestly, remarking, "I possess no exceptional talents. The reason I have been regarded as a trusted confidant is merely due to my meticulous nature and penchant for thorough consideration." Ryder praised him, strolling through the palace, casually admiring the administrative hall, dining room, kitchen, banquet hall, conference room, armory, treasure vault, communication room, library, swimming pool, grand bath, small garden, racetrack, and training ground. Despite Riatondo having already employed numerous servants, the vastness of such a grand edifice still exuded an air of emptiness. Suddenly, Ryder sighed deeply, clearly dissatisfied. Riatondo looked slightly astonished. This was the finest residence he could construct at this stage. From the perspective of an ordinary individual, I could find no fault with the palace you have built, not even with a single table or chair. He heard his master slowly state, however, as a man aspiring to upend the entire world, my endeavors have yet to commence. I am far from the time of indulgence. Riatondo opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. In his 30-odd years of life, he had merely been a pirate with a bounty of less than 20 million berries. From his life experiences, he could not fathom what it meant to be a man intent on transforming the world. What kind of realm that entailed. He was about to bow and proclaim thrice, "My king, your wisdom is as boundless as the heavens, your ambition as vast as the seas," when he noticed his future king had already embraced the taller Nico Robin. "Since you have taken residence in this palace before me, may I assume you are prepared to become my queen?" The 21-year-old Robin suddenly blushed faintly. I would like to take a bath first." Ryder did not release her. "Then let us bathe together. The sea is the nemesis of devil fruit users. Those who fall into the ocean possess little means of resistance, while a bath filled with hot water bears a similar effect." In the early days of the elite training camp, Red endeavored to enhance his resistance to water by indulging in frequent baths. After all, bathwater is not the same as genuine seawater. Over time, his adaptability to ordinary bathing water has indeed been gradually improving. However, at this moment, immersed in the warm water and surrounded by a haze of steam, certain parts of Rhett's body are becoming increasingly rigid. In contrast to his somewhat bashful demeanor in front of others, Robin exhibits a far bolder nature here. Crystal-clear droplets cascade down her fair skin, pausing momentarily atop her lofty peaks before swiftly sliding into the depths below. Did I just hear someone claim that would overturn the entire world? With a playful smile, she extends her slender and elegant right leg, gracefully stepping into the bath. Instantly, cheerful ripples dance across the water's surface, while two soft mounds quiver slightly in response to her movements. Her delicate hands intentionally, yet casually, shield her chest, concealing the final 2 points of rosy hue. With a gentle smile, Nico Robin inquires, "If the world government were to dispatch the legendary beauty, Empress Hancock, to confront you, wouldn't you be turned to stone in an instant?" Rhett struggles to swallow, thus. "In order to ensure that the grand endeavor of overturning the world is not hindered by a mere empress, I must gather ample experience from another unparalleled beauty. One day, even if Hancock were to lie naked at my feet, I would remain utterly unmoved." Robin couldn't help but quip, "Well, that would be quite unfortunate." The rising steam thickens, gradually enveloping the entire bathroom. The fierce battle between the two devil fruit users is finally poised to commence. Snap, snap, snap. Chapter 61. The Island of Boulder Ray, Brother Ret. Have you forgotten something? On the following morning, the clear voice of Nokigo resonated through the communicator. Although the transmission had slightly distorted her tone, Re could still sense her discontent. "Huh, Nokigo, how could I possibly forget?" After finishing his breakfast with a hearty burp, Ret quickly reassured his little sister, "Tomorrow morning, I shall return to Cocoa West to visit you all. Would you like to accompany me?" Nokigo's voice instantly transformed into one of elation. "Really? You mustn't be deceiving me." After hanging up the communicator, Ret noticed a faintly teasing smile on Robin's face. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "What expression is that?" Robin gently swirled her coffee. "Nokigo informed me that despite your sibling bond, there exists no blood relation between you two." Ret chuckled. "You are overthinking it." Robin shrugged. "What if I were to say, I truly wouldn't mind?" Having endured 13 arduous years in the darkest of worlds, she had witnessed firsthand the nature of a society that revered strength. A man of status and power often gravitated towards one of two extremes, either surrounded by numerous wives and concubines, like the celestial dragons or certain kings, or entirely devoid of a spouse, such as Mihawk, Moria, Crocodile, Doflamingo, and Enel, to name a few. Of course, women wielded the same power, exemplified by formidable figures like Big Mom, who commanded a legion of 43 husbands, thus epitomizing female empowerment in this world. Ret shook his head in disapproval. "You beast. Nokigo. She is merely 14. Perhaps due to the fierce battles in the water, Ret felt unusually invigorated today, his mind sharper than ever. He chose not to linger on affectionate banter with Robin, instead opting to engage in serious discussions with Redondo regarding more pressing matters. "My lord, this is the individual I previously mentioned, William," Redondo stated as he entered the small conference room accompanied by a young man. Akin introduced, "Last year, around May and June, I led a team to annihilate a certain pirate crew from which a group of captives chose to surrender. He is one of them. Over the past year, William has demonstrated exceptional combat prowess, serving as both a swordsmanship instructor and a combat captain, and now his skills have surpassed mine, earning him the title of the foremost expert within our ranks." William, REIT, turned his gaze towards the young man. His instincts were keen, and with the enhancement of his observation hockey, he often discerned hidden details in the expressions and demeanor of others. The young man known as William was merely in his 20s, adorned with a splendid head of golden hair, his striking brow and bright eyes exuding a certain gallantry that left a lasting impression. Furthermore, the robust muscles on his arms indicated that this young man had undoubtedly undergone rigorous training beyond the ordinary. "Yes, I am Morgan William, and I have had the honor of meeting Lord Rhett." He aligned his feet, placed his hands respectfully behind his back, and stood tall at a short distance. Rhett raised his right hand, gesturing for him to take a seat opposite. "Akin has praised your remarkable skills, and I have no reason to doubt it. However, what piques my interest more is your previous proposal. Might we discuss it further?" William gently pulled out a chair, slightly bowing as he took his seat. "With your strength, my lord, it should be effortless for you to assume a different identity and gradually become the true ruler of a significant nation in the Eastern Sea. Perhaps even a genuine king." A few months prior, Redondo had mentioned such a proposal to Rhett through a communication device, ultimately revolving around the concept of usurpation. This proposal encompassed various notions that surpassed the average understanding of this world, even suggesting the manipulation of public sentiment through media influence. Although Redondo prided himself as a strategist, his vision seemed insufficient to reach such heights. Under Rhett's inquiry, Redondo did not shy away from revealing the true originator of the proposal, Morgan William. "In this world, most individuals had grown accustomed to resolving matters through brute force, yet I have always admired those who navigate life with intellect and wisdom. Redondo, along with Akin, you have discovered a remarkable talent." After listening to William's proposal, Rhett nodded in approval. "In comparison to the current captain of the combat team, I would prefer you to join the Navy as my aide-de-camp. As for your proposal, while I find it appealing, I shall not adopt it." William initially felt elated, only to be taken aback. "Why not?" Rhett smiled softly. "Though the plan for usurpation is indeed commendable, it is still too limited in scope." His voice, like a gentle breeze, swept through the conference room. "I am here, the king of this land, and I shall personally forge my own prosperous empire. Why resort to thievery? From this day forth, this archipelago shall be renamed the Bold Islands." Standing upon yet another newly developed oasis, Rhett declared. After 2 complete transformations, nearly a quarter of this wasteland was now cloaked in greenery. With proper planning, accommodating 1 million permanent residents would pose no challenge. Currently, the number of employees directly under Rhett's command had surpassed 60,000, and their families had gradually moved to Bold Island, forming a burgeoning city with a population nearing 300,000. Amidst the surge of population, various industries have naturally emerged. And even on the periphery of the densely populated dormitory districts, a vibrant pink street has spontaneously taken shape. Most regions of this world still bear the remnants of feudal and even slave eras, despite being a representative of the new age. Leyte has no intention of eradicating these vestiges entirely. As his gaze swept past these scenes, he coughed lightly, remarking, "I should have some free time in the coming period. If there are any formidable adversaries, feel free to entrust them to me. It would serve as a warm-up." Laydon glanced at Akin and William, who typically handled combat, feeling somewhat troubled. While that is hard to say, Leyte raised an eyebrow, intrigued by their expressions. "Is it possible that there truly exists a formidable pirate in these eastern seas?" Akin lowered his gaze slightly, confessing, "I feel ashamed to admit it. But there is indeed a pirate crew. We have attempted to apprehend them several times without success. On one occasion, we even allied with Colonel Dennis, launching a pincer attack. Yet we achieved no results. Oh, which pirate crew is it?" Leyte's interest was piqued. With his renown, none dared to oppose him in these waters. Yet it was surprising to learn that someone had the audacity to challenge his authority. Akin clenched his teeth, evidently dissatisfied with his own performance. "It's the buggy pirate crew. Their strength is not particularly formidable, yet they come and go like the wind, no matter how we devise ambushes. They managed to slip past us without a chance for direct confrontation. Late couldn't help but chuckle softly. The clown buggy was a legendary figure in the original narrative, possessing extraordinary luck second only to the protagonist, and endowed with the power of the chop-chop fruit, rendering him impervious to blades and bullets. How could you, an ordinary human, possibly capture him? He waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for excessive self-reproach, Akin. When you acquire intelligence on buggy next time, be sure to inform me immediately. I shall personally deal with this legendary pirate. Chapter 62, The Hell of Lolas. On October 15th. Rhett returned once more to the village of Cocoa West. As he disembarked at the port, he found himself almost unrecognizable amidst the transformation. The once humble village, home to only a few dozen families, had developed into a port of considerable stature, with 5 or 6 vessels of various kinds docked within mere minutes. A glance across the landscape revealed that Cocoa West had seen a significant increase in housing over the past year. Previously barren lands were now flourishing with crops, and industrious men, women, and children could be seen toiling everywhere. The port had also established an extensive area for trade, filled with shops and stalls, many of which bore familiar faces to Rhett. Amidst this bustling scene, he spotted Belmel and the Aiken family, who had come to greet him. Belmel, should I not first express my displeasure towards you? Rhett looked at her and Aiken, shaking his head in disbelief. You were well aware of my imminent return, yet you hastily proceeded with the wedding. Are you so impatient for marriage? Belmel, having long shed the shyness of their engagement, placed her hands on her hips, a thin cigarette dangling from her lips, and shot him a nonchalant glance. My dream is to marry before I turn 30. By the time you return, I would be too old. Faced with such an excuse, Rhett found himself at a loss for words. He merely produced the gifts he had procured from the city of 7 waters and handed them over to them. Then, he playfully pinched Nami's cheek and ruffled Nokigo's hair. Smiling as he asked, Nokigo, it seems we may not return home for quite some time. Are you prepared? Nokigo's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he nodded enthusiastically. My luggage is all packed. Let us set off at once. Nami shouldered her travel bag. Let us go, Rhett. I want to escape this hellish family. They flaunt their affection right in front of us every day. And just remember, I'm only 11. Rhett cast a bemused glance at Belmel. As a mother, don't you have anything to say? Belmel, linking her arm with Aiken's, remained unfazed. I still want to ask you. You've taken both my lovely daughters away, and all you bring me is a bag of milk candies. Nami pulled a bag of milk candies from her pack, her face beaming with sweetness as she handed it to her foster mother. If one bag isn't enough, then I'll give you 2. Hey, Rhett, why do you smell so good? Nami, just settled on his lap, suddenly detected an unusual fragrance. Nokigo leaned in closer, sniffing eagerly, and pouted. It's the perfume. From Miss Robin. Regarding perfume, Rhett, who was utterly clueless about cosmetics, could not resist the temptation to sniff his own clothes, yet found no discernible scent. However, he could not remain indifferent. Otherwise, his ulterior motives would be laid bare, and the grand plans he had meticulously crafted over 2 years would dissipate into thin air. What's the matter, Nojiko? Shouldn't you be a bit more cheerful after not seeing your brother for a year? He could only feign ignorance slightly. Miss Robin is my first girlfriend. You both must get along with her. Nami stuck out her tongue. First? Do you intend to have many more? Nojiko, however, lifted her face, as if she were earnestly contemplating something. Not far away stood the newly appointed officer, Morgan William, who gazed at the unfolding scene with a perplexed expression, his mind likely racing to comprehend the situation. What is happening? They are merely 14 and 11 years old. A day later, Rhett returned to the base of the 16th Division with his 2 younger sisters. Due to circumstances, Robin did not accompany him, which alleviated the jealousy of the 2 girls. After all, Rhett was still a naval officer, and most of his time would undoubtedly be spent at the naval base, allowing Nojiko and Nami to be in his company much more frequently. They had even persuaded Rhett to agree to take them around the East Sea under the pretext of charting maps and experiencing the diverse cultures of various nations. However, they were blissfully unaware that if it were truly about cultural exploration, Rhett would certainly bring Robin along. After all, the demon child, Nico Robin, is renowned as the world's most esteemed historian and archaeologist. As Rhett ushered the 2 young girls into his villa, a knock echoed from the door. Major, Mr. Tom wishes to see you. The now promoted Corporal, Mace, promptly reported, and upon receiving permission, he ushered Tom inside. During this time, it was evident that Tom's health had significantly improved. He strode confidently to the sofa in the living room, unfurling a scroll of blueprints on the coffee table. Sir, This is the draft of the exclusive battleship I have designed for you, revised according to your specifications. If you are satisfied, I shall begin organizing the crew for construction." Rhett glanced at the blueprint and could not help but feel lightheaded, collapsing onto the sofa. The true essence of warship design transcends mere exterior schematics. It is intricately divided into numerous components, each meticulously delineated with a plethora of data and standards. Although the overall technological landscape of this world has yet to enter the mechanized era, Tom, possessing steam power technology, stands as a paragon of the highest technological achievements, eclipsing all but a select few like Vegapunk. With merely a high school-level understanding of physics and chemistry, Rate finds himself utterly incapable of comprehending the intricacies before him. Tom, acutely aware that his advanced creations elude the grasp of the average person, extends his pudgy finger to the design blueprints, stating, in accordance with the Elders' Council, "I have retained the sails while converting the propulsion system to coal-fired steam. Additionally, I have incorporated some sea stone into the hull, which should facilitate navigation in windless zones. However, due to the absence of experimental data, this remains a theoretical conjecture." Rate, scratching his chin, unceremoniously sits upon the floor to engage in a profound discourse with Tom. "What about the material of the hull? Are you suggesting ironclad construction?" Tom gently shakes his head. "The weight of steam power would significantly augment the vessel's burden. If we were to clad the entire hull in steel, the ship's maneuverability would inevitably suffer greatly. Thus, my recommendation is to armor only the wings of the hull, which are most susceptible to attack, thereby enhancing its defensive capabilities. Perhaps, in a few decades, when our manufacturing technology has advanced further, we may witness the emergence of genuine ironclad warships. That seems to be the only feasible approach," Rate replies with a tinge of regret. "The transition from wooden sailing ships to steel warships involves not only an enhancement of shipbuilding techniques but also a lengthy evolution of the entire industrial technology chain." However, in the next moment, Rate experiences a sudden epiphany. In a world where supreme combat prowess reigns supreme, the advancement of shipbuilding technology seems entirely unnecessary. Figures like Hawkeye's Myhawk and Fire Fist Ace navigate the seas with naught but a small wooden board. Presently, he is capable of soaring through the skies aboard the Black Dragon, far surpassing the stature of Hawkeye's, who struggles with a black blade to paddle through the waters. What significance does the ability to construct an aircraft carrier hold in comparison? Chapter 63, the supreme planning expert on the morning of October 18th, after completing his routine exercise. Rhett received a call from Larson. "Rhett, I've arrived at the base of the 153rd branch. Oh, do you require assistance in establishing your authority? Heh, I am a colonel in this headquarters. How could a mere branch of the EC intimidate me? That's reassuring. Please organize the elite forces of the 153rd branch. In due time, we shall jointly undertake several military operations. Should you need supplies, do not hesitate to ask." Haha. I, Larson, have never been one to be hesitant. Once the call ended, he noticed a flicker of curiosity in the eyes of his newly appointed adjutant, William. "What is the matter? Are you surprised?" "The commander of the 153rd branch, Larson, followed me here to the East Sea." William nodded slightly, clearly not a fool, as evidenced by his selection by Rhett. Although he had only served as an adjutant for a few days, he had already begun to grasp many core matters. Corporal Mice presented a towel. "Major General, Mr. Tom has already set sail for the shipyard at the Boulders Islands. Additionally, the Baoshu Atom we ordered a month ago has entered the waters of the East Sea, and Lieutenant Owen is escorting the cargo ship back, expected to arrive in 7 days. A single log of the world-renowned Baoshu Atom is worth 200 million berries, and Rhett had purchased 10. After completing this substantial transaction, the factory at the origin of Baoshu Atom could close for the year. "Rhett, you seem quite busy," Zephyr, watering flowers in a nearby garden, greeted him. Rhett paused. "Instructor, if you find yourself with nothing to do, would you consider being my guerrilla commander?" Zephyr spat in disdain. "Pa, I'm a former admiral and the chief instructor of the naval headquarters. You, a mere major general of the East Sea branch, dare to command me? I came here to recuperate. To think you want me to work for you is laughable." Rhett burst into laughter. "By the way, instructor, have you heard of the legend of the Sky Islands?" Zephyr chewed on the wooden stick in his mouth. "Of course, the Sky Islands do exist. If you wish to go, you can apply to the scientific division of the naval headquarters." Rhett nodded, indicating he had taken note, but then added, "A few days ago, I heard a rumor that several small islands in the East Sea have mysteriously vanished over the years. Given your extensive knowledge, have you heard of any notorious pirates who possess the ability to make islands float?" Zephyr's expression suddenly turned grave, and the wooden stick in his mouth ceased its movement. floating in the sky? That would be the power of the float fruit wielded by Don Quixote Shiki. Rhett retracted his smile, striving to adopt a serious demeanor. Are you referring to that legendary pirate who, over a decade ago, was renowned alongside Roger, single-handedly confronted Garp and Sengoku, and obliterated half of Marineford? The very same who managed to escape from the great prison of Impel Down? The accompanying Ein and Bins also reacted with palpable trepidation. The Golden Lion. Is he truly in the East Blue? Rhett shook his head. There are no definitive reports, but since the instructor mentioned the Golden Lion's name, I can't shake the feeling that we must remain vigilant. A legendary pirate capable of cornering the Pirate King might well be plotting something right above us. Ein and Bin shivered in unison, instinctively gazing upward, as if each cloud harbored a hidden threat. Zifa's facial muscles twitched slightly. As a contemporary, he was certainly not afraid of the Golden Lion, yet he understood all too well that his current physical condition was far from optimal. Although the Golden Lion had lost his feet, his combat readiness surpassed Zifa's, who was plagued by asthma and fluctuating states of health. Rhett. You need to find me a few doctors, Zifa stated, expelling the wooden stick from his mouth. I cannot afford to perish before you have matured enough to confront an admiral. Rhett nodded but, upon turning away, allowed a slight smirk to emerge. Brother Rhett. The saplings you planted last year have finally borne fruit. In Rhett's little garden, Nojiko joyfully reported her accomplishment. It's all thanks to my tender care. Very well. I acknowledge your heartfelt efforts, Rhett replied, pinching her cheek while scrutinizing the few small trees before him. These were saplings he had planted over a year ago and were far from ordinary, embodying his development and application of his devil fruit abilities. Since his power allowed him to manipulate plant growth and soil conditions, why not cultivate something extraordinary? There were only 7 saplings in total. The initial intention had been to grow gourds. However, judging by their current shapes, they bore no resemblance to gourds at all. Yet, for Rhett, who possessed the most formidable fruit for cultivation, this was hardly a challenge. He reached out to touch the trunk of one sapling, and a set of data immediately surfaced in his mind. Vigo fruit, rich in various nutrients, effectively replenishes the body's electrolytes and minerals, thereby maintaining vitality for a short period. He examined several other saplings. Glow fruit stimulates rapid cellular growth, aiding in the physical development of adolescence. Yin fruit enhances sensory perception and improves reaction speed. Strong fruit augments muscle strength and power, bolstering the body's defensive capabilities. The treat fruit effectively enhances the body's immunity and aids in the recovery from both internal and external ailments. The yes fruit is said to delay cellular aging to a certain extent, maintaining smooth and hydrated skin, promoting lustrous black hair, improving sleep, and enhancing memory. What are these peculiar things? Ray could not help but shake his head in disdain, and then reach for the 7th plant. This particular specimen bore the fewest fruits. Yet its coloration was the most bizarre. As data about the fruit flashed in his mind, his right hand involuntarily trembled. The tax fruit, the tree is non-toxic. But its fruits are laden with various potent toxins, and the longer they grow, the more toxic they become. Utmost caution is advised during harvesting and extraction. He immediately cautioned Noki and Mai. Under no circumstances should these saplings be touched, especially this one with the dark coloration. Its fruit is highly poisonous. Noki was startled. She pouted, saying, But I just touched the bark a moment ago. Am I going to die? Rake casually plucked a seemingly ripe treat fruit, took a generous bite to ensure it was palatable, and then offered it to Noki. This fruit can enhance your immune system if you have any reservations. Just take a few bites. Noki held the fruit before her mouth, gazing at the bite mark. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured in a barely audible voice. Is this, indirectly, KK. Author's note. The initial performance of this book has been relatively optimistic, but after the new release period, it has plummeted to dismal depths. For 2 consecutive weeks, the promotional attempts have been met with the most basic text recommendations, and next week is likely to be even worse. However, readers can rest assured. I have pinned 6 books in total, aside from the 3rd which was abruptly halted during serialization. All other works, whether signed after 7 million words or facing conflicts with editors during the writing process, I have persevered to a proper conclusion. Truly, a heartwarming plight of a struggling author. Oh. Dear editors of the 2-dimensional realm, grant this humble author a chance at survival. You will gain a loyal servant, devoted to writing until death. At least I won't go dormant during the cover recommendation period. Chapter 64, Distress Signal in addition to the fruit trees. A year prior he had planted numerous flowers and herbs, which now revealed a myriad of distinct characteristics. For instance, there were those that induced paralysis, itching, sweetness, spiciness, foul odor, stinging, drowsiness, excitement, irritability, calmness, frenzy, lethargy, smokescreens, venom, corrosion, heat, cold, expansion, contraction, spraying, rigidity, insect repellents, stain removal, and even the ability to staunch bleeding rapidly. While these effects could individually intimidate the weaker, they would likely prove ineffective against moderately stronger adversaries. Nevertheless, Rhett prudently designated this small garden as a restricted zone, permitting only a select few to enter. He not only scattered an abundance of thorny seeds around the perimeter, but also planted 2-pea shoots and poisonous mushrooms, capable of swiftly incapacitating any intruders. Simultaneously, he activated his devil fruit abilities to cultivate a new batch of saplings and flora, enhancing the soil anew. After all, having trained for over a year, his capabilities had ascended to a higher tier. Unlike ordinary plants, these extraordinary specimens could not be hastened to maturity instantaneously. They required a period of growth before they could bloom and bear fruit. Nokigao, maize, the fruits of this final tree can only be harvested by me. Under no circumstances are you to touch them, he reiterated to his secretary and aides, ensuring they did not act recklessly and bring about their own demise. Gazing upon the garden, he pondered, it seems I have little time to study these marvels. Where could I possibly find a few scientists? The foremost scientist in the world was undoubtedly Dr. Vegapunk of the Navy Headquarters Science Division, whose inventions were acknowledged as 5 centuries ahead of their time. Compared to his creations of artificial devil fruits, human gigantification, the application of sea prism stone, and the transformation of robots, Tom's seafaring train could hardly be deemed more than a child's toy. Yet, this genius was under the stringent protection, or perhaps house arrest, of the Navy and the world government, with Admiral Kazuru and numerous elite members comprising his protective detail, making it impossible for Rhett to rescue him for his own service. Beneath Vegapunk, other renowned scientists included Caesar Clown, Vince Smoke Judge, and the white-bearded elders residing upon Weatheria. Caesar was a madman, backed by the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. Judge commanded his own military empire, tirelessly striving to reclaim former glory in the North Sea, and the white-bearded elders were nomadic, elusive in their whereabouts, making it challenging to even attempt to court their allegiance. After much contemplation, Rhett could only sigh in resignation. In this distorted world, finding an expert devoted to the study of science was a far more arduous task than locating a rare devil fruit. Time swiftly passed, and November arrived. Throughout this period, Rhett found himself quite occupied, yet he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Beyond his daily regimen of exercise and the study of flora and fauna, he also devoted his efforts to expediting the construction of the newly established base. Simultaneously, he made time to visit the Boulder Islands, continuing his endeavors in afforestation, land leveling, and further enhancing the ecological environment of the main island. In the process, he engaged in spirited duels with Robin, honing his resistance to the charms of exquisite beauty. Additionally, he compiled his insights on the Navy's 6 styles and the essence of dominance, sharing them with Sanji from the floating restaurant, Zaro, who accompanied Kayashiro to the base, as well as the senior and mid-ranking officers of the 16th Division. As for the lower-ranking soldiers, their foundational skills were too inadequate, lacking the benefits of Horus, and their over-ambitious pursuits would likely yield unsatisfactory results. The conscription and construction of the new base were in full swing. Upon Adam's arrival at the shipyard, Tom commenced the crafting of a formidable new battleship. Meanwhile, Iceberg and Frankie concluded their terrain surveys, marking a significant phase in the construction of the maritime train. Everything was progressing smoothly until November 11th. It was a balmy afternoon. Rhett was enjoying the culinary delights of Chef Zep from the Baratai restaurant alongside Noki and Nami. Meanwhile, the future second chef, the 12-year-old Sanji, was practicing his kicking techniques in the aerial training ground constructed by Rhett. Training alongside him was none other than his greatest rival, another 12-year-old swordsman. I have severed this fine. Zaro's weary yet proud voice echoed from above. Curly brow, have you not yet dealt with your vine? You truly are weak. Silence. Green algae head. You wield a large blade. Sanji retorted, his annoyance palpable, yet his feet remained in constant motion. Hey, that hurts. My leg feels like it's breaking. Observing the immovable vine and Sanji rolling on the ground, clutching his leg, Zaro couldn't suppress his laughter. Ha ha ha. You weakling. I truly do not understand why that stinky Navy insisted on pairing us for training. Only Rhett would think to place these two together for training. as it was undoubtedly a decision that served a dual purpose. Following Kuina's demise, Zoro had long found himself without a rival in the dojo of Frost Moon Village. In an environment devoid of competition and threats, no matter how diligently he trained, his progress would inevitably slow. Thus, Rhett chose the equally aged Sanji for him. As for Sanji, this young culinary enthusiast was not particularly passionate about physical training. He preferred pursuing the attention of charming young ladies over sweating through rigorous practice. However, the formidable presence of Zoro ignited a competitive spirit within him. In addition to these two factors, there was a third, the influence of their respective masters. Chapu, despite his physical limitations, possesses a certain level of skill, while Gong Xilang is reluctant to reveal his true capabilities. Consequently, their guidance of disciples is significantly constrained. Had Zoro and Sanji, two exceptionally promising youths, received superior instruction at the tender age of 12 and been presented with equally formidable rivals, their advancement would undoubtedly have been swifter and more robust. Of course, Wright harbors his own ulterior motives. Having already recruited Robin, Nami, and Frankie, what would it matter if he also lured away Zoro and Sanji? After all, doesn't he, your esteemed Captain Luffy, have 4 other crewmates? Oh, Brother Wright. That curly-haired fellow is rather unimpressive. Nokigao and Nami chuckled melodiously at the sight of Sanji tumbling in disarray. The image-conscious Sanji, indignant, sprang up like a carp, his eyes ablaze with fervor, as if his legs had been ignited. Zoro, closest to him, was taken aback as he witnessed this unruly curly-haired lad kick towards a nearby vine with astonishing speed. Crack. Is that even possible? Wright chuckled, shaking his head, poised to call down the 2 feuding youths and offer guidance, when an urgent ringing interrupted him. Brubru. Nokigao, who had assumed a significant portion of the secretarial duties, opened the confidential box at his feet, revealing 3 telephone books. The blue one was for naval use, the white for communications with the bold group and external contacts, while the red was reserved for the closest family and friends. The blue and red telephone bugs were peacefully napping, their eyes squinted shut, while the white one vibrated energetically. With practiced ease, Nokigao lifted it, gently tapping the button atop the shell, and politely inquired, I am Nokigao, the sister and secretary of Bold Wright. May I ask who is calling? As the connection established, the telephone bug's eyes elongated into slim, oval shapes, its mouth sprouting 4 slender whiskers, and its skin darkening considerably, giving it an exceedingly unsavory appearance. I am Brigadier General Mouse of the 88th Branch of the North Sea. Please, you must connect me with Major General Wright. I have an urgent matter to discuss. Nokigao, well aware of who Mouse was, hesitated momentarily, raising her hand to terminate the call. However, just as her small hand lifted, it was grasped firmly by Wright. Confused, she looked at him, only to find him shaking his head with a smile. Before addressing the telephone bug, Brigadier General Mouse, I am here. You, a newly appointed officer, wish to extend an invitation for me to visit? Upon hearing Wright's voice, the expression of the telephone bug relaxed slightly. Major General Wright, you must come to my aid. If not, I shall surely meet my demise. The muscles in Rhett's cheeks twitched involuntarily as he chuckled and remarked, You have only just assumed your position, and already you have offended some significant figure? Furthermore, isn't Marineford more conveniently located to the North Sea? Why not seek aid from Admiral Weasel? The voice of the mouse was laden with hesitation. It's the Germa Kingdom. As they are a member of the world government, the headquarters cannot intervene. But I am also a part of the Navy, Mouse, Rhett said with a smile that was both amused and enigmatic. Although the mouse was inept, he was no fool. He had recently witnessed Rhett's rapid ascent in power and could vaguely surmise that this former subordinate was far from an ordinary naval officer. In 10 days, the forces of Germa 66 will assault my base. I truly find myself at my wit's end, which is why I turned to you for assistance. The mouse began to weep openly. Rhett shifted his posture, crossing his legs, and inquired, What exactly did you do to provoke them? This is not characteristic of you. The mouse was undoubtedly a quintessential bully, preying on the weak, even though the Germa Kingdom was not as formidable as in its prime. It was certainly not someone he could challenge. Tears streamed down the phone bug's face. I was by the roadside. When I encountered a girl of about 13 or 14 years. I let someone take her back to the base, and who could have anticipated that she would turn out to be the princess of the Germa Kingdom? Vinsmoke Judge has already issued a dire threat. Even if the Navy regards him as an enemy and the world government casts him aside, he intends to take my head and use it as a ball to kick. Despite knowing that the mouse was not entirely truthful, for even if the Germa princess were merely 14, she would still not be easily outmatched by someone of the mouse's caliber. Rhett could not help but burst into laughter. Mouse, you truly are a remarkable character. Chapter 65, The Legendary Pirate is Him. Zaro, Sanji, do you wish to experience a true war? With that, Rhett disconnected the call. Retracting the training ground he had suspended in midair, he slightly raised his head, inquiring of the two young ones who gracefully descended from the sky. Absolutely. Chopping wood here every day is rather tedious. Despite being merely 12 years old, Zaro exhibited an extraordinary thirst for combat. However, his companion Sanji merely scoffed, displaying a lack of interest. Sure, you all can hurry off. I can finally have a rest. Rhett cast a meaningful glance at him and remarked, the enemy resides in the North Sea, and their leader is known as Vinsmoke Judge. Sanji, are you truly not coming with me? Sanji involuntarily shuddered. The flippant demeanor in his eyes faded, and the muscles in his cheeks tightened, his lips forming a straight line akin to a blade. He struggled to swallow. You. No. Rhett chuckled, patting his shoulder. Know what? I merely wish to broaden your horizons. Will you accompany me or not? Sanji's expression fluctuated several times before he finally nodded slowly. Rhett tilted his head towards Zeph. Please prepare 10 days' worth of provisions, no duplicates. Zeph took a puff of his cigarette. Just the three of you? Rhett glanced at the pouting Nojiko and Nami, smiling as he ruffled their hair. Make that 7 of us. Maze, William, gather your things. Let us head to the North Sea to assist our old leader. Maze responded affirmatively. I will notify the warship immediately. Rhett shook his head. The warship is too slow, and traversing the red line requires prior permission. We shall depart from the sky, riding the wind and commanding the dragon. In the blink of an eye, a colossal sandy dragon, exceeding 100 meters in length, materialized at the port where the Baratai was docked. As it was not intended for combat, it lacked the armament of Haki, retaining its natural sandy appearance. Under Rhett's command, the dragon's back was sculpted into a cabin-like design, featuring 7 individual sleeping quarters, a living room, and a kitchen, each furnished with rudimentary wooden furniture freshly constructed. The sole drawback was the somewhat rudimentary conditions of the restroom, owing to the difficulty in obtaining water. Hours later, the tawny dragon beat its wings and gracefully ascended into the sky. In truth, Rhett could have shaped the sand into the form of an aircraft or a rocket, as his energy served as the power source. However, it was evident that in this world, a fearsome dragon held a far more prestigious allure. Wow, what a strong wind. Noki and Nami leaned against the window, delighting in the howling winds that rushed past from outside, their laughter echoing with joy. Is this the true power of the devil fruit? Zaro stood alone outside, his left hand resting upon the horn of a dragon's head, while his right hand grasped the hilts of 3 swords at his waist. He was momentarily entranced by the fierce winds that greeted him. Meanwhile, Sanji sat in a corner of the living room, lost in thought, pondering some unspoken concern. The ability to condense matter from sand or plant life was a skill that Rhett had mastered over a year ago. After further training in the elite camp, he had honed it to perfection. With his current strength, he could maintain a dragon over 100 meters long for at least a month without additional expenditure. Moreover, he was not in a constant rush. When encountering larger islands and towns along the way, he would allow everyone to disembark and stretch their legs, while also resupplying, naturally restoring their stamina. According to the coordinates provided by the mouse, his current location, Branch 88, was approximately 12,000 kilometers from Branch 16. The sand dragon that Rhett conjured could fly at speeds exceeding 80 kilometers per hour, covering 2,000 kilometers in a day. After deducting time for rest and resupply, this journey would take no more than 7 or 8 days. Furthermore, saving the mouse was not Rhett's ultimate objective. Should Vinsmoke Judge directly eliminate the mouse, Rhett could very well seize the opportunity to exact vengeance on behalf of his former leader by obliterating the German kingdom. Thus, he felt no urgency at all. When they encountered a picturesque island, he even took the time to invite others for an outdoor meal, though the sole chef, Sanji, appeared preoccupied, nearly mistaking chili oil for sugar on several occasions. Rhett, look over there. A ship, Nami exclaimed, pointing towards a distant black dot while savoring her dessert. Zaro, who was a year older and possessed sharper eyesight, discerned it more clearly, a pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger. As Rhett discarded his napkin and stood up, he took a few steps forward. The vessel, albeit modest in size, was approximately 7 or 8 kilometers away from the island. Even with Rhett's capabilities, he could barely make out the pirate flag, a colossal skull adorned with a comically large red nose. Though this is not my jurisdiction, encountering a righteous ally such as myself spells misfortune for you. Rhett scoffed, springing into action as he unleashed an invisible wave of slashing force with a swift kick. Gale step. Dragontail. Captain Buggy, that village was incredibly impoverished. We only managed to loot 2 million berries. That's hardly a fraction of your bounty. What do you know? This is a case of accumulating wealth bit by bit. If we loot 2 million every day, we'll soon become the richest pirate crew in the entire East Blue. A group of pirates revels aboard a ship, indulging in hearty libations, while an imposing lion gnaws on a bone nearby. The captain, perched upon a wooden crate, boasts a prodigious red nose and lips that are a deep shade of purple, resembling a jester from a circus. With a cup in hand, his bleary eyes barely focused. He slurs, "We can no longer linger in the East Sea. That fellow from the 16th Division has dispatched several fleets in search of us. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before he locates us. Instead, let us return to the Grand Line." He then belched thunderously, a foul odor permeating the air. Rubbing his ample red nose, Buggy took another swig of beer, stretching luxuriously before rising from the crate. Suddenly, a faint, indistinct sound caught his attention, prompting him to survey his surroundings, yet nothing seemed amiss. However, the air not far off appeared to shimmer oddly. Perhaps it was the drink affecting him. Rubbing his eyes, he was jolted as the deck beneath him erupted violently. Crack! The ship that had accompanied him across the East Sea inexplicably disintegrated into a mass of splintered wood. Below lay the azure sea, and Buggy, he was indeed a devil fruit user. Plop. Chapter 66. The Fiery Cannon, November 20th, North Sea, base of the 88th Naval Division. Alas, amidst the myriad of companions who once proclaimed brotherhood, not a single soul appears in my hour of need. The mouse sighed deeply, cradling his head in his hands. His aide offered a feeble word of comfort. "Brigadier, did you not reach out to Major General Lead of the East Sea? Surely he will come to our rescue." The mouse scoffed. "Even if he were to show mercy and wish to aid me. The 16th Division lies a staggering 12,000 kilometers away. By the time he sails across the Red Earth continent to reach us, my corpse will be nothing but a foul stench." The aide, trembling with trepidation, remarked, "Though the German kingdom has issued threats, they are still a member state of the world government. Surely they would not dare to engage us in actual warfare?" The mouse could scarcely muster the energy to glance at him. "Do you truly not know how Vinsmoke Judge rose to fame? He beheaded 4 kings of the North Sea at the onset of his career. Even when devoid of all, he exhibited such ferocity. Now commanding tens of thousands of elite soldiers, how could he possibly regard our mere naval division with any concern?" The aide sank to the ground, mimicking the mouse's earlier gesture of despair, clutching his head in disbelief. Yet suddenly, the mouse stood, his gaze falling upon the unconscious girl, bound and tossed upon the sofa. After all, the ire of those madmen had already been provoked. Even if he were to grovel and beg for mercy now, salvation would elude him. Might it not be preferable to savor the taste of this tender flower in the twilight of his existence? The mouse licked his parched lips, shedding his naval coat, and reached for his belt. Before him lay 2 smooth, enticing thighs, unabashedly exposed beneath her short skirt. Though not yet fully matured, they exuded an alluring blush. This is madness. The mouse's throat quivered violently as his right hand deftly unfastened the belt buckle. "Brigadier Mouse, if I am still alive when this is over, allow me to partake as well." His aide had somehow crept closer, eyes filled with determination and resolve. Indeed, if death was imminent, they might as well indulge in one final bout of madness. The 2 unscrupulous men unfastened their belts and staggered towards the unconscious princess upon the sofa. Perhaps it was the impending doom that ignited a primal fervor within them, as they had never felt such a heated urgency between their legs before. The mouse reached out, just as his fingers were about to graze the girl's soft thigh, when a piercing alarm resonated through the base. Damn! His body shuddered, as if all vigor had suddenly drained from him. The iron, still radiating residual heat, had lost its primal essence. Has the German kingdom arrived? His eyes turned crimson. Even if their cannons were to rain down upon us in the next moment, I shall ensure that their princess experiences the wrath of this pitch-black infernal cannon. As he prepared to rally his forces and awaken the slumbering dragon beneath him, a thunderous knock echoed at the office door. "General Mouse. General Mouse. Reinforcements from the East Sea have arrived. We are saved." Startled, Mouse hastily adjusted his trousers and rushed to the window. There, he beheld a colossal dragon flapping its wings, gracefully hovering above the base. What is that scent? A minute later, Lieutenant Rhett leaped through the window, furrowing his brow. Mouse, somewhat awkwardly, managed to smile. "Lieutenant Rhett, your arrival is indeed a timely boon. Should I be saved, I shall certainly." Rhett interrupted his promises, his gaze landing on the girl lounging on the sofa. speak the truth. Did you lay a hand on her? Mouse quickly shook his head. No, no, absolutely not. I didn't even touch her thigh before I heard you were coming to rescue me. Rhett nodded, knowing full well that at this moment, Mouse would not dare to deceive him. Where is the intelligence on the Germa kingdom that I asked you to gather? In a flurry, Mouse rummaged through the desk, producing a stack of documents and hurriedly handing them over. Rhett boldly seated himself on the sofa, swiftly perusing the files. Decades ago, the Germa kingdom wielded military might to dominate the North Sea, being the most powerful nation in the region. However, following familial turmoil and external pressures, the kingdom crumbled and vanished from history. The current head, Vince Moog Judge, once assisted Dr. Vegapunk in illicit scientific research. That team was later absorbed by the world government, with Judge being the sole survivor, returning to the North Sea in a bid to restore his family's former glory. He employed brutally ruthless methods to eliminate 4 kings of the North Sea, shocking the world and igniting the flames of vengeance. Judge has 5 offspring, 1 daughter and 4 sons. 3 years ago, 3 of his sons perished in an accident, leaving the remaining 4, all of whom underwent genetic modifications, possessing extraordinary physical prowess. However, in stark contrast, apart from the eldest daughter, the 3 sons lack normal human emotions, even at the tender age of 12. They exhibit the essence of lethal weapons. As a scientific technician, Judge possesses remarkable talent in cloning soldiers, gene modification, and weapon development. According to naval intelligence, his current technology can cultivate an embryo into a 20-year-old soldier within 5 years. Conservatively estimated, his Germa 66 Legion boasts over 20,000 soldiers, with numbers continuing to rise. The soldiers exhibit minimal emotional expression, adhering to Captain Gaji's commands with unwavering loyalty, even to the extent of sacrificing themselves without hesitation. With such formidable forces, coupled with exceptional mobility and advanced weaponry, they could effortlessly obliterate a small nation. Yet, Rhett shook his head in contemplation. What capabilities does Gaji truly possess? How advanced are their weapons? What is the combat efficacy of an ordinary soldier? Is there not more confidential, detailed, and accurate information available? The rat, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shook his head and stroked his beard. I have only been in office for less than a month and have yet to gather comprehensive intelligence. Furthermore, with my limited abilities, I do not dare to provoke such an adversary. He spoke the truth during his tenure in the East Sea. Although he was known as the protector of Fisher Tiger, in the presence of Tiger and even that of the small-time figure, he had no choice but to bow and smile, never daring to utter a word of defiance. Now, having arrived in the even more perilous North Sea, he would surely apply his survival philosophy to the fullest extent. While there is an abundance of information, much of it lacks substantive content. Rhett casually tossed the documents to Noki and pondered for a moment. The Vinsmoke family sounds formidable, boasting nicknames such as the House of War, the Assassins, and the Army of Evil. However, to Rhett, they pose little threat. The 15-year-old Reiju had been drugged by the rat and was currently asleep on the sofa. Although her 3 brothers were exceptionally gifted, they were merely 12 years old, previously bested by the venomous snake. They evidently lacked the strength to pose any danger to Rhett. Thus, the pinnacle of the Vinsmoke family's combat prowess seemed to rest solely on Gaji. As for Gaji's combat capabilities, Rhett harbored doubts. Without the advantage of high-tech armament, he would likely struggle against Smoker from a year prior. Suddenly, an alarm blared through the airspace above the base. Brigadier Rat, the Germa 66 army is advancing. The rat's legs involuntarily quivered. Rhett chuckled lightly, opening the window. Zaro, Sanji, take Reiju. We shall return shortly. Chapter 67. Germa 66 on the outskirts of the North Sea South 88th Branch Base. Over 20 warships gradually formed a menacing encirclement. Despite being termed warships, a closer inspection would reveal that these vessels lacked conventional decks and hulls. Rather, they were borne aloft by colossal snails. Among them, the largest of the ships boasted an imposing castle, crowned with a fearsome skull and a flag emblazoned with the number 66, fluttering high above. This was the capital of the nation without territory, the malevolent army of the Germa Kingdom, Castle Gage. Standing atop his fortress, the leader of the Vinsmoke family, Gage, gazed intently at the approaching naval base. Beside him stood 3 adolescent boys, their expressions brimming with arrogance as they surveyed the scene ahead. How could Reiju be so weak? Captured by the Navy? Such a notion was almost unfathomable. The words belonged to the 4th son, Yanji, who, despite being only 12, was already steeped in pride. A mere naval branch. Why should father intervene? With 1,000 elite soldiers, we could raze this place to the ground within 3 hours. Silence. Yanji, father's decisions are wise, reprimanded the eldest son, Ichiji. The second son, Niji, smirked mockingly at his brother. Yanji, I suppose you've forgotten. Who was easily defeated by the venomous snake, nearly losing his life. Just as Yanji prepared to retort, he noticed that the sun overhead had been suddenly obscured by a massive dark cloud. Ichiji, typically composed and possessing the demeanor of a general, furrowed his brow. What is that? Gage tilted his head slightly, raising his spear, its metallic shaft flickering with hidden sparks. His spiked beard pointed skyward, and he uttered in a deep voice, reinforcements for the rats? As a scientist, Gage was not one to be easily swept away by fervor prior to instigating this war. He had thoroughly investigated his opponent's background. The rat of the 88th branch was nothing more than a cowardly wretch, reliant on a meager support, a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, who, according to inside sources, had not left Marineford. Bring that monster down. Gage raised his spear high, issuing commands to his subordinates. The 20-odd snail warships adjusted their cannon directions, producing a thunderous rumble. Boom, boom, boom. The surface of the sea erupted with the sound of colossal thunder, as over 100 advanced cannons unleashed a torrent of fire into the sky. Black armament. Rhett turned his thoughts, and the sand dragon beneath him instantly morphed into a shadowy hue. Bang, bang, bang. The exceedingly dense sand, combined with the increasingly refined armament hockey, has elevated the Black Dragon's defenses to an almost insurmountable level. The impact of over 100 cannonballs striking its surface felt merely like a gentle scratch. How could this be possible? The expression on Gaji's face suddenly turned grave. Before he could command the clone soldiers to launch a second barrage, a fierce gale suddenly swept through the sky, the enchanting flower of paralysis powder. With a low command from REIT, a magnificent flower towering 100 meters sprouted from the back of the Black Dragon, its shimmering powder swiftly enveloping the entire sky, cascading over more than 20 warships. Although the clone soldiers of the Germa kingdom lacked deep emotions, their bodies were still composed of flesh and blood. Once exposed to the paralysis powder, they would quickly lose consciousness, becoming mere human puppets. Albeit, the potency of such paralysis could not be permanent. The stronger the opponent, the shorter the duration of the paralysis, potentially even rendering it ineffective. Not only the ordinary soldiers, but even Gaji's 3 sons exhibited varying degrees of paralysis, with only Gaji, who was crackling with electricity, able to resist. He attempted to unleash an electric shock upon the dragon, but how could sand fear electricity? As he watched helplessly as his 3 sons collapsed one after another, the thousands of soldiers from the Germa kingdom lost all combat capability, and Gaji's countenance darkened immensely. He stomped his foot, and his high-tech boots immediately released a surge of energy that propelled his imposing figure into the sky. Who dares to challenge me? He raised his electric gun high, gradually approaching the black sand dragon, embodying a figure of righteous indignation. RET sat leisurely atop the dragon's back, with the still slumbering Reiju resting at his feet. Noki and Nami were shielded behind William and Mice, while Zoro, with his hands firmly on his swords, kept a hawkish glare. Only Sanji appeared somewhat dazed. Zoro couldn't help but let out a scoff. What's the matter, you frizzy-haired brat? Is this little spectacle enough to rattle you? Based on the dynamics established over the past few days, Sanji would typically respond in anger, but this time, Zoro was met with silence. He glanced at Sanji, only to find that he seemed oblivious to the mockery. Are you the reinforcements summoned by the rats? Gaji hovered above the dragon, flames erupting beneath him as he glared fiercely at REIT. His gaze faltered. The Navy? Do you not know? I am the king of the Germa kingdom, a member of the world government. Even the Navy headquarters would not dare to dictate to me. How dare you interfere in this matter? Vinsmoke Gaji, REIT replied, unfazed by the question, his tone light and airy. Do you truly believe you are speaking to someone of lesser stature? Black Sand's giant hand. Gaji watched in horror as a colossal hand sprouted from the back of the Black Dragon like a flash of lightning. Before he could react, he found himself ensnared within its fierce grip. Despicable. Let me go? He struggled with all his might, his entire body enveloped in a dazzling electric glow, even pushing the power of his high-tech battle boots to the maximum. Yet he remained unable to break free from the clutches of the Black Sand. The Black Sand, imbued with the essence of armed color hockey, had significantly enhanced its strength and resilience while retaining its cushioning nature. Gaji's efforts were futile, only serving to deepen his predicament, leaving merely his head exposed. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. He suddenly realized that his body was gradually withering away. as the black sand relentlessly siphoned the moisture and blood from his muscles. Death was imminent. No, please. Gaji's tears erupted uncontrollably, and even snot streamed down his face beneath his mask. My ambitions remain unfulfilled. The glory of the Vinsmoke family has yet to be restored. The warriors of Germa have not yet set foot on our homeland. I cannot perish here. A shadow loomed over his face, prompting him to squint. Before him stood a young Navy officer, rising majestically and looking down upon him. Gaji could even catch a whiff of the shoe polish on his boots. Vinsmoke Gaji, I offer you a chance at survival, Rate declared, surveying the king of this world government allied nation. Transform the Germa kingdom into my vassal state. What say you? Gaji's body trembled violently, a sharp sound resonating in his mind as his gaze darted aimlessly, desperately seeking a lifeline. Zaro scoffed, sheathing his sword. So weak, cowardly. Sanji gazed at Gaji with a complex expression, yet the beleaguered king was oblivious to his presence. Rate observed Gaji, who had ceased to struggle, and leisurely added, If I am pleased, perhaps in the near future, I could lead you to reign over the entire North Sea once more. Gaji forcefully inhaled, sniffling back the remnants of his tears. I am no fool. That North Sea is not what I desire. Rate's gaze sharpened, poised to crush this adversary who dared to display defiance at the last moment. Yet, in the next second, Gaji nodded repeatedly. But to preserve the Vinsmoke lineage. I accept your terms. Rate snapped his fingers, and the black hand slowly receded. Gaji, who had weighed approximately 400 pounds, nearly halved in mass, succumbing to dehydration as he collapsed helplessly onto the dragon's back. Rate nodded in satisfaction. All right, now, the scientist is in hand. The strategy of advancing the nation through technology has taken a significant step forward. Chapter 68, To Hell with the Pirate King Whoosh. The enormous black dragon hovered above Germa Castle, while azure vines slowly extended, lowering Rhett and his companions before the paralyzed Vinsmoke triplets. Eh? The first to exclaim was none other than Zaro. He gazed at the three individuals before him, each sporting a flamboyant hairstyle in red, blue, and green, and could not help but rub his eyes. Hey, you lousy cook, am I seeing things? Why do they look almost identical to you? Sanji chose to remain silent, standing in the furthest corner, his taut facial muscles betraying the complexity of his emotions. The strongest of the triplets, Ichiji, struggled to his feet, observing Germa's disheveled state akin to a stray dog, and immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Emotionally stunted from a young age, Ichiji displayed neither panic nor despair. He merely nodded robotically. I see had Rhett not possessed memories of a past life, he might have commended Ichiji's calm demeanor. However, he simply appraised the trio of eccentric youths before taking a seat upon the vine-formed sofa. His aide, William, stepped forward. Vinsmoke Germa, before you stands Rear Admiral, Commander of the East Blue Guerrilla Fleet, and Base Chief of the 16th Division. Bold Rhett. Should you choose to submit here and lead your people to the East Blue, Rear Admiral Rhett will spare your family. If you refuse, the unspoken threat lingered in the air, prompting Germa to collapse at Rhett's feet. I have already promised. I shall not waver now, yet. I am unwilling. Though Germa may have lacked the fortitude of a king, his yearning to restore his family's glory was profoundly genuine. Tears streamed down his face as he contemplated the dissolution of his nearly 2-decade-long endeavor to reclaim his nation. Witnessing a middle-aged man weeping at his feet stirred even Rhett's heart, evoking memories of the mentally shattered Murongfu of Gusu. Unable to bear the weight of his aspirations. Yet, this would not sway Rhett's resolve. He snapped his fingers, and 4 vines emerged from beneath his throne, each tip adorned with a verdant seed, emanating a soft glow. These are parasitic seeds. Consume them, and pledge your loyalty to me, he stated calmly. I am aware of the remarkable technological prowess of the Vinsmoke, yet I advise against attempting to extract these seeds. As long as you offer your loyalty, they shall remain dormant. Germa extended his right hand, plucking the azure seed. Despite his tears still flowing, his palm trembled slightly, yet he had no choice. He could only tilt his head back and force the seed down his throat. In that moment, his grand ambitions and dreams of restoring his homeland were utterly shattered. E.g. Niji, Sanji, from this day forth, Lord Raida shall be our shared master, and his commands must not be defied, not even by me. After consuming the parasitic seed, Gaji issued this decree to his 3 unconventional sons. E.g. and the others displayed no emotion. They simply knelt in unison, adopting a posture of submission. Raito observed the Vinsmoke family, arranged in 2 rows of kneeling figures, and inquired, have you truly stripped them of all their emotions? Gaji shook his head. Even with current technology, it is impossible to completely sever human emotions. I have merely eradicated their inner fears, sorrows, and other negative sentiments. In truth, they will still experience joy, pride, coldness, and cruelty. Rada nodded thoughtfully. Gaji, as a man, I admire your arduous efforts to realize your aspirations. However, as a man who harbors similar ambitions, I shall not allow you to become my rival. Should I ever discover that the Vinsmoke family dares to betray me, I will ensure you become nothing but dust in the annals of history. Gaji lowered his head even further. Since we are not your adversaries, our lives rest merely upon your whim. Why must you threaten us so? Though his mindset had become unbalanced, he still retained a sliver of dignity. Rada scoffed lightly. Rise. If you pledge your loyalty to me wholeheartedly, you will soon find that I am, in fact, quite amiable. While I cannot allow you to monopolize the North Sea and become its true master, I can, on some future day, elevate you to the most powerful family in the North Sea. Gaji appeared slightly moved. Do you intend to rule the four seas? Rada raised an eyebrow. Not the four seas, but the entire world. Gaji was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a heavy sigh. At that moment, he relaxed slightly. Finally, noticing the silent Sanji, who stood at a distance, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Gaji. Their eyes met, and an electric tremor coursed through their bodies. Gaji's lips curled downward, his expression a complex blend of shock, disbelief, and a sense of disillusionment, as if he believed he understood everything. He took a few steps toward his long-deceased third son, yet ultimately halted. Sanji, is this your revenge against me, or a punishment from the heavens? Sanji bit his lip fiercely, tears welling in his eyes. At merely 12 years of age, he was not yet the man capable of bearing such burdens. Confronted by a father who had once imprisoned him, merciless and devoid of humanity, his heart was overwhelmed with fear and fury. He heard Ret's astonished inquiry. Sanji, did you know Judge before? Sanji wiped away a tear, unable to suppress his retort. For heaven's sake, you insufferable navy. You are hardly a commendable actor. Half an hour later, Ret returned to the base of the 88th Division. Facing the anxious mouse, Ret smiled and declared, It is resolved. I have subdued the Vinsmoke family, and they have consented to withdraw immediately from these waters. A look of joy illuminated Mouse's pallid face as he vigorously rubbed his hands together. I am immensely grateful. Major Ret, I shall promptly inform the Navy headquarters of your tireless efforts and your significant achievement in rescuing the 88th Division. And I will request the revocation of the German Kingdom's status as a member of the world government. Ret interrupted him. No. This matter does not require reporting to headquarters. The German Kingdom's membership serves as a valuable source of intelligence, and the Vinsmoke family possesses the capacity to influence global media. I certainly wish to exploit such advantageous conditions. Mouse blinked, somewhat perplexed. Why is that? Ret patted his shoulder. After all, the German Kingdom is a member of the world government. Those high-ranking officials cannot simply annul their status based on a report from a single division. If you report it voluntarily, it will undoubtedly incite their hostility. You wouldn't want to cultivate a formidable enemy that could strike at any moment, would you? The cautious mouse nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. I understand. I will follow your lead. As a result of Ret's long journey to assist, Mouse bestowed upon him half of the cash reserves from the 88th Division base, which included the most detailed official nautical charts of the region. Given Ret's current assets, he certainly did not covet the military funds of a single base. However, the nautical charts were indeed invaluable, just as he had promised to Judge. He would never be satisfied with merely dominating the East Blue and North Blue seas. He would soon make his presence felt. Although the German Kingdom's snail warships possessed the extraordinary ability to traverse the Red Line, their speed remained rather sluggish. Ret left a recording pointer for Judge and departed first. He had once asked Sanji if he wished to return to the embrace of his family, but the 12-year-old curly-haired chef had not yet forgiven his father and brothers. Moreover, the similarly aged Ichiji and others showed no inclination to offer an apology. Thus, Ret refrained from orchestrating a sentimental reunion, instead taking Sanji and the others aboard the imposing Black Dragon as they retraced their path back. In order to prevent the Vinsmoke family from reneging on their agreement and to avert the risk of losing control over the parasitic seeds due to the distance, Ret unceremoniously abducted the eldest son, Iji, and the eldest daughter, Reiju, of Germa. It was evident to him that these two children were the most promising heirs to the family legacy, as long as they remained under his control. Germa would be compelled to send their patriarch, Judge, to the East Blue. Judge found himself unable to voice any objections to Ret's method of holding hostages. He could only acquiesce and gather all the snail warships and forces at his disposal, embarking on a grand relocation journey. When Rhett returned to his base, it was already the last day of November. Before he could even land, he was met with the sound of a heated argument erupting from the ground. Kapu, you really brought your grandson along. Haha. Zephyr, don't be so unyielding. Since you have nothing better to do, why not take care of my grandson for a while? A hearty laugh rang out. Come here, Luffy, Ace. This is Grandpa Zephyr. He is an old friend from my days as a rookie. Though his strength has waned considerably, he is still more than capable of putting you in your place. So be sure to listen to him. Then came the voice of a foolishly exuberant child. Damn, Grandpa, it's those wretched Navy folks again. I've told you time and again, I absolutely refuse to associate with the Navy. I, Monkey D, Luffy, am destined to become the Pirate King. A slightly more mature voice chimed in. Luffy is right. I, Port D, Ace, shall be the future Pirate King. Chapter 69, The Hat-Wearing Stickman. Wow. What a colossal dragon. As a massive shadow loomed over the Navy's 16th Division, Luffy's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Rubber, rocket. With his simple-mindedness, he instinctively activated his powers. His arm suddenly shot upwards, grasping the gigantic dragon several dozen meters away, and then he swiftly contracted, pulling himself into the sky. Ace. Luffy, suspended in midair, joyfully shouted to his brother below, I'm going to tame this great dragon. Let us ride it together. Before he could leap onto the black dragon, he witnessed a dark figure leap from the dragon's back. Huh. Luffy barely had time to exclaim before a fist, as large as a sandbag, crashed squarely into his face. Boom. Luffy didn't even have a moment to utter a sound before he was sent hurtling back down. He fell with a speed even greater than when he ascended. Carp and Zephyr, who could have easily extended a hand to save him, merely folded their arms, watching in disbelief as Luffy crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater a meter wide. The man who had just declared his ambition to become the Pirate King was now firmly embedded in the earth. Ouch, it hurts. It hurts so much. Falling from such heights certainly wouldn't kill someone with the powers of the rubber fruit, but the hockey surrounding Rhett still pierced through Luffy's defenses, inflicting intense pain that made him roll around recklessly on the ground. Luffy emerged from the pit, clutching his head. I'm supposed to be a rubber man. Why does it hurt? Is this just like when Grandpa hits me, the iron fist of love? Carp watched the giant dragon descend slowly, chuckling as he greeted Rhett, entirely unfazed by the fact that his grandson had just been soundly thrashed. You little rascal, where did you run off to? Rhett landed first and, facing Carp, did not attempt to hide his intentions. Instead, he replied with a smile, my former superior called for help, claiming he was being bullied by the German kingdom. So I went to the North Sea to teach those unruly fellows a lesson. Don't worry, I didn't cause any major incidents, and there were no casualties. By the way, you must not report this to Sengoku. Carp chuckled and shook his head. You expect me to keep your secret? I'm afraid you overestimate me. Zephyr shrugged, cursing, I don't care whether you can keep secrets or not. Your two grandsons absolutely cannot stay here. I've finally had 2 months of peace. Why should I babysit your grandkids? Just as Carp was about to retort, the beautiful girl Ain, who was beside him, weakly inquired, Lieutenant General Carp, why do both of your grandsons want to become the Pirate King? Is there something amiss with your usual upbringing? Kapu nonchalantly waved his hand, asserting, how could there be any issues with my education? The disciples I have cultivated are always paragons of loyalty, bravery, and strength. Before he could utter another word, Zephyr retorted without reservation, indeed, the son you raised is now the greatest adversary of the world government. Kapu placed his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. This is classified information and must not be disclosed to others. Zephyr rolled his eyes. Forgive me, I'm merely a retired veteran. I have no understanding of classified matters. While the two old comrades continued their banter, Red had already approached Luffy and Ace. The 10-year-old Luffy donned his iconic straw hat, cherishing it dearly. With the dream of becoming Pirate King firmly entrenched in his very being, altering such an aspiration would be no simple feat as for 13-year-old Ace. He scrutinized Rhett with a vigilant gaze. You are the base commander mentioned by the old man? Rhett nodded in affirmation. Indeed. By the way, Vice Admiral Kapu, I recall you hail from the Goa Kingdom, correct? Kapu, still locked in a stare-down with Zephyr, replied, Indeed. What of it? Rhett smiled lightly, feigning casualness as he glanced at the two youngsters. On my way back, I encountered a group of revolutionaries. From them, I gleaned an inconsequential piece of information. 2 years ago, they rescued a severely burned child in the waters near Goa Kingdom. Allegedly, this child was the sole survivor of an attack by the celestial dragons, roughly the same age as Ace, and from the attire, appeared to be of noble descent. His intention in broaching this topic was abundantly clear. As expected, Ace and Luffy immediately leaned in closer, each gripping one of Rhett's arms. What was his name? Rhett, appearing bewildered, pondered. I believe it was Sabo? I only heard that much. Why, what about you two? Ace and Luffy were already locked in an embrace, weeping uncontrollably. It must be Sabo. He is alive. He is alive. Kapu finally concluded his playful quarrel with Zephyr. He seized a packet of snacks from his subordinate, tearing it open with a crisp sound, and stuffed a generous handful into his mouth. As he chewed heartily, he explained to Rhett, Sabo, crunch crunch, is the sworn brother of these two rascals, crunch crunch, the three of them, crunch crunch. Often got me into trouble. He swallowed hard, then chuckled, however. Sabo differs from these two rascals. He has always been a polite and good child. He has not perished. This is truly wonderful. Ace and Luffy were weeping with abandon when they felt a large hand gently patting their heads. Through their tear-filled eyes, Rhett spoke softly. I have also heard that your sworn brother is gravely injured, to the extent that he has lost most of his memories. If we do not locate him swiftly, he risks being transformed into a nefarious villain by some malevolent forces. To avert such a fate, I require your assistance in searching for him. Are you willing to help? The innocent Ace and Luffy immediately transformed into eager chicks. Absolutely. Let us hasten to find him. Rhett nodded and beckoned Nami, who stood behind them. Provide them with paper and pens. First, you must draw a likeness of Sabo. I will distribute it to my subordinates for the search. However, Ace and Luffy suddenly became bashful. Nami, who was nearby with the paper and pens, watched as Luffy sketched a stick figure adorned with a large hat, nearly bursting into laughter. Ace's drawing was equally rudimentary. The only distinction was that he had added a few strands of hair to his stick figure. Rhett looked at the rudimentary sketches in his hands and shook his head in exasperation. Ace, Luffy, this won't help us find Sabo. Although the two boys often appeared to lack intelligence in many situations, they could not help but feel a twinge of shame as they regarded their own doodles. Rhett gently patted their shoulders once more, encouraging them. Do not be disheartened. I shall assist you. Here is the plan. You will train with me to enhance your combat abilities while I seek out the Revolutionary Army's base. Should they refuse to release him, we shall defeat them all. What do you say? Once again, Ace and Luffy transformed into eager chicks. Ace, displaying a hint of politeness, remarked, You are truly a good person. But Luffy added, Once we find Sabo, we can set sail to become pirates. Will you lend us a warship then? Rhett's cheeks twitched in response. MMP, I apologize, but I must retract that statement. As I reflect on the progress of this book, its dismal performance leaves me utterly embarrassed. The initial month of its release was remarkably successful, supported by both new and old readers, allowing me to rank within the top 6 or 7 on the new book charts. However, after the initial period, the fierce competition within the two-dimensional realm surpassed my expectations. Following 2 weeks of promotional efforts, my situation has become dire. With 190,000 words, I have only garnered 1,850 collections, whereas my previous book exceeded 4,000 collections by the same word count. If it weren't for a few loyal readers voting every day, I might have long since given up. Many friends in the author group have kindly mocked me for abandoning football writing during the World Cup to venture into the two-dimensional realm. What a wise decision that has proven to be. The realm of the two-dimensional world boasts a vast audience, yet what significance does that hold for you? Conversely, the sports genre may attract a smaller readership. Yet as an established author with 2 works exceeding 1,000 subscriptions, even if I were to shamelessly beseech my editor, my circumstances would not be so disheartening. Nonetheless, I merely aspired to pen a novel of a new genre. Rest assured, this book shall not be abandoned. Previously, in an effort to prolong the release of my new work and await recommendations, I had proclaimed a commitment to update once a day. However, I must now retract that statement. Henceforth, the era of bi-daily updates commences. Alas, I find myself on the verge of tears. Chapter 70, The Fleet That Destroys Everything on December 5th. After reminiscing with Zifa, Karp departed from the base of the 16th Division. Laden with a plethora of unique delicacies from the East Sea, he left his grandson, Luffy, and Ace behind with complete peace of mind. Suddenly, it struck him. Have I unwittingly established a nursery here? Observing the group of youths before him, Rate smirked at his own predicament. He then patted Reiju on the shoulder and said, Reiju, you are the elder sister. Please look after these rascals for me. Should any of them misbehave, do not hesitate to discipline them with your abilities. Especially that rubber boy, show him no mercy. Reiju blinked her large, watery eyes and licked her rosy lips. exuding an allure beyond her years. Does my ability include the use of poison? Rate chuckled and nodded. Of course, you are free to teach them a lesson, but do not take their lives. 15-year-old Reiju, 14-year-old Noki, 13-year-old Ace, 12-year-old Iji, Sanji, and Zoro, 11-year-old Nami, and 10-year-old Luffy. The 8 youngsters gathered together created a lively atmosphere. However, among them, Iji and Zoro were clearly out of sync. The former, with his naturally upturned nose, and the latter, who devoted all his focus to honing his skills, showed no interest in the games that fascinated the other children, be it Noki tending to plants, Nami charting maps, Ace and Luffy playing hide-and-seek, or Reiju indulging in toxins. Rate, busy with official duties, had no intention of personally managing this group of little rascals, especially Luffy. Spending too much time with this boy would either diminish his own intellect or drive him to the brink of exasperation. Thus, he entrusted these future stars to Zifa, the former admiral, along with Ein and Benz for supervision. Indeed, it was quite a scene to behold, entrusting the future brothers of the Pirate King to a man whose entire family had been annihilated by pirates and who harbored a deep-seated loathing for them. Rate glanced at Zifa, who wore an expression of resignation, and silently urged him, "Good luck, Instructor Zifa. Whether or not you can steer the future Pirate King brothers onto the right path rests entirely upon you." 5 days after Carp's departure from the base, Rate received word of the Vinsmoke family's arrival in the vicinity. Nearly 20,000 robust men, albeit primarily clones, should not differ too greatly from ordinary individuals in terms of basic human rights. Rate arranged for them to settle in a newly flattened oasis on Board Island, where the technology of the Germa Kingdom would soon facilitate the planning and construction of a magnificent city. Moreover, Rate unceremoniously commanded Gaji to lead the company's technical team in providing suitable support for Tom's shipbuilding endeavors. After all, Gaji had once been a colleague of Vegapunk, and through this exposure, although his ideas and perspectives could not surpass 5 centuries of global advancement, they were certainly ahead of the past 50 years. According to Rate's design philosophy, his flagship did not need to be as grandiose as the fearsome 3-masted schooners or the Golden City. He even limited the maximum troop capacity of this warship to a mere 300 individuals. Such a capacity could at best be classified as a medium-sized warship. However, unlike ordinary medium-sized vessels, he significantly expanded the cabin space, ensuring that even the most common soldiers or cooks enjoy living in working areas at least 5 times larger than those on typical warships. Additionally, he incorporated various activity rooms to ensure that his subordinates would not succumb to boredom during their maritime journeys. And he designed several plantations and small gardens to maximize the utility of his fruit abilities. With Tom and Gaji's formidable collaboration, and with ample funding and materials at their disposal, this warship would undoubtedly excel in aspects such as propulsion systems, detection capabilities, endurance, weaponry, defensive durability, and overall comfort, certainly surpassing the original Sunny ship by a considerable margin. Of course, to assemble a powerful fleet, beyond the flagship commanded by the Supreme Commander, a diverse array of warships would be necessary, including those with formidable firepower adept at long-range assaults, as well as agile vessels skilled in guerrilla warfare. Moreover, one could not overlook the need for reconnaissance, communication, logistics, and various auxiliary functionalities. Conservatively estimating, by the time this fleet began to take shape, it would require an expenditure of no less than 200 billion berries, equivalent to 200 billion yen, approximately $1.8 billion US, or 12 billion renminbi, a sum roughly comparable to the cost of an old-fashioned aircraft carrier. Given that items in the pirate world are far less sophisticated than in the real world, the expenses would not be nearly as astronomical. Just 10 atom trees had already cost close to 2 billion. Naturally, the Navy headquarters would not allocate such a substantial budget to a mere 16 divisions, and the military funds scavenged from the rat amounted to only a fraction of what was needed. Thus, Rate would have to secure all these expenses on his own. Fortunately, through preliminary preparations, farming and selling, he had amassed considerable wealth, and the industries on the Board Islands continuously provided him with various resources. Although 200 billion was indeed a staggering figure, for the currently affluent Rate, it merely caused him a twinge of discomfort. The sea stone had been installed beneath the hull, a technology that Vegapunk and I had once researched together, capable of evading 99 of Sea Kings. Gaji wiped the sweat from his brow and leapt down from the suspended ship's underside, his golden hair flowing past his waist, spread out in the air like a majestic lion, exuding an extraordinary presence. In the span of a month, his mindset underwent a profound transformation. Although he still harbored ambitions of national restoration, the fervor that once consumed him had significantly diminished, at the very least. It was no longer the sole purpose of his existence. After all, in comparison to the distant dream of reclaiming Germa, avoiding the ire of Vinsmoke Judge and ensuring the safety and unity of his family had become a far more pragmatic objective for the Vinsmoke clan. The technology you and Beach Punk have been researching? Judge raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. An embarrassed flush crept across Gaji's face, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. The weapon system has been calibrated. This energy cannon technology is a unique innovation of Germa. This cannon eliminates the need for traditional ammunition. It merely requires electrical energy to unleash laser beams, with its potency capable of exponentially increasing over time, even effortlessly obliterating a small island. If all 108 cannons aboard the ship were to fire simultaneously, supported by the artillery of escort vessels, the resulting power would undoubtedly rival the might of the Navy's demon-slaying order. The demon-slaying order? Pathetically weak. Judge shook his head. The so-called demon-slaying order merely consisted of 5 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, each commanding a large warship, although it was claimed to possess the capability to annihilate a medium-sized nation in an instant. The actual firepower of 5 warships fell woefully short of the cataclysmic devastation one might imagine. In contrast, with Judge's vision, once his fleet was fully assembled, a concentrated barrage could utterly obliterate the Navy headquarters in Marineford or the Holy Land of Mariewa. He had no need for legendary ancient weapons. With the technology of this world alone, he could dominate the entire globe. Observing Judge's dissatisfaction, Gaji felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. During this time, Judge had maintained an affable demeanor, never displaying anger even in the presence of the imperious Vinsmoke children. Yet, Gaji had not forgotten that this young naval officer possessed the power to annihilate his entire family with ease. Thus, he feared Judge more than anyone else. Even a mere frown from him made Gaji's legs tremble, and his bladder betrayed him with an overwhelming urge. He swallowed hard. Lord Judge, what do you think of my daughter? Reiju? For the honor of his family and his own life, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Chapter 71. The Eastern Red Ret tilted his head slightly, inquiring, "What did you say?" However, Gaji averted his gaze, saying, "My Lord Ret, if you would not take offense, I earnestly beseech you to accept my daughter." Ret scoffed. "You seem quite fond of political unions, Gaji. Yet, your daughter is merely 15. Is she not? Is it not premature to discuss such matters?" Gaji nearly fell to his knees. No, my Lord Ret. I only wish to prove my loyalty to you." With a dismissive wave, Ret vanished from sight, leaving the weakened Gaji behind at the shipyard. Gaji gazed up at the sky, clenching his fists tightly. "Indeed, I simply wish to be your father." Time flows swiftly, and before long, a new year has arrived. It is January 3rd, 1514, and nearly 2 months have passed since Ret's return to the East Sea. The formidable new warships have entered the testing phase, the guerrilla fleet is taking shape, and the maritime routes have commenced. The new base of the 16th Division, situated near Cocoa West Village, has been completed, and the recruitment of new soldiers is nearing its conclusion. The Board Armed Group continues to grow rapidly, its operations spanning a significant portion of the East Sea. The Board Islands have surpassed a population of 300,000, thriving in a scene of prosperity. While Ret's plans advance steadily, his subordinate, Ender Larson, has also completed the reorganization of the 153rd Division. On this day, he personally led a team to the main island of Board to extend New Year's greetings to Ret. Ha. After an intense workout, Larson, bare-chested, collapsed onto the ground, shaking his head as if emerging from a sauna, drenched in sweat, his torso marked with bruises. The gap between us seems to have widened yet again. Ret, however, merely wiped the fine sweat from his temples, appearing composed and ready. "Do you think I have neglected my training these past 2 months? I invited instructor Zifa to the East Sea, not merely to express filial piety." Larson exhaled a warm breath, chuckling. "That was not my implication. It's just that, after enduring a year of ascetic training, returning to the East Sea, and being accompanied by the enchanting Miss Robin, I had thought you might indulge a little." Ret shrugged. "Recently, Robin has gone on an adventure." Larson opened his mouth in realization. "No wonder your grip was so strong earlier. Your temper is quite fiery." On January 8th, with the blare of a whistle, the newly constructed warship, a collaboration between Tom and Gaji, gracefully sailed into the ocean. After 2 months of effort, this large command ship, whimsically named Eastern Red by Ret, was finally ready for deployment. Measuring 120 meters in length and reaching a maximum width of 35 meters, The vessel is armored on both sides with semi-automated controls, complemented by 128 energy cannons, and additional 20 have been added. It features a 5-tier cabin, harnessing both steam and wind power, supplemented by a jet propulsion device at the stern. When fully operational, it can achieve speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour or even higher. This translates to nearly 2,000 kilometers of sea traversed in a single day, provided that energy supplies are sufficient. What do you think, Lord Rate? Although Tom is the principal designer, the brazen Gargi assumes the role of the narrator. The overall impression surpasses expectations, and I commend your efforts. After experiencing a voyage, Rate nodded in satisfaction. Despite having criticized Gargi a fortnight prior, he recognized that in an era dominated by wooden sailing vessels, Tom and Gargi's ability to research and successfully transform a steam warship in such a brief period is indeed a remarkable achievement. As a leader, he understood when to motivate his subordinates and when to offer acknowledgement. He then inquired, Gargi, have you conducted any research on plant extraction? For the ever-anxious Gargi, perhaps involving him in more significant matters would grant him some solace. Gargi paused slightly. My expertise lies in genetic modification and weaponry, but plant extraction is not an overly complex technique. Rate nodded. On the main island of Board, I cultivated a special array of plants using the powers of the devil fruit. Each possesses unique characteristics. If you have the time, please assist me in researching them to see if we can achieve any breakthroughs. This matter involves my most confidential secrets, and no one else is permitted to know a whisper of it. Gargi's eyes seemed to gleam with enthusiasm as he respectfully replied, Understood. Thank you for your trust, Lord Rate. I shall give it my utmost effort. In the ensuing days, the newly established naval branch welcomed nearly 7,000 recruits, and elite forces selected from seasoned veterans were also assembled. Rate successfully completed his first task after taking command of the branch. He fulfilled his promise to his subordinates. Colonels Dennis and Claire were promoted to the rank of colonel, while Torres and William ascended to lieutenant colonel. Owen and Gerald became majors, and even the liaison officer, Mace, was elevated to second lieutenant by Rate. Furthermore, with the sudden doubling of enlisted soldiers, Rate made appropriate adjustments to the existing formations, resulting in nearly half of the junior soldiers receiving promotions. He also distributed a substantial bonus to all soldiers, citing the new year and their hard work as justifications, thereby garnering significant support from both the military and the populace. The funds in question were certainly not drawn from his own pocket. The 16th Division now boasts nearly 10,000 naval personnel, having established itself as the most formidable faction in the East China Sea. The name of the Black Dragon is frequently whispered even in the Grand Line and the distant North Sea. The kingdoms, islands, towns, and merchant fleets under their jurisdiction have been eagerly offering financial support since Lord Rhett's appointment. They have received no less than 2 billion in cash and supplies within a mere 2 months. While one could argue that, in a sense, this bears resemblance to the protection fees extorted by pirates, the realms, residents, and traders of these waters have undeniably experienced a long-awaited era of peace and stability. In contrast to their previous lives fraught with fear and uncertainty, they are more than willing to pay this seemingly trivial special military fee, provided they can live, trade, and govern in safety. On the morning of February 1st, Lord Rhett, as per your command, I have meticulously examined the plants you cultivated, and indeed, they possess remarkable powers, particularly the Vigo fruit and the treat fruit, which are almost miraculous in their ability to invigorate and heal. I have begun to develop a refining apparatus capable of extracting and purifying the nutrients from the ripe fruits. The only question that remains is whether Lord Rhett desires the potion in liquid or solid form. In less than a month, my colleague from Vegapunk, Gaji, has made significant strides in this research endeavor. Even before dawn, he eagerly reported his findings to Rhett via the snail phone. Rhett was quite pleased with his industrious attitude and posed a question. Does the form, liquid or solid, affect the efficacy of the medicine? Gaji promptly replied with professionalism. The majority of the nutrients from these plants are absorbed through the gastrointestinal tract, thus a liquid form would be more effective. However, liquids are less suitable for storage, both in terms of conditions and shelf life. Rhett nodded in understanding. Then let us produce them separately, 30% in liquid form and 70% in pill form. Ensure rigorous testing to guarantee there are no side effects. Gaji responded enthusiastically, ready to seek recognition from Rhett, when suddenly he heard the voice of Lieutenant Mice on the other end of the snail phone. Rhett promptly terminated the call and turned to his aide. What is it? Mice saluted. The King Norton of the Navia Kingdom has sent a sponsorship of 50 million berries and has extended an invitation for Major General Rhett to visit the kingdom. Rhett waved his hand dismissively. Keep the money, and there is no need for a visit. Please convey my gratitude to him. Each time I encounter these gluttonous and foolish kings, I am always apprehensive that I might impulsively eliminate them at any moment. Mice nodded and took note. Yet he did not depart immediately. Another matter awaited. The Quadrennial World Conference was on the horizon, and the naval headquarters had just dispatched a directive. As the most formidable branch in the East China Sea and the commander of the guerrilla fleet, we were tasked with escorting the kings of over 10 kingdoms to Mariehua for the conference. A flicker of disdain crossed Rhett's eyes as he tapped his desk. Uttering in a subdued tone, "Understood, you may leave." Occupying this position, he found himself unable to refuse. In truth, even prominent figures such as Karp, Zephyr, or the admirals Akiji and Kazara had to fulfill tasks they were reluctant to accept. The World Conference might not serve as a stage for performance. However, that did not imply he was powerless to act. Mice exited the office, and Red exhaled deeply. He propped his feet upon the desk, casting a sidelong glance out the window. A ray of morning light streamed in just then. The sun had only just risen above the sea, and the world seemed to be cloaked in a golden sheen. The dawn broke brilliantly, with the east aglow. Chapter 72. Beneath the night sky on February 5th. A grand vessel traverses the expansive sea with remarkable speed. Unlike the majority of sailing ships, this one boasts not only sails, but also a robust, cylindrical structure that incessantly emits a plume of white vapor into the sky. Rear Admiral Rhett. Target acquired. The Green Dog Pirates. Reported Lieutenant William from below. His superior, Old Rhett, remained reclined, resting his head on Robin's thigh, yawning towards the heavens before gesturing dismissively. "William, take Ace and Zoro with you. Be cautious not to let Luffy fall overboard." William did not question his superior's professionalism, for their adversary today was merely a petty thief with a bounty of 5 million berries. Nonetheless, this small-time criminal was the target they had painstakingly pursued after an entire day's journey. The waters near Division 16 had long since become a veritable hell for pirates. Any pirate of sound mind would think twice before daring to step foot in this perilous domain. The danger of these waters arose not solely from the Navy, but also from a band of bounty hunters whose combat prowess rivaled that of naval forces, relentlessly seeking their quarry. Their targets included not only pirates but also robbers, fugitives, bandits, smugglers, and human traffickers. Any lawbreaker would face their wrath. While they did not shy away from the name of the bold group, in many remote islands and towns, the populace affectionately referred to these justice bearers in red neckties as the Red Scarfs. A mere 5 million berry thief was hardly worthy of Rear Admiral Rhett's personal attention. Yet his journey over 1,000 kilometers aboard the Eastern Red was primarily to test the warship's capabilities while simultaneously training his young companions. "This warship is perhaps the fastest I've ever seen. It's simply magnificent," Zifa exclaimed in admiration, then proceeded to savor his newly acquired pipe. His beautiful disciple, Ein, immediately reached out to snatch the sinful pipe away. "Master Zifa, you mustn't smoke." Zifa deftly evaded Ein's grasp, enjoying his smoke. "Worry not. Ever since I began taking the special medication developed by Red, my asthma has not recurred for over half a month. A few puffs won't harm my health." Ein was at a loss, but Red interjected, "Your health has indeed improved significantly, but, Instructor Zifa, we have many women and children present, and I personally detest the smell of tobacco." Zifa shrugged and leaped onto a crossbeam several meters high, continuing to smoke against the howling winds. His gaze wandered aimlessly as he listened to the sounds of youthful exuberance. "Rubber, rubber, whip," cried Luffy, the Banana Man pink venom attack. "Toxic powder butterfly Reiju, spark spiral. Spark red EG, 3 sword style demon slash. 3 sword style swordsman Zaro, Bartai secret technique banquet table. Kick technique Sanji, I hit. Hit. Ace without any skills, strictly speaking, if the not yet 13-year-old Luffy faced off alone against the 5 million bounty Captain Green Dog. The future Pirate King might not necessarily emerge victorious. However, this is not a one-on-one confrontation, with the assistance of William, Binz, Torres, Owen, and others nearby to provide support. The 6 children managed to leave Captain Green Dog reeling. "Reiju, are you not worried about them?" Noki asked, somewhat shyly, glancing at Reiju, who was nestled in Robin's embrace. Pouting, Reiju remained ensconced in her haven of comfort, casually waving her hand. Daily training was already arduous. He needed to seize every fleeting moment to unwind and relax. Compared to her sister, who exuded a faintly sour aura, Nami was far more serene. At that moment, this prodigious young artist sat upright at her small desk. diligently sketching the maritime route they had traversed, perhaps due to the swift pace of the warship. She required the assistance of a transponder snail's photographs to complete her nautical chart, leaving her with no energy to engage in conversation with others. Half an hour later, the battle-weary children finally concluded their skirmish and returned to the Red Dawn. Raja finally rose from Robin's soft lap. Assuming an authoritative demeanor befitting an older sibling, this is your first independent eradication of a pirate crew. How does it feel? Though he wore a proud expression, E.G., who was unconditionally obedient to Raju, was the first to respond. Without the help of William and Benz, we wouldn't have won. Zoro shook his head. I am truly weak. I can barely defeat my opponent with a 6-to-1 advantage. Sanji similarly shook his head. That green-haired fool can't even distinguish left from right. I clearly instructed him to flank the enemy, yet he still got knocked away by that green dog with a single punch. Raju also shook her head. These children are too difficult to manage. They simply do not heed my commands. Luffy laughed heartily. Being a Navy soldier is so boring. Indeed. I must become the Pirate King. Ace, however, wore a troubled expression. Why do they all possess skills and techniques? Why am I left with nothing? The beautiful older sister I gently ruffled his hair, offering warm encouragement. Do not lose heart, young Ace. Teacher Zephyr neither consumed a devil fruit nor possesses any supernatural abilities. Yet through relentless effort, he has garnered countless respect over the decades on these seas. Even GOLD, Roger would not dare to underestimate him. Rhett raised an eyebrow as he noticed a subtle shift in Ace's expression when I mentioned Roger's name. It was neither discontent nor pride, but rather a faint hint of bitterness. This 14-year-old boy had already begun to harbor his own secrets. General Rhett, the Green Dog Pirates have been completely eradicated. Shall we return immediately? William reported after the battlefield had been cleared. However, Rhett, having just received a phone call, shook his head and pointed towards the southern island. Since we are near Zoro's hometown, let us pay a visit. After all, Gungshiro has been a mentor to many of you. Green Algae Head. Do you really know the way? Stop your prattling. Just follow me. Hey Zoro, why do I feel like we are getting further from the summit? This is the shortest route. As Sanji and Luffy questioned Zoro's navigational skills, Red had already utilized his moonwalk technique for swift movement, soaring above the Shimazuki dojo. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a gentle twilight over the dojo. Yet, with his observation haki, Rhett could distinctly perceive the figures bustling in the backyard, transporting food and supplies. Among the crowd, he spotted the dojo's master engaged in conversation with a slender woman. Rhett smiled slightly, then suddenly vanished into thin air. The supply here has been particularly abundant these past few months, Mr. Gungshiro, which has alleviated a significant issue for us. The woman was adorned in eye-catching attire. Despite it being evening, she wore sunglasses and a short skirt that barely concealed her long, elegant legs. Most astonishingly, she sported an unbuttoned long-sleeve jacket that, while covering the most critical areas, did little to obscure her strikingly firm silhouette. She was, indeed, in a state of undress. Gungshiro squinted. Whether from habit or to mask his bewilderment was unclear. The recent weather has been favorable, and the harvest has indeed been plentiful, he explained with a smile, but suddenly a warning bell rang in his mind. He abruptly looked up, only to see a fleeting shadow land right before him. Rhett. General Rhett. The woman's reaction was slightly delayed. Upon catching sight of the white coat, her expression shifted dramatically. The Navy? Rhett smiled calmly. There's no need for alarm. I harbor no interest in the Revolutionary Army. I am merely here to pay a visit to Instructor Gungshiro of the 16th Division. Chapter 73. Please join the Revolutionary Army, Gungshiro. As the host, why not introduce us to each other? In the hall of the dojo, Rhett sat cross-legged without a hint of restraint. Gungshiro sighed and personally placed 2 cups of tea before them. This is Rear Admiral Bold Rhett, the commander of the 16th Branch Base and concurrently the Supreme Commander of the East Sea Guerrilla Fleet. And this is the commanding officer of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Division, Bello Betty. It is an honor. The name of Major General Black Dragon is indeed renowned among us. Yet I never anticipated that you would appear before me today. Bello Betty similarly seated herself, unabashed, fully aware that her skirt left little to the imagination in Rhett's gaze. Considering the Revolutionary Army's association with various eccentricities, including the King of Transgenders, who later relocated their base to Transgender Island, Rhett merely indulged in a fleeting visual appreciation of the audacious commander, harboring no intentions of bringing her into his inner circle. Is that so? I have perused your name numerous times in the Navy's confidential documents, yet I never expected you to be such an uninhibited and fiery woman. Rhett cast a glance at the 2 ample, creamy white mounds opposite him, questioning if that short jacket could indeed zip up. Betty removed her sunglasses. Since you are able to sit here with me, may I assume there is potential for negotiation between us? Rhett smiled non-committally. I am not among the radical hardliners of the Navy. At least, you have not caused any disturbances in the waters under my jurisdiction. Betty nodded and placed a cigarette between her lips. Before she could light the cigarette, a gust of wind abruptly snapped it in two. Huh. She looked questioningly at Rhett, who merely flicked his finger. Apologies, but I detest when people smoke in front of me. Betty pouted her fiery red lips and discarded the remaining filter behind her. Steadying herself, she resumed the conversation, to speak frankly. Your actions in the East Sea do not entirely align with the conduct expected of a naval officer. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Do elaborate. Despite Betty's usual brazen demeanor, she found it necessary to tread carefully at this moment. While ordinary naval branches may indeed occupy land, even claiming a few small islands as their private territories, never has anyone, like yourself, nearly constructed an autonomous kingdom. Moreover, based on the current intelligence, Your Excellency's vigorous promotion of maritime transportation and significant military expansion evidently reflects dissatisfaction with merely overseeing the 16th Division's waters. Rhett took a sip of tea and remarked, I learned a phrase during my time at the elite camp in Marinfando. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Since the other divisions lack the capability to manage their territories effectively, as their colleague, I feel it is my duty to assist them. Betty's eyes curved slightly as she inhaled deeply. Lord Rhett, should you wish to join the revolutionaries, I would gladly relinquish the position of commander of the East Sea Forces to you and willingly serve as your subordinate. Yoshikawa, who had been seated quietly with his eyes narrowed, displayed a rare look of astonishment, nearly causing his teacup to slip from his grasp onto the tatami mat. However, his momentary panic quickly gave way to a semblance of composure. He was acutely aware of Rhett's formidable strength, the dual-element devil fruit abilities, mastery of the Navy's 6 styles inherited from Black-Armed Zephyr, and an increasingly refined mastery of observation and armament hockey. Even with himself, bellowed Betty, and hundreds of those from the Revolutionary Army joining forces, it would be daunting to confront such an opponent. If someone of such immense power were to become a member of the Revolutionary Army, their strength would undoubtedly soar to new heights. It could even be said that with Rhett aligned with the revolutionaries, the entire East Sea would fall completely under Drago's dominion. It was no wonder that Bello Betty made the swift decision to step aside in favor of Rhett. You are indeed a commendable subordinate, Bello Betty. Drago possesses remarkable insight. Rhett smiled. I have a few words I wish to convey directly to Drago. Can you establish contact with him? Betty's expression brightened. Of course. If Drago is aware of your intention to join, he will undoubtedly do everything in his power to meet any of your conditions. Rhett blew gently on the steam rising from his tea, watching as Betty hurriedly retrieved a small confidential snail phone from her skirt and dialed a number. The call was promptly answered, and a somewhat gravelly male voice came through. This is Drago. Bello Betty, what brings you to the East Sea? Just as Betty was about to introduce Rhett, he interjected, I am Portas D. Rhett. It is a pleasure to meet you, Monkey D. Drago. Your father has been quite kind to me. There was a 3-second silence on the line before a low chuckle emerged. That old man. He actually entrusted Luffy to your care. It seems you are primarily concerned about Luffy. Rhett chuckled in return. And what of the other grandson brought by Mr. Carp? The lad named Ace. Whose child is he? The telephone insect fell into silence for 3 seconds. Deftly evading the topic, the shipwright of the Pirate King Roger has already pledged his service to you, and the German army is under your command. As a formidable naval commander, why do you not venture into the Grand Line to eradicate pirates, but instead choose to expand your influence in the already peaceful East Blue? What is your true intention? I aspire to upend the entire world, Dragon. Rate expressed without hesitation. I do not seek an absolute sense of fairness, justice, or freedom, however. This grotesque world is certainly not what I desire. I aim to eradicate the decaying navy, the corrupt kingdoms, the world government, the celestial dragons, and the deeper shadows that loom above. Dragon chuckled softly. Our objectives, it seems, do not significantly conflict. Why not join us? Ray countered. Why should I join you instead of you joining me? What difference does it make? If there is no distinction, then why can't you become my subordinate? It appears we cannot further discuss this matter at present. Indeed, while that may be the case, I believe that at least in this phase, we can be allies. What do you think? Betty, please send a communication telephone insect to Major Rate. Although we cannot unite, we can at least share some intelligence. By the way, Major Rate, I entrust you with the care of Luffy. Since you mentioned Luffy, another question arises. Why do you not bring him to the Revolutionary Army as well? He is still quite young, and the endeavors of the Revolutionary Army are arduous and perilous. I do not wish to affect his future. And what about Sabo? How do you know of Sabo's existence? That is of little consequence. You may not be aware that Sabo, your son, and Ace are sworn brothers, are you? He has no memories of the past, so we are entirely oblivious to this matter. Let us converse with Sabo once I meet Luffy. After hanging up the call, Ray chuckled and shook his head. Join the perverse Revolutionary Army? I'm afraid I have no interest. He gazed out the window, now shrouded in mist, and once again fell into contemplation. Although he had arrived early at the dojo, this village was not particularly large. Why had Luffy and the others not yet arrived? That green-haired fellow, can he not even find the dojo where he has lived for several years? Chapter 74. The one who forces Zifa to a standstill at the training ground of the new base in the 16th Division. Thousands of recruits were observing an intense confrontation. The formidable Admiral Zifa, renowned as the Black Arm, unleashed a ferocious assault, each of his powerful punches conjuring a tempest of fury. Even from hundreds of meters away, the recruits could feel an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping them. The one completely subdued by Zifa was none other than the master of this base, the Black Dragon, Ret. Despite his robust physique and the full application of his armament haki, Ret struggled to withstand Zifa's relentless onslaught, relying solely on his formidable defense to endure the assault. What is the matter, Ret? Is this all the strength you possess? Zifa taunted, launching a fierce punch that cut through the air. Challenging him, do you wish to be humiliated before your over 7,000 subordinates? While conceding defeat to a legendary admiral would not be disgraceful, Ret, as the strongest individual in East Blue, had no intention of conceding such a favor to his instructor. Suddenly, a slender willow branch sprouted in his hand, its verdant leaves glistening with vitality. With a swift motion, he brandished the branch, transforming the elongated leaves into dozens of sharp black blades. Wielding armament haki, these were indeed black blades. Flying leaf slash. Too weak. Too weak. Zifa laughed heartily, his black fists poised to shatter the whirling blades in midair with his own haki. However, the moment his fists made contact with the willow leaves, he sensed an anomaly. His haki obliterated the initial few leaves. Yet he found himself encircled by an innumerable number of black blades. Hundreds? Thousands? Or even tens of thousands? When did this happen? Such questions surged through Zifa's mind. But he had no time to ponder, as Ret's voice echoed across the training ground. Zifa, you'd best be careful. Boundless fallen leaves. The pressure, shattering storm. In an instant, Zifa activated his armament haki, enveloping himself entirely, and unleashed a colossal punch capable of demolishing half the base, propelling it toward the countless black willow leaves. Before the storm could fully manifest, it was met by a dark, shadowy sandstorm. Black coffin. Ret clapped his hands together, and the densely packed haki-infused black sand ensnared Zifa in the storm with unyielding force. The pressure, shattering short strike. Yet, Zifa was indeed Zifa. In the briefest moment, he summoned his utmost energy, his iron fist breaking through the gaping hole in the sand prison. Ret, now it's my turn to attack. He spat out sand, propelling himself forward like a bolt from a crossbow, roaring as he charged with overwhelming might. Bang! With no embellishments, Zifa's black iron fist struck solidly against Ret's chest. Zifa's fist emerged directly from between Ret's chest and abdomen. No. He sensed something amiss immediately, yet a slight pain radiated from his right arm. The Ret, whom he had pierced through the chest, instantaneously transformed into numerous vine-like tendrils, some thorny brambles pricking lightly into his skin. Zifa's expression shifted. He was aware that this disciple possessed the devil fruit abilities that included paralyzing powder, drowsiness powder, and even toxic attacks. What in the world is this, you rascal? With a vigorous shake of his arms, Zifa tore apart the tendrils and thorns, stamping his feet heavily on the ground as he swiftly scanned his surroundings in search of Ret's whereabouts. However, just as his feet touched the ground, two glossy black tendrils ensnared him tightly. Thorny bind. This was precisely Ret's specialty control skill, now significantly enhanced by the armament haki. What a trivial skill. Zifa scoffed, preparing to exert force through his legs to break free from the bind, but suddenly his footing gave way. Ret's figure finally materialized, his hands plunged into the earth, offering Zifa a faint smile. Hades, Death Marsh. Centered around Zifa's landing spot, the ground within nearly 100 meters instantaneously collapsed. The once solid soil transformed into soft mud. And combined with the pull of the tendrils, it exerted an irresistible force, pulling Zifa deep into the mire. Curse it. Zifa excelled at overcoming finesse with brute strength. In his prime, his armament haki could obliterate any formidable fortress. However, at 66 years of age, his physical prowess had naturally waned. Despite some improvement in his asthma, the long-term afflictions had severely diminished his capabilities. Now, confronted with this vast expanse of swirling, flowing mud, he found himself unable to extricate himself. Rhett's hands faltered momentarily, and the swamp paused for a brief instant. Zifa, with most of his body deeply entrenched in the quagmire, suddenly summoned his last reserves of strength, delivering a powerful punch downward, which sent a significant portion of the swamp sludge flying in all directions. The nearest recruits hastily retreated, but still found themselves splattered by the erupted soft mud, causing chaos throughout the training ground. A wall of sand intercepted the mud aimed at Rhett, gradually dispersing. Rhett rose from the ground, tilting his head towards Zifa. "Shall we conclude our duel here, Instructor Zifa?" Covered in muck, Zifa grunted as he leaped out of the pit. "Is it such a delight to pummel a retired, ailing old man?" Rhett chuckled and shook his head, while Ein and Binz promptly offered a towel to the robust elder. Ever since Rhett developed the potent elixir, Zifa's asthma had significantly improved, and his gradually recovering physique naturally made him the ideal training partner for Rhett. Nevertheless, this contest remains a remarkably rare display of unrestrained effort between the two combatants. The outcome has already confirmed that the aging Zephyr is incapable of exerting absolute dominance over Rhett, who, in the context of one-on-one combat, has nearly surpassed all the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, with the exception of Garp, of course. This public duel serves, in part, to showcase the prowess of their commander before the officers and soldiers of the entire branch. To amplify the impact, Rhett astutely invited a reporter from the East Blue branch of the World Economic News and signaled them to report the events accurately, such as breaking news. The individual who fought to a standstill with the legendary Black Arm Zephyr is none other than him. Shocking. A talent worthy of an admiral has emerged from the weakest sea, the East Blue. Typically, news from the East Blue seldom reaches other seas, especially those navigating the Grand Line. However, due to its connection to the legendary naval figure Zephyr, this article swiftly crossed the seas to the Grand Line, stirring a considerable commotion. Top secret. The Navy headquarters has convened an internal meeting, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku has designated the next admiral as him. Caution. The Navy headquarters is about to implement performance evaluations, and the lowest performer among the three admirals will be replaced by the Black Dragon. A significant employment crisis looms for the dogs and monkeys, who will be ousted by the Black Dragon. The fervent Akainu. Admiral Sakazuki has eliminated 30,000 pirates within a month. The serious Akiji. Admiral Kazan has dismantled an 800 million bounty pirate crew. The diligent Kizaru. Admiral Borsellino has not been late for 30 consecutive days. This, of course, is all in jest. Chapter 75, The Dragon of the Storm in the Dim. Amber glow of the light, two indescribable bodies entwined closely together, producing a series of ineffable sounds. Once the resonance has faded, Rhett gently caressed Robin's smooth back and casually inquired, "How have your recent endeavors fared?" Robin languidly arched her waist, positioning Rhett's head snugly against the gentle curves of her bosom. "In Haiti, over 3,000 kilometers away, we unearthed a historical document and have brought back the rubbings." Suddenly, she shivered, her entire body momentarily electrified with a delightful thrill, and playfully reproached, "Do you not wish to hear about the contents of the historical text?" A vague response emerged from beneath her. "I'm afraid my interests lie solely with the present." Rhett was certainly not lying. As a traveler from another realm, how could a historical document hold more significance for him than the tender warmth before him? March 3rd was merely an ordinary day. A small sailboat, braving the winds and waves, docked at the harbor of the old base of the 16th Division. A tall man clad in a deep green hooded coat leapt ashore, followed closely by two adolescents, one male and one female. The previously sunny sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, leaves began to swirl chaotically in the air, and the briny scent permeated the atmosphere. "I have arrived," the middle-aged man declared, picking up a communication device in a low voice. Within 3 minutes, someone appeared before him. "I am William, the adjutant of the 16th Division. Please follow me." The middle-aged man nodded, inadvertently revealing a large tattoo on his face, which appeared quite fearsome at first glance. The group swiftly entered a 5-story villa, where the host awaited in the reception room. "Report, Major General," William began, but was abruptly interrupted by a trembling exclamation. "Sabo." Luffy and Ace had thrown themselves onto the young boy, tears streaming down their faces. Initially, shock flickered across the boy's visage, then, as if awakening from a long slumber, he wept freely like a flood breaking its dam. "Ace, Luffy, pleasure to meet you, Drago." Rhett did not rise deliberately. He remained seated on the sofa, gesturing for his guests to take a seat. His guest was none other than the greatest adversary of the world government, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, son of Carp, father of Luffy, Monkey D, Dragon. It is likely that no one could have anticipated that a wanted criminal such as myself could find a place in the living room of a Navy Major General. Dorag displayed no hint of restraint as he unveiled the hood of his coat, revealing his hair, reminiscent of a hedgehog, and then boldly took a seat opposite Rate. Rate chuckled softly, lifted the teapot, and poured a cup for Dorag. No, the position of Major General is hardly significant, even in the legendary lounge of the Navy. You are always welcome to visit, are you not? Dorag nodded slightly in acknowledgement. His gaze shifting to the three young boys who were sobbing in despair. How did you come to know that I rescued Sabo at that time? Rate smirked. Everyone harbors their own private secrets. I am no exception. He sought to plant a subtle thorn in Dorag's heart, ensuring that the leader of the Revolutionary Army would always feel that Rate possessed an insider's knowledge of the core of the Revolutionary Army. How else could he acquire such intricate information? Dorag scrutinized him deeply. I once investigated your past, but I could only uncover events from the last 3 years. Before your appearance in Cocoa West Village, your lineage seemed as blank as a fresh sheet of paper. Such an enigmatic and elusive background compelled me to abandon the thought of relinquishing my position. Rate dismissively shook his head. That was merely a jest. Even if you genuinely wished to bestow the leadership of the Revolutionary Army upon me, I would have no interest in commanding your rather eccentric subordinates. Dorag chuckled. Eccentric? You certainly know us well. Rate lifted his teacup and drained it in one swift motion. You two have spent considerable time at headquarters. The Navy has thrived for 8 centuries, and it is not merely comprised of inept individuals. Dorag lowered his head slightly. They may not be inept, but they are all lackeys and nuisances. Rate smiled. Among them is also Vice Admiral Carp. Dorag's gaze fell as well. I have actually advised him. But he cannot part from the place he has served his entire life. The old man is often quite stubborn. Rate nodded. Have you considered that one day you may find yourself in direct opposition to him? Dorag fell silent, and after a lengthy pause, he spoke slowly. He is quite old. Perhaps he will retire soon. A solemn atmosphere settled between them. Rate refilled his teacup. I am keen to understand your Revolutionary Army's agenda and plans, Mr. Dorag. From what I gather, your movement seems to be a grassroots uprising and revolution. Dorag raised his head slightly. For the past 800 years, there have always been individuals and organizations advocating for uprisings and revolutions. However, no one has ever been able to consolidate that power, and that is precisely what I am currently endeavoring to accomplish. Rhett let out a sigh, saying, in a certain sense, I hold you in great esteem. You could even be regarded as a great figure of your generation. What you have accomplished far surpasses the achievements of warring states, Zephyr, Carp, or even Roger. Doflamingo absent-mindedly twirled the teacup in his hand, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. You must be barely half my age. Yet I almost mistook you for my elder. Nevertheless, I appreciate your compliment. Rhett shrugged, observing Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, along with another young girl, scampering outside. I noticed that Luffy seems unfamiliar with you. Doflamingo nodded. He has been raised almost entirely by his grandfather, or rather, that mountain bandit. I have never lived with him. He is even unaware that his father still exists in this world. Rhett scrutinized him intently. Why not seize today's opportunity to speak with him? Doflamingo shook his head. I am grateful for your kindness. I long to accomplish my dreams before he grows up, so we may share a life of familial bliss together. Yet, I am acutely aware of how long and winding this path will be. His demeanor remained extraordinarily calm, devoid of despair or other emotions. If a red scarf were tied around his neck, it would undoubtedly appear even more vibrant at that moment. Rhett gazed at him, a sense of respect and admiration swelling within him. Having grown up in the warmth of spring and under the red banner, he had often heard tales of the fearless sacrifices made in the name of revolution. In a young person's heart, there was an instinctive belief that such narratives served merely as propaganda. However, he was astonished to discover that even in a decaying capitalist narrative, the essence of socialist core values could emerge with such positive energy. He drained his cup of tea once more, declaring, I believe your dreams may indeed come to fruition. Once I, Lord Red, unleash a tempest to overturn the world, you, Doflamingo, shall be able to cradle your yet-to-mature son at home, enjoying a life of tranquility. Chapter 76, Prelude to the World Conference. Have you grown a bit taller? Robin suddenly remarked one morning while adjusting the instruments for Rhett. Standing at a height of 188 meters, Robin was initially 2 centimeters taller than Rhett when they first met. However, now, as they stood barefoot side by side, Robin could only gaze at Rhett's lips. Rhett was not surprised. Gaji had extracted numerous nutritional essences from those peculiar plants, including one that promotes physical growth. If you're interested, you could ask him for some materials and results. After all, you are also a distinguished researcher. With a smile, Robin shook his head. Vinsmoke Gaji. He is quite an unusual man. As Rhett slipped on his shoes, he inquired, "What gives you that impression?" Robin ran his fingers through his long hair, styling it into a high ponytail at a 45-degree angle. A few days ago, he sent me a set of skincare nutrients and subtly suggested that his daughter should become more acquainted with me. You understand his implication, don't you? Rhett chuckled in disbelief. How could I possibly comprehend the thoughts of such individuals? Well, I must be on my way to work. Perhaps this was the most reluctant task Rhett had faced since his rebirth, the imminent World Conference, where he, as a representative of the Eastern Sea Navy, was to oversee the escort of delegates from over a dozen kingdoms. Despite the considerable protection fees sent by the kings of these realms, it did little to endear them to Rhett. By his standards, if all these kings were executed, some innocents might be collateral damage. However, if one were executed for every two, surely there would be survivors. In this grotesque world, despite possessing various strange technologies, most nations remained entrenched in feudal or slave societies. After 8 centuries of peace, even the most illustrious monarch from the founding era could not guarantee that his descendants would not devolve into uselessness over the course of 800 years. This notion is vividly illustrated in the original text. The Straw Hats, throughout their travels, have scarcely encountered a truly peaceful and prosperous nation. The rulers of these lands embody a spectrum of characteristics. In the kingdom of Goa, to maintain a pristine facade for the celestial dragon's inspection, the impoverished were hastily gathered and incinerated without a second thought. In the kingdom of Drum, King Wapol prioritized monopolizing medical resources, showing utter disregard for the lives of his citizens, and when faced with a pirate assault, he chose to flee the country with his confidants, unmistakably a tyrant. As for the king of the Ice Cream Kingdom, known simply as the Tyrant Bear, his reputation speaks volumes of his governing style. The ruler of Wano, General Black Snake, resorted to colluding with the 4 emperors, Kaido and others, in a bid to resolve domestic strife, which ultimately led to the nation's collapse. Let us once again consider the kingdom of Germa, where the pursuit of ancestral glory has led to the willingness to sacrifice even one's own wife and children, which hardly exemplifies commendable virtues. As for Cobra of Alabasta, Neptune of Fishman Island, and Riku of Dressrosa, they appear to be benevolent and compassionate yet are, in truth, weak and incompetent. In this merciless world, it is exceedingly challenging to maintain control over power. Their nations face only a path to ruin. Even Hancock, the Empress of Amazon Lily, is exceedingly capricious, readily issuing death orders to her own guards. Apart from her striking beauty, how does her conduct differ fundamentally from the repugnant Walpole? Of course, given her good looks, we might overlook her flaws, provided she undergoes both mental and physical transformation. Woon Tiwi? As for the kingdoms we directly oversee, Goa, Navia, Tran, Argean, and Germa, there are a total of 8. If we include the 3 kingdoms from the 153rd branch and the 2 from the 77th branch, the total rises to 13 kingdoms. The kings, queens, and their entourages will number at least 600 or 700 individuals. If we adhere to previous military allocations, we would need to deploy a minimum of 8 warships and 3,000 marines to ensure the safety of these monarchs. The diligent aide, Mice, presented his compiled report to Rhett with utmost seriousness. Rhett casually shook his head, saying, 3,000? I will take at most 3 warships and 500 personnel. Mice was somewhat taken aback. Major General, are you preparing to personally escort them? Rhett scoffed. Such a significant meeting, with such important figures and a vital mission. I certainly must ensure their safe passage myself for my own peace of mind. Although the kingdoms overseen by the 16th branch are all located within their jurisdictional waters, by the time the representatives from these 13 kingdoms gather, there will be less than half a month remaining until the commencement of the World Conference on April 10th. Fortunately, the 2 ships selected by Rhett, aside from his own high-tech vessel, are also equipped with steam power, providing ample time for them to arrive at the sacred land of Mariewa punctually. Boss, this ship is impressive. Colonel Larson, the commander of the 153rd branch and a familiar face after some time apart, eagerly approached Red's vessel. His curiosity piqued as he examined the warship, which incorporated cutting-edge technology. With a cheerful grin, he remarked, "You are perpetually busy, if you find it overwhelming. You could entrust the task of escorting the king to me." Rhett glanced at him, replying, "If it were merely a meeting, I could certainly delegate that responsibility. Larson suddenly realized, are you implying that you intend to propose that plan at this juncture? Rhett nodded affirmatively. It is an opportune moment. You still have time to reconsider. Larson laughed heartily. I am the originator of this plan. You must ensure I am duly compensated. Indeed, Brigadier Blinblin. Has he agreed? Rhett nodded once more. He has always been cooperative with my endeavors, and this instance is no exception. Yet, Larson perceived the change in his expression. Do those kings hold differing opinions? Rhett's gaze darkened slightly, hence my assertion. This presents a splendid opportunity, should anyone dissent. I would not hesitate to allow this meeting to become their final Congress of the world. On April 1st, a convoy of 3 warships had traversed the seas for 4 days, having long since departed from the jurisdiction of the 16th Division, gradually entering the doldrums. Wow, look, that fish is enormous. Some young princes and princesses pointed excitedly at the colossal sea creature not far off, while the kings and queens beside them felt a pang of trepidation. In past world conferences, the escorting warships would navigate to the boundary between the Red Earth continent and the doldrums, and then traverse the calm waters at utmost speed to reach Mariawa. However, this time, the 3 warships seemed to deliberately proceed straight through the doldrums, despite the Navy's assurances of absolute safety. The long-privileged nobles of various nations could not suppress their pallor upon witnessing the fierce and grotesque forms of the gigantic sea creatures, some larger than 10 ships combined. Suddenly, another creature, resembling a lion, elegantly breached the surface, as if to flaunt its prowess, soaring above the fleet, casting a vast shadow that darkened the sky. The hearts of the nobles raced in alarm, fearing that this lion might capsize their vessel. At that moment, a roar akin to a dragon's bellow echoed. The black dragon ascends. In an instant, a colossal black dragon, exceeding 100 meters in length, materialized in the heavens. Under the watchful eyes of the nobles, the lion-like sea creature, having just surpassed the apex of its parabolic arc, was violently torn in half by the black dragon. With a thunderous crash, the mangled remains plummeted into the ocean, sending waves that nearly toppled the warships. Fortunately, the 3 vessels were equipped with jet propulsion systems, enabling them to swiftly flee from the tumultuous waters. The black dragon continued to soar and spiral, its controller deftly landing back upon the deck. Rhett brushed off non-existent dust from his attire and instructed his aide, Mice, inform all kings that the meeting will commence in 10 minutes. Chapter 77, The Special Protection Fee. My lord, what are your instructions? The first to arrive at the conference room was, of course, the ruler of the German kingdom. Vince Moke Judge. Raising his chin slightly, Judge commanded, Please take your seats. I wish to present a proposal that requires the support of all the kings here. Nodding vigorously, Judge shifted his considerable bulk into a chair, exclaiming, Why would we not support it? Should any king prove to be uncooperative, the German kingdom would not hesitate to make a visit to their territory. With a chuckle, Rate replied, You are now a member state of my East Blue. If this stirs panic among our neighbors, it would be a direct affront to me. Judge laughed heartily. I misspoke. When King Riven III of the Upside Down Kingdom was the last to enter the meeting, William glanced at his pocket watch and, with a tone of measured decorum, remarked, Your Majesty Riven III, you are 5 minutes late. Ignoring the comment, Riven nonchalantly took a seat in an empty chair, addressing Rate, Major General Rate. Is it imperative that we convene at this moment? I have been suffering from insomnia and finally managed to drift off, only to be roused by my attendants. Rate waved his hand with a warm smile. I apologize for interrupting your sweet dreams. The meeting shall not be lengthy. Let us commence. Brigadier General Bryn of the 77th Division cleared his throat and spoke first. As you all know, your territories lie within the maritime jurisdiction of the 16th, 153rd, and 77th Divisions. Over the past year, you must have experienced a significant improvement in maritime security. This success is largely attributed to Major General Rate, Brigadier General Bryn, and Colonel Larson, for which we are immensely grateful. King Norton of Navia quickly added, expressing his support. The other kings nodded in agreement. Although their concern for the lives of the common folk might not be genuine, they understood that the absence of pirate disturbances allowed for the basic security of their citizens, thereby gradually improving tax revenues and increasing their own wealth. Brigadier General Bryn continued, Despite our Navy's relentless efforts to eradicate piracy, these waters are vast. And even with your diligent governance, it is inevitable that lawless elements from other regions may intrude. Furthermore, you are all aware that one of the themes of this World Conference is the prevention of revolutionary forces. The leader of the revolutionaries, Drag, hails from the East Blue, and in the New World and South Blue, His faction has successfully toppled 3 kingdoms. The kings of those realms have either faced execution or languished in prison, making it difficult to ensure that the revolutionaries will not make their move in the East Blue. When the topic of Dorag and the Revolutionary Army arose, the kingdom of Goya shifted uneasily in its seat, for Dorag, by all accounts, was one of its own people. The expressions of the other kings were somewhat complex, revealing that Dorag's influence had evidently spread quite extensively. It was then that Bryn spoke slowly, stating, "In order to consolidate our elite forces to the utmost, and to instill a deterrent against pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and various other lawless individuals, we hereby propose an initiative seeking the support of all esteemed kings present." Everyone listened intently as he continued. The 16th, 77th, and 153rd branches have formally reported to the Navy headquarters that we shall merge into a new branch, which will be uniformly responsible for the maritime territories previously governed by the 3 branches. King Ravens, somewhat impatient, tapped his fingers on the table, exclaiming, "The merger of naval branches is your internal affair. Why gather us for this?" It seemed he was genuinely befuddled, as he failed to notice the surrounding kings regarding him with expressions akin to those reserved for fools. Larson, with a sinister chuckle, replied, "Once the Navy headquarters grants approval, we will inevitably undergo a period of adjustment. Should we inadvertently neglect the security near your realm, allowing pirates to flee into your capital, I kindly ask that you remain patient, King Ravens." Just as Ravens was about to voice his protest, he recalled his son's recent claim of witnessing a black dragon effortlessly tear apart a colossal sea creature. Cold sweat began to beat upon his forehead, and he weakly grunted, refraining from further comment. Meanwhile, Larson continued to play the role of the villain. The merger of the 3 branches naturally involves a considerable amount of work. According to our plan, the new base of the 16th branch, located near Cocoa West Village, will serve as the headquarters of the new branch, while the original bases of the 3 branches will remain as sub-bases. Furthermore, to intensify our efforts against piracy, we will establish multiple security stations based on the desires of each kingdom, deploying elite naval forces to assist you in maintaining order and combating various criminals. However, in return, we require the construction of bases, an expansion of our troop strength, and the addition of warships, all of which entail substantial expenditures. King Norton of Navia was the first to express his support. Over the past year, we owe a great debt of gratitude to the naval personnel for their tireless efforts in eradicating piracy. The townsfolk and merchant vessels have faced little disturbance or plunder, and thanks to your endeavors, Navia's economy has improved significantly this year. I extend my heartfelt welcome to the newly established branch and am willing to allocate 3 billion berries annually as special funding for security." Rhett cast a somewhat surprised glance at him, while Garcia, who was originally meant to assume this role, promptly echoed, "The German kingdom has been in exile at sea until recently, when it finally secured a foothold. In gratitude for Major Rhett's service, the German kingdom is willing to provide an annual special fund of 5 billion berries, provided that Major Rhett takes on the role of commander of the new branch." After these 2 declarations, even the king, who was previously oblivious to the protocols, had no choice but to voice his agreement. Depending on the size of the nation and its economic conditions, even the smallest kingdom would have to contribute at least 1 billion annually. Rhett calculated in his mind. After merging the 3 branches, the total military strength would expand to 20,000. The combined special military funding from over a dozen kingdoms would amount to approximately 200 billion berries. However, this sum, meant to cover the basic expenses of 20,000 personnel, could only be deemed barely sufficient. Though 200 billion seems an enormous figure, it is essential to consider the purchasing power of the berry, which is rather diminished. A standard sailor's monthly salary can reach around 50,000 berries, approximately 3,000 renminbi, totaling 600,000 berries annually. For 20,000 personnel, the yearly wage alone would sum to 120 billion. Beyond salaries, there are additional costs for sustenance, base maintenance, ship upkeep, weapon maintenance, family support, medical care for casualties, funeral compensations, and given that Rhett is a generous superior who enjoys rewarding his subordinates, 200 billion indeed does not amount to a fortune. The willingness of the kings to share this burden is, of course, deeply appreciated. After a prolonged silence, Rhett finally spoke, his gaze sweeping over the 13 kings like a sharp blade. Although the East Sea has long been regarded as a paragon of peace, you must all be aware that piracy and darkness were only effectively curtailed last year. This peace has been hard-won, and I hope everyone will cherish it. I have already sought the opinions of all present regarding today's matters, and should anyone choose to violate this in the future, I shall not hesitate to remind them who truly upholds order in this East Sea. Chapter 78. The Creator God, the Celestial Dragon on the morning of April 7th. With the aid of powerful steam propulsion, Rhett and his companions arrived 3 days ahead of schedule at their destination, the headquarters of the world government, located in Mariejois. Perched atop the Red Line, Mariejois seems to reside among the clouds and serves as one of the two paths connecting the first and second halves of the Grand Line. The inhabitants here are referred to as the gods of creation, and it was these 19 royal families who established the world government 800 years ago, thus acquiring the esteemed title of Celestial Dragons. In 10 days, I shall welcome the return of the kings here. Rhett watched as the 13 kings disembarked in succession, escorted away by the guards of Mariejois. Larson stood beside him, inquiring, "Are you not interested in exploring the magnificent architecture of Mariejois? This is a splendid opportunity to broaden your horizons." Rhett cast a glance at him, then turned and strode toward the ship's cabin, replying, "I have no desire to kneel before the Celestial Dragons. As the world aristocracy, the Celestial Dragons possess unparalleled privileges, wherever they may appear. All civilians and ordinary noblemen must yield the path and bow respectfully. Should they provoke the ire of a Celestial Dragon, they can summon an admiral at a moment's notice to ensure their protection." Red instructed his colleague, Brigadier Blinblin, "I intend to visit the Sabaody archipelago. During this time, let us part ways temporarily." As a naval commander, he could officially traverse the Red Line through formal channels, yet his true destination lay beneath the sea, Fishman Island. The fishmen inherently possess a physical advantage tenfold that of humans and can navigate the ocean with ease. They could have claimed a more significant role in this era of great pirates. However, what Rhett could not overlook was the immense potential harbored within the Fishman Kingdom's young princess. Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons, lies dormant within her. For centuries, the Fishman Kingdom has endured discrimination at the hands of humans, relegating them to the depths of the ocean, away from the light of day. They have long yearned to return to the surface and live under the sun, a modest, almost insignificant wish that Rhett could easily help fulfill. After all, as one who is acquainted with the majority of the unfolding narrative, he harbors no biases or prejudices against fishmen or merfolk. He can guarantee that this beleaguered and wretched race will, at the very least, possess a space of their own in the East Blue. Subjugating Fishman Island would not merely grant Rhett a populace of millions and a formidable military backing, along with the potential awakening of an ancient weapon. It would also allow him nearly absolute control over the ocean's resources. Furthermore, earning the gratitude of Fishman Island would undoubtedly mean deep appreciation from its representative Shichibukai, the pirate warlord Jinbei. This is the true purpose behind Rhett personally leading the escort of the 13 kings. However, before his plans could be put into action, they were completely disrupted. Whoosh! Thud! A man clad in a black suit and wearing sunglasses descended from the heavens, landing gracefully upon Rhett's warship. His mastery of the moonwalk was evident, suggesting he had undergone considerable training. Yet, his skills were merely average. One could hardly claim he could compete with Rhett, who could easily overpower a vice admiral a year and a half prior, and even Colonel Larson could likely match him in physical prowess. Before Rhett could utter a word, William and Larson stepped forward, flanking him. The man in black pointed to a peculiar lapel flower adorning his chest and said, "I am Sharp from CP8. Are you the commander of this vessel?" His tone bore little arrogance, yet his demeanor conveyed authority that was unmistakable. Raising an eyebrow, Rhett replied, "I am Rear Admiral Bold Red of the Naval Headquarters. What brings you here?" Despite hearing his rank, Sharp's expression remained unchanged. "The esteemed St. Charles has taken a liking to this ship. He wishes to set sail for leisure. You are to clear all personnel at once." Although he included the word please, it was evident to all that he was issuing a command rather than making a request. "Rear Admiral, this is unacceptable." William, having come from a pirate background, became agitated. Yet, Rhett placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Mr. Sharp of CP8. This warship is a newly developed experimental vessel by the Navy. Many of its technologies are still in their infancy and pose certain dangers. For the safety of St. Charles, I personally recommend he consider an alternative vessel." Shar shook his head. "You do not possess the authority to refute me, Rear Admiral." Rhett chuckled softly. "I am not refuting you. I am merely offering a reminder. Should St. Charles insist on boarding the ship, my crew and I would be more than willing to serve him and ensure his safety. The world is theirs to shape. What is a mere experimental vessel in comparison? Seeing his willingness to comply, Sharp nodded in satisfaction and communicated with his superior via a transponder snail. A few minutes later, he responded to Rhett, "Very well, Rear Admiral. St. Charlos has consented. You may remain aboard with your crew, but do mind your status and the decorum befitting it. Those ship workers must not appear within St. Charlos's line of sight." Rhett inclined his head slightly. "Thank you for your reminder. We shall bear it in mind." 20 minutes later. Amidst a throng of attendants, St. Charlos appeared at the harbor's edge. He was a corpulent man, seemingly youthful, with slightly curly hair standing high atop his head. His chubby face bore a fierce expression, accentuated by thick lips, and he had a repulsive greenish-black mucus dripping from his nose, making him quite nauseating to behold. Like the vast majority of the celestial dragons, he donned an attire reminiscent of a spacesuit, complete with a spherical bubble over his head, ensuring he was shielded from the mundane air breathed by the common folk. Naturally, he did not traverse the distance on foot. Beneath him, a burly, battered longhand slave crawled laboriously, seemingly on the brink of death. "This mount is no longer viable. I must procure a new slave from the Sabati archipelago. You must arrive by noon tomorrow, or the entire crew shall meet their demise." The loathsome Charloros brandished a golden pistol, utterly dismissive of Rhett. The journey from Mariawa to the Sabati archipelago, aboard a conventional warship, would typically require at least 2 days. Yet this accursed celestial dragon allotted Rhett a mere 24 hours. Rhett squinted at his retreating figure, unable to restrain his resolve. Engage the jet propulsion system. Full speed ahead. In this world, true navigators are a rare breed. So it was not until the warship had sailed for quite some time that the celestial dragon's entourage realized something amiss. Upon awakening, they found the ship cloaked in dense, ominous fog. The corpulent Charloros still clung to his 11th wife, slumbering soundly, while Sharp approached Rhett with a hint of trepidation. "Where are we?" "This fog." "It's simply." Rhett smiled knowingly. "You are quite astute. We are in the Bermuda Triangle. Ahead lies the fearsome three-masted ship." Sharp's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could utter a word, the entire warship shuddered violently, as if on the verge of disintegration. Yet Rhett remained composed, seated calmly upon the sofa. Suddenly, the ship's stern erupted with a massive plume of steam, a surge of energy propelling the entire vessel skyward at an angle. The warship soared over the gaping maw of the abyss, then gently descended into the heart of the terrifying three-masted ship. From the heavens, a swarm of black bats erupted, their wings flapping ominously. Following this was a raspy laughter. "Welcome to my castle, dear guests." Chapter 79, Plants vs. Zombies. Amidst the dense fog, a sinister laughter echoed, reminiscent of grinding teeth, mingling with a swarm of shadowy bats that hovered ominously in the desolate and terrifying atmosphere. The shadowy bats coalesced, gradually forming the immense figure of Moria. Although Rhett stood at the bow of the ship, Moria evidently did not recall his visage. He merely recognized Rhett and his companions by their attire, operatives of the world government, naval commanders. "I hope your prowess does not disappoint me." No sooner had he spoken than over 500 zombies surged forth from the distance. With the untimely demise of his capable assistant, the brilliant Surgeon Hogback. At the hands of Rhett the previous year, Moria had lost the means to enhance the zombies. Only a small fraction had been augmented. The majority still bore the appearance they had in death. Among this horde were humans, beasts, hybrid creatures, and even beings with human heads atop animal bodies. Some possessing faces resembling humans, all approaching the Eastern Red warship with malevolent grins. Even Larson felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing such a grotesque spectacle, let alone William, Torres, and the lower-ranked soldiers. "Ha ha ha," Moria chuckled, reclining against a massive stone tablet. "Zombies, I leave them to you. Entertain yourselves with them." The zombies responded with raucous laughter. "Yes, Lord Moria." The commotion was deafening. Clad only in floral shorts, Charo stumbled out, his nose dripping, visibly irate as he brandished a golden pistol, bellowing into the night. "Sharp, who dares disturb our peace? I shall eradicate you all." Before Sharp could relay his report, Red interjected. "It is the warlord of the Seven, Moonlight Moria. We are surrounded by zombies. Quickly inform the world government and the Navy headquarters." "Zombies?" Charos. A mere fool cast a fleeting glance at the three-headed hellhound and the enormous spider with a monkey's head, only to drop his pistol in terror and flee back to his cabin. Even from outside, Rhett distinctly heard his panicked shouts. "I am under attack by Moria. Hurry. Send all 3 admirals." Then came a dull thud. Thud. Charos. Sharp dashed inside, Rhett closely following in his wake. As Sharp burst into the cabin, He stood frozen at the door, confronted by two lifeless bodies beyond salvation. Gaping wounds in their chests and abdomens still oozed crimson. As Charos and his 11th wife lay gruesomely slain upon the bed, Moria is capable of transforming into a shadow, while Rate still seeks to divert disaster. Sharp has already turned around, launching a kick in his direction. It appears that you are not a fool after all. Rate chuckled, his formidable left hand meeting Sharp's right leg with a powerful strike. A sharp crack resonated as Sharp's leg was severed at the knee. Before he could utter a cry of agony, numerous dark, lustrous vines ensnared his body, even forcing a thick thorn into his mouth, leaving him only able to emit faint grunts. The only words he could hear were, "Do not blame me, Sharp. After all, your master is such a gluttonous swine." Rate pivoted his body, and the vines instantly transformed into razor-sharp spears, piercing Sharp and rendering him a mere sieve. A similar fate befell the other subordinates of the celestial dragon. Once Rate confirmed that Charlos had reported to Sengoku, he unleashed his demonic powers, sending all of this swine's followers to the afterlife to accompany their master. This transpired in less than 10 seconds. Upon returning to the ship's bow, the zombies had not even approached within 50 meters. "William, instruct all soldiers to remain on board. Larson, you shall command the gunners to fire at will." With this command, he gracefully leaped from the warship. Moria's shadowy fruit abilities are inherently peculiar. Ordinary naval soldiers stand no chance against him, armed with blades and firearms. The average soldier might only match the terrifying zombies, and against the enhanced general zombies and animal zombies, they would be swiftly dispatched. Even that ferocious wild boar could easily obliterate 50 ordinary soldiers. Since they are zombies, I shall adapt accordingly. Raid observed the throngs of relentless zombies and opened the metallic box he carried. "It is decided. You shall be my targets. Pea shooters and toxic mushrooms." Although the terrifying three-masted ship is essentially a vessel, it is blanketed by a thick layer of soil, providing the perfect battlefield for Rate to unleash his abilities. 4 pea plants and 4 mushrooms were propelled into the earth, and within just 3 or 4 breaths, they broke through the surface, growing wildly amidst the dense fog. Over 2 years have passed since Rate mastered the powers of the devil fruit, and compared to his initial state, these plants have undergone a qualitative transformation. The height of the pea sprouts exceeds 3 meters, with an incalculable number of barrels and unlimited ammunition, capable of firing in a 360-degree arc without blind spots. Once the assault commenced, they could unleash tens of thousands of pea bullets in a single second. The feeble and harmless terrifying zombies were instantly toppled. Thud, thud, thud. Enormous mushrooms continued to expel viscous liquid in great gouts, an evolution that allowed them to project their substance further and in greater quantities. Each spray was capable of forming small pools upon the ground, ensnaring more than a dozen zombies within. In contrast to their earlier ability to merely slow down their prey, these secretions now bore added toxins and paralyzing effects. While some zombies were impervious to poison and possessed robust nervous systems, there remained an effect capable of subduing them. As for the sunflowers, deprived of sunlight in this maritime realm, Red had planted them in the ship's garden before departing from Mariawa the previous day. By now, they had accumulated an immense reservoir of energy. However, Moria's powers made him hesitant to unleash an immediate assault. "What is this thing? It hurts so much." Despite the anguished cries of the zombies, Moria remained as unyielding as a mountain, reclining nearby in feigned slumber, his eyes not even fluttering open. Suddenly, Rhett felt a subtle presence drawing near. "Come out," he commanded, his voice resonating like thunder in the air. "Ho ho ho, you managed to sense my aura? Even though I do not breathe at all." With a prolonged laugh, a skeleton adorned with a wild mop of hair, a top hat, and tattered suit, holding a cane, materialized before him. The skeleton, displaying an unexpected courtesy, bowed deeply and addressed him. "Ahoy, Navy officer. Mere conventional attacks will not suffice to deter these undead zombies. However, if you feed them a pinch of salt, you can purify the souls within, rendering them utterly incapable of movement." Rhett furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at the skeleton. "Are you also a zombie? Why should I place my trust in you?" This was, of course, a rhetorical inquiry. The skeleton removed his top hat and introduced himself. "I am Brooke. In life, I consumed a yomi yomi no mi, allowing me to exist as a skeleton after death. A few months ago, I inadvertently wandered into this sea, where Moria seized my shadow, condemning me to eternal darkness. I had intended to risk my life to reclaim my shadow, but fortuitously encountered you. I wonder if this explanation meets your approval?" Rhett shrugged nonchalantly. "Yomi yomi no mi? What an extraordinary ability. He held little fascination for the skeleton, who appeared to be around 70 years of age, as Brooke was neither particularly handsome nor a formidable combatant, lacking any scientific acumen. The only notable aspect was his soul-stirring song that transcended all barriers. Suddenly, Rhett's expression shifted. A soul-stirring melody, it could be employed to sway the hearts of ordinary citizens and grassroots soldiers, thereby manipulating public sentiment. Was he not the perfect candidate? You shall be the minister of propaganda. Chapter 80. In the dance of blossoms and leaves, all can be fatal. You all may withdraw. Amidst the overwhelming suppression of ordinary zombies, a select few formidable general zombies withstood the fierce onslaught of pea shots. Among them was a zombie clad in a kimono, his head wrapped in bandages, wielding a sharp blade, who boldly stepped forward from his companions. The small zombies around him erupted in cheers. It is the Dragon Slayer swordsman, Ryoma. Eliminate that Navy man. Brooke trembled all over. Could you be my shadow? The zombie known as Ryoma unsheathed his swift blade. Indeed. But you must understand, you are no match for me. Brooke also drew the rapier concealed within his cane. I am aware that this body lacks sufficient strength. Yet I must compel you to return to my form. I have unfinished business awaiting me. Ryoma assumed an offensive posture. Are you referring to the promise with that whale? As your shadow, I too wish to fulfill this promise, but I regret to inform you that I am beyond my own control. A skeleton and a zombie, in unison, swung their weapons towards each other. Their movements mirrored perfectly, even their sounds were synchronized. No song san ding, tail cut. Through the thick fog, two white lights flashed as Brooke and his shadow passed each other in midair. He struggled to turn his body, each bone creaking under the strain. The slender rapier snapped and fell feebly to the ground. I have lost again. Not far from him. Ryoma remained steadfast. You should realize that I did not even unleash my full strength. This zombie suddenly let out a low growl, a conspicuous hole appearing in his chest. Ryoma abruptly turned his head to see the young Navy man, over 20 meters away, slowly retracting his index finger. Having just executed a finger gun technique, Rhett surveyed the hole he had created with curiosity, as if studying something. Zombies truly do not bleed. Ryoma felt no pain, yet his emotions were still tumultuous. A sneak attack. Such a despicable act. Navy. Rhett could not help but chuckle. Forgive me. But is it not cowardly for over 500 of you to besiege a single individual? You wield a glinting blade, while I am unarmed. Does that not also qualify as cowardly? Ryoma fell silent for a few seconds. Apologies, I spoke out of turn. Come, Navy. Either kill me or allow me to slay you. Rhett nodded, scattering several seeds around. Perhaps to you, my next assault may seem somewhat impolite, for I have no need to engage you in direct combat. Longma gazed in astonishment at the surrounding land, where suddenly a dozen towering trees had sprouted, each exceeding 20 meters in height. Their immense canopies extended outward, enveloping a radius of over 10 meters of sky. Countless delicate pink blossoms and verdant leaves infused this desolate graveyard with a touch of color. Is that cherry blossoms? The native of Wano felt a wave of nostalgia for his homeland. Then he heard a soft murmur. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. It was as if a gentle breeze swept through the sky. Those pale pink flowers and emerald leaves, in unison, detached from their branches and began to drift gracefully downward. They appeared both fragile and diminutive, as tender as a lover's caress. How many cherry blossoms and green leaves were there? Perhaps hundreds of thousands? Or even millions? The gentle petals and foliage danced around Longma, only to be momentarily eclipsed by a flash of black brilliance. That was the sheen of Haki. Hundreds of thousands. Millions of blossoms and leaves enveloped in Haki. This represented an arsenal of the sharpest blades. Not only Longma, but also the spider monkeys, tusked wild boars, dog penguins. Three-headed dogs, gentlemen hippos, samurai, and armored warriors found themselves surrounded by these lethal weapons. Moria suddenly sat up from the ground, but he could only witness the final act. Those seemingly gentle pink cherry blossoms and green leaves instantly reduced his painstakingly crafted army of over 500 zombies to mere fragments. Severing limbs or even heads might not destroy a zombie, but if a corpse were to be shattered into pieces the size of tofu, even Hogback could not fully restore them. No, my zombies. Moria let out a piercing wail that lingered in the air. Yet, Rhett merely smiled. By the way, Moria, let me show you a technique. Black sand coffin. Given Moria's towering height of over 6 meters, Rhett had to employ a greater quantity of sand this time. Fortunately, sand was something that could almost be deemed inexhaustible aboard the ship. The massive sand coffin swiftly engulfed Moria's body, compressing and twisting into a tight bundle. However, Rhett did not believe such a simple move could harm a warlord of the sea. Indeed, moments later, Moria re-emerged from the sandmass, his body seemingly unscathed, though the corners of his eyes had begun to crack. Sand? Rhett smiled and nodded. Have any delightful memories come to mind? Have you truly forgotten me? That truly saddens me. At last, the corners of Moria's eyes burst, sending 2 streams of blood trickling down. He let out a roar powerful enough to topple a castle. Is it you? Did you slay Hogback? Rhett spread his arms wide, grinning with delight. No, Moria. I likely also dispatched that transparent pervert. I will slay you. Moria could no longer contain his emotions, letting out a frenzied scream as he lunged at Rhett. Despite his fearsome appearance, Moria was not a heartless monster. It was the brutal slaughter of his comrades by the Yonko Kaido years ago that had forged his current demeanor. Absalom and Hogback may have been aberrations, but to Moria, they were his closest subordinates. Bats scatter. Moria's shadow suddenly split into hundreds of black bats, screeching as they surged toward their target. However, Rhett had already initiated the shave, effortlessly vanishing several dozen meters away with a light stomp. Although he had awakened his Busashoka haki, he firmly remembered that he was never a courageous warrior skilled in close combat. Rather, he preferred to evade all melee confrontations and excelled at launching attacks from a distance as a grand sorcerer. Double thousand cherry blossoms. Rhett bellowed, as countless petals and leaves danced wildly in the wind, directed toward Moria and his shadowy bats, while he continued to shift positions with rapid movements. He had not forgotten that, despite having slain 2 of Moria's subordinates, this pitiable warlord of the sea still possessed a secret weapon. The ghostly fruit user that only Usopp could contend with. The princess of negativity, Perona, who could render all opponents utterly despondent, even instilling existential doubt. This smoky-eyed princess, capable of manipulating spirits, could emerge from the ground at any moment. If struck by her negative specters, Rhett's mental state would likely crumble, providing Moria with a significant opportunity. Thus, Rhett had to navigate swiftly while battling Moria, remaining vigilant against a potential third-party ambush. This was the devious strategy of kite-flying combat. Chapter 81. The Shadow of Moria. The shadow fruit, indeed, can be regarded as an exceptionally overpowered devil fruit. It possesses the ability to sever another's shadow and implant it into a corpse, thereby creating a zombie. The stronger the original shadow, the greater the combat prowess of the resulting zombie, inheriting all of the original's combat abilities, excluding the powers of the devil fruit itself. This is essentially a slightly weaker version of the soul fruit. Moreover, he can manipulate his own shadow at will, allowing for seamless exchanges between his body and shadow. This serves as his secret technique for evading formidable foes and ensuring his survival. Through the powers of the devil fruit, Moria has also developed numerous formidable offensive and defensive techniques related to shadows. In the original narrative, even while gravely injured, Moria effortlessly pierced the body of Ors, the formidable captain of the Whitebeard pirates, renowned for his toughness. Although shadows are not tangible, in Moria's hands, they can unleash terrifying destructive force. Additionally, he possesses an almost forbidden technique. He can consume the shadows under his control, significantly augmenting his personal combat strength. If his capacity for endurance is sufficiently robust, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to devour 1,000 shadows and then strike down an admiral or a Yonko with a single blow. In the original tale, Luffy's victory can largely be attributed to the protagonist's halo and the necessities of the plot. However, for Rhett, he is not inclined to place all his hopes on such a halo. Although bringing the celestial dragons here was a spur-of-the-moment decision, Rhett had already assessed the comparative strengths between himself and Moria during the journey. Otherwise, he would never have ventured into a death trap. Moria can utilize his shadow abilities to effectuate a long-distance escape, while Rhett can instantaneously vanish into the earth, thus making it exceedingly difficult for them to kill each other. Relatively speaking, Rhett, who is well aware of Moria's capabilities, holds a greater advantage. Double Sakura. A flurry of petals enveloped Moria and his shadow bat. Shadow Mage. Witnessing the power of these petals, Moria had no intention of withstanding them with sheer physical strength. In an instant, he summoned back his shadow, forming a massive black sphere around him, completely shrouding his considerable form. Yet, his expression was far from relaxed. The petals imbued with armament haki relentlessly battered against the black orb, and the jarring sounds of impact sent a tremor through Moria's heart. Damn that haki! Moria cursed. As the incessant onslaught of cherry blossoms and leaves began to reveal noticeable cracks in his defensive shield, threatening to shatter completely, at any moment. In his youth, Moria was undoubtedly brimming with vigor, but ever since his crew was annihilated by Kaido, his spirit had nearly crumbled. His once ambitious aspirations lingered only as words. And as for physical training, his elephantine belly was a testament to the absence of such a concept in his mind. Especially after the demise of Absalom and Hogback, his spirit sank even further. Each day was reduced to mere cycles of eating and sleeping, essentially a single meal followed by 3 days of slumber. Occasionally, he would engage in the monotonous task of hunting down a passing pirate ship, yet even this was performed with a sense of utter lethargy. Although there indeed exist anomalies within the pirate realm capable of wreaking havoc without any training, Moria was certainly not among them. His unappealing appearance was merely a superficial flaw. He lacked the formidable resilience of others like Big Mom or Kaido. In fact, his endurance to withstand blows was arguably the weakest among the 7 warlords. Within the original narrative, Luffy managed to inflict pain upon him even in his ordinary state. Crack! The defensive shield emitted a crisp sound of shattering, and delicate petals began to drift through the gaps. Moria, no longer daring to hesitate, promptly unleashed another of his techniques, Shadow Warrior. Rhett furrowed his brow slightly, for he witnessed with his own eyes. Moria had vanished from sight. Billions of petals were rendered futile. Several dozen meters away, Moria gradually materialized from the ground, exclaiming, "Hee, Navy, did you think I would leave myself unprepared?" Ever since his defeat at the hands of Kaido, Moria had grasped this vital lesson. Thus, prior to launching his attack, he had divided his shadow into 2, one to confront Red, while the other lay in ambush on the periphery, ready to interchange with the original, achieving the effect of instantaneous movement. Red bared his teeth in a grin. "I must commend you, Moria. You are indeed quite clever. With a mind as dense as yours, you even realize you stand no chance against me. Do not become too conceited, boy. You shall soon discover the consequences of provoking a warlord of the sea." Moria gaped, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. "I am a man capable of contending with the Emperor Kaido. I am destined to become the Pirate King." Just as Red intended to ridicule Moria's delusions, he noticed Moria take a deep breath. Dozens of black shadows suddenly appeared beneath the feet of this warlord, swiftly extending across the ground. The shadows were gathering. Although the previous 500 zombies had been reduced to fragments by Rhett's Sakura 1000, their shadows had not escaped, now summoned by Moria. They began to emerge from the shattered remains, eagerly racing towards their master. Sandstorm. Rhett stomped his feet, causing a multitude of gravel to soar into the air, attempting to intercept those shadows mid-flight. "Futile, boy." Moria cackled maniacally as those shadows effortlessly traversed the earthen barrier, swiftly diving into his cavernous maw. His form suddenly swelled, and his height, originally exceeding 6 meters, now reached over 20 meters. Red, standing at a height of 1.92 meters, appeared to him as nothing more than a small dog, easily crushed beneath his foot. Hee. Moria laughed heartily as he swung his fist downwards. Yet Red had already utilized the technique of shave to complete his instantaneous movement. However, Moria's powerful punch directly created a massive fissure in the ground, causing the entire terrifying 3-masted ship to sway violently, leaving Red momentarily unsteady, nearly toppling to the ground. "Feel this terror, Navy. You shall regret your ignorance." Moria unleashed another punch, effortlessly shattering the towering cathedral, even causing part of a castle to be affected, slowly crumbling to the ground. In contrast to the original narrative where, in a fit of rage, he consumed 1,000 shadows and lost control over his body, this time Moria had only devoured 500 shadows, allowing him to maintain his reason and clarity, thereby exhibiting tremendous destructive power. "Where do you think you're running to?" Boom, 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 crash. He pursued Ray with heavy footsteps, each stride covering nearly 30 meters, causing the ground to tremble beneath his running and attacks. With every step Moria took, Ray utilized shave to retreat 50 meters. With Moria's clumsy pace, it was utterly impossible for him to catch up with Ray's shadow. "Scatter, bats." Moria, somewhat irritated, waved his hand, sending thousands of black bats soaring towards Ray. Unlike the ordinary shadow bats, these were encircling him in concentric formations, resembling 1,000 chains. This was one of Moria's control skills. As long as he could ensnare his opponent, these black bats could transform into his subsequent skill, Shadow Box. A dark box formed of shadows, trapping the adversary within. It was not only Bored Rate who possessed such abilities, yet Moria's bats still missed their target. Rate merely sprang into the air, soaring over 30 meters high, completely evading the encirclement of bats. As he continued to ascend, he gazed down at the warlord. "Moria, do you not feel a thing?" Moria squinted his triangular eyes, Feel? What feeling? What trickery is this? Red extended a finger, poking at his bulging neck. The shadows you consumed are tainted with a little gift I bestowed upon you. Moria's expression darkened considerably. Your gift. Ray bared his teeth. Do you not feel the urge to sleep now? Or do you see two of me? When Moria activated the shadow gathering, Ray's intention in using sand to intercept those shadows was not to prevent Moria from consuming them, but rather for another purpose. He intended to mix the sand with poison within Moria's body. Chapter 82: The Death of the Seven Warlords. Poison. Moria took a step forward, but felt a subtle stiffness and numbness in his legs. Infuriated, he raised his right hand towards the heavens. Do not underestimate me. Navy. Shadow Spear. Thousands of bats that had previously been swirling at low altitude converged in an instant, and simultaneously, a massive spear shot up from the ground, thrusting towards Rhett with unstoppable force. In the original narrative, the severely injured Moria had used this very technique to pierce the valiant Oz, who had come to rescue Ace. It was his most formidable single-target attack. However, Oz had been weakened after an intense battle with two Marine Rear Admirals, Don Quixote da Flamingo and Bartholomew Kuma. By the time Moria struck, Oz was already gravely injured, with his right leg severed by da Flamingo, rendering his already unyielding body even less agile, leaving him vulnerable to Moria's onslaught. Yet, considering Rhett's agility and vigilance, it was inconceivable that Moria's shadow spear could find its mark. Whoosh! The spear, soaring towards the heavens, pierced the empty air, but Rhett unleashed a secret technique he had meticulously prepared for an entire day. Taste my blazing sunlight. Moria, a towering figure, was undoubtedly the prime target for such an assault. With a sharp sound that sliced through the air, a golden beam erupted from the naval vessel adorned with a prominent chimney. Ugh! Moria could not evade it, and was struck through his body by the scorching golden beam. The speed of the light was so swift that Moria failed to employ his signature escape technique, resulting in a gaping hole, half a meter in diameter, appearing in his chest. Uft! Damn it! The tremendous impact sent Moria crashing to the ground, blood spraying from his mouth in a spectacular display. Moria, it is over for you. Rhett's voice echoed from the sky. Black Dragon's absolute bite. A nearly 100-meter-long black dragon manifested in the air, and in the next moment, it was diving towards Moria at high speed. I have not lost yet. Shadow Warrior. Moria glared furiously, attempting to activate his escape skill, but to his horror, he discovered his shadow did not respond to him at that moment. His nearly 100-meter-long shadow spear was ensnared by countless dark, thorny vines, which shimmered with an array of bizarre colors. Poison again. How could my shadow possibly fear mere toxins? Moria let out a roar, yet received no reply from Rhett. He had no intention of benevolently explaining the mechanics of his skills to such a ruthless adversary. The black dragon continued its high-speed dive, opening its gaping maw wide towards the rigid and backward-falling Moria. A dull thud resonated, and suddenly the world seemed to fall into silence. The dragon's roar had faded, leaving behind a hoarse and discordant sound that echoed with excruciating anguish. Indeed, it was a heart-wrenching sound, for Moria's heart and lungs had been utterly torn asunder. The once mighty warlord had suffered grievous injuries, with the dragon's fangs having severed a substantial portion of his body. His right arm, along with a significant part of his shoulder, had completely vanished, leaving him with only a thick neck and a solitary left hand, from which blood gushed forth incessantly, while his deformed innards writhed in a frenzied dance. Particularly on his massive frame, exceeding 20 meters, such wounds appeared all the more horrifying. Cursed, cursed, cursed. Ha! Hiss. Severely wounded. Moria found himself unable to rise. His slender legs lacked the strength to support him. Yet, his left hand pressed firmly against the ground as he muttered incessantly, I have not yet lost. I still have the demon Oz. Though I have not acquired a powerful shadow, I can command my own shadow to control his body. I have not yet lost. Spurt. Whether it was the lingering effects of the poison or the recent blow that aggravated his wounds, Moria once again spewed forth a mouthful of blood, causing his spirit to falter. Perhaps only this indomitable vitality befits your title as a warlord. Even as his adversary lay on the verge of collapse, Rhett did not approach recklessly. The demon Oz? You shall have no chance to utilize him. Rhett remained stationed several dozen meters away, channeling his decisive technique, eternal binding of the trees. Like a colossal python, the vines gradually coiled around Moria's form, employing their immense strength to rotate him slowly. Moria was twisted like a ragged cloth, ensnared by this external force. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably, and chunks of flesh fell away. The shadows he had devoured surged forth, racing back to their original masters. Let us unleash another strike. Let nothing go to waste. Solar flame. Rhett snapped his fingers, and another sunflower, primed for action, stirred slightly, unleashing a golden energy shockwave that surged towards the space between Moria's legs. Boom. Despite nearing unconsciousness, Moria twitched uncontrollably. The area beneath him was a gruesome tableau, and one of his thighs was obliterated by the violent explosion. Creak. The vines persisted in their relentless twisting and tearing, transforming the ground beneath Moria into a veritable ocean of blood. Devoid of all shadows, Moria gradually reverted to his original size. Yet this did not signify any opportunity for respite. It merely indicated he was one step closer to death. The Sandfall funeral. As the final growl of Rhett echoed, the firm ground suddenly became soft, and Moria, ensnared by the vines, was swiftly engulfed by an endless sea of sand. Rhett watched as the sand-covered Moria slowly ascended, and he quietly snapped his fingers. Bang! Like a firework exploding, a blossoming crimson flower of blood unfurled in the air. Rhett traced a circle in the air with his finger, conjuring a thin barrier above his head, shielding himself from the cascading blood droplets. The man who once stood against the Yonko Kaido, who aspired to become the Pirate King, who was once the weakest warlord of the sea. Moonlight Moria was reduced to mere dust. Lord Rhett, Major, Larson, William, and others eagerly exclaimed. Rhett ascended the battleship slowly, casting a curious glance at the battlefield. At this juncture, Moria was already brutally slain. Why had the ghost Princess Perona yet to make her appearance? Had that somewhat naive, even foolish girl slipped away unnoticed? Rhett shook his head and instructed his aide, Mice, contact Sengoku for me. Although he was merely the commander of a base in the East Blue, and his rank as a major was not particularly high, his position as the commander of the East Blue guerrilla fleet was sufficient for him to report directly to the fleet admiral. Bro. A steady voice came through, and the Din Mushi suddenly donned a pair of black-rimmed glasses. This is the Navy headquarters, Sengoku. Rhett took the receiver. I am Rhett. From the East Blue 16th branch. Sengoku's voice grew urgent. Major Rhett, are you with St. Charlos? Rhett nodded slightly. Yes, but St. Charlos and his entourage have been killed by Moria, and my soldiers have also suffered heavy casualties. It seems Sengoku did not even register the latter part of his statement, as he slammed his fist onto his desk. Damn Moria. Rhett fell silent for 3 seconds before responding. I have just killed him. Sengoku too paused for 3 seconds in silence. Such scum. Let him be dealt with. Chapter 83. The Eternal Base Commander. Suddenly, while engaged in a conversation, Sengoku heard a dull thud emanating from the transponder snail, as if someone had fallen. Following that, a series of anxious voices broke through. Major General, are you all right? Sengoku furrowed his brow tightly, awaiting the return of a faint breath from the transponder snail. With considerable effort, Raid explained, I apologize, Admiral Sengoku. My stamina is somewhat depleted. I would appreciate the opportunity to report the details to you in person later. Sengoku nodded toward the transponder snail. Do not overexert yourself. I shall await you at Marieford. Raid exhaled slowly, sinking down onto the ground and releasing a long breath. Although his earlier performance had indeed been an act, the profound exhaustion within his body was anything but feigned. The terrifying three-masted ship. The duration of the battle was brief, merely 2 or 3 minutes in total. Yet Raid had unleashed his latest large-scale attack technique. 1,000 cherry blossoms, not just once, but multiple times. Countless petals and leaves, each enveloped in his haki. Although he had only allowed the haki to manifest at the moment of contact to conserve energy, nonetheless brought him perilously close to exhaustion. Should another formidable foe appear at this juncture, he and his subordinates would likely find themselves at the mercy of fate. But that was merely a hypothetical scenario. Raid opened the metallic case he carried, retrieving a small, slightly blue pill, which he gently tossed into his mouth. This was a nutrient supplement meticulously refined by Vinsmoke Judge, known as Vigor, renowned for its remarkable restorative properties. Within mere moments, Raid felt his entire being once again brimming with vitality. With the aid of his potent observation haki, Raid scanned the entirety of the three-masted ship. Aside from the defeated Moria and over 500 zombies he had vanquished, many other creatures remained aboard, most of whom were victims whose shadows had been severed by Moria, unable to escape. Owen, Gerard, he called to his 2 trusted subordinates. Bring all the survivors from the island here. Of course, if they are unwilling to accompany us to the East Blue, do not force them. Also, if we happen upon any treasures, we might as well take those as well. The 2 young majors promptly led their teams to commence the search from different directions. Rejuvenated, Raid rose once more and instructed his aide, Mice, notify the base to dispatch a ship to Marineford to collect the personnel. Then he turned to the explosive-haired skeleton. So, Brooke, shall you continue the journey you left unfinished over 40 years ago? Or will you join me in the East Blue? A journey? My companions have long since turned to bones. Even if I were to complete the journey alone, what significance would it hold? Brooke slowly shook his head. Your Excellency, Bold Red, you have aided me in reclaiming my shadow, and this kindness I shall never forget. However, before I repay my gratitude, I hope you will permit me a brief period of freedom to fulfill a promise made over 40 years ago. Red smiled and nodded, of course. You may go wherever you wish. I never impose upon anyone. Bending down, Brooke picked up a sheathed sword. This is the companion blade of the renowned dragon slayer, Longma, known as Chioshui among the 12 great blades. Rhett was undoubtedly aware of this fact, but displayed no reaction, not even a flicker of interest. Brooke, somewhat taken aback, inquired, Your Excellency, do you not desire this magnificent blade? Rhett shrugged. Do you think a master who can effortlessly defeat the 7 warlords of the sea needs such a blade for mere embellishment? Chioshui ultimately returned to Brooke, as his rapier had been severed by Longma in the previous battle, leaving him without any means of defense. After Rhett had rested for half a day, the exploration team returned to their starting point. Owen, unable to contain his excitement, rushed to report to Gerard before he could speak. Report, Major General. We have rescued a total of 260 survivors, all of whom are willing to accompany us back to the East Sea. Additionally, the treasures we found have all been loaded onto the ship and are ready to set sail. Rhett nodded thoughtfully and then asked, During your search, did you come across a little girl who enjoys carrying a parasol and wearing smoky eye makeup? Why is it that Perona, one of Moria's peculiar subordinates, was not among them? Owen and Gerard exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. We did not encounter such a girl, sir. Should we conduct another search? Rhett waved his hand, watching as the ragged survivors boarded the warship one by one. Let us depart for Marineford. A day later, at Marineford, Major General Garp, while chewing on senbei, heartily slapped Rhett on the shoulder, laughing boisterously. Ha! You did splendidly, my boy, actually defeating a warlord of the sea. Garp, a man unconcerned with appearances, paid no mind to the crumbs flying about, even landing on nearby admiral's clothing. Kizaru, casually crossing his legs, remarked, I had been preparing to work overtime, but just minutes later, Admiral Sengoku informed me that the battle was over, sparing me an unnecessary trip. Thank you indeed. General Tsuru, visibly troubled, clasped her hands over her chest and remarked, After all, he is one of the warlords of the sea appointed by the world government. According to the agreement, as a member of the Navy, we are absolutely forbidden from taking action against them. Such a foolish notion. Akaina interrupted bluntly. I have long asserted that the institution of the warlords of the sea holds no significance for this world. If the world's justice relies on a band of pirates for its maintenance, then what value do we possess? The furious Sakazuki was indeed a fearsome sight. Kizaru feigned trepidation, clearly attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Akiji, though silent, shared a similar disdain for the notion of balancing pirates with pirates, yet he could not dissent as vehemently as Akainu. After all, this policy was proposed by Fleet Admiral Sengoku over a decade ago, and he had always aspired for Akiji to succeed him as admiral. Although this world is not as hypocritical as reality, Akiji could not afford to publicly undermine Sengoku's reputation. Major Rhett, why were you in the company of the celestial dragon Charlos? Sengoku queried with a grave expression. Rhett responded with equal seriousness 2 days ago. I had just escorted the kings of the East Blue to Mariewa when a CP-8 officer detained my warship, citing that the magnificent and esteemed celestial dragon wished to summon my vessel. Both Garp and Akaina shared a derisive laugh. Rhett continued, in the face of the celestial dragon's authority, even someone as rebellious as I can only tremble and follow their commands, setting sail according to their whims. As for the course of our journey, it is entirely at the discretion of the celestial dragon. As a mere rear admiral, I possess no voice or even the right to suggest alternatives. Listening to his sardonic explanation, Sengoku could not help but rub his temples. Major Rhett, do not display your emotions so overly. You are not a child. The matters that displease you are beyond our control. Rhett smiled non-committally, then stroked the head of a little goat nestled by his legs, shifting the topic. Admiral, aboard Moria's ship, my soldiers discovered a colossal corpse, suspected to be that of the former demon, Oz. Moria claimed that Oz was his most formidable zombie. Unfortunately, he did not have the opportunity to infuse this corpse with a shadow before I eliminated him. The demon Oz? At the mention of this name, several key personnel in the conference room were taken aback. Even Akiji, who had remained silent until then, sighed. Indeed, Moria is far from simple. Akaina clenched his fists tightly. If Moria can indeed control a legendary being like Ors, the threat he poses to the world is incalculable. Sengoku furrowed his brow. Deep in contemplation, before slowly speaking, Lieutenant General Rate, I acknowledge your explanation regarding your unauthorized actions against the Shichibukai, and I shall not pursue further inquiry. However, you must be mentally prepared to accept the consequences. Rei was not surprised by Sengoku's response. Sengoku continued, from your earlier words, I can sense a certain resistance towards the world government and the celestial dragons. Such sentiments are absolutely unacceptable for a naval officer. You are an exceptionally talented young man. Like everyone else, I believed you would be the future hope of the Navy, given your current strength and potential. Promotion to the rank of admiral is merely a matter of time. Yet, if you continue to harbor such palpable resentment towards the celestial dragons, it may prove difficult for you to attain the rank of admiral. Carp chuckled heartily. Don't listen to Sengoku's nonsense. What is so great about being an admiral? You might as well be like me and serve as a vice admiral for life. Rate smiled as well. Admiral Sengoku, I am truly grateful for your high regard. But as Vice Admiral Carp mentioned, not everyone aspires to become an admiral or a fleet admiral. I happen to be one of those exceptions. I harbor no fondness for the world government or the celestial dragons, nor do I intend to put my life on the line to protect them. Thus, I have never entertained thoughts of becoming an admiral. If possible, I would prefer to serve as the commander of the East Blue Base for my entire life. 1. I will only provide one update today. 3,000 words is too exhausting. 2. In the original work, it was mentioned that when Brook first caused chaos on the Thriller bark, he eliminated nearly all the low-level zombies. However, Princess Perona seemed almost entirely unaware of this event. It is difficult to imagine that over such a long span of years, her companions never mentioned it to her. I can only speculate that she traveled abroad during this time. Chapter 84, Renowned Across the World. The assassination of a prominent warlord of the sea is an event that cannot be obscured. Under the manipulation of the Navy headquarters and the world government. The World Economic News published this astonishing headline on the 4th day following the incident, provoking the celestial dragons, Moonlight Moria annihilated. Beneath the bold and striking title were two contrasting images, one depicting Moria, blood spraying from his mouth, and the other showcasing the spirited Rear Admiral, or EIT. The article meticulously detailed Moria's brutality and arrogance, firmly establishing his guilt for the murder of the celestial dragons. Rear Admiral REIT, driven by a desire for vengeance, acted in righteous fury to eradicate him. Such news naturally ignited fervent discussions worldwide. An undead army composed of nearly 1,000 zombies, the ambitions of Moonlight Moria laid bare. The Sorcerer of Nations, the Dragon Slayer swordsman, Captain John, the Navy's swordsmanship master. All these legendary figures were revealed to be under malevolent control. The Navy has nipped a significant threat to world peace in the bud. The mightiest Rear Admiral has vanquished the weakest of the warlords of the sea. The prestige of the warlords has plummeted. It turns out they are merely of Rear Admiral caliber. Crocodile, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and Hancock jointly condemned Moria, asserting that he is unworthy of the title warlord. They sought to reclaim their honor. Mihawk, the greatest swordsman, effortlessly defeated a pirate with a bounty of 500 million. He is far superior to a Rear Admiral. The rulers of the East Blue Kingdoms, gathered in Mariewa, could not help but shiver in fear. They had long been aware of the formidable prowess of Rear Admiral REIT, the commander of the 16th Division, but they had never anticipated his strength could reach such heights. He was capable of effortlessly slaying a warlord of the sea. King Riven III of the Upside Down Kingdom was restless the night he read the news, tossing and turning until dawn. The following morning, he promptly called his domestic telephone worm. Hello, Finance Minister, quickly arrange for 100 billion. Immediately. You and the Foreign Minister must personally deliver it to the 16th Division. Be sure to convey that Riven III holds Rear Admiral REIT in the highest regard. If there were any previous offenses, please extend my sincere apologies to the 16th Division. If, prior to this incident, Black Dragon REIT had only gained minor notoriety in certain seas, it was only after he annihilated a warlord in Bloody Devil Island that his name resonated throughout the world. Nearly every navy, pirate, and kingdom became aware of the existence of this extraordinarily powerful Rear Admiral in the 16th Division of the East Sea. In truth, had it not been for the limitation of only 16 slots for Rear Admirals, RET would undoubtedly have been promoted based on such remarkable achievements. However, Sengoku chose to temporarily set aside such proposals under the pretext of Reit's failure to protect the celestial dragons. Undoubtedly, the institution of the 7 warlords of the sea was initially proposed by Sengoku. However, once established, it swiftly slipped from his grasp, leaving him in a state of contradiction. The authority to appoint the warlords is held firmly by the world government. Although Sengoku, as a marshal, possesses the right to make suggestions, the 5 elders have evidently never regarded his opinions with any respect. Among the current candidates, while they have all played certain roles, who can truly believe that notorious pirates such as Don Quixote da Flamingo, Crocodile, and Jinbei do not harbor ambitions and schemes as immense as those of Moria? Sengoku has indeed felt the substantial flaws inherent in the system he established. Moria, a treacherous pirate, brazenly wreaks havoc right beneath the Marine headquarters' nose, even transforming numerous naval officers into zombies. This is an unrelenting slap to Sengoku's face. As Sengoku sat in his office, a thought suddenly struck him. A year prior, a young lieutenant colonel had expressed his grievances, recounting how Moria had defiantly proclaimed before the Marine ranks, "I am a 7 warlord of the sea recognized by the world government, not appointed by the Marine Marshal. My attendance at the meeting is merely to grant Sengoku a favor. If he believes he can command me, I can lead my forces to obliterate Marine Fort at any moment." Sengoku could not help but clench his fists. Were it not for his duty to guard the celestial dragons, he could easily turn Moria into mincemeat with a single punch. "Bold Rate, I truly did not foresee that you would become a lackey for the celestial dragons." On this day, Rate received an unexpected call from Smoker. The Den Mushi mimicked the furious and disappointed expression of the smoke-fueled officer, even sporting 2 lit cigars. How this was accomplished remained a mystery. "A lackey?" Rate's expression darkened. "You better clarify your words, or I shall reduce you to ashes at the G8 branch." Smoker retorted fearlessly, "With the celestial dragons backing you, your voice has grown considerably louder, Rate. The news has been extolling your achievements these past few days. The entire world is now aware that the 7 warlords have provoked the celestial dragons, and the lackey of the celestial dragons, Rear Admiral Black Dragon, has furiously retaliated, silencing the warlords. Is this not the truth? You are more eager than the admirals to uphold the dignity and authority of the celestial dragons. Is this not a fact? Are you laboring so fervently in hopes of winning their favor to usurp Sengoku's position as Marine Marshal? Hello? Hello?" Smoker exhaled a plume of smoke in exasperation. "The damn scoundrel dared to hang up on me. I have yet to finish my tirade. The mere thought of having regarded such a lackey of the celestial dragons as a friend makes me feel nauseous." At this moment, Rhett, having hung up the phone, was grimly perusing several newspapers in his hand. Smog was not mistaken. These publications portrayed him as a valiant warrior of the world government and the Navy, while simultaneously underscoring his unwavering loyalty to the celestial dragons. The narrative claimed that the esteemed Major Black Dragon could not tolerate the affront to his revered deity, risking his life to unleash his latent powers. It was this profound respect for the celestial dragons that endowed Major Black Dragon with unimaginable superhuman strength. Love for the celestial dragons grants eternal life. Nonsense. Even someone as rational as Rhett, upon reading these abhorrent reports, could not help but erupt in fury. Tearing the newspapers to shreds, bang! Larson, seated on the sofa, suddenly fell to the ground. William and Mice, standing nearby, fell to the floor simultaneously, hardly daring to breathe. Crash! Bang! Clatter! Sounds of shattering objects suddenly echoed from the adjacent cabin, and even the entire Eastern Red battleship experienced a commotion. What is happening? Has the world turned upside down? Or have we run aground? Red abruptly rose, striding out of the cabin. On the deck, sailors were sprawled haphazardly, with only the strongest among them, Torres, managing to sit upright. Rhett surveyed the clear sky and employed his observation hockey to inspect the ship's hull, finding no rocks or other obstructions, leaving him perplexed. The course was correct, the weather was favorable, and there was no presence of toxic gas in the air. Yet why were these men all collapsed as if seized by cramps? He heard Larson, struggling to support himself against the door frame, state, "Boss Rhett, I once heard an impel down that this is an unparalleled gift that awakens in 1 out of a million. Conqueror's hockey." Rhett paused momentarily. Yet understanding dawned upon him. He had never been one to willingly accept a subordinate role, but now he was perceived as a lackey of the celestial dragons. For him, this was an almost unbearable humiliation, absolutely intolerable. Perhaps it was this intense emotional upheaval that stirred the deepest longing within him. A lackey of the celestial dragons? Let this world open its eyes to how gravely mistaken they are. Chapter 85. An unexpected event on the morning of April 18th. The illustrious Red, who had garnered immense fame across the globe, returned to the headquarters of the world government in Mariewa as per his appointment. He had anticipated waiting for a few moments at the port for the kings and their families to arrive leisurely, yet to his surprise, before his vessel, the Eastern Red, had even docked, he beheld the kings of 13 kingdoms standing in perfect alignment, awaiting his arrival. Lord Red has vanquished the 7 warlords. We can feel this momentum even in Mariewa, proclaimed Nortonai, the first to extol his praises. The other kings, not wishing to be remiss, quickly joined in, eager to shower accolades. The East Sea, long mocked as the weakest domain, now trembles in fear and admiration at Lord Red's prowess. With Lord Red aboard, this naval vessel is undoubtedly the safest haven, Raven 3 interjected, rubbing his hands together as he approached. Lord Red, I have always held you in the highest regard. May I inquire if the personnel stationed at the 16th Division have reported to you? Another king, with a sycophantic demeanor, added, Lord Red, after further contemplation. I believe we ought to express our gratitude for the tireless efforts of the Navy in maintaining peace in our waters. As beneficiaries of their sacrifices, we should not be overly frugal. We are willing to raise the annual special military funding from the previously agreed 1 billion berries to 5 billion berries. What say you? Rhett nodded, gesturing for them to board the ship. I have received your sincerity. Now, please, hasten aboard. 2 days later, as the fleet navigated through the doldrums, an urgent sound emanated from the confidential box. Mice, not daring to delay, swiftly opened the box, only for the ringing to abruptly cease. The 3 transponder snails had their eyes tightly shut, leaving him uncertain of who had called. He shook his head and closed the box once more. Rhett, warming up nearby, cast a curious glance his way and jested, surely, in this world, there are no nuisance calls or sales advertisements. Is it possible someone dialed incorrectly? 2 days later, with the fleet having traversed a significant distance, Rhett, enjoying his breakfast, received a call from Redondo. Habitually, their communications occurred in the afternoon or evening. Never had they contacted each other at dawn. Rhett glanced at Larson and William, who had just taken their seats, and pressed the speakerphone button, intending to dine whilst listening to the report. On the line, Redondo's tone was uncharacteristically urgent. My lord, we have lost contact with Miss Nico. Rhett paused momentarily, his fork halting midair. Do not panic. When did this occur? Miss Nicole followed an expedition team in search of ancient ruins, but since 2 days ago, we have lost all contact with them. Redondo, slightly calming down, continued, we immediately dispatched a rescue team, but they only discovered the corpses of the expedition members, while Miss Nicole remains unaccounted for. Rhett took a deep breath. So, it must be a kidnapping? Are there any clues? Nicole Robin, being a seasoned figure in the underworld with the powers of a devil fruit, could have been abducted unnoticed in the East Sea, most likely by someone of no ordinary caliber. The ability to read ancient texts is of no use to Red at present, but if it involves ambitious figures like Crocodile, Doflamingo, or Blackbeard, it could become quite troublesome. In fact, according to the original narrative, Red had already designated the most suspicious character as one of the Shichibukai, Crocodile. He is a man of great ambition, perpetually in search of ancient weaponry, and Robin is of utmost importance to him. Rhett calmly reflected on the original storyline, composedly wiping his mouth. At this juncture, Crocodile should have already infiltrated Alabasta. If he intends to exploit Robin's abilities, then she would likely not be in immediate danger. Rhett felt no apprehension towards the sand crocodile, as they both possessed the power to control sand, which could lead to a fierce battle in the desert realm of Alabasta. As for the Navy's inability to strike against the Shichibukai, he had already dispatched one. What would it matter to eliminate another? He could easily frame old sand with a fabricated crime afterward. Redondo, speaking through the snail phone, hesitated. On one of the corpses, we found 3 letters written in blood, but we cannot ascertain their significance. Rhett slammed his fist on the dining table, startling Larson and William, who hastily discarded their utensils. You are quite verbose. What are the letters? Redondo promptly responded. The first is J, the second is U, which might also be the number 0, and the third is a vertical line, possibly representing the number 1 or the uppercase letter I or lowercase l. Rhett's gaze darkened immediately. J01? Joel? Joy? He reached for some wine and wrote the 3 letters directly on the tablecloth. J. O. I. Rhett shook his head. This is neither 1 nor L. This is the first stroke of K. If my conjecture is correct, this is the work of the Joker. Larson, who frequently navigates the black market, couldn't help but inquire, Are you referring to that joker from the dark world? Rhett swallowed the remaining morsel of salad in his plate with a fierce gulp, seething with rage, daring to kill and plunder on my territory. I wish his entire family a most miserable fate. Don Quixote da Flamingo. The air was suddenly disrupted by the sound of propellers churning the atmosphere over the azure sea. Buffalo. Your speed remains excruciatingly slow. When shall we embark on the Grand Line? Violet, if you find it too slow, you may leap off yourself. Baby. 5. The space here is too cramped. My legs have nowhere to go. Could you possibly jump off? Huh. If it would earn your approval, I would be more than willing. Gladius, could you refrain from jesting about baby? 5. Be cautious, or I may freeze you to death with ice and snow. I am not afraid of you, Monet. Please. Remain still. Carrying so many at once makes it exceedingly difficult for me to maintain balance. This peculiar assembly was indeed a sight to behold. Buffalo, serving as their mode of flight, was a corpulent man towering over 3 meters, his hair spinning rapidly like a propeller, propelling him forward with the steadiness of an aircraft. On his back, several individuals were either standing or seated. A weapon-wielding maid, a secretary with grass-green hair, and a flamboyantly dressed dancer, each strikingly beautiful in their own right. Yet all possessing figures that were undeniably remarkable. Additionally, at the rear sat a masked man with hair standing on end like a super scion. Beneath them, chained to Buffalo, was their captive, Nico Robin. Her hands were tightly shackled with sea prism stone, leaving her utterly devoid of any strength to resist. Fear filled her eyes at that moment. From the conversations of her captors, she had discerned that the one who had abducted her was none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a foe whose power and influence far surpassed that of Gecko Moria. A sudden wave of regret washed over her. She should have departed from the East Blue without leaving behind those 3 unfinished letters. After all, she had long been destined for death. Chapter 86. The Advancing Black Dragon, April 26th. The 6th day since the disappearance of Nico Robin. The latter half of the Grand Line. The Kingdom of Dressrosa. The Royal Hill, Villa of the Palace. Pray tell, da Flamingo, why have you captured this woman? Inquired a lecherous middle-aged man, his voice high-pitched and nasal, as he hunched over with a runny nose, clad in a heavy cotton coat. Before him sat a youth in his 30s, his golden hair cropped short, despite being indoors. He sported a pair of fiery red sunglasses. Though the atmosphere was warm, he draped himself in an ostentatious pink feather coat, beneath which a white shirt lay open, revealing his well-defined, muscular torso. His form-fitting 3/4 trousers accentuated his long, slender legs, adorned with a dense growth of leg hair. On his feet were elongated, pointed leather shoes. Was he cold or merely seeking warmth? According to Rhett's aesthetic sensibilities, such an outfit could belong only to a genius artist or a madman. This was none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, a king of Dressrosa and a prominent figure in the dark world, known as Joker. Ha 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 ha, he chuckled, his smile devoid of sincerity. Toripole, Nico Robin is the sole individual capable of deciphering ancient texts. If we control her, we gain a formidable asset against the world government. Toripole sniffled, but why? Da Flamingo gestured to his temple. The title of Warlord of the Sea may sound illustrious, yet the world government can revoke it at any moment. With Nico Robin's abilities, if we were to obtain the legendary ancient weapons capable of cataclysmic destruction, the entire world would bow before us. At that point, you would indeed be the emperor of the world, Da Flamingo. From across the room, a man adorned in tribal attire chuckled. Indeed, that would require your considerable assistance, Diamante. Suddenly, Diamante appeared flustered. Since you put it that way, I shall comply. Rest assured, as long as we stand united, our ambition to dominate the world shall surely be realized. Just then, the telephone bug in the room began to ring. Toripold directed a young girl, seemingly around 10 years of age, who was engrossed in inserting grapes onto her fingers. Sugar, answer the phone, would you? Go to hell, Toripold. Can't you see I'm busy eating grapes? She retorted. Toripold glanced around at the others. Jorah and Lao Ji, his seasoned companions, were engaged in a card game and clearly had no time to answer the call. As Pika and Mahabais prepared to reach out, they witnessed the telephone bug soaring through the air. Da Flamingo merely flicked a finger, and the bug landed gracefully before him. It is I. A youthful female voice resonated from the device. Master, this is Monet. Da Flamingo inquired with a smile. How are things progressing? All is well? The telephone bug beamed a sweet smile. Yes, Master, we are about to arrive at the Red Soul continent, and soon we shall enter the New World. Suddenly, the telephone bug emitted a gasp, followed by a howling tempest. Boom. Despite the contact being merely through radio waves, Doflamingo instinctively straightened his posture. Monet, Monet, respond to me. Thud. In the blink of an eye, the Don Quixote family's ambush team plummeted from the heavens, with all but Buffalo crashing into the ocean, creating 4 pristine splashes. Baby. 5. Monet. Violet. Gladius. Buffalo, barely maintaining his suspended state, dove down anxiously to rescue his fallen comrades, all of whom were devil fruit users. Yet, he only heard a derisive voice. Fool, are you not even glancing at your enemies? Buffalo, astonished, looked up to see a 5 to 6 meter long black dragon opening its maw towards him. Tear him apart. A gaping, abyssal mouth. This was the last sight Buffalo beheld in his life. Even at the moment of his demise, he remained oblivious to who it was that so effortlessly extinguished his existence. Snap! The colossal, torn body plummeted heavily, crashing into the sea and sending a massive wave surging upward. Buffalo, baby, 5. His closest companion immediately burst into tears, while the others were equally taken aback. Damn it! Who was that? Gladius, the only man among the 4, attempted to display his heroism, but as a devil fruit user, he found himself utterly powerless against the ocean, struggling even to stay afloat. Robin, are you all right? Robin, having been reclaimed during the initial ambush, now lay in a broad and sturdy embrace. Despite the cool sea breeze, she felt an unprecedented warmth. Whether due to the sea prism stone shackles or the familiar scent of a man, Robin sensed her body growing slightly weak. Who has the key? Rhett raised his voice, questioning both Robin and the soon-to-sink quartet. Hand over the key, and I may spare his life. Spit. Gladiolus, whose temperament is fierce and unwaveringly loyal to Don Quixote Doflamingo, spat with all his might. Members of the Don Quixote family never yield. You wish for me to betray my lord, unless... However, before he could finish his line, his body convulsed violently. The somewhat unremarkable black dragon hovered silently above the sea, and the man atop its back merely extended a hand, instantly reducing Gladiolus's upper body to a sieve. Forgive me, but your loyalty holds no interest for me. Rhett snapped his fingers once more, and an invisible shockwave surged through Gladiolus's forehead. A crimson arrow of blood erupted from his brow, and this formidable devil fruit user, endowed with immense destructive power, was rendered powerless, sinking helplessly to the ocean floor. Gladiolus. The remaining 3 women gasped in horror. As subordinates of the Don Quixote family, they were accustomed to the shadows of the underworld, yet had seldom witnessed such ruthlessness. I never harm women, thus I wish to uphold my principles here. Rhett gazed down at the 3 women, their garments drenched by the sea, accentuating their graceful curves. What is your answer? The key rests in my hand. Monet raised her right hand high, while her left clutched the key tightly to her chest. If you rescue us, I am willing to serve you. Rhett was slightly taken aback. In his memory, among Monet, Violet, and Baby, 5, the most easily swayed would undoubtedly be Violet, the princess of a fallen nation. Once Rhett expressed his intent to confront Doflamingo, she would surely be the first to align with him. Baby, 5 too, was not one of resolute will. Her desperate need for approval destined to sway her loyalties. Yet, Monet the Snow Woman had never been a target for Rhett's persuasion from the onset. Her unwavering devotion to Doflamingo was akin to that of a diehard fan, and her eventual demise was heart-wrenching. However, Rhett did not anticipate her to waver so readily, even proactively offering her allegiance. Robin, perched upon the dragon's back, intended to caution against recklessness, but noticed the man holding her had a slight smirk. She could not see what Rhett had done, only heard his voice. Consume my essence, and I shall believe in your loyalty. Hearing the sinisterly lecherous tone, Robin suddenly felt a warmth rise in her cheeks. He is a fraud, a villain. Do not trust him. Chapter 87. The Train to the New World. Ha, ha, ha. 3 women lay sprawled on the back of the black dragon, panting heavily, indifferent to their disheveled appearance as their damp clothing left little to the imagination. Their figures were decent, though slightly less impressive than others. You're not quite as appealing as you think, Rhett teased while unshackling Robin. Robin flexed her wrist slightly and inquired, what do you intend to do with them? They are not like me. Rhett embraced her warmly. What is this? Are you feeling jealous? Fear not, even if one day I were to conquer the entire world. You shall always be the rightful queen of this realm. Robin playfully punched his chest, momentarily taken aback by her own feminine gesture, a rarity given her years of navigating the underworld. With a gentle flick, Rhett tucked a strand of her black hair behind her ear and whispered affectionately, speaking of which, I have once again incurred the ire of a warlord because of you. Robin's ears flushed a delicate shade of red, her pride flaring as she retorted, You could have chosen not to save me. Rhett laughed heartily, but instead of releasing the sea stone shackles, he secured them onto Monet and Baby 5's wrists. Only Violet remained, anxiously observing him. As a princess of a fallen nation, Violet was somewhat suspicious. She glanced at her two fatigued companions lying on the dragon's back and couldn't help but speculate. The fact that he shackled Monet and Baby 5 implies they still hold some value to him. Yet I remain unbound. Does he believe 2 hostages suffice? Or perhaps he finds Monet and Baby 5 more alluring? No, that cannot be. My figure surpasses Baby 5's. Observe these enticing curves, this delicate waist, especially this perfectly rounded rear. Why has he not shackled me? Unaware of the turmoil raging within her, Rhett pointed to his head. Oh, poor princess, why not use your abilities to discern my thoughts? Violet trembled at the mention of her true identity, her face paling with fear. Does he know my secrets? Despite her unease, Violet steeled herself and, following Rhett's instruction, activated her power. She formed a circle with her fingers and inverted her arms, placing the ring before her eyes. Mind gaze. This was the ability granted by her Dengeki fruit, allowing her to read the thoughts of her target without their awareness. However, if she did not assume this awkward pose, she could not activate her power. Ha. Upon successfully reading his thoughts, Violet suddenly felt drained, collapsing onto the dragon's back. Her forehead was drenched in cold sweat, her eyes wide with disbelief and an impatient joy. Is this real? She asked, her voice trembling. Rhett smiled and nodded. They have dared to bully me at my doorstep. How could I not retaliate? He conveyed 2 messages to Violet. First, he was unafraid of the 7 warlords, for Moria had already fallen to his hands. Second, as long as someone led the way, he would immediately eradicate Doflamingo. To clarify the timeline, on April 20th, Robin, who had ventured out for an expedition, was ambushed by the Don Quixote family. In her desperate attempt to contact Rhett, she was swiftly subdued by overwhelming numbers. 2 days later, on the 22nd, Rhett received intelligence regarding Robin's disappearance from Redondo. He did not rush to pursue her across miles immediately, but returned alone to the bold islands aboard the Black Dragon. Although his heart was ablaze with urgency, he never lost his fundamental rationality. The distance from the East China Sea to the New World exceeds 10,000 kilometers, given the technology of this era. Traversing by any means would consume a considerable amount of time. Thus, Robin would not fall into Doflamingo's clutches so swiftly. After adequately resupplying at his base, he embarked on the arduous journey aboard the Black Dragon. Compared to the massive dragon he summoned during the last rescue in the North Sea, this time his steed measured only 5 or 6 meters in length. This reduction in size not only significantly conserved his energy but also enhanced his speed. Consequently, he caught up with the propeller-driven buffalo in just 3 days. Utilizing his formidable observation hockey, Rhett trailed them from a distance. And when Buffalo found itself in an area devoid of landing spots, he executed a sudden assault, sending all of them tumbling into the water. The combat effectiveness of the ambush team plunged to nearly 0, rendering them even weaker than the most ordinary pirates. Are we not returning to the East China Sea? Robin, immersed in happiness, only noticed this question after a considerable time. Though seated upon the dragon's back, she could clearly see the vast expanse of red land beneath them. Rhett chuckled as he steadied her shoulder. Of course not. Those who dare to lay a hand on my woman will learn the meaning of regret. Although Robin was somewhat dazed by the blissful moment, she still possessed the capacity for basic reasoning. Last time you killed Moria, you could shift the blame to the celestial dragons. But now you are going to confront a warlord. The Navy headquarters and the world government will surely hold you accountable. Rhett shook his head. All I know is that Doflamingo dares to covet my woman, and he shall pay the most severe price. Despite Rhett's imposing declarations, Robin felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. Unable to resist, she opened her arms and embraced Rhett's neck, willingly offering a tender kiss. Dressrosa is not far from the Red Soil continent. At the accelerated pace of the miniature Black Dragon, approaching 200 kilometers per hour, it would take less than a day to reach. The time for the decisive battle draws ever nearer, the clash imminent, yet Rhett feels an uncontrollable urge bubbling within him. It is an indescribable heat surging from his lower abdomen, consuming his very being with an overwhelming excitement. Initially, it was Robin who initiated the kiss. But Rhett swiftly turned the tables, shifting from defense to offense, pressing the delicate Robin beneath him. A faint blush adorned Robin's cheeks as Rhett's closest companion. She could certainly sense the primal intensity of the force bearing down on her. Casting a glance at Monet and the others seated a mere meter away, her body trembled slightly. This was not fear or trepidation, but rather an exhilaration that resonated from the depths of her soul. Why was she excited? Rhett struggled to swallow, his body feeling as if it were a rod of iron engulfed in flames. Forgive me, Robin. I am having difficulty controlling myself. Robin, caught between shyness and anticipation, let out a soft murmur and gently closed her eyes. With a low growl, Rhett's strong hands tore through her flimsy garments. A melodious gasp echoed across the dragon's back. Though the 21-year-old Violet and 22-year-old Monet felt their faces flush, they managed to remain still, albeit subconsciously squeezing their legs together, rubbing slightly against one another. The 16-year-old baby, 5, being rather innocent and naive, widened her beautiful eyes, attentively observing the scene unfolding around her. How astonishing! What is this? I have never seen anything like it. How frightening. I want to get off. I want to get off. That guy is already foaming at the mouth. Chapter 88. The Black Dragon rampages in Dressrosa Baby. 5. If I were to ask you to clean me, would you refuse? After the storm had passed, Let stood before the little maid in his unrefined state. Baby, 5 gazed at the fearsome creature before her, feeling an inner conflict. Yet her subconscious compelled her to comply. She slowly knelt and moved forward, trembling as she extended her hands, her rosy lips parting slightly, revealing a delicate tongue, ready to fulfill his desires. Unbeknownst to her, she had transformed into this very form over time. She had always yearned to be needed, incapable of turning down others' requests. Even if it contradicted her true feelings, her body found itself unable to refuse. She caught a whiff of a sour, sweet, and pungent odor, the bizarre shape nearly brushing against her nose, yet she could not advance any further. Baby, 5 felt an unusual warmth on her cheeks. But a sturdy hand gently pushed her head away. Let shook his head and donned his trousers. What a foolish child. Has Doflamingo always taught you this? Have you never once resisted? If that is the case, even for your freedom, I shall eradicate the wicked Don Quixote family. Suddenly, tears welled in Baby 5's eyes. She covered her face with her hands, yet could not prevent 2 streams of sorrow from trickling through her fingers. She herself was unaware of the reasons behind her emotions. On the morning of April 27th, although the sun had risen high in the sky, Don Quixote Doflamingo had just awoken from his slumber. As was often the case, he sat up on the sofa. Scattered across the table and floor were 5 or 6 wine bottles, and he could hardly recall how much he had consumed. Rubbing his aching temples, he donned his sunglasses, stretched lazily, and then stood up. Brew, 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 brew. The telephone bug rang at that moment. He frowned, beckoning with his finger to answer the call. It's me, Joker. The visage of the telephone bug transformed upon connection into that of a man with deep lines and a broad mouth. It is I, Gil Tesoro. As Doflamingo rubbed his temples, he chuckled. Golden Emperor, your reputation has certainly grown of late. If it weren't for that Navy Vice Admiral slaying the 7 warlords and becoming the focal point of discussion, you would undoubtedly be the most sought-after figure recently. Speak. What brings you to me? The telephone bug's eyes widened. I am constructing a truly unique vessel, destined to become the largest entertainment kingdom in the world. Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses and inquired, Do you require my investment? The phone bug scoffed dismissively. Do not jest. Do I appear to be in want of money? I merely wish to commission a batch of weapons from you to augment my ship's firepower. Rest assured, the price is negotiable. Doflamingo clenched his teeth inwardly. Yet his smile widened. Not a problem. I can provide enough weaponry to arm a great nation. However, once the call ended, his grin swiftly faded. What is this Golden Emperor? Has he not pilfered my precious gold fruit? Now he presumes to stand on equal footing with me. Does he truly believe that a handful of coins grants him the privilege to converse with me as an equal? What a pathetic fool. He kicked an empty bottle across the room, only for the phone bug to ring once more. Joker? The voice, though not loud, bore an ominous tone, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down Doflamingo's forehead. What is it, Kaido? On the other end was none other than Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, known as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air. Kaido chuckled briefly. I hear your devil fruit has awakened. Shall we arrange a time to spar? Let us see if you can kill me. Doflamingo's perspiration increased. Ha ha ha. That joke is hardly amusing. Speak plainly. What do you want? Kaido, however, reiterated with grave sincerity. I genuinely wish to engage you in a full-blown battle. You are certainly more formidable than that coward, Gecko Moria. Doflamingo wearily covered his forehead. Please spare me. His apprehension towards Kaido stemmed not only from the latter's formidable strength but also from his unpredictable nature. Despite commanding a vast pirate crew, with the 3 calamities, his powerful subordinates capable of annihilating entire nations, Kaido preferred one-on-one combat. More accurately, he relished the idea of single-handedly challenging entire groups. Over the decades, Kaido had faced off against the other three emperors and had even stormed the Navy headquarters alone. He had been defeated and captured 18 times, enduring countless tortures and experiencing nearly every form of capital punishment the Navy could devise. Yet, each time, he escaped not out of fear, but out of sheer boredom or by exhausting his adversaries. From a certain perspective, Kaido's prowess far surpassed that of the Golden Lion, who had to resort to self-mutilation, amputating his own feet, to escape from impelled down, while Kaido always managed to withdraw unscathed. In addition to his insatiable thirst for battle, Kaido also seemed to have a penchant for self-destruction, though no method he employed ever proved successful. Doflamingo, despite his own quirks, certainly did not wish to find himself at odds with such a madman. After finally ending the call with Kaido, Doflamingo was preparing to wash his face and indulge in his lunch when he was startled by the sound of hurried footsteps echoing in the corridor. What was happening? He flung open the door and inquired of the attendants outside. "This is bad, Doff." Tori Pole was striding toward him with urgency. Doflamingo could wager that after knowing him for over 30 years, he had never seen him move with such haste. "A grave situation has arisen. The Navy has come," Tori Pole exclaimed, his excitement causing him to neglect the mucus threatening to stick to his neck as he animatedly reported to his boss. Mahabais and Lao Ji attempted to intervene, but were swiftly dispatched without a chance to retaliate. Doflamingo paused in shock. "Killed." Tori Pole wiped his nose. "They are as dead as one can be." Mahabais' head nearly struck my face, and Lao Ji's was obliterated entirely. "Doff, what shall we do?" The veins on Doflamingo's forehead throbbed visibly. "Gather all personnel to confront them at the Royal Plateau. You ensure Sugar's safety and refrain from exposing yourself. I shall handle this." After a moment's contemplation, he finally tucked a small transponder snail into his pocket. This was a top-secret communication device allowing direct contact with the celestial dragons. In the kingdom of Dressrosa, a brutal and savage tradition had long been upheld, a gladiatorial custom reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum, though the majority of participants were human. On this day, a grand celebratory event was underway, culminating in a personal showdown featuring Diamante, one of the Don Quixote family's elite fighters, against 10 gladiators. As Diamante effortlessly dispatched his foes, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed in the sky. A dragon? Thousands of spectators gasped in astonishment. After all, dragons existed only in legend. Few had ever witnessed such a sight. A black dragon? Impossible. Diamante gazed upward in bewilderment, only to hear a dark voice reverberate throughout the arena. "Is he Diamante?" "On the dragon's back," Rhett questioned. While this individual ranked among Doflamingo's 4 top fighters, he appeared to lack notable combat prowess in the original narrative. Rhett's memory failed him, leaving him unable to recall any significant moments, prompting this inquiry. Violet, having witnessed the effortless demise of Mahabais and Raoji, placed her hopes for restoration entirely upon him. At this moment, she harbored no secrets. Openly disclosing to Rhett the capabilities of Diamante, it is he who has consumed the flamboyant fruit, a flag-bearer capable of rendering anything he touches into a buoyant state, even donning steel as if it were mere fabric. Before her words could fully escape her lips, a blinding golden light erupted from one of the sunflowers perched upon the back of the black dragon. With a resounding boom, the beam pierced directly through Diamante's chest, leaving him in a state of disbelief and shock, a colossal column of blood shooting into the air. His coat fell to the ground with a heavy thud, the sound echoing ominously. It was crafted from iron. How could it be so easily reduced to mere scrap? Diamante, flung into the surrounding waters of the arena, was swiftly consumed by the ravenous fighting fish. It was not until a skeleton emerged upon the water's surface that the audience erupted into another round of anguished screams. Lord Diamante. From the moment he entered the arena to the instant he obliterated his foe from 100 meters away with the radiance of sunlight, Rhett's posture remained unchanged. He merely cast a cold glance over the panicked crowd and gently patted the neck of the black dragon to the heights of kings. Chapter 89. A mere major general. Dare you to kill me? With a series of resounding tremors, a colossal figure, towering over 500 meters, emerged from the ground at the edge of the king's heights. In the face of such immense stature, even the black dragon conjured by Lighter appeared diminutive. The expression of Vika remained grave. Yet the initial tension had dissipated. It was Vika, one of the foremost combatants of the Don Quixote family. He possessed the power of the stone fruit, enabling him to transform his entire being into stone. Lighter sneered disdainfully, remaining seated upon the back of the dragon. He cast a cursory glance at the gargantuan stone giant and uttered 3 words with nonchalance. "Break through him." The black dragon, devoid of sentience, seemed to be imbued with life at that moment, charging forth towards Vika. Vika emitted a piercing shriek, raising his right hand high and bringing it down forcefully. "You are seeking your own demise," he roared. To his astonishment, his right hand began to shatter, even before it made contact with the black dragon. "What have you done?" he screamed again, as the black dragon pierced straight through his chest. Vika tumbled from the stone giant, trembling. Incredulity etched upon his face as he gazed upon the once towering mound, now crumbling into nothingness, and spat a mouthful of blood towards the heavens. He was not yet dead. With but a touch upon the earth, he could instantaneously merge with the stone. As he descended, Vika adjusted his posture. Yet he spotted a figure moving faster than himself. The black dragon. Gritting his teeth, he let out a scream, but it was futile. Lighter leapt from the back of the black dragon. They were now at the king's heights. He no longer required the dragon's aid. With a resounding thud, the descent was too rapid, and Lighter's feet created two deep craters upon impact with the ground. Unperturbed, he plunged his hands into the earth. Great drought. Golden stone flow. Vika's pupils contracted as he beheld the transformation before him. The king's heights, once adorned with perpetual blossoms, had morphed into a desolate expanse of swirling sands. The lush flora and verdant trees, in an instant, seemed to lose all moisture, crumbling into dust. Even the sturdiest of rocks disintegrated into powder beneath this overwhelming force. In this land, all semblance of life had vanished. The vibrant green had been replaced by the stark desolation of a parched wasteland. Under this might, even gold and stone melted, the mounds of earth cracked, and the king's heights collapsed with a thunderous roar, falling too slowly. Vika, who was mere moments from the ground, felt a chill run through him. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind sliced through the air, and excruciating pain surged from his forehead, radiating throughout his entire being. A sudden splash of crimson entered his field of vision as a warm liquid began to trickle down from his forehead. How was this possible? This singular thought consumed Paika's mind. Just moments ago, his gaze had been steadfastly fixed on the young naval officer below, and he was certain that the officer had not cast even a fleeting glance towards the sky. Why was he able to strike me? It's so hot. So cold. The aftermath of the great drought and the golden stone torrent had yet to conclude. The collapsed royal heights was engulfed like a victim of a mudslide, swallowed by vast swathes of earth and rock. Under the influence of rate, these materials surged and spiraled chaotically, drawing in all flora, fauna, and structures from the ground into a voracious whirlpool. Eureka! Rate cackled malevolently as a colossal black hand plunged into the swirling mire. Retrieving a middle-aged man clad in a baby cap, sucking a pacifier, and wearing a diaper. "Senor, you pathetic pervert, did you truly believe you could escape my grasp?" Rate clenched his right fist, and the massive black hand disintegrated in midair. Perched upon the dragon's back, Robin watched the scene unfold with keen interest. So, this kind of perversion exists everywhere. Monet, with a sorrowful expression, remarked, "Senor, he too is a pitiable romantic." The 16-year-old baby Phi's eyes shimmered with tears. He was once an undeniable gentleman, driven to mimic his tragically deceased son in a desperate attempt to awaken his wife, who had fallen into a vegetative state due to an accident. As a victim of the Don Quixote family, Violet displayed no sympathy. She stared blankly at the unfolding chaos, murmuring, "Is there truly a way to kill like this?" The frenzied march finally ceased, and Rate took a moment to catch his breath. This was an ultimate technique he had never before wielded, capable of utterly obliterating an expansive area in an instant. While it might seem similar to the skills of land reclamation from a purely technical standpoint, the most significant distinction lay in its unparalleled destructive power. Utilizing this technique in actual combat for the first time was indeed somewhat taxing. Rate inhaled deeply, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. Such immense destructive force and extensive range would undoubtedly deplete a considerable amount of stamina. Even Rate, who had awakened the three forms of Haki, was not exempt from this. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, retrieving a special vigor nutritional solution from a small iron box at his waist, and gently poured it into his mouth. A sensation akin to electricity surged from his chest to his limbs, rejuvenating his strength. He was ready for a war of attrition, for he was not naive enough to believe that such a wide-ranging attack would suffice to annihilate his foes. His adversaries were not merely the assorted minions of spades and diamonds, but rather their young master, the reigning king of Dressrosa, Don Quixote da Flamingo. A chilling laughter echoed ominously. A figure towering over 3 meters emerged before Rate. Although da Flamingo wore a grin, the fury in his eyes threatened to shatter his sunglasses. "Black Dragon Major, you may still be unaware of my true identity." Rate discarded the now empty vial and smiled slightly. The warlord of the sea, king of Dressrosa, a former celestial dragon, and a madman. Do you possess any other identities? Pray, enlighten me. Doflamingo suppressed his rising ire. Knowing my 3 identities, how dare you act so brazenly against me? You are but a mere major. Who bestowed upon you such audacity? With a swift motion, Rate tore off his naval coat and hurled it high into the sky. The word justice emblazoned on the back stood out strikingly. Doflamingo, gritting his teeth, inquired, is it your notion of justice that drives you to defy the agreements of the Navy and the world government to confront me? Rate shook his head. To hell with justice. You were the one who stole my woman. What does that have to do with right or wrong? Doflamingo's face revealed a flicker of astonishment, yet he soon noticed his opponent lunging towards him. Do not presume that just because you were once a celestial dragon, you are safe. I have already slain one. Chapter 90. The world of white threads. Don Quixote Doflamingo's heart had never been so tumultuous. Just moments ago, he received news of the deaths of 2 of his subordinates in battle, which only fueled his fury. The main combat strength of the Don Quixote family was divided into 4 vast armies: the Spade Army, led by the formidable Pica, who had perished, the General Forces, Gladiolus and Buffalo, both of whom also fell. Baby, 5 had been captured. The Diamond Army, commanded by the supreme warrior Diamante, had met the same fate. The General Forces, Senior, Mahabais, and Lao Ji, were all lost without a trace. The original narrative included a fishman descendant, Dringe, who was merely 10 years old at this juncture and thus excluded from the combat tally. The Hard Army, under the command of the supreme fighter Virgo, was long embedded within the Navy and remained alive. However, the General Forces Monet had been captured and Law had defected. The Club Army, led by the surviving Tory Pole, retained its strength, with General Forces Sugar and Jorah still intact. Yet, Violet had been captured and exhibited signs of treachery. Once a family replete with talent, the Don Quixote clan now stood with only Tory Pole, Jorah, and Sugar remaining. How could Doflamingo possibly remain composed? You have successfully provoked my ire. Doflamingo discarded the snail phone he had brought along, his hands slightly raised, fingers dancing with the rapidity of a pianist. Shadow thread. A multitude of white threads erupted from his fingertips, coiling around to form a doll-like doppelganger that mirrored his own form. Multicolored threads. Both Doflamingos simultaneously gestured, their 4 hands generating 4 sets of transparent threads that sliced towards the formidable Rate from 4 distinct directions. Swish. 20 invisible threads effortlessly cleaved through Rate's form. And the once mighty black dragon, previously brimming with arrogance, was reduced to mere fragments in a mere 3 seconds. Yet, Doflamingo's expression remained tense. A doppelganger? With his prowess, he could easily discern that what he had effortlessly shattered was merely a clay effigy crafted from the earth. As for his opponent's true form, it had long since melded into the ground beneath him. This ability was not foreign to Doflamingo. One of his top warriors, Pica, possessed the power to merge with rock and soil. Allow me to eliminate you in an instant. The 2 Doflamingos simultaneously crouched, their 4 palms pressed against the ground. Awakening. Sea Realm. White wave. From hundreds of meters above, Robin and the others instantly felt an overwhelming pressure. With their strength, they struggled to breathe, barely managing to cling to the back of the black dragon to maintain consciousness. Centered around Doflamingo, the buildings, soil, and trees within a radius of hundreds of meters transformed into a dense network of white threads. Even the very ground beneath one's feet transformed into a tumultuous wave of white lines, endlessly rolling like the ocean's fury. Is this the power bestowed by the awakening of the devil fruit? With no refuge to be found, Red adeptly maneuvered through the chaos using moonwalk and shave, his form a blur amidst the frenzied white waves that surged forth, as if they could obliterate all in their path. Observing Rhett's rapid movements in midair, both of the Doflamingo siblings exchanged sinister grins before leaping into the sky almost simultaneously. Do you think you are the only one who can soar? Skypath. Utilizing the threads he shot forth, he ensnared the clouds above, achieving an upward pull that allowed for swift movement in the air, resembling flight to an extraordinary degree. One cannot deny that Doflamingo's aptitude for harnessing the powers of the devil fruit is nothing short of exceptional. A mere string fruit has been transformed by him into an array of astonishingly formidable abilities. Were he the protagonist of this tale, the Rubberman Luffy would likely be unable to withstand even a single round before being utterly deflated and shattered. You cannot escape, Navy. Doflamingo swung his 4 arms with great force. Towering waves, reaching hundreds of meters high, descended upon Red, who, even with doubled speed, could not evade such a colossal attack radius. Most terrifying of all, Every single one of those white threads was imbued with Doflamingo's haki, substantially amplifying their destructive potential. Boom. Like a true tsunami, the massive wave crashed down, completely engulfing Red, who had no time to evade. With the frailty of a human body, he could not even stir a ripple amidst the hundreds of meters of tumultuous waves. Hee. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth began to curl upward. Yet, before he could fully manifest his laughter, a surge of alarm gripped him. A sudden breeze wafted behind him. Damn it. In an instant, realization struck. What had been swallowed by the white waves was but Red's clone. Spider's nest. Doflamingo's reflexes were nothing short of extraordinary. As he pivoted, he vigorously swung his right hand. Hundreds of white threads instantly wove into a spider's web, and to bolster its defenses, he deliberately narrowed the gaps between the threads to ensure his opponent could not slip through any openings. Thud. The resilient white threads completely thwarted the attack from behind, prompting Doflamingo to tighten his right fist, commanding the threads to ensnare his foe tightly. It was only at this moment that he completed his turn. Gazing upon his adversary's visage, futile efforts. TSK. Doflamingo's expression darkened in an instant. But he barely had time to utter a curse before witnessing his opponent erupt before him. Explosive clay. Garuda. Unbeknownst to him, Red had reappeared atop the back of the black dragon, hundreds of meters away. He settled himself upon the neck of the black dragon, his feet dangling in midair. Observing the tumultuous battlefield below, an air of casualness about him. Boom. A tremendous shockwave nearly overturned the entirety of the King's Heights, completely obscuring Doflamingo's figure in the soaring clouds of dust. Ray tapped the black dragon's neck, directing it to flap its wings and ascend to loftier heights. He had never been a warrior who thrived in close-quarters combat. If he could vanquish his foes without shedding a drop of blood, it would be the most preferable outcome. To ensure the battle was more effortless, he was willing to employ more cunning and ruthless tactics. To execute the recent attack, he had conjured 3 remarkably lifelike clones, which allowed Doflamingo to exhibit a momentary lapse in concentration and vulnerability. Whoosh! A figure leapt forth from the swirling dust. Damn it! Doflamingo wiped the blood from his cheek. Spitting angrily, he had immediately summoned his entire arsenal of haki and constructed a shield of strings for defense. Yet he still could not fully withstand the ferocious impact of the explosion. His cheek and chest were drenched in blood from the force of the blast. His feathered coat was utterly shredded by the tempest, and though his injuries were not critical, he appeared exceedingly disheveled. The only item still intact was the pair of red sunglasses perched upon his nose. Navy, you have truly enraged me, Doflamingo bellowed, announcing the impending death sentence to Rate. Yet, he heard a voice, entirely unperturbed. You've already uttered that phrase once before. By the way, have you not noticed a twinge of pain in your abdomen? Chapter 91. The Twilight of the Night Demon Pain. Doflamingo instinctively pressed a hand against his chest and abdomen, yet felt no unusual sensation. Do you dare to toy with me? Rhett nodded thoughtfully to himself, muttering, It seems the physique of the 7 warlords surpasses that of mere guinea pigs. Gaji had the audacity to boast that these toxins would take effect in 3 seconds. When I return, I shall ensure he receives a severe reprimand. Curiously, Robin, seated nearby, inquired, What did you add in there? Without turning around, Rhett leaped down, stating, You'll find out shortly. At last, you have the courage to stand before me? Doflamingo's mood must have been exceedingly foul, for his opponent appeared utterly pristine while he himself was tattered and bloodied. Rhett spread his arms wide. Unlike your abilities, I have no limit to the number of clones I can control. As his words resonated, 6 identical figures emerged in midair, each enveloped in a layer of armed haki. The 7 Rets simultaneously grinned. Are you certain you can defeat me? Finger gun barrage. With 7 Rets, 70 fingers became 70 assault rifles, unleashing a cacophony of piercing sounds that filled the air. Swoosh. Hiss. Whoosh. The finger guns, infused with armed haki, possessed the power to effortlessly penetrate steel. Now unleashed at full force, even Doflamingo, who wielded haki himself, dared not face them lightly. While Doflamingo's defensive capabilities were certainly superior to the indolent Moria, they fell far short of the standards set by Whitebeard, Big Mom, or Kaido. After all, in terms of abilities, he leaned towards long-range attacks. His greatest strengths lay not in sheer resilience, but in agility and intellect. Such an attack could never hit me. Doflamingo swiftly evaded dozens of invisible finger strikes, using his strings to create distance of several hundred meters between himself and Red. Now it's my turn to attack, Navy. How could I be outmatched in numbers? With a flourish of his hands, thousands of threads entwined with armed haki rose from the ground, each shimmering with a sharp glint. Doflamingo crossed his arms over his chest, 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. Feather strike. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Thousands of threads suddenly sliced through the air, hurtling toward Red, who was hundreds of meters away with lightning speed. You wish to compare numbers with me? The 7 Rets simultaneously sneered, each brandishing a cherry blossom. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. An explosion of endless pink erupted between heaven and earth. Although there were merely 7 flower branches and 70 to 80 petals, under the influence of the devil fruit, it appeared as though the entire sky had been enveloped in a cascade of pink cherry blossoms. Doflamingo felt a chill run down his spine, as if the hairs on the back of his neck were standing on end. He watched in disbelief as the swirling cherry blossoms collided with the white threads he had summoned, and then they shattered simultaneously. The dilemma lay in the fact that he possessed only a few thousand threads, while the cherry blossoms numbered in the hundreds of millions. Countless petals obscured the heavens. And even though Doflamingo could maneuver swiftly among the clouds, he could not evade this overwhelming tide. He was utterly engulfed by the cherry blossoms. He could distinctly hear the sound of the petals slicing through his flesh. The fierce clash of hockey resonated in the air. But could he withstand these millions of armed cherry blossoms? No, he could not. As the petals gradually dissipated, Doflamingo's form reemerged. His shirt had been completely torn to shreds, his 3/4 pants had transformed into mere shorts, and even his golden hair was drenched in blood. Damn the Navy. He gasped heavily, preparing to utter something, when he suddenly spotted several shadows swooping down towards him like eagles. From every direction, front, back, left, right, above. Below, 6 bold Rets sealed him in from all sides. Explosive clay, 6-fold detonation. The farthest Ret smiled and snapped his fingers, followed by a series of thunderous explosions. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. The sky seemed to warp under the force of the 6-fold explosion. Red even remotely controlled a black dragon to fly further away, ensuring that he would not be caught in the chaos of his own making. He was confident that after enduring such a violent impact at close range, Doflamingo would be left severely weakened, if not utterly destroyed, unless this warlord possessed the extraordinary resilience of Big Mom or Kaido. As anticipated, when the smoke began to clear, Doflamingo reappeared, his body a mangled mess. He lacked the strength to remain suspended in midair and plummeted to the ground. His face bore an expression of shock and disbelief, as if he could hardly fathom what had just transpired. This is impossible. Rhett looked down at him with a superior gaze. Do you truly feel nothing in your body? Doflamingo shot up his head in sudden realization. Is this the poison you have unleashed? Rhett smiled as he flicked his fingers. I merely incorporated a toxin within my clone that numbs the nerves and delays reactions. What do you think? The effect is rather impressive, isn't it? How despicable. Ha. You truly ought not to be a naval officer. Perhaps, if you were in the underworld, we might have become esteemed partners. To Rhett's surprise, Doflamingo did not express anger but instead laughed heartily. Rhett raised an eyebrow, suppressing his momentary pride. The black dragon soared further into the distance, and he was confident that his adversary could not possibly catch up to Robin in an instant, nor use that as leverage against him. Furthermore, he chose to descend to the ground. The feeling of landing on solid earth always provided a sense of reassurance. Besides, as long as he touched the soil, he could meld into it at any moment, akin to adding a safeguard to his life. He tentatively inquired, You cannot be serious. In such circumstances, you still possess the confidence to turn the tide? Doflamingo slowly shook his head. You have already triumphed. As the vanquished, I have no words left. My life and Dressrosa are yours to dispose of as you see fit. Rhett was astonished by his demeanor, but he then heard the warlord continue. Before this, I have one final wish. Among my subordinates are 2 children, a boy and a girl, both merely 10 years old. They have not been exposed to much of the dark world, and their hands remain untainted by blood. I hope you can spare them. Doflamingo's expression was profoundly sincere, and Red's gaze turned serious. Though I am ruthless in battle, I am, after all, a just naval officer. You need not plead for this. Doflamingo seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and called out to Torbol, who had just crawled out from the mound of earth. Bring Dringe and Sugar over here. Rhett suddenly realized the truth. Dringe was merely a facade. The true ace up Doflamingo's sleeve must be Sugar. The child with the toy fruit could forcibly transform all living beings she touched into toys. Furthermore, others would lose all memories of those toys. Torbol moved slowly, but Rhett, who had already grasped the situation, felt no urgency. He sensed Doflamingo's breathing growing more frantic. Yet his body's reactions were slowing down, evidently exacerbated by the toxins from the second explosion, further numbing his nerves. The longer he waited, the more Doflamingo's combat effectiveness would diminish. Doflamingo, Dringe, and Sugar. I have brought them, Torbol said, his face etched with despair. The two children before him appeared utterly terrified. Doflamingo bent slightly, affectionately ruffling their hair. This is Rear Admiral Red of the Navy. He will take care of you from now on. Go, tell him. You are both good children. In the eyes of Sugar, there seemed to linger tears, leaving one to ponder whether they were merely a fade or a reflection of her sorrow over the grapes she cherished, all transformed into dust by Rhett. She and Dringer, positioned on either side, attempted to approach Rhett, only to have their intentions unveiled by the latter. I have heard that members of the Don Quixote family possess extraordinary abilities. What is this little girl's power? Doflamingo's lips twitched slightly. She is merely an ordinary child. Rhett, with a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile, shrugged. Then let me proceed to eliminate you. By the way, I must also ensure that Virgo accompanies you, correct? What? Doflamingo's heart plummeted into the abyss. The matter of Virgo infiltrating the Navy was known to very few, even among the younger members of the Don Quixote family. He fixed his gaze on Rhett, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "Just how much do you know?" Rhett curled his lips in a sardonic grin. Puppet usurpation, the enslavement of the little people. The underground forces pervasive throughout the New World, the vanished populace of Dressrosa and the dolls that have appeared, even the secrets of the celestial dragons that you hold, I likely know a fair amount. Is it Crane? Did she divulge this to you? Doflamingo, now increasingly agitated, protested. No. Even she wouldn't be privy to such extensive knowledge. Damn it, damn it. Sugar, he suddenly called out. Sugar, bewildered, lifted her gaze, only to hear her master command, "Turn me into a toy." Toripole, Sugar, and Dringer all trembled in shock. Master. Doflamingo's expression twisted into one of malevolence. Rather than perish at the hands of the Navy, I would prefer to erase my very existence. As Sugar's right hand brushed against his body, a faint voice resonated from the heavens. Pop. Chapter 92: The Downfall of the Don Quixote Family with a soft sound. A peculiar doll toy fell before Sugar. This toy stood nearly a meter tall, possessing the outline and form of a human, yet it sported a pair of small, pink wings. Of course, it still wore a striking pair of crimson sunglasses upon its nose. Well, I ask you. Sugar, is this your new toy? Toripole scratched his head, his expression laden with confusion. Sugar tilted her head, evading his sniffle. It's the young master. Torpole's face grew even more bewildered. The young master? What is that? Right. Why do we call ourselves the Don Quixote family? Wasn't he that traitor Corazon already? Who killed him? Well. I ask you. Sugar, why can't I remember? Sugar pursed her lips, opting not to elucidate the matter to Toripole. Instead, she bent down to retrieve the toy from the ground. She was acutely aware that once her powers were activated, even the closest of family would forget the existence of Don Quixote Doflamingo. No matter how she explained, Toripole would never recall Doflamingo. This was also the final task Doflamingo had entrusted to her. Once the enemies had eradicated everything and departed, she was to immediately seek out Princess Mancheri of the Little People in the underground factory, utilizing her devil fruit abilities to heal Doflamingo's injuries, and then lie in wait, biding her time for revenge. A formidable heavenly Yiksha would never be easily vanquished. Where do you wish to go, Sugar? Rhett wore a faint smile. May I take a look at that toy? His grin was radiantly bright, yet in Sugar's eyes, it bore the chilling guise of a demon. She found herself unable to voice a refusal, witnessing two thorny vines piercing into the body of the flamingo toy, one from each side. Rhett spoke quietly, this strange half-human, half-bird toy should not be played with. Accompanying his words, the two thorns effortlessly shattered the toy's body and head. All that remained was a pair of sunglasses, which shattered upon hitting the ground with a sharp crack. The young master? Sugar could not help but cover her mouth, her eyes brimming with despair. With such devastation to its form, even the most brilliant surgeon, Dr. Hogback, and the most ingenious scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, collaborating, would find it utterly impossible to resurrect him. High above, at several hundred meters in the sky, Baby 5 suddenly noticed her companion Monet shedding 2 streams of tears. With surprise, she inquired, "What is wrong, Monet?" Wiping her tears, Monet struggled to contain her sorrow. I don't know, I just feel this emptiness inside. As if something is missing. Tree binding eternal burial. In Rhett's memory, the existence of Don Quixote Doflamingo had not faded. Perhaps this was an unexpected gain from his dual lives. He gazed at Toripole and mercilessly unleashed another skill. Dozens of thorny vines erupted from the ground, effortlessly piercing through Torpole's seemingly towering physique. Beneath that bloated exterior lay a frail and emaciated body, yet under Rhett's assault, it was utterly exposed. The sticky fruit he possessed, capable of secreting viscous liquid, proved utterly useless against such an onslaught. Tory Bull watched helplessly as the vines transformed his feeble form into a sieve, crimson blood gushing forth unabashedly. Yet he slowly lowered his head. Until his last breath, he could not fathom who that young master truly was. A torrent of sand engulfed the bodies of Tory Bull and Doflamingo, as Rhett turned his gaze towards Sugar and Dringe. Although Sugar appeared to be merely 10 years old, she was, in fact, 16. However, her mental state seemed to mirror her youthful appearance, remaining in a childlike phase. Having witnessed Rhett's ruthless methods firsthand, she was utterly terrified. Collapsing to the ground, "Don't kill me. I have never done anything wrong." Rhett's expression remained indifferent, while it was possible that Sugar had never taken a life. Her powers had contributed to the tragic fate of Dressrosa, marking her as far from an innocent being. "Your abilities are far too perilous, Sugar. Thus I cannot allow you to act freely. You must operate within my constraints. Should you disagree, I will have no choice but to end your wicked existence right here." To save her life, Sugar could only nod. "As long as you don't kill me, I will obey you. By the way, can I eat grapes?" Rhett shrugged. "You will eat until you want to vomit." What a jest. He is a super landlord with nearly 1,000,000 acres of private estate and a medium-sized island at his command. Under Rhett's formidable presence, Sugar obediently chose to submit, willingly donning a pair of gloves to suppress her abilities. With no other options in this deserted place, the 10-year-old Dringe also lowered his horned head in submission to Rhett. He was a hybrid human of Fishman descent, an anomaly within the Don Quixote family, which was rife with various devil fruit users. Although Rhett adhered to the principle of eradicating evil and cutting the roots of wrongdoing, Dringe was merely a child of 10, entirely devoid of the capability to commit heinous acts. Thus, Rhett spared his life. As Doflamingo was utterly vanquished in his toy form by Ryder, both Monet, the fervent admirer, and Baby, 5, the ever-obliging secretary, found their loyalty devoid of an object to cling to. Thus, when Ryder enlisted them, they offered little resistance. Rather, under the guidance of Violet, they eagerly divulged the secrets of the Don Quixote family to him. Sugar rescinded her previously unleashed powers, restoring the toy soldiers to their human forms, plunging Dressrosa into a period of inevitable chaos. Here lies the underground factory you seek, where over 300 little folk toil away. Violet led Ryder to an oddly shaped locale. At this juncture, the scientist Caesar Clown had yet to align himself with Doflamingo. Therefore, the products crafted by the little folk were not artificial devil fruits, but rather common goods. Miss Sugar, Miss Monet, Miss Baby, 5, and Miss Violet? The factory manager promptly approached Ryder and his entourage with a subservient demeanor, for his status paled in comparison to the might of these families. "Step aside," Ryder commanded with a glance, gesturing for the manager to depart. He then addressed the diligent little folk before him. "You are now free." The little Princess Mancheri was ultimately located through Violet's clairvoyance, and the guard Jorah was effortlessly dispatched by Ryder with a mere flick of his hand. After returning Mancheri and the over 300 little folk to their kingdom, Ryder received boundless respect from the entirety of the Tontata kingdom. Before King Gancho of Tontata, Ryder proposed a suggestion. "I warmly invite you to reside in my kingdom. I have heard of your affinity for nature and flora, and my abilities harmoniously align with your needs. I can offer you a small island where you may live freely and coexist alongside humans. Rest assured, regarding the resources you require, humans shall engage in trade and exchange with you in the most equitable manner." The little folk, inherently trusting, found even the king susceptible to this charm. Without hesitation, Gancho nodded in acceptance of Ryder's invitation. "General Ryder, you have saved my daughter and, in turn, our entire kingdom, the Tontata kingdom, is willing to become a part of your realm. Allow me to enlighten you on the language. The third character of Don Quixote is pronounced as he, a fact I had mistakenly believed to be pronounced ko. The Dragon Slayer of the pirate world is currently being written. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, refresh the page to obtain the latest information. The complete novel Dragon Slayer of the pirate world has been updated in its entirety. Chapter 93, The Vanished Flamingo. Are you the king of Liku? Upon liberating the former king of Dressrosa from the depths of the underground prison, Rhett declared the annihilation of the dark forces that had dominated the nation for over 2 years. Witnessing his ruthless methods firsthand, Monet and Baby, 5 were utterly disillusioned, especially as their loyalty to their family waned with the loss of their memories of Don Quixote Doflamingo. "You are a rear admiral." King Liku found it hard to believe his own eyes. You single-handedly obliterated the entire Don Quixote family. His astonishment was palpable, as he had not anticipated that a mere rear admiral could take down a warlord of the sea with bare hands. Wait, what exactly is a warlord of the sea? King Li Qiu scratched his thinning hair, feeling somewhat bewildered. His memory had also lost the presence of Doflamingo. Rhett nodded nonchalantly. I am Rear Admiral Board Rhett of the Navy headquarters. My jurisdiction is in the East Blue, so you likely have not heard of me. King Li Qiu's eyes widened further. The East Blue. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. I remember now. You were the Black Dragon Admiral who vanquished Moonlight Moria during last year's World Conference. No wonder. No wonder. The entire Dressrosa and I are immensely grateful for your salvation. Had it not been for your intervention, the tragedies of Dressrosa might have continued indefinitely. Rhett waved his hand dismissively. I did not come specifically to rescue you, as this place is quite distant from my jurisdiction. My motivation for eradicating the Don Quixote family was their audacious attempt to abduct my woman, which compelled me to travel such a great distance to impart a lesson they would never forget. Saving you was merely a matter of circumstance. There is no need for gratitude. Instead, you should focus your energies on guiding the populace towards economic development and improving their living standards. King Li Qiu, however, did not take his politeness to heart. The nearly 60-year-old former king promptly knelt at Rhett's feet. Your words, Black Dragon Admiral, fill me with shame. I shall learn from past mistakes and pay closer attention to the welfare of the people, at the very least. I shall ensure that the populace does not long for the rule of the Don Quixote family. Rhett nodded. Furthermore, I need you to clarify matters with the world government and Navy headquarters on my behalf. Inform them that I became aware of the situation in Dressrosa due to your distress signal, rather than because they had abducted my woman. This is crucial. Can you manage that? He refrained from mentioning Robin, concerned that the world government or Navy headquarters might trace her identity, leading to greater complications. King Li Qiu hurriedly assented. Everything shall be as you command, my lord. Rhett clapped his hands, rose from the wicker chair, and surveyed the ravaged landscape of the royal plateau, a result of his fierce battle with Doflamingo. Do you require my assistance in reconstructing this island? I possess a notable talent for architecture, he inquired. King Ricca shook his head. I appreciate your kind offer, but I wish to bridge the gap between myself and my people, so that I may more fully listen to their voices. King Riku was certainly not a malevolent figure, yet he could hardly be deemed an exceptional sovereign. Lacking both the sagacity to govern and formidable personal strength, he had become a mere pawn in Doflamingo's games, simply an ordinary, benevolent elder. Rhett broached the subject directly. I may be overstepping, King Riku. While you are approachable as a ruler, your governance leaves much to be desired. Otherwise, your realm would not languish in such poverty. If possible, I suggest you invite true experts in management to assume senior positions. Otherwise, Dressrosa may revert to the destitution of 2 years past. King Riku pondered briefly, remaining in a kneeling position, and replied, Your advice shames me, my lord. If you would be so kind, please recommend a subordinate. I would gladly appoint him as the governor of our nation, to guide the millions of Dressrosa's citizens in strengthening our state. Rhett was taken aback and hastily clarified. King Riku, I merely offered a suggestion, with no ulterior motive. However, King Riku shook his head resolutely. I see clearly now, in this age of rampant piracy, mere kindness and compassion are insufficient. Not only is governance a challenge, but even the defense against pirates becomes an arduous task. When the Don Quixote family arrived 2 years ago, we were utterly unable to present any form of resistance and were completely vanquished. Although several naval branches in the New World boast the presence of vice admirals, their conduct frankly resembles that of pirates. To gain the protection of a true powerhouse such as Rear Admiral Red, filled with justice and strength, would be an undeniable blessing for both myself and the millions of citizens of Dressrosa. His sincerity was palpable, devoid of any pretense. Rhett contemplated for a moment before extending his hand to assist him to his feet. I am grateful for your trust, King Riku. However, the East Blue is simply too distant from Dressrosa. My strength cannot encompass your protection. Yet, if your words ring true, I can lend you my banner and dispatch a contingent to be stationed here indefinitely. Should you encounter any foes, signal for aid, and I shall arrive post-haste. King Riku displayed a profoundly grateful expression. On behalf of the millions of citizens of Dressrosa, I express my heartfelt gratitude once more, my lord. Ryder chuckled softly and said, By the way, I have reached an accord with the little folk of Dongtada. Once my subordinates arrive here, they will accompany me to the East Sea. So you need not worry about the historical grievances between you and them. King Li Ku opened his mouth, seemingly poised to utter something, yet after much hesitation, he finally managed to say, "Those little folk are inherently innocent and kind-hearted. I implore you to treat them with kindness." Ryder cast a glance at him and nodded slowly. Of course. Simultaneously, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku received a call from the highest authority of the world government, the Five Elders, Sengoku. With the death of Gecko Moria, a vacancy has arisen among the warlords of the sea. Do you have a suitable recommendation? As Sengoku handed a document to his pet goat, he replied, "Consider the former king of the Sorbet Kingdom, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma." Reluctantly, the goat opened its mouth and swallowed the document. Then, several distinct voices emanated from the transponder snail. "The tyrant Kuma, you say? That is indeed a commendable choice." Thus, the warlords of the sea would be restored to full strength. Yes, the balance among the three great powers of the world could be maintained. Dracula Mihawk, Crocodile, Boa Hancock, Jinbei, and the Golden Emperor Tesoro, along with the tyrant Kuma. Wait a moment, that makes 6 individuals, doesn't it? How could I miscalculate? There must be 7. No, it is 6. How could this be? It truly is 6. Who have I overlooked? I cannot recall. Who is missing? Listening to the voices from the transponder snail, Sengoku silently extended his hands, one finger at a time. Mihawk, 1, Crocodile, 2, Hancock, 3, Jinbei, 4, Tesoro, 5, Kuma, 6. Yes, indeed. Who is missing? Note, the Golden Emperor is merely a filler in this count. Chapter 94. The Black Dragon Sanctuary. As Don Quixote, Doflamingo vanished from the collective memory. The illustrious record of the Black Dragon, Rhett, did not acquire the second head of a warlord of the sea. The endeavor to rescue Dressrosa garnered little attention, merely occupying a space in the newspaper no larger than a tofu block. The only unexpected development arose when the World Economic News seized the opportunity to publish an analytical article titled, "What Purpose Does the Navy of the Grand Line Serve? Why do the villains in their jurisdiction require the Navy of the East Blue for elimination?" This piece offered a scathing critique of the Navy headquarters. Much like the world itself, the media in this realm exhibited a rather grotesque nature. They appeared unafraid of the world government or the Navy, often singing counter to the government's narrative while lauding the formidable achievements of powerful pirates, such as the 4 emperors and the warlords of the sea. Yet, at times, they would be swayed by the world government, the celestial dragons, high-ranking officials of the Navy, and various nations, resulting in selective reporting. With their immense influence, this article undoubtedly incited considerable ire within the Navy headquarters, causing Sengoku's head to swell with frustration. Why are you not in the East Blue planting trees and building roads, but instead gallivanting in Dressrosa? Sengoku expressed his displeasure over the phone. If you have discovered criminals there, you could have entrusted the G5 branch to investigate and handle the matter. Even if you find their approach somewhat lethargic, you could simply report it to me, and the headquarters would direct them. Rhett smirked. I captured 2 subordinates of Don Quixote in the East Blue, which led me to some clues. In fact, from these clues, I have deduced certain matters, such as, there may be an undercover agent from the Don Quixote family within the G5 branch, and their rank is surely not low. Although Rhett did not directly disclose Virgo's identity to Sengoku, the Marshal pondered seriously. I will dispatch personnel to investigate the G5 branch. By the way, since you are so concerned about the waters of the New World, why not take on the role of base commander for the G5 branch? This way, you can investigate the undercover situation up close. What do you think? Rhett chuckled. If you allow me to serve simultaneously as the base commander for both the 16th branch and the G5 branch, I might consider it. Before he could finish his sentence, Sengoku interrupted him. Such a thing is impossible. Even your previous proposal to establish the new 16th branch faced significant opposition at the headquarters. If it weren't for my guarantee, it would not have been approved so swiftly. Rhett shrugged. Then I thank you. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will strive to govern this sea with greater peace and prosperity. To await the transport ship from the 16th branch. Rhett lingered in Dressrosa for approximately 10 days. Despite King Riku's repeated assertions that he required no assistance, the civil engineering expert, Rhett, showcased his remarkable talents in front of a multitude. In a mere minute, he completed the construction of the new royal palace and its auxiliary structures on the site of the former Wangji Heights, while effortlessly restoring the surrounding field of sunflowers. Owing to his benevolent act of saving the nation, coupled with this public exhibition of prowess, Rhett undeniably emerged as the hero and idol of the entire Dressrosa. King Riku even disseminated hundreds of thousands of promotional pamphlets titled The Legend of the Black Dragon, extolling Rhett's great achievements to every citizen, resulting in nearly every individual in Dressrosa, from the octogenarian matron to the 6-year-old child, being able to recognize him with ease. With nothing pressing to occupy his time and preferring to avoid causing King Riku any anxiety within the palace, Rhett opted to explore various locations throughout Dressrosa, which had come to feel like his own garden. For instance, he visited the nation's most renowned arena. After consulting numerous residents, he promptly released all the gladiators who had been deprived of their freedom and suggested to King Riku that improvements be made to the archaic practice of gladiatorial combat, perhaps drawing inspiration from a certain literary work featuring a grand martial arts tournament, ensuring the safety of contestants while engaging in combat. At the entrance of the arena, he beheld the statue of the legendary gladiator, Cyrus, who boasted a record of 3,000 consecutive victories. At that moment, Violet's phone rang without delay. "Lord Rhett, my sister's husband and daughter have been found safe." Rhett glanced at the solemn statue and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You are the Black Dragon, Major Rhett." Upon returning to the palace, Rhett encountered a tall, middle-aged man kneeling on one knee. The reason for his single knee was that this man bore only one leg. Beside him stood a delicate little girl, clinging to his arm with tears in her eyes. "I am Cyrus, the former captain of the Royal Army of Dressrosa. And this is my daughter, Rebecca. Rebecca, come greet Major Black Dragon. He is the great hero who saved our nation. He is also the benefactor who restored my humanity." Violet wished to embrace her little niece, but was evaded by Rebecca, who, having spent recent times in hiding, had grown wary of strangers due to her experiences. Robin, who initially intended to amuse the little girl, abandoned her plans upon witnessing the situation and returned to Rhett's side. The legendary gladiator affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, apologetically addressing Rhett. "I beg your pardon, Major Rhett. She is still but a child. Please do not take offense at her capriciousness. Rise, Cyrus. There is no need for such formalities towards me." Rhett assisted Cyrus to his feet and cast a glance at Rebecca, a mere child of 7 or 8 years. He could hardly be bothered by her presence. King Riku gazed fondly at his granddaughter, but made no move to approach. Instead, he addressed Rhett. "My lord, I have been contemplating a matter these past few days and hope to seek your consent." Rhett nodded slightly. "Since you have agreed to accept my protection, you may request any assistance that I can provide." "Indeed, my lord," Riku affirmed, gesturing towards his young daughter, Violet. "What I wish to propose is whether my daughter might accompany you back to the East Sea, serving as a liaison between Dressrosa and yourself. Should you have any needs, she could convey them to me, and if I encounter difficulties, I could similarly communicate through her." Rhett chuckled softly and shook his head. He discerned the subtle implications in Riku's words. The frail old king had no sons, and his elder daughter, the wife of Cyrus and mother to Rebecca, had been slain by the Don Quixote family. Thus, only Violet remained as a potential hostage at Rhett's discretion. It seemed Violet had consistently sacrificed herself for her family and father. When Doflamingo first arrived in their land, she had surrendered herself in exchange for her father's life, although the circumstances were now entirely different. Offering his daughter once more as a hostage was the king's utmost display of sincerity. However, Rhett declined the offer, smiling as he shook his head. "King Riku, I genuinely appreciate your goodwill, but I believe it is unnecessary. Should you ever feel that my banner cannot provide the protection you desire, please do not hesitate to inform me directly." Both Riku and Violet appeared taken aback. Violet could not help but glance down at her own delicate form, lost in thought once more. Why, this man has taken baby 5 and Monet, yet still shows no interest in me? At that moment, the transponder snail nestled in Rhett's arms began to ring. A familiar voice emerged from the receiver. "My lord, this is William. 5 transport ships have arrived at the port of Greenwood, on the outskirts of Dressrosa. Our crew is assisting the Tontata tribe with the unloading of their belongings. Please provide your instructions." "Excellent. Once you have completed the unloading, you may visit the main island of Dressrosa as a small token of appreciation for your long journey." Rhett replied, nodding. He then turned and smiled at King Riku and the others. "Farewell, King Riku." Chapter 95. The Path of Choice. General Rhett. "Is this the warship of the Eastern Sea? It is quite magnificent. Will the humans of the Eastern Sea bully us? What do the trees of the Eastern Sea look like? Have you heard of the great hero Roland?" On the returning transport ship to the Eastern Sea, a group of the diminutive folk from the Dong Tata kingdom clustered around Rhett and Robin, chattering incessantly. Accompanying Rhett aboard were not only the little folk, but also a variety of other beings, including enormous beetles, squirrels, and foxes. According to Leo, the captain of the Dong Tata guards, These creatures were their friends and served as their unique means of transportation. In comparison to the mini black dragon, which could traverse over 10,000 kilometers in just 4 days, the speed of the transport ship was undeniably much slower. Yet, Rhett chose to return by ship. As previously mentioned, apart from his exceptional diligence during training, he was, for the most part, a person who yearned to save her life. Furthermore, he sought to gain the acceptance of the Dong Tata people. Thus, he displayed no impatience towards the chattering little folk, but instead responded kindly to their somewhat naive inquiries. This is a specialized transport ship I have developed, designed specifically for conveying soldiers and supplies. The humans of the Eastern Sea are much gentler than those of Dressrosa. You will surely be able to coexist peacefully with them. The trees of the Eastern Sea are significantly smaller than those of Grimmett. By the way, you seem to have a remarkable talent for planting. Perhaps you could join me in studying this further when you have the time. Roland, I know of his name. It is said that he once visited the Sky Island and discovered a fantastical city filled with gold. If possible, I would also like to seek out that Sky Island. The little folk were remarkably single-minded, possessing a navies and benevolent disposition, easily trusting others, and, consequently, prone to deception. Even their leader, or king, Gansho, shared this trait. The fact that such a race has survived for thousands of years is indeed a remarkable achievement. The only exception might be the enchanting little princess, Mengxueli, who possessed extraordinary healing abilities and was the sole liar among them. However, this aspect of her character was only evident in her interactions with her childhood friend, Leo, in the presence of Rhett, who had saved her. Mengxueli was merely a gentle and endearing darling, much like her companions. Chief Gansho, I have 2 proposals regarding your settlement. After addressing the myriad questions posed by the little folk, Rhett summoned Gansho before him. First, I suggest that you reside on the main island of Board, where you may live alongside other humans. However, it is worth noting that there are some unscrupulous individuals among them, who may pose a threat to you. Secondly, a small island will be designated for you on the periphery of the main island, slightly separating you from other humans. However, I do not intend to isolate you from the world entirely. The island will feature a port for trade and, if you so desire, I plan to transform your island into an amusement park where other humans can visit for sightseeing and recreation. They will, however, be subjected to rigorous inspections before gaining entry. Additionally, I will assign officials and troops to assist you in maintaining order and collecting taxes. As for your decision, you may discuss it with your companions and then inform me. Gongxiao nodded and promptly gathered a dozen representatives from his tribe to convene a democratic meeting concerning the future development of the little people. Meanwhile, Rhett took Robin to the upper deck of the transport ship, relishing a moment of tranquility. It was somewhat regrettable that, like everyone else, Robin had no recollection of Doflamingo. She did not remember Rhett once again confronting a warlord of the sea for her sake. Nevertheless, this trivial matter did not affect her feelings for Rhett. In fact, given the current circumstances, she found herself unable to part from him. Although labeled as the son of the devil by the Navy, she was far from a heartless woman who only knew betrayal. Since Rhett had boldly risked his life without certainty of success to save her by declaring war on the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, she understood that she had found the most reliable sanctuary. Moreover, Rhett had never restricted her pursuit of history nor pressured her into seeking ancient weaponry. Instead, he granted her the utmost freedom, instilling in Robin a profound sense of trust. This man was not merely seeking to exploit her knowledge and skills, but was genuinely enamored with her beauty and essence. From a biological perspective, this represents the purest form of affection between the sexes, devoid of ulterior motives. Rhett held Robin close, and they stood together on the deck, one in front of the other. The sea breeze caressed them, and his dark hair gently brushed against his face, bringing with it a faint fragrance. Do you seem a bit troubled? Amidst this delicate aroma, Rhett sensed the unease in the heart of the woman in his embrace. Robin tilted her head slightly back, resting gently against his shoulder. Since the Don Quixote family is aware of my existence, I worry that the world government and navy will soon find me as well. At that time, it will undoubtedly put you in a difficult position. Rhett fell into silence. Robin's concerns were certainly not unfounded. Although the Navy's control over its branches was nearly negligible, evidenced by Arlong's 8-year reign over 20 small villages in the East Blue, enslaving nearly 10,000 villagers and extorting billions of berries in protection fees. All while the Navy and world government remained blissfully unaware, this did not mean that Rhett could confidently develop his influence in the East Blue. Since the demise of Moria, the Black Dragon Major General has become a figure of immense intrigue, drawing the attention of the entire Navy and even the world at large. His prior exploits, wherein he decisively bested a rear admiral while still a colonel, have become well known, much to the chagrin of the unfortunate Admiral Barley, who must be seething with rage at the resurgence of his past transgressions in the media. Possessing the prowess to vanquish elite rear admirals and even slay a warlord of the sea, one capable of standing toe-to-toe with the four emperors, yet choosing to remain in the weakest sea, the East Blue, is undoubtedly an anomaly. Consequently, both the Navy headquarters and global media have cast their scrutinizing gazes upon him, rendering many of his actions less spontaneous. In this tense silence, Robin suddenly found herself filled with regret. Why had she posed such a dilemma? If the Navy headquarters were to discover her existence, to avoid complicating matters for him, she could simply revert to a life of evasion. Perhaps, perishing in his embrace would not be such a terrible fate. At least during this time, she had found joy. Robin felt a slight itch in her earlobes, and the two large hands resting on her waist exerted a pressing force. Rhett's hands encircled her, pulling her close. Robin, if the Navy headquarters were to uncover your presence tomorrow, what do you think? I would choose. Robin shook her head slightly. I do not know. Although she and Rhett had established an intimate bond, she had not deeply engaged in the expansion of his influence, leaving her with only a vague understanding. Nevertheless, she was aware that Rhett's power nearly spanned half of the East Blue, commanding respect even from the kings of world government member nations. Yet, compared to the Navy headquarters and the world government, he still seemed as inconsequential as an ant beneath an elephant's foot. Rhett's subordinates lacked formidable combat capabilities. Aside from Zifa, the strongest among them, Vince Makgaji, might barely reach the average strength of a rear admiral through his high-tech gear. Beyond that, there seemed to be no other formidable subordinates to showcase. Andre Larson, whom he brought to the East Blue, was merely a colonel from the headquarters who had yet to master hockey. Such a lineup appeared somewhat feeble against the world. Of course, if he were to wait another 5 or 6 years until Ace, Luffy, Zoro, Sabo, and Sanji had all matured, each would likely possess the strength of a rear admiral, making it feasible to confront the world head-on. Thus, what Rhett needed most was time. In the midst of this grave atmosphere, Robin suddenly let out a gasp. Her earlobes flushed crimson, and her cheeks took on a faint rosy hue. She donned a loose-fitting dress today, beneath which her delicate skin felt the unmistakable presence of a formidable dragon, fierce as steel, encroaching upon her territory. What are you doing? Her voice was barely audible, akin to the faintest whisper of a mosquito. Rhett's hands gripped her waist tightly, as if he intended to merge her essence with his own. A powerful thrust from behind caused Robin to gently bite her lip, striving to suppress the urge to cry out. Rhett's voice resonated in her ear. My choice is to conquer the entire world. Chapter 96. The Black Arm Kindergarten. On May 15th, after a month-long expedition, Rhett finally returned to his stronghold. This island should suffice for your Dongtada tribe, right, Chief Ganjiao? He had transported thousands of the delightful little beings to a small island within the Boulder Archipelago, where they eagerly disappeared into the woods. In the Boulder Archipelago, to enhance his capabilities, Rhett had not only completed the leveling and greening of the main island's land, but had also attended to several of the subsidiary islands. Consequently, the landscape was adorned with newly sprouted flora, which undoubtedly brought joy to the Dongtada tribe's little inhabitants. Although the local vegetation was not particularly towering, the soil was exceptionally conducive to cultivation. With just a little time, we shall transform this place into a kingdom of plants. As the chief, Ganjiao was evidently an expert in botany. Merely by feeling the earth, he arrived at this conclusion. Rhett smiled, and with a flicker of thought, he utilized his abilities to construct thousands of uniquely shaped houses for them. In consideration of the little beings' enduring childlike innocence, he even crafted a whimsical playground consisting of a plant maze, a hide-and-seek park, vine slides, trampolines, and sand pits, which elicited a tremendous cheer. This is truly magnificent. Lord Rhett, even Ganjiao, whose age could easily make him Rhett's great-grandfather, sparkled with delight upon seeing the playground. If Rhett had not been standing beside him, he would have undoubtedly dashed over to join the youth in their merriment. I am glad you all enjoy it, Rhett remarked, observing the little ones gleefully sliding down the slides. By the way, I have several special plants. Could you assist me in cultivating them? After settling the Dongtada tribe, Rhett did not immediately find respite. After briefly addressing the political affairs of the Boulder Archipelago, he swiftly returned to the old base of the 16th branch, where his subordinates had eagerly awaited his return. Just a day prior, They had received notification from the naval headquarters approving the establishment of a new 16th branch, requesting them to commence preliminary preparations, and informing them that the adjacent 61st branch would also be included in the merger. In a few days, an official order from headquarters would arrive. Mice, his aide, handed him the document. Rhett skimmed through it rapidly and casually inquired, "Is the base commander of the 61st branch still that corpulent fellow?" Mice shook his head. Half a month ago, a massive food poisoning incident occurred in the 61st Division, resulting in the sacrifice of dozens of officers, including the base commander. Consequently, they now find themselves in a state of disarray. Rhett paused momentarily, then brushed his newly sprouted short beard with his hand. "What a pity. Once our merger is formalized, let Zepp establish a restaurant there." Mice responded with a smile and added, "By the way, my lord, during your absence, 13 nations have sent special military funds, totaling 86 billion berries." Rhett let out a soft whistle and nodded towards his aide, William. "Disperse 1 billion now and ensure the Division S brothers receive their semi-annual bonus at the beginning of next month. Do not overlook this." William eagerly nodded in agreement and remarked, "My lord, following your previous instructions, we have contacted numerous media outlets." After processing a few pending documents, Rhett, accompanied by Baby 5, Monet, Doringer, Sugar, and other former members of the Don Quixote crew, arrived at the Black Arm Kindergarten. "Zaro, how many times must I remind you that basic physical training does not require drawing your sword? Luffy, you are forbidden from using your rubber abilities without permission. Otherwise, this training will hold no significance. Sabo, focus on your training. Stop fixating on Ace and Luffy. That curly-haired third mate. What are you staring at?" Before even stepping inside, he heard Zephyr's spirited voice. Sanji's eyes turned into hearts upon seeing Baby 5. "Wow, what a charming young lady. I absolutely adore that maid outfit." Just as he prepared to rush toward Baby 5, he was knocked to the ground by a sheathed sword. A deep voice followed. "Get lost. You curly-haired fool. Don't play dumb while I'm attacking you. Do you want to be defeated for such a reason? What did you say? Even if I'm multitasking, I can certainly kick you to the ground. You must have lost your mind. Who gave you such confidence? Please, spare me." Zephyr, noticing the several individuals following Red, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "Do you really think of the old instructor as a babysitter? Why have you brought me 3 more disciples?" Rhett pointed to Doringer with a smile. "This young boy is only 8, a hybrid of human and fishman, possessing commendable strength and speed. Although he was raised by scoundrels for a few years, he remains a blank slate, ready for your guidance." "A fishman? I have indeed never encountered such a student." Zephyr adjusted his sunglasses, revealing a hint of intrigue. An 8-year-old child remains untainted by darkness. Perhaps, under Zephyr's guidance, he may truly evolve into a virtuous child imbued with justice and ideals. As for the other 3, Monet, now 22, has been expelled from kindergarten by Zephyr due to her advanced age. Sugars, whose physical form is eternally 10 yet is actually 14, possesses no interest in physical training. And Zephyr is equally unimpressed by her peculiar devil fruit ability. Meanwhile, 16-year-old Baby 5 struggles to adapt to the casual demeanor of Luffy and company. Should she train alongside those jesters, she would likely lose her sense of self rather quickly. Zephyr did not press the 3 of them, instead instructing Noki to help them acclimate to their surroundings before taking a brief respite. After the training session, Zephyr sat across from him. "The special medicine you concocted has proven remarkably effective. My asthma, which has troubled me for nearly a decade, has seldom resurfaced. I owe you my gratitude." Rate smiled, sipping his tea. "There's no need for such formality. May I inquire, in comparison to your prime, what level do you currently attain?" Zephyr laughed heartily, revealing a mouthful of pristine teeth. "I am, after all, 66 years old. My physical prowess can hardly compare to that of my youth. If you expect me to assist you in battling the admirals at headquarters, I fear I would have to kneel and beg for mercy. In truth, I can hardly contend with a mediocre rear admiral like Garp." Rate could not suppress a chuckle. As a legendary figure of the Navy from the same era and a lifelong comrade, Zephyr would likely never concede his inferiority to Garp. However, now that his chronic ailment has greatly improved, he is in a jovial mood, allowing himself a moment of jest. Just as he finished speaking, an exuberant and somewhat foolish laughter echoed from outside. "Waha. You finally admit that my iron fist is the stronger one, Zephyr. Luffy, Ace, Sabo, do you miss your grandpa? Luffy, why are you running? Prepare to taste my iron fist of love." Chapter 97. The air of Iron Fist. Carp. "Ah. Let us take a seat and converse. Standing here is quite exhausting." Accompanying Karp to the 16th branch was none other than Admiral Akiji Kazan. He appeared as languid as ever, his disheveled hair giving no hint of the imposing presence one would expect from an admiral. It was only upon seeing Zifa that he slightly opened his eyes, remarking, "Teacher Zifa, you seem to be in much better health." Zifa smiled as he handed a wine glass to his esteemed disciple, saying, "Indeed, the subordinates of Red have developed a remarkable remedy. My asthma has significantly improved." Akiji then turned his gaze towards Red, his face adorned with a sincere smile. "Allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of the teacher, Major Red." Red shrugged. "He is my instructor as well, so there is no need for thanks. By the way, why do we have an admiral and a legendary hero present at my base?" Akiji scratched his head. "You should have received the documents by now. The merger report of your 4 branches has been officially approved. We are here to announce this decision. We have already informed the heads of the other 3 branches, who are en route and should arrive by tomorrow afternoon for the announcement." "Oh, I've spoken so much, it's exhausting." He tilted his head back and downed the aged liquor in one gulp, releasing a satisfied sigh before unceremoniously collapsing onto the sofa. Nokigo, who was responsible for the reception, looked at him with curiosity, as in her eyes. An admiral of the Navy was akin to a deity, yet here he was, appearing rather unrefined. How could such a sloth have ascended to the rank of admiral? Was there no scrutiny applied to him? Meanwhile, Karp laughed heartily. "Zifa, it seems to me that this bunch of children has multiplied. Have you fallen in love with this job?" Zifa, somewhat irritated, threw a packet of shrimp chips at him. "Just eat your snacks. Enough with the nonsense." "I don't want shrimp chips. I want some bae. Why not enjoy some snow cakes, fried beans, or steamed buns? How about another bottle of milk? Now that sounds good. Zifa, you really understand me." A day later, indeed, the high-ranking officers from the 61st, 77th, and 153rd branches gathered at the old base of the 16th branch. Red's allies, Brinbrin and Larson, extended their congratulations to him, but the 2 colonels from the 61st branch wore faces of discontent when their base commander succumbed to food poisoning. They had assumed they would take over the entire branch, only to find that the Navy headquarters had whimsically included them in Rhett's sphere of influence, shattering the dreams they had pursued all their lives. For such a fool who cannot even comprehend his own position, Rhett could only shake his head. "I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to everyone who has made the effort to gather here, but I must announce the decision made by the headquarters. So I will keep it brief." Akiji first stifled a yawn before opening the document in his hand. I shall not read the lengthy preamble. "The decision is as follows. The 16th, 61st, 77th, and 153rd branches will be merged, and the newly formed branch will retain the designation of the 16th branch, with Bold Red appointed as the base commander, overseeing the maritime territories previously governed by the 4 branches, and will be under the direct administration of the Navy headquarters. Signed by Fleet Admiral Sengoku." He handed the decree to Red and added, "Given the improving security situation in the East Sea, where there have been no pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million berries for nearly a year, the headquarters has decided to appropriately streamline and consolidate the branches in the East Sea, and some underperforming units will be disbanded and sent back. But that is not my concern. Such troublesome matters are best left to others at headquarters." As Garp loudly munched on shrimp chips, he reminded, "Have you forgotten something?" Akiji patted his hair, feigning sudden enlightenment. "Oh dear, I almost forgot. There is also an appointment document here. Due to the recent official retirement of Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, there is a vacancy for a Vice Admiral in the headquarters, and following deliberations among the senior officials, it has been decided to promote Rear Admiral Bold Ret to the rank of Vice Admiral, signed by Fleet Admiral Sengoku." Most of the attendees were taken aback, and even Ret was no exception. Back during his time in the elite camp, as the most gifted star of the Navy in 800 years, Ret had declined several high-ranking invitations, including those from Sengoku and Akiji, insisting on returning to the East Sea. Moreover, after the celestial dragon he was protecting was brutally murdered by one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he publicly stated in a senior meeting that he harbored no gratitude towards the celestial dragons, the creators of this world, which almost guaranteed that he would never ascend to the upper echelons of the Navy or the world government. Yet just now, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, Akiji, personally read the order for his promotion and smilingly remarked, "Promoted to Vice Admiral at the age of 20. You have become the youngest Vice Admiral in 800 years of Navy history. Truly impressive." This made him question if perhaps there still exists a semblance of fairness and justice in this world. Could it be that he could wield power without having to grovel to the celestial dragons? However, he immediately dismissed this notion. If there were even a hint of fairness and justice in this world, how could irresponsible individuals like Akiji and Kizaru become admirals? Akiji then handed him the second appointment letter. Vice Admiral Garp, how enviable. When will I be able to retire and enjoy my golden years? How long to spend a year vacationing in the snowy realms of the North Sea? Having finished a bag of shrimp chips, Garp chuckled. You're only 40. Yet you're already contemplating retirement? The Navy's retirement benefits are not so easily obtained. Akiji soon departed from the 16th branch, but Garp chose to remain. Naturally, he had reasons for staying. Not only were his old comrade Zephyr and his 3 beloved grandsons present at this base, but also a spirited green-haired youth who relished challenges against formidable opponents, and his iron fist of love had finally found its battlefield. However, the host, Vice Admiral Rhett, found no joy in this situation. The rank of Vice Admiral held no allure for him, whether it be Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, or Commodore. It made no difference in his command over his subordinates, as the disparity in their strengths was simply too vast. Garp's voluntary retirement, seemingly a testament to the headquarters' esteem for him, concealed unknown intentions beneath its surface. Far away in Marineford, Sengoku was engaged in discussions with several officers. He spoke slowly. The reason for bringing Garp back to the East Blue is twofold. Firstly, in recent years, multiple branches have reported strange phenomena of islands disappearing within their jurisdictions. Initially, we believed these were mere misreports due to navigational errors, but according to Zephyr's previous statements, this could indeed be linked to the powers of the float fruit once wielded by the Golden Lion, Shiki. If this is the case, he has been plotting for nearly 20 years, and we must establish defensive measures in the East Blue, with Garp and Zephyr being the most suitable candidates. The chief advisor, Ahe, nodded in agreement. They are both quite aged. Even if they retire, no one would raise an eyebrow, nor would it incite unnecessary panic in the world. Yet their strength remains formidable. If Shiki were to face the combined might of Garp and Zephyr, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. Of course, these two would never conspire to bully Shiki alone. Sengoku seemed momentarily lost in reminiscence of his younger days, before shaking his head and continuing. The second reason is to instill a sense of awe within the 16th branch. Mordred is undoubtedly a rare talent, but this young man possesses an overly ambitious spirit and a rather extreme worldview, lacking a steadfast belief in the Navy's duties. If he could be influenced by these legendary Marines, perhaps he could truly become a candidate for Admiral or even Fleet Admiral. Ahe cast a sardonic glance his way. Why not simply say to monitor and guard against? Sengoku's expression revealed little emotion as his gaze shifted to another individual in the room. I recall you had a good rapport with him during your time in the elite camp, correct? The young man slowly lifted his face. Yes, Marshal. On the subsidiary island of the Boulders, Tom's shipbuilding company welcomed several young applicants on this day. The jovial fishman, Tom, had noticeably gained weight recently. He gazed at the individuals before him, smiling as he inquired, "Do you possess any knowledge of shipbuilding techniques?" Leading the group was a man adorned with a black top hat, his eyebrows arched ominously like the scythe of death, though his lips remained sealed. The voice of a pigeon perched upon his shoulder resonated. "Coo, I am Rob. Oh no, I am the pigeon Hadley. This fellow is Rob Lutch. He is somewhat reticent in conversing with outsiders, yet he is undoubtedly a diligent and dependable worker. The others behind him are his friends, although they lack shipbuilding experience. I assure you they will master these skills in the shortest possible time." Chapter 98. New combat power in the shipyard. Several young apprentices had recently arrived, but such trivial matters would scarcely reach the ears of Lieutenant General Rhett. Having ascended to the rank of Vice Admiral, Rhett stood at the pinnacle of his naval career. Unless he were to confess to the upper echelons that his prior insults towards the celestial dragons were the follies of youth and willingly submit to becoming their watchdog, he would forever remain stagnant in both rank and position. Yet, he remained unfazed. In recent days, Rhett meticulously reorganized the forces under the newly merged 16th Division, disrupting the original 4 branches into 10 distinct squads, aptly termed the 10 Squads. The marksman and Larson, hailing from a sharpshooter background, was appointed as the captain of the largest 1st Squad, stationed at the new base of the 16th Division. His aide-de-camp, Morgan William, took the helm of the 2nd Squad, remaining at the old base of the 16th Division. The seasoned officers Claire and Dennis each commanded their own squads, while Zifa's associates, Benzie and I, along with Rhett's favored trainees, Torres, Owen, and Gerald, also assumed their respective roles. These officers, possessing far greater strength than their contemporaries, swiftly consolidated troops from various corners, stabilizing the morale of the newly formed forces. Moreover, Colonel Blinblin from the former 77th Division was recommended for promotion to Brigadier General, making him the second highest-ranking officer in the 16th Division. However, recognizing his considerable deficiencies in combat capability, Red appointed him to oversee administrative management and logistical support, thus assigning him an essential position. Given Blinblin's earnestness and aversion to injustice, it was unlikely that he would neglect the soldiers' provisions, ensuring they would not go hungry. As for the two highest-ranking majors from the former 61st Division, Red had not even bothered to remember their names before dismissing them from his ranks, allowing them the freedom to depart. After all, he had no interest in retaining those who dared to express discontent before him. He simply lacked the time to train them. The new combat power was undergoing reorganization, while the bases for the 10 squads were being swiftly determined. Simultaneously, the high-ranking officials dispatched by the naval headquarters were implementing sweeping institutional reforms and personnel reductions in the East Sea, ushering in a wave of layoffs across various branches. The leadership likely reasoned that with the East Sea remaining tranquil, one bold ret was sufficient to keep the pirates at bay, thus negating the need to support a multitude of ordinary soldiers. After all, these troops proved ineffectual in battle and merely consumed significant resources, thereby exacerbating the financial burdens on both the headquarters and the localities. Adhering to this philosophy, nearly one-third of the East Sea branches were dismantled and personnel were significantly reduced. Consequently, the direct outcome was the further expansion of the maritime territory governed by the newly established 16th Division. After nearly a month of adjustments, the new 16th branch boasts a total of 25,000 soldiers, with the number of kingdoms under its jurisdiction soaring from 8 to 25. It is noteworthy that the total number of member countries in the world government is merely 170, comprising a significant majority of the world's nations. Even disregarding the bolder armed group, the 16th branch of Red is already the mightiest naval branch in the East China Sea, if not the entire world. Moreover, it is graced by the presence of two legendary figures, Zephyr and Garp. However, Nokigao's mood has plummeted to an abysmal low. She had only just come to terms with the existence of Nico Robin, but now, two women have suddenly appeared beside her brother Red. One is the alluring Monet, with her ample bosom, slender waist, and long legs, while the other is the petite maid Baby 5, who perpetually dons an exceedingly short skirt that seems to invite mischief at any moment. Glancing at her own still-developing figure, barely 15, Nokigao feels a wave of despondency wash over her. Moreover, it appears that the rotund scion of the Vinsmoke family has been eager to present his striking daughter to her brother, and rumors suggest that several kings from the East China Sea wish to send their princesses as well. This is infuriating. I do not wish for girls to engage in battle, yet since you have expressed such a desire, I shall respect your wishes. Ret declares as he stands upon the training grounds, facing Monet and Baby 5. His previous statement was somewhat disingenuous. Analyzing the current military strength at his disposal, he realizes he is in dire need of mid-tier combat power, and these two young women possess the very devil fruit abilities he requires. Monet wields the snow fruit, granting her the power to transform into ice and snow. While her combat prowess may not rival that of the ice fruit user, Akiji, she is still a natural-type devil fruit user, capable of achieving combat strength on par with a junior or even mid-ranking officer if utilized effectively. Baby 5 has consumed the weapon fruit, enabling her to transform any part of her body into a weapon, be it blades, firearms, or even torpedoes. Although her demonstrated combat capabilities thus far suggest that this fruit may be somewhat lackluster and its destructive power limited, Ret remains undeterred. He is instead inclined to have her attempt to simulate more formidable weapons, such as the Apocalypse tank, the Ray tank, the Magnetic tank, the V-3 rocket launcher, the Patriot missile, the Kinoff airship, the MiG fighter, the super cannon, the laser UFO, an aircraft carrier, or even atomic and hydrogen bombs. If she can master even half of these skills, she would not only be formidable but would also be able to navigate this world with unrivaled confidence. Eternal Snow. Snowblade. Monet summoned an abundance of white snow from thin air, transforming the entire training ground into a vast expanse of white. Amidst the snowfall lay countless sharp ice blades, mercilessly thrusting towards the man in the center from all directions. Yet, Red did not activate his hockey for defense, nor did he even make a move to evade. He merely took a step forward, slowly advancing into that icy realm, with a cacophony of sound. Hundreds of blades made of frozen snow shattered upon striking his body, yet not a tremor stirred within him. This was not the first time Monet had sparred with Rhett, and she was acutely aware of his formidable strength. Nevertheless, a sense of reluctance lingered in her heart. Drawing a deep breath, she gathered the frigid air mixed with snow within her body, swirling it before condensing it into an even colder breath of snow. With a sudden bend at the waist, she forcefully expelled this breath towards the ground. Blizzard. This was her most powerful skill, and in an instant, a swirling tempest formed into a colossal ice dragon. Even from several dozen meters away, Baby 5 could feel the bone-chilling cold emanating from it. Monet seems to have grown stronger, Baby 5 thought, simultaneously unleashing her own mightiest ability, Baby Cannon. Her upper body morphed into a round cannon barrel, while her slender legs became the supports. Without any visible ignition, a tremendous thud resounded. Boom. The forceful recoil sent her crashing to the ground. Yet she witnessed the dark cannonball being effortlessly cleaved in two by Rhett's casual wave of his hand. Pathetically weak, Rhett, now encased in the blizzard, shook his head. You are a Logia fruit user, Monet. This storm can't even cause a cold. Without summoning hockey, he merely raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick forward. Swish. A visible air slash effortlessly sliced through the seemingly ferocious blizzard, shattering Monet's south hiding place in an instant. Ugh. Monet was reduced to a pile of shattered ice, her face a portrait of terror and disbelief. The greatest advantage of a Logia devil fruit is the ability to elementalize one's entire body, making it exceedingly difficult for opponents to strike them without hockey, let alone inflict damage. Yet, with a mere kick, Rhett obliterated Monet's already elementalized form. The fragmented ice desperately attempted to reassemble, but to no avail. There were no secrets here. It was simply a stark disparity in strength between the two individuals. Rhett casually picked up a piece of broken ice and remarked with a smile, "If you truly wish to accompany me on the path to strength, you must be prepared for such things, Snow Maiden." The piece of ice, however, emitted a shy exclamation. "Ah, no, that is the inner thigh of a person." Oh. Chapter 99. The snow on July 7th during the weekend. The burden of overtime has taken its toll on my body. The demon child, Nico Robin, remains unable to step out from the shadows, and the youth of Noki Gao leaves him still too inexperienced. Meanwhile, the 16-year-old maid, Baby 5, requires further ideological reform. In contrast, the 22-year-old snow woman, Monet, has effectively become the most competent secretary under Rhett's command. Although Baby 5 and Monet have long since forgotten about Don Quixote da Flamingo, Rhett does not place complete trust in them. Their assistance is primarily limited to internal naval affairs, while the more confidential matters concerning the bold armed group are handled by the diligent trio of Mayas, Noki Gao, and William. After all, he has not yet succumbed to the allure of femininity to the extent of sacrificing his intellect. Moreover, he has not truly indulged in the company of these two women. Having just dispatched a rival noble, he finds it slightly embarrassing to hastily shed his trousers. Rubber, rocket launcher, dual wielding, ascend, then smokes quadruple strike. Dragon claw, a technique learned by Sabo from Dragon. Hit me. The still skillless ace, in the face of the oncoming joint assault. Rhett remains unfazed, effortlessly blocking these trivial attacks with his body. With a swift kick, he sends all 8 youths flying several meters away. Rubber, balloon, Luffy, ever the good-hearted one, serves as a cushion for everyone, yet each still lands with a dizzying thud. As a long-range combat mage, Rhett has never neglected the training of his physical form. Larson, Zephyr, Carp, Ein, Binz, Monet, Baby 5, and these promising youths all serve as his sparring partners. By the way, perhaps due to their shared daily lives, Sabo has regained his former memories, marking a true reunion among the three brothers. The month of June swiftly passed amidst the bustling affairs of governance. The newly established 16th branch, after over a month of transition, has finally found its footing, allowing Rhett to enjoy a moment of leisure. July 7th, clear skies. Suddenly, a heavy snowfall descends. Eternal snow. Monet has once again summoned a flurry of snowflakes, bringing a refreshing chill to this midsummer season. Crack, crack. A sound of crunching echoes through the courtyard, followed by joyful laughter. This is simply wonderful. Monet, dear girl, add some ice to my soda. Carp, can you not act like such a child? Monet is in training. Zephyr's exasperated voice soon follows. Carp shows no sign of awareness. What's the matter? Did I eat your chips in Sabay? Who are you to dictate what I do? Furthermore, if she can only summon snow but not ice, it merely indicates that her skills are still lacking. Who requires ice? In the distance, Baby 5 called out with a look of concern, suddenly transforming into a strangely designed cannon. Frost projectile, launch. After a series of sizzling sounds, the chips and drink in Carp's hands had all turned into a solid block of ice. Witnessing his shattered chips, Carp's eyes brimmed with tears. My chips. You must compensate me. Zephyr couldn't help but shake his head. Little girl, your frost projectile lacks power and duration. You must strive for improvement. While Carp mourned his unfinished chips, Luffy and his brothers bounced over. Grandpa, there's a fish in the sea as tall as a mountain, and there's even a skeleton on it. I want to capture them as my collection. Before Carp could respond, Ace delivered a punch to Luffy. Foolish Luffy, didn't you hear? That skeleton said he intends to beat up Admiral Ret. Standing nearby, Sabo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Please, Ace, he clearly said he wished to repay. Why did you interpret it as a threat? Ho ho ho, Admiral Ret. Oh no, you have been promoted to Vice Admiral. Congratulations. A few minutes later, the explosive-haired skeleton, Brook, appeared in the courtyard of Ret's villa. Ret welcomed him into the parlor with a smile. Did you bring that whale with you? It must have caused quite a stir along the way. Brook, with an elegant demeanor, tipped his hat and then gracefully sat down. Indeed. We startled many of the East Blue's populace. One naval branch even dispatched a warship to eliminate us, but fortunately we managed to escape swiftly. Ret chuckled. Given the strength of the other branches in the East Blue, they likely couldn't contend with a behemoth like a whale, could they? Thank you, beautiful miss. May I take a look at your... Oh, never mind, you're still a child. Brook, with utmost gentlemanly manner, accepted the red tea from the skilled Nokiji and nodded in gratitude before turning to Ret. Vice Admiral Ret, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Brook, 82 years of age, a user of the Yomi Yomi no Mi. And I once served as the acting captain of the Rumbar Pirates with a bounty of 33 million berries. Moreover, my primary vocation is that of a musician. Henceforth, I look forward to your guidance. An 82-year-old gentleman? Nokiji was taken aback, nearly dropping the kettle, but fortunately, Red acted swiftly, conjuring a protective layer of sand to gently cushion the kettle's descent. Seated to the right of Reit, Larson raised an eyebrow. 33 million berries. Even in the other 3 seas, that marks one as a formidable pirate. If you join the Navy, however, you will find yourself encumbered by numerous constraints. You must deliberate carefully. Brook's expression remained inscrutable. Perhaps he was simply not one to display much emotion. It is indeed regrettable that I cannot continue my voyage on the Grand Line. I feel remorse for my former companions, as I am unable to fulfill their aspirations. Yet, Lord Reit has aided me in reclaiming my shadow and my freedom. This kindness, at the very least, I can repay. Reit nodded. Although Brook's combat prowess did not rank among the top fighters in the Straw Hat Pirates, he was a capable mid-tier combatant, a boon for Reit at this juncture. I wholeheartedly welcome your presence, Brook. However, it seems unlikely that you would accept the constraints of the Navy. Therefore, I hope you will join my crew in the capacity of an adventurer. This way, perhaps one day in the future, you may return to the Grand Line and realize the dreams of your comrades. He had already envisioned Brook's role, to accompany Robin on her adventures. Although Brook's combat abilities were not particularly remarkable even on the Grand Line, he could at least defend himself, allowing Reit to rest assured with him safeguarding Robin. Additionally, Brook's skeletal frame held no flesh to swell or any fluids to spill. This arrangement ensured that Reit would not suddenly find himself in a field of grass. Brook rose from the sofa and bowed deeply. Yes, thank you for your understanding, Lord Reit. After a few more casual exchanges, the phone bug in the hands of the attendant, Mice, began to ring once more. He conversed briefly with the caller, evidently facing some predicament. Reit beckoned him over. What is it, Mice? Mice hurriedly approached. Vice Admiral, a young man of unknown identity, has been stopped by the port guards. He insists on meeting you. Now, Reit had become a significant figure, commanding over 20,000 subordinates. When accounting for the Bold Group and the Germa Kingdom, his available forces exceeded 100,000. Even a king from any kingdom would require a week's notice to arrange a meeting with him. Yet this did not imply that he was overly busy. On the contrary, aside from daily physical training and skill enhancement, he had little to occupy his time. The Navy was operating smoothly, and the operations of the Bold Group were well within his grasp, with few crucial matters requiring his personal attention. He nodded. Let him in. By the way, what is this young man's name? Mice inquired of the telephone insect, then, with a visage of profound embarrassment, confessed, the name of this fellow is exceedingly lengthy. I simply cannot commit it to memory. I only caught a fragment. Something like Tella. Rhett could not help but raise an eyebrow, pondering. How could he possibly have arrived here? Chapter 100. Law's Gift. Trafalgar D. Law entered the reception room with an air of quiet confidence. This is my token of appreciation. Admiral Rhett, he stated, extending a small wooden box towards MYSS while casting a glance in Rhett's direction. You appear even more youthful than in your photographs. Rhett raised his hand in a gesture of invitation for him to take a seat, while Nokigo, displaying her customary politeness, inquired, May I offer you something to drink? Law politely inclined his body towards her. A glass of water, please. Thank you. Rhett observed a peculiar detail. The captain of the Heart Pirates, remarkably, bore no weapons as he boldly infiltrated a naval base guarded by an admiral and 2 vice-admirals. Such audacity could only be rivaled by Kaido himself. Although Zepho and Garp had retired, their formidable presence remained undeniable. Even the Yonko Kaido would likely find himself schooled by these 2 seasoned veterans. Law's demeanor was devoid of the typical arrogance or recklessness often associated with pirates, nor did he exhibit any signs of fear or timidity. Instead, he displayed an inexplicable complexity of emotions. His upper body leaned forward, fingers interlaced tightly, with the letters spelling death tattooed on the knuckles, dark circles under his eyes, and a faint stubble adorning his chin, giving him the appearance of a wayward youth. I am not here to demonstrate courage, he stated, but rather to convey my gratitude. Even if you were to arrest me for this, I would not resist. Rhett stroked his brow, pondering. We are merely meeting for the first time, and you are not a pirate from the East Blue. I have no recollection of having done you any favors. Law nodded slightly. I was once sheltered by the Don Quixote family, where I encountered the greatest benefactor of my life, Mr. Corazon. He tirelessly sought treatment for my critical condition, and by the grace of the Opop no Mi, I narrowly escaped death. However, Mr. Corazon was executed by the family. From that moment on, my singular ambition has been to exact vengeance on the Don Quixote family. Yet, before I could enact my plans, I learned of your efforts in their annihilation. Thus, I find myself compelled to express my gratitude to you. Larson softly applauded. As a pirate, your spirit is commendable. Law disregarded Larson's comment and continued. I have another matter to discuss, Admiral. Are you aware of a little girl named Sugar within the Don Quixote family? Rhett nodded. Indeed. Law spoke earnestly. She possesses an extraordinary devil fruit ability, capable of transforming any living creature into a toy and erasing all memories of that creature from existence. Rhett acknowledged this with a thoughtful expression. Indeed, that is a troublesome ability. So what is your intent? Law's expression was exceedingly serious. As he voiced a concern, I fear that if she transforms the leader of the Don Quixote family into a mere plaything and conceals him, no one may recognize the gravity of the situation. Rhett was genuinely astonished, sitting up slightly straighter, and in a low voice inquired, Do you still possess memories of Doflamingo? Law's face was instantly etched with disbelief. You too? How is this possible? Larson, utterly bewildered, scratched his head and was about to ask who Doflamingo was, but was unceremoniously dismissed by Rhett. After sending everyone away, Rhett slowly remarked, If this is your concern, you need not worry. Doflamingo did indeed use Sugar's powers to turn himself into a toy, but in that very moment, I utterly shattered him to pieces. And I have already brought Sugar to this base. You may confirm this with her. Law's body trembled slightly as he covered his eyes with his hands, leaning his entire upper body on the table. At this moment, Law appeared to be merely 17 or 18. Despite his best efforts to project an aura of maturity and detachment, he could not conceal his emotions upon hearing the news of vengeance fulfilled. And tears streamed down his face. Mr. Cora. Once Law's emotions had calmed somewhat, Monet, Sugar, and others arrived, while Larson and William took their seats once more. Is that really you, Law? Baby Five asked, half in disbelief, but was met with Law's fierce gaze, causing her to shrink back and hide behind Monet. It's him. It's definitely him. Monet anxiously shielded Sugar, Dringer, and Baby Five behind her. Law, what brings you here? Law shrugged nonchalantly. I merely came to thank Admiral Rhett for annihilating the nefarious Don Quixote family. Have you all been captured by him? Would you like me to rescue you? Monet instinctively glanced at Rhett. Stop joking. We're doing just fine here. If you wish to live a little longer, you should leave this place immediately. They hadn't seen each other in 5 or 6 years, and their bond was not particularly strong, even if Law genuinely wished to rescue them. Facing an admiral capable of obliterating the Don Quixote family's main forces, he had no confidence, especially considering that this base housed more than just one admiral. Now that I have avenged you, your objective is accomplished. What do you intend to do next? Rhett could no longer restrain himself and extended an invitation to this future supernova. Why not consider working for me? Should he succeed in recruiting Law? Rhett's immediate combat capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to a higher echelon. Given Law's unique abilities, he would at least be equivalent to an elite rear admiral, if not an ordinary admiral. Upon hearing his invitation, Luo momentarily froze, then shook his head. I apologize, Admiral Ryder, and I appreciate your offer. But my purpose here is solely to express my gratitude. I have no intention of joining any other organization. Ultimately, I can only be a pirate. Ryder, of course, felt a deep sense of disappointment. He had hoped to persuade this promising individual. I have heard of your origins. Your misfortunes stem from the inaction of the world government. Do you not wish to join me in completely overthrowing this exceedingly corrupt regime? This was undoubtedly Ryder publicly declaring his intentions, leaving even his aide, Mace, astonished. Aside from Larson and William, Luo, too, felt a flicker of intrigue. He hesitated momentarily. Are you part of the Revolutionary Army? Ryder shrugged. I am merely myself. A mere Dracula cannot lead me. A trace of astonishment lingered on Luo's face as he composed himself, shaking his head with a smile. You are indeed magnanimous, but I must kindly decline. Once again met with refusal, Ryder did not press further, simply smiling. What a pity. In this world, there is no shortage of those who would rather be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. Some can be persuaded, while others will steadfastly refuse to bow. Luo glanced at the aide standing beside him. Aide Mace, please bring forth my token of appreciation. As a small box was opened on the table, a hushed gasp resonated throughout the hall. Even the typically composed Ryder was moved. Within this modest box lay a peculiar banana adorned with strange circles. A devil fruit. Chapter 101. The new devil fruit. Is this the devil fruit? Almost everyone couldn't help but sit up straight. After all, in the East Blue, the vast majority of people have never had the chance to witness the devil fruit with their own eyes. Many even believe it to be merely a figment of fairy tales. What kind of fruit is this? Rhett lifted the banana, examining its intricate patterns closely. Law relaxed slightly. Leaning back against the sofa, if I am not mistaken, this should be a paramecia-type jet fruit, which allows one to generate jet propulsion for oneself or external objects, thereby enhancing speed and destructive power. The jet fruit. Rhett nodded thoughtfully and, after a brief contemplation, tossed the fruit to his second-in-command, Larson. Are you interested in this fruit? Larson's face lit up with excitement as he carefully inspected the banana. Boss, this is a treasure worth over 100 million berries. Are you really going to let me eat it? Rhett shrugged. If you don't want it, I'll give it to William. Larson quickly clutched the banana tightly, peeling it while casting a wary glance at William. Eat, eat, eat. William, speechless, took a sip of water. He was certainly aware of his own standing. Larson had forsaken his position at the Navy headquarters to follow Rhett to the East Blue, and he had even proposed the merger of branches, making his qualifications and contributions far surpass those of a mere subordinate like himself. Everyone watched as Larson cautiously took a bite out of the banana, his expression shifting from eager anticipation to near suffocation. Ugh, pfft, ugh. Had he not firmly remembered that he was consuming a precious devil fruit? Larson would have undoubtedly spat out this morsel that resembled charred excrement at the first opportunity. Being a distinguished graduate from the elite camp of the Navy headquarters, Larson did not devour the entire fruit greedily like the ignorant would. He stopped after just one bite. He exhaled deeply. Still plagued by the lingering foul odor in his mouth, tonight's dinner. You need not arrange for me. Rhett chuckled. Raising his chin, shall we test your newfound ability? Larson slightly closed his eyes, as if conversing with the demons within himself or sensing this novel power. Then, he reached out and patted the remaining banana. With a hissing sound, the now powerless devil fruit suddenly released a plume of white smoke, soaring upward at an angle. He furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then broke into a smile. If my hypothesis is correct, I can also imbue bullets with jet propulsion, thereby further enhancing their destructive force. From this perspective, it indeed suits my abilities perfectly. Thank you, Boss Rhett. Ray nodded slightly. Yet he did not forget to remind him, do not rejoice too early. Only after you awaken both the observation hockey and armament hockey can you truly become a top-tier marksman. He then turned to Law. We have indeed received your gift. If you were satisfied, my journey here shall not have been in vain. Today's visit was delightful, Admiral Rate. I hope that when we meet again in the future, we shall still not be adversaries. Law smiled faintly, a hint of rebellious spirit emanating from his expression. He raised a finger towards the ceiling and, with a low exclamation, declared, room. In the blink of an eye, he vanished before the eyes of everyone in the room. Upon the sofa he had just occupied, only a small stone remained. Law. Maybe 5 gasped, and the others felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines. Ray too found himself on high alert. No wonder Law had appeared somewhat distracted. It was because this fellow had been utilizing his devil fruit powers all along. He had created a vast surgical room space on the island, ensuring that should he be pursued by the Navy, he could retreat at any moment using his swapping technique. To maintain this room space, Law had to expend an enormous amount of energy. Even the adept Ray, who had mastered observation hockey, only realized this fact later on. The surgical fruit. Such an ability that transcends ordinary imagination, akin to rewriting the rules. How could one defeat an opponent who possesses such power? Ray let out a slight sigh. He was not concerned about Law becoming his enemy. Rather, he felt a sense of regret. Trafalgar Law is undoubtedly a figure of both intellect and courage, and it is indeed a pity that he cannot be harnessed for one's own use. Ha ha ha. Woohoo. Above the base of the 16th Division's second team, a figure was soaring through the sky, shouting excitedly. That was, of course, Andre Larson, who was currently adapting to his devil fruit powers. A great plume of white vapor erupted from beneath his feet, propelling his body to trace arcs of white against the azure sky. The jet fruit, in some respects, bears resemblance to Smoker's smoke fruit, and Ray had suggested that Larson might consider borrowing some techniques from the smoke user. However, unlike the natural smoke fruit, Larson cannot transform his body into smoke. He can only expel gas from any part of his body, and can even grant non-living objects the ability to jet. Based on his experimental results over the past few days, he could even cause a warship to momentarily float in the sky. Ray, watch out. He shouted from high above, and then pulled the trigger of his sniper rifle. Taste my jet-propelled sniper shot. His specially designed sniper rifle, utilizing jet wind, boasted a shooting speed tenfold that of ordinary bullets, and now, with an added jet effect. The bullet was unleashed with such swiftness that Rhett barely heard the gunfire before it reached him. Yet, it proved utterly ineffective. Rhett neither activated his armed hockey nor employed his devil fruit abilities. He simply used his muscles to block the bullet shot by Larson. Damn it. That was a bullet traveling at 10 times the speed of sound. Larson landed somewhat disappointedly. At least make me bleed a little, boss. Rhett retrieved the bullet from his chest and chuckled. The power of the devil fruit is indeed paramount. But have you been slacking off on your training lately? With a soft pop, Larson watched in disbelief as Rhett flicked the bullet into the solid ground beneath his feet. This was merely a simple extension of Rhett's finger gun technique from the Marine 6 styles, yet the heavily trodden ground erupted into a pit over 10 meters deep. Zifa, lying nearby soaking up the sun, slightly opened his eyes. At this point, these youngsters are finally learning the importance of honing their skills. It's not too late. Carp, also enjoying the sun, chuckled heartily. Training should be done in moderation. If one develops asthma from overexertion and can't even unleash one of their strength, it would be better to enjoy life from the outset. Ouch. Damn it. That hurts. Zifa leisurely retracted his iron fist. This is my 1 strength. How about? Carp, you rascal. This is my 0. 5 strength. And this is my 0. 1 strength. As the 2 old monsters were about to turn the training ground into a massive pit with just 3 punches, Rhett hastily shouted, if you're bored, rather than causing destruction here, why not go eliminate the golden lion in the skies? Carp rolled his eyes. I'm too lazy. Zifa found a convenient excuse. I'm already retired. Dealing with the golden lion, that ancient pirate, is hardly worth my effort. It's better left for you youngsters to hone your skills. Perhaps their commotion was too thunderous, as Ace, Sabo, Luffy, and the other little ones playing hide and seek in the adjacent field rushed over. The golden lion, Shiki? Luffy spread his arms wide, his face brimming with admiration. Is he the legendary pirate who stood shoulder to shoulder with Roger? Carp puffed out his chest with pride. Indeed, but no matter how formidable he was still captured by your grandfather. Ace curled his lips in disdain. Old man, you barely emerged victorious against the warring states with a 2-on-1 advantage. What is there to boast about? Smoke was already billowing from Carp's iron fist. Rayleigh, let us depart. Join me in seeking out Shiki. I intend to demonstrate to you unruly brats that the legendary naval hero can crush the toothless golden lion with but a single finger. Chapter 102. A brief moment of leisure. The fervor that Carp had so painstakingly ignited was extinguished within a mere 3 seconds. Zephyr was right, having already retired. Why should he concern himself with such matters? He reclined once more under the sun, savoring a generous gulp of chilled beer. If I were to eradicate all those pirates, what would you young ones have to gain in experience? Rhett, however, was not particularly surprised and took a seat beside him. Mr. Carp, May I pose a question? Carp waved his hand, inviting him to proceed freely. Rhett picked up a piece of candied orange peel sent by Belmere and gently tossed it into his mouth. Aside from your numerous encounters with Roger, your most renowned achievement must surely be the defeat of the formidable Rocks pirates. Am I correct? Carp slightly opened his eyes. You are quite young, yet you possess knowledge of such events? Do share one with me. Rhett chuckled as he flicked a piece of the candy into Carp's mouth. The once-feared Iron Fist Carp resembled a playful puppy as he opened his mouth wide, eagerly chewing. Observing this seemingly carefree elder, Rhett's spirits brightened as well. Given that you were able to vanquish an entire pirate crew, why did their members later become 2 of the 4 emperors? Moreover, why did you not continue to eliminate the still-growing Big Mom and Kaido? Carp's chewing momentarily paused, but soon resumed its rhythm. He downed another hearty gulp of beer, bursting into laughter. What if I told you that I could not defeat them? Rhett was taken aback, quickly shaking his head. How could that be possible? You are a candidate for the strongest hero in my heart. Surely, you jest. Carp closed his eyes, clearly unwilling to delve further into that topic. Yet, Zephyr's voice rang out. He annihilated the mightiest Rocks pirates, has forced Roger to the brink on multiple occasions, and even imprisoned another great pirate, Golden Lion. His legendary accomplishments are already remarkably abundant. After all, he is merely a vice admiral, should he continue to achieve victories. What would become of the admirals and the fleet admiral at that time? Rhett cast a glance at him. There was no trace of sarcasm on Zephyr's face. Carp, however, let out a dissatisfied grunt. You chatter too much, you old fool. July 10th. Rhett arrived at Elven Island. Located off the coast of Board Island, the very island inhabited by the Dongtada little folk. Lord Rhett has arrived. It truly is Lord Rhett. Quickly, inform Chief Gancho. Lord Rhett, please grant me your autograph. You are my idol. When I grow up, I aspire to be a remarkable Navy officer just like you. You are overthinking it. My dear child, the population of the little folk is merely in the thousands, all of whom settled in the East Blue alongside Rhett, having journeyed from Dressrosa. Therefore, they are generally familiar with Rhett's appearance. His arrival on the island stirred a small commotion. Though diminutive in stature, the little folk are remarkably elusive, moving with a swiftness that renders them almost undetectable to ordinary humans. Despite Rhett never being a person of simple thoughts, upon entering the realm of the little folk, the clutter of his mind was temporarily subdued. He graciously allowed his adoring and grateful little companions to climb upon his shoulders and arms, relishing their specially crafted treats and savoring the delicious fruit juices they brewed, engaging in cheerful and casual conversations with these innocent and straightforward beings. The small amusement park he had previously constructed had expanded severalfold, just as he had envisioned. It now features not only areas and equipment suitable for the little folk to enjoy, but the sections designed for humans are nearing completion, appearing ready for imminent use. Presently, while the scale of this amusement island may not yet rival that of the amusement parks in the Sabaody archipelago, with Rhett's financial, human, and material resources, coupled with the little folk's enthusiastic labor, he firmly believes that this place may soon become a popular destination in the Boulders Islands. I merely passed by. There is no need for you to specially welcome me, Chief Gancho. Rhett's demeanor was exceedingly amiable as Gancho approached. Gancho joyfully leaped onto his shoulder, welcoming him at such close proximity. Since I have no pressing matters, shall I accompany you for a stroll? After more than 2 months of construction and development, this island, already rich in vegetation, has become even more lush. The resourceful little folk, building upon the foundations laid by Rhett, have erected a variety of uniquely styled structures, even creating an expansive underground world beneath the surface. Here are the special plants you entrusted to my care. They have been thriving splendidly. The Vinsmoke Kingdom sends representatives weekly for documentation and research, occasionally collecting seeds, petals, leaves, and fruits. Gancho gestured towards a vast array of plants, enthusiastically presenting his work to Rhett. Rhett was indeed aware of this. Thanks to the little folks' assistance, the growth of these plants has been particularly impressive. The nutrient solution extracted by Gaji seems to be increasingly effective. Otherwise, Zepho would not dare to engage in a tussle with Carp so recklessly. Following this period of validation, these nutrient solutions have gradually been promoted within the 16th branch and the Boulders Group. According to Rhett's vision, the next step will involve launching diluted versions of various nutrient solutions as health supplements, expanding his market based on consumer response. Though the setting of this world may differ from that of his former existence, the fundamental hopes of humanity remain largely unchanged, regardless of the transformations that may occur. Men aspire to be more handsome and stronger, while women dream of becoming more beautiful and charming. The elderly long for the return of their youthful days, and children wish to grow up swiftly. The impoverished masses may struggle to afford meat even a few times a year, as exemplified by the emaciated Belmere family, who were once reduced to subsisting solely on oranges. Yet, the middle class and affluent aristocrats wield substantial financial resources, and Red is determined to seize a fortune from their hands. These plants are truly remarkable, for just a mere drop of sap and fruit can invigorate us with boundless strength. Even the insects we command can soar higher and faster upon detecting the scent of the sap, exclaimed Leo, the leader of the small folks army. Rhett pondered momentarily. Can all of you command insects? Ganjiao shook his head. This is not an inherent racial talent of the Dongtada, rather. It is due to a few members of our tribe having consumed animal-type insect devil fruits, which granted them such abilities. Rhett rubbed his chin. Please have these individuals keep an eye out for me in the skies, and investigate whether any sky islands exist in this generation. If they find one, contact me immediately. Despite the legendary figures Carp and Zephyr being on standby at the 16th branch, the Golden Lion possesses formidable mobility. If he evades these legends and swiftly devastates the Board Islands, all of Rhett's hard-earned gains over the years would vanish in an instant. Therefore, if it is possible to confront the Golden Lion directly, or even eliminate him and imprison him, then why wait for fate to intervene? Rhett had already contemplated this. He believed that in a one-on-one confrontation with the aging Golden Lion, he might stand a chance. Furthermore, he commanded Larson, who had recently consumed a devil fruit, the clone army of Vincemoke, the special forces of the small folk, and various supporters. Yet, what formidable strength could the Golden Lion Shiki's subordinates provide, aside from a mad scientist? Is it that powerful, misguided gorilla mistakenly believed to be his parent? Chapter 103. Laid shows dowry at the base of the 88th Division in Bay High. Brigadier Mouse was attentively listening to his subordinate's report, a hint of pride subtly gracing his countenance. The Kingdom of Apples and the Kingdom of Pineapples have finally concluded their protracted 3-year conflict. My jurisdiction has at last returned to a state of tranquility. Let's get in touch with the press. This matter deserves considerable publicity, particularly to ensure the higher-ups at the naval headquarters take notice. He set the documents aside and rose to his feet, gazing out the window at the sun rising steadily in the east, murmuring to himself, since the downfall of the Don Quixote family, the arms smuggling within the dark world has descended into chaos. Many kingdoms that had previously been embroiled in warfare have opted for ceasefires due to insufficient weapon supplies. From this perspective, Major Black Dragon, oh no, he has been promoted to Rear Admiral, indeed serves as a harbinger of peace and a just emissary for the world. His corpulent aide rubbed his hands together. Brigadier, should we not establish contact with Rear Admiral Black Dragon? He has become the most prominent figure among the younger generation of the Navy, and it would be inevitable to seek cooperation with him in the future. The aide's choice of words was exceedingly astute. In his articulation, the relationship between his superior and the notorious Rear Admiral, known for obliterating an entire nation's leadership, appeared to be one of equal partnership. Mouse seemed quite pleased with such a characterization, yet he refrained from expressing approval. Instead, he stroked his whiskers contemplatively and slowly shook his head. Have you ever heard the saying? The aide paused in confusion. What is it? A glimmer of fiery determination flickered in Mouse's small eyes. A tall tree attracts the wind. This encapsulates the culmination of my research over the years. Genetically engineered clone soldiers. What you see before you is the Type B model. Their strength and endurance exceed those of ordinary soldiers by more than 5-fold. Over there is the Type C model, which emphasizes agility and speed. In Vince Smock's research workshop, Gaji was accompanying Rhett to tour the most essential technologies of the German kingdom. As a modern time traveler, Rhett, though not particularly enamored with technology, had acquired some understanding of the issues surrounding cloning technology. Where do these clones' original genes originate? Or rather, are they sourced from ordinary families? What he referred to as sourcing was, in truth, an act of seizing. Gaji hastily clarified, we do not require infants. These original embryos are extracted from my own being, subsequently subjected to varying degrees of genetic modification, thus cultivating individuals with distinct specialties. Rhett approached closely, scrutinizing the equipment within the research facility. The room housed over 1,000 large storage units, likely crafted from high-strength glass, allowing a clear view of the contents within. The immature clones were preserved here, enveloped entirely by nutrient solution, with their heads, chests, and limbs embedded with data lines to monitor their conditions, presenting a strikingly advanced and intricate appearance. As he surveyed the scene, he noticed that the appearances of the over 1,000 clones were nearly indistinguishable, all tall, imposing, and exuding an aura of cold strength. Perhaps due to the technology not being fully developed from his observations over the past few months, it appeared that the soldiers of Germa were not entirely devoid of emotions. At least, when faced with dire circumstances, they exhibited traces of tension, anxiety, or concern. "Sir, please come this way," Gaji beckoned, leading Rhett to a secluded corner. "This is our latest technology, capable of perfectly cultivating female warriors. However, due to variations in muscle types, they may exhibit slightly lesser strength." Rhett was momentarily taken aback. He had never before encountered so many young women, completely unclothed, presenting themselves before him. Moreover, judging by their physical development, these females appeared to be no older than 14. Unlike the cold male soldiers, the delicate features of these young girls bore resemblance to Gaji's daughter, Reiju, their soft, fair skin reflecting a gentle glow. Though their appearances were remarkably similar, they possessed an undeniable charm. Gazing at their smooth, tender forms, Rhett suddenly felt a tightness in his throat and could not suppress a cough. Gaji then stated, "While the individual combat abilities of these cultivated beings may not be exceptionally formidable, they are exceedingly loyal. I have implanted commands within them. Their entire beings belong to you." "Sir Rhett." Rhett raised an eyebrow. "Belong to me?" Gaji smiled and explained, "Indeed. These have been specially cultivated for you, Sir Rhett. Thanks to the abundant use of Groga nutrient solution, their maturation time has drastically shortened. They will reach the age of 16 in about a month, ready to serve you." "Nonsense. I am still a vice admiral. What would I do with so many maids?" Rhett shook his head repeatedly. He was in the midst of a rapidly advancing career. How could he allow himself to be swayed by the temptations of hedonism? Gaji opened his mouth. "This is Reiju's dowry." Rhett could not help but turn to him. "Reiju's dowry?" Gaji nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. Yes. Last year, you mentioned that Reiju was still young, but now it is different. After August, she will officially turn 16 and will be fully capable of serving you." Rhett shook his head in exasperation. "Gaji, you are overthinking this. Such measures are unnecessary. I have promised you that I would restore the banner of the Vinsmoke family to wave once more over the North Sea, and I shall fulfill that promise." Yet, Gaji did not relent. His massive frame trembled slightly. "Sir Rhett, I know that in your eyes, I am not a good father. I must confess that I have been selfish and cruel in my dealings with my children. However, I am acutely aware that if the flag of Vinsmoke is to continue to flutter in this merciless world, there exists no alternative." Rhett gazed at him and suddenly inquired, "What would you do if one day I found myself at odds with the entire world government?" Without a trace of hesitation, even with his metallic helmet obscuring his features, Judge's gaze remained resolute. "Once Vinsmoke has chosen to pledge allegiance to the adults, there is no turning back." He continued, "As long as you accept my daughter, Lord Rhett, from this moment forth, the Germa kingdom shall become your most loyal warriors, ready to shed our last drop of blood for you." Rhett sighed, placing a hand upon Judge's sturdy frame, and spoke slowly, "Your loyalty has been duly noted. Perhaps from the very beginning, my true allies, those who share my aspirations, were not Larson or anyone else, but rather the Vinsmoke family. This nation, so severely ostracized by all the kingdoms of the North Sea. If one wishes to seize the opportunity for survival, development, and even the revival of glory, it becomes imperative to stand against the entire North Sea and indeed the world government itself. Vinsmoke has always been my most natural ally. They shall also become my most steadfast and loyal subordinates." Chapter 104. Poverty blinds reason. On July 15th, Rhett arrived near the kingdom of Goya, accompanied by Robin. In this relatively remote maritime area, they encountered Iceberg and Frankie, who were diligently supervising the construction crew as they tirelessly laid down the underwater railway. The maritime train project, fervently championed by Rhett, had indeed seen Iceberg and Frankie laboring without respite. Since their return to the East Sea last October, they had devoted nearly all their time and energy to this endeavor. Thanks to their unwavering dedication, the progress of the project had been remarkably swift. It seemed that, based on the current pace of completion, the transportation network envisioned by Rhett could be largely realized in less than 3 years. "Iceberg, Frankie, your efforts have been commendable," Rhett remarked as he maneuvered the Black Dragon to hover gently above them before disembarking. "Mr. Rhett." Iceberg wiped the fine beads of sweat from his brow and approached with Frankie. After more than 9 months of track laying, most of the technicalities had become second nature to them. Their continued hands-on involvement was merely to enhance efficiency further. Rhett gestured towards a piece of machinery still in operation nearby. Frankie, this is your creation, isn't it? Clad only in swim trunks, Frankie proudly wiped his nose. Ah, indeed. This is a machine I specially invented to boost efficiency. What do you think? Isn't it super cool? Rhett chuckled and nodded in agreement. Have you ever considered that if such technology continues to proliferate, one day, perhaps all human labor could be entrusted to machines? We would usher in a grand technological era, an age of great machines. Both Iceberg and Frankie were momentarily taken aback. As technical experts, especially Frankie, who was passionate about inventing various new weapons, they could hardly deny their fascination with the future Rhett described. Frankie's spirits soared. He even performed a whimsical dance, exclaiming, "Woohoo! I, Frankie, shall be the harbinger of the great machine age." Iceberg, however, maintained a more restrained demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he calmly addressed Rhett. "Mr. Rhett, I have an inappropriate request that I hope you will grant." Rhett's gaze shifted to him. "What is it?" Iceberg's expression remained impassive, his thin lips parting slowly. "Once the first phase of the maritime train project is completed, I wish to return to the city of Seven Waters for a time." Without a hint of hesitation, Rhett readily acquiesced. "Of course, Frankie may accompany you to revisit your homeland, but Mr. Tom will likely be unable to join you." The Iceberg nodded in understanding. "I see. Thank you, Mr. Rhett." After all, Tom remained a criminal of the world government, and his ability to breathe the free air of the East Sea was merely a temporary bail granted by Rhett, necessitating constant surveillance by the Navy. Naturally, he could not roam freely alongside his disciples without restraint. After some further conversation, the Iceberg scratched his head in slight embarrassment. "Mr. Rhett, there is another issue. The originally set scope was not this extensive, thus the funds have become insufficient." Rhett chuckled softly. "You need not feel troubled. When I initially commissioned you, I had only the 16th branch, but now the area has expanded 4 to 5 times. The increase in workload is only to be expected. Just tell me the additional amount needed." The Iceberg retrieved a small notebook from his shirt pocket and swiftly flipped through its pages. Based on current calculations, the length of the laid tracks has increased nearly 15-fold compared to the initial data, and correspondingly, the number of stations and trains must also rise. Therefore, the additional funds required are at least 20 times the original estimate, approximately 2 trillion berries. As he uttered the final figure, the Iceberg felt quite distressed, for this was indeed an unfathomable sum. 2 trillion berries. Converted at the yen rate, that amounts to 123.2 billion renminbi. Upon hearing this figure, even Rhett succumbed to a moment of silence. It was true that his enterprise had grown exponentially, akin to a rolling snowball, and the various kingdoms had dutifully paid substantial protection fees, yet expenditures had also multiplied significantly. He now commanded over 25,000 Navy personnel, 11 bases. And on the Board Islands, more than 300,000 islanders had flocked to him. To sustain the high quality of life for these individuals while simultaneously striving for further development was indeed no easy endeavor. New bases, ports, warships, weaponry, housing for the Navy, accommodations for the newly arrived islanders, agriculture, industry, commerce, mining areas, schools, nursing homes, libraries, scientific research in the Jerma Kingdom, plantations in the Dongtata Kingdom, amusement parks. Which of these did not demand considerable financial investment? Currently, Rhett faced the greatest dilemma encountered by most local governments during development. On one hand, there was a desire to expedite key projects, while on the other, there simply were not such vast funds available. Although the Board Islands boasted ample timber and mineral resources, these paled in comparison to the enormity of the projects at hand, barely meeting the demand. Most materials had to be procured from nearby nations and islands, or else transportation costs would escalate. Once believing that an annual income of several hundred billion marked the pinnacle of his life, Board Rhett suddenly realized he was utterly devoid of funds. Before him lay a vast chasm of trillions. "Iceberg, Frankie, I shall initially provide you with a sum of 100 billion berries as an emergency fund. The remainder, I shall devise a solution." After much contemplation, he finally spoke again. Iceberg nodded. "The budget is on the verge of depletion. If subsequent funding does not materialize, we may have no choice but to temporarily halt operations." Rhett's mood immediately darkened. Although he possesses millions of acres of fertile land, the cultivation period is far too brief to amass significant wealth. As for the various enterprises under the Boulder Group, they are predominantly in a phase of rapid expansion, and merely maintaining operations is already a considerable achievement. Extracting additional funds under the current circumstances is undoubtedly an arduous challenge. Furthermore, nearly all the pirate crews capable of generating profit in the East Sea have been eradicated, and the recovery of sunken ships and treasures is not easily accomplished. It appears that the only viable solution to acquire substantial funds in a short time frame is to resort to robbery. He felt compelled to connect to his confidential phone. Ray Dong Duo, please investigate the precise location of the Golden Emperor. I apologize, Tezelo. For the prosperity and stability of the East Sea, I implore you to contribute a modest protection fee. Chapter 105. The Black Dragon, Demand Payment. July 20th. The latter half of the Grand Line. This maritime expanse is also known by another name, the New World, because the vistas witnessed here are entirely unlike those found in any other sea. It is a convergence of the most treacherous weather, the mightiest pirates, and the most chaotic order. Even naval branches boasting vice admirals find it exceedingly difficult to survive in this realm. It serves as a graveyard for newcomers and the weak, yet a paradise for the brave, the kings, and the tyrants. Amidst these waters, a colossal ship exceeding 10,000 meters in length is being propelled forward by two gigantic sea turtles. Welcome to my kingdom. A flamboyantly dressed man with a greenish-gray pompadour stands at the center of a high platform, arms outstretched, reveling in the euphoric cheers that wash over him. Grand Tesoro. The magnificent ship, Tesoro. As he gestures, the venue, reminiscent of a grand stadium, erupts with dozens of jets of water soaring skyward. However, unlike typical splashes, what cascades down from the heavens is a shower of resplendent gold leaf. Lord Tesoro, today is yet another bountiful harvest. Upon settling into his lavish sofa, a seductive and enchanting woman approaches, her voice sweetly melodic. This green-haired gentleman is none other than Gil Tesoro, the owner of the Great Tesoro, the king of the world's entertainment city, and the Golden Emperor, renowned for possessing a fifth of the world's gold and wealth. He glances at the woman before him and grins widely. Baccara, is there trouble at the casino? Though Tesoro's features cannot be deemed classically handsome, his years of wealth have bestowed upon him a rarefied elegance that few can attain. However, when he breaks into a broad smile, that grace often dissipates entirely. The young woman, referred to as Baccara, chuckles softly. You worry too much, Lord Tesoro. Even if someone were to uncover my manipulation of the luck fruit against them, they would stand no chance against Dias's fists. Indeed, aboard this vessel, only the strong may claim victory, and the deceived weak are hardly deserving of sympathy. Tesoro's laughter grows even more exuberant as he extends his right hand, fingers slightly curled. A faint hissing sound accompanies the gradual formation of two plump golden orbs in his palm, rolling gently. He is called the Golden Emperor for a reason. His gold fruit, while unable to conjure gold from thin air, allows him to manipulate it with unparalleled freedom, even penetrating the bodies of his foes. As the man and woman continue their jovial banter, a large head suddenly emerges from beneath the carpet. Tesoro glances at him. Tanaka, what brings you here? Before us stands an extraordinary man, towering over 3 meters, with his head comprising nearly half of his height. He abruptly emerged from the ground, neglecting the customary bow, and anxiously declared, Lord Tizolo, Vice Admiral, the Black Dragon has requested an audience with you. Tizolo's massive frame quivered momentarily before he regained his composure. Why was his warship not detected beforehand? How many accompanied him? Perhaps influenced by Tizolo's calm demeanor, Tianzhong's anxiety began to dissipate slightly. He did not arrive by warship. Rather, he descended from the sky, accompanied only by a man and a woman. They proceeded directly to the casino, and the security did not dare to intervene. Tizolo nodded imperceptibly, golden spheres rolling once more in his hands. Bacala, you go and ensure our esteemed guest is settled. Tianzhong, gather all personnel and lay in ambush. Should he dare to wreak havoc aboard my ship, even if he is the most formidable genius the Navy has seen in 800 years, I shall see to it that he does not leave. Bacala and Tianzhong vanished simultaneously beneath the carpet, and Tizolo rose to his feet. Were it not for the annihilation of the Don Quixote family, the weaponry aboard this vessel would surely be far more formidable, he mused, shaking his head. He glanced at a photograph of a young woman displayed on the table before slowly turning to depart. I bet big. I bet small. Nico Robin gazed in bemusement at Rhett and Larson, who had each placed their bets on different options, each wager amounting to a staggering 1 billion. Losing meant forfeiting everything, while winning would yield double the return. Yet what significance did such gameplay hold for them? Nevertheless, Rhett and Larson appeared thoroughly engrossed, 2 young men in their 20s, eagerly urging the dealer to expedite the proceedings. Hurry up, Shake the dice. The dealer, a towering figure nearly 5 meters tall, muscular and intimidating, known as Deus, hefted a colossal steel dice cup that stood 10 meters high. Upon hearing their calls, he summoned 2 giants, each 15 or 16 meters tall, who tossed 2 heavy steel dice into the cup before shaking it vigorously. The sound of the dice colliding within the cup reverberated, igniting a fervor in Rhett and Larson. While Robin maintained her composure, analyzing the situation, this dealer's strength is truly astonishing. That single die must weigh at least 10 tons. With a resounding crash, Deus slammed the dice cup onto the floor, sending dust swirling into the air. He then seized a sharp hatchet, leaping high and spinning rapidly in midair. Was he about to strike down? A voice echoed with anticipation. However, during his descent, Deus unexpectedly discarded the massive axe and collided headfirst against the unyielding steel wall. With a resounding crack, the wall, over 30 centimeters thick, shattered into fragments. Deus, with his forehead now a vivid crimson, stood rigid yet bore an intoxicating expression of euphoria. Ah, what a thrill. The 2 dice beneath the cup were clearly revealed, one showing a 1, the other a 3. A meager outcome. Larson erupted into laughter. Boss Rhett, I am the victor. Even though Rhett possessed formidable sensory capabilities and mastery of observation hockey, the rules of this game dictated that the dice would only be shaken after placing bets, rendering his abilities utterly ineffective. It all hinged on luck. Rhett tilted his head. Did you see that, Larson? This man, Deus, possesses armament hockey. His intention to bring Larson here was evidently not merely to reward his subordinates' loyalty, but to hone his devil fruit abilities. For Larson, who boasted both the power of a devil fruit and exceptional marksmanship, staying in a pivotal position under Rhett necessitated the enhancement of his personal combat prowess. Larson, with his keen intellect, understood this principle well. Nodding in agreement. Though I lack absolute certainty, I can at least hold him off. Rhett was dissatisfied with his response. I do not require you to merely stall him. I need you to defeat him. A mere muscle-bound novice with a rudimentary grasp of armament hockey posed no challenge to Rhett's current prowess, which could easily dispatch him with but a finger. Yet for Larson, this adversary might require every ounce of his strength to overcome. Larson's gaze grew serious. I will, boss. Only then did Rhett give a slight nod of approval. Laughter echoed from a distance. Ha! Welcome to my amusement kingdom. I did not expect Admiral Black Dragon to grace us with his presence. What brings you here? The flamboyant Taizolo descended the steps with a rhythmic gait, flanked by a throng of suited attendants swiftly ushering away irrelevant parties. Yet, exceptions always lingered. Outrageous. Do you dare to expel me? A gunshot rang out, and a servant collapsed, lifeless, in a pool of blood. In the upper VIP lounge, a middle-aged man with a glass dome atop his head still bore the lingering scent of gunpowder from his pistol, accompanied by a woman who regarded the corpse with disdain. Celestial Dragon? Rhett suddenly chuckled. Turning to Taizolo, I have heard it said that your status as a permanently neutral nation is secured by your regular tributes to the Celestial Dragons. Is there any truth to this? An ominous shadow crossed Taizolo's previously jovial visage. And what of it? Rhett shrugged. I assumed you would regard the Celestial Dragons as lifelong adversaries, yet it appears you are merely a fool. Although the memories were distant, he faintly recalled that the sole woman whom Taizolo cherished throughout his life had been brutally slain by the Celestial Dragons. Her untimely demise irrevocably altered Taizolo's existence, completely upending his worldview and leading him down the path of avarice. Taizolo's facial muscles tensed immediately. Are you here to humiliate me? Rhett rose from the tatami mat, gesturing for Robin to step back before continuing. I find myself in need of funds and wish to borrow some from the Golden Emperor. I wonder if you would be amenable to this request? Taizolo stared wide-eyed, grinding his teeth as he inquired, how much do you desire? As the possessor of the gold fruit, he wielded formidable strength. However, this was not the primary reason for his adept maneuvering within both the underworld and legitimate society. Taizolo possessed a modicum of both intelligence and emotional acuity. Confronted with an individual capable of effortlessly vanquishing the warlords of the sea and single-handedly annihilating the Don Quixote pirates, the most prodigious genius in 800 years, he preferred to resolve matters without violence if possible. As a prominent figure straddling both the lawful and unlawful realms, Taizolo was well acquainted with the exploits of the Black Dragon, rarely seen dual abilities in manipulating flora and terrain, employing devastating area attacks, mastering the Marine Six styles, and possessing both observation and armament hockey, though the Conqueror's hockey was not publicly acknowledged. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Tesla was keen to avoid a violent confrontation aboard his newly constructed opulent vessel. Thus, he chose to swallow his pride and seek a peaceful resolution. After all, this harbinger of destruction was backed not only by the Navy, but also by the likes of Garp and Zephyr, two ancient titans. After a moment's contemplation, Rhett raised a finger. I currently have several significant projects and am truly in a tight spot. Here's the deal. You provide me with 100 trillion berries, and I shall acknowledge you as a friend. Notably, Rhett demanded 100 trillion berries, while in the movie adaptation, Tesla's treasury held merely 500 billion berries. Tesla finally tore away the facade of his forbearance. Ha 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 ha. He laughed heartily, snapping his fingers. You, the overreaching black dragon, shall not leave here with a single berry. The golden chandelier suddenly transformed into liquid gold, cascading down upon Rhett. He intended to utterly engulf his opponent with his golden dragon. Oh, by the way, the release is tomorrow. Author's note, in the blink of an eye, the time for release has arrived once more. As a seasoned writer, I find myself unable to sleep. For many authors, the release note often becomes a contest of lamentation. For me, this journey has indeed been quite harrowing. Having reached a word count of 130,000, I managed to secure 2 consecutive weeks of initial exposure. Subsequently, I continued on this journey until the current tally of 280,000 words, with a collection count of 185. 2 years ago, when my first sports book was launched, it garnered over 1,600 collections, with an initial subscription of 210 and a collection-to-subscription ratio of 7.6. A year ago, upon the release of my second sports book, it achieved over 400 collections, an initial subscription of 610, and a collection-to-subscription ratio of 7.2. The subscription situation within the realm of two-dimensional literature is reportedly less optimistic than that of sports. Moreover, this was accomplished without any promotional recommendations, which adds to the disheartening nature of the situation. Therefore, I have resolved not to proceed with sales. In summary, if you possess the means, I kindly urge you to support the legitimate work. As for the update policy, my writing speed is rather sluggish, thus explosive updates are unattainable. A minimum of 4,000 words will be updated daily. For every increase of 100 subscriptions, an additional chapter will be added. For every 10,000 starting coins received in tips, another chapter will also be added, with a summary conducted monthly. That is the essence of it, as I generally do not receive many tips. Until we meet again at noon. Chapter 106, Unassailable. Golden Hell. Golden Deluge. Tizolo emitted a confident laugh, as torrents of gold cascaded from the ceiling, pouring down upon Rhett like a waterfall. The colossal ship, boasting a length exceeding 10 kilometers, was purportedly constructed entirely of gold. Yet, those versed in physics or who have purchased jewelry are aware that the purer the gold, the less resilient it becomes. Moreover, anyone familiar with ancient films understands that genuine gold ingots can be dented with a mere bite. Hence, Rhett was unequivocally certain that this grand vessel harbored an abundance of wood, stone, and other metals. The presence of wood and stone was more than sufficient for him. Black wooden barrier. With a low growl, Rhett summoned a vast shield in midair, enveloping Robin within its protective embrace. To bolster its defense, he infused it with a faint layer of armament hockey. The deluge of liquid gold surged downward, only to be thwarted by the impenetrable black wooden barrier, leaving not a single drop to escape. Tizolo immediately launched his second assault. Beware beneath your feet, my esteemed guest. Golden eruption. The floor trembled violently as copious streams of molten gold erupted from the seams like a fountain. Yet, the immense barrier had transformed into a spherical shield, completely encasing Robin within. Tizolo narrowed his eyes in fury. Can you hide in there for eternity? No sooner had he spoken than he felt a powerful impact strike his chest. Bang! The muzzle of the sniper rifle still smoldered as Larson realized that, despite hitting his target, his bullet had failed to make any significant impact. This was his most formidable strike following the activation of his jet propulsion ability, and it was executed under the cover of stealth. Tizolo's exterior was clad in armor forged of gold. Did a mosquito just bite me? Tizolo laughed heartily. Black Dragon? Is this the subordinate you brought? Pathetic as ants. Larson had never felt such humiliation. After a month of rigorous training, he still could not breach the most superficial layer of the enemy's defenses. Take another shot. He raised his sniper rifle once more, aiming for Tizolo's head, only to be hurled several hundred meters away by Rhett. Boss. He is my opponent. Rhett cast a glance at him. Have you forgotten your mission? Focus on that freak. Snap. Taizolo snapped his fingers, and an innumerable swarm of black-clad figures surged in from all directions. This is the largest casino within the fabled amusement park, where even with thousands of patrons, it does not feel congested. Yet, the heavily armed thugs, the ominous barrels of their weapons, and the imminent threat of rocket fire still send shivers down one's spine. If you possess such prowess, I truly begin to question the necessity of my intervention. I must also ponder deeply how Moonlight Moria met his demise. Taizolo's mouth appeared to stretch towards his ears, his nose nearly reaching for the heavens as he extended his ring-adorned right hand towards Rhett. Eliminate them, my soldiers. Instantly, over 10,000 ruffians erupted in a deafening roar. Oh, vanquish them. Armed with an array of weapons, including shoulder-mounted rocket launchers, they were poised for action. Yet, before their fingers could press triggers or switches, a soft voice resonated. Whom do you intend to kill? There was no furious glare, nor heart-wrenching bellow. Rhett simply stood there quietly, and a tempest seemed to materialize within the vast casino. Waves of shock rippled outward from his presence. Crash. The vases on the tables toppled violently to the ground. Thud. Enormous stone columns crashed down. The suspended steps and railings shattered in the air. Bang. The opulent chandeliers shattered into countless pieces. The heavy ceiling cracked as golden dust and debris cascaded down. Taizolo attempted to manipulate the golden powder to permeate Red's body, only to find that an invisible storm effortlessly blew the gold dust outward. No matter how he exerted himself, he could not inch closer to his adversary. Plop. Thud. Bang. The black-clad thugs collapsed in an instant, some foaming at the mouth and soaked below. How can this be? A moment ago, Taizolo was composed. Now he was aghast. Witnessing the collapse of his entire army, he could not help but bite down on his molars. Conqueror's haki. Rhett flashed a subtle smile. Indeed. Would you like me to teach you, Taizolo? Suddenly, Taizolo's body radiated a brilliant golden light as shattered chandeliers, steps, columns, tables, and even cutlery transformed into liquid gold, crawling up his legs, swiftly coalescing into a towering giant. A golden giant. The ceiling of the casino had already succumbed to Rhett's overwhelming presence, and Taizolo's giant now stood unhindered in its full glory, the Black Dragon. Even if you possess the formidable three-colored haki, and I wield none, you shall never breach the impenetrable 3-meter-thick golden armor that shields me. Rhett's smile radiated even more brilliantly. Is that so? Would you dare to test that claim? At the heart of the giant, Taizolo felt an inexplicable shiver run through him. Suddenly, a shadowy figure manifested in his line of sight. A roar echoed through the air, a dragon's roar. A black dragon. Taizolo's eyes widened in shock as a 20-meter-long black dragon surged towards him with alarming speed. Right before the golden giant he controlled. Taizolo, the reason for your impending defeat is neither your arrogance nor your negligence. It is simply because you are woefully weak. Rhett's voice thundered above the great Taizolo, reverberating like a clap of thunder. Naturally, Taizolo would not remain passive. He unleashed his most powerful offensive techniques in rapid succession. Golden Divine Fire. The giant's eyes emitted 2 beams of laser light, only to be reduced to ashes in the face of overwhelming haki. Golden Inferno. The giant launched a colossal fist, only to be obliterated by the oncoming black dragon with unrelenting speed. Golden Divine Punishment. This was the ultimate move born from Taizolo's awakened fruit powers, as countless golden pillars coalesced in the sky, transforming into massive missiles that hurtled downward towards the black dragon. Rhett remained undaunted, his gaze unwavering. Weep, scream, and then perish. The black dragon's absolute bite. A surge of profound despair suddenly washed over Taizolo's eyes. He witnessed the black dragon transform into a bolt of lightning, effortlessly piercing through his meticulously constructed golden punishment. This cannot be. He extended his left hand towards the ever-expanding shadow, yet could not suppress his trembling body. I am the wealthiest man in the world. I am the true god of this realm. How could I be vanquished by you? His left hand was adorned with various rings, save for the ring finger, which remained bare. He had never forgotten the woman named Stella. He was, indeed, a man hopelessly in love. Yet, he lacked even the ability to wield armament haki. Stella. Taizolo let out a heart-wrenching roar as the black dragon pierced through the chest of the golden giant, tearing apart his very being. Golden dust finally began to descend, as the golden giant ship appeared as if hell itself had descended upon it. Chapter 107. A Decisive Victory. Bang. Ping. The sound of gunfire is invariably accompanied by a crisp metallic echo. Snip. The figure of Andre Larson materializes atop a towering edifice, despite the howling sea breeze. Sweat trickles down his brow, and his meticulously groomed hair is now disheveled like a bird's nest. His shirt is riddled with tattered openings, and his naval coat has long since vanished. Is this the monster of the New World? As he gazes at the imposing figure of the 5-meter-tall behemoth, Dias, charging towards him with unbridled ferocity, Larson cannot help but grit his teeth. The relentless firing has caused a slight tremor in his shoulder from the immense recoil. As a sniper, this is the first time in his career that he has felt a profound sense of dread. Additionally, a fierce dissatisfaction with his own abilities. He is not confronting a member of the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, nor any of the 3 calamities, 4 stars, or 16 captains, but merely a grotesquely muscular man with a modicum of notoriety in the dark underbelly of the world. If he cannot overcome such an adversary, how can he ever hope to follow in the footsteps of that man? Click. With practiced precision, he detaches the magazine, retreating while reloading his ammunition, locking onto Dias, who has transformed into a whirling blade. His right hand trembles involuntarily. The sharp pangs of pain radiating from his shoulder blade are impossible to ignore. Yet he must suppress this agony, decisively pulling the trigger. Pierce him. Jet spiral sniper round. This is his final, desperate strike. Channeling every ounce of his strength, the full capacity of the jet fruit is unleashed. Wind shell at maximum output. Spin. Accelerate. Crack. That sound was not the bullet exiting the chamber, but the sickening pop of Larson's right arm dislocating. The tremendous recoil has violently separated the joint between his shoulder blade and arm. He can barely maintain his balance as he tumbles backward through the air. This truly must be his last assault. Little darling, your offering is far too small to satisfy me. Dias cackles lewdly, his speed unwavering, as his hulking form transforms into a massive wheel armed with razor-sharp blades, barreling toward him at high velocity. Whoosh! When Dias hears the sharp whistle of the bullet slicing through the air, it has already struck him. For Larson's ultimate strike travels at least 10 times the speed of sound, yet he remains unfazed. The previous bullets had failed to penetrate the golden armor encasing him. And coupled with his rudimentary mastery of armament hockey, Larson's all-out assault is merely a bothersome sting to Dias. But in that fleeting moment, the golden armor adorning Dias suddenly liquefies, cascading down like a waterfall. Day might not be a man of extraordinary intellect, yet he was acutely aware that such circumstances could only arise from a predicament concerning the Golden Emperor. How could this be possible? As long as one was aboard this gilded vessel, Lord Teselo was undeniably invincible. Just as this thought flickered through his mind, a bullet whizzed through the air, striking him squarely in the forehead. In an instant, a crimson fountain erupted, soaring to a height of 3 meters. The dark aura that had enveloped Larson began to recede like a tumultuous tide, his fierce expression quickly turning to one of rigidity. Nevertheless, his body continued to spiral towards Larson, propelled by inertia. Had he struck his target? With eyes wide open during his descent, Larson clenched his still-functioning left hand, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. At the very least, I have neutralized one of the enemy's combatants. I didn't allow my leader to bring me here in vain. As for the formidable axe now hurtling towards him, it was a concern he could no longer afford. Earthflow wall. Larson heard a familiar voice call out from nearby. Almost immediately, a torrent of golden quicksand surged from the ground, coalescing into a solid wall before him. The axe struck the wall with a resounding thud. Yet it could no longer reach Larson's form. I suppose I am rather fortunate. Larson, having landed upon a vine, could not suppress a hearty laugh. However, the mirth was short-lived as he instinctively clutched his right shoulder, only then realizing the immense pain that felt as though it might tear him asunder. At the moment when Rhett saved Larson, he also took note of the battle unfolding on the other side. The sole female warrior had dispatched her foe as well. You wish to absorb my luck? How navies. Robin pulled a handkerchief from her pocket, wiping her hands with a charming smile. I am truly the daughter of a devil. Beneath her feet lay Baccarat, the user of the luck fruit. This voluptuous red-haired woman was swiftly dispatched by Robin's flower fruit abilities. Her neck snapped with ruthless efficiency. Suddenly, she heard a voice that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, as a shadow materialized before her. At the very least, I shall take your life. Robin's pupils dilated, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The figure that had emerged from the ground was none other than Tanaka, one of Teselo's 3 chief subordinates, a wielder of the penetrating abilities of the puncture fruit. In his hand, Tanaka gripped a finely crafted pistol, his gaze fixed on Robin with a seething resentment. He did not shy away from combat. Rather, when he had barely regained his composure from Rhett's overwhelming shockwave. He discovered that his master had already been pierced through by the black dragon. He certainly did not believe he could vanquish the formidable black dragon. Instead, he channeled all his anger and despair towards the seemingly fragile woman before him. Die, woman. His eyes were bloodshot as he ruthlessly pulled the trigger. A faint echo resonated in the air, a flash of fire slicing through the night. Yet he did not behold the scene he so desperately craved. He did not witness blood splattering across her fair skin, nor did he see the arrogant man weeping bitterly while embracing his beloved. Instead, he only saw a robust black vine, striking like lightning, piercing directly through his massive head. Oh, foolish giant! Has no one ever told you that your laughter is truly repugnant? Rhett maintained an impassive demeanor as he surveyed the four lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. His heart unmoved. Outside the casino, nearly 20,000 black-clad individuals lay in a stupor, yet he had no intention of annihilating them all. Why must one eradicate every enemy? Could there not be a shred of humanity? These black-clad individuals were young and vigorous, capable of tilling the land, mining, and constructing roads. Was that not beneficial? Moreover, this grand ocean liner would undoubtedly require a crew to navigate it back to the East Sea. Having made up his mind, Rhett roused a small number of the black-clad individuals. Initially panicked, they chose to surrender upon witnessing the corpse of Taizolo and promptly followed Red's orders, directing all guests to vacate the premises immediately. Having witnessed the overwhelming power of the Black Dragon, even the more nefarious factions and notorious pirates were reluctant to oppose him at this juncture. Upon hearing the news of their escape, they abandoned their wealth and hastily fled from this dreadful hell. Yet, a small faction remained. May I inquire your names, esteemed guests? Rhett stood before the two celestial dragons. The male celestial dragon coughed, yet could not conceal his inner turmoil and frailty. I am Florence, the third heir of the Idiot family and the Black Dragon General. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Although most celestial dragons were arrogant, they were also spineless against the strong. As Rhett so effortlessly unleashed his wrath, having only taken a few lives, they were rendered weak and trembling, unable to utter any threats. Rhett regarded him coolly. The Idiot family? How do you typically travel? Florence cautiously replied. I have 3 common mounts, a giant, a regular human, and, He could not finish his sentence before feeling as though his chest had been hollowed out. Rhett did not approach him. He merely waved his hand, and countless vines engulfed Florence and the other female celestial dragon entirely. Your words are truly an affront to my ears. Chapter 108, The Struggles of Earning Money Report. Lord Ray, all the guests have departed. After nearly an hour, the leader of the black-clad men timidly approached to deliver the news. Having dealt with the celestial dragon family, Ray sat comfortably in the VIP box, savoring the exquisite wine treasured by Taizolo for many years, relishing the taste of victory. Upon hearing the report, Ray nodded and inquired, What is your name? The black-clad man was startled, and without hesitation, he knelt before Ray, exclaiming, Mercy, Major General Black Dragon. I have an elderly mother of 80, a wife whom I have not seen for 3 years, and a hungry son. Please, show me compassion and spare my life. I promise to turn over a new leaf and become a better person. Listening to his lamentable plight, both Ray and Larson fell into silence. Only Robin chuckled. Your wife is truly remarkable. The black-clad man scratched his head, somewhat flustered. I was just saying that casually. Ray cast a glance at him. I merely asked for your name. Why are you so frightened? The man stammered, You also asked those others, and the outcome was. Ray chuckled. If I intended to kill you, I wouldn't need to ask for your name. Now, tell me what you are called. It would make it easier for me to command you, wouldn't it? Yes. Please spare me, Major General. The man then stood respectfully. My name is Peter Simon. I was once a fisherman, and later spent a few years as a sailor in the Whitebeard Pirates. 2 years ago, I joined Taizolo's crew when he was recruiting. Ray raised an eyebrow. You served under Whitebeard? Why did you leave? Simon hesitated for a moment. I don't like drinking, but the crew on Whitebeard's ship, we're all practically alcoholics. Ray's lips twitched slightly as he begrudgingly accepted this explanation. Very well, now direct this ship towards the East Sea. Additionally, please assess how much treasure Taizolo has concealed aboard. Once Simon turned to leave, Ray set down his wine glass and glanced at his first mate, Larson. I find your performance today rather disappointing. Having undergone treatment, Larson's face flushed with embarrassment. While the head of D's was credited to his record, he knew well that had Ray not been the first to eliminate Taizolo, thus rendering D's golden armor ineffective, his final shot would likely not have found its mark in the enemy's head. Though you are a sniper, one must never neglect the training of the body. This principle should not require my reiteration, should it? Larson lowered his gaze. I am not making excuses for myself, Captain REIT. Although I do not train as diligently as you, I have never neglected my training. However, my aptitude for martial arts is, regrettably, quite mediocre. REIT patted him on the shoulder and stood tall. I am not blaming you. Rather, I hope you can keep pace with me. Larson shook his head with self-deprecation. Captain, you mastered 6 techniques in a month and awakened to dual hockey in a year, the greatest genius the Navy has seen in 8 centuries. What merit do I, Andre Larson, possess to match your strides? Robin was engrossed in a rare edition book she had discovered in Tizzolo's office, paying no heed to their conversation until the ship jolted suddenly, pulling her back from the world of literature into reality. The golden ship has accelerated, she remarked. What do you intend to do with this vessel? Robin inquired, gathering her long hair as she set the book aside, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. REIT appeared resolute. We shall collect all the gold, allocate a portion to support the maritime train project, and as for the ship itself, dismantling it would be a shame. We shall maintain its current structure and convert it into a colossal amusement park. Before proceeding, REIT calculated a simple mathematical problem. The density of pure gold is slightly above 19, which means 1 cubic meter of pure gold weighs 19 tons. If we consider the price of gold at 300 yuan per gram, 19 tons would equate to 5.7 billion, or approximately 92.2 billion berries. Given that this massive vessel exceeds 10,000 meters in length and nearly 30,000 meters at its widest point, with its deck, hull, and various structures crafted entirely of gold, its value must be astronomical. To illustrate, even Tizzolo's several hundred-meter-tall golden building, calculated at true density, could purchase the entire planet. Thus, the original author, Oda, lacking in practical knowledge, has again made a ludicrous claim. Tizzolo, with only 500 billion berries in his treasury, could not possibly possess 20 of the world's wealth. Consider Arlong, who governs merely 20 villages and a few thousand villagers. He can collect hundreds of millions in protection fees annually. In a larger nation, it would not be difficult to topple the Golden Emperor. For instance, even the sparsely populated and impoverished Dressrosa, under Doflamingo's coercion, saw its destitute king Riku III able to amass 10 billion in ransom from his even poorer subjects in just one day. In this world, while 500 billion is not insignificant, it does not constitute an absolute fortune. As the vessel's speed gradually stabilized, Simon once again appeared before Let. He reported that, according to preliminary assessments, the ship currently harbored approximately 5 trillion berries in cash, including Tizzolo's treasury, along with the life savings discarded by tourists, as well as over 1,000 tons of gold, equivalent to 300 billion renminbi, or 40 trillion berries. Additionally, a significant quantity of gold had been alloyed with other metals and fashioned into various structures, the value of which remained uncertain. Let nodded in approval of Simon's efficiency. After a moment of contemplation, he let out a deep sigh. He understood why Tizzolo refused to surrender. It was not out of stubbornness or an unyielding spirit, but rather because the sum of 100 trillion berries for friendship, which he proposed, was simply exorbitant, even for the illustrious Golden Emperor. Such a sum was not readily available. Just as Let felt a pang of sympathy for Tizzolo, he received a call from Marineford. Boulder Let, what trouble have you caused this time? The phone bug's had inexplicably donned a hat resembling a seagull, and its round eyes were obscured by circular black-framed glasses. Oh, it's you, Admiral Sengoku. How are you? Let feigned ignorance. He was not surprised that the Navy headquarters was aware of his confrontation with the Golden Emperor. After all, just hours prior, the ship was filled with thousands of tourists from various regions, including Navy officers and world government officials. Since he had not exterminated them all, the news would undoubtedly spread like wildfire. I am far from well. You are driving me to the brink of madness. The phone bug's mustache seemed to bristle with indignation. I sincerely hope you tell me that Gil Desaro was not killed by your hand. Let shrugged, gesturing for Robin to remain silent. There were cheats at his casino, which I cleverly uncovered. In his rage, he attempted to silence me, and thus I acted in self-defense to eliminate him. It was 100% justified. Enough, Sengoku bellowed. Do you take me for a fool? Such an excuse would not deceive a 3-year-old. You need not even introduce yourself. Tizzolo would recognize your name. You are the one who defeated the Black Dragon of the 7 warlords. How could he dare to lay a hand on you? Let wore a look of grievance. But the truth is, he struck first, and I was accompanied by only 2 subordinates, while he commanded 20,000 henchmen. Sengoku shook his head. We shall discuss your killing of Tizzolo later. I must confirm one thing with you. Have you seen the celestial dragons, the esteemed members of the Eat family? Let nodded earnestly. Of course, I even exchanged a few words with that fellow named Florence. He treated me with a modicum of respect, and I politely saw him off. What is it, Admiral? Do you have a vendetta against him? Do you need my assistance in sinking their ship? Nonsense. Sengoku, sporting a beard but wearing a visage filled with worry, declared, the world government has sent an urgent signal. Florence and his wife have been uncontactable for the past hour. I have dispatched Admiral Borisolino, Kizuru, to investigate, hoping to uncover some leads. The bloodline of the celestial dragons is already exceedingly rare, yet in these past 2 years. Rhett made a dismissive gesture, feigning no interest in aiding Kizaru's search, as it was well known that he held no concern for the protection of the celestial dragons. Sengoku appeared to harbor no suspicion towards him, instead muttering, could it be the Revolutionary Army? Have they extended their influence into the New World? This cannot be allowed. A wicked thought crossed Rhett's mind. Marshal, I am aware of 2 individuals with significant ties to the Revolutionary Army. If you permit, I could eliminate them this very moment. Sengoku perked up. Who are these individuals? Such villains must be dealt with severely. It would be best to capture them and execute them publicly to instill fear in the world. Rhett clenched his fists. Adopting an air of righteous indignation, they are none other than Monkey D. Garp and his grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. Capturing them would mean seizing the lifeblood of Dragon himself. I hereby request to apprehend them. Sengoku fell into a lengthy silence before finally erupting in exasperation. Well then, if you have the capability, go ahead and capture them. Chapter 109. The powers of the devil fruit. The enormous golden ship was evidently incapable of silently traversing the red continent to reach the East Blue. Nor did Rhett intend to request passage through the port of Mary Geos from the world government. He handed a small vial containing a blue pill to Larson, wearing a smirk as he remarked, young man, do take care not to overexert yourself and risk fainting. Do you truly wish to drain me dry, boss? This is a vessel weighing millions of tons. Larson's expression was one of utter despair. Nevertheless, he accepted the mysterious pill from Rhett's hand and stepped onto the golden deck, exclaiming, rise, mighty Taizolo. The marvel of the devil fruit lies in its boundless imagination and creativity. Why does the string fruit create an indestructible birdcage? How does the shadow fruit breathe life into corpses? In what manner does the surgery fruit facilitate instantaneous teleportation? How can the wash fruit cleanse the malevolent thoughts of humanity? Why does the ball fruit expel injuries and fatigue? How does the gravity fruit draw down meteors from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away? Why does a kiss from the sweet fruit transform into a bow and arrow and petrify its target? How can the rubber fruit accelerate blood flow? Despite being merely a soft rubber, how does it unleash destruction akin to a hammer? Why is it that Luffy, made entirely of rubber, can cause cataclysmic destruction yet cannot inflate into a rubber raft to float upon the sea? Where are the scientific principles? Where's the logic? I know not. It matters not. Regardless, the greater the ambition, the mightier the ability. Encouraged by Rhett, Larson summoned every ounce of strength he possessed. With a tremendous tremor, the entire Taizolo ship truly began to ascend from the sea, propelled by the incessant jetting of gas, slowly climbing toward the sky. I did it. Larson was filled with exhilaration, yearning to cheer, yet felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He hastily swallowed a blue pill, managing to regain his composure. Do not take it too early, Larson, Rhett advised him earnestly. It is best to wait until your physical and mental reserves are nearly depleted before consuming the pill to surpass your limits. Larson couldn't help but roll his eyes. I'm not a super scion. On July 25th, the inhabitants of the Red Continent would surely remember this sight. On this day, the entire sky was completely shrouded. The sun vanished, and no clouds were visible. The ground lay enveloped in a vast shadow. They could only vaguely discern a magnificent warship, glimmering with golden light, as it roared overhead, continuously spewing forth a plume of white vapor. The extravagant manner of his entrance was undeniably striking, however. Larson felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue relentlessly assaulting his body, as if his very lifespan were being depleted. He was compelled to consume drugs while desperately harnessing his abilities to prevent the colossal ship from plummeting, should it fall from several thousand meters onto solid ground. Even the formidable REIT would likely be reduced to mere rubble without any protection or cushioning. As Larson pondered this, he swallowed yet another blue pill. Suddenly, he realized something remarkable. The duration of his endurance seemed to have genuinely extended. The rate of his physical depletion and fatigue accumulation had visibly slowed, while his control over the golden ship's flight accelerated. He could not help but clench his fists, feeling the burgeoning vitality surging within him. As if an inner voice proclaimed, "I can do this. Just give me a little more time, and I shall confront the golden lion and his floating fruit head-on. When that moment arrives, the name of Andre Larsen shall resonate far and wide." The Tazolo was, after all, the largest vessel of its era, rendering even Moria's terrifying three-masted ship seemingly insignificant in comparison. Thus, Larsen's jetting abilities alone could not match the speed of the small black dragon conjured by Rat. The journey from the New World to the East Sea, a distance of less than 10,000 kilometers, consumed a full 10 days. Upon returning to the base, Larsen felt utterly drained, unable to rise from his bed. Rat could only provide him with a drop of Princess Manxi's healing essence to temporarily restore his vitality. Thousands of tons of gold were entrusted to Riotondo, a veteran of the Boulder's armed group, who could easily find avenues for cash conversion. The golden ship was then sent to Tom's shipyard, where the renowned master shipwright, a fisherman, would extract the necessary gold from various structures without damaging the ship's framework. After the repairs were completed, this golden vessel would become a significant tourist attraction in the Boulder's Islands. Meanwhile, the progress of the sea train was once again significantly accelerated, as the iceberg Frankie received ample funding and a plethora of free labor. Now, another pressing matter lay before Rat, a devil fruit from the Tizolo treasury. Does anyone recognize it? The hall was bustling with a throng of people. In addition to Larsen, William, Mays, Binzi, Ein, and Noki Gao from the naval branches, figures such as Brooke, Zepp, Gaji, Riotondo, Gung Sherlang, Monet, Baby, Five, and Sugar were prominently present. Rat had also extended a special invitation to the seasoned veterans Karp and Zifa, hoping their wealth of experience would offer valuable insights. Moreover, he utilized the image-transmitting snail to present the devil fruit, resembling a pineapple, to the subordinates of various divisions who were unable to attend the meeting. The brow-furrowed youth, Sanji, well-versed in the devil fruit encyclopedia, was the first to voice his opinion. "This is certainly not a logia fruit." Rhett, somewhat speechless, ran his fingers through his golden short hair. Transforming into an incorporeal being must be this unfortunate child's greatest aspiration, perhaps. Zaro, the green-haired youth, expressed indifference with a grunt before settling into a slumber in the corner. Zephyr and Garp mirrored this sentiment. Despite their 6 to 7 decades of life experience, having encountered and defeated countless devil fruit users, they held no interest in this aberration, rendering their extensive knowledge seemingly futile. As for the other naval subordinates, they had merely heard whispers of such fruits. Although Redondo had exerted considerable effort at Rhett's behest to seek out the devil fruit, he had thus far come up empty-handed. The most authoritative figure in this regard, perhaps, was Kaji, who had previously researched devil fruits alongside Vegapunk. After scrutinizing the fruit for an extended period, he finally remarked, "In the existing devil fruit encyclopedia, there is indeed no record of this fruit, but based on my studies, this fruit may very well be a logia type." Logia. Upon hearing those 3 syllables, the air in the hall seemed to tremble. Even the image-transmitting snails appeared to swallow in anticipation. Thanks to Rhett's presence, everyone was already acquainted with the knowledge of devil fruits and the 3 types of hockey. They were aware that the logia type, once hailed as the strongest fruit, was not invincible, especially after witnessing the fate of Smoker, a logia user, who was effortlessly dispatched by Rhett 2 years prior, a memory that lingered in their minds. Nevertheless, no one could deny that logia fruits remained exceedingly precious and rare. For an ordinary individual to acquire one would instantly elevate them into the ranks of elite fighters. Rhett nodded. "It could be a logia. Does anyone wish to partake?" His inquiry was posed so nonchalantly that none of his subordinates dared to respond. "Very well, let me rephrase. Who wouldn't want to eat it?" Still, silence prevailed. With a flick of his finger, the pineapple-like fruit soared before his first mate. Morgan Williams was slightly taken aback. "Sir, this." Rhett raised his chin, smiling as he replied, "You and Larsen are my right and left hands within the Navy. He has already consumed one. It would be unfair to favor one over the other, wouldn't it?" Larsen rubbed his chin, expressing regret. "Boss, had I known, I should have given you the jet fruit. There are only a handful of logia fruits in the entire world." For Rate, although William had not followed him for long, his demonstrated work ethic was quite satisfactory, making the offering of a fruit entirely justified. Rate certainly had other options, such as the closer Noki Gao or Nami, the more loyal Redondo or Torres, Owen, and Gerard among his naval subordinates, as well as the more promising Zaro or Sanji, and even Ace and Sabo. Nevertheless, he chose to bestow this fruit upon his aide-de-camp. William, though grateful for the trust, did not overreact with tears of joy. He cautiously lifted the pineapple and, with bare hands, tore through its tough exterior, taking a bite. Ugh! A pained groan involuntarily escaped him, causing him to almost double over like a shrimp, just recently having experienced this agony. Larson chuckled with glee. How does it taste? Quite delightful, I presume. Ha. William gasped for breath, steadying himself against the table as he slowly straightened up, a few tears still lingering at the corners of his eyes. Damn, what on earth is this? I barely took a small bite and almost choked. Rate, chuckling, handed him a tissue. Take a moment to appreciate what this ability entails. As William wiped away his tears, he exhaled, and although it was the height of summer, his breath appeared as a white mist. Rate raised an eyebrow. With his observation hockey, he could certainly sense that this white vapor was no trivial matter. The strongest fighters on the scene, Carp and Zephyr, had also realized. It's quite hot. Morgan William extended his hands, white mist swirling gently around his body. In the next moment, even his form transformed into an ethereal cloud of vapor. His voice echoed through the room. Sir, this is indeed a natural type, the steam fruit. Rate nodded, then patted another subordinate on the shoulder. It seems you must hasten your hockey awakening, Larson, or you will find yourself thoroughly outmatched by William. Chapter 110, an old friend of our department, Eternal Snow. With a soft, delicate cry, the temperature in the training ground plummeted below zero. Amidst a fierce blizzard, Monet's true form soared high above, faintly transforming into a frozen phoenix. Although she was not a fervent warrior who relished daily training, the remnants of a lingering sense of crisis had prevented her from idling away her time. Compared to when she was recruited by Rhett, her mastery over her abilities had ascended to a new level. The blizzards she summoned grew ever more potent and lethally frigid. However, those snowflakes, sharp as blades, proved utterly ineffective against that man. Boil forth. Waves of heat surged. Without any visible action from Morgan William, the snowflakes poised to engulf him instantaneously transformed into white vapor, swiftly spreading like a plague. In the blink of an eye, the swirling ice and snow morphed into a vast expanse of flying white steam. The steam, akin to malevolent spirits, surged towards Monet. Stop! Stop! Monet cried out, realizing that within just one exchange, her wings had already been nearly melted away by this wave of heat. She hastily flapped her wings and landed far behind Rhett, exclaiming, his abilities completely counteract mine. I cannot even approach him, Lord Rhett. Rhett smirked slightly, shaking his head dismissively. That is merely because you are too weak, Monet. If your ice could reach a lower temperature, the tables would turn, and it would be William who is at a disadvantage. With a long exhale, the smoke-emitting William approached slowly. His upper body was bare, revealing his robust musculature, but due to the recent release of immense heat, his skin appeared exceptionally flushed. Occasionally, a snowflake would land upon him, instantly sizzling and dissipating into white vapor. Your talent in combat is indeed formidable, William, Rhett remarked with satisfaction, applauding. In just a few days, you have reached this level. The natural type devil fruit is truly spectacular. As William wiped away the residual ice, water, and perspiration from his body, he began to steady his breath. Such techniques are incredibly taxing on stamina. To master them completely will likely require a considerable amount of time. Rhett nodded slightly. However, we may not have that much time. William paused, his actions of wiping his body coming to a halt. My lord? Is there something amiss? Rhett took a document from a skilled member of the Norki. The Navy headquarters has just issued a command. They have dispatched 2 inspectors to us. August 5th. The base of the 16th Division welcomed 2 special guests. Admiral Rhett, it's been a long time. Under orders to work, please take care. Faced with these 2 former acquaintances, Rhett could hardly maintain an aloof demeanor. He could only smile and shake his head, stepping between them to gently pat their shoulders. Welcome. My old friends, Berrygood and T. Pin. The establishment of inspectors is indeed a facet of this institutional reform. Each branch will appoint dedicated inspectors directly designated by the headquarters, tasked with overseeing the conduct of various branch commanders to ensure they fulfill their duties and adhere to regulations. Surely, as a vice admiral, Rhett could appreciate the earnest intentions of Admiral Sengoku. At the welcome banquet, the ever-spirited Berrygood with his voluminous hair elucidated this notion. Rhett nodded in agreement. I certainly understand. In fact, I once proposed similar suggestions to Admiral Sengoku, whether it be the Sea High branch or those situated along the Grand Line. The autonomy bestowed upon each branch has become rather excessive. A base commander often evolves into a lawless tyrant, wielding unchallenged authority within their domain. oppressing civilians and colluding with pirates, which significantly undermines the authority of the world government. I am genuinely pleased that Admiral Sengoku is intent on restoring discipline, yet I foresee considerable resistance to this initiative. Nonetheless, I wholeheartedly support the Admiral's reform. Penn, while savoring the food on his plate, expressed his agreement. As expected of Vice Admiral Red, your insights regarding the headquarters reforms far surpass those of other branch commanders. If all branch leaders were like you, our Navy's justice would surely not be in such decay. Rhett chuckled, raising his goblet, the amber wine rippling like blood. Indeed, if all the Navy personnel mirrored my convictions, this world would not have descended into such a grotesque state. As Barrygood rightly pointed out, the appointment of inspectors is indeed a component of the Navy's reform and not merely a reflection of distrust towards the 16th branch. However, Rhett was acutely aware that the Navy headquarters, the world government, and the celestial dragons have all begun to harbor doubts about him. After all, he had escorted a celestial dragon, only for Charlos to meet his demise at the hands of Moria. Moreover, he had exchanged pleasantries with another pair of celestial dragons. And that couple remains missing to this day, though lacking direct evidence. He could not deny that his involvement was inextricably linked to the deaths of 3 celestial dragons. Just give me a little more time. Rhett sighed while tending to the flowers. He was not watering ordinary plants, nor those cultivated through his fruit abilities, but rather the original peas, mushrooms, and sunflowers. What he employed was not merely ordinary water, but rather the essence of various nutrient solutions, including those derived from the likes of Vigogwo, Jalogwo, and Tratigwo, possessing formidable catalytic power. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but as he poured this essence onto the plants, he distinctly sensed that these flora seemed to exhibit expressions of comfort. Rhett could not help but rub his eyes. Of course, plants are living organisms. Scientific research indicates that they indeed can experience emotions akin to those of animals, yet they would never easily convey such feelings to humans. Rhett took a deep breath and gently watered the pea seedling once more. To his astonishment, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. The pea seedling truly stretched languidly beneath his very eyes. Good heavens! The pea seedling had come to life. Given Rhett's character, he was not one to be easily frightened. Rather, he curiously touched the branches and leaves of the pea, eager to investigate further. However, a startling voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Stop! Do not touch me there. I am a dignified gentleman. Unable to resist, he touched it again, causing the entire pea seedling to tremble. Spare me, master. Please do not touch me anymore. It tickles. Rhett chuckled and released the bashful pea seedling. My adorable little companions, can you hear my thoughts? Indeed, master. Of course. 10 plants chorused in unison. Rhett nodded. When did this begin? The plants seemed to fall silent for a moment, before a mushroom finally responded. Perhaps it was the moment you awakened the tyrannical aura? Rhett appeared contemplative. Can you leap from the soil and move about like humans? The plants swayed their branches and leaves in the wind, as if shaking their heads. How could that be possible? We are merely plants. Is that so? What a marvelous sensation. Rhett smiled as he stroked a sunflower. This particular sunflower, likely of the female variety, lowered its head shyly after his touch. Master Rhett. You are so mischievous. Why do you touch me there? A mysterious, moist, crystalline liquid inexplicably appeared between Rhett's fingers, startling him into withdrawing his hand. He cleared his throat and, with an air of mystery, rubbed his chin. You have reminded me that I can develop my abilities in other ways. Perhaps it was due to their newfound ability to communicate with their master that the plants grew lively, eagerly asking, what kind of ability? Rhett spread his arms wide. The power to create life. Chapter 112. The Creator. The God of Genesis. I shall retreat to the island for a period of solitude. Unless it pertains to matters of life and death, do not disturb me lightly. On August 8th, Rhett declared this and temporarily departed from the base of the 16th Division. Accompanying him were Captain Larson of the 1st Squad and Vice Officer William, who had recently consumed the devil fruit. The daily operations of the 16th Division were entrusted to Zephyr, for he was the only one capable of maintaining order among them. As for Garp, let us not dwell on that. Time is no longer on our side. In the castle on Boulder's main island, Rhett articulated this sentiment. Those gathered here were his most trusted allies: Larson, William, Redondo, Robin, Brooke, Monet, Baby 5, and Reju. Larson was undoubtedly his earliest ally. William was a devoted subordinate he had meticulously trained. Redondo represented the formidable might of the Boulder's armed group, while Robin was the woman with whom he shared the closest bond. Monet and Baby 5 were homeless waifs. and Brooke was the solitary skeleton he had liberated from endless shadows, making betrayal almost inconceivable. As for Reiju, she symbolized the loyalty of the Vinsmoke family. I need not reiterate my goals, for they are abundantly clear. Gazing at his subordinates, Rhett spoke slowly. The future enemy shall be immensely powerful, and I need not analyze this for you. Our singular task is to enhance our abilities further, to reserve strength for the impending series of battles. I understand that the forthcoming conflicts may exceed your wildest imaginations, especially for the few delicate ladies among us. This world will reveal its most brutal nature. Yet I have no alternative. There was no trace of confusion or wavering in Rhett's gaze. I shall not demand each of you to sacrifice your lives for me, but at the very least, enhance your own survival capabilities. With a flick of his fingers, dozens of giants, constructed from earth and vegetation, emerge from the ground. These puppets shall be your training targets. Let the hellish training commence. Jet spiral. A surge of energy waves erupted from behind Larson, propelling him forward with unprecedented speed. This tempestuous kick was far more powerful than in his usual state. Steam White Serpent. William transformed into steam, coiling around the earthen puppet like a massive white serpent, exerting tremendous pressure to tear it apart. 30-petal suspension. Robin clasped her hands before her chest, and suddenly, 30 pale arms sprouted from the puppet she faced, grasping its neck, head, and limbs, forcefully bending it backward in an attempt to fracture its vertebrae. Nose Song Trio. Tail cut. The finely crafted sword of Brooke glimmered with a chilling light as he wielded it with an imperceptible speed, swiftly reappearing behind the mud figure. Snow Bunny Bomb. Monet did not summon a sweeping blizzard. Instead, she conjured dozens of snowballs, each resembling a rabbit, and hurled them at her adversary in rapid succession, triggering a series of explosive detonations. Laser Cannon. Baby 5 continued to utilize her slender, polished legs as a makeshift cannon, her upper body transforming into a peculiar barrel, unleashing a barrage of laser beams. However, perhaps due to the overwhelming recoil, most of her lasers failed to find their mark. Red observed them and quickly discerned the disparities in combat prowess among his subordinates. Among this group, aside from Redondo, who lacked the powers of the devil fruit, the one with the least combat talent was undoubtedly Rhett's closest companion, Nico Robin. These mud figures were devoid of life. Did she truly believe she could break their spines? Was there any logic in that? Even tearing off their arms would be a more effective strategy. Shaking his head, he called Robin back, saying, "Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from overexerting yourself. In the evening, I shall provide you with some guidance." After offering brief instruction to Larson and the others, Rhett commenced his specialized training. Unlike the usual rigorous physical drills, he adopted an unusually serene demeanor this time, sitting cross-legged under the sun with his eyes gently closed, as if entering a meditative state. Robin, having abandoned her training, sat quietly nearby, sipping her beloved red tea while perusing the invaluable historical tomes scavenged from the Tetsolo ship. There was nothing to fear. Red had long confided his determination to her, and she had fully embraced this man. If the moment of no return truly arrived, she would naturally accept it with composure. Time passed, and at last, Red opened his eyes. Exhaling deeply, he appeared quite fatigued, yet a faint smile graced his lips. Is this what it means to awaken? Robin closed her book, curiously inquiring, "You look quite weary." Rhett shook his head, his garments fluttering slightly as he rose to his full height. "I am in my prime, Robin." He took a deep breath, extending his arms horizontally, palms facing upward, his fingers slowly curling as if to grasp something intangible. Genesis law, cultivation of life. Robin suddenly sensed an inexplicable tremor in the air. She set down her tea and gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Beneath Rhett's feet, the earth began to emit a gentle spring, nourishing the soil, from which green plants gradually emerged. Water, earth, and wood, as these three elements began to intertwine. A humanoid figure approximately 1 meter tall slowly materialized upon the ground. Rhett's spirit seemed even more fatigued, yet his face radiated an unmistakable joy. He bent slightly, addressing the humanoid figure on the ground. "Can you speak?" The figure slowly writhed, eventually revealing a blurred visage. "Yes, master." "Who am I?" "My master, Bold Rhett, Rear Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, Commander of the 16th Division Base, Supreme Commander of the Eastern Sea Guerrilla Fleet, and owner of the Bold Armed Group." "What is 11 multiplied by 11? 121. Who are the 4 emperors of this world?" "Whitebeard, Red-Haired, Kaido, and Big Mom." "What about the 7 warlords?" "Currently, only Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Crocodile, Hancock, and Jinbe are alive, while 3 of the original 7 warlords, Moria, Doflamingo, and Treble have been eliminated by you, Master. Do you know Doflamingo? Yes. Master, I possess all the memories prior to your creation. This could be rather troublesome, can't it? Oh, is that true? Little one, can you tell me who his most cherished woman is? That seems to be against the rules, Robin. According to the memories, you have only one woman in this world. Nico, Robin, you are quite remarkable. Perhaps it was because Rhett had just grasped the ability of awakening and his control was still unstable. This sentient being did not endure for long. After half an hour, it vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a puddle of mud and grass. This, of course, was not a setback. In fact, the ability to develop such a skill invigorated him immensely. Just imagine, if he could create 10 beings as powerful as himself. Even if the 3 admirals and the fleet admiral of the naval headquarters came to confront him, he would have no cause for fear. Even if their existence was fleeting, he could engage in a war of attrition against any opponent, utilizing the endless life-giving Rashiri essence healing liquid and various nutrients he had devised. Once he mastered the awakening skill completely, he could even rule the entire world without any assistance. Chapter 112. Greetings from the Ice and Snow World on August 9th. Barely a few days into the training camp, Smoke Judge arrived with his entire family to visit his daughter. Relieved by this display of humanity, Rhett felt a sense of comfort. Happy birthday, Reiju. Sanji, the culinary maestro, presented an enormous birthday cake to his sister, who had always protected him in his childhood. Thank you all. Reiju's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. However, her father stealthily leaned towards Rhett's ear, whispering, Lord Rhett, my daughter has turned 16. Would you like to choose an auspicious day to formalize this matter? Rhett promptly kicked him into the sand, exclaiming, Are you a devil? 6 days later, on August 15th, Rhett welcomed his 20th birthday in meditation. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed nearly 4 years in this world. From being utterly powerless at the outset to possessing the unparalleled combat prowess capable of vanquishing the 7 warlords with mere jest, it had only taken him 4 short years. With such rapid advancement, he was convinced that in another 4 years, the world would be utterly transformed. Yet, this harsh reality never conformed to his will. On that afternoon, the Boulders Islands found itself graced by an uninvited guest. The tranquil atmosphere, a rare respite for Larson, William, Monet, and Baby 5, was abruptly shattered by the cheerful jingle of a bicycle bell. Following this was a languid voice, la, you've hidden quite well, Nico. Robin, who had been dozing under a sunshade, felt a shiver run down her spine. Her sweet dream had morphed into the most profound nightmare. A drop of icy sweat slid down her smooth cheek, pooling into her neckline. Her beautiful eyes filled with an inescapable dread. Admiral Akiji. The cyclist before her was none other than Kazan, the Akiji who had spared her life 14 years prior. Hey there. Kazan dismounted his bicycle, leaned it against a nearby tree, and settled in the shade. His gaze lingered on Robin only briefly before shifting to Rhett, who was meditating upon a large rock. I never would have imagined that the illustrious Black Dragon Vice Admiral would take in this demon's child. Rhett opened his eyes, slightly taken aback. Possessing the ability of observation haki, he should have sensed Akiji's presence much earlier. However, in pursuit of deeper meditation, he had maintained an intense focus that had obscured his awareness of the intruder's arrival. Confronted by Akiji, Rhett did not betray any signs of panic. He remained seated upon the boulder, gazing down at his opponent with an air of calm authority, before inquiring nonchalantly, Admiral Kazan, what brings you to my presence? Akiji supported his chin with one hand, exuding an air of lethargy and indifference, and replied, Intent? I have merely come at the behest of Sengoku. Unable to bear witness to a young man with boundless potential veering onto a misguided path, thus I felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Rhett nodded slightly. Is that so? Thank you. You may return to your repose. Akiji ruffled his tousled hair and sighed with resignation. Young people often disregard wise counsel. Such opportunities are rare. Nico. Robin carries a heavy burden of darkness. It won't be long before you regret harboring this troublesome woman. The most evident proof lies in the fact that all organizations associated with Nico Robin have ceased to exist, leaving her as the sole survivor. Suddenly, 2 slender arms sprouted from Akiji's neck, forcefully bending his chin backward. Robin clenched her fists, rising anxiously to her feet. Yet, Akiji's expression remained unchanged. You are aware of my abilities. Such physical assaults are ineffective against me and would only result in injuring yourself. With a swift motion, Rhett leaped down, positioning himself protectively in front of Robin. Rein in your powers. Allow me to handle him. Akiji exhaled, the temperature around him seemingly dropping further. Young man, you cannot truly be captivated by this woman, can you? Your demeanor in the elite camp was far more resolute. Rhett remained unperturbed, while those resting nearby, Larson, William, Reiju, and Monet, sensed the commotion and hurried to provide assistance. Admiral Akiji, Larson, hailing from the Navy headquarters, was taken aback, and his comrades could not suppress their cold sweat. Though they had prepared to follow Rhett into the fray, the prospect of facing the world government's pinnacle of power so soon was daunting. Such a multitude. And many possess abilities. This is indeed troublesome. Akiji sighed once more, then slightly bent at the waist. As he was already seated, the gesture appeared as though he was preparing to rise, causing the weakest among them, Rhett, Monet, and Baby 5, to instinctively retreat a few steps. However, they soon realized Akiji merely placed his hands upon the ground. I have come merely to issue a warning. I have not received orders to eliminate you, so if you can withstand this attack, I shall let you be. Before his words fully dissipated, a crisp sound resonated from the ground. Ice Age. Centered upon the grand tree where Akiji resided, an icy chill, penetrating to the bone, swiftly radiated outward. Almost simultaneously, colossal ice blocks surged from beneath his feet, extending rapidly in all directions. Flora withered, streams froze, and creatures fell breathless. Wherever it spread, it transformed into a realm of ice and snow. William, Lieutenant Rhett cast a glance at his subordinate, declaring, "Let us test the results of our training." No sooner had he spoken than a wave of warmth erupted amidst the frozen landscape. Morgan William, gritting his teeth, enunciated each word with deliberate precision. Steam, heaven, pavilion, boom. Like a tempest sweeping through, white steam surged with reckless abandon, engulfing the world. The tremendous pressure of the wind even swept away the eye mask from Akiji's forehead. The freshly conjured frost and snow rapidly melted before the sudden rise in temperature, enveloping the entire battlefield in a thick mist of white. Ah, alas! A hint of astonishment graced Akiji's countenance for the first time. Yet before he could utter a word, a torrent of scorching heat surged forth. Even Akiji, formidable as he was, had to retreat from its apex. Truly, a troublesome ability. Standing several meters away, Akiji finally rose. But most of the hands that had earlier supported him had melted away. This, of course, did not inflict any fundamental harm upon his physical form. However, it made him acutely aware that his adversary was no mere ant lacking in resistance. "Have you truly grown to this extent, Vice Admiral Black Dragon?" His voice took on a serious tone for the first time. "I suddenly realized that even if we were to engage in combat, I might not easily vanquish you. I am genuinely pleased to see you exhibit such humility." Rhett, however, did not relent, for he could discern that the melting of the Ice Age had nearly reached William's limit, and Akiji was evidently now taking matters seriously. Akiji ran his fingers through his hair, his elongated frame swaying slightly. "Ah, this is truly troublesome. I hope you will reconsider my earlier benevolent warning. Otherwise, next time, it may not be so amiable." He remounted his bicycle, ringing the bell with a twist. "When we meet again, I sincerely hope not to be your adversary. It is far too bothersome." Dingling. As Akiji vanished from sight, Rhett turned to his companion, stating, "This is the enemy we shall face in the future." William? Just moments ago, Morgan William, who had been holding his own against the Admiral, suddenly spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 113. The Buddha and the Black Dragon. We extend our gratitude to reader Tony Gung for the generous reward of 10,000 coins, as well as to Dracula Chin and Xia Fei Shuang Jiao for their contributions of 100 coins each. Is this the power of an admiral? Although Akiji has long departed, the oppressive aura he left lingers in the hearts of all. William's full force did not inflict any harm upon him. Rather, it nearly drained him of all energy, instantaneously rendering him incapable of further combat, which indirectly reflects Akiji's formidable strength. Must we truly contend against such an adversary? Baby 5 wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Monet, shaking her head, remarked, "Though I too possess ice abilities, his presence makes me feel as if my years of battle experience are merely child's play." Larson presented William with a Manchurian healing elixir, rising with fierce determination. "Boss, let us continue our special training." "Boss?" He glanced at the figure standing resolutely in the front, a flicker of unease stirring within him. Akiji had departed over 10 minutes ago, yet Reit remained motionless, rooted to the spot. "Boss?" Larson was tempted to ask. Have you been rendered speechless by him? As a leader, if he too had lost his courage, what hope could there be for this war? Reit slowly turned gazing contemplatively at his own hands, as if speaking to Larson, yet more akin to murmuring to himself. An admiral is nothing extraordinary, is it? Akiji's sudden visit, while catching everyone off guard, served as a stark reminder of the impending terrors that lay ahead. Under such immense pressure, even Robin, who had initially been excused from training by RAT, rejoined the ranks. After all, even the slightest improvement in their meager combat power would be akin to a timely boon. Yet, as REIT had previously indicated, the time remaining for them was truly limited. On August 20th, the 6th day since Akiji's departure, REIT received a call from Marineford. Vice Admiral Bold. REIT, I presume there are matters you have yet to report to me? The familiar black-framed glasses and the calm yet slightly irate tone rang through. REIT's mood darkened slightly, but he chose to deflect. I do not comprehend your meaning. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku, no longer willing to waste time, cut straight to the heart of the matter. I speak of the demon child, Nico Robin. REIT's response remained composed. Is this a report from Admiral Kazan? I did not expect the correspondence to arrive so swiftly. Kazan? No, it is not him. It is the intelligence agency of the world government. The tone of Sengoku was tinged with surprise, but he quickly regained his seriousness. You have one last opportunity to explain. If you hand over that woman, the world government will not only absolve you of responsibility but may even reward you. A brief silence ensued on the other end of the line. Sengoku presumed that Rhett was caught in a dilemma of hesitation and indecision, and he promptly seized the moment to continue persuading. As a marshal, I do not wish to see a young man like you squander his future and life at such a tender age before he could finish his sentence. A distinct scoff emerged from the receiver. Marshal Sengoku, tell me, what reward can I possibly receive? Red's laughter was cold, even across thousands of kilometers. Sengoku could sense its chill. I appreciate your efforts to help me, but regrettably, we have never been on the same path of belief from the very beginning. Sengoku persisted in his final attempt. I understand you have witnessed much darkness and harbored considerable discontent, but we can undoubtedly improve this situation step by step through internal reform. You're merely 20 years old. There is ample time ahead. Once you become a general, a marshal, these issues can all be resolved? Are you trying to appease a child? His earnest counsel was abruptly interrupted. The Navy has already rotted to its core. The world government is a product of darkness. Conscience, tell me, do you not know that the various branches are irreparably decayed? Your inspector system will serve no purpose. The veins on the phone bug's eyes bulged. Uret slightly moderated his pace. Marshal Sengoku, my words are not aimed at you. Although we have not interacted much, I still regard you as a commendable elder. However, the position of Navy Marshal, under the current system, is destined to be a burdensome one. I can only imagine the hardship you endure. Sengoku let out a heavy sigh. So you understand my predicament. You are still too young, harboring an innate sense of resentment and anger, but in this world, we will inevitably face circumstances that require submission. General Rhett. Rhett shook his head. No, Marshal. I will never choose submission again. Sengoku was momentarily taken aback. But then he heard Red's voice continue through the receiver. What if I told you that Charlos was not killed by Moria, and the Etienne couple did not go missing? What would you think? Sengoku's body jolted. You? Red chuckled. This is my choice, Sengoku. Will you come and kill me yourself? Or will you continue to be a watchdog for the celestial dragons? Bang. The largest phone bug in the marshal's office at Marine headquarters was crushed in his hand. The unfortunate little goat trembled in fear beneath the table, overwhelmed by the wrath of the formidable Sengoku. The marshal's aide stood at the doorway, equally alarmed, scarcely daring to breathe. Sengoku, although perpetually serious, was known for his ability to maintain composure in any situation. Never had he exhibited such a loss of control. Gritting his teeth, Sengoku pointed at the aide, informed Kazan, Sakazuki, and Palusolino to return at once. Yes, Marshal. The aide, flustered, saluted and hurriedly dashed out. Sengoku removed his black-rimmed glasses, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him as he supported his forehead. He rummaged through his drawer and retrieved a notably smaller transponder snail. Dialing a mysterious number. My negotiations have utterly failed. The next course of action is yours. Apologies, came the response. Rayleigh distinctly heard the fury emanating from Sengoku's voice, and with a hint of regret, he ended the call. Deep down, he understood that the Navy Admiral had consistently protected him, even after Rayleigh had repeatedly declined invitations. Sengoku had not given up on nurturing him, even tacitly allowing him to associate with the likes of the criminal Fisher Tiger. However, as he witnessed Rayleigh's extraordinary rise to power, Sengoku found himself in a state of conflict. While he granted Rayleigh autonomy, allowing him to absorb the other three branches, he also sent Garp to the East Blue as a precaution against any unforeseen developments. Sengoku truly was a benevolent man, but he was certainly not a competent leader. If Sengoku were to bestow the position of the next fleet admiral upon the indecisive, lethargic, and ambiguous Kuzan, the already disorganized navy, beset by internal and external challenges, would likely face a dire fate, teetering on the brink of collapse. The navy was no mere social gathering or child's play. Rubbing his temples, Rayleigh distanced himself from the table. Having severed ties with the navy, he felt a sense of relief. He no longer had to guard against being discovered. He had fully exposed himself. The sanctions from the navy and the world government would soon follow, wouldn't they? Suddenly, another transponder snail rang. This is Aiken, Ray, Admiral Rayleigh. Belmare. She has been kidnapped. Chapter 114. The reckless CP-9 20 kilometers east of Cocoa West Village lies a dilapidated shack that has long been abandoned. Isn't kidnapping innocent people somewhat inconsistent with our identity, Gabra? A boy with a square face and a long nose cast a hesitant glance at the unconscious Belmare lying on the ground. Opposite him sat a man in his 30s, clad in a black coat, sporting a pair of curled mustaches and a thick braid tied at the back of his head. One glance at his countenance would reveal that he was far from virtuous. Upon hearing the boy's inquiry, the man named Gabra disdainfully lifted a gourd of wine and took a swig. Identity? I would ask you, Kaku, what identity do we possess? We are merely a band of operatives traversing the shadows, and scrupulous methods are our hallmark. However, Kaku, the long-nosed youth, retained a hint of Navet. He wished to express further thoughts, but was interrupted by the man seated at the center. This individual had disheveled purple hair, and half of his face was concealed beneath a leather mask, suggesting he had endured some form of trauma. Impatiently, he waved his sword. What is all this noise? Khalifa. Contact that leopard and inquire if there has been any sighting of the Black Dragon. Yes, Commander Spandam. The only woman among the four, Khalifa, produced a black transponder snail from her skirt. Lucci, has the target made any moves? Before she could receive a response, a cacophony of urgent shouts erupted from outside. Ah. Gababa. Ah. Yo-yo-e. Yeah. With a thunderous crash, two dark figures violently burst through the wooden shack, collapsing to the ground, their chests gushing forth torrents of scalding blood. Gecko. Owl. Amidst the swirling dust, several silhouettes approached. A deep voice resonated through the air. CP-9? Spandam froze momentarily. You know of our existence? Even many nations under the world government remain largely unaware of us. It appears Sengoku holds you in high regard. To have divulged our information to you. Yet, you have betrayed his trust, Black Dragon. Rhett stood at the entrance, his expression impassive as he surveyed the 6 occupants of the room. Spandam, you're nothing but a waste. Let Robin handle you. Gabra, the werewolf, and Kaku. Consider yourselves as mere pawns. William, Larson, it's your turn to hone your skills. Khalifa, Reiju, entertain her. Monet, you and Baby 5 will provide guerrilla support. Brooke, Redondo. Let us continue our tea. Rhett felt no sense of dread towards the mere CP-9, especially since Kaku and Khalifa had yet to consume any devil fruits. Delegating to his subordinates would suffice. Larson unleashed a rapid shot that pierced through the werewolf Gabra, who had attempted to take Belmel as a hostage, thus officially igniting the chaotic battle. 30 rounds, suspended. The first confrontation to conclude was, of course, Robin's, facing her arch-nemesis Spandam. She brutally executed a spinal fracture that cleaved him in two. Spandam barely had time to wield his sword that could transform into an elephant, nor could he retrieve the golden snail capable of invoking the Demon Slayer order from his pocket, leaving him gasping for breath. Rhett, you scared me to death, Belmel exclaimed. Having been rescued from the battlefield by vines, her heart still racing. Are these people all pirates? Are they seeking revenge against you Marines? Rhett shrugged nonchalantly. No. They are spies of the world government, with the objective of eliminating me. The second battle to conclude was between Khalifa and Reiju. The venomous princess of the Vinsmoke family delivered a single kick to Khalifa, paralyzing her nerves, rendering her helplessly sprawled on the ground in agony. William, wielding formidable steam abilities, dried up Kaku, who, despite activating his strongest gale foot technique, could not inflict any damage on the nature-type devil fruit user without the use of haki. As the captain of the 1st Division, Larson faced undoubtedly the strongest opponent. Transformed into his werewolf form, Gabra was swift and powerful, each attack suffocating in its intensity. With Larson's physical defenses, he found it challenging to withstand Gabra's claw assaults head-on. resorting instead to his superior speed to evade while shooting. Damn it. Seeing several comrades fall within a minute, Gabra grew increasingly impatient. What on earth is Lucci doing? Why hasn't he arrived yet? In a fleeting moment of distraction, a small blizzard ensnared his body, an icy chill coursing through his limbs, rendering his feet almost numb. Monet, mind your own business. Larson spat through gritted teeth. Yet he seized this rare opportunity, propping his long gun against his right arm and decisively pulling the trigger. Gabra, whose legs felt somewhat paralyzed, had no refuge and could only roar, maximizing his body's density to withstand the shot. However, Larson did not grant him this reprieve. With a flash of cold light, he fired 5 bullets in quick succession, sealing off all vital points from forehead to waist on Gabra's upper body. Iron block. Gabra inhaled sharply, focusing all his attention on the most vulnerable part, his head, but was still left dizzy from the hail of bullets. The remaining 4 bullets thudded into his robust physique. Yet none penetrated. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him in an instant, rendering even his fighting spirit in his feet a monumental struggle. Unable to maintain his werewolf form, Gabra lay limply on the ground, gazing at his opponent with an expression of astonishment. See stone bullets? Larson patted the stock of his gun, a hint of pride in his demeanor. This wild wolf is not foolish. Baby 5, who was pouring tea for Monet, cast a glance at him. Captain Larson, you are the last one. The pride on Larson's face instantly vanished. My opponent is the strongest. None of you have a devil fruit power, do you? Right, Captain RET. RET smiled slightly, offering a semblance of comfort to his loyal subordinate. Larson, Redondo, please escort Belmel back home. The rest of us shall remain here to lie in wait. Leave this to us, Lord RET, William swiftly interjected. The strength of CP9 is hardly formidable enough to warrant your personal involvement. RET shook his head with a smile, simultaneously summoning a vine that lifted the bleeding owl from his chest. I've heard that your CP organization has developed a power evaluation system to assess a person's combat prowess. The owl appeared visibly taken aback. This is a recent development. How could you possibly know? RET smiled mysteriously. Perhaps you should see for yourself if my subordinates are capable of contending with Rob Lucci. The owl struggled momentarily, but complied, extending his hands to assume a stance reminiscent of a spirit gun. This weapon woman is rated at 700, the snow woman at 1100, the bone man at 1500. And Gabra, Lucci could dispatch you with a mere finger. William narrowed his eyes. Are you certain? The owl hastily zipped his mouth, leaving only a small gap. Your power level is 3,600, which could barely allow you to hold your own against Lucci, but that's about it. Gabra. RET directed the vine to draw the owl closer, raising his chin with a smile. Now, take a look at me. Under his formidable aura, the owl appeared somewhat intimidated, yet attempted to assess with his abilities. However, as soon as his hands came together, an inexplicable force scattered them apart. The owl tried twice more, each time failing, and finally raised his eyes, his face a mask of incredulity. How is this possible? Your power level exceeds mine by 20 times, utilizing the 6 harmony skill. It's utterly undetectable. Oh? RET arched an eyebrow. What is the power level of your strongest, Rob Lucci? Before the owl could respond, a chilling gust of wind echoed nearby. Boulder RET. A 4-meter-tall, spotted leopard glared menacingly at him. Rhett cast the owl aside onto the ground, displaying a disdainful indifference to delivering a fatal blow. He slowly turned his body, unperturbed by the possibility of an ambush from behind. Rob Lucci. Do you realize that you have squandered the only chance to inflict harm upon me? Rob Lucci gazed upon the fallen comrades, his eyes, resembling bronze bells, bloodshot. The white feathers on his shoulders spread their wings and soared into the azure sky, while a resolute and unwavering voice echoed across the battlefield. Your time of demise has arrived. Chapter 115, The Battle of the Greatest Genius. Galefoot, Leopard Tail. Rob Lucci ceased all superfluous dialogue, lifting his right foot as a spiraling gust of energy, akin to a leopard's tail, surged forth towards Rate. This extension of his gale foot technique was one of his most formidable moves, yet he was astonished to observe that his opponent, a short distance away, exhibited no intention of evasion, instead choosing to sit cross-legged on the ground. There was no retreat, no defense, and certainly no counterattack. Without the aid of soil or vegetation, nor the activation of armament hockey, Rate stood resolutely, absorbing Lucci's assault with sheer physicality. You are far too weak, Rob Lucci. Rate taunted, offering a sardonic smile to the golden leopard. I shall grant you 10 minutes of unrestrained offense, should you manage to force me to my feet. I will willingly sever my own head for you. What say you? Lucci's eyes flickered with intense rage, his facial muscles contorting into a menacing grimace. Are you attempting to humiliate me? Rate shook his head. No, I genuinely admire your talent and potential, which is precisely why I am inclined to wager with you. Should you fail to elevate me from the ground, you and your companions will become my subordinates. How does that proposition strike you? Lucci opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of blood-stained fangs. In your dreams. Finger pistol. Spotted. With a powerful push from his legs, he transformed into a bolt of lightning. Oh no. He was a leopard incarnate. His fingers extended like arrows, unleashing a torrential barrage of deadly finger guns that painted the air with a storm of lethal projectiles. Even a wall constructed of steel and concrete would succumb to his range. Yet, Rate remained tranquil. Seated in placid defiance as Lucci launched his relentless onslaught from every conceivable angle without lifting a finger in response. Those finger guns, with destructive power rivaling bullets, struck his form, leaving not even a scratch upon his skin. Such feeble fingers were utterly ineffectual. Rate propped his chin on one hand, stifling a yawn. Come now. Unleash your strongest technique. I must prepare for my confrontation with the world government and cannot afford to squander time on you. He was not exaggerating. For his usual training partners included the rejuvenated Black Arm Zephyr, although Rate often identified as a ranged mage. His physique had been honed to an indestructible state through relentless daily combat. Even Larson, with his ultra-high-speed sniper rifle enhanced by the wind-blowing shell and the Jet Devil Fruit's capabilities, struggled to inflict any harm upon him, let alone mere finger guns of ordinary bullet strength. Fool, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Rob Lucci, heralded as the strongest genius in the history of CP9, had never endured such humiliation. Even when faced with an admiral, he believed he would not falter in his aura. Yet, now this insufferable rear admiral sat brazenly on the ground, clearly dismissing him. He took a few steps back, inhaling deeply as he felt power gradually coalesce in his right leg. Then, he unleashed it with a sudden force. The Galefoot, bird of prey. A massive white avian creature soared just above the ground. Fool, how dare you grant me such an extensive accumulation time? Rob Lucci adjusted his black top hat, a cold smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. This attack of mine could obliterate a metal plate several meters thick, cleaving a colossal battleship in two. Even the mightiest of swordmasters, the Eagle Eye, would not stand a chance against it. How presumptuous. However, the cold smile seemed to freeze on his lips as astonishment filled his leopard-like eyes. He beheld the nearly 20-meter-long white bird, imbued with the might of thunder and wind, hurtling towards the man, only to vanish as if swallowed by a black hole. Not a ripple or wave was stirred. How could this be? Is this your devil fruit ability? He could only attribute this miracle to his opponent's devil fruit, though he was reluctant to accept it. Lead adjusted his neck, producing a crisp crack. Do not tell me that this is your most formidable technique. You are the strongest genius of CP9 in centuries, surely. You possess at least a modicum of hockey, do you not? Lucci's expression darkened. I can kill you without hockey. Leet shrugged. Very well. There are still 9 minutes and 52 seconds remaining. I eagerly anticipate your forthcoming performance, at the very least. You must allow me to shift position, yes? Otherwise, my generous invitation to you would become utterly meaningless. With a snarl, Lucci ripped off the suit enveloping him, revealing his well-defined muscles. While discarding his hat to minimize any obstruction, you wish to witness my most powerful technique? He extended his crimson tongue, licking his parched lips. Leet patted his chest. Prepare as you will. If I utter a single cry of pain, I concede defeat. With a spring of his legs, Lucci appeared behind him. It won't take long, but you will surely regret this. Leet didn't even turn around, merely feeling the weight of the breath behind him grow heavier. As a man, I admire your courage. As a warrior, I hold your tenacity in high regard. He heard Rob Lucci declare, but as your adversary, I must pity your foolishness. Prepare yourself, bold Leet. You shall perish beneath the mightiest technique of Rob Lucci. 6 styles, ultimate wheel, 6 king's spear. Lucci's fists clenched tightly, striking simultaneously in an explosive display of raw power, generating a formidable shockwave aimed at Leet's neck from mere inches away. There was no intricacy in the technique, only the primal, savage force of violence. Thus, the destructive power would be unparalleled. Bang! At this moment, he finally heard the sound of his own technique, a profoundly thunderous roar. An indescribable force of tremendous recoil surged through his entire being. It struck true. Rob Lucci's heart skipped a beat, yet another question surfaced in the recesses of his mind. Why? Were my own hands the ones that broke? Why? Was it my own body that soared into the sky? His eyes strained to look ahead, where he beheld a dark mist gradually dissipating from the man's neck. Armament hockey? Gasped. It felt as though all his internal organs had been disrupted by this violent impact. An overwhelming sense of suffocation compelled him to expel a mouthful of foul blood. Finally, Rate stood tall, gazing down upon the broken hands of the leopard, and spoke slowly. Indeed, this final move has granted me a hint of perilous aura. You must have no other tricks left, correct? The leopard clenched his fangs tightly, allowing blood to seep through his teeth. You shall not have me serve you. Rate shook his head, refraining from mocking or ridiculing such loyalty. I shall pose 3 questions to you. Ponder your inner answers. First, the 3 types of hockey, do you desire to learn them? Lucci's gaze remained steadfast, unwavering. At merely 22 years of age, given his aptitude, it wouldn't take long for him to cross the threshold of hockey. Rate continued. Secondly, do you wish for an opponent worthy of sparring with you in earnest? Lucci narrowed his eyes slightly. Within CP9, he had long surpassed any peer capable of opposing him, standing solitary at the pinnacle of his team, inevitably feeling a sense of isolation. Thirdly, if given the opportunity to tread upon the celestial dragons, the Gorosei, and the likes of Spandane and Spandam, those worthless officials of the world government, do you harbor any interest? The color in Rob Lucci's eyes finally shifted. He spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and rasped. Are you certain you would do this? Rate chuckled. If you so desire, I can leave all the officials of the world government and the celestial dragons to you. The fierce and menacing leopard gradually reverted to his human form. Rob Lucci lowered his proud head and, cradling his blood-soaked arms, knelt before him on one knee. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. Chapter 116. The Navy's greatest scandal as Rob Lucci consumed the latest parasitic seed developed by Vinsmoke. Red officially absorbed all members of CP9, with the exception of their commander. Lucci personally crushed the still-breathing head of Spandam. Khalifa, having been cured of her poison by Reiju, received several healing potions specially crafted by the board company from Baby 5, administering them to the remaining comrades. As for Lucci, with his hands fractured, he reveled in the restorative essence of Manchery, observing his injuries heal at an astonishing rate. Even the typically cold-hearted Lucci could not suppress a look of astonishment. This is truly miraculous. Rhett dusted off his trousers and resumed his seat on the wicker chair. I have heard that you joined the CP organization at a very young age and were hailed as the most brilliant warrior of the past 800 years. You must have endured hardships and darkness beyond ordinary imagination. Given your character, I presume you would not indulge in pleasure. Yet why is it that even now you have not mastered a single form of hockey? Lucci fell silent for a few moments before responding. Perhaps it is because my subsequent opponents were simply too weak. My engagements have mostly revolved around infiltration and assassination, leaving little time for focused training. Over time, I have grown accustomed to this rhythm. Rhett nodded slightly, accepting this explanation. After all, the fault likely lay with the original author. Starting today, you and your companions shall join the special training camp. You may train alongside Larson and William. William, being a user of a natural devil fruit, might help awaken your armament hockey. Lucci acknowledged this and added, Lord Rhett, I must report that we arrived in this sea region in mid-May, accompanying Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Akiji, and have been lurking in Tom's shipyard. Rhett pondered for a moment before recalling that Akiji had come to announce his appointment as the new commander of the 16th base and his promotion to Vice Admiral. Are you implying that the Navy and the world government had suspected me as early as 3 or 4 months ago? Lucci nodded. After all, not only have you sheltered the criminal fishman Tom, but you are also implicated in the case of a celestial dragon noble. The Navy and the 5 elders have prepared to initiate an investigation against you. However, the Navy headquarters, led by Sengoku, has insisted on protecting you, which is why they consented to your promotion to Vice Admiral. This time, Rhett fell into silence. Yet his resolve remained as steadfast as ever. He had embarked upon the most extreme path, leaving no room for regret. Holy Land, Mariewa, the headquarters of the world government. In this grand and opulent hall, 5 elderly figures stood or sat. They were the 5 elders, the highest authority of the world government. Before them, on the coffee table, a petite black telephone bug drooped its head, silent. It appeared that Spandam had failed. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have answered our call. A somewhat balding, rotund man shook his head and hung up the receiver. Another elderly gentleman with golden hair clasped his hands on the table and inquired, Should we not deploy CP0? Their leader possesses formidable strength, rivaling that of an admiral. The long-bearded elder seated on the sofa shook his head, stating, CP0 serves as the strongest shield for the celestial dragons and should not be mobilized lightly. Moreover, I have never believed they could match the 3 admirals of the Navy. The bald elder, arms crossed over a sheathed sword, adjusted his glasses and spoke in a grave tone. There is nothing that should remain inactive. Let CP0 be dispatched. And simultaneously inform Sengoku to send an admiral as well. If necessary, we shall not hesitate to raise the 16th Division to the ground. This time, we must eradicate this source of evil completely. Several dozen kilometers away in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was pounding the table vigorously. Have you all heard the call from the 5 elders? Akainu's fists began to exude thick black smoke as he exclaimed, a rear admiral has chosen to oppose the Navy and even the world government. This is the greatest scandal in the Navy's 800-year history. Borsellino, is this the esteemed disciple you recommended? How frightening, Sakazuki, the yellow ape remarked, though his expression remained unfazed. I recall during a meeting 2 years ago, you praised his decisive methods for eliminating pirates, calling him a model for the Navy. Akiji, arms folded across his chest, expressed his distress. The human heart is a troublesome thing. One can never predict how a promising young man will ultimately tread such a path. Sengoku slammed the table in frustration. Kazan, you just returned from the East Blue. Why did you not eliminate him while you had the chance? Akiji could not help but cover his eyes. That was his stronghold, cultivated over many years. Alone, how could I possibly destroy it? Vice Admiral Akainu could not restrain his curiosity. Kazan, with your strength, even against multiple foes, you should not have been defeated, correct? Akiji shrugged. They possess several devil fruit users, including 1 or 2 from the Logia type, William and Monet, capable of melting my ice age. Under such circumstances, a fierce-looking rear admiral with thick black hair was taken aback. The rise of Boardlet has only taken 2 or 3 years. Where has he gathered so many devil fruit users? Seated nearby was the formidable vice admiral, the ghost spider, who had once been ruthlessly beaten by Red. Little did you know, I sensed his malevolent intentions during his time at the elite camp. Regrettably, I could not investigate further, and now he has indeed become a scourge. Vice Admiral Squirrel sighed. According to the East Sea Branch's investigation, this individual has not unearthed many talents at the 16th branch. Instead, he has nurtured several henchmen from his own armed group and infiltrated the Navy with them. Furthermore, during the campaign against the Don Quixote family, he captured multiple devil fruit users, and after the annihilation of the Golden Emperor, he acquired a fortune rivaling nations, thereby significantly augmenting his power. At this juncture, Squirrel had entirely forgotten his fleeting camaraderie with Rhett and stood resolutely against him. Another individual, the stoic Vice Admiral Stolo Berry, adorned with a grand military hat, stroked his lengthy beard of over a meter. No wonder he was reluctant to remain at Navy headquarters. Had he been stationed at Marineford, he would have found it impossible to cultivate his influence so unabashedly. Once all the admirals and vice admirals had voiced their opinions, everyone's gaze returned to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. As the commander-in-chief, Sengoku would never permit a vice admiral to stray from the banner of the world government. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively rapped the table once more. Borsellino, Kazan, you shall remain at headquarters. Akainu, you will lead the charge to the East Sea. It is imperative that we utterly eradicate Board Rhett and his accomplices. Sengoku pondered for a moment, feeling a nagging sense of forgetfulness. He recalled that, aside from the inspectors Berrygood and T. Pin, he had also assigned a heavyweight presence to oversee the East Sea at the 16th branch. Yet, no matter how he strained his memory, he could not recall. Chapter 117, The Final Opportunity. Dear little Crane. I recall that there should still be 2 other old-timers from our cohort. Am I mistaken? After the meeting concluded, Sengoku remained ensnared in a quagmire of amnesia, unable to extricate himself. The chief strategist, Aihi, shook his head and remarked, have you truly aged? The only veterans yet to retire are you and I. Eh? Whose son am I? On a distant island, the revolutionary leader Monkey D. Dragon suddenly found himself engulfed in a moment of bewilderment. Just moments ago, he could not recollect the identity of his biological father. Meanwhile, at a certain branch base of the 16th Division, Ein and Binz also experienced a profound sense of confusion. Their hearts felt hollow, as if they had lost something of immense significance. This sentiment swiftly permeated among the friends, family, and disciples of Garp and Zephyr. Yet, only 2 individuals understood the underlying cause. On the island of Bold, Rhett was answering a call. Lord Rhett, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. The voice emanating from the snail phone was sweet and melodious, punctuated by the sound of juice from grapes being consumed. However, I'm uncertain if you remember this matter. Thank you for your efforts, Sugar. Rhett, possessing memories beyond the ordinary, was acutely aware of the assignment he had given her, the toys of Garp and Zephyr. You must safeguard them diligently, ensuring that no errors occur. Rest assured. Lord Rhett. As Sugar licked her fingers, she continued, they have all signed contracts with me. Regardless of their prior strength, they are utterly incapable of defying my commands. After hanging up the phone, Rhett exhaled with a slight sense of relief. Following the defeat of Don Quixote da Flamingo, he had chosen to spare Sugar's life. Not out of mere affection for her youthful appearance, but rather as part of a premeditated strategy. Sugar's abilities were nearly akin to a cheat, entirely disregarding the disparities in strength. With just a gentle touch, she could transform her adversaries into obedient playthings. Furthermore, her toy fruit possessed another insurmountable effect. It could utterly erase the existence of the individual prior to their transformation into a toy. Even someone as renowned as Garp, a legendary figure in the Navy, or Zephyr, a revered naval instructor with countless disciples, or even a criminal overlord like Doflamingo, when reduced to toys, would likely be remembered by no more than 5 individuals in this world: Sugar herself, Rhett with his dual memories, and a select few possessing unique abilities. Sengoku's decision to position the legendary Marine Garp within the 16th Division was tantamount to sending a sheep into a den of tigers. While Garp was undoubtedly the strongest candidate in the Navy, he was, in many respects, an utter scatterbrain. When a seemingly harmless young girl like Sugar offered him grapes, he would harbor no suspicions whatsoever. As for Zifa, although Rhett had a mentor-student bond with him and shared a camaraderie in resisting Weibel, he nonetheless ordered Sugar to transform him into a toy for safety's sake. Once he had thoroughly navigated through his crisis, he would release these 2 old fellows to enjoy their twilight years. Lord Rhett, the 2 inspectors from headquarters, Belagood and T. Penn, have incited a faction of the division captains and junior officers, creating a standoff against other forces. The garrison's attendant, Mice, has also reported to Rhett. I understand. Maintain this situation as much as possible and refrain from letting the junior soldiers engage. Rhett had only been managing this branch for a brief period. Although he had excelled in most aspects, for the junior Navy personnel, both the Navy headquarters and the world government symbolized not only justice, but also formidable and invincible power. To imagine that a mere branch with over 20,000 troops could resist the entire world was, in any respect, somewhat naive. Additionally, the Navy was merely a means of livelihood, devoid of the fervor or ideals characteristic of a revolutionary army. Thus, when faced with life and death decisions, individuals would inevitably weigh their choices carefully. Take Bryn, for instance. This principled Navy admiral, upon learning of Rhett's ulterior motives, swiftly convened his former subordinates to publicly sever ties with Rhett. Furthermore, the 20 or so kingdoms that had eagerly remitted special military funds to Rhett just months prior were now vociferously denouncing his recent ambitions. To add to the turmoil, 2 nations dispatched fleets to sabotage the construction of the maritime rail, only to encounter Frankie, who, in his fiery temperament, sank them all with a single cannon blast. Rhett's vast influence in the East Sea, cultivated over 2 years, now teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet, he had never anticipated that ordinary soldiers or common kingdoms would aid him in opposing the entire world. As he had often stated, in matters of this world, everything ultimately resolves through the language of strength, particularly that of supreme power. Vice Admiral Rhett, I still address you as such because I hope you can halt your reckless course and return to the right path at the last moment. On this day, Rhett received a call from Belagood. This colonel, with his voluminous hair, had executed numerous missions alongside Rhett during their time in the elite camp and had been a close companion. He hoped to save this old classmate through an emotional appeal. Faced with such a dear friend, Rhett felt deeply moved. Belagood, I am truly grateful to you. The schemes I contemplate cannot be achieved even by Sengoku. So I shall not retreat. If you still consider us friends, then promise me, until this decisive battle concludes, do not harm any soldier from the 16th branch. Barrygood was utterly astonished. Surely you cannot still believe that you can triumph in this decisive battle? With the Admiral Akainu and the leader of CP0 personally involved, what chance do you truly have? Akainu, upon hearing Barrygood inadvertently reveal the movements of the headquarters, Rhett could not help but chuckle. As for CP0, he regarded them with utter disdain. Barrygood seemed unfazed by the leak. Instead, he expressed deep concern over Rhett's nonchalance. Among the 3 admirals, Akainu is the most ruthless. Do you think Admiral Akiji would spare you? Akainu would not hesitate to eliminate hostages and civilians alike to accomplish his mission. Coupled with a plethora of vice admirals and rear admirals, you truly have no escape route. I can only once again express my gratitude for your concern, very good, but we are indeed from entirely different worlds. Rhett shook his head and ended the call with his friend. At that moment, a news bird flew overhead, dropping a freshly printed newspaper. Larson reached out and caught it, only for a few wanted posters to flutter out from its pages. Upon catching sight of the first poster, he could not suppress a cry. Boss Rhett. I've been wanted. Rhett took the wanted notice from his hands, reading the inscription beneath Larson's photo. Naval trader, former rear admiral of the headquarters, Andre Larson. Bounty of 180 million berries. As Rhett perused the accompanying description, he heard Larson emit another long gasp. He glanced at the other posters, which read, Son of the Devil. The Historian of Sin, Nico Robin, bounty of 120 million berries. Ruler of the Violent Kingdom, the Wicked Scientist, Vince Moke Judge, bounty of 200 million berries. General Manager of the Bold Armed Group, Assistant to Bold Rhett, Redondo, bounty of 150 million berries. And finally, the last poster bore his own image, former Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, Commander of the East Blue Guerrilla Fleet, Bold Rhett. Ruthlessly slaughtering 3 celestial dragons from the Charlos and Idiot families, orchestrating the deaths of Warlord of the Sea Gecko Moria and the Golden Emperor Tezelo. Harboring the world's most wanted Nico Robin and the shipwright Tom, in severe violation of Naval Headquarters orders, openly defying the world government. Oppressing member nations of the world government, committing heinous crimes beyond measure, with a bounty of 5 billion berries, dead or alive. This undoubtedly marked the highest bounty ever recorded in the annals of the world government. Chapter 118, Conquering the East Sea. The Black Dragon Must Perish. A bounty of 5 billion berry. Upon gazing at his wanted poster, Rhett could not help but chuckle in disbelief. Due to the Navy headquarters' inability to procure a recent photograph of him, they resorted to affixing an old promotional image to the bounty notice. In this picture, Rhett appears exceptionally gallant and dashing, leading anyone who beholds it to perceive him as an unparalleled hero. As the news of Rob Lucci and others' recent betrayal had not been promptly relayed to the world government, figures like Monet, despite being part of the Don Quixote family, remained obscure. Consequently, their names did not grace the wanted list, leaving only a meager 6 notorious criminals, Rhett, Robin, Gaji, Larson, Redondo, and William, recognized by the Navy. Indeed, his Lieutenant William was once an unremarkable lieutenant colonel, yet due to the vital intelligence provided by Akiji, he, possessing the steam fruit, had ascended to a notorious status with a bounty of 200 million berry, a natural-type devil fruit capable of melting ice and snow, at the port of Marineford. Just as he boarded the warship, Admiral Akainu donned his great coat. Let us witness whose temperature reigns supreme, whose powers are more formidable. Behind him, dozens of high-ranking officers, some invigorated while others appeared languid, leapt onto the battleship, with a few familiar faces exchanging playful banter. Indeed, these senior Navy officers, despite being forewarned of their foes' ferocity, still entertained doubts, believing Sengoku was exaggerating. A 5 billion berry bounty? How could such a formidable criminal possibly emerge from the East Sea? This was merely a diversion by the world government and Navy headquarters to obscure their own ineptitude. What? You assert that the Black Dragon Rhett could easily overpower a Vice Admiral in the elite camp? Vice Admiral Dalmok had already declared that it was merely his overconfidence. Overconfidence? How could that be considered a defeat? Where is Vice Admiral Dalmok? A brigadier general inquired. A silver-haired brigadier general, with 2 cigars clenched between his lips, snorted. Releasing a massive smoke ring from his nostrils, he has long since boarded the first fleet bound for the East Sea. His desire for vengeance blazes fiercely. Oh. Vice Admiral Virgo, you have arrived too? Called by name, Virgo had already shed his unsightly watermelon hairstyle in favor of a clean, spirited shortcut. Yet remnants of an unfinished hamburger clung to the corner of his mouth. He cast a glance at the young brigadier general, nodding slightly. Brigadier General Smoker. I assumed you would not venture to the East Sea. The notorious smoker known as the White Hunter exhaled another cloud of smoke. I am aware that I am certainly no match for that individual, but as a former comrade, I at least wish to see him one last time. If possible, I would be willing to retrieve his remains. Virgo cast a complex glance at him. Under the wrath of Admiral Akainu, I seriously doubt whether he will even have a corpse left behind. Look over there. Smoker. He gestured towards another warship not far away. Do you see that man? Smoker was taken aback. That is, the warlord of the sea. The Fishman G. Bay? Virgo nodded, As a member of the Fishman tribe, if Jinbei finds himself in the ocean, I fear even an admiral or the four emperors would be unable to contend with him. As a devil fruit user, you certainly understand how formidable he is. Smoker's expression sharpened slightly. Boardlet is also a devil fruit user. If he wishes to engage in naval warfare, he would likely be completely countered by Jinbei. Virgo turned to the broader sea, casually remarking, besides Jinbei, Admiral Akainu has also ordered another warlord to join the fray, who happens to be another nemesis of the Black Dragon. Smoker paused in surprise. Who else? Virgo grinned. The Empress of Amazon Lily. Boa Hancock. What normal man could remain unmoved by the world's most beautiful woman? Though his words carried a somewhat ambiguous connotation for some reason. His smile bore an undercurrent of savagery. Smoker fell silent, merely exhaling smoke in a contemplative manner. The fishman Jinbei could assist the Navy in completely sealing off both sea and land, trapping Let on a desolate island. Furthermore, the Empress Hancock's abilities are even more lethal. Any man, or even woman, who harbors the slightest infatuation for her will be turned to stone. In the eyes of all, Let, who dared to oppose the world for the sake of Nico Robin, is undoubtedly a man entranced by beauty. How could he possibly resist the allure of the world's most beautiful woman? Smoker suddenly felt a pang of concern for his old comrade. The Navy, boasting millions of troops, is undoubtedly the largest military organization in the world. When they assemble the elite from each branch, even the strongest of the four emperors in the past decade, Whitebeard, would find it challenging to contend with them. The most iron-fisted of the three admirals, Akainu, leads 2 warlords of the sea, 5 rear admirals, 20 captains, and an innumerable number of officers, with over 50 warships, all set to sail in 3 grand fleets from Marineford and bases G1 and G2 towards the East Blue. The world government and Navy headquarters seem determined to re-establish their supreme authority through this great war, and they spare no effort in the media coverage. They not only do not conceal their intentions, but have also conducted comprehensive reports for an entire week in the World Economic News, ensuring that all member nations and Navy branches are aware. This is the fate of those who betray the world government. Once the Navy's greatest genius, he has now become the world's enemy. How did Sengoku's designated successor fall to such depths? The child of the devil. The true culprit behind the annihilation of the Black Dragon is, astonishingly, a woman. Let us enumerate the 7 grave sins of Bold Red. Audacious and reckless. The murderer of 3 celestial dragons is none other than he. Moria is wronged. Tozolo is wronged. Who, under the guise of justice, ruthlessly slaughters the 7 warlords of the sea. The Navy is furious. The world government is enraged. The Gorosei are incensed. The Black Dragon must perish. Bold Red. The ingrate. He deserves the harshest of fates. The advancing Akainu. Who can withstand the wrath of the Navy's mightiest admiral? The Second Fleet of the Navy has officially entered the East Blue. A divine force descends. The 16th Division has surrendered before even engaging in battle. They are utterly crushed. The Black Dragon's momentum has waned. The World Economic News has released a special edition for women. The most infatuated man in the world. He kills celestial dragons for her, slays the warlords, and now stands against the entire world. On Bold's main island, Red is perusing several pieces of intelligence. He never anticipated that the 16th Division would become the main force in the confrontation. He had essentially written them off from the start. His true strength undoubtedly lies with his armed faction. Over the past 2 years, the Bold armed group has expanded into a colossal entity with over 50,000 members, adeptly navigating the East Blue's vast waters through various business opportunities. At this moment, they are strategically dispersed, relaying the Navy's movements to Ret with utmost efficiency. The relatively weaker members, Robin, Baby 5, Noki Gao, Nami, Khalifa, and even Belmare and Ajian, are all engaged in intelligence gathering, ensuring that he maintains a fundamental grasp of the Navy's activities. Of course, he is aware that such a grand display of force is not meant to conceal their whereabouts. The truly elusive entity is, in fact, CP0. Yet, he is not the slightest bit concerned. He even anticipates that CP0 may arrive at his stronghold before Akainu does. Lord Red, Khalifa adjusted her glasses and reported, Lucci has just awakened his armament hockey during training. Ret nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Excellent. He has not disappointed my expectations. Come forth, CP0. Come forth, Akainu. Chapter 119. The first batch of guests during my time at the elite camp. I always believed that even if I was not the most formidable elite, I was at least a first-rate genius. After all, individuals like you, who master 6 skills in a month and awaken haki within half a year, surely belong only in the realm of legends. Yet now, I have come to the sobering realization that I am merely an ordinary person. After Rob Lucci and Morgan Williams awakened their armament haki in succession, Andre Larson finally admitted this fact with a hint of despondency. They were only 2 or 3 years apart in age, each possessing paramecia, zoan, and logia-type devil fruits. However, after more than 10 days of rigorous training, Larson alone had failed to awaken haki. His combat prowess was already the weakest among the trio, and now he was even further outclassed by the other two. Even the werewolf Gabra surpassed him in physical skills, which was a blow to Larson's pride. Yet, Raid offered him a comforting smile. There's no need to rush. With your potential, awakening haki is merely a matter of time. By the way, what do you think of the new weapon I had Frankie and Judge create for you? With the Navy already advancing, the Ice Mountain and Frankie's maritime train project could no longer proceed. Thus, Raid had them collaborate with the Vinsmoke family's research institution to bolster the defensive capabilities of the Boulders Islands. Undoubtedly, Frankie was a genius in weaponry, having inherited the design blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluton from Tom. Meanwhile, Judge's family had long been studying high-tech battle armor, capable of significantly enhancing physical attributes when worn. The amalgamation of these two strengths would make the creation of several groundbreaking new weapons a rather effortless task. Larson lifted the new weapon from behind him, feeling somewhat resigned, and said, I am a sniper, yet you are treating me as if I were a frontline assault soldier. The sniper rifle that he had always kept by his side still hung at his waist, but in his hands was a rather heavy machine gun. Raid glanced at him. Since you lack armament haki, the bullets you fire cannot inflict substantial harm on a vice admiral or admiral. It would be better to allow you to fulfill some role while simultaneously training your arm strength. Larson shrugged. Boss, you need not worry about my pride. You possess Conqueror's haki. Even if a Kainu brings numerous soldiers, a mere glance from you would render them incapacitated, foaming at the mouth. There is no need for me to clear the area. Raid could not help but chuckle. You, my friend, are quite self-aware. His expression shifted slightly before returning to normal. The first batch of guests. They have arrived. I heard that CP9 has been completely annihilated, and Spandam's fate remains uncertain. What a cause for celebration. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about that fool's wretched state makes me want to laugh for a whole minute. He often assumes that having a father figure grants him immunity from adversity, yet, at all times, it is the strength of oneself that truly prevails. Unless one is born into extraordinary privilege, such as the celestial dragons. Indeed, you are correct. The clandestine organization known as CP has brazenly approached the vicinity of Rhett and his companions. This is not the largest main island of the Boulders, but rather a desolate islet, uninhabited and repurposed as a training and combat arena. After all, the Boulders Islands are the culmination of Rhett's efforts, and he would not wish for them to be ruined by the flames of war. They must have already discerned our presence, considering that man possesses profound mastery over observation haki. But what does it matter? Now that we are here, he shall never behold the sun of tomorrow morning. Perhaps he will not even witness the moon tonight. Indeed, you speak the truth. These individuals, who never reveal their true selves, don flowing white robes and wear masks of various designs, clearly accustomed to their veiled identities. One diminutive man among them slightly raised his head. Someone approaches. It turned out to be you, Rob Lucci. Before them stood the 3 formidable members of the former CP9, Lucci, Kaku, and Gabra. Bruno, Lion Esma, and Owl, with their combat prowess below 800, could merely stand at the back providing support, while the weakest, Khalifa, did not even make an appearance. Lucci regarded the short man with a hint of scornful amusement. Tim Blackley, I never imagined a watchdog like you would venture beyond Mariewa. It seems Lord Rhett has indeed posed a threat to those celestial dragons. Dubbed a watchdog, Blackley, the man in question, merely chuckled. The so-called strongest genius in CP9. Rob Lucci has chosen to ally with a criminal from the East Blue. Such a revelation is truly astonishing. We are left with no choice, Lord Blackley. Gabra, the werewolf, hastily interjected. Blackley did not even spare him a glance. Another CP0 member interrupted sharply. Silence. You lack the standing to converse with Lord Blackley. Blackley continued to fixate on Lucci. Where is that fool Spandam? Lucci slightly lifted his right foot. I turned him into mincemeat with this very foot. Do you have any objections? Blackley twisted his neck. That cannot be. How shall I explain this to Lord Spandane? Rob Lucci? Lucci bared his teeth in a cold smile. You need not concern yourself with that matter, for you too shall perish here. Suddenly, his form surged. doubling in size as his garments tore apart, transforming him into a spotted leopard. Blakely burst into laughter. Are you truly prepared to engage with me? Unlike that worthless Spandam with a mere combat value of 8, I am the highest-ranking official of the CP organization, and I possess the greatest fighting prowess. The money leopard exhaled a breath of hot air. Your words are excessively verbose. Let us commence. Blakely's entourage comprised a mere 7 individuals, all evidently elite assassins. The trio known as the Ruchis each confronted one opponent, while Bruno and his companions managed to subdue a fourth through sheer numbers. As for the remaining 3 adversaries, the ironclad Frankie took charge of one, the high-tech-clad Gaji handled another, and Monet, accompanied by Baby 5 and Reiju, dealt with the final foe. Meanwhile, Red had set up several sunshades nearby with his most trusted core members, comfortably observing the unfolding spectacle as a bystander. Larson, while setting up his sniper rifle, shook his head. Indeed, they are CP0. All 7 of them are wielders of devil fruits. William's demeanor was far more serious. 1 bat, 1 porcupine, 2 zone types. The remaining 5 must be paramecia types, I presume? Redondo perhaps felt the least confidence, for his current capabilities ranked at the bottom among Rhett's team. He quietly cautioned, Sir. Reports indicate that the first batch of Navy warships has entered within 1,000 kilometers and is expected to arrive at the battlefield by tomorrow morning. Rhett nodded but displayed no apprehension regarding the Navy's arrival. Instead, he patted Larson's shoulder. Since you have readied your sniper rifle, do not squander this opportunity for real combat. Barely had his words faded when Larson pulled the trigger. Bang. Chapter 120. The Pride of a Man. Bang. Larson's sniper bullet struck a robust man squarely in the chest, unleashing a spray of crimson blood. Through rigorous training, the dual-accelerated sniper round had significantly enhanced its lethality, though it could not obliterate the formidable opponent's head. It was nonetheless capable of inflicting considerable damage, or at the very least, causing a distraction. However, the brawny man, resembling a wild boar, wiped the blood from his chest, straightened his back, and transformed into a massive, spiky porcupine. Life returns, a barrage of arrows. A rustling sound filled the air as this porcupine unleashed a multitude of sharp quills in all directions. Naturally, William and Monet, both capable of elemental transformation, were unperturbed. The sturdy men Lucci, Gabra, Frankie, and Gaji could withstand the onslaught with their robust bodies or equipment, but the delicate-skinned young ladies, such as Reiju and Baby, could only evade in disarray, eliciting cries of alarm. A porcupine? My greatest fear. Gabra chuckled ominously, activating his abilities to transform into a colossal gray wolf. The 2 ferocious beasts immediately clashed in a fierce struggle. While the porcupine epitomized raw ferocity, the flying bat exhibited remarkable agility. Lucci, lacking the powers of a devil fruit, relied solely on his formidable leaps to engage his opponent, managing to hold his ground for the time being. Among the other 5, each displayed distinctive abilities. Some could enlarge their body parts, others could unleash powerful electric shocks, despite not being able to transform into electricity. Some could significantly slow down their opponent's attack speed, and one appeared capable of inducing illusions through sound. As for their leader, Blakely, he possessed nearly invincible defensive capabilities. He could completely deflect any physical attack, even sending it back to the assailant. And Rob Lucci was a purely physical combat warrior. After just a few exchanges, Lucci was already covered in wounds, while his adversary remained unfazed. Lucci, do you know why you were constantly trampled by that fool Spandam? Blakely taunted. It's because you were even more foolish. You are well aware that my abilities can rebound all attacks, yet you still come to your own demise. William rose from beneath the sunshade. Sir, allow me to handle him. Compared to a purely physical type Zoan fruit, his steam abilities were evidently more advantageous. Ray glanced at Lucci, who was clearly outmatched, and concurred with William's suggestion. Aside from myself, only you and Monet can inflict damage on him. William nodded slightly, transforming into a plume of steam and soaring toward the battlefield. Yet, before he could intervene, he heard Lucci's icy voice. Get lost, William. This is my battle. Should you dare to intervene, you shall henceforth be my foe. William squinted, wishing to convey that this was not the moment for bravado, yet upon meeting Lucci's unyielding gaze, he ultimately relented, redirecting his focus towards other adversaries. With William's formidable presence and Larson's long-range marksmanship, the tide of the confrontation swiftly tilted irreversibly. William unceremoniously reduced the flying bat to mere desiccated remnants, subsequently using his residual force to incapacitate the hulking man capable of enlargement. while Larson seized the opportunity to eliminate the mental assailant causing confusion. The pressure on Rhett's side was significantly alleviated. To his astonishment, Lucci, the leopard, possessed an unexpectedly fierce pride. Larson shook his head, reluctantly retracting his sniper rifle. 3 of the 7 enemies had already been neutralized, even with the numerical advantage. It sufficed to rend the remaining 4 to shreds. His long-range support was no longer necessary. After all, Rhett's initial intent was for the newly joined members of the original CP9 to demonstrate their prowess, while simultaneously affirming their loyalty, akin to submitting a declaration of allegiance. Having concluded his supportive task, William returned, wiping the blood from his hands. Upon hearing Larson's words, he too shook his head. That Blackley is not merely a reflector. His armed hockey is quite formidable. My elemental abilities would likely have little effect on him. Lucci must be aware of this, hence the reason for my withdrawal. Larson opened his mouth. I see now the disparity between us. Rhett chuckled as he patted William on the shoulder. You are overthinking it. That leopard is merely acting out of a man's dignity. The group erupted in laughter. At that moment, the snail phone overseen by Robin rang. Is Lord Rhett there? This is Sergeant Leo of the Dongtada tribe. Robin glanced at her partner, smiling as she replied, Lord Rhett is right here. Leo, what is the matter? Lord Rhett had previously requested us to gather intelligence on the Sky Island, and until now, we had made no progress. However, just recently, our reconnaissance unit discovered a vast expanse of Sky Island, teeming with enormous flora and fauna. Rhett was momentarily taken aback as he took the receiver from Robin. Leo, where is this Sky Island located? Lord Rhett. Leo's voice rose slightly. It is not far from the Boulder Islands. Approximately 2 days of flight would suffice to reach it, though they have been gradually advancing, making it impossible to pinpoint an exact location. Rhett pondered briefly. The 2 days spoken of by the diminutive tribesmen would equate to merely 3 or 4 hours of travel for the miniature ship's Black Dragon. As for the opponent, only an aged golden lion stands in their way. You all have done exceedingly well. Leo, the Dongtada tribe boasts the bravest warriors. He sincerely praised the delightful little folk. After all, his initial remark had been rather casual. The sources of information were quite vague. And the sky was so vast that locating the golden lion was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Were it someone like William or Larson in his place, they might have grown somewhat complacent after numerous fruitless attempts. Only the innocent and kind-hearted little people would persist with such dedication for so long. Moreover, the situation faced by Rhett was exceedingly dire. Former naval subordinates and vassal states had turned their backs, yet the little folk remained steadfast in their obedience to his commands, making their loyalty all the more commendable. Lord Rhett has rescued our entire Dongdadak clan from the depths of despair. Your grace is rivaled only by Rolando. This is the least we could do. Leo's voice rang clear. Lord Rhett, what shall we do next? Shall we continue to follow this floating island? Rhett nodded. Let the scouts wait a moment. I shall be with you shortly. After ending the call, Rhett lightly stomped his foot and rose from the wicker chair. Suddenly, a massive black dragon, measuring 10 meters in length, emerged in the sky, flapping its wings and ascending gracefully. A black dragon. Are you ready to strike? Blackley, who had initially felt assured of victory, was now grim-faced. His companions had retreated under the onslaught of the enemy, leaving only himself and the rugged porcupine to endure. Should Rhett deliver a decisive blow at this moment, Blackley would stand no chance. In truth, the leader of CP0 deeply regretted his earlier carelessness. He should not have been so complacent, nor so greedy for immediate gains. He ought to have waited for the main forces of Akina to arrive before resorting to ambush and assassination tactics to reap his rewards. Lucci also gazed at the black dragon, Lord Rhett. His words were interrupted by the howling wind. I leave these individuals to you. Can you handle it? A semblance of a smile appeared in Lucci's eyes. Of course. The great black dragon nodded at him, its wings suddenly beating with vigor as it soared into the heavens. Lucci wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring fiercely at his opponent. Let us continue our duel, Blackley. Chapter 121. The Flying Pirate, Golden Lion high above the sea, at an altitude of several thousand meters. A collection of islands of varying sizes languidly floated in the sky. Upon the largest of these islands stood a classical Japanese-style edifice, resplendent and regal, reminiscent of a royal palace. In the garden of this magnificent palace, a peculiar conversation unfolded among a few individuals. Hey, Indigo, is the research not yet complete? Queried a man with golden hair that cascaded like a lioness mane, nearly reaching the ground. Clad in a bright yellow kimono, he exuded an air of authority. Yet there was an unfortunate flaw. Due to the passage of time, his head was entirely bald, save for a wooden ship's wheel affixed to his forehead. This was none other than the legendary pirate Shiki, known as the Golden Lion, who had once forced the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, into a corner, single-handedly obliterating a significant portion of the Navy headquarters. He was the only individual in history to have successfully escaped from the infamous Impel Down prison, earning his place alongside Roger and Whitebeard in the annals of piracy. In addition to the ship's wheel adorning his head, Shiki's legs were amputated at the knees, replaced by two double-edged swords that clinked melodiously as he ambulated. This was the price he paid for his escape from Impel Down, to free himself from the sea stone. He had severed his own legs. Indigo, a pallid man with dark blue hair, donned sunglasses and a blue scarf, draped in a white lab coat. His feet emitted a peculiar hissing sound, akin to that of air-filled cushions, which caused Shiki to furrow his brow in annoyance. With animated gestures, Indigo elaborated, "Captain Shiki, there is no need for haste. Our research is proceeding smoothly, and preliminary results indicate remarkable success. The island's fauna have indeed become more ferocious, displaying astonishing aggression. It won't be long before we can unleash them upon the world below." As they conversed, a well-dressed chimpanzee stood nearby, seemingly engrossed in their discussion, even clapping its hands in enthusiastic approval. Shiki turned to regard the comical creature, his eyes nearly welling with tears. "My mother." Indigo swiftly slapped his forehead. "Your mother has long since passed." Shiki rubbed his eyes, his expression a mix of relief and lingering regret. "What a fright you gave me. Haraha. Oh dear." Suddenly, an alarm reverberated through the palace, as several pirate minions rushed in, flustered. "Captain Shiki, the surveillance snail has transmitted an image. There's an intruder on the island." Shiki merely acknowledged this with a casual "oh," devoid of any semblance of panic. After all, for a renowned top-tier pirate who had made waves 2 decades prior, such trivial matters were hardly worthy of his concern. He merely inquired, "Have you discerned the situation? How many foes do we face?" His subordinates exchanged glances, each reflecting the trepidation in their eyes. "There is but one." Roar. Hiss. Howl. What a fantastical world this is. Rhett, solitary upon his obsidian dragon, traversed the perilous jungle. While he was ostensibly alone, he was accompanied by a diminutive member of the little folk, Leo, who served as a guide. They beheld a colossal mantis, exceeding 20 meters, engaged in a fierce struggle with a black bear, while a spotted saber-toothed tiger and a terrestrial octopus lurked menacingly nearby. Yet, upon noticing Rhett's presence, these extraordinary beasts inexplicably converged upon him. A golden eagle, a robust python, an irascible dinosaur, a giant centipede stretching over 100 meters, a swarm of voracious ants, a 3-meter-long stinging wasp, and gray rats with incisors exceeding a meter, alongside scorpions as massive as cranes, all manner of gigantic creatures, from fowl to insects, emerged in a frenzy. Alas, such monstrous beings, often measuring dozens of meters in length, were unprecedented for the less than 10-centimeter tall little folk. Even the intrepid Leo could not suppress his pallor and trembling legs. The foul breath of these monsters enveloped them, and the venomous snake, closest in proximity, nearly struck Rhett. Yet, to Leo's astonishment, all the creatures suddenly halted in their tracks. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of resounding thuds, the once menacing beasts toppled, their eyes rolled back in defeat. Could it be the conqueror's hockey? Through the omnipresent surveillance of the telephone worms, the Golden Lion and his subordinates witnessed this peculiar spectacle. The telephone worms, too, succumbed to the hockey's influence, interrupting the transmission. The conqueror's hockey? The extraordinary force that emerges once in a million? The minions erupted into fervent discussion. Shiki's countenance grew momentarily grave, yet he maintained his air of arrogance. Laughing boisterously, "Ha ha ha! Open the gates, let me behold what mere trifles the weakest East Sea can muster." His laughter echoed within the palace when a voice pierced the heavens. "There is no need for such formality, Shiki." The cigar between Shiki's lips quivered, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. This fellow arrived with remarkable swiftness. Regaining his composure, he activated his float fruit ability, soaring outward from the palace like a feather. "You dare to tread upon my territory, arriving alone?" The youth of today truly seem increasingly oblivious to their own mortality. He gazed upward at the black dragon suspended in the air and coldly uttered a remark. With the powers granted by the devil fruit, he could certainly ascend to the skies, matching the dragon's altitude or even looking down upon it, yet he refrained from doing so. That would be an act befitting only a 3-year-old child. "Gold Lion Shiki, allow me to introduce myself. I am Bold Rate, formerly a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Now a notorious criminal with a bounty of 5 billion berries. Rate commanded the Black Dragon to descend slowly, ultimately dissipating into a cloud of dust amidst a cacophony of astonishment. Shiki maintained a composed demeanor as he regarded him. A bounty of 5 billion berries? What nonsense are you spewing? Even during my time with Roger, we barely reached such figures. Rate shrugged nonchalantly. I have slain 3 celestial dragons and 3 warlords of the sea, and I have successively defeated 2 squads of the CP organization. Do you think I am unworthy of such a bounty? You dared to kill celestial dragons? That certainly explains it. Shiki nodded for the first time, the helm atop his head swaying in response, but his focus shifted to another term. You mentioned warlords of the sea? What is that? Rate smacked his forehead. Realizing he had forgotten that long before the establishment of the warlords, Shiki had retreated to Sky Island, thus becoming oblivious to the events below. Otherwise, with the extensive media coverage during this period, Shiki's subordinates would at least have recognized Rate's striking visage immediately. He addressed Shiki's inquiry. They are pirates acknowledged by the government, possessing the legal authority to plunder other pirates. Shiki scoffed. Is there such a thing? Then what brings you here? Rate smiled lightly. If my guess is correct, you harbor a deep resentment towards the world below. Which is precisely why I have come alone to invite you, to become my subordinate. Together, we shall rebuild the world. Suddenly, his golden locks stirred without a breeze, the veins on Shiki's forehead throbbed. And even the aged spots at the corners of his eyes appeared unusually pronounced. Am I hearing this correctly? You, a mere child yet to fully mature, dare to ask me to be your subordinate. Rate shrugged once more. Is that your refusal? Shiki bared his teeth. Leaving no room for negotiation, if you wish to rebuild this world. I alone am sufficient. Your presence is utterly unnecessary. Chapter 122. Elegy for the Lion. The azure sky suddenly darkened ominously. A gust of wind arose. Quickly, gather the laundry. The solitary village atop the floating island stirred with a flurry of activity. The villagers bore a striking resemblance to those from other regions. Yet they were distinguished by the clusters of white feathers adorning the outer sides of their arms, as if they could ascend into the heavens at any moment. Was that the golden lion Shiki? Someone gazed towards the distant sky, faintly perceiving 2 figures in constant motion. With whom was he locked in combat? For over a decade, these villagers had endured the relentless scrutiny of the golden lion, suffering from oppression and exploitation. The able-bodied members of their households had all been conscripted, leaving behind the elderly, the weak, and the ill, who could scarcely cultivate even the most basic sustenance, rendering nearly all of them gaunt and dispirited. Furthermore, the golden lion's monopoly on the vital resource known as IQ subjected these villagers to incessant assaults from poisonous gas and ferocious beasts. Whenever the golden lion's research made advancements, they would invariably become the prime subjects of experimentation. An elderly woman cradled her young granddaughter, turning her gaze towards the ominous clouds on the horizon, her murky eyes devoid of vitality. Whoever you are, please vanquish the golden lion. Wave. The golden lion launched a kick from midair, unleashing 2 blades in place of his calves that emitted fierce sword energy, crossing in a cruciform trajectory towards the enemy nearby. A faint black aura enveloped Rate, who stood his ground without flinching, allowing the 2 strikes capable of cleaving mountains and splitting seas to collide with his body, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke in an instant. Do not provoke my amusement, Shiki. He flicked his white shirt with nonchalance. A calm smile gracing his face. Unleash the fervor of your rivalry with Roger, or you shall meet a most dreadful end. Shiki's eyes darkened with a fierce intensity as he expelled the cigar from his mouth. You, boy, dare to compare yourself to Roger? To demonstrate my respect, I shall wield my weapons against you. After all, you are indeed a connoisseur of the sword. Rate continued to smile, raising his right hand with poise. Then called out softly yet assertively, Sword, come forth. A branch materialized in his palm. The branch, approximately 1.45 meters in length, twisted and turned, with a small fork at its tip, still bearing a slightly yellowed leaf. In comparison to Shiki's renowned swords, the cherry blossom and the withered wood, it exuded no grandeur whatsoever. This is your weapon. Shiki laughed in rage. It seems I have truly been underestimated. No, Rate shook his head earnestly. I, Bold Rate, have never wielded a weapon in my lifetime. You are the first enemy to receive such an honor. Although he spoke the truth, Shiki's eyes blazed with fury. Should I feel honored? Rhett shook his head. I shall grant you one more opportunity, if you join my ranks. I can assist you in removing that ludicrous helm and employ the most advanced restorative elixirs to restore you to your former glory. What say you? Dream on." Shiki roared like a lion, unleashing a flurry of sword energy that descended like a torrential downpour. Lion's thousand valleys cut. Yet, Rhett remained unfazed in the face of the deluge of strikes. To me, the difference between 2 sword energies and 200 is negligible. With a mere sweep of his arm, the branch in his hand sliced through the air, sending forth a crescent-shaped shockwave that effortlessly severed the multitude of attacks aimed at him. For the first time, a bead of sweat appeared on Shiki's forehead. "What sort of swordsmanship is this?" Rhett smirked. "I have never trained in swordsmanship. I merely condense my physical strength in haki, projecting it outward. What of you? Why do you not employ haki?" Shiki tapped his head lightly. "This helm has burrowed deep into my neural pathways, even connecting with my brain marrow. Excessive use of haki would only hasten my demise." Rhett gazed at him with a hint of pity. Aging, physically weakened, deprived of his legs, unable to utilize haki, and with his reaction speed significantly diminished due to the helm's influence, even his vision plagued by blurriness and double images under such conditions. How could he possibly unleash his peak potential? He contradicted his previous words, extending yet another invitation. "Shiki, join my ranks. I can truly help you remove the helm. I can even cure Zifa's severe asthma. Moreover, I have access to a user of the surgery fruit." In his vision, Law's surgery fruit could easily accomplish this seemingly perilous task, while Mancheri's healing fruit, combined with his own unique cultivated fruits, could bring Shiki as close to his zenith as possible. His desire to recruit Shiki stemmed not only from the rarity of such formidable strength, but also from a sense of compassion for a tragic figure. Shiki's plight was lamentable. Having completely subdued Roger, he faced an inexplicable storm that led to his entire fleet's demise. In his quest to ascertain Roger's fate, he boldly stormed the Navy headquarters, only to be subdued by Garp and Sengoku in a 2-on-1 struggle, subsequently imprisoned in the Great Prison of Impel Down, where he demonstrated extraordinary resolve by severing his own legs to escape. Yet, when he finally endured the humiliation and meticulously plotted for 20 years to return and annihilate the world, he was felled in an instant by a straw hat-clad boy who had not even mastered haki, shattering his grand ambitions once more amidst yet another tempest. To a certain extent, Shikabaiser deserves more sympathy. His plight seems to illustrate a profound truth. Fortune truly plays a significant role. Faced with yet another solicitation from Rhett, Shiki resolutely declined. "Zephyr? Who is that? Ha ha ha. Have you ever heard of a lion succumbing to man?" He erupted into laughter, his age spots quivering slightly upon his cheeks. Once a lion submits to humanity, he ceases to be the king of beasts and becomes merely a domesticated kitten. Ha ha ha. With a dramatic flourish of his hands towards the heavens, he bellowed, "You wish to tame me? You have a long way to go. Come forth and face my mightiest strike. Lion's might, dominion." As Shiki's thunderous roar reverberated, the entire Melview Sky Island trembled violently. The ground seemed to upheave in an instant, and towering mounds of earth, nearly 50 meters high, surged forth around Rhett, advancing upon him like a colossal wave. At the forefront of these mounds, a formidable formation began to coalesce into the figures of hundreds of lions, each opening their gaping maws, intent on tearing him to shreds. "Prepare to die." Shiki's aura surged to its zenith in that fleeting moment. A fierce black energy erupted from the lions, signifying the manifestation of armament haki. Rhett observed the encroaching black lions in silence, his 3-colored haki coalescing rapidly, and with a swift motion, he swept the branch in his hand outward. A visible wave of energy radiated from him, akin to ripples upon a water's surface. With a resounding thud, it was as though a measure had been taken. The hundreds of black lions were simultaneously struck at their noses by the sword-like energy, causing the immense earth to shatter completely. Suddenly, a jet of blood erupted from Shiki's head, blossoming into a tragic spray in midair. Gritting his teeth, he extended his trembling right hand to touch his barren scalp, a chilling realization settling in his heart. "Roger," Shiki suddenly shouted to the sky, "I am unwilling to accept this." Perhaps the intensity of his emotions reopened his wounds, for once more, a dreadful spout of blood erupted from his head. He swayed unsteadily, yearning to utter more, yet ultimately lost control of his body, plummeting rapidly. This once legendary pirate, who stood alongside the Pirate King, ultimately transformed into a fleeting meteor in the sky. Chapter 123. The most beautiful woman in the world. Upon the tranquil waters of the East China Sea, a fleet of 10 warships surged forward at full speed. A soldier reported to Admiral Darmetia, "Admiral, We have entered the core waters of the 16th Division. The dignified Dalmatian, adorned with a spotted cap, nodded gravely. Maintain vigilance. Do not let your guard down. Unlike other Zoan-type users, who occasionally shift from their beast forms, the Dalmatian, possessing the Inu no Mi, dog form, consistently maintained his hybrid state, perhaps as a form of training, similar to how Goku and his son kept their Super Saiyan forms before the climactic battle against Cell, ensuring their bodies adapted to the rigors of combat. Generally speaking, after consuming a Zoan fruit, the user inevitably exhibits traits of the corresponding animal. For instance, those who consume ferocious beast fruits tend to become stronger and more ferocious, while avian types become agile and swift, and insect types exhibit greater dexterity and mobility. Take, for example, Lucci, who consumed the leopard fruit and is known for his aloofness, or Gabra, the gray wolf, who is characterized by cunning. Though these traits do not universally apply to all users, the Dalmatian breed is marked by three prominent characteristics: elegance and majesty, heightened vigilance, and an undeniable fondness for the opposite sex. Just moments ago, Admiral Dalmatian wore a serious expression, but in the next instant, he gazed foolishly at the woman aboard the same warship. Hancock, would you honor me with your company for lunch? His request was met with a sharp rebuke. Spotted dog, keep your distance. She was a young woman in her 20s, with a cool demeanor that belied a hint of alluring charm. Tall and fair-skinned, her long black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Clad in audacious, breezy attire, she revealed the soft curves of her bosom, while a long skirt, split at the waist, unabashedly showcased her perfectly sculpted legs to the world. This is the world-renowned beauty, the queen of Amazon Lily, the Empress, Boa Hancock. Just the scent of her presence is overwhelming. If only I could have a moment with her, my life would be complete. Such thoughts are beyond my wildest dreams. Just a single taste of her foot would suffice to fulfill my deepest desires. Hey, hee. I have Hancock's foot bath water from 10 days ago. Despite having traveled the Grand Line together for over 10 days, each sighting of Hancock still ignited fervent excitement among the ordinary soldiers, causing even those stationed in the lookout towers to steal glances away from their posts. Those comrades, who share a bond akin to that of siblings in ordinary times, now find themselves in a fierce contention, even resorting to violence to secure a more advantageous position closer to Hancock. Boa Hancock, having grown up in a home devoid of warmth, is undoubtedly a figure afflicted by psychological trauma. Sold into slavery along with her two sisters to the celestial dragons during her childhood, she bears profound emotional scars. As she matured, she developed an extreme animosity towards men, becoming obstinate and imperious, convinced of her unparalleled beauty, though this may indeed hold a grain of truth. Do not be so heartless, Hancock. Des Bones, his face flushed with a faint pink hue, inhaled the subtle fragrance in the air, his senses intoxicated as he staggered towards Hancock. I have heard an age-old saying from the ancient lands of the East Blue. It takes 10 years of cultivation to share a boat, and a century to share a bed. Our meeting on this vessel must surely be fate. Hancock regarded him with disdain, her resolve unwavering as she unleashed her power. Sweet, sweet wind, with her hands forming a heart shape across her chest. A breathtakingly beautiful and captivating pink light emanated from this heart-shaped gesture, revealing a stunningly alluring valley. Des Bones found himself utterly entranced, his gaze fixated, nearly drooling. Yet, from that mesmerizing valley, a radiant pink glow suddenly burst forth. Des Bones, already spellbound by her charms, came to an abrupt halt, both he and his canine companion transforming into lifeless gray statues. He was not alone. On the deck of the ship, over 100 curious Marines had also succumbed, becoming mere stone figures. What an ugly man. Hancock tossed her hair back, elegantly crossing her legs as she settled into a chair at the bow of the ship. Sister, this cannot be right. Perhaps you should reconsider the Marines. Her two younger sisters, Sonda Sonia with her emerald locks and the robust Marguerite, voiced their concern. Unlike their fiercely independent sister, they still harbored a sense of trepidation towards the Navy and the world government. Silence. Hancock rarely heeded the opinions of even her own siblings. With a decisive wave of her hand, she declared, "These men who dared to tarnish my dignity with their filthy hearts must be punished." But he is a vice admiral. Sonda Sonia expressed her worry. Hancock leaned back, her form almost bending into a graceful arc. "Whatever I do shall be forgiven, for I am simply too beautiful." Before she could finish her proclamation, the sky suddenly darkened. Moments later, a colossal shadow descended from above. Boom. Boa Hancock's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, only to behold an island, crashing down directly. No, not just one. Over 20 islands, plummeting like a meteor shower upon the surface of the sea. The massive waves continued to churn as Hancock gasped for breath. She had exerted every ounce of her strength to barely preserve the lives of herself and her two sisters, each of them possessing the powers of a devil fruit. And should they fall into the sea, their fate would surely be grim. Yet, despite this, her form was already drenched by the splashing waves, the delicate fabric clinging tightly to her skin, accentuating the contours of her vulnerable physique. Sister, what on earth is happening? Sandersonia and Marigold were both filled with trepidation. Just moments ago, they had witnessed that small island directly smash their warship into the depths of the ocean. The statue-like figures of Vice Admiral Das Bones and hundreds of Marines were reduced to dust upon the first impact. Over 20 islands had seemingly fallen from the heavens simultaneously. Such an occurrence was beyond anything Hancock had ever heard of. Hancock managed to calm her racing heart slightly, rising to her feet. Beneath them lay one of the recently fallen islands, still swaying unsteadily, mirroring their anxious emotions. Regardless of her status as the formidable warlord of the sea, the imperious empress of Amazon Lily, or the world-renowned beauty, in the face of such a terrifying natural disaster, her power felt utterly insignificant. A sudden shadow enveloped Hancock's face. Could it be? Would there be another? Already exhausted, a sense of despair washed over her, yet she could not help but gaze upward. Her pupils constricted sharply. It was not another falling island. Rather, it was a figure descending slowly. Due to the sunlight glaring from above, Hancock could not discern the person's features, but she heard a voice, tinged with surprise, exclaim, "You are Boa Hancock." Hancock instinctively took a step back. "Who are you?" The man did not respond immediately. Instead, he clicked his tongue appreciatively. Such a physique. Truly perfect. How rude. Though Hancock was never averse to showcasing her form to the world, being openly admired by a stranger while drenched was somewhat infuriating. Sweet, sweet wind. Another burst of pink light shot skyward, only for Hancock to be astonished to see the man, as if forewarned, swiftly evade the imminent strike. As she prepared to launch her second attack, the man's voice rang out once more. "I see. Sengoku has summoned you, one of the warlords, specifically to deal with me? It must be said, this indeed is a brilliant strategy. No wonder he is a sagacious general of the warring states." Hancock was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure. "You are the Black Dragon?" Bold Rate finally descended upon the ground, surprised that he could utilize these small islands to utterly annihilate the First Fleet. Although there was little to celebrate, it was an unexpected delight. He gazed at the only three sisters of Hancock who had survived, slowly nodding. "I am the target you wish to eliminate, Bold Rate." His eyes roamed unabashedly over the enticing figure of Hancock, and with a smile, he inquired, "Though you hold men in disdain, as a gentleman, I must remain courteous, Hancock. Would you prefer to rest for a while or engage in battle with me directly?" Hancock bit her lip. "I have a question." She then asked, "Did you truly kill 3 celestial dragons?" Rate raised an eyebrow. That was merely the beginning. Chapter 124, Boa Hancock breaking news. The world's most formidable espionage organization, CP0, has been utterly annihilated. The first fleet of 10 warships dispatched to the East Sea has met a watery grave. Vice Admiral de Meisheng and nearly 10,000 naval personnel have vanished without a trace. The warlord of the sea, Boa Hancock, has been captured by the Black Dragon, transforming the world's most beautiful woman into a mere plaything of the world's most notorious criminal. In a stunning turn of events, during the fierce battle, the Black Dragon even found the time to eliminate the legendary pirate, Gold Lion Shiki. Boldly, REIT declared, "Akainu, come and meet your demise." Just as he entered the East Sea, Akainu slammed his hand down, shattering the table before him. His body trembled with barely contained fury. As thick black smoke began to seep from his palm, "Damn the Black Dragon! I shall tear you to shreds." Seated opposite him were 2 admirals, Ghost Spider and Stallo Berry, both staunch hardliners aligned with Akainu's ideology. Stallo Berry, whose skull towered over a meter, pondered deeply while stroking his long beard. The complete destruction of CP0 and the advance forces troubled him greatly. While the loss of CP0 is regrettable, how could Vice Admiral de Meisheng, who has previously suffered from underestimating the enemy, be so easily defeated? Ghost Spider, with a countenance resembling a malevolent spirit, furrowed his brow, adding, "Moreover, his ship carried a warlord of the sea. The Empress's abilities are nearly the bane of all men. How could the Black Dragon remain unscathed with her assistance?" Virgo, Lurking behind them, ominously remarked, 10 warships have sunk to the depths, yet only the Empress and 2 others have survived. This raises suspicions. Is the Black Dragon truly that formidable? Or did Vice Admiral de Meisheng face betrayal from his allies? Akainu's expression darkened, nearly dripping with ink. As he cast a glance at another warlord of the sea aboard the ship, Jinbei, clenching his fists instinctively. Jinbei sensed the scrutiny and, though he had not betrayed anyone, took a few steps back, feeling uneasy under Akainu's gaze. With a heavy grunt, Akainu's suspicion deepened. Jinbei, should you engage in any suspect behavior on the battlefield, I will show you no mercy. Jinbei met his gaze without offering any defense or retort. As a representative of both the fishmen and merfolk, he had joined the warlords of the sea to alleviate the racial tensions between Fishman Island and humanity, thus he wished to avoid conflict with an admiral. However, this certainly did not imply he feared any opponent. Before joining the warlords, he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 250 million berries, equivalent to 15 million yuan. Prior to REIT's crossing over, this hardly seemed remarkable. After all, in certain cities, such an amount might scarcely be enough to purchase half a house. On September 18th, 3 days had elapsed since Rhett had slain Shiki. During this brief span, Rhett not only subdued Hancock but also facilitated the relocation of the entire village from the small settlement on Melville Island to the Boulder Archipelago. The villagers, eager to escape the toxic gas and ferocious beasts that plagued their island, were undoubtedly willing to comply, especially given Rhett's demonstrated prowess that had decisively vanquished the Golden Lion. Even if they had reservations, what recourse did they possess? The scientist Indigo, resembling a jester, was entrusted to Kaji, understanding the significance of scientific advancements. Rhett was reluctant to eliminate this researcher outright. Instead, he urged them to compile the research findings amassed over the years concerning the Golden Lion, in hopes of garnering some assistance for the impending conflict. Fear-stricken, Indigo dared not withhold any information. Before Kaji had even prepared the instruments of interrogation, he dutifully presented all his research findings, leaving Kaji with a sense of emptiness. Upon receiving the report, Rhett was somewhat familiar with the terms daft green and IQ. Yet he attentively listened to Kaji's explanation. Indeed, my lord, both substances are extracted from 2 plants on the Sky Island. Daft green, an intensely toxic gas emitted by a tree, permeates the human body through the nasal passages or skin, rendering breath-holding futile. A common person exposed to daft green for more than 5 minutes faces a grave risk of survival. Conversely, IQ, derived from a small flower, effectively neutralizes the toxin from daft green. According to Indigo's research, they have enhanced IQ into SIQ, which significantly stimulates biological growth. The colossal and ferocious beasts on those Sky Islands are influenced by this hormone. He concluded with enthusiasm, if SIQ were injected into my clones, we would create an unstoppable legion of super soldiers. Rhett pondered the colossal monsters, often reaching several dozen meters in height, and suddenly recalled a crucial detail. The genius scientist Vegapunk's assistant, the nefarious scientist Caesar, was indeed engaged in research on gigantism in the original narrative. However, it appeared that Indigo and Shiki had already completed similar studies. Could it be that this jester-like individual possessed a talent for technology that surpassed even Caesar's? Perhaps he should be spared, at least for the time being. The threat of Akainu had yet to draw near, yet Rhett was acutely aware of the looming crisis. I am the most beautiful woman in the world, Boa Hancock. Even women are captivated by my beauty. Echoed a laugh in the hall, infuriatingly brash. Young men like Larson and William were left speechless, while even the middle-aged men, such as Kaji and Redondo, swallowed nervously. Even the venerable Brooke, in his 80s, hurriedly approached with an ingratiating expression, inquiring, Miss, may I have the pleasure of admiring your undergarments? Hancock tossed her hair lightly, filling the room with a sweet fragrance, and replied, I have never worn such things. What? Brooke's skull resonated with a tremendous crash, only to be blown apart by a burst of white steam. Sanji, who had stealthily appeared at some point, gushed blood and fainted on the spot. Sweet wind of delight. A pink, peach-shaped halo rapidly expanded, transforming most of the individuals in the hall into stone statues. Hancock, somewhat surprised, glanced at Raid on the sofa, stating, I should have hit you. Raid swirled the wine in his glass, wearing a calm smile. Had my heart not been claimed and my resolve unwavering, your move would indeed have been fatal. Hancock gracefully settled beside him. I find that hard to believe. A sweet, fragrant breeze wafted into Raid's nostrils, causing this conqueror who had vanquished the Golden Lion to feel a twinge of tension. Why? Hancock delicately traced his lips with a finger as pale as a scallion, sending shivers coursing through Rate's body. She giggled, licking the crimson liquid that clung to her finger. Is this wine? Or blood? Rate shrugged, averting his gaze. I am merely a man, and maintaining composure in the face of your allure is no simple feat. If you do not wish to be my woman, then simply fight for me with sincerity. Robin, sitting across from them, raised an eyebrow and remarked with a smirk, so, what you imply is, if she desires to be your woman, you would not refuse. Rate grasped her left hand, feeling a hint of coolness. What I mean is, in light of the threat posed by the Admiral, bolstering our ranks with formidable strength is what I truly anticipate. Noki pouted, her gaze lingering on Hancock's chest. This newcomer seems even more ample. What to do? She's not even 15. Gargi, having regained consciousness from his stone state, wiped away drool and suddenly recalled another matter, glancing at his daughter, who had just begun to blossom, with a face full of despair. It's over. My grand aspirations to be Lord Rate's father have now crumbled. How could a girl like Leiji, still so young and unformed, ever compare to a mature lady of 22? Chapter 125, The Arrival of Akainu. September 20th. Is he not here yet? Akainu's mood was reaching a boiling point. Known for his unwavering authority, he even discarded the Admiral's navy cloak, exposing his robust torso. Rear Admiral Stalaberry answered in place of the navigator. Only 2 days remain. Admiral Sakazuki, you are being overly impatient. Akainu let out a long sigh. I can no longer wait. I must personally tear this traitor to shreds. The justice of the Navy must never again suffer such humiliation. On the Bold Islands, Rhett was visiting the injured Rob Lucci. During the battle with CP-0, aided by the fortuitous alignment of circumstances, nearly everyone easily triumphed over their opponents, primarily through sheer numbers. Yet Lucci emerged gravely wounded. Despite consuming various healing potions and Manchuri's special restorative essence, he could barely manage to rise from bed 5 days later. Apart from Lucci's former companions, others could not comprehend his mindset. His adversary was the supreme commander of CP-0 and all CP organizations. While not widely renowned globally, intelligence from the world government and the Navy indicated that those capable of holding such a position were invariably formidable. There were even claims that the commander of CP-0 possessed strength rivaling that of the 3 admirals of the Navy. To speak candidly, given Lucci's recent awakening of haki, he would undoubtedly be no match for Akainu, Kizaru, or Akiji in a one-on-one confrontation. Nevertheless, he steadfastly refused assistance from his companions. From Rhett's perspective, 2 primary reasons could account for this. First, Lucci, undeniably the strongest individual within CP9, had been overshadowed by Spandam, a figure whose combat prowess was even below that of a common soldier, causing him to feel belittled within the entire CP organization. By choosing to confront the most powerful adversary in CP, Blackley, he likely sought to prove that he was never inferior to anyone. Second, as Red had previously mentioned, Lucci was the most gifted warrior CP9 had seen in 8 centuries, and he had never wasted a moment. Yet, in his 20s, he still had not awakened his haki. Perhaps this was merely due to his prolonged immersion in darkness, accustomed to assassination, poisoning, and kidnapping, rarely engaging in pure challenges against truly formidable foes. Thus, he resolutely dared to challenge Blackley, risking his life in the process. It was also his farewell to his dark past. I deeply apologize, Lord Red. Due to my stubbornness, I fear I may not be able to engage in battle immediately. At that moment, Lucci, wrapped in bandages, was remarkably composed. I have heard that you have consecutively slain the Golden Lion Shiki and the First Fleet of the Navy headquarters. Rhett nodded. Shiki is no longer at his peak. Killing him was not difficult. As for sinking the Navy's fleet, that was merely an unintended consequence and not worthy of boasting. Do not concern yourself with my predicament. Even if Akainu were to arrive, he would not be able to slay me. However, Lucci was far from optimistic. Akainu is the most iron-fisted and resolute of the 3 admirals at the Navy headquarters. And according to the world government, he is deemed the most formidable among them. Surely, you do not believe that a mere empress could beguile him? Observing Lucci's serious demeanor, Rhett could not help but chuckle. Allow me to share a joke with you. Lucci, bewildered, replied, Huh? Rhett extended a finger. The once mighty Shiki the Golden Lion, who cornered the Pirate King, ironically met his end when a wooden ship's helm pierced his skull at the zenith of his power. Lucci's eyes widened as he pondered. Are you suggesting that even the mightiest of warriors can be caught off guard? Rhett laughed and shook his head. I have heard another tale of a certain powerful individual rivaling the strength of the Navy's fleet admiral, who was felled in slumber by a colonel from a mere branch. Furthermore, there is yet another story. A notorious pirate lost an arm to a small fish from the East Blue, and just a few years later, managed to rise to the ranks of the four emperors with only one hand. In this world of chaotic logic, why should I be certain I cannot defeat Akainu? Perhaps, as Sakazuki lands ashore, he might unexpectedly slip and meet his demise upon the rocks. Today is September 22nd, and the Second Fleet from the Navy headquarters has finally entered the waters of the 16th branch, led by Admiral Akainu. They are poised to besiege the greatest trader in Navy history, Black Dragon Boat Red. In this monumental battle will be broadcast live by yours truly, Snow Russell. Surrounding the Second Fleet are several medium-sized vessels closely following. This is the reporting ship of the World Economic News, carrying at least 50 journalists and millions of logistical personnel. With none other than the owner of the newspaper, Morgans, personally overseeing the operation, underscoring the gravity of their endeavor. Morgans, known as Big News, is a bald eagle who, while igniting a cigar, anxiously surveyed the sea, simultaneously issuing commands through a walkie-talkie, spread the ships out, and ensure all image-transmitting insects are recording. We must capture the scene from multiple angles. Perhaps due to political considerations, both Fleet Admiral Sengoku, situated far away in Marineford, and Admiral Akainu, who leads the charge, have tacitly approved the presence of these reporters. CP9, CP0, and the advance team from Barley Town have all experienced setbacks. They are in dire need of a victory to restore their dignity. Report: a warship has been spotted 10 kilometers ahead. It bears the flag of the Black Dragon. The lookouts suddenly cried out, causing the entire fleet to heighten their vigilance to its utmost. Akainu also perked up, taking a pair of binoculars from an aide to scrutinize the distant warship closely. Through the lens, he beheld a somewhat familiar young visage, adorned with a sneer of disdain and a triumphant smirk. He could hear the voice of his adversary drifting towards him from afar. Akainu, is this all the force you bring? The audacity of the provocation had not yet dissipated when, from the opposing warship, a colossal flaming fist suddenly soared into the air. Fire Fist. This fiery assault took Rhett by surprise. After all, in his recollections, Akainu had seldom unleashed his strength. Given his limited record of achievements, he was renowned for his prowess in close-quarter combat, making such a distant offensive an unexpected deviation from his usual strategy. Of course, that extraordinary move, the Meteor Volcano, was a unique skill. Yet, despite his astonishment, when the inferno-fueled fist hurtled towards him, Rhett displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he ascended slightly into the air, executing rapid vacuum slashes with each foot, forming a cross shape that met the fiery fist head-on. This technique was an enhanced version of the Gale Foot, rooted in the foundational moves of the legendary Shiki, the Wave Slash. Boom. Akainu was not so naive as to believe a mere punch would obliterate his opponent. It was merely a display of his might. After traveling nearly 10 kilometers, the power of the flaming fist had diminished significantly. With a resounding thud, the magma-infused fist was cleaved into 4 pieces by the incoming waves of energy. Chapter 126. The fragile mast chased them. The Navy's grand flag continued to flutter in the sky as Akainu issued the command for a full military assault. However, aside from the flagship that possessed an independent power system, the remainder of the fleet, consisting of dozens of warships, relied solely on wind-powered sails. Larson, with but a single sniper rifle, severed the main mast of 13 naval vessels. Although these ships would not immediately ground themselves, their maneuverability was significantly compromised, rendering them incapable of keeping pace with Akainu's command ship. Moreover, the cursed Larson, even during the retreat, refused to abandon his sniping. Bang! Ping! His firing speed had reached its zenith. Even someone as formidable as Akainu seemed powerless against bullets traveling at speeds exceeding 20 kilometers per second. While he could shield his flagship, he could not protect the other dozens of warships. Damn it! Akainu could only continue to swing his fists, launching scorching fire punches towards the enemy, attempting to disrupt Larson's aim. Yet, the intervals between his attacks were far longer than those of a sniper rifle, allowing Larson to exploit the moments of evasion to sever over 20 masts. How's that, Captain? Larson slightly caught his breath, turning to Rhett for acknowledgement. Rhett glanced at the third of the enemy fleet that had already been incapacitated and nodded slightly. In terms of marksmanship alone, you could be considered top tier. He was not merely praising Larson. In truth, the sharpshooter's skill had never failed to impress him. From the moment they encountered one another, Larson had fired 40 shots, of which 6 were intercepted by Akainu, the Spider Demon, and others. In the remaining 34 shots, each bullet struck and severed a mast. This meant that he had rendered 34 warships instantly incapable of maneuvering. Akainu's main fleet comprised 30 vessels, and with reinforcements gathered from various branches along the way. They totaled over 80 ships. Yet, with merely a sniper rifle, Larsen had ensnared nearly half of their forces in a quagmire. Most crucially, the astute Larsen had targeted almost exclusively the flagship vessels of the Navy, as the elite warships of the main fleet slowed their pace. Would the ships from the East Sea branches dare to pursue the infamous Black Dragon that dominated their waters? Cowardly wretches! Is this your grand strategy, Black Dragon? Akainu roared in frustration. Rhett's voice echoed from a distance. Do not make me laugh, Akainu. If you truly possessed courage, why bring so many men? Were I in your position, with but a single speedboat, I could sweep through the new world. Do not overestimate your own sense of justice. You, like the other Navy members, proclaim absolute justice yet remain merely a watchdog cloaked in the guise of righteousness. With a sudden twitch at the corner of his mouth, Akainu tore off his shirt and commanded his subordinates. Prepare the assault boats. General Sakaski, the Ghost Spider and others were taken aback, hastily advising. This is merely the enemy's provocation. We must not fall for their tricks. If we maintain our steady and methodical approach, victory is assured. There is no need to act impulsively. Indeed, the Boulder Islands are not going to ascend into the heavens. If we position ourselves appropriately, we can annihilate them entirely with our artillery. Before they could finish their discourse, they were met with the fierce gaze of Akainu. I remained composed. Akainu's eyes were not bloodshot, and he was still capable of conversing normally. Here, we have a general, 3 vice admirals, nearly 20 rear admirals, and even more commodores. Along with a warlord, the high-end combat capabilities from Boulder, Let, are far inferior to ours. In such circumstances, why should I allow him to act so arrogantly beneath my very eyes? Narrowing his eyes, he gazed toward the receding Black Dragon ship and issued a stern command. Notify Vice Admiral Fire Burn Mountain, temporarily transfer command of the fleet to him. Stolo Berry, Ghost Spider. Take half of the rear admirals and commodores and accompany me on a speedboat to pursue the enemy. Observing Akainu's resolute determination, everyone could only respond with respect. Yes. General Sakaski, Boss Led, just as planned. Akainu has come after us with his elite forces. Larsen, crouched in the lookout tower, reported below, taking a few shots as well. However, against combatants of the rank of Rear Admiral and above, his rapid-fire sniping was unlikely to inflict any substantial harm, let alone affect the General Akainu, who possessed the magma fruit. William, stationed beside Led, promptly dialed a snail phone. Evacuate all non-essential personnel from the island immediately. Led glanced back at the small black dots rushing across the sea and chuckled softly. William, do you feel any tension? William paused for a moment before responding. Considering we are up against a Marine Admiral, feeling a bit nervous is quite normal, right? Let's lips curled into a smile. Indeed. I am quite anxious as well. What if I accidentally kill Akainu? Would Sengoku come personally to eliminate me? Thousands of miles away in Marineford. Within the military conference hall, Fleet Admiral Sengoku gazed intently at the images on the large screen, visibly tense. Apart from the troops led by Akainu, almost all the remaining officers of Rear Admiral rank and above had gathered in this hall, holding their breath as they focused on the unfolding battle. Occasionally, someone would speak, but only in hushed tones. Chief of Staff Akainu shook his head slightly. Sakaski has indeed become enraged. He should not have abandoned the main force to pursue the enemy alone. Kizaru appeared somewhat unconvinced. A general, 2 lieutenant generals, nearly 30 brigadiers and commodores, along with the formidable 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbi, who excels in naval combat. Such a formidable force, even if they were to underestimate their opponents and fall into a trap, should still be sufficient to turn the tide of battle, shouldn't it? Akiji remained silent, his gaze fixed on the screen, quietly observing Akainu's silhouette. The discord between him and Akainu was well known across the world. He vehemently disagreed with Akainu's ironclad principles and unwavering sense of justice, yet he acknowledged the latter's unfathomable strength and indomitable spirit. In certain respects, the naturally lazy Kizaru could not rival the resolute Akainu. Even as adversaries, Kizaru did not believe that such an Akainu would be bested by a mere 20-year-old novice. They had just landed on this very island. As the landing craft steadied, Akainu swiftly leaped ashore, accompanied by the sound of splashing water. Over 30 elite troops sprang from the speedboat, including Brigadier Virgo, Commodore Smoker, and even Zephyr S. former right-hand man, now promoted to Brigadier, Saza, the first to disembark. Akainu did not rush headlong into battle. Instead, he meticulously surveyed the island's terrain. There was no need for haste, nor for underestimation. He smashed a boulder obstructing their path with a powerful punch, stating in a deep voice, "As long as we proceed with our usual caution, there shall be no adversaries before us." Chapter 127. Arson in the Mountains. Sitting at the bottom of the dungeon, with a resounding roar, a colossal red-eyed gorilla, towering at 50 meters, abruptly leaped from the thicket. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of the ghost spider, who pushed him aside, the creature would have trampled a nearby brigadier general into a mere puddle of flesh. "What manner of monster is this?" someone shouted. Yet their attention was diverted from another direction where an equally gigantic giant mantis was soaring low across the ground at an alarming speed. In a flash, the mantis effortlessly severed one of his arms. Ag. The agonizing wails echoed along the coastline, but before his comrades could tend to his injuries, they were met with the sight of a menacing black scorpion, a ferocious dinosaur, a savage saber-toothed tiger, an electrified griffin, a monstrous python rivaling the size of mountains, and a horde of insatiable man-eating ants, all rushing forth like a train of destruction. As they beheld the multitude of bizarre creatures encircling them, even seasoned generals like the ghost spider and Stolo Berry could not suppress their pallor. "Damn it, these monsters!" Remain calm. As an admiral of the Navy, the sight of these beasts did not render Akainu helpless. He widened his stance slightly, inhaled deeply, and unleashed his fist towards the heavens. Whoosh! Boom! Accompanied by a cacophony of air being torn asunder, torrents of molten lava transformed into colossal fire fists plummeting from the sky, crashing down upon the menacing beast like meteorites. In a mere blink, the coastline was engulfed in a hellish sea of lava, sparing only the position of Akainu and his men. Meteor volcano. Despite the ferocity of the beasts, they still retained their innate fear of fire. Moreover, Akainu's technique was akin to that of a true natural disaster. In an instant, the creatures that had besieged them fled in terror, leaving behind only a few charred, smoke-emitting carcasses. Major Medic, Brigadier Hippo, immediately attend to the injured. Stolo Berry seized the opportunity to command his two subordinates skilled in medical care. Although the skirmish with the beasts had been brief, for junior brigadiers had sustained varying degrees of injuries, particularly the unfortunate brigadier whose arm had been severed by the mantis, utilizing beasts to obstruct our path. Such a despicable tactic. Akainu scoffed coldly, striding forward without casting a glance back at his injured subordinates. Among the 3 admirals of his fleet, he was inherently the most unyielding. Should anyone stand in his way, even his own men, he would not hesitate to obliterate the obstruction with his fists. Just as Akainu resolved to pursue further, a distance emerged between him and his subordinates. As the determined Akainu advanced, he was suddenly struck by an unsettling sensation. He whirled around, only to hear a sweet, yet slightly arrogant voice. "Melu, Melu. Sweet wind, sweet, sweet gone foam." Akainu's temples throbbed in response. "Wah what? Damn it. Boa Hancock." Emerging unexpectedly, Hancock had just unleashed her most fundamental technique. Anyone who felt the slightest admiration for her, even women, would be petrified by this sugary, sweet wind. Those subordinates who had landed alongside Akainu were caught completely off guard, succumbing to her charm. "Your allure seems insufficient." A composed male voice resonated from the shore, yet no figure was visible. Annoyed, Hancock tossed her long hair, discovering that 5 Navy soldiers remained conscious before her. In the very moment she activated her ability, the spider demon wrapped herself in hair like a spider. Stolo Berry plunged a small knife into his left hand, and Smoker, following suit, stabbed himself in the abdomen with a blade infused with sea stone to alleviate his carnal desires through pain. Aside from these 3, the fortunate ones included Cusack and Virgo. The former yearned for achievements while the latter harbored dark, undisclosed intentions. Hancock's beauty and form, even if multiplied tenfold, would scarcely touch his heart. Yet, apart from these 5, the remaining 30 or so individuals lost all capacity for movement. As for the warlord of the sea who had accompanied them, Jinbei, he had already vanished without a trace. Fong of the underworld. The ever-composed Akainu finally erupted in fury. In an instant, he transformed into a seething mass of molten lava, charging towards Hancock with unstoppable force. He sought to deliver a lethal blow to the former warlord of the sea who had betrayed the Navy and the world government. As the mightiest admiral, he possessed unwavering confidence in his strength. For someone of his caliber, a mere 70 or 80 meters was a distance to be crossed in the blink of an eye. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Hancock vanished from Akainu's sight, as if she had seamlessly melded into the ground. "You shall not escape." Akainu forcefully altered his trajectory, hurling his wrathful fist towards the earth. With a thunderous roar, the soft soil of the coast was shattered by the searing lava. A massive crater, over 20 meters deep, formed within a 50-meter radius of Akainu. Nevertheless, he still failed to locate his intended target. Inadvertently ensnaring his petrified subordinates, dozens of stone statues tumbled into the chasm along with the collapsing ground, unable to revert to their original forms, though not shattered. These sailors are all slain by your hand, Akainu. The voice of Ryder seemed to emerge from the depths of the earth, echoing hauntingly in Akainu's ears, only serving to intensify his wrath. In a fit of fury, Akainu unleashed a powerful punch upon the ground where the voice had originated, creating a chasm over 10 meters deep. Yet, apart from the scattered earth, there was nothing to be found. Consumed by rage, Akainu continued to strike the ground violently. His voice hoarse from his incessant bellowing. Come out. Show yourself. What kind of man lurks in the shadows? Ryder's voice rang out from afar. Akainu, spare yourself the effort. Pack your belongings and return to Marineford. In light of your diligent service as a naval officer, I shall grant you a reprieve today. A reprieve, you say? Chasing the voice, Akainu delivered another devastating blow from above, the ensuing heat wave charring trees 50 meters away into cinders. Yet he still could not locate that accursed adversary. Akainu, do you not sense something peculiar about yourself? The voice resounded once more. Unfazed, Akainu charged ahead, delivering a fiery punch to the ground, resulting in a colossal explosion reminiscent of the earth shattering. As the dust settled, he gradually rose from the ground, only to be met with a wave of dizziness. How is this possible? Akainu's heart raced with caution. With his monstrous physical prowess, even a prolonged battle against an emperor-level foe would not leave him fatigued. Yet after merely 5 or 6 strikes, how could he feel exhausted? He scanned his surroundings with a swift glance, and aside from the scorched trees, nothing appeared amiss. Trees. Akainu's pupils involuntarily constricted. How could he forget the very ability that bold Ryder excelled in, manipulating plant life? Great fire eruption. Akainu held his breath, his fists transforming into magma, mercilessly striking the suspicious trees around him. The searing flames rapidly spread among the towering trees, filling the air with an ominous scent. A mere hint of toxic flora, how could it possibly? Boom. Just as Akainu began to utter a word, his legs inexplicably weakened, causing him to kneel upon one knee. A strange laughter echoed around him, as the formidable Admiral Akainu found himself kneeling here. Did he travel such a long distance only to arrive famished? Enraged and humiliated, Akainu raised his right arm, only to be astonished to discover that, unbeknownst to him, a patch of green, moss-like skin had sprouted on the back of his hand. Ryder's laughter lingered in his ears. Our acquaintance has not been brief. So allow me to gift you something, if you do not mind. Akainu struck the ground with a forceful blow, causing it to shatter. Yet he was met with a violent cough, although the toxic trees had nearly been incinerated by his flames. The venom known as mad green had already infiltrated his organs through the air and his skin. The reason Ray that had yet to reveal himself was to await the opportune moment for Akainu's poisoning. While it may prove challenging to lethally dose Akainu with mad green in a short span, it could certainly weaken him. For this toxin is one that even the fiercest beasts would avoid. Akainu's reflexes had noticeably slowed. He leaped out of the crater he had created, his feet landing precariously on the ground. Yet this time, he was greeted by a crisp and chilling crack. An unprecedented wave of weakness coursed through his entire being, compelling him to glance downward. Just moments ago, a pair of sea prism stone shackles had silently emerged from the earth, firmly fastening around his feet. Damn it! Sea prism stone is the natural enemy of devil fruit users, and even one as formidable as Akainu finds himself powerless against it. Then, he heard a sharp whoosh behind him. Sunlight. Inferno. Sizzle. Sizzle. Akainu lacked the strength to bend or sidestep, as 2 golden beams of light pierced through his back with unrelenting force. Chapter 128. The public declaration. With a resounding crash, Sengoku inadvertently smashed his fist into the desk before him, sending his pet goat scurrying in fright. Sakazuki. The once drowsy Akiji fell to the ground in shock. Kazara could not help but remove his sunglasses, his face a mask of astonishment. The admirals and vice-admirals were equally unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Through the image-transmitting snail in Fujitora's grasp, they had witnessed every event unfold in the East Sea with stark clarity. Ever since Akainu had set foot on the island, the target of his pursuit, Board Red, had not even made an appearance yet. The esteemed Marine Admiral had succumbed on a battlefield that had been entirely his own. An icy chill coursed through nearly everyone present. How could such a battle exist? Vice Admiral Tantata trembled as he clutched his head in despair. Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Akainu gazed at the fallen Akainu, the wrinkles on her face deepening as she murmured, Board Red has grown to this extent? As the high-ranking officers of the Marine headquarters in Marineford oscillated between shock and despair, the image on the large screen abruptly shifted. A robust vine ensnared the barely conscious Akainu, dragging him toward the feet of a figure. Sengoku's spirit surged, his fists clenched once more. Board Ret. When Ret finally emerged onto the ground, Smoker's emotions were undoubtedly the most complex among them. Smoker regarded this former close comrade, now wishing only to pulverize him into a pulp, to guard against the onslaught of the virulent green toxin. Red's body was cloaked in a thin layer of black clay as he leisurely dragged Akainu toward Smoker and the others. Long time no see. Esteemed generals of the Marine headquarters, he greeted, a faint smile gracing his lips. To Smoker and the others, this smile appeared as sinister as that of a demon. I expected you all to rally with cries of avenge Admiral Akainu and rush toward me. Yet, you seem far more composed than I anticipated. Giant Spider and Stolo Bell exchanged glances, each noticing the subtle green hue slowly spreading across their forms. Such formidable toxins. Stolo Bell exhaled deeply. Upon witnessing Akainu's poisoning, they had immediately activated their haki to resist, though the effects appeared less than significant. This toxin, while potent, will not inflict substantial harm if you return for treatment at once. This is my counsel. Red observed them, speaking slowly, before extending a finger to point at Virgo, unleashing a powerful finger gun with full force. With a sickening thud, Virgo had no time to react as a gaping wound the size of a bowl erupted from his chest. The heart and left lung were instantaneously obliterated. Unless he immediately underwent bodily transformation, there was no escape from death. You, Smoker and Dashiji could not help but take a step back. Virgo. But he was our comrade in the elite camp. Rayleigh flicked his fingers, as if attempting to rid himself of the non-existent taint of blood. Allow me to clarify. Virgo is an undercover agent of the Don Quixote family, embedded within the Navy. Whether you choose to believe this or not is of no concern to me. He paid no heed to Smoker and the others' reactions, instead turning his attention to the Din Mushi in Dashiji's hand. I have one more thing to say. In 3 days, I shall publicly execute Akainu in Logetown, and you are all welcome to attend. The Din Mushi transmitted Sengoku's voice. Filled with fury yet eerily calm, Board Rayleigh. Are you declaring war on the entire world? Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I have always held you in high esteem and am immensely grateful to you. Therefore, I am willing to offer you one final opportunity. Rayleigh's smile seemed to radiate even more brightly. Within 3 days, eliminate all officials of the world government who have committed crimes, as well as those lofty celestial dragons. If you find it too difficult to take action, you may arrest them all and leave their judgment to me. The Din Mushi trembled violently. Do you think you are a god? Rayleigh shook his head. I am certainly not a god, but those who sit in Mary Geos are certainly no creators either. What is the essence of the Navy's justice? Ponder my words carefully. I eagerly await your response. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Whoosh. With that, Rayleigh vanished into thin air once more, leaving Ghost Spider, Smoker, and the others to sigh deeply as they could only retreat in disarray. Before departing the island, they did not forget to bring along the scattered rubble, though. With Hancock having relinquished her powers, those Navy officers could not possibly be restored. Upon their return to the fleet, the remaining Vice Admiral of the Burning Mountain and nearly 10,000 Navy personnel were engulfed in sheer panic. Admiral Akainu has been defeated and captured. He is to be publicly executed in 3 days. Over 30 elite officers have dwindled down to just 4 of you. Board Rayleigh merely raised a finger. The Vice Admiral of the Burning Mountain lit a cigar, furrowing his brow as he inhaled deeply. As if to alleviate his anxiety, just after you departed, a colossal whirlpool emerged on the sea, rendering us unable to advance. In retrospect, it is highly probable that Jinbei was orchestrating this delay. Ghost Spider borrowed a cigar from Smoker, the esteemed Shichibukai, having slain Moria, Trafalgar, and even swayed Jinbei and Hancock. This system now appears quite the farce. Stalaberry joined in the conversation, exclaiming, Indeed, what a jest. Alas, this jest was orchestrated by none other than the esteemed Marshal of the Warring States. Smoker, with a cigar clamped firmly between his teeth, was enveloped in a haze of smoke, pondering aloud. The Black Dragon has proclaimed his intent to publicly execute Admiral Akainu in Logetown. Might the headquarters and the world government intervene to rescue him? The 3 vice admirals fell into a profound silence. Throughout this operation against the bandits, the Navy and the world government had deployed 2 CP units, 1 admiral for vice admirals, and the elite forces of 2 warlords of the sea. Yet they had failed to eliminate even a single enemy. Instead, they had been utterly overwhelmed. 2 vice admirals slain, One admiral severely injured and captured, CP-0 annihilated, CP-9 absorbed. And 2 warlords of the sea turned against them. To add insult to injury, that wretched black dragon, amidst such a precarious battle, managed to soar into the sky and casually slay the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion. Stolberry bit down hard on his cigar and exhaled a long plume of smoke, declaring, "We have reported all developments to headquarters. Now we must await the Marshal of the Warring States Command for our next course of action." The most senior among them, Fire Mountain, let out a heavy sigh, remarking, "I never anticipated that events would escalate to this extent." Chapter 129, The Compromise of the 5 Elders in Light of the Navy's Retreat. Barry Good and T. Penn, alongside other officers such as Fire Mountain, temporarily withdrew from the waters. Rate regained command of his 16th Division. Rather than exacting vengeance on those easily swayed subordinates, he offered them the choice of voluntary retirement, while providing encouragement to steadfast allies like Torres and Gerard. Rate had long understood that his most reliable support lay not in sheer numbers, but in the formidable capabilities of his strongest subordinates. Without a doubt, Rob Lucci stood as the mightiest among them, followed by William, with Larson barely qualifying as a significant general. Now, his ranks were further bolstered by 2 fierce warriors, Boa Hancock and Jinbei. "Boss, you didn't mention before that we were to execute a Kainu in Logtown," Larson exclaimed, his voice echoing in the steamy bathhouse. Rate stretched lazily. "I only just thought of it. Tomorrow, you shall send men to prepare in Logtown. And remember to clear out all the locals." Larson hesitated for a moment before finally voicing his concern. "Boss, even if the 16th Division returns to our command, Logtown is not our territory." Rate shrugged. "The base commander of Logtown is merely a branch colonel." "Don't tell me. You cannot handle him? William, are you asleep?" "The water is getting cold." A hissing sound filled the air as a cloud of white steam billowed forth, instantly raising the temperature in the room. William, drenched in sweat, quickly sipped some nutrient fluid, fearing he might faint from exhaustion in the bathhouse. "Lord Rate, you have been soaking for a full 2 hours." Rate cast him a sidelong glance. "As a devil fruit user, soaking longer enhances our resistance to various liquids. This is training." "Ha ha ha, what an amusing method of training." Jinbei laughed heartily, turning in the bath and causing a 10-meter-high splash that drenched Rob Lucci, who was sitting on the shore, rubbing backs with his companions. "Dead fish, do you wish to be boiled and eaten by me?" As a user of the cat fruit, Lucci's shout at Jinbei seemed quite justified. Lucci's roar was interrupted by a group of young children. "As the future pirate king, we must at least learn to swim, right, Sabo, Luffy?" "Swimming is easy. Look at my prowess. Dragon's freestyle." "How impressive, Sabo. Watch me." "Go to Gomu." "Submarine." "Well, Luffy, why are you sinking?" "Luffy, answer me." "Humph, that fool. What does he think he can achieve as the pirate king?" "Green algae head. What gives you the audacity to look down upon my brother? Take this punch." "Ah, my curly-haired brother. Do you dare to unleash electricity in the water? And you, Durling, do not presume upon your lineage from the fighting fish to rampage in the bathhouse." "Huh? Where are my clothes? Is it yet another plot from the little people?" As William's steam finally dissipated, these individuals reluctantly exited the bathhouse. Awaiting them outside were Baby 5, No Kigo, Reiju, Monet, and Califa, who graciously served a variety of dishes and beverages. "Ha ha ha, what a refreshing bathing experience." Jinbei, clad in a bathrobe, exposed his chest and let out a hearty laugh. Rhett poured himself a glass of whiskey. "I must admit, your prompt compliance with my request has taken me by surprise. After all, you personally ended Arlong's life, though they parted ways. He was once a brother with whom you shared life and death aboard the same ship." When contacting Jinbei previously, Rhett harbored uncertainties. Yet to his astonishment, this legendary fisherman, known as the Sea Hero, accepted without the slightest hesitation. "Arlong brought his fate upon himself. I cannot blame you," Jinbei said, shaking his head understandingly. "Moreover, Mr. Tom has always been under your care, and as a member of the Fishman tribe, I sincerely appreciate your consideration for our kin." Rhett waved his hand dismissively. "You need not thank me now, for what lies ahead will ensure your gratitude lasts a lifetime." "Jinbei, I hope you can return to Fishman Island." Jinbei was taken aback. "Now? I am your accomplice. How could I possibly return to the Grand Line?" Rhett chuckled and shrugged. "Come now, you are a fishman. Swimming directly from beneath the sea should be far swifter than boarding a conventional warship." The impending public execution of the admiral was certainly not a trivial matter to conceal. Moreover, during Akainu's fleet's journey to the East Blue, the World Economic News had a team closely following the events, ensuring that within a day, the entire world received this news. The world's most notorious criminal. Bold Rhett's bounty has surged to 10 billion berries. He injured an admiral with but a single finger. He is more dangerous than Dragon. Sengoku finds himself in a dilemma. No one at Navy headquarters can suppress the Black Dragon. Will the Buddha Sengoku have to intervene personally? What direction will the world government take? The Dragon King of the East Sea. The Black Dragon is on the verge of seizing control of the entire East Sea. September 25th finally arrived. It was on this very day that Rhett made his entrance into Rogue Town. The island on which Rogue Town is situated lies at the westernmost edge of the East Sea, near the intersection of the Doldrums and the Red Earth continent. Even when traveling by fast boat from the naval headquarters of Marineford or the world government's headquarters in Mariewa, it takes merely 2 days to arrive. 73 years ago, the pirate king Joel D. Roger was born in this town, and 18 years ago, he was publicly executed here. This unremarkable little town has since earned the moniker of the town of beginnings and endings, becoming a pilgrimage site for countless pirates' dreams. Almost daily, thousands of passionate youths flock here to pay their respects. Ironically, this town has flourished little by little, relying on the patronage of pirates. Harris, the base commander of the 32nd branch responsible for this maritime region, chose to submit immediately upon Larson's arrival, obediently surrendering the command of the entire branch to him. At this moment, he was holding a transponder snail, trembling as he sought guidance from Rear Admiral Rhett. Rear Admiral Rhett. Oh no, Lord Rhett. It's a call from the world government. Rhett raised an eyebrow and took the receiver from his hands. Who is this? An elderly voice emanated from the receiver. This is the Holy Land Mariewa, and we are the 5 elders. Rhett did not engage in pleasantries, but instead inquired directly. Has Sengoku not come to see you? Someone chuckled. We are personally making this call to you in hopes that we do not reach a dead end. There is an old saying in the East Sea, when the clam and the snipe quarrel, it is the fisherman who benefits. If the world government and you truly engage in a full-scale war, who do you think will ultimately reap the rewards? We hope you will ponder this seriously. Rhett chuckled. I have heard that several member countries of the world government in the West Sea and the Grand Line are on the verge of being overthrown. I wonder if that is true. This information was provided by Drago, as the long-simmering revolutionary army seems to have seized this opportunity to incite uprisings and revolutions. Despite the powerful suppression by the world government and the Navy, several nations have seen their regimes toppled by supporters of the revolutionary army. The 5 elders cleared their throats. Seemingly uncomfortable with the topic, some nations are indeed facing difficulties, but that is not our subject. Subject? Rhett spread his hands. Yet his gaze wandered over the small island, wondering if the naval headquarters or the world government could effectively wage a top war here, and whether his ambush would suffice. The 5 elders continued. Yes, the subject. So, what do you propose? I am listening. Rhett languidly reclined in the chair he had conjured. Seemingly indifferent to the feelings of Harris, the base commander of the 32nd branch, who stood nearby, too intimidated to breathe. The 5 elders, undoubtedly sensing the other's demeanor, continued with restrained composure. You have accomplished numerous endeavors in the East Sea, developing uninhabited islands, reforesting, relocating villagers, managing enterprises, and promoting maritime transportation. From these actions, it is evident that you aspire for the East Sea to flourish in tranquility. Would you not agree? Indeed, I am a man of peace, came the reply. Though you have gained a temporary advantage, the might of the world government ensures that you cannot maintain this supremacy indefinitely. Surely, you would not wish to engage daily with the relentless military forces of the world government? Precisely, they concurred. Thus, we present a proposal. We acknowledge your position as the leader of the 16th branch and grant you the supreme authority over the Boulder Kingdom, including the villages of Cocoa West, Ksha, and Zillabu. In return, however, you must release Akainu. Wright resolutely responded, I refuse. The 5 elders exchanged a moment of silence before offering another suggestion. We can also bestow upon you the title of Warlord of the Seas, allowing you to conduct any activities in any waters. Wright retorted with a sharp expletive. Are you all a bunch of fools? What? The title of Warlord of the Seas. Is that supposed to be impressive? Can the warlords kill celestial dragons? After another brief silence, the 5 elders finally spoke with a tone of resignation. It is a pity that negotiations have collapsed. Boulder Wright, you have overestimated your limited strength, failing to realize that in this world, there exist forces that will indeed instill fear within you. Chapter 130. The Emptiness of Justice. The Death of Akainu. Year 1514 of the C. Yuan calendar. September 25th. At noon. East Blue Log Town. In the bustling civic square of this historical tourist city, nearly 100,000 spectators had gathered. This was undeniably monumental news. As the president of the World Economic News, the silver-haired Morgans was fervently directing his staff to set up image telephones in every direction to witness this exhilarating climax with my own eyes. I even declined an invitation to Big Mom's tea party. But what does that matter? While Morgans, as the world's largest media mogul, enjoyed an exalted status, affording him a special viewing position cleared by the Navy, the ordinary spectators behind him received no such privileges. Among the throngs of onlookers, there were undoubtedly local Navy personnel. Officials, journalists, bounty hunters, merchants, and even a few pirates and underworld figures brazenly mingling within the crowd, much like the scene 16 years prior during Roger's execution. Who could guarantee that among these spectators, the next Mihawk, Crocodile, Moria, Doflamingo, Dragon, or Buggy would not emerge? Despite the looming threat of severe retaliation from the Navy headquarters and the world government, the crowd, reveling in the spectacle, filled the square to capacity, leaving no narrow passage even for a stray goat. Here it comes. The Black Dragon has arrived. It is uncertain who first exclaimed, but suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in the sky. Perhaps due to its grandeur, Red had continued to ride upon a black dragon, and when he unleashed his full power, the dragon's length could even envelop the entire square. With a resounding flap of its majestic wings, a powerful gust swept through the square, causing spectators to instinctively grasp their hats and scarves. A robust vine slowly extended outward and through the large screen at the scene. Everyone could clearly see the figure of the man bound and rendered immobile by the vine. Surely, there could be no one unfamiliar with this man's name. The host for the occasion was Colonel Andre Larson, captain of the 2nd Division of the 16th Branch. He could never have imagined that one day he would pose a question to the Admiral of the Navy headquarters in the presence of 100,000 witnesses, current Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Akainu, Sakazuki, I once again represent Lord Bold Ret to ask you, will you choose to return to the righteous path? The imprisoned Akainu, having endured 3 days of confinement, appeared significantly haggard, with even the edges of his hair tinged with a hint of disheveled gray. The wound traversing his chest and back, though merely treated, began to ooze vibrant red blood once more after the slightest movement, presenting a particularly harrowing sight. He tilted his head slightly back, rasping a retort, to return from the path of error, to amend one's ways? Am I mistaken? You shameless traitors. How dare you utter such words? The searing sunlight had inflicted grave damage upon his lungs and stomach. A mere 2 or 3 dozen words seemed to drain him of all his strength, compelling him to draw in labored breaths. Larson shook his head, choosing not to engage in discourse regarding the dialectics of justice and evil, a topic they had exhaustively deliberated over the past 3 days. With a tone of regret, he remarked, "It appears you have still rejected Lord Rate's goodwill." Akainu wished to deliver a sarcastic quip, yet overwhelming fatigue rendered him incapable of lifting his neck, leaving him to helplessly observe a stout figure commanding a group of nearly identical soldiers to hoist some inexplicable apparatus onto the execution platform. Suddenly, the black dragon vanished, leaving only a shadow gracefully descending from the heavens. Akainu widened his eyes, finally managing to squeeze out a few words. Boulder. Rate. Larson and Kaji promptly bowed slightly before him. Lord Rate. Rate nodded, directing his gaze toward the instruments brought by Kaji. Kaji stepped forward to elucidate. I once collaborated with Vegapunk in the study of devil fruits. Although I have yet to fully grasp the principles behind them, I have managed to extract their key substances, and I believe I possess a considerable degree of confidence. Rate smiled and nodded. If you can successfully extract the magma fruit, it would undoubtedly be a significant boon for us. As a reward, I shall grant you any 3 requests. A flush of excitement spread across Kaji's face. He clasped his hands together and fervently invoked ancestral spirits of the Vinsmoke family. Grant me success in this endeavor. Rate turned and beckoned to the curious children nearby, gesturing for them to ascend the execution platform upon vines. Are you not afraid? This group of children included the brothers Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, the brothers Sanji, Zaro, and Dringer. The eldest, Ace, was merely 14, while the youngest, Dringer, was only 10. Female companions such as Reiju and Noki had remained at the base. Upon hearing his inquiry, the boys erupted into a chorus of dismissive laughter. What is there to fear? A true swordsman could never fear blood. Our Vinsmoke family harbors no cowards. Oh, except for you. Sanji, are you 3 trying to drive me mad? I am destined to become the Pirate King. Luffy, is that the only phrase you can utter? Rhett smiled faintly and tossed the formidable blade, Autumn Water, which he had acquired from Ghost Island, to Ace. Since you all insist, let the eldest take action. Ace. I trust you won't be so frightened that you cannot grasp the sword? At 14, Ace was in the throes of youthful rebellion, and being inherently more sensitive than most. He immediately leapt at Rhett's provocation, refusing to yield even an inch, despite Luffy's attempts to seize the weapon. Pinned to his knees on the high platform, Akainu could not contain a roar. You dare to send a mere child to kill me? Is this your way of humiliating me? Rhett raised a finger, and a comfortable armchair promptly appeared beneath him. Settling in with ease, he cast a smile at Akainu. Tell me, Akainu, do you believe Sengoku and the Gorosei will come to your rescue? Grinding his teeth, Akainu's lungs wheezed like a broken bellows. They do not need to save me. It suffices for them to annihilate you traitors one day, to appease my spirit in the afterlife. Rhett clapped his hands together. Well said. But do you not harbor even a shred of self-awareness? As the mightiest admiral, you have not vanquished a single foe, yet you rely on others for vengeance? By the way, Akainu, do you have a son or daughter? The muscles in Akainu's cheeks twitched violently, and though his eyes brimmed with defiance, a flicker of despair also lingered within them. As a Corps Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he possessed a deeper understanding of the world government's machinations than most. Those aged politicians seated in Mariewa were unyielding pragmatists. Their concerns lay not in the honor of the Navy or the lives of admirals. William, who had remained silent at the side, glanced at his pocket watch and stepped forward to remind Lord Rhett, the time has come. Rhett nodded. Sakazuki, do you have any final words? I eagerly await a profound statement from you, akin to what Roger once spoke, one that could change the world. Yet Akainu merely clenched his jaw, uttering not a single sound. Rhett sighed. Proceed. Ace, strike with vigor, and do not let him suffer too much. Ace rubbed his hands together, lifted the elongated blade, and positioned himself slightly behind Akainu. Raising autumn water high, the crowd of over 100,000 held their breath. A flash of cold light sailed above the platform. A torrential fountain of blood erupted into the sky. The Navy Admiral, Akainu Sakazuki, fell at the hands of Port Asti, Ace. As he beheld the severed head soaring into the air, Ace felt an unexpected haze wash over him. His chest felt as though it were filled with something, yet simultaneously, it felt utterly empty. Chapter 131. A shocking revelation. Ha ha ha. What a fine lad. On a certain island in the New World, a man with a crescent-shaped, white beard let out a hearty laugh. This man towered at nearly 3.5 meters tall, his muscular torso bare save for a long coat draped over his shoulders. Numerous scars marred his chest and abdomen, appearing somewhat ghastly, while his left arm and nostrils were adorned with 4 drips and oxygen tubes, indicating his health was far from optimal. Old man, a young man with golden punk hair, looked with concern at the swaying tubes attached to him, unable to resist the urge to offer a word of caution. Yet the elder waved him off with a grand gesture. No need to worry, Marco. You should join me in hearty laughter. Behold, with the death of Akainu, this world shall undergo a new and profound upheaval. Meanwhile, on another desolate island, a youth with only one arm fell into deep contemplation. Captain, a man adorned with countless small braids shouted. Astonished that the Navy and the world government stood idly by as an admiral was executed, what could they possibly be thinking? Another man, sporting a black ponytail, exhaled a puff of smoke. You wouldn't understand, Jesus Burgess. To the rulers of the world government, a mere admiral holds little significance. They are likely contemplating grander matters, such as world peace or what the celestial dragons will dine on today. A portly man, clutching drumsticks in both hands, grinned and asked Vice Captain Beckman, if I were to be captured by the Navy, would you and Captain Shanks rush to my rescue without a second thought? Beckman, the vice captain of the red-haired pirates, shrugged. Sorry, Lucky Roo, but with your weight, I truly wouldn't be able to carry you. Mama, what a delightful treat this is. On a wondrous island filled with the aroma of cake and cream, a 9-meter-tall elderly woman laughed heartily as she devoured her food. She was none other than Charlotte Linlin, known as Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Her eldest son, Perispero, licked his lollipop and remarked, Mother, the Navy has utterly lost face this time. The second son, Katakuri, pulled up his scarf to cover his mouth. Black Dragon, bored REIT. This man may well become a leader of the new era. Big Mom wiped her mouth and continued her laughter, unfazed. Ha ha ha. Since he holds such potential, I shall marry one of my daughters to him. Smoker, aren't you always saying that only the strong can marry you? What about a man capable of defeating an admiral? Meanwhile, in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku sat slumped in his office. Damn it all. The world government and the five elders indeed had no intention of rescuing Akainu, and even hinted at the possibility of recruiting that traitor to join the warlords of the sea. Upon hearing this news, Sengoku felt a deep sense of despair, yet he did not abandon his final plan. He had already issued orders to the remaining two admirals, instructing Kizaru and Akiji to lead vice admirals like the Mongoose and Doberman to rendezvous with the Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain, who were lingering in the East Blue, in a swift and decisive rescue operation for Akainu. As long as Akainu could be saved, the Navy headquarters would still retain a semblance of dignity. However, just as Kizaru and Akiji were setting out, an alarm suddenly rang out from Mariewa. One of the four emperors, Kaido, had launched an attack on the world government's headquarters. Known as the strongest being capable of single-handedly challenging land, sea, and air, Kaido's power was not to be underestimated. He obliterated thousands of troops guarding the world government in a mere 10 minutes, severely injuring the CP-1 and CP-2 agents stationed in Mariewa, forcing Sengoku to rescind his orders and compel Kizaru and Akiji to provide urgent support. The two admirals, along with other formidable experts from the world government, engaged in a fierce battle for over 40 hours before barely pushing Kaido back, at the cost of a quarter of Mariewa being utterly destroyed. The only consolation was that, although many buildings had been reduced to rubble, the revered celestial dragons had managed to escape with minimal harm, proving they were indeed a race chosen by the heavens. Enraged, the celestial dragons immediately directed their ire at the Navy headquarters, and the five elders summoned Sengoku to their office for a severe reprimand. In a fit of rage, Sengoku could not help but retort. Kaido descended from the heavens and did not pass through the G2 branch's defenses. If anyone should be held accountable, it should be the Army and the Air Force. The five elders were momentarily taken aback before simultaneously slamming their hands on the table. Ah, so you've grown bold enough to speak back to us. If you hadn't deployed tens of thousands of elite troops deep into the East Blue, how could the defenses near Mariewa have been so weak? How could Kaido have taken advantage of this gap? One of the four emperors left his stronghold, and we were completely unaware. What were your branches in the New World doing? Why did you not report this to us immediately? This is the epitome of negligence. Because of your poor decision-making, an admiral, along with dozens of elite forces and nearly 10,000 Marines, have perished at the hands of a traitor. This is the gravest crisis the Navy has faced in its hundreds of years of existence, and you must bear the responsibility. Sengoku, usually mild-mannered, trembled with fury. Very well. Very well. I will accept this responsibility. I resign as the fleet admiral. The five elders were once again taken aback, then all simultaneously issued a cold laugh. Very well. You dare to threaten us in such a manner. Do you think the world government cannot function without you? Your resignation has been approved. The Navy does not require such a spineless leader. Sengoku, the Buddha, has abdicated. The supreme commander of the world's three armed forces, Steelbone, will temporarily assume the role of Admiral of the Navy, the most ineffectual admiral. Let us enumerate the merits and demerits of Sengoku during his tenure. The seven warlords of the sea have taken shape. The four emperors stand in opposition. The Navy's structure has become corrupt. The Revolutionary Army grows increasingly formidable, and the traitor Black Dragon rises. During Sengoku's tenure as admiral, the authority of the world government has plummeted to its lowest point in 800 years. His resignation has not garnered a single commendation, but rather an outpouring of insults and slander. The world government is in urgent need of a scapegoat, and his voluntary withdrawal is the most suitable choice. As for the candidate for the new admiral, Sengoku initially intended to nominate Akiji to succeed him. However, in a fit of rage, he entirely neglected to broach this topic. To be fair, Akiji and Kizaru, if they continue to maintain their previous lethargic attitudes, they will never become effective leaders. One meanders aimlessly on a bicycle, while the other, despite appearing industrious, refuses to work even a minute of overtime. From an attitude perspective, they are undoubtedly poor employees. Moreover, when confronted with vicious pirates, they would even show mercy time and again. How could such individuals possibly lead the Navy out of its greatest historical nadir? Just as the world government and the naval headquarters are in a frenzy over the selection of the new admiral, a jubilant shout echoes from the high platform of Rogue Town. Lord Rate, I have succeeded. In Vinsmoke Sanji's hands, a pineapple adorned with swirling circles has materialized. Rate accepted the still warm devil fruit from him. Well done, Sanji. You may now state your conditions. Sanji nodded slightly. Though you mentioned 3 conditions, I have but one humble request. Rate, while examining the devil fruit, responded, Speak, But if it pertains to returning to the North Sea, do not bother mentioning it. I will not forget such matters. Once I complete my preparations and advance to the North Sea, you shall undoubtedly be my vanguard. Sanji cleared his throat. Thank you. Lord Rate, my hopes remain unchanged. I wish to marry my daughter to you. Rate rolled his eyes. Do you still wish to be my father? Chapter 132. The magma fruit, based on the solemn promise of a man and his unwavering commitment to his subordinates, Red ultimately acquiesced to Judge's request. In truth, Reiju is a beautiful and gentle girl. There was no need for you to put her in such a position, Judge. He observed the bashful Reiju and spoke insincerely. Reiju lowered her head slightly and asked, Lord Red, do you not like me? Red shook his head and replied, How could I not adore such a lovely girl as you? However, I have always held women in the highest regard. If you have any thoughts or feelings, please do not hesitate to share them with me. I wish to avoid any potential misunderstandings between us that could lead to tragedy. A faint blush appeared on Reiju's cheeks as she responded, Lord Red, I will get along well with Sister Robin. Red was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head as he turned to Judge. From a certain perspective, you are indeed my staunchest supporter. Indeed. While Larson had been a steadfast follower of Ret from the outset, he remained but a solitary figure. Judge, on the other hand, had bound the entire Vinsmoke family, the German kingdom, and nearly 30,000 citizens to Ret's cause, resolutely offering his daughter as well. Having fulfilled his wish, Judge finally revealed a relaxed smile. Lord Ret, I acknowledge that I have committed many errors over the past decade, particularly in regard to my family, causing them significant harm. Red interrupted his self-reflection with a wave of his hand. These sentiments are not meant for me, Judge. Find an opportunity to share your feelings with your children. Judge nodded in agreement. Yes, I am simply immensely grateful to Lord Ret for helping me rediscover my former emotions. Ret's gaze returned to the devil fruit resting on the table. Although this fruit had been extracted from a Kaino, no one could guarantee that it was 100 the magma fruit. Thus, Ret had to carefully consider whom to bestow this fruit upon. The individual with whom he shared the closest bond, and who harbored no ulterior motives, was undoubtedly Noki. However, this fiercely destructive fruit seemed ill-suited for a mere 15-year-old girl, particularly given her almost non-existent combat skills. Consuming it would not grant her immediate combat capability. As for the board armed group, neither Redondo nor Akin possessed any fruit abilities. Among the Navy, the young officers Torres, Gerald, Owen, and Mice had all been promoted by Red himself, and their loyalty was not in question. Beyond these direct candidates, former CP9 members Kaku, Khalifa, and Owl were all ordinary humans. Yet Ret clearly did not intend to entrust this formidable fruit to these recently allied individuals. He briefly contemplated Ace, Zoro, or Sanji, but dismissed them as well, for these youths were either overly free-spirited, potentially setting sail and disappearing one day, or emotionally detached, lacking significant loyalty to Ret. He glanced at Gaji and inquired with a smile, Is this fruit of your making? Would you care to taste it yourself? Gaji hesitated momentarily, ultimately shaking his head. My body has undergone various experiments and modifications over the past 20 years, including the transplantation of crucial substances from the devil fruit. I fear I can no longer partake in the fruit. Ret frowned slightly, but could only nod in resignation, then began to reconsider suitable candidates. He did not deliberate for long before an unexpected visitor arrived. Ace, the youth who had just severed Akainu's head, entered his office preoccupied with thoughts. Lord Ret, may I have that devil fruit? Ret was somewhat taken aback and gestured for him to sit down. You are no longer a child, Ace. You should realize that I am currently in a perilous position. The magma fruit is extraordinarily powerful and would undoubtedly serve as a significant asset to me. If I were to bestow it upon you, would you become an asset in my battles? This was a clear invitation, yet Ace remained silent. I fear I cannot agree to that. Ret chuckled softly and tossed the devil fruit into Ace's lap. Ace fumbled to catch it, astonishment etched across his face. Ret raised his chin slightly. I know you are not an ordinary boy. I can even deduce that your origins harbor a great secret, yet I shall not pry. Here is the deal. This fruit is yours. Serve me for 5 years, and once you turn 20, you may pursue the life you desire. What do you say? Ace, now 14 years and 9 months old, was merely conceding a trifling advantage to Ret. After a moment of contemplation, Ace nodded vigorously. Lord Ret, this kindness I, Port Gasti, Ace, shall forever remember. He was well aware that a powerful Logia devil fruit could fetch exorbitant prices in the black market, and 5 years of service was not an insurmountable condition for a growing youth. This agreement seemed rather unbalanced in Ret's favor. Yet Ace was not one to linger on trivialities. As he devoured the pineapple, he pounded his chest in assurance, "Before I turn 20. Please feel free to utilize me to your heart's content." Just as Red intended to remind him that one merely needed to take a bite of the devil fruit. Ace had already swallowed the entire fruit and eagerly began to feel the surge of power within him. With a faint crackling sound, Ace's body gradually turned crimson, enveloped in a thick plume of black smoke. Then, he transformed entirely into a torrent of magma. The billowing smoke ascended, the fierce flames roared, and combined with the already searing magma. From a certain perspective, if Ace were to master this fruit adeptly, he would be capable of conjuring and manipulating three formidable elements: smoke, fire, and magma. Rhett, observing the exhilaration on Ace's face, smiled and remarked, "You might consider training with Monet for a few days. Once you feel confident that she is no match for you, seek out William. All three of you are natural type users, and they will surely inspire you." Ace nodded earnestly. "Yes, Master Rhett." Rhett waved his hand dismissively. "I grant you 3 months to familiarize yourself with this devil fruit. When you turn 15, I shall assign you a task, but for now, focus on your training." As Red encouraged Ace to diligently hone his skills, several nations in the East Sea were already facing their doom. The king of the Upside-Down Kingdom, Ravens 3. Am I mistaken? A majestic gray wolf sat upon the throne of this kingdom's palace, savoring the exquisite wine reserved for royalty while flicking its crimson tongue. Ravens knelt upon the carpet, trembling, his fear so overwhelming that he had soiled himself. You. Initially rendered speechless by terror, clarity suddenly struck him once he had relieved himself. "Lord Wolf, I was coerced by that scoundrel Akainu. I am merely a powerless, ordinary human. Faced with that cur, I could only feign allegiance, pretending to side with them, all the while relaying information to Lord Rhett. Yet, it seems Lord Rhett is destined for greatness. Effortlessly dispatching that mere red dog without needing my intelligence. Crawling on his knees before the gray wolf, Gabra, he clasped the creature's paw with both hands. A sycophantic grin plastered across his face. To express the Upside-Down Kingdom's admiration for Lord Rhett, we are willing to pay a special military fee of 500 billion berries. Please, mighty Lord Wolf, convey our sentiments. Of course, we would never allow you to leave empty-handed. This is but a token of our appreciation. I implore you to accept it." Before Ravens could finish his plea, Gabra delivered a swift kick, embedding him into the hard marble floor. Gabra shrugged, picked up a pen, and crossed out Raven's name in his notebook. "I admit, I am indeed a greedy creature, but I regret to inform you, dear king, that Lord Rhett's orders are unequivocal. Any kingdom within the East Sea harboring a foolish ruler shall be purged, and tyrants must perish." Chapter 133, 10,000 meters under the sea. Nortona has officially announced his abdication. The king of Navia becomes the 7th monarch to relinquish his throne in the Eastern Sea. The kingdom of Germa wreaks havoc. The nefarious army has become mercenaries for the Black Dragon. A cataclysmic upheaval. Within a week, 23 kingdoms of the Eastern Sea have met their tragic demise. The royal family members have nearly all perished. How did the once peaceful waters transform into a slaughterhouse? Is this a distortion of human nature? Or a decline of morality? Inflicting harm upon the member states of the world government, monopolizing the Eastern Sea. Is this the true face of the Black Dragon? In October 1514, major media outlets, including the World Economic News, continuously reported on the various transgressions of board led in the Eastern Sea, fabricating numerous sensational headlines. Exposing the inhumane atrocities of the Black Dragon, the once affluent kingdom of Goya suddenly witnessed the emergence of tens of thousands of impoverished individuals scavenging for scraps. A shocking accusation. Board-let once exploited his naval position to seize 2 million acres of land across the Eastern Sea, rendering countless farmers landless and homeless. Board-let, wielding his power, ruthlessly exploited the common populace, amassing immense wealth, yet every single berry in his possession is stained with the blood and tears of the laboring masses. Brutal. According to insiders from Board's armed group, the Black Dragon forces each subordinate to swallow his concocted essence seeds in his presence, achieving dual control over both body and mind. Shocking. Survivors from the native population of Board Island reported that the island is deemed a desolate wasteland because the Black Dragon colluded with the fishman Aulong, inciting Aulong to massacre the inhabitants. Despicable. Villagers from Cocoa West revealed that the Black Dragon's family has long been tyrannical in the village. Just yesterday, this female ruffian kicked an innocent neighbor's puppy across the yard. Shameless. According to reliable sources, the Black Dragon has kept numerous young girls in his palace solely to satisfy his perverse desires. He even forced a 10-year-old boy to wear tight hot pants and high heels. Devilish. According to insider reports, besides young girls, the Black Dragon has also confined countless young boys, forcing them to kill each other daily, staining the palace with blood, yet the cruel Black Dragon revels in this brutality. The world government has designated the Black Dragon as the #1 criminal, posing a greater threat to the world than the revolutionary leader Dorag and the 4 emperors combined. Freedom-loving nations and peoples across the globe unite. Overthrow the Black Dragon and restore clarity to the Eastern Sea. The people of the Eastern Sea need not despair. Justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. This, of course, is the directive of the world government, seeking to create a strong sense of pressure and atmosphere. Yet Let remains utterly unconcerned. He certainly could have placed a threatening call to the president of the World Economic News, the gray-haired Morgan, which might have significantly diminished these tiresome rumors, yet he refrained from doing so. While the world government continued to employ a cadre of scribes to compose press releases for various media outlets, Let had silently descended beneath the sacred Mary Joya, nearly 10,000 meters beneath the red Earth continent. Lord Portlet, it is both an honor and a surprise to have you here in person. Welcome King Neptune of the Dragon Palace Kingdom on Fishman Island. It appeared that most individuals in this world possessed little cunning and were indifferent to revealing their intellect before others, a trait that Let found rather endearing. He smiled at Neptune and his 3 foolish sons, nodded in acknowledgement to the advance officer Jinbei he had dispatched to this location, and then took a seat on the sofa within the Dragon Palace. Jinbei must have conveyed my intentions to you, King Neptune? Let inquired. Neptune pondered for a moment. Lord Let wishes to assist us in resurfacing and to provide refuge for Fishman Island. As king, I am indeed most grateful, but we have millions of citizens, the vast majority of whom are both curious and fearful of humans, and there exists a minority who harbor prejudice and hatred. These concerns, I hope you can understand. Your concerns are certainly understandable, which is precisely why I have come here in person to offer you my promises and guarantees. Let replied earnestly, whether it be the fishmen or the mere folk, as long as they are under my protection, they shall enjoy the same rights to existence as humans and all other races. I will also exert my utmost efforts to help you coexist peacefully with other races. In fact, I have tailored a development plan specifically for you, one that can transform Fishman Island into a more popular amusement park than the Dungtata tribe's little kingdom. For instance, this underwater world project is poised to become a unique venture on a global scale. Neptune examined the blueprints brought by Let, nodding repeatedly, while his 3 foolish sons eagerly surrounded the meticulously crafted promotional images, their eyes brimming with excitement. Father, father, I want to play with this. Father, father, I want to bask in the sun. Father, father, how wonderful it would be if Mother S dreams could come true. Just as Neptune found himself in a quandary, a fishman sporting a towering ponytail and wielding a trident entered, accompanied by several followers. As a fishman, he did not salute Neptune but directly approached Jinbei. Jinbei gestured for him to pause momentarily before introducing him to Let. Lord Let, this is my brother in life and death, Aladdin, who possesses formidable strength. Aladdin slightly bowed in greeting. Greetings, Lord Let. Jinbei, along with King Neptune, has successfully dealt with the tedious Vanderdecken 9, allowing Princess Shirahoshi to emerge from the Tower of Hardshell. Neptune and the 3 young princes were filled with joy as they beheld the 8-year-old princess, towering over 10 meters, her face alight with astonishment. Jinbei, you first helped us rid ourselves of the treacherous Hody Jones, and now you have vanquished that scoundrel Vanderdecken. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude, Neptune said, his eyes nearly brimming with tears at the sight of the liberated Shirahoshi. Jinbei smiled and shook his head. I am but a member of Fishman Island, King Neptune. Is it not the duty of every fishman to protect our homeland? Therefore, there is no need for you to express your thanks. Neptune also shook his head in response. Jinbei, over the years, you have forsaken the freedom to sail at will, accepting the position of one of the 7 warlords of the sea under the world government, all to safeguard Fishman Island. Compared to you, I, as a king, feel immense shame. Jinbei let out a slight sigh. While the world government has enacted certain policies due to my affiliation with the warlords, there remains a significant underground trade involving the capture of fishmen. You should genuinely consider Lord Rate's proposal. Neptune pondered for a moment, and finally, his gaze grew resolute. One of the 4 emperors of the New World, Big Mom, previously demanded that we become her vassal state, requiring us to pay hefty tribute and sweets every 3 months as a form of protection, rather than be shielded by such a capricious old woman. We must certainly accept Lord Rate's invitation. Rate smiled broadly. For the Fishman Island, home to 5 million fishmen and merfolk, was soon to be his. Chapter 134. The Navy Headquarters on Highest Alert. Let us now discuss the true secret, Neptune. Rhett took a sip of the specially crafted kiwi wine from the Dragon Palace, glanced at Neptune and his offspring, and ultimately fixed his gaze upon the towering figure of Princess Shirahoshi. Surely you have heard of the legendary weapon, Poseidon. Oh. Neptune appeared visibly startled, yet attempted to mask his surprise. I am unaware of what you speak of, Lord Rhett. Rhett did not directly expose his pretense, but instead remarked with profound significance, this child is still young and may maintain the status quo for now, yet you must understand. Neptune, that Fishman Island lies directly beneath Mariewa. Should this secret be divulged, what fate awaits you? You should be cognizant that your fellow Fishman Tom was imprisoned for a reason, correct? A sheen of cold sweat broke out on Neptune's brow, and he sighed. I am aware. Once something is witnessed, it cannot remain concealed indefinitely. This has always been my greatest concern. If the world government were to discover her existence, Fishman Island would likely never know peace again. Rhett smiled faintly. Thus, from the very beginning, you have been my people. In Rhett's game, it was merely a matter of harnessing Princess Shirahoshi's abilities to command the colossal sea kings to relocate Fishman Island to the East Blue. However, he encountered a dilemma. Yes, I apologize, Lord Rhett. Although my daughter awakened her powers once, she currently cannot command the sea kings at will. Neptune scratched his head apologetically. Rhett felt a wave of frustration. I have heard that you all wish to return to the surface. Surely there must be another way? Neptune shook his head once more. Rhett, exasperated by his candid demeanor, laughed. If there is no solution, then what is the purpose of your arduous efforts to gather millions of signatures and submit an application at the World Conference? Neptune paused, then weakly replied, the world government is so formidable, they must have a way, right? Rhett could not help but cradle his forehead. You may be overestimating the greatness of the world government, Neptune. Neptune opened his mouth. What should we do then? Rhett glanced at Larson, who had accompanied him. Why not attempt to make the entire island float? Larson immediately crumpled to the ground. Boss, this island has 5 million inhabitants. With my abilities, not only can I not transport it back to the East Blue, but even raising it by a meter is impossible. Rhett grimaced. What do you expect me to accomplish by bringing you here? Neptune, it seems we must relinquish this island. I will seek another location for you in the East Sea. It's also an opportune moment for me to experiment with large-scale land reclamation. We can lend our assistance. Before Neptune could respond, Rhett heard a peculiar sound. The noises were ethereal, as if emanating from a distant realm. He couldn't help but glance around. And besides Neptune's family and Larson, only 2 sharks, kept as pets, were present. Puzzled, he scratched his nose and wondered aloud. Who just spoke? Neptune, Larson. And the others shook their heads in confusion. Yet the voices resonated again. It is us. Do you not wish for White Star to command us to return Fishman Island to the East Sea? Rhett was taken aback, nearly leaping from the sofa. You are colossal sea kings? That is the term used by humans. It's astonishing that another human can hear our voices. The last time, Neptune's eldest son had just been born. Rhett patted his chest and addressed Neptune's family. Neptune, inform all citizens that if they experience significant tremors, they must remain calm. A day later, anxiety gripped the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Although Sengoku had stepped back from the forefront, he had yet to depart from the headquarters where he had served for nearly 60 years. After resigning from his position as Fleet Admiral, Sengoku's hair had taken on a grayish hue overnight. The elder often reminisced about the past. Now, he strolled leisurely with his little goat, as if trying to uncover the shadows of his youth among the facilities and grounds. Time flies. 50 years ago, I encountered Crane and Ka. Zay. How strange. Have I grown so forgetful that I cannot recall the names of my old comrades? Sengoku stared blankly at the training ground, a profound sense of emptiness washing over him. The powers of the sugar fruit were indeed nearly invincible. Even a top-tier expert like Sengoku could not recall the existence of Garp and Zephyr. He lamented, patting his frizzy hair. I am truly aging. My memory is riddled with so many gaps. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the calm above Marineford. The entire base was instantly filled with commands and footsteps. Having served for many years, Sengoku recognized the various types of alarms. This one was of the highest level. An enemy attack. Could it be that Madman Kaido? He murmured, then shook his head. No, he was just severely injured. He shouldn't recover so swiftly. He grabbed a passing rear admiral. What has transpired? Despite gasping for breath, the Major General stood at attention, feet together, saluting the former admiral with utmost respect. Report, Admiral Sengoku, he began. A colossal island has suddenly emerged in the waters between headquarters and Mariewa. Simultaneously, an innumerable horde of gigantic sea kings has appeared. Sengoku quickly associated this event with a troubling possibility. Could it be Fishman Island? The Major General nodded in affirmation. Indeed, according to reports from our Fishman informants, Bodret is currently on Fishman Island. Sengoku's body seemed to tremble slightly, his face a canvas of astonishment. Bodret, is he intent on directly obliterating Mariewa? He longed to inquire further about the details, but was interrupted by a lieutenant colonel who rushed to his side. Admiral Sengoku, the commander-in-chief has issued an urgent summons. The Black Dragon Bodret may very well strike at Mariewa, as foretold by naval intelligence. A multitude of gargantuan sea kings was advancing toward the doldrums surrounding Fishman Island. The smallest among them measured over 5,000 meters, while the largest could reach a staggering 50,000 meters. It was unfathomable what they had consumed to attain such immense sizes. After all, the Mariana Trench, the deepest point on Earth, is merely over 11,000 meters deep. Each sea king's body was entwined with enormous black-green vines, extending far back to Fishman Island. These vines, with a diameter of at least 20 meters, appeared almost insignificant in comparison to the size of the sea kings. Bodret, branded as the world's foremost criminal, was wholly engrossed in manipulating these vines. He hardly possessed the capacity to contemplate the destruction of Mariewa. The island housed over 5 million fishmen and merfolk, and any attempt to assault Mariewa would undoubtedly provoke the most severe retaliation from the Navy and the world government, possibly even deploying some anachronistic weapons of mass destruction, an outcome that Rhett would certainly wish to avoid. The periphery of Fishman Island was safeguarded by double-layered bubbles, and much of the island remained submerged in the ocean. After all, fishmen could not exist outside of water. Although the inhabitants were enduring the island's violent tremors with trepidation, an overwhelming cheer resonated through the skies above the island. Was that the true sun? Had the wish of Princess Odoheim finally come to fruition? It was Lord Bodret who had rescued us from the depths of the sea. Long live Lord Bodret. Chapter 135. The prelude to conquering the world. On November 1st, Fishman Island did not reach the East Sea as planned. Instead, it came to a halt in the doldrums. The depth of the East Sea was too shallow for these colossal sea kings to navigate. Neptune, after personally surveying the situation, deduced this, thereby explaining why the gigantic sea kings resided solely within the doldrums. Despite the setback, the indomitable Reit remained undeterred. He promptly recalibrated the course and commanded the sea kings to tow Fishman Island to another archipelago located within the doldrums, Amazon Lily. This was unequivocally a realm of women, a nation devoid of men. Thus, Kikyo, the captain of the guards remaining in the homeland, received a rather haughty and defiant voice through the transponder snail. What Lord Reit has commanded is my decree. You must execute it unconditionally. Upon hearing the Empress's order, Kikyo's demeanor towards Reit underwent a profound transformation. Lord Reit, how may we serve you? Reit gestured towards the massive island submerged in water behind him. I require you to provide an uninhabited, deserted island in the vicinity. I wish to establish their settlement there. At a reef more than 100 kilometers off the coast of Amazon Lily, Reit was laboriously exerting his abilities, attempting to fill in the seabed at a depth nearing 50,000 meters. To create an island was akin to constructing a peak exceeding 50,000 meters in height. The enormity of this task was undeniably staggering. However, by leveraging the existing islands, he could more easily stabilize Fishman Island upon a solid foundation. Thank you immensely, Lord Reit, for allowing us to once again behold the blue sky and sunlight. Neptune expressed his gratitude once more. Exhausted, Reit lacked the strength to wave him off, instead consuming a specially formulated stamina potion to rejuvenate himself before speaking with Neptune. Neptune, you now have two tasks. First, guide the citizens to adapt swiftly to the new living conditions. Second, select an elite Fishman battalion to be managed by Jinbei. Since the sea god Poseidon is of royal Fishman lineage, I too shall possess a formidable navy, with a staggering population of 5 million fishmen and mermaids. Such a vast pool could indeed yield a powerful fighting force, although he did not expect them to match the foremost combatants of their enemies. Their racial advantages could at least be utilized to counter enemy vessels upon the seas. This formidable force is not directly commanded by Rhett, but rather entrusted to the exceptional representative of Fishman Island, the valiant Jinbei, allowing Neptune to rest assured that Rhett will not usurp the military, thereby undermining his regal authority. Gazing at Fishman Island, half submerged beneath the waves and half exposed to the surface, Rhett addressed Jean Bay and Neptune. Amazon Lily is a realm entirely inhabited by women. As neighbors, it is imperative that you assist each other. The kingdom of Amazon Lily is referred to as the Nine-Snake tribe, presumably due to the ancestry of its citizens being intertwined with serpents, or at the very least, possessing a significant connection to them, resulting in each individual owning one or even multiple pet snakes, often referred to as their spirit snakes, inseparable companions. Broadly speaking, serpents and fish could be considered distant relatives, possibly fostering a sense of kinship between the two races. Though Nine-Snake Island is populated exclusively by women, they possess formidable martial prowess. Many among them can envelop their arrows with armament hockey, generating immense destructive power that far surpasses the sharpshooting genius, Andre Larson. While the individual capabilities of the warriors from Fishman Island may be somewhat inferior, the sheer number of millions of fishmen, merfolk, compensates for this shortcoming. Moreover, even an ordinary Fishman warrior can effortlessly defeat 10 human fighters. Upon discovering that nearly every female warrior of Nine-Snake Island could awaken armament hockey, Larson was deeply disheartened, yet resolutely chose to remain, eager to hone his skills under the tutelage of these masterful archers. Rhett, of course, had no objections and appointed him as the liaison between Fishman Island and Nine-Snake Island. This would evidently become the initial battleground for Rhett's confrontation with the Navy headquarters in the world government. When Rhett returned to the East Blue base, it was already November 5th. During this interval, for factions led by Vince Smoke Judge, Rob Lucci, Redondo, and Morgan William were swiftly eradicating opposing forces in the East Blue, following his directives. Rhett's instructions were crystal clear. He sought to utterly transform this era of semi-slavery and feudalism. Thus those royal families that had ruled a nation for centuries must be ousted. Born under the red banner and nurtured in the spring breeze, Rhett deeply comprehended a profound truth. Absolute power inevitably leads to absolute corruption. In the absence of effective oversight, even the most pure-hearted and noble Marxists can find themselves mired in the quagmire of greed and corruption. This is an inexorable law of development. After a prolonged era of peace, most kingdoms in the pirate world have become thoroughly decayed, akin to the dilapidated bases of the navy branches. Even if some monarchs yearn for revitalization, faced with the heavy burdens accumulated over centuries, only a comprehensive overhaul can effect true change. Otherwise, it would merely be a superficial cleansing devoid of real impact. Life is fleeting, and Late could not afford to wait for the ruling class to spontaneously reform from within. Thus, he resorted to the simplest, most brutal, yet undeniably effective approach. He did not permit his subordinates to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Rather, he took into account a portion of public opinion. Those rulers who were well-regarded, amiable, and merely lacking in capability were spared without exception. In stark contrast, the kings who indulged in extravagance, cruelty, and oppression were publicly displayed in the capital's square for all to behold their lifeless forms. Late had neither the time nor inclination to lecture the entrenched ruling elite on human rights and freedom. He merely acted according to his own understanding of governance. Presently, 90% of the kingdoms in the East Sea were under his control, with the remaining few likely to fall swiftly into his grasp. However, to sustain a long-term dominion over this vast maritime expanse, further strategies would be required. As his aide, Morgan William, concluded his report. As Late dined, he turned to inquire of Nami, "How is the map I entrusted you with progressing?" Hearing his voice, Nami, who was also partaking in her meal, slowed her chewing slightly. "It is nearly complete, Brother Late," she replied. Noki chuckled as he patted his sister's shoulder. "Brother Late, Nami has been working exceptionally hard. You ought to commend her." Entering her rebellious phase, Nami feigned indifference. "I don't need any praise. It's really not difficult." At the tender age of 12, Nami was undoubtedly a prodigy in cartography. Over the past few years, she had first accompanied the 16th Division's fleet, then joined the exploration team of the Board Armed Group, and finally traveled with Frankie and Iceberg S train crew, covering nearly every oceanic area accessible to Late S influence. Through her innate talent and fervor, she created a map of the East Sea that surpassed those of the world government and the Navy. Late smiled as he tousled Nami's orange short hair. "Thank you, Nami. Our little girl is growing up and can assist me now." Nami blushed slightly, her eyes sparkling with joy and satisfaction, though she playfully protested. "Stop it, Brother Late. You've messed up my hair again." Late chuckled, his gaze glancing over the rosy-cheeked girl. "William, Redondo, the next tasks will be arduous for you. Throughout history, The challenges of governance have often surpassed those of warfare, and this was equally true for Late. The merciless Black Dragon, confronted with the decay of the nations in the East Sea, ultimately drew inspiration from the administrative practices of his past life. He abolished the various kingdoms, reorganizing the East Sea into 18 large continents based on population and area, each further subdivided into regions, cities, and towns. Ladondo and William's subsequent responsibilities would involve appointing reliable governors to the new territories, officially commencing the Board Empire's rule over the East Sea. Political matters are often intricate, yet Rhett displays no intention of halting his progress. He wipes his mouth clean and gestures for Rage to connect another telecommunication device, issuing yet another command. Gaji. Are you prepared? The voice from the device trembles slightly, responding, Yes, my lord Rhett, I have awaited this day for a long time. Rhett nods affirmatively. Jamar Legion, assemble. Your objective is the North Sea. Chapter 136, The World of Whispers and Alarms, November 11th. He has taken action. During the military conference at the Navy headquarters, the acting fleet admiral, Steelbone Kong, solemnly struck the table. It was evident that the world government had numerous adversaries, the 4 emperors, the Revolutionary Army, and over 100 nations that refused to join. He did not specify who he was referring to, but everyone understood whom the commander of the 3 armed forces was alluding to. Vice Admiral Ahe, with an impassive expression, stated, according to the most credible intelligence. Just a day prior, Board Let had mobilized a substantial combat force and departed from their stronghold. However, it remains uncertain whether their target is Marin Fander or Mariewa. Senior Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, who typically wore a warm smile, now found it difficult to maintain his composure. He was advancing north with the German army as the main force. Given that he had just secured an alliance with Fishman Island, we cannot dismiss the possibility of a coordinated effort between the Fishmen and Mermaid warriors. Furthermore, if we consider the soldiers from Amazon Lily, the combat effectiveness of this army could prove formidable. The prospect of modified clones, fishmen, mermaids, the Amazonian warriors, and even those colossal sea kings is truly alarming. Admiral Kizaru, as per usual, emitted an exaggerated and lewd sound, eliciting an irate glare from Steelbone Kong. Kizaru awkwardly cleared his throat. At such a sensitive juncture, he, as an admiral, ought not to be frivolous. Vice Admiral Squirrel came to his rescue. Admiral Kong, do you believe we should take the initiative or hold our ground? Take the initiative? Steelbone Kong, despite being in his 80s, exhibited a physique more robust than many younger men, and coupled with his solemn gaze, he radiated an imposing aura. Very well, Vice Admiral Squirrel, I admire your courage. Here is the plan. I shall grant you 100,000 elite troops. You shall bring me the head of this traitor, and the position of Fleet Admiral shall be yours. Sweat beaded on Squirrel's forehead. Admiral Kong, I cannot do it. Disregarding the flustered Squirrel, Steelbone Kong forcefully leaned on the table. You are not mere foot soldiers. I should not need to reiterate that at all times. You must remember that you are the navy of the world government and the celestial dragons. Your most crucial duty is to exert every effort to uphold the authority of the world government, rather than concentrating our forces at the Navy headquarters. We must allocate greater strength to Mariewa. Henceforth, Palusolino and Kazan, along with the vice admirals and rear admirals present, shall proceed to safeguard Mariewa, while the valiant Vice Admiral Squirrel shall manage Marin Fander. Squirrel stared wide-eyed at Steelbone Kong, yet he discerned no hint of jest or mockery on the commander's face. Steelbone Kong, this commander of the world government, under the threat posed by the traitor Black Dragon, has chosen to abandon the Navy headquarters. The command issued by Steelbone Kong was akin to dropping a heavy bomb on the Navy headquarters, instantly casting a foreboding shadow over Marineford. Many high-ranking officers expressed their discontent regarding his orders, yet as military personnel, obedience was ingrained in their very nature. Even the likes of Admiral Akiji and Admiral Kizaru found themselves reluctantly packing their belongings in preparation to serve as personal guards for the celestial dragons in Mariewa. Observing his colleagues board the warships, the Squirrel, left behind in Marineford, could not help but sigh. Marshals, generals, vice admirals, and even elite rear admirals and commodores were dispatched to Mariewa, rendering Marineford nearly a defenseless ghost town. The Squirrel was a pragmatic individual. He understood better than anyone that his abilities were merely at the level of a vice admiral. With Admiral Akina having met a tragic end, he knew that no matter how hard he tried, he would never stand a chance. If that Black Dragon truly led his forces to attack, he would likely be unable to withstand even 10 strikes, reduced to mere rubble. His hand instinctively rested upon the hilt of a short sword at his waist. If board rate defeated him, he would rather choose self-termination than succumb to the disgrace of captivity. His gaze inadvertently fell upon a young man, prompting him to call out, "Drake, why haven't you boarded the ship?" The individual addressed was none other than Drake, a classmate from the elite camp bearing the Tyrannosaurus fruit. Drake glanced at the squirrel and smirked, revealing a smile laden with sarcasm. "Vice Admiral Squirrel, you might as well remain here to accompany this decaying institution to its grave." The squirrel's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the so-called beacon of hope, Drake. Tear apart the rear admiral's cloak and leave the port of Marine Ford without a backward glance. Instead of boarding a warship bound for Mariawa, he stepped onto a humble, unmarked sailing vessel. A chill ran through the squirrel's body. Drake chose to defect at the Navy's most perilous moment. Meanwhile, the likes of Hawkeye Mihawk and Crocodile had refused the world government's summons. The leader of the 8 Treasure Navy, Qingxiao, also declined to join the warlords of the sea. The Emperor Kaido had recovered from his injuries and was preparing to engage in a fierce battle with another emperor, Whitebeard, in the world government's headquarters in Mariawa. An unusual atmosphere permeated the air. Steel Bone Kong sat in a modest room, facing 5 elderly men, each with distinct expressions, before the highest authorities of the world government. The 5 elders, Steel Bone Kong assured them, "Rest assured, I have mobilized all naval, army, and special forces capabilities to Mariawa. From this moment forth, this place will become an impenetrable fortress." Despite his confident assertions, the 5 elders remained with furrowed brows, their concerns unabated. The elderly man with the most youthful appearance among the blonde elders slowly shook his head. Akainu has failed to eradicate the Black Dragon, instead fortifying his influence. Coupled with Kaido's previous rampant destruction, Mariawa is no longer an entirely secure haven. Even if we were to double our defensive forces, I do not believe it would suffice. Another elder, with grayish-white curls, expressed his agreement. "I concur with Abraham's sentiment. Mariawa indeed cannot withstand another unforeseen calamity. We must prepare an alternative strategy." A stout elder, marked by a map-like birthmark on his forehead, appeared astonished. "Castro, you cannot possibly be considering activating that device." The elder known as Castro's gaze betrayed a hint of ruthlessness. "The safety of the world nobles cannot endure any further misfortune, Galba." However, Galba's expression showed hesitation. The bald elder, cradling a sword in his arms, adjusted the circular lenses on his nose. "I too support Abraham and Castro. For the sake of the world government and the celestial dragons, even if that device poses great danger, we must employ it." The final elder, with a long white beard, nodded in agreement. "Inform all celestial dragon families to prepare for the activation of that device. Should the Black Dragon dare to approach Mariawa, we shall make him witness the true essence of terror." As the Navy and the world government braced for an impending crisis, the colossal snail of the Germa course steadily ascended the outer edges of the red line. The Navy headquarters speculations were remarkably accurate. The expeditionary force dispatched by Rhett was indeed divided into 4 segments. The primary combat strength was undoubtedly the Germa Corps led by Vinsmoke Judge, consisting of 20,000 genetically modified soldiers capable of effortlessly annihilating any medium-sized nation. The second segment comprised an elite squad under Rhett's command, led by the money leopard Rob Lucci, including former CP9 members, the Magma Man Ace who had gradually mastered his devil fruit, the Snow Woman Monet, and several warriors from the Little People tribe. They too sailed aboard the snail warships, traversing the red line from above, perhaps underestimating the strength of the North Sea. Not only Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and Sabo, but even the non-combatant Nami eagerly brought along her easel, prepared to explore the uncharted waters alongside them. The third and fourth segments consisted of Jean Bay and the Fishman warriors led by Larson, as well as the warriors of Amazon Lily. These thousands of formidable soldiers emerged from beneath Mariawa, precisely from the former location of Fishman Island, tunneling through the red line to rendezvous with Judge and his crew in the North Sea. In terms of overall strength, the North Sea is significantly more powerful than the East Sea. Otherwise, with the Vinsmoke family's capabilities, they would have long since dominated these waters. Regarding bounties among pirates, the highest previously recorded in the East Sea was merely around 20 million berries, whereas the top-tier pirates in the North Sea can command bounties exceeding 100 million berries. For instance, the venomous serpent, Snake, which Red had once hunted during his time in the elite camp, was the catalyst for his audacious entry into the Grand Line. Following a record-setting bounty of 180 million berries in the North Sea, a path from which there was no return, the North Sea was indeed far more perilous. However, Red exhibited no concern for the safety of his subordinates. Instead, he confidently led Robin and Noki Gal, riding the winds into the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World. They descended upon a seemingly desolate island, soon encountering a group of drunken pirates sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Upon noticing their approach, one of the pirates immediately stepped forward to block their path. "Who are you?" Before Rhett could respond, a commanding voice echoed from the nearby shade of a tree. "Stand down." The pirate who had dared to obstruct their way trembled involuntarily, scrambling away from the guests in fright. Rhett chuckled softly and strode towards the shaded area. "I thought you were asking me to retreat." Shanks, a young man in his 30s with striking red hair, slowly emerged from the shadows. The man bore an empty left arm and 3 ghastly scars across his left eye, testament to the fierce battles he had endured. Known as Red-Haired, he returned the smile and tossed a flask to Red. "I've heard that you intend to dismantle the world government. Why, then, do you find yourself on my territory?" Red took a hearty swig. "Among the 4 great pirates of the New World, only you and Whitebeard are truly astute. My purpose here, of course, is to ascertain whether an agreement can be forged between myself and the wise." Chapter 137. Will the 4 emperors grant face? Shanks, upon reflection. "You are merely a decade my senior. In reality, there is an 11-year difference. Shanks is currently 31, and when Luffy set sail, he was only 37. Why does it feel as though you belong to a bygone era?" Rhett jested as he reclined in a chair of his own invention. Shanks stroked his stubbled chin and erupted into hearty laughter. "I am far from old." With a snap of his fingers, 3 humanoid figures emerged from the ground, crafted from wood and clay, skillfully serving tea and pouring wine for Rhett, Robin, and Noki. Golem-like creations? What an extraordinarily convenient ability. Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the red-haired pirates and renowned as one of the most intellectually gifted individuals in the pirate world, brushed the ash from his cigarette, subtly concealing his astonishment. Yet, as Captain shook his head, "They are not mere puppets. I sense something distinct from them." Shanks squinted slightly, his astonishment evident on his face. "Is it wisdom?" Rhett nodded in affirmation, remaining silent. One of the figures slowly revealed its facial features, smiling at Shanks, truly worthy of the red-haired among the 4 emperors. "Merely observing our movements has allowed you to perceive the essence of our being." The rotund laggy, who had been voraciously consuming meat, fell off the stone in shock, even dropping the meat in his hand into the grass. "Captain, this earthen figure just spoke." Beckman observed intently for a moment, his brow unconsciously furrowing. Creating life and bestowing wisdom, such a capability has never been heard of. Shanks downed a large gulp of alcohol, attempting to suppress his emotions. "Do not tell me you believe that the ability to create life equates to challenging the existing world order." "I am quite rational, Rhett." With a smile, Rhett raised his glass. Unlike the raucous pirates who drank heartily and devoured meat with abandon, he rarely exhibited such exuberance. "If I were truly intoxicated, I certainly would not be present on this desolate island." Shanks regarded him, slowly nodding. "Then what is your intention?" Rhett savored a sip of the red-haired pirate's special fruit wine, smacking his lips in admiration. "I never expected you to produce such exquisite wine on this barren isle." Shanks shrugged. "It is evident that you, my friend, do not truly understand the art of drinking." Rhett responded with a grin. "No matter how splendid the wine, to me, it remains merely a flavored beverage." "Very well. I shall be direct. If there exists a person in this world who could become my ally, it would undeniably be you, Shanks. Whitebeard has grown too old. His ambitions dulled with time. Kaido and Big Mom are 2 unmitigated lunatics. Only you, Shanks, embody both youth and rationality, making you the ideal candidate for an alliance." "Alliance?" Shanks raised an eyebrow, the 3 scars on his left eye seeming to come alive. "I fail to comprehend your meaning. Neither of us is inclined to play second fiddle. If you are suggesting we join forces to rule this world, then it is an affront to our intellect." Rhett chuckled softly. "I have no desire to be your adversary, which is precisely why I propose this notion. You may consider it." He moderated his pace. "I do not require your assistance against the world government and the celestial dragons. I merely need you to hold the fort in the New World, to restrain the other 3 notorious pirates. Once that is accomplished, I will aid you in vanquishing Big Mom and Kaido. The latter half of the New World I can entrust to you and Whitebeard." This proposal was somewhat influenced by the memories of the original narrative. Although Whitebeard was not the target of Rhett's imitation, his paternal demeanor was difficult to despise. Thus Rhett did not regard him as an enemy to be eliminated, unless provoked. Shanks's gaze darkened. Rhett swirled the liquid in his glass. "I harbor no interest in Raftel or the ultimate treasure, One Piece. I am indifferent to what you guard in these waters. You are a formidable individual, yet it seems you are more concerned with Roger's legacy than contemplating the subversion of this predatory world. Shanks lowered his gaze, yet unconsciously clenched his back teeth. What a fearsome little brat you are, poor Dasti. Red inquired with a smile. So, have you agreed? Shanks lifted his chin, slightly shaking his head. I cannot acquiesce, for you remain oblivious to the true horrors of this world. Horrors? Rhett was taken aback, unable to fathom that such a word would escape the lips of Shanks. A person of your stature has adversaries that instill fear? Shanks continued to shake his head. You underestimate the world government and the celestial dragons, as well as the complexity of this world. If you truly corner those world nobles, it would undoubtedly herald the apocalypse for all. Rhett finally suppressed his smile. What further power do the celestial dragons conceal? Shanks remained resolute. I cannot divulge detailed information, for I have only heard it from Captain Roger and other crew members. It is said that Captain Roger fell ill with an incurable disease due to an assault by the world government's ultimate secret weapon. Although he had narrowly escaped with his life at that moment, his body was afflicted with uncontrollable ailments, a fate shared by several key figures. Otherwise, with our strength at that time, we could have easily swept across the entire world. For the first time, Rate's expression turned serious. What manner of secret weapon is that? Shanks finally ceased shaking his head, yet a shadow seemed to veil his brow. The celestial dragons are so named because they can truly transform into celestial dragons, unleashing torrents of fire upon the earth from the skies above. Rate furrowed his brow, still unable to fathom whether it was a conventional aircraft, or if, as the name suggests, these celestial dragons could genuinely metamorphose into fire-breathing dragons. As he pondered, Shanks's voice resonated once more. Grant me this favor. Cease your plans. I maintain certain connections with the world government. If I were to intervene and bring this war to an end, it may prove to be a favorable resolution for both parties. A flicker of surprise crossed Rate's eyes. Despite being labeled one of the 4 emperors in the New World, there have only been 3 true sovereigns over the past 2 decades. The youngest, the red-haired Shanks, is undoubtedly a latecomer. To carve a path amid the established 3 emperors over a decade and compel the likes of Kaido and Big Mom to acknowledge his prowess speaks volumes about Shanks' strength. Yet this formidable emperor maintains ties with the highest echelons of the world government. The implications were overwhelming, leaving Rate, who had not perused the original narrative's conclusion, at a loss. Was Shanks an undercover agent for the world government or something else entirely? Steadying himself, Rate silently smiled. A ceasefire, a truce? Are you suggesting the world government abandon the East Blue? Or perhaps that they govern half the world, with the Grand Line as the dividing line? Shanks replied solemnly. Retaining the East Blue is your bottom line, while half the world is theirs. As for the territory in between, it is open for negotiation. Provided you do not corner them into a desperate situation, they will not act recklessly. His words trailed off, for he observed Rate slowly but resolutely shaking his head. I'm sorry, Shanks. Compromise and negotiation, that is the realm of politicians and old fogies. I am not that old yet. Rising from his armchair, he declared, I apologize. I cannot grant you this favor. Chapter 138, The Classified Weapon. A day later, in the stronghold of Whitebeard, another of the 4 emperors, an unexpected guest arrived. Garara. You are the infamous black dragon who has made the world government and navy tremble in fear? Standing over 7 meters tall, Edward Newgate, within 4 drip in one hand and a bottle of strong liquor in the other, resembled an old man who had grown weary of life. Black Dragon, what brings you to seek my father? His most trusted first mate, Marco, known as the Phoenix, regarded the slowly hovering Black Dragon with suspicion. Although both the Whitebeard pirates and the Black Dragon were adversaries of the world government and navy, it did not imply they were allies. This is my token of greeting. Rhett waved his hand gently, and a transparent glass vial soared towards Marco. The young man caught it but appeared perplexed. What is this? Rhett gracefully descended from the back of the Black Dragon. This should be the most effective medicine in the world, derived from the essence of a healing fruit user. It can save the lives of those severely injured and suppress ailments in those with chronic or hidden injuries. You may have your ship's doctor examine it. With a serious expression, Marco opened the vial's cap and carefully examined the miraculous liquid within. Father, he speaks the truth. This potion indeed possesses extraordinary power. As a user of the Phoenix fruit and an accomplished physician, Marco could sense the potency of the liquid from its energy fluctuations. Whitebeard, however, scoffed dismissively. I was unaware that the Black Dragon had turned to medicine. I am the strongest man in the world. Why would I need medicine? As the captain of the 1st Division, Marco, fully aware that his father was merely preserving his pride in front of outsiders, nodded subtly at Rhett and discreetly pocketed the medicine. "We welcome your presence. Please have a seat." Rhett sat down with an imposing demeanor and directly stated his purpose. "I just came from Shanks, who mentioned the world government and celestial dragons classified weapon and advised me to refrain from opposing them. However, he knew little about this weapon, so I came to consult you. Being an elder in these waters, you may possess greater knowledge than that young man, Shanks. Classified weapon?" Upon hearing those words, the smile on Whitebeard's face seemed to freeze. "This matter is indeed something only I can enlighten you about. To the outside world, my reliance on medicine is attributed to the backlash of the devil fruit's power, but very few know that nearly 30 years ago, I faced an assault from the world government alongside Roger." His voice was unusually grave, and even Marco, Jozu, and Sachi, his loyal commanders, had seldom witnessed such a demeanor from their father. Whitebeard spoke slowly. "At that time, I was yet to reach the age of 40, brimming with youthful vigor. Roger, being 6 or 7 years my senior, had already gained worldwide fame as a premier pirate. His triumph over the formidable Gold Lion, despite being outnumbered, naturally elevated him to the status of the most renowned pirate across the globe. Except for Garp, there was no one in the Navy who could rival him." A peculiar expression suddenly crossed his face. "Good grief, I must be getting old. I can hardly recall the name of that Navy officer who caused both Roger and me so much trouble." Rayleigh chuckled, providing a gentle reminder, "After all, this was over 30 years ago." Indeed, being Whitebeard, though he couldn't remember Garp, the faint recollection of Garp's exploits still showcased a formidable prowess. Whitebeard scratched his chin and continued, "In those days, I was brash and eager to claim the pinnacle of these seas, so I issued him a challenge. We battled for 3 whole days and nights without a clear victor, and our fierce clash even led to the destruction of a nation and a naval base. Just when we were utterly exhausted, the then Fleet Admiral Sengoku deployed a surprise unit." Rayleigh furrowed his brow. Shanks mentioned that the celestial dragons could transform into dragons and launch attacks from the skies. Whitebeard shook his head. That was a misunderstanding on his part. However, the celestial dragons do command a mysterious covert unit. I cannot recall what those flying entities were called, but they possessed mighty forms akin to colossal dragons with expansive wings. Besides spewing fire and launching conventional munitions, they could hurl a gigantic bomb that none could withstand. Rayleigh's expression hardened. A gigantic bomb? A complex emotion flickered across Whitebeard's face. Initially, I paid it little mind until that bomb soared past, landing mere hundreds of meters from me. I attempted to counter it using my abilities, but the ensuing explosion and shockwave engulfed the entire sea. In just a few breaths, half of my exhausted crew perished. At this juncture, he could not help but clench his fists, causing even the intravenous needle to spring from his rigid arm. Roger's ship experienced the same fate. Yet he was the first to push us away. The injuries he and his crew endured were far more severe than ours. Nonetheless, my initial crew suffered from incurable ailments in the ensuing years. Marco lit a cigarette, while Joe's bowed his head in silence. Sachi sipped from his empty drink, and Vista caressed his twin swords. Rayleigh too fell into a contemplative silence. The Whitebeard pirates comprise 16 divisions, among which the most formidable and trusted by Whitebeard are these few individuals. However, these 3 appear to be under the age of 40. Evidently not the primary forces among Whitebeard's original crew. Joju and Vista had already become members 2 decades prior. In stark contrast, Miss Bakken, the mother of Whitebeard too, seems more akin to a seasoned crewmate. A colossal bomb, with its immense destructive power and an incessant emission of radiation. Rhett could not help but swallow hard. The technological landscape of the pirate world is inherently skewed. In this realm, automobiles and motorcycles are exceedingly rare luxuries, with bicycles scarcely in abundance. Nautical vessels are predominantly wooden sailing ships, and the Navy still employs single-shot flintlock firearms. Yet, the Vinsmoke family has long mastered cloning and genetic manipulation, while Vegapunk has directly engineered cyborgs capable of emitting laser beams. Water 7 can lay down iron tracks across the seas, and Law possesses a steel submarine. A metallic rod can emit bubbles that alter the weather in a given area, and journalists are equipped with independent cameras, not mere image-transmitting bugs. The Navy, impelled down. And even Desaro boasts comprehensive surveillance systems, while Doflamingo can project images onto the sky, and Baby 5 can emulate missiles, indicating the existence of such technology in this world. Thus, even if the world government possesses bombers, missiles, or even nuclear weapons, Rhett would not find it surprising. He had long anticipated that the world government might have an air force, especially since Steelbone is the supreme commander of the three branches. However, if the celestial dragons indeed possess such an arsenal of artillery, it poses a significant dilemma for Rhett, setting aside the sheer impact and destructiveness. The persistent and overwhelming radiation lasting for decades is what truly troubles him. Given the celestial dragon's intellect and temperament, it is not beyond reason to expect them to recklessly initiate a nuclear war when cornered. Even if Rhett and his main forces can evade and successfully eliminate their foes, what meaning would it hold if they were left to inherit a world rife with pollution and disease? Subconsciously grinding his molars, he slowly emerged from his reverie and nodded at Whitebeard. "Thank you. Your intelligence is invaluable for navigating this world." A lingering sadness remained on Whitebeard's face. "Shanks advised you to avoid radical actions, and I share that sentiment. You are still young. Perhaps other solutions exist." Rhett chuckled softly. "I shall alter my plans, but I will ensure they meet a far grimmer fate." Chapter 139, The Trembling North Sea on November 28th. While bored, Rhett was still engaged in discussions about nuclear warfare with Whitebeard during the latter half of the Grand Line. His 4 divisions had officially converged. Explosions erupted in succession. At the command of Gaji, over 20,000 clone warriors of the Germa army synchronously raised their shoulder-mounted rocket launchers and artillery, unleashing a barrage of fire that transformed the naval base, located thousands of meters away, into a blazing inferno. Volcanic meteor fist. Ace, who was just a month shy of turning 15, unleashed dozens of punches skyward. These magma fists, imbued with black and crimson flames, fragmented into hundreds of fiery orbs, hurtling down like meteors towards the earth. Ocean current, giant wave. Jinbi, riding the wind and waves, struck the surface of the sea with a resounding clap. The previously tranquil waters surged into towering waves, crashing into the battle-ready warships and rendering them immobile on the shore. Meteoric water cannon. Following Jinbi, thousands of fishmen simultaneously expelled powerful jets of water. Though insufficient to obliterate everything due to distance, they effectively scattered the enemy forces and dampened their weaponry. Amazon arrow formation. Fire. At the command of Empress Hancock, hundreds of Amazonian warriors released a volley of arrows. Compared to the fishmen's water cannons, these arrows, enveloped in the hockey of armament, possessed far greater power, effortlessly piercing the defenses of their foes. As Hancock advanced, her Conqueror-S hockey combined with the petrifying abilities of her sweet fruit crushed those ordinary adversaries who dared to obstruct her path into mere dust. Yes, dust of stone. Steam hell. William S. form had transformed into a billowing cloud of white steam, engulfing the enemy in a shroud, leaving behind a trail of mutilated corpses with each hissing sound that erupted. Jet bomb. Larson, gripping a cannonball in both hands, hurled it forth while enhancing its speed and destructive force with his abilities, resulting in a catastrophic explosion amidst the crowd, wreaking havoc. This technique, of course, was learned from Carp. However, Larson had completely forgotten that he had such a mentor. Blizzard, air-to-ground missiles. Monet and Baby 5 also unleashed their devastating area of effect skills, with the howling blizzards and relentless bombardments causing chaos within the enemy ranks. Only Rob Lucci, transformed into a leopard, observed them with a shiver of trepidation. MMP, was he had agreed that I would be the main force? Since aligning with Rhett, Lucci, who had always claimed to be the second most formidable fighter, suddenly realized that his devil fruit seemingly lacked any wide-ranging clearing abilities. He had no choice but to pivot on his left foot, unleashing his right leg in a swift motion akin to a whip. The storm foot, Cairo, a strike, reminiscent of a colossal falcon, sliced through the air, grazing the ground as it passed, cleaving battleships, watchtowers, fortifications, and countless enemy soldiers in half. In just a concentrated assault, the base, which had gathered nearly 10,000 naval personnel, was reduced to ruins. The only surviving brigadier general had yet to voice his outrage when Larson, from 500 meters away, shot him in the head, exploding his skull. Amidst the torrential downpour of blood, Vinsmoke raised his thunderous battle gun high, bellowing to the heavens. "Tremble, North Sea. I have returned." Suddenly, with a resounding boom, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, casting a more terrifying visage upon him. This entire scene was being broadcast live through the advanced image transmission of the Vinsmoke family, reaching not only the royal courts of various nations in the North Sea, the numerous branches of the Navy, and the notorious figures of the underworld, but even the ordinary citizens in public squares could clearly witness these events. What a terrifying display of firepower. In one kingdom, their king sat slumped on his throne, his trousers soaked. This madman, Kaji. Does he intend to slaughter us all? Meanwhile, in the base of the 88th Division, Brigadier Rat bit down hard on his finger. Addressing his aide, we all know the temperament of the Black Dragon, yet the naval headquarters and the world government remain silent. We have no other choice left. He inhaled deeply. Initiate contact with them. Unconditional surrender. December 8th, Mariewa. At the headquarters of the world government, a high-level conference was underway. 10 full days had elapsed since the rebel invasion of the North Sea and across the entire region, be it naval branches, various kingdoms, or even the pirate crews with bounties exceeding 100 million, none had managed to impede the rebels. A man with golden short hair, Abraham, clasped his hands before his forehead, his expression grave. The portly Galba was drenched in cold sweat. The map birthmark on his forehead more pronounced. Not only have they failed to create any hindrance, but these inept fools haven't even eliminated a single rebel. Admiral Akiji tapped the report in his hands. In just 10 days, they have breached 4 naval bases, 3 large kingdoms, and over 10 pirate crews with bounties exceeding 100 million. The entire North Sea is paralyzed with fear. According to incomplete statistics, nearly 20 naval branches and over 30 kingdoms have opted for surrender, with countless pirate crews fleeing the region in a mad dash towards the Grand Line. With his white curled hair, the bearded Castro sighed, the situation is exceedingly dire. I propose we activate the celestial dragon forces. Abraham struck the table with his palm. Absolutely not. Once the Tianlong initiative is set in motion, the situation reaches an irreversible threshold, leading to total warfare. Castro cast a glance at him, exclaiming, Navi, do you believe the current circumstances can be salvaged? Do you think that bold rat is still amenable to negotiations? Abraham was left speechless. The bespectacled bald man struggled to articulate his thoughts. I must disagree with your perspective, Castro. Judging by the actions of the Black Dragon, he merely eradicates the resisting forces while causing minimal harm to those who submit. If they can guarantee the world's governance in other seas, we may consent to negotiations with him. Perhaps relinquishing the East China Sea and the North Sea without compromising the dignity of the world government. Castro was rendered speechless by fury. The bald man seemed to anticipate his reaction. This is not nurturing a tiger to bring calamity, but rather a tactical retreat. The Black Dragon is currently at the peak of its vigor. If we concede, it will surely lead to their complacency. We both understand that the Black Dragon's expansion is excessively rapid, its foundation evidently unstable, with a management hierarchy that is complex and chaotic. Allowing such a group to jointly oversee such vast waters, it won't be long before they harbor their own agendas and collapse. At that point, we can strike back forcefully and reclaim our territories. Galba nodded repeatedly. Indeed, I concur with General Kaishin's viewpoint. Time can erode their sharpness and corrode their fighting capabilities, ultimately dismantling their foundation. There is no need for us to be overly anxious. 3 against 1, while the long-bearded elder remained silent throughout. Castro's extreme opinion was already dismissed by the other 3. The commander-in-chief, Steelbone Kong, let out a deep sigh. In that case, at the very least, authorize our plan for conscription on a global scale and further enhance our upper echelon's combat strength. Subsequently, the 5 elders and Steelbone Kong engaged in a fervent discussion regarding conscription and the selection of new vice-admirals. Sitting nearby, Admiral Kazara shook his head, gently loosening his tightly clasped hands. Reason truly is a remarkable asset. Chapter 140, Global Conscription Report to the Commander-in-Chief. I am the Weasel. While Steelbone Kong was engaged in strategic discussions with the 5 elders, he received a call from Mariewa. With a hint of impatience, he muttered, What is it? If you are unwilling to remain at headquarters, you may also come to Mariewa to protect the world government and the celestial dragons. The voice of the Weasel trembled slightly as he replied, Report, the Black Dragon. He has already arrived at Mariewa. What? Steelbone Kong nearly crushed the unfortunate snail phone, and even the 5 elders displayed expressions of shock. Greetings, everyone. The snail phone, having narrowly escaped disaster, transmitted a voice that was quite unfamiliar. I am Bordret. In the command room at Mariewa, the Weasel and his subordinates watched the sudden appearance of the enemy with trepidation. Bordret, what exactly are you aiming for? Despite having had a close relationship with Red in the past, the Weasel maintained a semblance of composure. At least he did not soil his trousers in fear. After finishing his conversation with the 5 elders, Red casually pulled out a chair and sat down. I have just come from the New World, weary from the journey, merely seeking a place to rest. There is no need to be so tense, General Weasel. After all, we are old acquaintances. As long as you do not take action against me, I will not cause you any trouble. The weasel forcefully suppressed the terror within. It is truly astonishing that the cold-blooded and ruthless black dragon can still be nostalgic. Rhett nodded slightly. It is understandable. In your propaganda, I am portrayed as a heartless and brutal fiend. But even without such narratives, the world is well aware of the decay and incompetence of the world government and the Navy. Am I not correct? The weasel non-committally grunted. Admiral Sengoku has long recognized this issue, which is why he has begun reforms. If it were not for your interference, we might have already seen some progress. Rhett could not help but smile. General, you must be telling a fairy tale. The weasel turned his head. Development comes with growing pains, and reform entails sacrifices. After all, with such a vast population and extensive territory, some problems are quite normal. Rhett shrugged. Sounds quite reasonable, but unfortunately, at my age, I cannot comprehend it. I have only heard one saying, history is written by the victors. Oh, and for us, history is something we cannot even glimpse. Do you understand what I am saying? The weasel's gaze briefly swept over to Robin, who had accompanied Rhett. Is it this woman? The child of the devil, who has influenced your thoughts? Rhett shook his head with a smile. She does not influence me. I have no interest in that part of history. I simply wish to change this decaying world, nothing more. After all, my veins run with red blood. The flying squirrel and his subordinates, of course, would not comprehend his intentions. Rhett continued, I shall reside here for a while, perhaps 10 days or even a month. During this time, should you come to your senses, I welcome you to repent at any moment. True to his word, Rhett indeed settled in Mariford with Robin and Nokigao. Possessing the abilities of the Moku Moku no Mi, Rhett required no provisions from the Navy. Instead, he took delight in cultivating his own vegetable garden, simultaneously honing the culinary skills of the two girls. He eagerly anticipated a confrontation with either Akiji or Kizaru. Yet, until his departure, he had not encountered any Navy personnel daring enough to challenge him. His arrival at Mariford was undoubtedly to intimidate his foes. Yet he refrained from soaring directly over Mariewa to prevent cornering the enemy into a desperate situation. After all, his main forces had largely departed for the North Sea, leaving the defenses of the East Sea particularly vulnerable. Thus, he strategically occupied this pivotal enemy stronghold, rendering the world government and navy hesitant to act recklessly. Moreover, he remained vigilant regarding the intelligence of both his main forces and the world government. How else could he orchestrate grand strategies and secure victories from afar? In the wake of Akainu's death, the world government acquiesced to Sengoku's recommendation, and Akiji ultimately assumed the role of fleet admiral. With the Navy's extensive recruitment drive, this colossal military institution seemed to pulsate with a renewed vigor. The number of admirals expanded from 3 to 5, with the seasoned Vice Admiral Akainu alongside the lesser-known candidates, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, emerging as the most prominent contenders for promotion, awaiting final approval for their official appointments. Furthermore, the number of Vice Admirals swelled from an initial 16 to 32, granting long-overdue advancement opportunities to numerous officers who had languished without promotion for years. The atmosphere within the Navy appeared to improve markedly overnight. However, Rhett remained indifferent. After all, in the original narrative, aside from Garb, the Vice Admirals were scarcely more than peripheral figures. Although there were instances of characters like Acre scaring the formidable Night Demon and Ghost Spider capturing Marco, these individuals hardly qualified as top-tier experts. When faced with the 4 emperors, or even the average warlord or an emperor's subordinate, they could easily be outmatched. While the Navy headquarters was still amidst extensive recruitment, the vast expanse of the North Sea had been thoroughly purged by Rhett's 4 armies. With the Vince Smoke family, the former East Sea Navy, Fishman Island, and Amazon Lily as the primary forces, they succeeded in conquering this expansive maritime territory in just 40 days. It is hard to believe that nearly 30,000 warriors vanquished an enemy force almost 10 times their size, yet the casualties endured were fewer than 100. The strategy of collective warfare, with elite forces at the forefront, has maximized the combat effectiveness of this unit. Before each battle commences, a flurry of extensive skills is unleashed. The lower-ranking soldiers need only raise their weapons and fire a few shots behind their leaders to fulfill their duties and gain some worldly experience. Furthermore, each corps member carries a substantial supply of specialized nutrients, granting them near-unlimited endurance in combat, even if they face opponents of equal caliber. The latter will ultimately succumb due to exhaustion. After seizing control of the North Sea, under Let S directive, the kings were swiftly deposed. akin to their counterparts in the East Sea. Consequently, significant reforms in political, economic, military, and societal structures loom ahead, although achieving stable development will require a considerable journey. Nevertheless, these matters do not capture Let's primary focus. He has emphasized two crucial priorities: the acquisition of high-tech research talents from various nations and the enlistment of combat prodigies with special abilities. The former aids in enhancing the populace's quality of life and solidifying his rule, while the latter strengthens his capacity to confront the world government. However, discovering such talent is not a straightforward endeavor. According to reports from Gargi, William, and others, aside from encountering a few remarkably skilled farmers, the remaining individuals were predominantly one-dimensional combatants. Under Let's command, even a 12-year-old Sanji or Zoro could easily overpower them. It was not until that day that he received a call from Marco. "I must thank you, Lord Let. The medicine you provided has proven remarkably effective. My father's chronic ailment is now well managed. The entire Whitebeard pirates owe you a favor." Let smiled. "There is no need for thanks. I hold your father, a true hero, in high regard. Extending his life is no detriment to this world." Marco chuckled. "Very well, but the Whitebeard pirates never leave debts unpaid. We have indeed uncovered the intelligence you sought." Let raised an eyebrow. "Your efficiency is commendable." Marco grumbled. "Had you not given us the wrong name, our efficiency would have been even higher. The individual you seek, capable of manipulating gravity, is currently in the waters near Wano. After thorough verification, his name is Yisho, not Fujitora." Chapter 141. In the name of justice, on the first day of the year 1513 in the Hyuan calendar, within the latter half of the Grand Line, lies the gambler's paradise, the Gambler Kingdom. Although this realm is not particularly vast, it stands as one of the most vibrant nations in the New World. The citizens here, aside from their basic needs of sustenance, rest, and procreation, are utterly consumed by the thrill of gambling. This kingdom boasts the largest casino in the world, offering an array of games that cater to every whim, even surpassing the grandeur of the former colossal cruise ship owned by the Golden Emperor Tezelo. In this place, the mightiest are those who master the art of gambling. All disputes are ultimately resolved through the roll of the dice, while resorting to violence is regarded with disdain. Within a casino, a blind man intently listens, his ears attuned to the sounds emanating from the dice cup. This man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, possesses a towering stature that makes him stand out even among a crowd of robust individuals. His short black hair is evidently unkempt, and his eyes are partially closed, revealing a chilling cross-shaped scar that traverses his forehead and extends beneath his eyes. "Ladies and gentlemen, place your bets." A flamboyant dealer, shaking the dice cup, surveyed the crowd with a playful smile. Her alluring figure, despite its captivating nature, failed to draw any attention. All eyes were fixated on the small dice cup in her hands. The middle-aged blind man confidently pushed all his chips into the area designated for high, nodding resolutely as he declared, "Let it roll." Betting on high or low is indeed the simplest of games. Aside from high and low, the table offers additional options such as odd, even, and various ranges from 1 to 12, with high and low undeniably presenting the greatest odds, albeit with the lowest payouts. The dealer, having assessed the chips on the table, calculated her strategy with precision. With a subtle flick of her wrist, the two dice within the cup shifted slightly. With a resounding clap, the dice cup was placed gently upon the table. "Roll it. Roll it." The gamblers rubbed their hands together, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, some even reddening with excitement. Yet, before the dealer could unveil the result, she collapsed backward, her body hitting the ground. The onlookers, unable to utter a word of confusion, subsequently succumbed to unconsciousness, as if an invisible shockwave rapidly spread throughout the casino, shattering furniture and stairs, leaving a cacophony of debris in its wake. When the tremor subsided, the only one remaining conscious was the middle-aged blind man, who steadied himself with his cane and slowly rose, straining to open his blind eyes. He revealed two hauntingly white orbs. "You possess such formidable conqueror's haki. Why trouble yourself with these ordinary folk?" A young yet composed voice resonated softly. "You wield immense power and a fervent sense of justice. Why allow yourself to be obscured in this den of deceitful gambling?" The blind man turned his head towards the source of the sound. "I am merely a humble gambler, a blind man with no notable accomplishments." The young man strolled before him. "I am Boardrate. I wonder if you have heard of my name?" A faint smile seemed to grace the blind man's lips. "The name of the Black Dragon has long resonated across the seas. Even a sightless person like myself often hears your esteemed name. However, I am curious as to why the greatest foe of the world government would appear here." Rate smiled gently. Justice requires allies. I have come seeking a companion, Mr. Yixiao, dressed in a purple bathrobe and wooden clogs. Yixiao shook his head. I am blind and devoid of insight. I cannot discern whether you or the world government embodies true justice. Thus, I must ask you to leave. Yet, Rate's gaze fell upon the gambling table behind him. Do you enjoy gambling? Yixiao replied. His expression unchanged. It is one of the few pleasures left in my life. Rate gently extended his hand, resting it on the circle marked with tiny characters. Would you be interested in wagering your future against me? Yixiao raised his thick brows. I shall not shy away from the challenge. The table was crafted from wood, and Rate could effortlessly employ his abilities to manipulate the dice within the cup to attain the desired outcome. However, Yixiao, in pursuit of the thrill of gambling, would refrain from utilizing his observation hockey during the game, perhaps oblivious to Rate's methods. Yet, when Rate unveiled the dice, the results before them were a 3 and a 4. Yixiao inquired coolly, what is the outcome? Rate chuckled and shook his head. It seems fortune does not favor me today. A 3 and a 4, you have won. He clapped his hands, preparing to conclude this somewhat awkward recruitment, but Yixiao stepped forward. Rate, I wish to see how your notion of justice differs. May I? Rate, somewhat taken aback, countered. Why? Yixiao slightly opened his eyes, a smile still playing on his lips. Among the opponents I have gambled with, you are the only one who has not employed any underhanded means. That reason suffices. Yixiao's affiliation, the so-called Fujitora, was undoubtedly a pivotal event for Rate, as it genuinely augmented his ranks with a formidable ally, while the world government permanently lost a top-tier combatant of admiral caliber. Is this the sensation of double gravity? Excellent. Let us maintain this state. On the back of the soaring black dragon, Rate diligently engaged in his daily training. The devil fruit possessed by Yixiao grants him the ability to manipulate the gravitational field surrounding him. He can even draw down meteors from outer space, transforming them into colossal meteors with terrifying destructive power. However, his abilities extend beyond mere gravity. When this power is further developed, it enables the creation of both attraction and repulsion fields, allowing him to launch attacks in lateral, vertical, and even omnidirectional manners. Reit witnessed this remarkable capability firsthand and soon proposed a suggestion. He instructed Yixiao to establish a gravitational force 10 times greater around himself, and then attempted to engage in ordinary exercise. Weighing 150 pounds, he now found himself bearing an additional 300 pounds. This weight posed no burden for him. After merely 3 seconds of trial, he adapted to the sensation. During their flight from the Gumball Kingdom to Wano, which spanned less than 2 hours, the gravitational force on Reit escalated from an initial 2-fold to an astounding 50-fold. The power and technological systems within the pirate world are grotesquely disproportionate. Despite the apparent cataclysmic abilities of the powerful, even Whitebeard could be felled by a few meager bullets. And Big Mom's numerous formidable sons might fear a fatal fall from a castle. Thus, the physical resilience of individuals in this world seems rather limited. Even someone as formidable as Reit felt a distinct strain under 50-fold gravity. This is my homeland, Wano. Yixiao guided the black dragon over an expanse of architecture steeped in traditional Japanese aesthetics. Here lies the residence of the esteemed Kazuki Oden, the very figure you seek. Wano is a reclusive nation where the citizens are steeped in ignorance. Upon witnessing such a colossal black dragon descending from the heavens, they instinctively knelt in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Who approaches? A tall swordsman emerged, wielding a flaming longsword. Reit cast a glance at him and inquired, Where's Momonosuke? I am here to vanquish him in the name of justice. The swordsman gritted his teeth and replied, Lord Momonosuke is the newborn son of my master. Who are you, and why do you seek to harm him? Chapter 142. The Tea of Wano. The esteemed Lord Black Dragon has graced us with his presence. However, I humbly ask for your understanding regarding the simplicity of our abode. The head of the Kazuki clan, Lord Kazuki Oden, bowed slightly in apology to Rizel. Prior to their arrival, Yixiao had provided a brief introduction, allowing Rizel to grasp the nuances of the political upheaval in Wano. The Kazuki clan once reigned supreme. Yet over a decade ago, a significant upheaval occurred, resulting in their loss of power, forcing Lord Kazuki Oden to retreat to his fiefdom. Although the current ruler, Shogun Kurizumi Orochi, has not pursued their absolute annihilation, the defeated Lord Oden has evidently harbored a profound sense of crisis. Otherwise, he would not have fortified his domain so meticulously. The political structure of this nation resembles that of China's spring and autumn period or Japan's warring states era. where the so-called national ruler lacks the ability to govern the entirety of the land. The local lords do not invariably submit to the central authority, leading to a situation where the power dynamics have become unwieldy. It is clear that Orochi must balance various interests and cannot devote all his energies to the Kazuki family. In addition to his noble title, Lord Odin was a crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates 2 decades ago, only to be later recruited by Joel D. Roger, having sailed under 2 of the most formidable pirate flags, a true legend of the seas. Regrettably, he did not accompany Roger to the fabled Raftel and remains unaware of the true nature of the ultimate treasure. However, Rizel did not come to glean such tales. His purpose in visiting Wano was twofold. Firstly, the Kazuki clan were the original creators of the historical texts, renowned for their generations of expertise in stone carving and preservation of ancient script interpretations. Engaging with them would undoubtedly satiate Robin's insatiable thirst for knowledge. Secondly, this land is the homeland of Ichao, and in his quest to earn the unwavering loyalty of this elder, Rizel was determined to perform a kind act. The region appeared to be struggling. A mere glance revealed the harsh reality. As the perceptive Robin unflinchingly exposed the state of the nation, the streets were predominantly populated by the elderly, women, and children, all appearing gaunt and emaciated. Lord Odin knelt in a traditional manner on the tatami mat, his head bowed slightly in shame. I am deeply remorseful. Over a decade ago, Wano suffered a catastrophic disaster, resulting in the loss of nearly half of our able-bodied men, severely diminishing our workforce and leaving our agricultural efforts barely sustainable. This was evidently the aftermath of that internal strife. Yet, as he hesitated to broach the subject, Rizel refrained from pressing the matter. Instead, he took a sip of tea and remarked softly, "Since you are familiar with my name, you must also be aware of my current endeavors. Among the various leaders of Wano, your family's legacy is both ancient and illustrious, having once followed the likes of Whitebeard and Roger in their worldly travels. Your vision is undoubtedly far broader than that of others, and you must comprehend that, in the current political climate, isolationism is a path to ruin." Kazuki Odin nodded vigorously, acknowledging, indeed, while some daimyos from other regions support my cause, the opposing voices are far more formidable. Coupled with the general's stance, Wano has been unable to truly open its borders. Reit chuckled softly. "If this is your aspiration, allow me to assist you." "What say you?" Odin trembled with disbelief, his expression a mixture of astonishment and hope. "Lord Black Dragon is willing to lend a hand?" Reit raised his teacup. "It is but a trifling matter. I can aid you in eliminating that general and achieving the unification of Wano, simultaneously addressing the nation's food crisis. However, you must relinquish the Kazuki family's ancestral dominion over this land. Do you accept this condition?" The expression on Odin's face grew complex. His loyal retainers, Kinemon and Kanjuro, urgently whispered their counsel. The samurai of Wano would rather die than yield. This land has belonged to the Kazuki family since time immemorial. How can we surrender it to an outsider? Even if every man in Wano were to starve, we would never allow him a single grain. The sovereignty of Wano is our internal affair, and we will not permit foreign intervention. As he furrowed his brow in contemplation, the usually sharp-tongued Robin smiled gently. "Lord Odin, now that Lord Black Dragon is here, do you believe you have any other options?" Odin's mental defenses crumbled at her words. With a deep sigh, he bent forward, fist clenched upon the ground, and bowed deeply to Reit. "Lord Black Dragon, I entrust everything to you." The following day, Robin expressed her lingering disappointment to Reit. Shaking her head, "He has shared with me all that he knows, yet he possesses only the methods of interpretation and fragments of historical legacy. Regarding the lost century, he is no more enlightened than we." "I see," Reit replied indifferently, engrossed in a game of chess with Noki. Robin had long grown accustomed to his demeanor. After all, they had spent considerable time together, and Re had little interest in the so-called true history since he was, in fact, rewriting and creating history himself. "I'm going here," Noki declared, placing a piece on the board, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked to Reit. "Brother Reit, I just learned a new way to prepare fish. Would you like to try it later?" Reit grinned, playfully ruffling her nose. "Of course. Feel free to experiment with new dishes. I shall devour every last morsel." Robin leafed through a book, languidly reclining on the sofa, yet gently nudged Rhett with her bare foot. "I just heard many people here expressing their gratitude to the divine. Did you assist them in cultivating their crops?" Rhett grasped her delicate foot, playfully caressing her smooth ankle and velvety instep. "As you can see, the populace struggles to fill their bellies. For me, it is merely a trifling effort." Robin attempted to wriggle free, but to no avail. Resigned, she extended her other fair and lovely foot. However, have you not considered informing these people that it is your benevolence? Rhett chuckled and shook his head. When the hearts of the people? It seems I no longer need to engage in such endeavors. No Kigo, you have lost. As his final piece fell, no Kigo indeed surrendered. Pouting with a hint of indignation, it appears I possess no talent in the art of chess. Rhett gently pinched her small face with the hand not occupied with her foot. Clean up, then let me sample the new dish you've just mastered. Perhaps it will instill a sense of urgency in your sister Robin, who seems to have gained a bit of weight recently. Once no Kigo scurried into the kitchen, Rhett summoned Kei, Getsu Mitata, and Ichiyo. We may proceed. Kei Getsu Mitata hesitated, saying, It's nearly lunchtime, Lord Black Dragon. Perhaps we should dine first? Rhett, however, dismissed the suggestion, picking up the nearby kettle to pour steaming water into the teapot, then rising. Let us go, by the time we return. The tea should be perfectly steeped. Chapter 143. Let us all engage. Lord Black Dragon, please observe this map. Kazuki Oden unfurled a scroll from his sleeve, revealing an intricate map of Wano country. Kyoto, where Kaido resides, is located here, approximately 200 kilometers from our position. Just as he began to elaborate, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Had it not been for Kinemon's quick reflexes to steady him, Oden would have surely fallen. Oden's astonishment reached its zenith as the very land he stood upon transformed, in the blink of an eye, into a 30-meter-long black dragon. What sorcery is this? Exclaimed Reizo, the third guardian with an enormous head and an exceedingly grotesque visage, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he perched upon the dragoness back. Trembling with trepidation, Kinemon and Kanjuro closely guarded Kazuki Oden, as if their master were on the brink of peril. Yet, Oden, a legendary figure who had once served Whitebeard and Roger, managed to regain his composure after a brief moment of turmoil. Though your powers are formidable, understanding both oneself and one's adversary is the key to triumph. May I take this opportunity to elucidate the capabilities of our opponent? Reizo nodded. Keep it succinct. Our time is limited. What unique abilities does the general possess, such as a devil fruit? Oden's expression turned grave as he replied, he wields the snake fruit, model, viper. A Zoan-type devil fruit that allows him to transform into a serpent. His tail is particularly troublesome. His defensive capabilities are exceptional. And his heightened senses, specifically his observation haki, are remarkably powerful, complemented by astonishing speed. Additionally, he can exhale deadly venom. Suddenly, the black dragon beneath them halted abruptly, nearly casting Oden off. Reizo, undeterred, glanced below and stated, I mentioned our time is limited. Prepare for descent, Ichiji. Ichiji smirked slightly, retracting his cane sword. The black dragon had traversed nearly 200 kilometers in mere minutes, thanks not only to Reizo's enhanced abilities, but also due to Ichiji's own prowess, allowing for a burst of extraordinary speed. However, this rapid acceleration came at a cost, depleting a significant portion of Ichiji's energy reserves. Kazuki Oden, you are no stranger to the world. How do you perceive the strength of this Kaido from an external perspective? Reizo queried as he commanded the dragon to decelerate for landing, even questioning the validity of his own inquiry. Oden pondered for a moment before responding with hesitation. Originally, his strength was on par with mine, but since consuming the devil fruit, he has far surpassed me. In my humble opinion, while the Kaido general may not yet reach the level of an admiral, he is perilously close. Ryder nodded slightly. Very well, let us consider him a formidable general. Keigetsu Oden sensed a hint of overconfidence and promptly cautioned, Your Excellency, please exercise utmost caution. General Black Snake possesses not only exceptional strength, but has also assembled 13 warrior squads and 5 ninja villages. Each captain of the 13 squads and the leaders of the 5 villages are nearly as powerful as Navy vice admirals. Should they converge, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to breach their defenses. Ninja Rei-Eyes nodded repeatedly. Indeed, especially the 5 village leaders, each of whom has earned the title of Shadow. They possess extraordinary abilities, capable of traversing the heavens and the earth, altering the very fabric of reality. They can even harness mysterious sage arts and demonic techniques, temporarily transcending their inherent limitations to attain powers far beyond their own. Even if Lord Black Dragon's techniques are remarkable, without proper precautions, he would be vulnerable to their opportunistic strikes. Just as Ryder was about to shake his head and chuckle, a hoarse voice resonated from below. Keigetsu Oden, I have granted you a chance to prolong your existence, yet instead of seeking solace in the 9 miles, you have conspired with outsiders to invade the capital. It seems you are prepared to stand against the world. Keigetsu Odin and his three vassals bore expressions of grave concern. This is dire. It is black carbon. They have discovered us. Yet Ryder remained unfazed after all. Even a blind person could sense such a colossal black dragon soaring in the sky. The voice of black carbon Daika continued. Yamamoto, Vortex, intercept them. Show no mercy. With a whoosh, 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 whoosh. While Wano country did not possess the six-style shave, these ninjas and warriors had their own rapid movement techniques. No sooner had Black Carbon Daika issued his command than nearly 1,000 adversaries surged forth from the palace, with even more enemies hastily converging upon their position. Clearly, Black Carbon Daika had utilized his observation haki to detect the approaching foes in advance, swiftly rallying his most trusted subordinates to trap Ryder and his companions. 13th Guard Division. An elderly bald man bellowed. We shall not retreat an inch. Behind him, nearly 1,000 warriors unsheathed their swords, transforming them into an array of bizarre forms. Conversely, the ninjas were slightly fewer in number. A young man with golden hair and 6 whiskers swiftly formed a hand sign for a ninjutsu. Be cautious. This individual is the world government's most wanted criminal, Black Dragon, with a bounty of 10 billion berries. Behind him, hundreds of ninjas dispersed rapidly, leaving only the strongest among their ranks. Ryder gazed at the diverse forms of his adversaries below, an expression of complex nostalgia crossing his face. These individuals truly evoke memories of the past. A smile seemed to detect the turbulence within his heart. Lord Reit, shall I take care of these figures? For him, these adversaries were hardly formidable. Perhaps a few meteorites could obliterate 99% of his enemies. Reit slowly shook his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ishao was the first to react, his body trembling slightly. Following that, Keigetsu Odin and his 3 retainers shook violently, gradually collapsing onto the dragoness back. Conqueror's Haki. Keigetsu Odin, having once witnessed Roger's Haki, certainly recognized this force, yet the passage of time rendered him momentarily dazed upon experiencing it anew. Instead, it was Robin, the weakest among them, who exhibited a remarkable resilience to Reit's Haki. Remaining unaffected even at the eye of the storm, when would Luffy's Haki be capable of overpowering Nami or Usopp? Below them, over 1,000 warriors fell to their knees as if harvested by a relentless reaper, leaving fewer than 20 leaders still able to maintain their combat stance. Meanwhile, the hundreds of ninjas who had scattered to conceal themselves among the flora and rocks lost their positions as well, one by one succumbing to unconsciousness. Reit smiled with satisfaction. Raising his chin towards the opponents below, come at me all at once, do not waste time. The balding elder tore apart his white cloak and unsheathed the blade at his waist. You will regret this. Bankai Zentate. The slender blade suddenly glowed a vivid red, distorting the very air around it. The warriors behind him swung their swords. Wasp's Thunderwhip. Divine Killing Spear. All of it. Infinite Mirror Flower Water Moon. 1,000 Cherry Blossom Scene. Black Rope Divine Punishment King. Flower Heaven Wild Bone. Withered Pine Heart. Clear Insect Final Form. Yama Cricket. Great Crimson Lotus Ice Wheel. I shall cut. Golden Hickey Killing Jizz. Cough, cough, cough. On the other side, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth called out to a companion. Sasuke, use that technique. Wind Release. Spiraling Shuriken. A dark-haired, red-eyed youth extended his right hand towards him. That route. Let us end this. Fire Release. Great God of Earth. Suddenly, 2 powerful waves erupted between their hands, which then merged into one. Scorching Release. Radiant Wheel, Black Gale, Zero Style. Perched atop the Black Dragon, Re could not help but smirk. This technique seems unfamiliar to me. Chapter 144, Black Dragon vs. Black Serpent. What a spectacular display of fireworks. Observing the colorful array of offensive skills below, Robin let out a gentle chuckle, tenderly embracing Noki in her arms. Although Kazuki Odin managed to maintain a semblance of composure, the expressions of his 3 subordinates shifted in unison. Is this the true power of General Kaido? It is indeed terrifying. Thankfully, we did not engage in a full-scale battle with them earlier. Yasui pressed his hand against the hilt of his blade, his thumb slightly nudging the guard, only to revert to his original stance. He sensed a surge of indescribable energy radiating from the man beside him. In the Black Forest and the Malevolent Swamp, it seemed that Bold Ret merely needed to summon a thought, and the land beneath him, spanning nearly 1,000 meters, suddenly collapsed. Towering black muck surged upwards like a colossal wave, engulfing the surroundings and swiftly consuming the weaker enemies. The exquisite techniques they had just unleashed many still in the incantation and charging phase, were devoured by the foul swamp in an instant. Beyond this mire, countless black vines grew wildly, spreading like venomous serpents, ensnaring enemies within their attack range, employing every conceivable method to extinguish their lives. These vines were imbued with armament hockey, significantly enhancing their offensive and defensive capabilities. Ordinary blades could not inflict substantial damage upon them, but rather were effortlessly pierced by the tendrils. Even though a few ninjas and samurai managed to evade with their speed, they were met with a gentle storm of petals. The various petals and leaves, entwined with armament hockey, seemed to scatter freely across every corner of the battlefield. Anyone attempting to escape the hellish mire would immediately find themselves trapped within this unending tempest. With a powerful flap of his wings, the black dragon ascended slightly. Noki cast a worried glance at Rhett and retrieved a restorative from the medical kit. "Rhett, you must be exhausted, right?" Rhett, however, smiled and shook his head. "These insignificant ants are hardly worth the expenditure of such resources." He then turned to Kazuki Oden. "Your previous assessment of these individuals was likely quite erroneous. Even the strongest among them hardly reaches the level of a rear admiral in the Navy." A sheen of sweat trickled down Kazuki Oden's cheek as he yearned to retort. "I have conversed with Whitebeard and the Pirate King. I have witnessed countless events. I assure you, they possess the strength to rival a Navy rear admiral." Yet, glancing at the skilled fighters below being mercilessly slaughtered by the vines and petals, he ultimately chose silence. "Cease." With a furious roar, a figure emerged from the palace. "I command you to cease." Contrary to the imposing and fearsome image that Rhett had anticipated, the individual was a diminutive middle-aged man, sporting a traditional Japanese bald head and topknot, clad in a loose, jet-black kimono. His mouth bore two wispy mustache-like whiskers, exuding a common, unsavory air often associated with Japanese men. The sword in his hand was already drawn. Pointing menacingly at Kazuki Oden, "Kazuki Oden, in your quest to reclaim power over the nation, you have betrayed the sacred laws of Wano that have endured for a millennium, conspiring with outsiders to harm the people of Wano. If the ancestors of the Kazuki clan were to know, how could they permit such heinous transgressions?" Kazuki Oden also unsheathed his sword, its cold gleam cutting through the air. "Kaido, how the ancestors of the Kazuki clan perceive me is not for you to judge." Observing the standoff between the two, Robin smirked slyly and then urged Kazuki Oden, "Shall you not engage in a fierce battle with him, to showcase the valor of the Kazuki lineage?" To her surprise, Kazuki Oden shook his head without hesitation. "If I could defeat him, why would I wait for Lord Kaido's assistance? My lord, please make your move." Although Kaido bellowed twice for them to halt, he could only watch in horror as his elite subordinates were annihilated in the forest and marsh. He was not a commander who cherished his subordinates, yet he understood the crucial role they played in maintaining his dominion. Now, having lost all his trusted allies was akin to a bird stripped of its wings, or a beast devoid of its fangs. With another furious roar, he trembled violently, transforming into a colossal rattlesnake, 3 meters thick and nearly 50 meters long. The serpent coiled around the ground, its upper body erect, its massive head held high, sharp teeth glistening, while its crimson tongue and tail flicked rapidly. Rhett took a step forward, preparing to leap from the dragon's back to confront the serpent himself. Kazuki Oden quickly cautioned, "Lord Kaido, he can emit strange sounds with his abilities, which may disturb our senses. Be extraordinarily vigilant." A human visage subtly materialized upon the serpent's head, sneering. "Kazuki Oden, is it now that you think to warn him? It is far too late. You shall all perish here." Serpent's illusion. At the moment he uttered his final word, a glimmer of cold light flashed across the back of the dragon. Generally, serpents possess poor vision, but that was not the reason Kaido was unable to discern the source of that chilling light. As the esteemed Kazuki Oden articulated, despite being a premier warrior of Wano country, Korizumi Orochi may not reach the exalted realms of the 4 emperors, admirals, or the 7 warlords of the sea. Yet he is by no means a weakling. Were he so, the Wano he governs could not possibly maintain its transcendent status in a world dominated by the strong. None among the feudal lords, the world government, the navy, or even the 4 emperors of the New World have succeeded in truly besting him. His inability to perceive the glimmer of that lethal light stemmed solely from its astonishing velocity. Korizumi Orochi's body trembled violently before he belatedly heard the sound of slicing air. Whoosh! Thud! A look of bewilderment clouded his murky eyes, and the massive serpent head seemed to incline as if to discern the unfolding events. Yet, it merely attempted to do so, only to succumb and fall limply. Subsequently, that very head, along with a 3-meter-long neck, slid away from his body. A sudden eruption of crimson mist gushed from the smooth, severed surface. How could this be? Kazuki Odin's jaw nearly struck the ground. Instinctively, he reached for his beloved sword, only to find nothing but emptiness. His heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. Could it be that the blade which felled Kurozumi Orochi was, in fact, his own sword? He observed the man not far away slowly turning to face him. Revealing an expression of unparalleled solitude, Kazuki Odin, you have deceived me once more. Is this the caliber of a so-called near admiral? How low do you regard the admirals? Although Kurozumi Orochi had cultivated the armament haki, beneath the onslaught of his lightning-fast haki-infused sword, he was as defenseless as tofu. Kazuki Odin's countenance was a blend of mirth and sorrow, yet he did not forget one crucial matter. He knelt upon the dragon's back, pressing his forehead firmly against it. Oh, Lord Black Dragon, your righteous intervention has vanquished Kurozumi Orochi, liberating Wano from darkness. Henceforth, the 6 million men, women, and children of Wano shall be your loyal subjects. Chapter 145, The Radiance of Lord Black Dragon. From this moment forth, the governance of Wano country shall temporarily rest in your capable hands. With an effortless display of prowess, Red addressed Kazuki Odin, suggesting, let them handle the aftermath here. Shall we return to Curry first? Kazuki Odin promptly dispatched all 3 of his loyal retainers, while he humbly knelt upon the back of the Black Dragon, expressing, I sincerely wish to convey my gratitude. 10 minutes later, Rhett returned to the turret of Curry, lifting the previously used teapot and slowly pouring a cup for each individual present. Ah, this tea is still warm, the perfect moment indeed. Kazuki Odin, filled with trepidation, received the cup with both hands, saying, thank you, my lord. Were it not for your timely intervention, in a few years' time, as Kaido's influence grew even stronger, the Kazuki clan would likely lose even the territory of Curry. Henceforth, the Kazuki family shall be the most loyal vassals of Lord Black Dragon, whatever your command may be. We shall serve with utmost dedication. Rhett nodded in acknowledgement, handing another cup of tea to a smiling individual. I shall not linger here for long, nor will I interfere excessively in your affairs, but I require you to undertake 2 tasks. Kazuki Odin immediately set his cup upon the table, attentively awaiting further instructions. Pray, my lord, command me. Rhett took a sip of his tea before slowly articulating. First, I need you to swiftly assess the situation in Wano and implement comprehensive reforms. The outdated feudal system cannot possibly endure any longer. Of course, you need not accomplish this immediately. Both Kazuki Odin and his accompanying retainers were taken aback. Yet they promptly nodded, as you command. This system has persisted for nearly 8 centuries, with intricate entanglements among various families and daimyos. Clearly not a conundrum solvable in a single day, unless Rhett personally intervened to obliterate the ruling class in one fell swoop. Rhett continued, secondly, I require you to select a contingent of formidable warriors and ninjas from Wano to join my ranks. A modest number, around 2,000 to 3,000, will suffice. Kazuki Odin responded with remarkable clarity. I, Lord Rhett. News of the downfall of Kaido swiftly spread throughout Wano, leading to a gradual alleviation of the tense atmosphere that had long been wrought by war. In a certain town, villagers observed local officials and warriors strolling through the countryside with 3 foreign visitors, a man and 2 women. Not far off, beneath a large tree, 2 young boys watched the strangers with rapt attention. So Gyro, do you see? That is the Lord Black Dragon who vanquished General Kaido. Ritaro, one day, I too shall become such a grand swordsman. Fool, how do you know he is a grand swordsman? He isn't even wearing a sword. You are the foolish one. I have heard that Lord Black Dragon severed the head of the great black serpent with a divine sword. They continued to debate, but their discourse was swiftly drowned out by an uncontrollable chorus of astonishment. Look, this is the miracle of Lord Black Dragon. Is this the bounty bestowed upon us by Lord Black Dragon? Hail to the Black Dragon. As Rhett traversed the fields, astonishing transformations unfolded in his wake. Barren lands metamorphosed into fertile fields, while a mysterious force eradicated the weeds, giving rise to towering wheat and rice, alongside a plethora of vegetables and fruits. The weighty fruits, swayed by the gentle breeze, fell softly into the hands of the awaiting villagers. In this nation, which had languished in isolation for 800 years, the ignorance of the populace was almost palpable. Upon witnessing such wonders, touching the fallen fruits, and savoring their delightful sweetness, they naturally regarded Bold Red as a deity far surpassing the Getsu clan and the Great Black Serpent. Beyond cultivation, Rhett commanded the intelligent puppets he had created to construct sturdy homes for the impoverished, even preparing steaming feasts for them. Though the people of this land led lives of considerable hardship, they retained a significant degree of decorum and morality. As they lifted the heavy bowls and savored the delicious rice, tears of unforgettable gratitude flowed from their eyes. The name of Black Dragon Bold Ret would undoubtedly be etched in their hearts forever. After witnessing such miracles, the once hopeful daimyos across the land could only silently sheathe their swords of resistance, dutifully relinquishing their hereditary fiefs, consenting to political reform, and hastily dispatching elite warriors, prepared to serve the divine mandate of Lord Black Dragon with unwavering dedication. This is the treasured blade, Onakiri, passed down through generations of the Fujiwara clan. Only a deity like Lord Ret is worthy of possessing it. This is the Haru-Ch Sword of the Eagle clan, a divine artifact rivaling the secret treasure of the Land of Harmony, the Aki-Mizu. Please accept it, Lord Black Dragon. Though these two swords, Tora-T and Retsa-T, are newly forged, they are unmatched in both material and sharpness compared to other treasured blades. After all, this is a land of samurai. Every daimyo possesses one or two commendable swords. Ret considered refusing the offerings. Yet the warrior presenting the sword unsheathed his short blade without hesitation and plunged it into his own abdomen. Had Ret not possessed healing elixirs, that warrior might have tragically perished at his feet. The Land of Harmony is a vast realm. In terms of area alone, it is at least equivalent to 10 Dressrosas. In an effort to establish an unassailable authority, expand his influence within the nation, and mitigate resistance to reform, Ret traversed the territories of every prominent figure, consistently exhibiting his unparalleled dominance. His endeavors not only brought forth the miraculous acts of afforestation, constructing homes, cooking, and cleaning to the commoners of the Land of Harmony, but also highlighted the arduous nature of creation compared to destruction for most experts. Even for Ret, who was nearing his zenith, the immense demands of these substantial undertakings had drained both his physical and mental resources. Yet, it was precisely this intense consumption that inadvertently enhanced his mastery over the powers granted by the devil fruit amidst the relentless exertion. Days later, upon their return to the 9 miles, the entourage accompanying him had acquired no fewer than 30 exquisite swords. Each, even of the lowest quality, was of the swift blade caliber. For Ret, however, the distinction between a supreme sword and an ordinary blade seemed negligible, considering the multitude of rapidly maturing youths at the rear. Even if he himself had no need for them, these swords could serve as weapons for Zaro and his companions. Contemplate this. The 13-year-old Zaro had already gathered 2 exceptional swords, Wado Ikamanji and the Autumn Water, the latter gifted by Ret, and was backed by an impressive array of formidable blades such as Shunchao, Onazuki, Torachu, and Raikiri. With such initial armament, he was undoubtedly equipped to dominate the novice village for many years to come. Lord Ret, you have worked hard today. Would you prefer to dine first, take a bath, or a delicate black-haired maid approached, only to be unceremoniously brushed aside by Nokigao? Pointing to the snail telephone on the table, Nokigao announced, Brother Ret, Big Mom formally invites you to her tea party, and she wishes to marry her daughter to you. Ret was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head slightly. Unable to suppress a chuckle, I had anticipated that the first to provoke me would be Kaido, yet it appears this beast is not the most foolish of them all. Chapter 146. The End of the World Date, January 15th, 1515, in the Era of the Sea. Location, Wano Country, Kuro. On this morning, Nokiho gently pushed open a door, only to find Nico Robin seated alone in front of a wide bed, clad in a simple nightgown, staring blankly at her reflection in the dressing mirror. Nokiho was taken aback. Oh, Sister Robin, where's Rate? Robin's shoulders trembled slightly as she returned to reality. She turned her body, revealing a smile that betrayed her true feelings. He has gone out to attend to some matters and will return shortly. Let us prepare a meal. We can feast together upon his return. However, Nokiho remained unconvinced. Sister Robin, you need not conceal the truth from me. The matters Raid is attending to must be exceedingly perilous, right? Otherwise, why would he not take you along? Her brow furrowed delicately. Robin's eyes were filled with an enduring worry. Indeed, it is very dangerous. Nokiho bit her lip. He is going to confront that Emperor of the Sea, the most formidable and terrifying woman. Big Mom, isn't she? Robin shook her head. You are astute. Nokiho, yet the enemy he faces is even more dreadful than Big Mom. Nokiho blinked in confusion. Then, who is it? Robin gazed out the window at the golden sun just rising above the ocean. The world government. Location, Holy Land, Mariehua. Oh dear, this is utterly exhausting. The newly appointed Admiral Akiji sighed. Sprawled on the concrete floor, attempting to shield himself from the sun by lowering his eye mask. "Do not complain, Admiral. It is merely morning," replied his subordinate, Smoker, the chain smoker. Following the significant losses suffered by the high-ranking officials in last year's battle against the Black Dragon, nearly half of the elite forces were decimated, despite his surly temperament and lack of social grace. This white hunter had recently been promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral due to his natural devil fruit powers and commendable performance. In truth, the cynical and passionate Smoker was entirely incompatible with the ambiguous and laid-back Akiji, yet at this moment, he was the only one standing beside the new admiral. "I really wish for a vacation." Akiji yawned and conjured an ice pillow using his powers, delightfully reclining as he prepared to indulge in a day of rest. After enduring the initial turmoil and anxiety, the atmosphere in Mariehua had gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy over the past month, although this world lacked celebrations like the Lunar New Year or Christmas. As the new year approached, the celestial dragons, accustomed to indulgence, visibly relaxed their vigilance. Even the five elders have suppressed the notion of initiating the celestial dragon plan. After all, they maintain a clandestine connection with a certain young man among the four emperors, distinguished by his crimson hair. According to this enigmatic red-haired figure, Black Dragonboat REIT has learned from Whitebeard that the world government possesses an ultimate secret weapon, one that even the pirate King Roger and Whitebeard could not contend with. Thus, he refrains from cornering the world government. No one can bear the weight of such an outcome. Observing the comfortably sprawled figure of Akiji, Smoker could only take a deep drag from his cigarette and exhale a large smoke ring. He had long grown accustomed to his superior's indolent demeanor, and by no means could he rouse Akiji from his slumber. Smoker shook his head. The marshal embodies this disposition. Among the five admirals, Kizaru and Akiji are on par, while the most senior, Akainu, is an undeniable goody two-shoes. Tsuru, the only female admiral, engages daily in a tiresome spectacle of pursuit, confession, rejection, and renewed pursuit with Tashiji. As for the last admiral, Green Bull, who rose through the ranks from the grassroots, he shares Akiji's temperament and is a supreme sloth. It is said he has recently become too lethargic even to eat. What can one expect from such a character to fervently pursue pirates? Smoker suddenly felt a chill envelop him. What manner of individuals comprise the upper echelons of the navy he serves? Even with the expansion of the Admiralty and a widespread conscription, after the deaths of a significant number of elite forces such as Akainu, Doflamingo, and Virgo, it seems that only a handful of truly diligent individuals remain in Marine headquarters. Even those previously aligned with the hawkish faction, such as Stolo and Spider, have succumbed to despondency following the deaths of Akainu and others, spending their days drowning their sorrows in drink or gathering to grumble. Some have even angrily denounced the world government and the celestial dragons while inebriated. Had it not been for the current need for personnel, the five elders would have surely dispatched these disloyal marines to feed the fish. Yet, even amid such circumstances, numerous conflicts and tensions have erupted between the celestial dragons and the navy in recent times, perhaps due to the long-standing practice of consanguinity. Many celestial dragons appear to be intellectually impaired. The threat of the Black Dragon has barely passed when they impatiently present themselves before the navy, assuming the roles of deities and creators, thereby provoking further discord. While the navy is often labeled as the lapdogs of the celestial dragons, not everyone is as submissive as Sengoku. In truth, many navy commanders possess rather irritable tempers. It is difficult to envision someone like Smoker kneeling, retreating, or even worshipping the celestial dragons. Just as Smoker had taken a few steps, an icy chill suddenly surged from behind. He swiftly turned around, only to find Akiji, who had seemingly slipped into slumber, now standing upright, radiating an aura of bone-chilling cold. "Marshal." Smogton was taken aback, only to hear Akiji's voice rise with urgency. "Enemy attack." Almost simultaneously, Kizaru, who was sipping tea in his office, abruptly spat out a mouthful of hot tea and transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, vanishing through the window. Kizaru's speed had reached its zenith. Yet before he could pose any inquiries to Akiji, he sensed a colossal shadow plummeting from the heavens. It was a meteorite with a radius of 5 kilometers. Typically, meteors or shooting stars experience a drastic reduction in speed due to the immense friction upon entering the atmosphere. But this meteorite was defying all logic, accelerating rather than slowing down. Moreover, it was enveloped in a blazing inferno due to the intense friction. Even the formidable Kizaru and Akiji found themselves wanting to curse under their breath at such a sight. Possessing the powers of a Logia fruit, they could indeed evade harm through elemental transformation, yet They were situated right behind the headquarters of the world government, in the living quarters of the celestial dragons. If this meteorite were to strike unimpeded, Mariewa would be reduced to mere ruins. Ice Age, the Yada no Kagami. These two titans finally cast aside their usual nonchalance, instinctively unleashing their most potent abilities. A massive iceberg surged upward, instantly forming a formidable shield above Mariewa. Following this, countless radiant light projectiles were launched skyward, aiming to shatter the menacing meteorite into fragments through a wide-ranging assault. Boom! The continuous, muffled roars erupted in succession, as those golden-hued projectiles rained down upon the meteorite's surface, filling the sky with plumes of smoke and debris. Had they succeeded? Despite the urgency, many high-ranking officials finally grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces etched with fear as they beheld the smoke and flames. What power is this? The effect of a devil fruit? Who dares to attack here? Is it the Revolutionary Army's dragon? Or the beast pirates Kaido? Or perhaps the Black Dragon? No one would answer their multitude of questions, for the expressions of Akiji and Kizaru had turned grim beyond measure. How could this be ineffective? Akiji stomped the ground, thickening the icy shield by another layer. Kizaru's forehead was already beaded with sweat, for as the primary offensive force, he was acutely aware of the meteorite's ferocity. He unleashed billions of light projectiles, yet not only did he fail to shatter the meteorite, but he couldn't even slow its descent. For upon the surface of that immense meteorite lay a seemingly thin, yet remarkably robust layer of haki. Even if he poured forth all his strength in a more ferocious onslaught, that layer of haki merely thinned, yet never vanished. Damn it! Ah! The yellow ape unleashed the most frenzied roar he had emitted in over 50 years since his birth, his form completely transformed into a radiant burst of light. Countless luminous projectiles shooting forth at an increasingly relentless frequency. Although no one could discern his expression, he was acutely aware that he had never felt more beleaguered than at this moment. Hold the line. Akiji gripped his left fist tightly, while his right hand remained pressed against the ground. The icy barrier thickened further, yet the formidable aura emanating from the meteorite waned slightly. It was not yet time to succumb to despair. A resounding boom echoed across the skies of Mariewa, causing the red continent to tremble violently. Crack! The seemingly impervious ice shield suddenly manifested enormous fissures, yet due to its substantial thickness, it had not yet shattered. "We held it," cheered a rear admiral behind Smoker. Soon, a chorus of voices arose. "Admiral Akiji is magnificent. Long live the world government." Akiji exhaled softly, but he could only release half of his breath before he found himself unable to continue. His observation haki warned him, a second, even larger meteorite had begun its descent from the heavens. Cursed be it. The newly appointed Marine Admiral, barely 2 weeks into his position, suddenly sensed that he might soon become the shortest-serving admiral in the annals of marine history. Meanwhile, thousands of meters above, a figure known as One Smile tilted his head back and swallowed a dose of energy elixir, drawing forth his saber once more. Fierce Tiger descends amongst the stars. In the higher altitudes, over 20 meteorites of varying sizes roared through the atmosphere, hurtling towards Mariewa below with unstoppable force. While Akiji and the Yellow Ape were tasked with defending the world government and the celestial dragons, the assailant, One Smile, bore no such concerns. Chapter 147. The Man Who Cultivates Mushrooms. Bang, 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 boom. The skies above Mary Geos have transformed into the most intense battleground of power conflicts. Gasp, gasp, huh. The staff blade of a certain figure has long since been unsheathed, revealing an indelible weariness in the whites of his unseen eyes. In the brief span of just 1 hour, aided by energy potions, he has pushed his abilities to their utmost limits. Were this to occur elsewhere, hundreds of colossal meteors cascading from tens of thousands of meters would not merely devastate a single city, but could reduce the entirety of the Red Soil continent to mere ruins. Yet, he senses that despite the unprecedented ferocity of his assault, he has been unable to truly strike that city. He does not harbor excessive frustration, after all. He fights alone, while before him stand the formidable admirals, Akiji, Kizaru, Green Bull, Trafalgar, T-Pig, and Fire Mountain, but the latter seems merely a token presence. With the combined might of these 6 elite forces, alongside the formidable Steelbone and other experts from the world government, not a single meteor has managed to strike Mary Geos. The 5 elders, though they have emerged from their grand edifice, have refrained from engaging, only exchanging hushed, vigilant discussions. A mere anonymous blind man is hardly sufficient to instill panic in them. Their sense of urgency stems from a shared understanding. If the Black Dragon indeed opts for war, then this blind man's offensive is but the prelude to a far greater storm. Unable to locate the black dragon? How could this be possible? Castro roared at a CP-1 agent. What is Spandam doing? He must lead the search himself. Abraham shook his head. There is no need for undue alarm. The celestial dragons are prepared and ready to mobilize. Victory is still within our grasp. Galba cast a cold glance his way. We do not even know where the black dragon is. Even if the celestial dragons can move, what good will it do? Kaishin leaned on his sword, his expression grave. Perhaps we should consider temporarily avoiding the black dragon's might? Castro immediately sprang up. You wish to retreat? This is not retreating, merely a strategic repositioning, aimed at ensuring the black dragon is fully exposed to our sight. Otherwise, we remain too passive. Kaishin slightly adjusted the hilt of his sword, revealing a blade that glimmered with cold light. Do not worry, even if we are pushed to the brink. I shall be the first to stand before you. While the 5 elders continued their fervent discussion, the agent burst in once more. Esteemed 5 elders. Lord Spandam has just confirmed the location of the black dragon. The 5 elderly men suddenly shouted. Where is he? The agent was drenched in cold sweat. He is in the dragon's lair? The 5 elders were momentarily stunned. Castro seized the agent by his collar, exclaiming, This is absolutely impossible. The defenses there are the most formidable. Even Kaido cannot breach it. Gorba stroked his plump chin. No, it is not impossible. The black dragon possesses the earthquake fruit, which indeed allows him to traverse any terrain. Castro dejectedly released the agent, lamenting, If only we had constructed it with sea prism stone. Abraham sighed. It seems he has already grasped our most significant trump card. Kaishin sheathed his sword once more. Immediately inform Lord M, we must retreat. Perhaps it is not too late. Very well, this is the true face of the celestial dragons. Upon witnessing the bombers poised for action in the underground bunker, Rhett smiled faintly. You have all worked hard. Kneeling before him were the ninjas and samurai of Wano. His intention for Kazuki Oden to prepare thousands of elite warriors was not to confront the world government head-on, but to leverage their stealth abilities to gather intelligence from beneath the celestial dragon's feet. These ninjas did not disappoint him within a mere dozen days. They located the hiding place of the celestial dragon forces, prompting Rhett to launch his strike with a smile. With a continuous barrage of meteors, Ishao drew the attention of the strongest forces, such as Akiji and Kizaru, while Rhett personally infiltrated Mary Geos, ready to execute the most ruthless ambush. He did not immediately destroy the aircraft and bombs, but nodded at the diligent ninjas. I give you 3 minutes to retreat to the designated location. Then board the Black Dragon and leave this place. The ninjas wasted no time, disappearing underground without a word, aided by Rhett's abilities. Meanwhile, Rhett admired the majestic warplanes while dialing his transponder snail. You must also evacuate immediately, Ishao. You want me to retreat? Do you know what you were saying? The transponder snail in the hands of the 5 elders emitted a howl of disbelief. The old men exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Only Abraham spoke solemnly. Lord M, the Black Dragon has discovered the dragon's lair. Although Steelbone and Kizaru have already rushed there, the situation remains dire in this circumstance. Retreat is the safest option. Do you wish to make me a perpetual laughingstock? The transponder snail belonging to the figure known as Lord M widened its eyes. My dignity cannot be so trampled by mere humans. I grant you a minute to utterly annihilate this black dragon and his minions. His roar had yet to subside when a violent tremor resonated from beneath. Is it too late? The yellow ape murmured as he raced towards the bomb shelter. In the next instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightnings, vanishing at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Behind him, Steelbone Kong could wager that the yellow ape had never been this swift before, because he was fleeing. Steelbone Kong had no time to chastise the yellow ape for his cowardice, for urgency consumed him. Suddenly, a thunderous sound that struck the very soul erupted without warning. Boom! A blinding white light seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. A mushroom cloud blossomed abruptly. The Black Dragon, Bordlet, once known as a civil engineering expert during his naval days, had always excelled at cultivating flora. Now, in the sacred land of the world, Mariewa, he had planted hundreds of colossal mushrooms. Bang, 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 boom. What is that? The squirrel, stationed in Mariford, stared in astonishment at the massive mushroom cloud ascending into the sky, his mind blank. Having served as a vice admiral for over a decade, he was well aware of the secret weapons wielded by the celestial dragons, yet he had never fathomed that these clandestine armaments could be so terrifying. Despite being 100 kilometers away, he could still distinctly feel the overwhelming shockwave emanating from Mariewa. The ground beneath him trembled violently. and the sea around him rose in colossal waves, even propelling several gigantic sea kings into the air. The squirrel's limbs turned icy, and his subordinates lay scattered in disarray. Some muttered, "Is this the end of the world?" Instinctively, the squirrel glanced skyward, only to be overtaken by a sudden chill. He beheld several enormous black dragons flapping their wings, slowly hovering above Meriford. "Did you do this?" He gazed up at the man atop the black dragon, his voice strained. The man, however, did not meet his gaze, lost in contemplation as he stared at the mushroom cloud on the horizon, heaving a deep sigh. "I did this. Yet, this is not solely my doing. With my own strength alone, it would be impossible to completely obliterate Mariewa, let alone shatter the red line." A fierce wind suddenly swept in from the direction of Mariewa. In the air, a scent of gunpowder seemed to linger. Chapter 148. The Deity Amidst the Ruins, Finale, Whoosh. 300 kilometers away from Mariewa, a golden radiance gradually came to a halt. It was a moment of utmost peril, truly terrifying. A tall, unsavory man emerged from the golden light. This was none other than Admiral Borsellino, also known as Kizaru. Perhaps he had exhausted too much energy while contending with the meteorite, or perhaps he had fled in haste. Or maybe he had shed his admiral's cloak to reduce wind resistance. Regardless, his disheveled appearance spoke volumes. His curly hair was drenched in sweat, and several buttons of his shirt had burst open, rendering him a pitiful sight. Possessing the powers of the Pika Pika Nomi, Kizaru was said to be capable of reaching the speed of light. Theoretically, he could traverse a distance of 300,000 kilometers in a mere second, equivalent to circling the Earth 7.5 times. In comparison, the explosive radius of those classified weapons was only a few dozen kilometers. Thus, in theory, a determined escape by Kizaru should be unimpeded by anyone. Yet, even so, he found himself breathing a sigh of relief, still haunted by the experience. Fortunately, I did not rush towards the bomb locations at true light speed. Otherwise, facing the impact from such a close distance would have severely affected even someone moving at light speed. Upholding an ambiguous sense of justice, Kizaru was merely a veteran within the Navy. His attitude towards work appeared commendable, yet in practice, he approached tasks with a casual demeanor, merely going through the motions. To expect him to wholeheartedly protect the celestial dragons was nearly an impossible feat. The most steadfast Akaino had been easily slain by the black dragon. How could he dare to confront the infamous killer, bold Reit? He gazed at the enormous mushroom cloud continuing to expand over the horizon, slowly removing his sunglasses. What a pity. I never anticipated that among the three of us who ascended to the rank of admiral simultaneously, the one to survive would be the eldest among us. Crash, crash, crash. Dozens of kilometers away from Mariewa, the colossal waves generated by the explosions continued to roar and surge. These immense tides swept countless warships, structures, ancient trees, and fragments of islands far into the distance. Among these remnants, a glimmering piece of ice suddenly shattered, and two elongated hands emerged from within, followed by a fit of violent coughing. Cough, cough, cough. The state of Fleet Admiral Akiji was far more dire than that of Kizaru. His clothing had been completely incinerated, and the once luxuriant mane of hair had been reduced to ash, leaving him shrouded in darkness, with only a faint glimmer of white visible in his eyes. Just as his coughing began to subside, he expelled a mouthful of foul, black blood, which immediately attracted a swarm of sea creatures swimming beneath the surface. Summoning his strength, the ice block transformed into a makeshift speedboat, propelled by the storm as it surged swiftly towards the distant shore. Moments later, the ice ship surged along the coast and reached Marineford, allowing Kazan to finally exhale in relief. He took a few deep breaths, but suddenly froze in place, for he had sensed an immensely powerful adversary on the island. It was none other than Reit. He lifted his head and beheld the composed figure of the man before him. "You have successfully destroyed the Holy Land, Mariewa. Your plan has come to fruition," Reit remarked with a smile. Kazan shook his head, sinking helplessly to the ground. "Counterattack? That thought has not crossed my mind." Reit raised an eyebrow. "Yet you are an admiral of the Navy, Kazan." Kazan reclined back, gazing at the sky. "The world government is finished. I do not wish to continue opposing you. This world belongs to you now. If you intend to kill me, I shall not resist. It is simply too exhausting." He closed his eyes, adopting a posture of surrender. Reit draped a coat over him. "If you wish, I invite you to join me in embracing the new world." Kazan shook his head, replying with a smile, "I am rather lazy, you see." Reit settled beside him. "I am well aware of that. Therefore, I shall not burden you excessively. Remain by my side, ever vigilant and constraining me, so that even in my moments of triumph, I may still have reservations. What do you say? Kazan scratched the back of his head. It seems I have no choice but to acquiesce. Rate chuckled softly, his gaze shifting forward. The immense mushroom cloud still lingered, and with his keen sight, he discerned that the grand city of the Holy Land had long since vanished. While the towering red line was gradually collapsing amidst the upheaval and tremors, the red line, which encircled the globe, would not vanish due to this explosion. Yet the region encompassing Mariawa had indeed sunk irrevocably beneath the waves, leaving a significant breach in the red line, where four seas converged and mingled. The geographical landscape of the world was subtly shifting. Magnetic fields might alter, the doldrums would gradually dissipate, and the Grand Line would integrate into the world at large. The so-called final island, Raftel, would likely become a place of legend. Buzz, buzz. The transponder snail emitted a faint sound, and Rate picked up the receiver. This is Dracul. The visage of the telephone insect was adorned with expansive square tattoos. As per your directive, the Revolutionary Army mobilized in full force, successfully seizing control of the Laborers' Kingdom, also known as the Bridge Kingdom, Tikaravolf. Within this realm, we indeed uncovered a plethora of flying machines, alongside perilous secret bombs. We have safely relocated all laborers, and now we must proceed to dismantle this bridge. REIT nodded in acknowledgement. For this matter, I owe you a favor. Dorag emitted a raspy chuckle. The Emperor of the New World is surprisingly courteous towards me? REIT reciprocated with a smile. Let us not speak so, Dorag. Kazan has consented to be my left hand. You might consider becoming my right hand. What do you say? Dorag was ready to decline without hesitation. Yet RET continued. Do not refuse so swiftly, Dorag. We merely seek to cultivate a world of greater peace and beauty, without formidable adversaries to constrain me. I fear I may become a second world government. The telephone insect fell into silence for a moment before ultimately nodding. I am not the most suitable subordinate, bored REIT. A day later, on January 16, 1515, of the C-Yuan calendar, the World Economic News published a singular headline. The Black Dragon descends. The world government is annihilated. The world government, which had dominated for nearly 800 years, disintegrated amidst a mushroom cloud, yielding to the reign of the 20-year and 5-month-old board REIT. Within a week, over 120 nations from the West Sea and South Sea chose to submit, including the kings of the island nations along the first half of the Grand Line, who, without exception, pledged their allegiance to the new sovereign. Only the four great pirates of the New World seemed to retain their final vestiges of pride. At Cake Island, Big Mom, one of the four emperors, scoffed disdainfully while voraciously devouring a colossal piece of chocolate. The mere black dragon dares to demand my submission? Here I stand. Let him come and attempt to slay me. Her eldest son, Perispero, extended his tongue to lick his lollipop, sporting a sycophantic grin. Mother is absolutely correct. You are the mightiest. The second son, Katakuri, the foremost of the sweet commanders, remained pensive, lost in thought. Suddenly, his eyelid twitched, and beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. Is he coming? Snafu, another of the sweet commanders, swiftly brandished his weapon. Who goes there? He beheld a colossal figure materializing before him. The figure raised its right hand and spoke slowly. If you were to travel, where would you wish to go? Another figure, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, with a grotesque visage, leaped forth. That is incorrect, dear Bear-chan. We cannot simply cast them aside. The orders we received were to leave no one behind. With a grin, he ambled forward in wooden sandals, proclaiming, I have long been aware of the actions of the Big Mom pirate crew. Today marks your demise. Suddenly, a tempestuous wind arose. As the cloaked Dracul spread his arms against the storm, let us bring the era of great pirates to a close. Suddenly, he clutched his head, a look of anguish crossing his face. What troubles you, Dracul? It has been quite some time. Akiji maintained his nonchalant demeanor, casually kicking one of the four commanders, Kizaru, transforming him into an icy sphere. Dracul clenched his teeth. I have just recalled something. I do have a father, on a distant island. Two elders stood before another emperor, Kaido of the Beast, the being renowned as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, for the two elders before him appeared far from easy to intimidate. I am furious, Zephyr. My rage rivals yours, Garp. The elder exclaimed. That wretched brat dared to turn us into toys. Once I slay this beast, I shall seek him out for retribution. Do you know how long it has been since I tasted pancakes in Senbei? I shall feast upon his wealth. Jack, one of the calamities of the beast pirates, grew impatient. He let out a thunderous roar and transformed into a colossal mammoth, charging towards the two elders. Iron Fist invincible. Black Arm Storm. Jack barely registered the two shadows approaching before his head was crushed by their fists. Just before losing consciousness, he heard their roars. Kaido, have you not always wished for death? Today, we shall grant it to you. On another isle in the New World, Whitebeard clinked glasses with Shanks. Is my era truly coming to an end? Whitebeard mused as he downed a large bowl of strong liquor, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. Shanks smiled, raising his glass to signal a crew member behind Whitebeard. It seems our era may not arrive after all. Wouldn't you agree, Teach? The pirate referred to chuckled innocently, then opened his wide, gaping mouth to gulp down the liquor. Teach wiped his mouth, revealing a complex expression. A person's dreams are not so easily extinguished, Shanks.